You give up the offer from a top company just to inherit the barren mountain scenic area in your family. This scenic area not only bears a huge debt, but is also on the verge of bankruptcy liquidation. However, you are not worried at all when you see this. Instead, you borrow money to build the scenic area. Just because you have awakened the 10,000 scenic system and are determined to transform the barren mountain into a 10A grade scenic area, thereby reversing the situation and attracting continuous tourists to the scenic area. At this time, the ticket seller Zhao Dashue walked up to you and said, "The last group of tourists has already come out." You patted his shoulder helplessly and said, "I've told you several times, don't call me Su Zong, just call me Jie Gu. Since there are no more tourists, let's close the park and let everyone go home from work." After that, you drove home in your dad's pickup truck. After returning home, you sat on the bed and started thinking. Over a decade ago, the government heavily subsidized the tourism industry. Upon hearing about this project, your parents wanted to contribute to their hometown, so they sold all their assets and bought this mountainous area to develop a scenic spot. However, half a year after starting the project, a policy change caused a financial crisis, turning the scenic spot project into a hot potato. In order to save the scenic spot, your parents started seeking investments everywhere. After finally completing the construction of the scenic spot, just as they were about to open for business, your father had a car accident, and your mother fell seriously ill. Your mother passed away after only a few years of looking after the scenic spot, leaving behind the dilapidated scenic spot and a debt of 30 million, with 1 million of it due in 2 months. If the debt is not repaid, the scenic spot will be forced to be sold at a low price. You have only 2 options, either sell off all assets to clear the debt, or take matters into your own hands and find a way to revive the scenic spot to earn enough to repay the 1 million debt. The next morning, you arrived at the scenic area and asked the staff, "Is everyone here?" Zhao Dashue raised his hand and said, "We're all here. Manager Su, I'll call everyone out now." After that, he ran towards the staff room. Before long, all the staff were standing in front of you. You couldn't help but shake your head. This group of people in front of you, either thin and dark middle-aged men or strong young women with braided hair, and even a long-haired woman resembling a female ghost, along with a man wearing slippers. You asked Zhao Dashue, "Is this all the staff in the scenic area?" Zhao Dashue pushed his glasses and said, "Jie, you forgot that we had difficulty paying salaries recently, so you fired those troublemakers, and the others left with them." Curiously, you asked, "Then why didn't you leave?" Zhao University answered very honestly, "Shuaishu and Yuanjie don't want money, they just work for meals." Tian Tian was rescued by Lao Su, with low wages. Changgu just got out of prison, and our scenic area is willing to hire him. You were a little surprised at the words, and asked again, "Then what about you? Why don't you leave?" Zhao University's eyes were filled with longing. "Now that you're back to take over. My dad said that college students are smart, and I believe you can do it." You fell silent at the words, then cleared your throat and said, "The others can go busy. University, come with me to the scenic area for a walk." You walk on the old stone path, and not even 10 minutes later, the road surface starts to become muddy, greatly diminishing your interest. Later, Uncle Shui takes you on a boat ride, and the dirty water in the dilapidated cabin splashes on your feet from time to time, leaving you feeling helpless. 2 hours later, you return to the ticket center, sitting in the lounge, sighing. There's no cure for this. The scenic area covers more than 1,000 square kilometers, but there is nothing remarkable to see. Only 5 mountains, 2 rivers, and a small waterfall. At the foot of the mountain, there are several dilapidated houses, and on the mountainside, there is an observation platform. Among them, 3 mountains do not even have a safe way up, with a few broken wooden signs placed, casually naming them as attractions. You can't help but sigh in your heart. Where did the tens of millions go? Maybe it's better to sell it. Just as you had this thought, memories suddenly flooded your mind. When you were a child, your parents took you to the mountaintop, pointing to this vast mountain and saying, "Ajay, Mom and Dad must make the scenic area better, make our county town more prosperous, let more people go out, and let the children have a bright future." You shrugged and thought that going out might not necessarily be a good thing. At this moment, the voice of the system rang in your mind, detected that the host has a strong desire to improve the scenic area, starting to bind the king of 10,000 scenery system. After successfully binding the system, you were a bit puzzled. Do I have such a strong desire? The system reminded you that once the scenic area is bound, it cannot be unbound or sold. If the scenic area is forcibly unbound, the system will also forcibly detach from the host's body, which may have serious consequences. Please decide carefully, you exclaimed, realizing that the first option was completely blocked. However, you thought that the system must have a way to save the scenic area. Otherwise, if you can't repay the 1 million, you will be forced to detach. When you open the personal attributes, it shows physical fitness C. Scenic area reputation value 402. Scenic area positive reviews 98. And the evaluation is the manager of the scenic area is a failure. It's lucky not to be hit by rotten eggs when going out. You smack your lips and think this evaluation is quite damaging. You look at the overview of the scenic area. Click on a mountain peak. It shows the unnamed left mountain peak. Progress 5%. The attraction dilapidated village. The project exploring the dilapidated village half a star. The official employee Tion. Physical fitness A-. Ability great strength. Loyalty 100. With only one toilet facility. The evaluation is tourists would rather pee in their pants than go to this toilet. And the evaluation of this mountain is after rough development. It has now endured tens of thousands of visitors spitting. Su Jing subconsciously looked at the soles of his shoes to make sure that no sticky phlegm had gotten on them before continuing to look down. Second left peak, unnamed, 1% progress. Left river, unnamed, 0% progress. After looking around, Su Jing returned to the original page and probably understood. In each area on the map, the four main items, attractions, programs, staff, and service facilities, are covered. The degree of perfection of these four items will constitute the total progress of this area. And currently, of the 5 employees in his squad, only Tian in Zhao University were 100 loyalty, while Feng Chang, the new ex-prisoner, failed to pass the loyalty test and was still only a temporary employee. And the system currently has 2 small gray logos in the lower right corner in addition to personal attributes and scenic overview. Mall, opened after 100 positive reviews. Lucky rewards, not yet activated. His favorable rating is currently only 98. And it's not realistic to rely on tourists to get to 100. So he might as well think of something else. After all, this world is different from the previous one. As a parallel world, the cultural progress and civilization here lags far behind. So relatively speaking, the tourism industry here is pretty average. The grading of A-class scenic spots is not that strict. And most of the spots that make it to the list are there because of better natural conditions. As for the comparison with foreign scenic spots, it is even worse than a star and a half. As for him here, subordinate counties in Tier 4 cities are not far from the city but are so underdeveloped that it's a pain in the ass to even think about making the trip. If you want to make the scenic spot, which is in the deep mountains of the county, a well-known presence, might as well go home and get cleaned up. Su Jing swung and lay down, but the electronic tone followed. Newbie benefits, attraction remodeling *1, lucky carousel draw *1, not available at this time. Please ask the host to choose an attraction to be upgraded and remodeled by the system. Remodeling level B. Note that the length of the remodeling will vary according to the volume of the attraction. So please choose carefully. Cut. He popped up and sat up with a smile. Just knew something was missing. Newbie benefits. And it's the upgrades that will save the landscape from destruction. Thinking slightly, Su Jing quickly asked the system a question. Can any attraction be upgraded? Can I continue to choose the direction or look of the upgrade? Do I have to pay for the upgrades? Can you show the length of the upgrade for each attraction? The system was prepared for his question. All attractions in the scenic area can be upgraded. The current novice benefits can be optimized and upgraded in the direction the host wants. The current cost is free, and subsequent transformations need to be paid for. You can display the estimated upgrade duration. Free. Su Jing was completely relieved. He didn't know how he was going to pay back the 100W in the first place, and if he had to pay for the upgrades, he wouldn't really be able to do anything about it. And what are the subsequent upgrades required? The electronic voice seemed intent on answering all of Su Jing's questions. The upgrading of attractions and programs requires the use of a prestige value, which comes from the audience of the attraction and is higher the more widely known it is. What's the point of that positive feedback count? Can be used to purchase skills or props in the mall. Just 2 more to go. As soon as the system's words fell, Su Jing had immediately started thinking about where to get those 2 favorable reviews. Just kidding. Skills. Props. Dude. Have you ever had a system? Know what those 2 words stand for? Su Jing was passionate and immediately had an idea. But right now, his priority is upgrading. Tapping into the map, he began to scrutinize it. Real-time HD maps give an overview of all the sites, making it easy for him to compare and reflect. Always be careful with your first remodel. Well chosen. The scenery can rise from the dead. A bad choice. Then he can wash his hands of it. After all, the next transformation was going to consume reputation values. And with his thousands or hundreds of reputation, what was it enough for? By the time enough is saved up, he should have been thrown into a mass grave by some debt collector. It was only after more than an hour of deliberation that Su Jing wrote down 3 names on the draft paper next to him. Dwarf Mountain, Ragged Village, and Green Grassland. The reason for choosing these 3 is simple. First is the length of time. Su Jing looked at it. The same B-level remodeling, the The length of a mountain's remodeling would take up to more than a month. And even the remodeling of the river for traveling boats would take more than 20 days. By the time the remodeling is done, and you can advertise running profitably, the yellow is gone. He can afford to wait. 100W can't. The three he chose, on the other hand, all took only about 10 days for basic remodeling. Dwarf Mountain and Green Grassland because of their simplicity and small size. The Ragged Village was because it had a building base. These are still a couple to consider. And then there's the triple option. Su Jing pinched his pen and circled the paper for half a day before finally making a complete decision. System. I've decided to upgrade Ragged Village. Chapter 3 Cultural Invasion. Upgrade attractions have been selected and upgrade direction has been determined. Newbie benefits have been utilized and the upgrade will begin in 10 days. Please wait for the upgrade to finish. The electronic voice was silent for a long time before suddenly speaking again. Host, good luck. Su Jing accepted the system's blessing, closed the interface, and walked out the door. Zhao University sits upright in front of the ticket window with a meticulous expression. On the desktop, the money box, seal, ticket paper and other items are in order. Not quite in tune with all this was the empty field in front of the small window. Hearing Su Jing come out, Zhao University barely managed to show a hint of a smile. It's still early there. The tourists shouldn't be up yet. Su Jing didn't reply, only patting him on the shoulder encouragingly. Everyone is doing their best to do what they need to do. And that's great. He strides into the scene. The system helps you transform the village's attractions. And you can't be idle yourself. There's something to see. And that route is a problem. All he could do was fix as many transportation problems to the attractions as he could in the next few days. And before that, he had to go inside and bring Tian out. Uncle Shui, take me to Little Ass Mountain. Uncle Shui leaned on the broken boat pole with a puzzled look on his face. What for? What if there are tourists coming? Su Jing waved his hand. No one's coming. Let's go. Send me there. Uncle Shui hesitantly looked at the gate and could only shake his head for Su Jing to come up. The water is rippling. And there are two waterways in the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area that flow and converge around the peak in the center. A waterway was what they were traveling on now. Open, with gentle water. It was just a shame that there were only bare stone walls on either side, with a few occasional probes of tough old weeds, and not much to see beyond that. The other waterway is different. The road is narrow, and there is a section in the middle of the water is dangerous. With Uncle Shui's half-assed kung fu plus the leaky old boat, not a few waves will be wiped out. As for the Little Ass Mountain he's headed for, ahem, it's their playful name for the mountain, called Big Little Ass Mountain by their locals because of its rounded head and the fact that there's a taller, rounder mountain behind it. There was an old village at the foot of Little Ass Mountain. While the Big Ass Mountain behind it was underdeveloped, he only remembered that it had quite a lot of monkeys, and that his parents hadn't developed it too much in order to preserve the native environment. Tian worked in the Thai village at the foot of Little Ass Mountain. Now that Raggedy Village was starting a system update, he figured there would be a bit of a changeover there, and he'd have to check on his 100% loyal employees to see if anything had happened to them. Sure enough, as soon as the boat docked, Su Jing saw the plainly dressed big girl running over with a panicked face. Little boss, I met a ghost. Su Jing caught Tian. It's fine. This village is probably a bit old, so let's fence this off first, and I'll get a construction team to rebuild the place in the next few days. Tian was a bit scared and didn't think much about why the boss answered so smoothly, as if he had already prepared the answer. The boat turned back, and Su Jing looked back at the village in the distance. The shape of the village was a little blurry in the dense air, which should be caused by the system upgrade. Gathering his brows, Su Jing stood in the murky water and thought, the scenic area can't be opened for a while, and he can't find anything to block such a large open space. Plus the best way to try to fix the waterway is to close the park. A phone call from Zhao University summoned everyone back to the ticket office, where they stood in a row, looking nervous and wondering what Zhao University was referring to when he said on the phone that the boss wants to make an announcement. Ahem, let me say something, haha. People don't have to work these days. Boss, don't fire me. Tian was the first to get anxious. That ghost. I'm not afraid anymore. I can go back to work. Su Jing froze, immediately reacting to the fact that everyone had misunderstood. It's not that we're going to fire everyone, and the view will still be open. Just that it's going to be temporarily closed for a few days. He feigned elation. I've pulled an investment in the past 2 days to help us renovate the old village under Little Ass Mountain. I thought that since it's all fixed, it's inconvenient for tourists to go in. Let's just close the park for a few days, and all of us will work together to fix the road in front of the park, and Uncle Shui's boat. It's time to give visitors a fresh new look. Su Jing's words caused the group to instantly get excited, especially Zhao University and Tian, who had been worried in the last second, now had their faces blossoming with joy. It's a great thing to be able to pull an investment. Then what to do next? We'll all listen to little boss. Uncle Shwe took the lead and slapped his ribs with a thud. Feng Chang was not good with words, but at this moment, he also nodded his head and said, since the boss is paying me a salary, I will definitely do whatever you say. Su Jing swept a glance at everyone, revealing a satisfied smile. Everyone's fighting spirit is high, and that's a good start. He thought about it. Then let's take a good inventory today. See what we need to prepare for repairs. And tomorrow we'll go to the bazaar to stock up. Zhao University nodded excitedly, closed the window of the ticket hall, rolled up his sleeves and followed the big guys into the scenic area. The group jingled and scrutinized the scenic entrance to the dock before dispersing. As for Su Jing, he came home from work early. He had more important things to do than prepare a purchase list. The handsome young man sat at his desk, pen in hand, thinking. The first section of the scenic ground needed basic repairs, and they couldn't afford a repairman, so they had to do it themselves. The marina also needed repairs, and they were lucky that the building built of those broken boards hadn't had any safety problems so far. As for Uncle Shwe's waterlogged and rotten boat, it can be used for repair, but that kind of broken boat together with the boring scenery on both sides of the river will definitely not give tourists a good experience. He was, after all, someone who had lived in the culturally splendid Blue Star for so many years, and had seen 800 scenic spots without previous. But most importantly, he was an outdoor adventure guru in his previous life. Having been to countless dangerous relics and scenic sanctuaries, he knows too well what kind attracts people, what kind cannot be reproduced, and what kind can make people linger. This was the reason why he had wanted to try the system when he didn't have it in the first place. And observing so far, he also found the biggest problem of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. That is, no culture. The more beautiful the scenery, the more beautiful the stories, and the Wanyuan Mountains are not much to look at in the first place, and if they didn't have some mysterious stories, it would be even less likely to attract tourists. But here again, there really isn't much of an ancient culture that has been passed down, and the memories that Su Jing brought over don't speak of things from this world. Ha! Su Jing's eyes lit up. Not of this world. Why can't we talk about it? As long as the talk is exciting and detailed enough, will the tourists care? The tale of the Peach Blossom Garden is still a fabrication of Taoyuan Ming, but didn't it still make it into the school textbooks? So why couldn't he make up a magnificent epic from the other world in this uncharted Wanyuan mountain range? Once the idea was generated, it rolled bigger and bigger in Su Jing's mind. The hard system to get it right, and let him get the rest of the culture and selling points. After the renovation of Broken Village, a cultural program is definitely needed. This program wants to appeal to people and not cost much. His mind flashed through the countless non-heritage cultures of his previous life, and he immediately had a choice. Chapter 4, Organizing the Past. After figuring out what to do, Su Jing received a special phone call. Son, the display of his cell phone's incoming call made Su Jing lose his smile, but he had already finished receiving all of the original owner's memories. In other words, he was the original owner, so he directly tapped connect, and a cheerful voice immediately came from the other side of the phone. Righteous Father, why haven't you heard anything from me in the past few days? He said he'd be back after going home to take care of things. Why has there been no news for so long? The person who called was his best friend from college, Jiang Song. Su Jing rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, then remembered what he had promised him a while ago. That, Jiang Song, let me tell you something. Don't be angry. Say it. The boy on the other end of the line squeezed the phone tighter as faint unease spread. I came back to check on my parents' business. Things are tough. I shouldn't be able to leave. But to Su Jing's surprise, Jiang Song was not angry. It was only quiet on the other side of the phone for a moment before Jiang Song's voice came out. Decided? Well, it's decided. You don't want the offer from the ADC design office? Ha! Su Jing froze, and a huge suffocation instantly surged through his heart. ADC Design Associates. I passed? The other side of the phone was exasperated and laughed, and there was half a day's silence before he spoke. You have not been reading their official website? 3 days ago the public notice. You have gone through 5 hurdles, defeated more than 200 applicants and got the offer. Are you going to give up? Su Jing was silent. He knew what he was talking about. The original owner of the university is studying environmental design. This company is also considered to be the head of the domestic design company. When a rare to school enrollment, their department almost all the students have submitted a resume. And he, literally, made it to the final interview with his extensive resume and ability. I didn't think it would actually pass. The phone call continued to add up. Zhao Jinheng from your dormitory has also passed. Aren't you the worst with him? If you pass up this offer, he might laugh at you. Brother Jing, think it over. Su Jing smiled bitterly. If he had known this news a few days earlier, he might have really faltered. But it's too late now. I'm sure. Su Jing looked out the window. It was dark outside, and he could barely make out the outline of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area in the night. Not going. He perked up and laughed. Let's not talk about that. What about you, Songzi? I remember you should have sent out quite a few resumes as well. You're so good at studying and have done so many jobs, so you must be fine. Su Jing failed to apply for the job himself, but he hoped that his good brother would find a suitable and good job. Zhang Song and he are not in the same major. He studied business administration. The two knew each other because Su Jing had to pay for his own living expenses and tuition in college, so he had to work and study hard. Zhang Song was the same. His family's condition was not good, so he came out on his own to earn money and study at the same time. Two big boys who were good and poor in their studies hit it off and just played for 4 years. However, Su Jing didn't laugh out loud on the opposite side of the room after he asked the question. I'm okay. I'm having a hard time finding a job lately. There are several companies that I've gone to for interviews and then nothing happened. Zhang Song is currently squatting at McDonald's looking through the job postings. He didn't quite understand why he, as an outstanding graduate with good grades and a lot of work experience accumulated in his part-time job, had found a good company for many of the average students in his class until now, and he was the only one who had been in the middle of a job search. It's fine. Don't worry about me, brother Jing. He quickly snaps out of it. One had to look ahead, and since Su Jing wasn't coming back, it meant that he had his own plans. I remember you said your parents' business is scenic? Then you'll be a big boss in the future, hahaha. It doesn't matter if you don't go to that company. You can design whatever you want for such a big scenic spot. You can design whatever you want. Ha 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 ha. Su Jing also revealed a smile. Well, it's a bit complicated, but sort of. In the future, when you have time off from work, come over to Yangon and I'll entertain you and bring you to the place where I grew up. Then it's a deal. Zhang Song on the other side of the phone broke into a smile. When I get a job, I'll give you the good news. After the two of them exchanged a few more simple pleasantries, Su Jing hung up the phone. Putting the phone down, his face sank. The green software in his phone hadn't been opened in a long time, and he tapped into it and was immediately flooded with messages. One of the most informative is the class group. Since a few days ago, successful job seekers have been posting good news in the group non-stop, and one of the most notable is the screenshot of ADC Design Office's employment announcement. The screen was full of congratulations, and Zhao Jinhan's avatar underneath kept flashing in response. Someone had also congratulated Su Jing, but he hadn't replied, so no one paid much attention to him. And the latest explosion of a group message came from a comment made this morning by Kim Hong Cho. At Su Jing, ADC's personnel said you didn't give them a reply confirming their employment? Our busy guy Su doesn't even care about ADC anymore? Has he found a better place to work? The bottom blew right up. Classmate A, really? At Su Jing. Classmate B, he doesn't seem to be an S. I heard his friend say that Su Jing went back home a while ago. Classmate C, I'm going to. He's not going to turn down the ADC offer. Is he? I see his name is ahead of Zhao Jinheng. He didn't even go with such a high final grade? Zhao Jinheng didn't wait for Su Jing's message, but instead, his defense was broken by his classmate's words. At classmate C, ADC announcements are not ranked by grades. It's ranked randomly. How can he have a higher score than me? Classmate C, people have always scored higher than you in school too. Qian Yu at classmate C, do you think you're still in school? Have some style you. Su Jing's face was calm as he continued to slide the screen. When he was in college, he kept going out to work because he didn't have any money, so he didn't have much contact with anyone in the dormitory. But ever since an incident happened, his roommate Zhao Jinheng has been looking for trouble with himself at every turn, and his lapdog Qian Yu has followed suit to stir up trouble, so his college life didn't really go well. Luckily, Zhang Song has been accompanied by their own side. The two embrace warmth. College life is a little taste. Su Jing closed the group chat. Meaningless topics that he did not intend to respond to. He continued to look at the rest of the information. A couple of shared lives from the river clump, a couple of concerns from the school board, and a couple of greetings from the hairdresser. And finally, Su Jing tapped on a light green solid-colored avatar. The other person's circle of friends was as clean as her avatar, not visible for only 3 days, but nothing at all. Wendy, congratulations on your graduation. Sent a couple days ago in the wee hours of the morning. The flower of the Department of Environmental Design suddenly went abroad as an exchange student in her junior year, and the bond between the two men over their part-time jobs was cut short. The last memory the original owner had of her was of the snowy night they went out for a drink. I remember talking quite well that night, but the next day I heard that she had decided to go abroad as an exchange student, and then they never saw each other again. TSK. It's been over a year. Su Jing thought about it, and out of politeness, he returned a message. Thank you. And take care of yourself over there too. With a long sigh, he locked the screen and threw away his phone. no longer thinking about such things. It's the shopping trip to the county seat tomorrow that's most important. Chapter 5, Acrobatic Classes. At first light, the six gathered at the county's West Market. This is the largest market in Castle Peak County, which has everything from small firewood, rice, oil and salt to large agricultural implements. Not only that, there are also some fun and delicious things to browse here, which is one of the few fun activities for the people of Castle Peak County, and it wasn't as if Su Jing had come with his big guy unprepared. Race. Keiko. In front of the entrance of the city West Market, a bus stopped in front of Su Jing and the others, and a slab-headed guy jumped down, slapped the door, and the bus took off with the dust. Ha 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 ha, long time no see. Su Jing laughed happily and went up to hug the black boy. Good for you, Wang Kai. I haven't seen you in 2 years. You've gotten a tan like an Opama. Wang Kai didn't understand and scratched his head with a simple and bright smile. Ha ha ha, these 2 years of work have required a bit of tanning. He hammered a hand on Su Jing's chest. Can't compare to you, blessed college student. Su Jing grinned and whacked him again before looking to his staff. This is Wang Kai, my childhood friend. He nuzzled. This is our scenic staff, all the old people my parents left behind. Wang Kai quickly swept a glance and revealed a smile. Everyone just call me Kai. He beckoned. Jing gave me a heads up last night. He just came back and isn't too familiar with this place. If you all want to buy anything later, just follow me. I'll make sure you guys get it at the lowest price. Su Jing quietly surveyed. Wang Kai and he grew up wearing the same pants and have played well together over the years, so he shouldn't be able to pit himself. But from his observation, this kid should not be as honest as he looks on the surface. I've given you the list. Let Sister Yuan and Tian get the small items, and you tell Wang Kai to take you the rest. Su Jing arranged it in an organized manner, and finally patted heavily on Wang Kai's shoulder in a serious tone. K, save your brother some money. There's just not much left in the pocket. He worked like crazy in college, plus helping others with their graduation designs. It's only about 60,000 bucks saved up from all that. Every penny is precious to the small. Restarted scene. He waved for everyone to dismiss and pulled himself away. Zhao University was puzzled. Brother Jing, what are you going to do? Su Jing smiled a mysterious smile. I'm going to prepare the most important thing. He looked to Wang Kai who stood to the side holding his arms. You take them first, and we'll get together tonight. The 7 of them disbanded, and Su Jing made his way through the street stalls and crowds, finally arriving at his first target. Wow! Flames shot up, the crowd roared and hollered, and in the middle of the bustling clearing was a burly man with bare shoulders who was shoving a burning stick into his mouth. Wow! Flames erupted from his mouth once more, heat waves curling high as the crowd around him laughed and applauded, and immediately someone came up and circled around with a cardboard box to ask for a reward. It's just a shame that it's nice to look at, but as soon as people see that they have to pay, they pretend to turn a blind eye to it. The little girl who begged for the reward money was agile and pretty, but her face was stiff with laughter, and she didn't harvest a few dollars even after turning around. Instead, it was Su Jing who took the initiative to step forward and throw $10 bills inside. Thanks! The little girl's eyes lit up and she immediately bowed at Su Jing with a big smile, and the acrobatic class behind her also looked toward Su Jing in unison. Spitfire Man is pumping his fists and preparing for his next show to be dedicated to the spectators' close-up show. But of course, Su Jing's purpose wasn't to watch acrobatics. He bypassed the crowd and took the initiative to walk towards the acrobatic class backstage. The fat uncle who looks the most dignified would be the head of the acrobatic class. Hello. The uncle froze, not expecting this guest to actually initiate a conversation with him. How do you do? He rubbed his hands together and stood up straight in an awkward manner, and the other acrobats frowned as they gathered around. The market is full of people from all walks of life, but it's not common to find people who can just bounty $10. Su Jing didn't care about their caution. A step to talk? The two of them stepped aside, and the next juggling act began, and amidst a crowd of spectators, Su Jing opened the door. What do you charge to have you perform? The uncle's eyes lit up, not realizing it was coming to business. Well, it depends on the hours. We're per hour, he said, tentatively comparing it to $80, not counting the round trip. 80. Su Jing, who has rarely felt the prices of the county, sighed cheaply in his heart, but he shook his head and held out a finger. Not your regular show. I have a desired program that I need you to learn. He stretches one more. And what I want is a regular collaboration. One show a day for about 1 to 2 hours like that. Maybe one additional show a day on the weekends. Third, we'll pay for the round trip, and we'll have to sign a contract for the show to be performed, so it can't be spread out or performed elsewhere. Fourth, I'll pay for the training period, $50 per hour, and you'll use your time outside of the rush to study at my place. If the big guy puts on a good show, We'll sign on for the long haul and raise your pay to 100 per hour. What do you think? The fat uncle's jaw dropped and the treatment was too good to be true. Not to mention the fact that he was already heartened by the fact that he was still being paid for using their free time to study. You know, the fair is also only most lively on weekends, and very few people will hire them to perform during the week after all. Who would pay specifically to see something that can be seen for free at the fair on weekends? As for what he had to learn, he didn't care. If you learn it, you do it in the back. If you don't learn it, you make money. It's not a loss in any way. Chang, my name is Lu Qingyun. What's the boss's name? My surname is Su. Then, Brother Lu, will you tell me about the members of your squad first? Row. There are 12 people in our team. The fire-breathing one is called Wang Hao, and the girl who asks for the reward is called Miao Miao. The acrobatic show continued, and Su Jing sat back and chatted with Lu Qingyun for half a day before leaving a phone call to head back. He wasn't surprised by the acrobat's decision, after all. The price he could offer wasn't low in this inexpensive county. Now that you know what they are capable of, you can also go back and think about what would be more appropriate to perform. The bazaar was a good place to buy things, and everyone quickly bought things and drove Su Jing's pickup truck back to the scenic spot to start moving. Su Jing, on the other hand, stayed in the county and found a small store with Wang Kai. Hey, you know bro's been nervous lately, let's deal with it, haha. Wang Kai waved his hand. This is nothing. When we were kids, we licked a skewer separately. What do we care? Well, that's how hand, foot, and mouth disease came about. Su Jing helped him open the beer, watching the other man ask him with a curious face. So you've come back this time and you're really not leaving? Well, not going. Su Jing nodded, but the other party's expression wasn't particularly excited. Well, you don't live here. You may not know, but I've more or less heard of the sites left behind by my aunt and uncle. Buddy speaks hard. Don't be angry. Wang Kai poured him a glass of wine and then drank his own glass in one go. The scenic business is very bad, but that lot is good. The city, quite a lot of real estate bosses are staring at that piece of land. I heard that your family owes a lot of debt. How do you plan? Really want to continue to operate? Su Jing also dried his glass of wine, and the coolness hit him, and he was instantly refreshed. Well, stay in business. Not for sale? It's not good to keep doing it. Pointing to the scenic area to pay back the money. I feel hung up. I understand. Su Jing shrugged his shoulders, regardless of whether he had wanted to sell or not. The problem now was that he couldn't. I'll see what I can do. Give it one last effort try. After all, it's the last thing my parents left me. Wang Kai touched the small red rope on his wrist and also sighed a little. This little golden pig was still a gift from Su Jing's mom when he celebrated his birthday. 2G of real gold is not cheap at all in this small county. He remembered how good this family was, so if Su Jing needed his help, he would definitely help. Anyway, we're brothers, so I won't say more. Wang Kai squeezed his eyes. Dude's been doing well for the past 2 years. Not to say he's a character, but he's kind of a jack of all trades in this county. If you need me for anything, just ask. I can think of something. Su Jing smiled. That's what he was waiting for. This hairy little boy of his own, although he was not a good student growing up, he was particularly resourceful. Can talk, can read eyes, can come to things. Since he was a kid, he has always been in good company with the gangsters outside the school, and he also plays well with the school bully in his class. He came back to try to get a scenic spot, and there was no shortage of places where he needed Wang Kai's help. As for the payment, if it was something really troublesome, even if Wang Kai didn't want it, he would definitely give it. Okay, I'll be sure to squeal if I have something behind me. Su Jing laughed and clinked glasses with him. You also show me what kind of a mix you've made of this Qingyan Junior Langjun. Ha ha ha, no problem. The two of them ate and drank and stayed up late until they got home. Wang Kai did have quite a doorway, and even got him a van at night, sending him back safely. Early the next morning, Su Jing woke up, did not dare to delay at all, and immediately went to the scenic spot. He had an important job to do today besides fixing the scenery. Chapter 6, Opening of the Shopping Mall. One more person is more power. Su Jing did not stop working just because he was the boss. He joined everyone and worked from day to night. Toward the end, as the few stood at the entrance of the scenic spot to part ways, Su Jing called Uncle Shui aside alone. Uncle Shui, let me ask you something. Uncle Shui scratched his head, still with dirt on his hands. What is it? Little boss, you say. What do you think of our viewpoint? The old uncle froze, then rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. Well, it's not bad. It's okay, it just doesn't work. Su Jing planned to ask in a different way. As you can see, everyone's fighting spirit is high right now, and they all want to do a good job in the scenic area. So I think the scenic area will be very good in the future. What do you think? This was a true statement. Uncle Shui didn't deny it this time and nodded his head. So, you have to be positive in your mindset. This scenic spot is not only my scenic spot, it's also everyone's. It's yours. You think again about all the hard days and nights we've worked here, and the seriousness with which everyone has contributed to this place. Is the view any worse? Uncle Shui, who didn't even have a paycheck, stared blankly, confused for half a day before nodding his head forcefully. That's right. Who says this view is bad? This view is fantastic. Ding. Su Jing's eyes trembled and he instantly revealed a smile. It's done. A favorable review from your own employees counts as a favorable review. Right at the moment Uncle Shui gave his word, the number of positive reviews instantly turned to 99. Now there's just one left. He watched Uncle Shui leave and tried the other employees one by one, only to find that everyone recognized the scenic spot itself, so nothing was added. Except for Feng Chang, the temporary employee who just came not long ago, was indifferent to Su Jing's big cake, and even directly stated that he was just getting paid to work, and there was nothing good about it. With no other choice, Su Jing could only use his final trick. I'll give you a 200 raise. Boss, talking about money makes a difference. Feng Chang held Su Jing's hands with a sincere expression. Although I'm not in it for the salary, since you trust me so much, I'm also truly in love with our scenic spot. How about not going up? Bye boss. Sending Feng Chang away with a fake smile, Su Jing's eyes finally revealed excitement as he quickly returned home. The number of positive reviews reached 100. The system mall is open. At the bottom of the lime green page, the little logo of the mall had lit up, glowing with a strange light. Su Jing clicked in and was immediately blinded by the wide array of things. There are only 3 main categories in the mall: skills, props, and culture. He knew there was something good in the culture category. How is it possible to make a good scenic spot without cultural attributes? But he wasn't overly ambitious. He only had 100 positive reviews. Now he had to buy what he needed for the next scenic opening. The best value for money. But even then, there are plenty of items with less than 100 positive reviews. Su Jing picked out 3 alternatives after half a day. Prop number 1, Mystic Veil, 78 favorable comments. P.S. When used to the selected attraction, it increases the attraction's mystique by 20%. Culture number 2, Horns from the Deep, 32 positive reviews. P.S. Ancient songs from the deep mountains. When this music is played, it will bring visitors a sly and mysterious feeling. Skill number 3, Prop Making, Elementary, 100 favorable comments. P.S. When the skill is loaded, you can do beginner's prop making, upgradable. If the system had remodeled the broken village after his request, then there was nothing more he could do than enhance the experience. So all 3 of those things are great. But the thing that made his heart sing the most was the prop crafting skill. Even though it would cost him all of his favorable comments, there were a lot of places that this skill could be used when it was used well, and it could also be upgraded in the future. It's a good one. Recalling the Qing Yun acrobatic troupe that he would soon be working with, Su Jing gritted his teeth and directly chose to exchange. Ding! The green light flashed. The prop skills had appeared on his own. A wealth of knowledge instantly filled his mind, and even one of his hands seemed to have a strange hold on it. TSK. Su Jing clicked on his skill page to check the details, but he instantly revealed a smile. Buy the right one. Prop making, beginner, skill can be placed on any official scenic employee including the host. After the skill is upgraded to advanced level, it can provide an additional 3 low-level skill allotments to be placed by the host. Note, if a regular employee becomes a temporary employee, she loses eligibility to use the skill. Good lord! That means not only can you use it yourself, but you can also give it to others. And you can even multiply small skills with big skills. A great book. And the 100 positive reviews were well spent. Skills have been learned, attractions are being remodeled, and tasks have been assigned to each employee. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Su Jing slept smoothly, quietly waiting for the Qing Yun acrobats to arrive. Another night of calm. The next day, the staff continued to methodically repair the road, and Su Jing also waited for the dusty acrobats. Lu Qingyun led the crowd into the ticket hall, and the small room was instantly overcrowded. Everyone feel free to sit, stand. Lu Qingyun made a wink and everyone relaxed. Su Jing scanned his performance team and probably had a number in mind. Brother Lu, I'm sure you've heard about our scenic spot, which has been poorly run over the years, so I'm here to add some interesting programs to attract traffic. I've got the content figured out. It's just a matter of you all learning the dance moves and then following the flow I've given you through. He looked serious. One of the more critical ones is that I need 2 people to take on more special tasks. Lu Qingyun revealed a smile. Special? It's especially good. Special means difficult to replicate. Means it can be a looker. What is your request? I need men of strength and courage who dare to play with fire. The fire-breathing man Wang Hao was happy. And it said that it was not him. he directly took the initiative to step forward. I can definitely do this job. I'm number 1 here in playing with fire. And I'm not bad in strength either. Lu Qingyun shook his head, then scanned the circle and pointed to another bronze-skinned strong man. San, you take the other one. San Jared, his strong body not at all bulky, and stood out with a twist in the crowd. If the class master says I can, I can. Su Jing revealed a smile. Then let's start with this, and if it doesn't do well, we'll adjust it. He raised an eyebrow and let out one more heavy hitter. These two with special assignments will each be awarded $10 individually for each successful performance. Ooh, this was a lively scene, and Lu Qingyun had a bitter smile on his face. It was fortunate that Su Jing hadn't said so in advance, or else he really wouldn't have been able to distribute it. But now that the reward mechanism was out, Wang Hao and San both had to get nervous. If they are unfortunate enough to be replaced by Mr. Su, there are plenty of people who want to replace them on. That's an extra $10 per game. Even after honoring the class master, there's still a lot left over. Su Jing looked at everyone's expressions and was satisfied in his heart. After all, the performance he wanted to show was not something that could just be acted out. Trying to motivate people, the reward plus ableist system is perfect. Okay, then everyone come with me and I'll tell you about it. Chapter 7 Perform Nua Opera. Su Jing found an open, flat clearing and had everyone sit down. Before I teach you, I want to tell you a story. Su Jing didn't sit. He stood in front of the crowd and slowly wandered up. In ancient times, there was a tribe that revered nature, and the people of the tribe were industrious, living in harmony with the natural beings while trying to fight against dangerous disasters and earn a ray of life. And they lived for many years in this way by the ability of the fittest to survive. Until one day, they realized that there were still many unexplainable and strange phenomena in this world, and that the random appearance of one of these phenomena could cause their tribe to suffer heavy casualties and the natural beings they guarded to go through many crises. After that, they learned to be in awe. For the sake of good weather and the prosperity and survival of the tribe and its creatures, people began to try to communicate with the gods to ward off evil and protect the future of the tribe. They started out simply doing some movements and wearing some bluffing clothes used to scare off those mysterious things. But slowly, as history evolved, it became a culture passed down through their time. Little rituals evolved into whimsical dances, with booming songs, and all kinds of costumes. They have given this ceremony a beautiful name called. Su Jing stood still, looking at the acrobatic class crowd that had already listened intently, and smiled slightly. Nua Opera. Su Jing was not a professional after all, and without the number of positive reviews, he had no way of exchanging the desired program with the system, so he could only rely on his memory to teach them the form of the performance first. As for Wang Hao and San, they went to practice swinging shovels with strange faces. Su Jing naturally wouldn't tell them in advance what exactly they were going to perform, but first the basic skills to practice good quasi-basic skills are not well practiced, directly on the hand is also useless. As for him, he drove to the fairgrounds again. Since the performance of Nua Opera, he had to prepare Nua props. With the short lead time, he was only going to show a portion of it first and draw on the foot traffic, so he only needs to do the first part of Nua props can be. But even the first part of the project was no small undertaking, and the amount of material required was still horrendous. Su Jing spent a lot of money to transport all the materials back to the scenic area, not leaving any backwardness at all. Just kidding. That's exorcism. It is a folklore treasure inherited from 5,000 years of civilization in that world. Still can't whet the appetite of this crowd? Fish them 800 back and forth with corners. With an idea in mind, Su Jing immediately began to take action. A pile of materials were laid out in order, with boards and blocks of wood, paints and fabrics, and some large sheets of greaseproof paper, among other things. These are as specialized for the scenic transformation and Nua Opera. Nua Opera's repertoire is wide and varied, but after all, it's a type of theater, and the acrobatic class won't be able to sing it, so he's only going to play the music, and use the dances and musical instruments to represent it. If you want to dance, you have to prepare costumes and props, the most difficult of which are the masks for everyone and the big objects that look like ghosts and gods for the performance. He is the only one who can do all this at the moment. Although he had skills on his side, Su Jing, who had never touched it before, was still a bit apprehensive. These apprehensions, however, dissipated after he pinched the first wooden block. It was as if his fingers were airborne with his brain, and what was in his mind was naturally presented with his hands. It's not exquisite enough, but it definitely bluffs. Su Jing was thoroughly engaged. The chugging and scraping of wood shavings streaked through the warehouse. On the other hand, the acrobatic class had begun to train in earnest, and although they didn't understand what the strange poses that Su Jing had them wiggle and twist out were, these were difficult but could be accomplished by them, who were accustomed to acrobatics. But Wang Hao and San were a bit bitter. Snap! Wang Hao forcefully swung the shovel in his hand upward, and after slapping the water scooped out by San into the sky, he leaned on the shovel and tiredly couldn't close his mouth. San, are you tired? San Jared. I'm okay, why don't we switch? I'm stronger. But Wang Hao simply refused. Although he didn't know what Boss Su was up to, his intuition told him that the job he was doing was the real point. You can't squeak even if you're tired. If you really get replaced, you lose face and money. He could never miss an opportunity like this. Harm, not tired. He wiped his sweat and laughed. I was just thinking, Boss Su said that he'll teach us the next step only when I can pat this water apart, preferably into an even mist. How can this water be photographed as a fog? Come on, I'll change the angle, and we'll try again. San nodded and continued with him to start the next round. After a quiet afternoon passed, Su Jing finally walked out of the warehouse. Zhao University and the others have repaired to the pier according to their program. He looked at it from a distance. Nothing serious, and was relieved to eat and return to the warehouse again. He doesn't have that much time to rest. The landscaping of the attractions, the conception of each hit point, the landscaping of the remodeled old village, and the props and music installations for the show, and so on. All of them need to be produced by him personally as a gatekeeper. All is in order. In the blink of an eye 5 days have passed. The props are mostly made. A small section of the road in front of the scenic area is almost repaired. And most importantly, the acrobatic class finally has a rough shape of the show. Standing at the edge of the clearing, waiting for their performance to end, Su Jing snapped his hands in applause. It wasn't as complete as he thought it would be, but after all, they had some physical foundation, so it was really well done. As for the other side, Wang Hao had finally accomplished Su Jing's request to be able to beat a full scoop of water into a roiling mist one after another without stopping. Good job everyone. Su Jing called everyone together and finally lifted the black cloth on the cart next to him. Next, it's time for everyone to familiarize themselves with the props for future performances. The acrobatic class crowd lit up and swarmed forward. Ooh, what is this? What a beautiful dress. Is this a mask? Scared the hell out of me. This mask is so weird. So many masks. All sizes. Oh, is this the ghosts and gods Boss Su was talking about? Everyone had their costumes and masks out and started trying them on by the names on them. The movements that everyone had practiced for so long finally became one with the costumes at this moment, and they were truly exquisite. As for Su Jing, he walked over to Wang Hao and San and said softly, "You two come with me." The others were so excited to practice that they couldn't care less about what the guys were going to do, and the three of them turned off the path a few times to the empty lot outside the warehouse. It's finally coming. Wang Hao had a look of excitement in his heart. It's finally time to play with fire. Can we finally show Boss Su what he's made of? This is what? Chapter 8, Completion of the Transformation. Wang Hao looked at the thick barrel in front of him. The red light inside was so bright that he didn't even need to get close to feel the rolling heat waves coming from it. This is the show you're going to prepare for. Su Jing reached out and pointed at the bucket of iron water. Also somewhat agitated. Hit the iron flour. After finishing the precautions with Wang Hao and the two of them, he stared at them and tried several times. It worked better than he thought it would. Wang Hao is indeed a bold and careful. In fact, this line of work is not difficult. He has a foundation and a base. As long as the control of the strength and angle, the hot iron to break up, fall down only cold iron particles, can't hurt them. As for those two, they had long been too excited to hide, especially when the sky darkened. This iron water hid out, actually more beautiful than fireworks. They didn't dare to imagine how many people would be shocked if this performance was displayed. Thinking of the way they had scoffed at this scenic spot when they arrived, the two of them wanted to smash their own mouths even more viciously at first. With the new opera plus that Mr. Su said, God forbid the scenery doesn't catch fire this time. Everything was ready, and in the following days, the acrobatics class only needed to come over for a simple rehearsal, keying in their movements and demeanor. On the other hand, Wang Hao and San came every day to practice hitting a furnace of iron. After all, Su Jing was really broke, and a furnace of iron was not a small amount of money. On the other hand, Zhao University led the crowd and refurbished the road leading from the scenic gate to the broken village according to what Su Jing had said. And in the end, they all kind of didn't recognize the place they had been working in for several years before Su Jing waved his hand and ended the current repair work. All of them converged at the entrance of the scenic spot, and Su Jing clapped his hands and smiled at his employees. Good job on the hard work. All of you have a good day at home tomorrow, and come back to the viewpoint the day after tomorrow when we're ready to start publicizing. He then looked at the acrobats led by Class Master Lu. After 10 days of training in a row, these people had some aura in their brows and eyes, and at a glance, they were in a very good state. Class Master Lu has also worked hard during this period of time. After you go back, I'll still trouble you to continue supervising everyone's practice. but you must be careful not to be seen by outsiders. As for Wang Hao and San, you two don't need to practice for now. Everyone should build up their strength in the past few days and prepare to come over to the new venue for rehearsals at that time. New venue. Everyone let out a soft whimper, their eyes glowing. Su Jing nodded with a smile. The construction team is basically moving at night these days, and the project is almost over. I'll be wrapping things up in the next few days and dealing with the final matters before operation. After arranging his respective tasks, he waved his hand for the group to disperse and turned around with one foot in the scenery. There were still 3 hours to go before the ragged village upgrade was complete, and his final task now was to put the final touches on the scenery with the props he'd been tinkering with over the past few days. The trolley stops and starts on the road and the sun is setting. When the last part of the decorations were finished, Su Jing rode his old fishing boat and stopped at the foot of the small S mountain. Ding! The dilapidated village has now been remodeled. Please check with the host. In the sun's afterglow, the old village disappeared in the distance and was replaced by a huge and mysterious complex. A dim light glimmered faintly in the wooden cottages that stretched across the sharp slopes. Su Jing took a step out after calming his mood for half a day. Finally, the remodeling is done. The system's B-class transformation was more powerful than Su Jing could have imagined. He wandered through the brand new old fortress, scrutinizing the buildings. All the streets of the old cottage are well constructed with pavements, street lamps, as well as wooden flower beds and underground drains that adorn the streets. And the layout and shape of the building wasn't too different from what he'd imagined, and it even felt better than he thought it would. The facades of all the buildings or viewing pavilions are meticulously carved by fine craftsmen, and one touch tells you it's not something new. But what surprised him most was the interior of the building. The building is not a sham. It has partitions and basic finishes inside, and even the plumbing and electrical are all in place. If you put tables, chairs and benches in there, and hook up gas and internet, the place could really be used for living. Su Jing stroked his chin and suddenly opened his mouth to ask the system. Systems? What can a higher level of remodeling achieve? The electronic voice answered quickly. Grade A renovation will add details to the interior of the attraction. Taking Manhwa as an example, all the furniture and furnishings inside will be perfected, including some of the decorations and sculptures on the streets outside, all of which will be optimized. If it's a higher S-class, the system paused for a moment, and Su Jing heard a subtle sense of pride in that cold electronic voice. This place will turn into a real 1,000-year-old fortress. The system spoke ambiguously, and Su Jing didn't quite understand, but all in all, it should be very mean. He hemmed and hawed and tapped on the system interface. The scenic overview page has undergone some minor changes after the first remodeling. A corner of the gray, inked map was faintly lit. Su Jing clicked on that map, and all the information was immediately displayed on it. Left peak, unnamed, 25% progress. Attractions, Waterhole in the Forest *1, Millennium Manhwa *1, Pavilion on the Hilltop *1, Program Tour of the Millennium Manhwa Village, 2 stars. Regular employees, Tian, Physical Quality A-. Ability, Toughness, Giant Strength, Loyalty 100. Lu Yuan, Physical Quality C-. Ability, Affinity, Loyalty 72. Temporary Staff, Shengyun Acrobatic Troupe. Service Facilities, Latrine *1, a toilet that you would rather pee in your pants than use. Evaluation, this mountain has been developed briefly, and the foot of the mountain is finally small, although the amusement program has not yet been perfected. But there is a lot of room for improvement, so please keep up the good work. Finally, he's satisfied, although the services have to be upgraded separately, resulting in thatched toilets or a change of scenery. At least the overall specifications are up. However, what Su Jing didn't expect was that the remodeling and construction of such a large ancient fortress at the foot of the mountain resulted in only a 20% increase in completion. At this rate, how far would the mountain have to be developed to get to 100%? While he was thinking about it, a new alert message popped up on the page. After reading carefully, Su Jing revealed a surprised smile. System warm reminder, after the system renovation and upgrading of attractions/projects/service facilities, the basic operation and maintenance costs will be borne by the system, without the need for the host to maintain. No further reminder in the future. What kind of divine system is this? He paced excitedly. It is important to realize that the biggest expense of running a scenic area is the cost of maintenance, utilities, maintenance of old facilities, daily basic sanitation and cleaning, etc. The bigger and richer the scenery, the more expensive these costs will be. But if these fees could be waived as long as they were systematically modified, then he could save a great deal of money and heartache. That is to say, Su Jing raised his head, looking towards the huge, ancient fortress in front of him that was lit with cozy, dim nightlights, and swallowed hard. Millennium Manhwa. Free up? System, I love you. After the system inexplicably accepted a wave of confessions from the host, it completely fell silent in his mind, and Su Jing finally let out a long breath to calm down. The O&M costs are covered by the system. Then he can advertise and earn money without fear. So what he's going to do next is crucial. In the setting sun, he pulled out a sack of props, stood his cell phone in front of him and turned on the camera. Yan gone. Another day ends and the tired working people finally go home. Little N was one of the thousands of beaters, and as soon as he threw his jacket on the couch and his socks casually to the side, giggling, he flopped down on his bed and continued to juggle his cell phone. I've watched beautiful women dance all the way. It's no fun. For a change, it's already Thursday. Soon he will have a moment of rest for the weekend of hiring workers, and whenever this day comes, and will look at the funny videos of the same city on Shakestar. If there's a fancy one, that place will be a great weekend getaway for him. And switched positions, laying on her back and continuing to slide. Playground, play pool, buffet. He frowned. It's so boring to go through this stuff every time I flip around. I really can't go on to sing this week. Anne's finger stopped on the page, finally seeing something new. What is it? The screen goes dark, and a menacing and terrifying oil mask suddenly zooms out accompanied by the mysterious sound of drumming music. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And was so startled that the phone slammed hard into his face, giving him a wince of pain. Still, the oddity was too much for him to get out of his head, and he immediately flipped over his phone to continue watching. The menacing greasepaint face is actually a mask, but the writing in it really doesn't look like a real person. The joints clicked and bent airily, as if they were some kind of horrible mannequin resurrected from a mental institution. And immediately afterward, the mask jerked back, revealing its true form to the gradually flaring music. A man in a strange costume, accompanied by the thumping drums. The man held a mask, bells ringing all over his body, and danced in an exaggerated and treacherous manner. With the darkness and hidden complexes behind us, the occasional birdsong and ape whistles become eerie, along with the mystery that comes from the musical interplay. The more Shaoan watched, the more mesmerized he became, and goosebumps floated up all over his body. Knock! The image disappeared and a small line of script slowly emerged. 10A-level tourist attraction, Millennium Mingyu Hai's invitation night. Welcome to your visit. Chapter 9, The First Guests. The cell phone screen paused in and watched it 3 more times, getting goosebumps 3 more times before tossing the phone aside. Ah, he let out a contented sigh. The whole video, the whole sentence did not, a face did not show, froze hard to control him for 30 seconds, and the one at the end, what with the Wanyuan Mountain, the 1,000-year-old fortress, and the night of invoking the gods, all of which had ignited great interest in Shaoan. Check it out. Saying so, he immediately clicked on the yellow software and searched for Wanyuan Mountain. The sketchy page with lush mountains and forests looks unassuming, but what's more breathless is the grayscale rating under the name of the scenic spot. Ooh, a rating of 1.9. This thing can still hit such a low rating? Shaoan, who usually didn't go above 4.5 points, subconsciously wanted to close the software, but the line that surfaced on that page still made him hesitate. The scenic spot has been refurbished and officially reopened this weekend, so we hope to give all visitors a brand new experience. Remodeled and rebuilt? And pinched her cell phone, then looked at the ticket price of only $30 and thought twice. How about a trip to check it out? It's a bit tiresome to be idle anyway, and lately I've been eating and drinking on weekends. This scenic spot is a bit far away, but anyway, the ticket is only $30. The county round-trip bus operates until 9 p.m. at the latest, and it's not too late to end and come back. And is not a hesitant person, and once the decision was made, he immediately purchased tickets for Saturday's tour. Meanwhile, as the short video continues to grow in popularity, more and more people are seeing it. The comments below even exceeded 100, although most of them were cursing. Rubbish scenic spot. I went there a few months ago. It's just an undeveloped deep forest. Don't go. You'll regret it if you do. There's not even a proper road. Don't dare to say anything else. Just look at the ratings of the yellow software. Didn't you say it was remodeled? What's in this video should be the effect of the remodeling, right? Upstairs is still too young. It's just a gimmick. You know what I mean. You'll know when you get there. It's all a lie. There were curses and hesitations, but the one with the highest number of likes in the comments section was still posted by a small blogger called Lightning Avoidance Piggyback. Brothers, wait for me to get back to you all on Saturday when I go see what's really going on. Wait for me. He has quite a following himself, so as soon as he posted a comment, people immediately followed. Ro, you go check it out. We'll go back if it's fun. This guy's not getting paid, is he? Preparing for a wave of false propaganda? Not really. This blogger specializes in posting mine avoidance posts. His reputation is not bad. Everyone says their own thing, but regardless, the The video was really well received. Su Jing sat on the bed, rocking on his feet and scrolling through the video comments with a satisfied smile. The gloom of turning down a high-paying job a few days before instantly dissipated. It's the right move. In this age of information technology, relying on advertisements and paper leaflets is both a waste of time and money. The best thing is to get some gimmicks out to hook people. So he pondered for half a day before deciding to make such a video to spread out. Nuwa dance is not a good interpretation. He only picked a few simple movements, coupled with the atmosphere of inculcation and the background of the ancient cottage, in order to edit this video. As for the comments below, it doesn't matter if there's a lot of cursing. Black and red is also red, and a lot of cursing will naturally interest some people. What's missing from the landscape right now is popularity. If you are willing to give it a try, he is confident that you will be satisfied. With a little bit of time passing by, the acrobatic class proceeded to train, and Su Jing began to call his staff to the new venue for the final training. Time flew by and before you knew it, it was early Saturday morning. Twitter, with the sunshine and birdsong, the employees of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Spot stood in front of the gate of the scenic spot in clean clothes, each carrying a cloth bag. Su Jing scanned the circle to make sure everything was in order before speaking loudly. Today is the first day of re-operation at the view. I'm sure you've all memorized the instructions. The official opening time of the scenic spot starts at 11 o'clock. Everyone can go to their respective positions now. I hope our first battle can fight beautifully. Guys and gals, have no faith. Yes, Zhao University and Tian shouted the loudest, their little faces red with excitement. Okay, then let's go. A group of people entered the scenic spot with great vigor, except for Zhao University who had to sell tickets at the entrance and Uncle Shui who had to be in charge of transporting the tourists. Everyone including the Qing Yun acrobats. There was only one job today, which was to be the NPC of the ancient fortress. And when it was 11:15, the first figure finally appeared in front of the scenic gate. I'm going to. Just me? Shaoan stood at the door and looked left and right. Desolate old mountainous area. Not even a single figure at the door. The small dilapidated house in the distance should be their ticket office? He huffed and puffed as he opened the shake asterisk app and typed in the comments section. Where is he? Didn't you say you were coming today? But Littleton didn't expect the other person to write back quickly. Lightning piggyback, you're going too? Brothers, wait for me. This place is too remote. I'll be there in 10 minutes or so. The comments underneath the two were immediately hilarious. It's really going. I actually want to go. The more I read, the more interesting it gets. That's right. This music gives me goosebumps. Anyway, I'm idle. Why don't I go and join in the fun? Go chant. Castle Peak County is not far from us. You take a bus now and then a taxi. I guess you can get there by 2 p.m. Holy. Anybody sign up? Let's go together. Netizens frantically swiped the screen. Surprisingly, by Shaoan's sentence to arouse the desire to come to the scenic spot. As for Anne, she was content to put away her cell phone and start waiting. 10 minutes passed quickly, and a small, fat man in a black bodysuit came running over with a smile on his face. Hello? Been waiting a long time, haven't you? You are safe and sound, right? He held out his hand to interlock with Anne, a face smiling and looking kind. I'm Inuyasha. Just call me by my name. Was show. It was also the first time that Anne had met a webcaster, and she was still a bit rattled. He smiled and responded with a handshake, inadvertently scanning the camera equipment Zhu Shou was carrying behind him. I heard that this person was here to shoot a video on mine avoidance, but I didn't expect the equipment to be quite complete. Just call me Little Anne. The tickets are already bought. Let's go change them. The two of them exchanged a few simple pleasantries and went straight to the ticket office to exchange their tickets. Zhao University sat at the end of the ticket hall with a simple and enthusiastic smile, handing two newly printed ticket stubs to each other while adding with a smile. At present, only one attraction is open in Wanyuan Mountain. The two of you can just follow the map. And the attraction show, Night of the Millennium Ancient Walled City, starts at 5:30 p.m. sharp. At that time, please arrive at the Ancient Walled City Plaza on time, so as not to miss the wonderful show. He watched the backs of those two men as they left, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he softly cheered them on. Have a good time, both of you. Chapter 10, The Boatman Who Can Recite Poetry. The view of Wanyuan Mountain is average, but the air quality is really good. The two walked into the park listening to the bird calls, and Zhu Shou carried a selfie stick and videotaped the whole thing. He was here today on a mission. As a blogger who helps people avoid the lightning, he will be very critical of any poor quality attraction facilities and services. But when he was ready to start cursing, he hesitated. This place does, seems okay, and ran ahead of him, pointing at the ground with a raised eyebrow and a smile. This cobblestone road is quite skillfully paved. Zhu Shou also looked up and forward, in the direction of the right side of the entrance, in the middle of two bushes. A winding pebble road stretched upwards. And the most interesting thing is that the pebbles that were laid were surprisingly colorful. According to the red, orange, yellow, green and blue colors, paving a rainbow path forward. And vaguely, on that rainbow pavement, one could still see the three big words, Wanyuan Mountain, composed of clean white pebbles. Hey, kind of funny huh? Just into the park. The scenic area presented to them has been a completely different face, which is completely different from the online comment area dirt road mud road. But of course Shusho and Shawan would not be shocked by such a small view. The two men continued to walk in with their hands behind their backs and soon saw the large river in the distance. There's a little dock next to that gentle, open river that's covered in flowers and looks nice. Go over there and look. Somehow, Shawan was inexplicably a bit excited and pulled Shusho forward quickly. The pebble road slowly turned to dirt. Then the hidden wooden walkway revealed itself. The little fatty's expression was a bit disgusted. This wood doesn't look too sturdy. It won't drop me, right? Oops, how is that possible? And put one foot in front of the other and darted forward. Green mountains were behind. Green water was flowing. And a huge flower wall was in front. The old crooked-necked tree, which had lived for hundreds of years, stood quietly, and the swing hanging above it swayed gently with the breeze. And the swing? Little and was happy. And Shusho was mildly interested. He'd been to scenic spots where the docks were just for picking up people, clean and simple, with no frills whatsoever. But this place is interesting. Combining the set with the pier makes the not-so-interesting backgrounds look good. But he quickly noticed something else. What's that? Above the wooden trestle, a standing sign stood there, painted blue and written in plain white letters. I miss you in the river of time. Cut. Wishguard's disdainful voice, however, drew little end to him. I miss you at. And molded over. And suddenly her eyes lit up. Wish Mamoru, will you take a picture for me? Shusho shrugged his shoulders. As a professional Vald blogger, he finished taking 2 nice pictures of Shawan, and then he went around the wall of flowers in a flash, ready to go for a cruise on the pier. As for Shawan, who was left behind, he pinched his cell phone and thought for half a day, then sent the photo to a girl he liked very much. Ahem, I came to a site today, and it was quite interesting. Whatever, let's hope she reads the words in that sign and understands him. He put away his cell phone and walked around the wall of flowers, but immediately froze in place. Same with Wish Keeper. Not awed by the scenery or how big and luxurious the ship was, but subdued by the people on board. Above the turquoise river, a flatboat, a cabin, but on the top of the boat stood a surprising boatman. A green robe, fluffy straw raincoat hanging on the shoulders, and then up. Is the boatman's face to hide most of the green ruah hat? Are they trespassing in the land of some outsider? Uncle Shue pursed his lips, tilted his head 15 degrees sideways slightly, and clamped his buttocks together to hold back a hoarse whisper. Are the two guests taking a boat? Seeing the visibly shocked expressions of those two, Uncle Shue frantically stifled his laughter. Leave it alone. That's what Chief Ko taught me. The voice must be low. The posture must be handsome. Not even the angle of the head twisting can be off. He said it. This is most. Let's do the scenery. Handsome is finished. The air froze a bit for a while, and Shawan poked the waist of the little fat man next to him and asked quietly, is this still a scenic spot? Are we going the wrong way? Shusho wasn't so sure at this point. You don't know? This man is so bluffing when he stands here. Is this boat going to the Millennium Ancient Walled City? Shusho, after all, has experience. He took out his ticket to take a closer look at the map behind him and asked tentatively. Uncle Shue nodded gently, pivoting the boat pole behind him and jamming it to his waist with a dashing wave of his pale hand. Settle down. Get in the boat. The blue waves were rippling, and the flatboat slowly left the ferry and traveled forward in both sides of the river. In the cabin, and looked around, a little hesitant. I thought this scenic boat was broken and leaky? He whispered, his hand still unable to resist sneaking around. I don't know. Shusho was supposed to be here to help the netizens to avoid the lightning to give bad reviews, but when he sat up, great guy. The cabin's bamboo woven interior, luxurious soft cushions, a small table and tea table, a small lantern painted with bamboo and rattan swaying slightly. The two of them sat inside. Immediately felt as if it became an ancient family's son out to play in the mountains. How the hell to give a bad review? As for the worldly man on the bow of the boat, that, master? In the quiet atmosphere, Shusho hesitated for half a day before finally summoning up the courage to strike up a conversation with him. What do you do for a living? The boat head of the world outside the high people shaking or action at a time. Green ruah hat slightly oblique. A sentence did not say, but let Shusho instantly toe gouge the ground. Aha! Damn! What is he doing? But he was soon not embarrassed when the boat slowed down halfway through its journey, and the boatman at the bow looked up ahead and whispered, beyond the green hills of Hakka Road. What? When they finally heard the boatman speak, Both of them couldn't help but probe for a closer look. Rowing boats before green water, like reading a poem? Zhu Shou immediately noticed the hotspot and quietly stuck the selfie stick out. Cell phone screen, both sides of the mountains, green water reflecting the blue sky, a lone boat, the boatman figure more and more relaxed and comfortable up. The tide is flat. He raised his hand violently, his voice booming, causing both Shaoan and Zhu Shou to shiver. Feng Zhen, a sail hangs in the balance. Awesome. The poems and poses that Su Jing had gone to great lengths to teach Uncle Shui had served as an excellent pretense in the end. Uncle Shui forgot the words and obediently lowered his head to continue rowing. The two behind him, however, instantly exploded. Did you hear that? I heard it. He's reciting a poem, isn't he? The two exchanged quick words in spoken language, and with a look of excitement on her face, and pointed to Zhu Shou's cell phone and made a lip sync. Did you shoot it? Did you shoot it? Wish Shou responded with a smile as well. Shot. Nice guy. The first little hotspot is there. The worldly man-old boatman composed a poem on the spot. How energizing. Uncle Shui noticed the complete silence behind him and revealed a small snicker, but then hurriedly put away his smile to pretend to be serious. Xiao Su always said it. Hi man. Gotta be able to fake it. Hurry up and get them to the ancient fortress and his mission will be accomplished. Under the influence of the poem, the tide is flat on both shores. The wind is blowing and a sail is hanging. The flatboat soon traveled downstream and reached their destination. Zhu Shou and Shaoan got off the boat dizzily and were about to leave when they heard the worldly figure speak again. Recently, the bright moon-walled city is not too peaceful. A few guests into the walled city. Want to integrate? Remember to bring the rituals to participate in the evening ritual ceremony before Chapter 11, The 1,000 Years of the Moon-Walled City. What does he mean? At the riverside ferry, Shaoan and Zhu Shou looked at each other suspiciously. I've never heard of a quest to visit a scenic spot. Besides, what does unsettled mean? And what's a ritual? Oh, I know. Zhu Shou was the one who played a lot in the end. He explained it Shaoan with a clap of his hands. I think he means we have to buy something in the old cottage before we can go to the evening ritual. Zhu Shou, who had finally caught the black material he wanted, was all smiles. Oh, mandatory consumption. I knew the front was all pretend. This is a black-hearted scenic spot, trying to make money off of us tourists with this. The little fat man thumped his chest and shouted assurances at the camera lens. Wait for me in a minute and I'll go see. What the hell are they trying to pull? And followed, frowning tightly. God knows he had just really found the place interesting and was going to share it with his co-workers and friends down here so they could come and play. That's what this is all about. Does the scenic spot really intend to make money by selling rituals? As Zhu Shou said, isn't this the equivalent of paying to see a show twice? There was still a glimmer of expectation in his mind. I hope Zhu Shou's speculation is false. And I hope the scenic spot doesn't just get remodeled and think about making a quick buck. The two hesitated for a moment and officially entered the attraction. In front of them is a very high piece of steps. They can only climb the steps to see the whole picture of the bright moon fortress. Zhu Shou leading the big steps upward. Obese body at this time unusually flexible. They're here. Take your places. Behind the big tree. Su Jing rushed the intercom and finished conveying in a low voice. Then straightened the hem of his clothes and walked out. Oh, it's an outsider. The two had just walked up the steps, and before they had time to look ahead, there was a flash of light, and a figure sprang out of nowhere. Handsome and tall, she wore an exotic dress with ethnic overtones, and her hair was wrapped in a piece of colored fabric. The two guests have traveled a long way, but do you wish to attend our bright moon-walled city's ceremony tonight? Su Jing shook his head and talked to himself. The walled city hasn't been too peaceful lately, and people don't really want to go out anymore. So since the two of you have come here specifically, you can wander around in the afternoon, and just go to the village square at 5 o'clock in the evening. Tonight's ceremony starts at 5:30 sharp. The two men's attention was focused on him as they watched the scenic NPC pull two cards out of his pocket and hand them over, then come over with a mysterious look on his face. The people in our cottage are very warm and friendly, and everyone loves helpful visitors, so I hope you get along. Oh, right. Su Jing turned to leave, but then he raised a finger. If you two see anything strange, just don't pay attention to it. Like I said, the walled village has not been too peaceful lately. He turned around and left quickly. A few twists and turns into the fortress disappeared. The two men were dumbfounded, looking at the simple map of Manhwa village on the card in their hands before raising their heads to look at the 1,000-year-old village in front of them. But this look is extraordinary. The two men's jaws dropped. In front of this layer upon layer, flying house slanting roof, spreading to the ridge of the huge ancient colorful complex. Is that leaflet written on the Millennium Ancient Walled City? They really thought it was just a Thai village one. Not. He's serious. The two of them were on their feet, slowly approaching the entrance to the village. On the huge stone plaque, The three big words, Bright Moon-Walled City, were carved with dragons and phoenixes. The green stone road was spreading upwards in a winding manner. The wooden structure of the footstools were strewn on both sides of the street, and the exquisite wooden pavilions could be seen every few steps. You said this place was 9 out of 10 before? Shu Shou felt his voice drifting. It can't be a 9 just to have such a beautiful old building landed here, can it? Shaoan also walked with a weak step, intoxicated in a piece of colorful bamboo and sunken wood. I don't know. A while ago, it seems that the business was shut down and reorganized. Is it newly built? This doesn't look like new construction. Shu Shou took a few steps and scurried to the front of a house, touching the carved patterns on the windowsill and tutang. Look at this craftsmanship, and there's no paint odor. How could it have been built in a few days? His eyes burned, and he had long forgotten his task of making a big criticism. If you ask me, I'm afraid that this scenic spot has really discovered an ancient building complex. The two of them walked along the quiet and light alleyway road, the scaled and modeled roofs of the houses, glittering mysteriously in the sunlight, making the two of them overwhelmed by the sight. Creak. The sound of a wooden door pushing open interrupted the two men's appreciation, and the portal in front of them on the right opened wide, and a beautifully dressed woman frowned as she walked out clutching a bamboo-woven dustpan. Ugh! The woman's furrowed brow instantly stretched at the sight of the two. Yo! I have heard that there are two guests from afar in the fortress today, and I think it must be you. She laughed softly twice, then came over with small, pleading steps. Two kind guests. I have some rice grains here that need to be dried, but I still have to prepare them for tonight's ritual. Can you help me dry them? Just put it under this windowsill. Shaoan and Shu Shou looked at each other, a little confused. What's going on? Aren't they guests? How come you're actually being called to work? Shu Shou had been a bit tempted to refuse, but Shaoan immediately and enthusiastically took the dustpan. Okay, you go and get busy. Just finish drying it, huh? Hope gave a small smile. Okay, the first mission went well. Right, I'll go in first then. You guys hang out. How could she need to do anything to prepare? Hope's only task was just to sneak behind the door and observe the progress of the two. Shu Shou leaned to the side, snapping left and right with his cell phone, with no intention of stepping forward to help, and didn't care. After all, it was just a matter of sprinkling out the bracts and spreading them evenly. After a few minutes, and wiped the sweat from the corners of her forehead and looked up. Squeak. The gate opened just in time for the woman to poke her head out of it with a surprised look on her face. Ugh, you done? She smiled and raised her hand. Wait for me, guest, and was puzzled, but stood in the doorway and waited. Within a short time, the woman came out clutching a thin bunch of rushes. Since you are also here for the celebration ceremony, this offering is for you. Thank you for doing me a favor. Her eyes flicked if anything to the little fat man. Then she handed the rutabaga to and turned to go through the door. Shu Shou glared, looking at the rutabaga in Shaoan's arms, questioning, this is the sacrifice? Just give it to us so easily? Think it's like playing a game and doing a quest? You can give us props for doing her a favor? And shrugged. Doesn't matter, we'll just keep skulking around and find out, won't we? This time Shu Shou didn't retort, and they followed the map and continued on. There are a couple of little star markers on the map that mark special sightseeing spots here. Distribution is more scattered. The scenic area and the lack of sightseeing buses. You can only rely on two people walking sneak. As it turned out, this way, it was really like Shaoan said. The villagers kept appearing to seek help from them. One moment it was a burly man whose crate was stuck in a gap in the slab and couldn't get out, and needed their help to push it. One moment it's a simple girl anxiously looking for her lost earrings on the side of the road. There were other villagers dressed in a variety of clothes weaving through the streets. Su Jing sat in front of a tea stall deep in the ancient fortress, sipping his tea with priority and listening to the successive signals from the employees and acrobats coming through his headphones. Area A missions have all been done. 2 of the B area quests were done, and they didn't notice the third one. Quests in Area C are all done and visitors are now on their way to Area D. Here we go. Chapter 12, Strange Things. Su Jing looked toward the stone path, and 2 figures soon appeared at the end, but the 2 of them can be quite different at this point than when they first came in. What to say? Tired, but vaguely revealing a strange sense of excitement, especially after the 2 saw where Su Jing was. Their eyes lit up even more. Da. Hello, may we be of assistance to you? The excited Zhu Shou and Shaoan stopped and looked at the ushers in front of them who guided them into the cottage, their eyes gurgling and wondering what they were guessing. 2 people are each holding a bunch of artemisia, a look to help a lot of villagers. Oh, this is the tea stall merchant store I run. Su Jing shrugged. The 2 of you can buy some water to drink here if you need it. It was only after his reminder that the 2 reacted to their dry mouths. Yaha. Rest. In the afternoon, The two of them stood against the sun and strolled through the entire fortress almost all the way, fearing that they would miss any of the NPCs in addition to appreciating the civilization of this beautiful village that fell on the hillside. Su Jing smiled and reached out to signal them to take their seats, then pointed to the QR code on the table. Sweep the code to place an order. Nice guy. His words made the two finally wake up a bit. Right, ha. They were in a scenic area, not really going to an old village home. Shu Shou lost his smile, which led him to pull out his cell phone and scan the code. After 2 hours of touring, he had long since lost his prejudice against this scenic spot. Not to mention, just the whole thing of helping NPCs get sacrifices really filled them with a sense of participation in the event. Moreover, there are no hidden charges here, and they don't know who is the NPC that can give them the sacrificial props, and it is possible that after they help others to finish their work, they will get a piece of spud to eat or a cup of water to drink. But it was this simple and primitive hospitality that filled the two men with a fulfilling experience. So now, even if this scenic spot sells 30 cups of tea drinks, he is willing to pay for it. Ugh, that cheap? The page that popped up on the phone was a very rudimentary applet that looked like a crude menu made on the fly. Hand-beaten lemon tea 15, jasmine green tea 13, passion fruit grape ice tea 16, deliciously good QQ9 Iba poof tea 20. Rule out the last one first. Wishguard raised an eyebrow. This is a scenic spot. Ugh. Drinks are that cheap? A bottle of ice water in a scenic spot can cost $8, and a cup of his tea drink is only a dozen dollars? Then let's both have a couple cups of lemon tea to drink. Littleton didn't object. He was holding the rutabaga in his hand and counting it. Su Jing received the backstage order and immediately went into the inner room to start making it up. With water and electricity available at Ninggu's High, it was easy for him to buy just a few basic tools to make tea for sale. After a bit of clanking, Su Jing walked out with 2 cups of lemon tea. Enjoy. He set down his tea and turned to go inside, giving the two of them room to chat. As a result, he had just squatted and prepared to eavesdrop when he saw Tian poking her head out of the back door, followed by Yuan's sister and Feng Cheng. What brings you here? He asked quietly, and Hope, still wearing the woman's costume from earlier at this point, whispered back, we've already finished receiving the 3rd batch of tourists. They're in Area B now. It's the Green Cloud acrobats they're in charge of. Tian nodded back. We want to hear what this first batch of visitors have to say. After all, they are the ones who have shopped around the most. Let's see what else is not done enough, so that we can improve in time later. TSK. Look at this realization. Su Jing nodded in satisfaction. Watch for a while and hurry back. There may be others coming. Hope nodded at Tian, and a few people came together to eavesdrop behind the door. The voices outside the door were slowly becoming clearer. So the two of us together only got a total of 15 offerings? Isn't that too few? It can't be helped. I feel like all the NPC quests have been completed and the maximum amount is these. Ugh. I wish I had known that I would have worked the first grain tanning quest, so I could have gotten some more. But we're going to all this trouble to collect it here. And I don't know what the hell it's good for? Ha 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 ha. Whatever. It's my first time to participate in this form of activity. I feel so interesting. This scenic spot is not in vain. Ha 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 ha. That's true. It's also the first time I've seen this kind of way of doing quests to get props. It's novel enough. I don't know who helped the scenic area come up with the idea. After the two had finished their discussion, they finally started talking about the village. But is it true what you say? About this ancient fortress? I honestly don't know. Looking at the outside of the building and those sculptures and stuff, it's really dated. Shu Shou took a sip of lemon tea. It would be great if we could be let in. Just look at the decorative layout inside and see when it was built. Xiaowen didn't really care that much. Anyway, this ancient fortress looks really nice. Any shot is a painting. The best part is the plants and flowers hanging down from the second floors of the hammock buildings on both sides. It's so pretty. The toilets are kind of crappy, but I can understand that in this ancient fortress. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the scenery here is so beautiful. I feel like I've never seen such a beautiful ancient fortress before. I didn't expect that our county's small scenic spot could also engage in such a big deal. Just now, if I hadn't come here to drink tea and scan the code to order food, I would have forgotten that this is a scenic spot. Ha 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 ha. Me too. Shu Shou and Xiaowen had long since become good brothers in friendship after 2 hours of action. At this time happily drinking tea, began to rest kanji. At the back of the house, Su Jing saw that it was about time, revealed a smile, and whispered over the intercom, Ghost Tiger, can appear. The intercom didn't answer back, but Su Jing knew they were ready. Since we're doing a play, we have to do the whole play. Swish! The sound of the two men talking outside the door suddenly came to an abrupt halt, followed by the uncertain sound of Anne's voice. Did you just see something scurry past? Shu Shou also flinched a bit as he did see a huge black shadow flash past just now. It's a misreading, isn't it? At this time the sun is already westward sloping. The two hesitated for a moment. Somehow, suddenly thought of entering the cottage when Su Jing and they said strange things too. Plus the worldly man who rowed the boat said it wasn't too peaceful. It always feels a little scary. Oh, yeah. I looked at the time. And it's almost 5 o'clock. Shouldn't we get ready to go to the central square? Shusho's afterglow surveyed the 4 hidden places on the street corner and slowly got up, ready to leave. But in the next moment he heard screams coming from the distance. Ah! The two jumped up instantly. Did you hear that? What a sound! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't scare me. Ah! Isn't this a scenic spot? Is it a show? Move! At the same time, a succession of shrieks rang out around them in different directions. And the two men, even more flustered, hurriedly got up and ran away. Let's go to. The two men were fixed in place. Their pupils clenched and their eyes focused on the dimly lit alleyway in the distance. Momentarily creeped out. There was a dark and vicious horrible face hidden in the darkness, staring at them with death. Aha! Chapter 13, The Beginning of the Sacrifice. After a moment of ghostly cries, Little N and Jusho finally met the source of the other screams. Nice guy! Everyone saw each other and their minds slowly settled down. Turns out they weren't the only ones who came in. A group of tourists gathered to look at each other in disbelief, looking at each other's polished, modern clothing, and Jusho was the first to speak up. So, everyone is a tourist? A girl on the other side of the street was running sweaty. Sure, we came in after 2. Yeah, we came in after 1 o'clock, and looked at her watch as well. We're the earliest then. We got in around 11:30. Everyone instantly shifted their eyes to the large handful of rutabagas in their arms. I'll go. It was the same girl who spoke up. How did you guys get so many offerings? Well, we've been in here a long time, and we've wandered around the place pretty much, Shusho explained, suddenly reacting. So you guys are collecting sacrifices too? Everyone smiled at each other and the atmosphere finally became a bit lighter. Ha ha ha, this scenic activity is fun. Playing us tourists around. Who understands? Originally wanted to swim in the mountains and play in the water, but as soon as we came in, we started to sunbathe in the bunting, push the crate, and look for earrings. Ha 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 ha, I've done these quests too. How come I haven't done the quest to find the earrings? Everyone chatted. The atmosphere is getting higher and higher. The whole thing is if the game through the exchange of experience. Wait, and had no choice but to stop the chatter. Let's not forget the things that scared us just now. Didn't the boatman say so? The fortress hasn't been peaceful lately. Since everyone finds it interesting, we have to follow the rules of the game, and pointed to the watch on her wrist. All those things just appeared at the same moment. I guess, it's a reminder that we have to get ready to go to the center square for the ritual. He fudged. If we're late, who knows what we'll meet. Everyone immediately recalled the strange things they had just seen at his words and couldn't help but shiver. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, all of them looked at each other and immediately clutched the rutabagas in their arms as they walked together towards the center square. And Su Jing, who was observing from the shadows, also pressed the intercom and spoke softly. Visitors are assembled for the plaza. All staff, take your positions. This first good show, it's about to start. It's not just tourists who are involved in this ritual. Tourists dotted far behind. Seeing people from all the families fishtailing in the distance. Everyone had a large ball of burlap in their hands, and with a brisk pace, they soon left the tourists behind and turned the corner to disappear at the end of the road. Let's hurry too. It's getting late. The tourists quickened their pace, but when they reached the grounds, they saw that the square was empty, except for a standing pile of burlap standing on the left and right sides of the periphery. That, just as everyone was a bit hesitant and confused, Su Jing finally slowly walked out. It's the usher. Someone spotted Su Jing's figure and immediately pointed at him and screamed out. Su Jing, who had been inexplicably anonymized, didn't answer, but walked to the front of the crowd and bowed his hand, then opened his mouth with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen who have traveled a long way, it looks like everyone is here. He waved a hand backward. There is no need for you to wonder. This is the rule for us, the people of this fortress, to participate in the ceremony, clad in sackcloth, unable to move or speak the entire time, until the ceremony is completely over. You are visitors from out of town, so naturally you don't have to follow our rules. So everyone just watch from this area. It dawned on the crowd that the natives couldn't move. So no wonder they looked strangely like a bunch of dummies there. TSK. That's tough. Everyone sat on the sunken steps of the plaza on their own, and Su Jing stepped aside to secretly keep track of the progress. Like a dummy? That's the dummy. The scenic employees plus the acrobats were less than 20, and now they were all basically going to prepare for the evening show, so how would they have time to stand as NPCs for them? Finally, as the sun officially set over the distant mountains and the purple haze spread in the sky, The complex behind the small square lost the sun's illumination and cascaded like the black shadows of huge monsters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do I feel goosebumps rising? Man, this is a little scary, isn't it? This doesn't look like a scenic spot, but it's actually a trafficking ring, does it? Listen to me. Don't be horrible. The most important thing you can do right now is to uninstall the Slowfoot app first. In the midst of everyone's whispers, a burst of drums suddenly came out from the darkness at the back of the small square. From weak to strong, from far to near, from small to large. Knock, knock, knock. The attention of all the tourists was instantly attracted. Shaoan and Zhu Shou leaned closer. His cell phone ran out of battery. He could only let Shaoan take more pictures. Not long after, a row of 10 men with bare shoulders slowly emerged from the darkness. Ooh! The crowd let out cries of surprise. The 10 men across the street were dressed in strange garments, half pants, half skirts, and their bodies and faces were painted with black and red oil paint, the gold trim depicted on them visible only when they moved a great deal. Knock knock. All the people were in unison in their postures, and the drums were beating in unison, the ringing getting louder and louder, the rhythm getting more and more urgent. Then all of them scattered violently, like two ground dragons, rushing to the crowd of spectators and stomping the ground with a thud. Ha! The majestic ethnic flavor and momentum of the mountains and seas, to the tourists, and could even smell their herbs and burning charcoal from the far mountains. His vision brightened, and his whole body straightened up instantly. Zhu Shou, who had seen many performances, also nodded frequently at this time. Unlike that kind of dance drama in a luxurious amphitheater, which was heavily commercialized, this kind of performance, which was full of primitive flavor, was instead interesting to him. 10 large grease-faced men danced a simple drill to the left and right, small hammers hanging on either side of their bodies, followed by light hand clapping on the drums, their mouths murmuring in a gurgle that blocked everyone's view, and at last, their ravings growing weaker and weaker, they turned with a jerk and threw back their hands and shouted, "Open the altar! Invoke the gods!" The group circled around again, revealing the dimly lit nighttime square behind them again. Wow! The flames were huge. The center of the square did not know when to stand up half a high platform. Bamboo and rattan branches and leaves built, below the 2 fire pots burning fire. Half of the square will be illuminated. Both sides of the villagers are still standing there stiffly covered with burlap. The shadow behind them dragged long, accompanied by the firelight slightly shaking, looking inexplicably bizarre. But the tourists who still pay attention to those, they stared at the long table interviewed on the high platform, on which 3 strange-faced bodhisattvas were quietly placed on the table, with candles and offerings of fruits lined up in front of them. Su Jing walked out at some point, with a red cloth tied around his head, and his face was also painted with 2 lines of golden grease paint that ran from above his eyelids right up to the corner of his forehead. His gaze was haunted as he looked at the visitors in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The ritual has begun. O guests from afar, your offerings, you may send them up." Chapter 14, Invoking the Gods. Coming. Everyone's spirits were shaken. If it wasn't for Su Jing's reminder, they really thought that they had come to some ancient walled village to participate in some kind of sacrificial ceremony. It's okay. It's okay. Sneaking goosebumps off her body, and followed the crowd forward, clutching her own large bunch of rutabagas. The ritual is placed in an iron barrel, surrounded only by the crackling sound of burning flames, the tourists one after another, until Shaoan holding a large bouquet of walked up, finally got the guide Su Jing's sidelong glance. He patted On's shoulder with a satisfied expression. "This guest got a lot of offerings then. It looks like you're a good and helpful person. Good people get side-eyed by the gods." After he finished speaking, he signaled the next person to come forward, causing Shaoan and the people behind him who had heard Su Jing speak to become insanely curious. Sideways glances from the gods? What is it? Visitors who had experienced a wave of activity sessions immediately pricked up their ears. The scenic description hadn't mentioned this. Could it be some kind of little surprise? Only for the person who gets the most props? Everyone's eyes flickered, but they didn't hear that mysterious usher speak again until everyone was released. Everyone could only return to their original positions with curiosity, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Eeyore! In the middle of a silent night sky, the sound of a melodious flute rang out. Then drums, men's chants, and even an unknown instrument chimed in. A white mist spread in the darkness on both sides of the high platform, soon enveloping the offering table completely and making it impossible to see. Behind the densely packed dummy stakes, Sister Yuan came to Su Jing's side and asked softly with suppressed excitement, "Where did you get all this stuff? Little boss? Did we even hire a singing troupe?" A question mark popped up on Su Jing's face. "Sister, we are at least a scenic spot. It's normal to have a dry ice maker, an announcing speaker and a stereo, right? As for music, it's an internet society now. What has music online that doesn't? Just pick a couple of flavorful tunes and edit them. When Hope saw that he wasn't talking, she thought it was another trade secret and stopped asking questions. There are so many strange things happening to the little boss these days. Huge ancient fortresses built in over 10 days. Beautiful decorative props everywhere in the scenery. And endless ideas. An outsider might not think much of it. But she was an old man who had been following the scenery for almost 10 years. Could it be true that a trip to college could turn one into such a godly figure? As Zhao University had said? She stopped asking. But her expression tensed. It's starting. Small boss said Nuo danced the first act of the main event. Knock knock. The sound of the wind, the drums, the soprano flute, all of them stagnated. Then a penetrating oboe sounded, and a strange black-robed man wearing a menacing mask violently rushed out of the white mist. It's that thing. There were exclamations of surprise from the crowd, some instantly recalling what they had just experienced when they were startled. But soon, the man beside him shook his head out. No, it seems different. That's right. Do you guys remember the video we watched on Shake Asterisk? It's very similar. The man wearing a black-faced, gold-eyed bull's head mask swings his hands in strange poses, then dances through the white mist to the sound of shawms and drums. Thump! Bam! He danced wildly and passionately, stirring up the white mist and tossing it over, as if he were praying piously for something, and slammed her hands together. Just now they shouted, "It's an invocation." He pointed at Zhu Shou at the masked monster in the white mist. He's invoking God. He was right. And as the masked freak's strange solo dance became more and more exaggerated, two more men sprang out from either side of that white mist and danced intertwined with him, and at some point the iron barrel with the rushes was pushed out, hidden in the white mist. Knock knock. The drums grew louder and louder, gradually overpowering the oboe, at the moment of the last bursting drum strike. Wow! Hundreds of bundles of artemisia in the iron barrel instantly ignited. Sky-high fire white fog dispersed, but also the faces of all the tourists illuminated. Shine a light on there. Faces full of excitement and wonder. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Obviously only less than half an hour into the show, Shaoan felt that he had already heard, seen and touched so many interesting feasts, but that's just the beginning. The flames lit up not only the front of the square, but also the high platform at the back of the square. What is that? That? Behind the firelight, on top of a high platform, a huge face was faintly illuminated, revealing a blurred visage. His eyebrows were like flames, his horns curved, and his blood-red eyes were like struck golden lightning. The face was fierce but solemn. The huge mouth and fangs were majestic. Obviously, at first glance, it makes people fearful, but at a closer look, it makes people somehow feel at ease again. It's God. Zhu Shou at this moment which still remember that he came over to pick a nit? His complexion moved. His face full of fat meat squeezed together, rushed to the side of the people excitedly shouted. Everyone certainly didn't need him to say that. Even though the firelight quickly disappeared and the white mist escaped once again, but just now under that shocking glimpse, it made everyone remember. The villagers' rituals are useful. God is really looking over. The dancing villagers seemed to sense the presence of the god as well, and all placed their hands reverently against their foreheads, and more dancers came out from the sides of the high platform, armed with long sticks or flagpoles and wearing all kinds of masks, and stood in a line and danced a weird but warlike and strange dance in the white mist. Sticks and rods exchanged, chirping gusts. Behind the white fog there was a vague sound of wind, as if there was something stupid about to scurry out from there in general. Yasu leaned forward more and more. He was now fully immersed in the ritual of welcoming the god, and the very next second everyone was probing. A huge wave of wind swept violently across the square, blowing the white mist from behind in an instant of confusion, and the dancers staggered back, hidden in the dimness. Then, inexplicable whispers rose up, buzzing in bursts, making them inaudible. They only felt the sound spread throughout the plaza, and even the surrounding buildings reverberated with long echoes. Finally, wow! Footsteps sounded softly, flutes blared, and what was behind that white mist finally came out. One person. A dragon. The huge dragon head that tumbled in the white mist. Even the mane behind the dragon's horns was unusually ethereal and light, and the silver-white dragon scales all over its body emitted a strange light. The dragon's head is in the front. The dragon's body is in the back. The divine beast that existed in the legend leaped out of that fog and took off. Oh my god, look to the side. I have goosebumps. Amidst the sound of the flute and the wind, a barefoot, white-haired girl clutched the mane of the white dragon next to her, her eyes soulful as she looked around. The primordial dragon's horns on her head were so lifelike and childishly rounded that they made all hearts grow fonder. Welcome, Wind Dragon Messenger. Chapter 15 Nua's Dance. A Lochi language rang out, and that white dragon shook violently, and even instantly exploded its hair, directly leaping out of the white mist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Oh my god, I've got beans. As the crowd gasped, The white dragon flipped through the mist and circled around the dragoness. That's when visitors see the looming feet that support the white dragon's massive body. Phew. Good thing it's fake. Shusho patted his chest, finally relieved. That white dragon and dragoness were so real that he was going to feel like he had actually run away to some mythical ancient world. After the dragon lady surrounded by white dragons looked around, her eyes suddenly fixed on the tourists. You, come here. The young girl's silver white eyes glowed vaguely with a golden red light, and as An met her eyes, she took a deep breath of cold air. Sideways glances from the gods. Is that what it says? That's how it started? In the center of the square with the melodious music, Shaoan, in the envious eyes of a group of tourists, legs fluttering, followed the usher Su Jing down the steps. Brother, what are you doing? Why don't you tell me? Su Jing smiled, the golden oils on his eyes seeming to speak. As I said, you have the greatest number of sacrifices. You're lucky to have received the blessing of the dragon lady. For the rest of the ceremony, just relax, stand still and don't move, and quietly receive the blessing in washing. Shaoan Xin walked forward with apprehension until he reached the center of the square, only to find that several intersecting bamboo rings had appeared here on the ground at some point. Su Jing led him into one of the bamboo rings and cautioned again. Whatever happens, don't move. The spirits will keep you safe and sound, all at ease. And let out a deep breath, lowered her hand, and looked ahead. The Hans who had been playing drums and dancing earlier scurried out again at some point, banging on their drums, singing and dancing around the bamboo circle. The gargoyles led the way and flew in front, and the Hans jumped right behind them, and held her breath until a small fire appeared in her vision and the tourists across the street seemed to be moving. What's that? Ha! Shaoan was just about to turn his head to look when he was subdued by the unanimous bellowing of the Hans, and he crossed over to the burly men to see the dragon lady at his side with a quiet, elegant smile. She waved her hand gently, her silver-white robe drawing languid arcs in the night sky, reflecting the illusory and mysterious smile on her face. The wind comes. The sleeve hem shook momentarily. Get rid of the evil. Phew. The wild winds rose up flat from nowhere and whistled. In just a moment, the fire in the rest of Shaoan's vision rose up into the wind, instantly igniting the bamboo ring on the ground. Wow. Wow. One by one, the rings of fire rose up, spreading quickly like dominoes around little Anne. The speed was so fast that it was not even enough for Shaoan to react, and the fire ignited the bamboo rings under Shaoan's feet amidst the screams of the tourist crowd. The rushing fire rose into the air. In an instant, the little Anne inside was completely covered. Holy! Jusho's eyes widened vigorously, his pupils clenching. Nothing's going to happen to his new best buddy, right? But the next moment, all the tourists were dumbfounded after watching the flames disappear, revealing the intact and even openly laughing little Anne inside. Asterisk. Ah, Shaoan did not know what to say. After all, next to the dragon lady in the room, he can only mouth full of to express his shock. In that instant just now, his vision was covered with hot red. However, a green light instantly floated up on his body, and not only was it not hot, but it was quite cool. The green light collided with the sparks, bursting into crackling, flickering gold stars and a blinding red flame, putting on a stunningly good show that only he could see. It's so shocking. The sparks quickly dissipated and the night reappeared, and at the end of Anne's vision were the holy eyes of the dragoness and the smiling face of the usher. Go back. Su Jing pushed Shaoan before she lost her mind and returned to the tourists. After experiencing a big surprise, Zhu Shou was still a little taken back when he saw Shaoan. How about it, bro? Just scared me to death. Dude, did you get burned? What the hell? Is this the surprise we were talking about? Is it pretty? Is it scary? Do I have to pay for it? And waved her hand and sat down with her pupils out of focus and what appeared to be gold stars flashing before her eyes. You won't know until you see it for yourselves. This time the crowd even more exploded. In the end, what can make this kid become like this all of a sudden? Can't it be that they really cast a spell on him? Spells? Of course, casting spells. Su Jing let out a light laugh as he watched the tourists mingle. When he handed in the offering just now, was that pat on Shaoan's shoulder for nothing? Shrugging, he withdrew his gaze and spoke in a low voice over the intercom. The Nua opera performance is over. Wang Hao and San are preparing for the final performance. As the words fell, he took a step forward with a mysterious and regretful smile. The white mist behind them slowly dissipated, and all the performers disappeared, leaving only the forlorn high platform. Someone noticed something and whimpered softly. God is gone. Everyone looked over together, only to realize that the huge god's face that had been glimpsed earlier had disappeared. The tourists were a little saddened, but looked to their guide to see what he had to say. It's a shame. Su Jing bowed slightly. Due to a shortage of sacrifices, we can only go so far in our ritual. But the gods have heard our prayers and he has prepared a special blessing for us, the spark ritual. Now please come to the paddle coil in the square. All the tourists were disappointed when they heard that the show was over, but the next moment, they were excited when they heard about the spark ritual. I didn't realize there was a grand finale. Everyone got up and followed the instructions of the ushers to walk near the high platform, forming a half circle with anticipation in their eyes. And Su Jing continued to explain. The spark ritual is a blessing from the gods that descends upon us, cleansing us of the dirt and filth that surrounds us, lifting our spirits and making us better able to resist the evil forces of the outside world. Then, next, the ceremony will begin. Accompanying his words, several masked, bare-chested, burly men held their torches high and ran quickly around the high platform. Smoke rose up so that no one could see behind them at all. And at the same moment, Wang Hao and San also looked at each other in the darkness. Don't let us down for so long. Go for it. Whoosh! The two men ran quickly behind the raised platform with their iron stoves and shovels, holding their breath, gazing, waiting for their companion's song. Above the night sky of the large bright moon-walled city, a high chant that was indistinguishable between men and women steeply cut through the night curtain and resounded through the clouds. One sacrifice. Exorcism. Chapter 16. The roaming flower fire of the Manhwa walled city. Like a dinging bell in the midst of the muddle, outside the smoke of the high platform, the tourists' spirits instantly tightened. And within the smoke of the high platform, Wang Hao-san looked at each other and smiled, his muscles instantly bulging. It's time. Opening act. The golden red iron was scorching hot and rolling, and before it could show its true colors, it was instantly and violently slapped away by Wang Hao's shovel, rapidly shooting into the night sky. Snap. Phew. A rod of iron rises to the sky, and thousands of stars fall from the sky. Wow. Countless gold and red meteors burst in midair, exploding into the sky before spilling down like a waterfall, instantly provoking screams from all the tourists. Ah! What's that? Oh my god! Shrieks of shock instantly exploded throughout the plaza, and all the tourists were dumbfounded by the instantly bright sparks. But that was just the beginning, and just as someone fumbled to pull out their cell phone to take a picture, a second high chant rang out again. Second sacrifice. Avoid the filth. Phew! Snap! Accompanied by a long yell, the huge fire tree exploded once again, transforming into thousands of starlight falling down and illuminating everyone's sizzling eyes. The flashy light was in full bloom, and a meteor waterfall fell, turning into tiny grains of iron that landed lightly on the ground. Simply, just for people to offer this radiant splendor. This time no one was clamoring. Everyone covered their mouths and thoroughly immersed themselves in the grand sparkling ritual. 3 sacrifices. The high chant was even longer this time, accompanied by birdsong and apesong from the distant mountains, stirring up 1,000 echoing waves. Puan 10. This time it was 3 beats in a row. Wang Hao and San used all of their skills, surrounded by a blazing fire and using thousands of degrees of iron, to beat out this sky full of stars. Wow! 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 Silver flowers rose, and countless starbursts pierced through the infinite darkness. As the silver flowers fall, may the country be peaceful and prosperous. A circle of surrounding tourists had lost their words. They looked at the starry sky, at the magnificent fireworks they had never seen before, and fell into deep self-doubt. Wait a minute, is this something you can watch for $30? And what the hell were they paying hundreds of dollars to watch before? Shaoan stood there lost in thought, and Xu Shou on one side couldn't say anything half as critical. Avoiding thunder? No kidding. Xu Shou covered his thumping heart and breathed heavily with his mouth open. Their little county to a scenic spot in Yonkers. Looks like it's about to burst into flames. This way. The Bright Moon Cottage is not yet at peace, and I'm sure all the visitors have noticed the strange things. It is to guard our people and the sacred mountain behind us from erosion that we, the Bright Moon walled city, hold this ritual year after year. But unfortunately, with the number of villagers we have now, it's not enough to hold a full ceremony, so we can't eliminate them completely, and we can only rely on your power to suppress them for a while. Su Jing sent the tourists away while softly explaining. Ancient cottage at night. Halo yellow street lamps shine on the green stone road is very cozy. Just draped in burlap, immobilized villagers also reappeared in the green stone road, laughing and joking with each other to go to their homes. If more and more people come here in the future, I believe that a sufficient number of sacrifices will also be able to pray for stronger spell-casting blessings from the gods. At that time, it will be possible for our sacred mountain to regain the grandeur and prosperity of those days. Su Jing stopped at the entrance of the village and bowed at the crowd. I hope that when you all go back, you can publicize more, so that the life of Manhwa walled city can return to peace. When he finished, he waved in the distance. Elder Shui is already waiting. There's only one boat coming to Bright Moon walled city. Please forgive me. Tourists turn their heads. That send their own to the world. At this time still wearing a straw raincoat, hand on the boat pole, in a lonely lamp, as quietly waiting for the green pine. How dare people have any grievances? $30? What are you guys playing it with your lives for a $30 site? Another NPC giving out quests, food and offerings, a hoo-hoo fire burning show, and finally that grand sparkler show. For $30, can you guys make your money back? Everyone left in quiet and orderly groups in boats. This time Shawan and the others didn't have to worry about awkwardly striking up a conversation with the boatman like they did on the way here. Because their whole ship blew up, Sensei's visitors recognized each other or not. Everyone was now huddled together in a frantic discussion and chat. The biggest talking point was the Sparks show earlier. Asterisk. That's awesome. Really, I've been to several cities for fun, and I've never seen this show today. And that pre-quest. Who would have thought of that? We help with the quest, we get the ritual props, and we need to turn them in at the end. Even the degree of completion of the performance is related to the number of rituals we turn in. It's a whole ing story in a row. So we're the biggest protagonists. Didn't you hear him? It's because of the small number of sacrifices we had. That's why we didn't finish the show to the end. In other words, he still has a lot of performances to hide. It's been playing for almost 30 minutes and it's still not over? It's going to be so much more exciting. Forget all that. Didn't you hear the ambush from the ushers? Holy mountain. Dude, there's a holy mountain back there. Right. I heard that too. What's the holy mountain? What's the next event? Damn. I can't wait. When is it going to open? Of course, most people are still focused on this performance. No, don't any of you think that the deity that only appeared for a split second was super shocking? Holy, I'm getting a phobia of giant things. Me too, but I still love the white dragon and the dragon lady that came out later. So beautiful. Holy, that prop making, that makeup making, it's absolutely amazing. I thought a cosplayer came out somewhere. Ha 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 ha. I took pictures. That little dragon lady is super pretty, and when she waved her hand for the wind to come, I go. That rushing flame is absolutely. There was a lot of talk and discussion, but in the next second, there was silence. Everyone looked inexplicably twisted their heads to look at Shawan, the only one on the scene who had received a special surprise, divine gaze. Dude, tell me about it. What's going on? Right. I should have known I'd come earlier and shopped around more. Then maybe I would have gotten that surprise. Absolutely. Oh lucky audience. How many sacrifices have you collected? And smiled awkwardly. I feel like I didn't collect them all either. I only got 9. Holy, so many. I worked my ass off to get 7. I'm 3. I'm such a loser. Do you guys think the cap will be 10 or 20 each? So what's it really like standing in there? Is it hot? Did it burn you? And pursed her lips and sighed after a moment of serious thought. He realized that he couldn't describe it to everyone with his knowledge base. Anyway, it's, wow, crackling, day, and blushed a little and coughed. Oops. Anyway, wouldn't it be nice if you guys went in and saw it for yourselves the next time you get a chance? Anyway, all I can say is, it's so worth it. That one experience alone would have been worth the extra $50 it cost me. Nice guy. It said as much as it didn't, but instead it made everyone even more curious. But the 15-minute boat ride was fast approaching, and the worldly man didn't recite a poem this time. He just handed an oil lamp to the leader, Shawan, and whispered, "Just leave it at the front door when you leave and I'll get it." The tourists chattered and left in a row, and Uncle Shui also swung the pole to row toward the bright moon-walled city again. Only this time, as soon as he left the shore, Uncle Shui's straight back instantly shriveled up. Ugh, hi my old waist. This goddamned really isn't a job for an old man. He clunked his back and cursed under his breath, but after a moment of cursing, he burst out laughing. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and louder, even startling the birds and apes on both sides of the mountain bank. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Uncle Shui let out a long sigh and laughed in a low voice. It's hilarious. It's so nice. Chapter 17, Fermentation begins. In the Bright Moon Cottage, Su Jing, who was in the middle of reviewing the situation with his employees, suddenly looked up. Just now, in the system's employee list in his mind, Uncle Shui's loyalty suddenly jumped from 89 points to 100. What's wrong with this grandpa? Can soliciting still be fun? Su Jing was puzzled and could only scratch his head as he continued his meeting with everyone. The overall work today was actually done well and the pattern of activities didn't go out of order. It's just that the later tasks could have been varied a bit more or they would have seemed boring and tedious. As for how he came up with this campaign? Oh, I've watched too many variety shows in my previous life. Just copy and optimize. The biggest problem right now is not enough employees, especially after the sacrificial ceremony started. The entire Bright Moon-walled city was left with only people in this square. It was fine that there were fewer people now, but later on, if there were more tourists and people didn't arrive at the square on time, or if they wanted to go somewhere else to hang out, then this Bright Moon-walled city would become an empty city. so he'll have to hurry up and find some more cheap staff or professional actors before it catches fire? He was quiet and thoughtful, and the discussion in front of him was finally coming to a head. Zhao University stood up, straightened his lapel, pushed his glasses, and meticulously said, "Brother Jing, today's turnover consists of tickets and internal spending, totaling $846. Throwing out our costs, and the wages of the Green Cloud acrobats, there's still $346 left. TSK. Su Jing ground his teeth. Although the water and electricity in the Manhwa walled city didn't cost any money, that dry ice and iron water was a real cost. There was a momentary silence as the crowd listened to the numbers. Today's performance was so good, and the first time in recent years for Scenic that they've seen tourists smile genuinely inside. But this rare first experience turned out to be just over $300. That's not even counting the employees' salaries. If you take that out, wouldn't you lose money? Brother competition. Su Jing looked at everyone's gruffness and suddenly let out a giggle. Well, he jerked to his feet. Don't focus on today. Look at the long term. Look at the tourists today. Look at that gadget in their hands. That's called a cell phone. Tomorrow. Oh no. Maybe starting this evening. Our first shot has been fired. Everyone, come with me. The mutton I bought should be here by now. So let's all go shag some mutton and celebrate tonight. As for by tomorrow, our scenic road to fame, it's just getting started. Indeed, as Su Jing said, the fermentation of the Wanyuan Mountain tourist attraction didn't even wait for all the tourists to arrive home. Still on the road in the middle of the night, people are already posting videos or photos on different online platforms. Who says the county doesn't have a great view? Trees of fire, 10,000 stars fall, everything is born, a feast for the eyes. Who knows? Came to the scenic area for a day's mission. I'm laughing my ass off. This is the first time I've seen this kind of activity. Superb scenic spot. If you don't come, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. There's a follow-up to this scenic event. The more people the better. A variety of prominent headlines were quickly posted from different accounts, with slightly different content but basically the same theme. Netizens who were brushing up on the same city immediately spotted the interesting videos, but there were only about 30 tourists after all. So everyone only saw part of it, and when Wanyuan really started to go viral, it was a super long tour video from Lightning Avoidance Piggyback. Up until this point, the audience laughed and teased him about where he had sought out such a poor place to play, but from the time the clip video reaches the 130 mark, viewers can't stop laughing. A question mark began to appear on the pop-up. What the hell is that, boatman? Asterisk. This peer view can be, I miss you in the long run of time, is kind of fun. Being loaded by the boatman. He is really handsome. Not only handsome but also can read poetry? How can you be so outrageous? This poem is self-composed, isn't it? I've never heard of it. Further back, the pop-ups were filled with more and more question marks. You're here to play a game and do a mission? Looking for earrings? Pushing a cart? Sun-drying grains? Why does this look familiar? This is called a scenic spot? Why did he send hemp balls and not an offering? I want an offering. Asterisk. It's this usher again, and he sells tea? Who dares to believe? Drinks at the View are only 15 a cup. Asterisk. I saw that thing. Dude took a screenshot. Asterisk. Scared the out of me. Dude, is this still a video of a scenic tour? What's with the horror? It's 5 o'clock. Let's go to the square. After the video Zhu Shou and Xiaowen's unremitting efforts, the audience like watching a movie. Watching their two villains fight monsters and break through all the way to the final big boss there. The results of the video suddenly a black. Zhu Shou's fat face appeared on the screen, awkwardly rubbing his hands and laughing. Since I didn't expect this scenic spot to have so many good looking and good shots, I didn't bring enough batteries and my camera died. But I got a friend to ask for a bit of photos and video cut in for the process later on, so you all can continue to look down. What's going on? Your boy tickles everyone's curiosity to its peak, and then you just cut it off? The rest of the video is no different from anyone else's, with strange but magnificent dance performances, dragons and dragonesses swimming out of a white mist, burning rings of fire and a grand fireworks show. But even these clips are enough to be able to show that there is definitely more than that on display at this site. 1x2, Wishkeeper's video was an instant hit. Zhu Shou, who was sitting in front of the computer, looked at the rising number of comments and likes with an expression of already expected it. I don't blame him for being mad, it's just that this scenic play is so new. Boatmen chanting live poetry, NPCs handing out quests to find props, mysterious tribal rituals, and endless layers of quirky performances. All of it was stuff they hadn't even seen before, especially the later images that were not filmed clearly, but rather more appetizing. I want to go. Blogger posts location. Where is this? Only I want to say that this ancient village is really beautiful. I've seen so many ancient villages, but I've never seen anything so exquisite and beautiful. If you didn't tell me, I'd think you'd gone to some primitive tribe. Is this the only place in the area? I see that your boat passes over many hills. Are other places as interesting? Send the address of the scenic spot +1. Anyway, this video by Zhu Shou is kind of on fire. Along with many videos and graphics labeled with the title of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Spot are a small fire. And there are even a few that directly scurried up the hot list of the same city. With a large crowd of curious onlookers, questions were also raised. Really? Special effects, right? Scenic spots are all like this, pretending to engage in some activities to trick people to go. And when you really go there, you will wait to regret it. Have you ever seen fireworks? They look just like that. Let's eat something nice. Am I the only one who thinks it's scary? I don't even want to go, okay? It's just a shame that there are always more curious people than there are dislikes. Yangon City is not big. It's not easy to come out with a novelty. Everyone can't wait to rush to follow the wind and feel it. So after just one day, Zhou University was sitting in the ticket hall looking out at the people who had been dazzled. Chapter 18. Competitive Brother. Has come more than 20 in the morning? So there are still so many in the afternoon? His mouth went a little dry as he looked out at the line of what was estimated to be hundreds of people lined up outside. How long has it been? How long has it been since there was a line at the view? Su Jing's voice came over the intercom. Relax, University. Our scenic spot will only get more and more crowded in the future. Really? Zhao University could only feel his eyes souring. But he quickly collected himself and resumed his meticulous work mode. Hello, tickets for 2. Hello, 3 right? Okay, have fun. Hello, 2 tickets for you to hold. The group finally slowly disappeared, and Zhao University stood up, looking a bit worried instead. He used to resent the lack of customers, but now that there are more customers, he is instead worried about being busy inside. After all, there are only so many employees, but there are hundreds of tourists to be accommodated. So can this really be organized properly? Of course you can't. Su Jing was also being disturbed at this time. The only way to get to the bright moon-walled city is by water. But at the moment they only have one boat carrying passengers. Uncle Shui is not a young man in the end. Let him a trip back and forth rowing. A long time I guess he will not be able to stand the body. Moreover, many of the infrastructures within the bright moon-walled city were not perfect. There were only so many employees, and there would always be a time when the tasks were done. So where would the tourists go to rest their feet then? What to do to kill time? This is all he needs to consider. However, Su Jing could only suppress these thoughts for now. Anyway, let's get this weekend over with. The small county's scenic areas are generally only crowded on weekends and holidays. And after today, he'll have another week to optimize the scenic areas. Su Jing let out a long sigh and looked toward the boatload of tourists coming again in the distance, ready to greet them. He, the boss, is now worse off than his employees, moving wherever he needs to. The day of non-stop horses at Bright Moon Cottage finally came to an end. Today's Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Spot, which welcomed 163 visitors, including 3 children for free, yielded 890 yuan in admission money, and the tea house yielded more than 1,000 yuan. At 5 o'clock, the usual screams rang out from all the alleys of Bright Moon Cottage. At 5:30, all the tourists stood in the middle of the square contentedly holding their offerings. It ended at 6 o'clock and everyone marveled at the gorgeous fire trees. At 7 o'clock, the tourists left in groups. At 8 o'clock, all the employees were lying on the ground in front of the scenic spot like dead dogs, with no eyes. Can't do it anymore. This is Tian. Adding 200 won't do the job. This is Fengcheng. This is killing me. It was a grieving hope. Tian rolled over and sat up, counting on her fingers. I lost, this afternoon, 24 earrings, 18 necklaces, 15 rings and 36 bracelets. Am I some kind of 1,000-legged centipede? Who's a good person wearing so many of the same thing? Fengcheng was not happy. He squeezed his sore arms and thumped his chest. You're just throwing things around. Do you understand your brother me? That 100 or 200 pounds of crate I was back and forth on the road to move off. Then everyone swarmed up to help and lifted the cart with me. A pushcart? Hope laughed too. The ground in front of my sister's door is full of pods. These guys just dry them and don't care about harvesting them. I got them all myself. Everyone ended up looking at Uncle Shui. The old man leaned against the boulder holding his waist. His old face was like a dry bark, and he could not say a word except to sigh. Alas! Su Jing rubbed his nose and felt ashamed. Although he was also tired, he also knew that such a workload was indeed too much. Everyone, let's get some rest today. And tomorrow, Monday, we'll close the park for a day of rest. After settling the employees, He looked to the side at the acrobats led by Lu Qingyun's class master and was happy. So, you guys aren't tired yet? Contrary to his own employees, Wang Hao-san and the others on the side had gleaming eyes. Tired? Just kidding. What they do? They are supposed to do physical labor. In the past, they could only rely on acrobatics to sell their skills. To put it bluntly, they had to rely on begging for a reward. There is a meal without a meal, and sometimes even earn less than $100 a day. But since coming to Su Jing's viewpoint, not only was the work fulfilling, the paychecks got bigger, and they learned so many interesting new skills. What exorcism dance, what playing iron flowers, what lineup type drumming jumping trough, can also scare people. To know that they used to be honestly by others to play the part. How dare like these 2 days. The tourists amused. People are still happy to die of? Lu Qingyun's eyes were also smiling. To be honest, he even wanted to ask Su Jing if he didn't mind them. He'd just take the acrobatic troupe here for a while first. As for why a while, ha ha ha. He, Lu Qingyun, had lived for so long and had seen a lot of the world. With his understanding of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot, to put it bluntly, people are still trying to come here to play. But this is the only attraction here. And if there is nothing new coming up behind it, people will sooner or later get tired of looking at it. In less than a month, Wanyuan Mountain will return to its previous state. At that time, even if Lu Qingyun wants to rely on this, I'm afraid that the other boss Su does not want it. Su Jing's smile remained unchanged, and after a brief chat, he released everyone to go back and rest. And he had just returned home from dinner when he received a call from an acquaintance. Hello, Keiko? There was a lot of noise on the other end of the phone, and then Wang Kai's loud voice immediately rang out. A race? It's not fair. What's going on? What's going on? Before Su Jing could ask a rhetorical question, the voice over there came back. You've been quiet lately, but you're playing so big. Wang Kai was in the street with a cigarette in his mouth laughing and telling the people around him to stay away from him with an excited look on his face. I saw the video. Wanyuan Mountain is on fire. Those programs, and that ancient fortress. How did you get it out? It's so cool. Worthy of being a Pepsi. I've only been operating this scenic spot for 2 days, and you already know the letter. How's it going? Any luck? Wang Kai's voice was agitated. Yes, too much. Before I was worried about how you would get the scenic spot up empty-handed. It looks like you've prepared for it. Is that ancient fortress really fake? When did you build it? It cost a lot of money, right? Su Jing gave Wang Kai the prepared speech again, and Wang Kai had no doubts. It still has to be my best buddy. Heads are just not the same. I don't know how athletics scammed the investment, but it looks like a success. Wang Kai's eyes rolled and he lowered his voice. Do you believe me? Su Jing raised an eyebrow. You say, didn't I tell you that I have some contacts in the county? As you know, Yangon City also has some tours that pass through our Castle Peak County, only that the previous routes were to Pine Lake Park, or to the Red Leaf Mountain scenic spot. If you're confident, I can help you contact the tour group over there and ask them to add an attraction to come to Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 19, The Lucky Roulette. Sounds good. Su Jing also got serious. What do I need to do? Wang Kai thinks for a moment. You are not here is not clear. Yangon tours are in those scenic spots have long-term cooperation. They give a lot of rebates can be a lot of. You scenic spots in the consumption of more items? Or a special souvenir store? They tour groups generally rely on this consumption to take a commission. Su Jing narrowed his eyes. Wang Kai's words gave him a wake-up call. Souvenir store. But he hadn't perfected the scenic spot yet, so there wasn't much use in messing with it. But wait until later, when the IP of Bright Moon Walled City is built up, he can start messing with it. Not yet. It's still just purely scenic. But Su Jing didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Kai Z, why don't you contact it for me first? If there's a chance to work together, it would definitely be the best. Wang Kai nodded over there. No problem. I'll ask you here. You continue to work hard. One day I'll come to see you, to see what you've done to Wanyuan Mountain. Ha ha ha. Ro. I'll show you a good time when you come. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you for. You said. Hanging up the phone, Su Jing felt like he had some new direction and hurriedly memorized the ideas on paper. He's an expert in exploration, but he doesn't really know much about how to run and manage a scenic area. So he'll listen to any advice that's good for the area right now. TSK. Why don't we go recruit someone who knows about operations management someday? He let out a long sigh and buried himself under the covers to stretch. The employees were tired and he was even more tired. But it was because he was so tired that he finally reached the desired result. Sitting up in a single bound, Su Jing opened the system interface with a face full of joy. The latest notification message above floats brightly on the page. Reputation value has exceeded 1,000. Rewarded with Lucky Carousel *1. Reputation value has exceeded 1,000. Unlocking the Lucky Carousel. He forked off the notification. Personal attributes. After 2 days of operation, the changes were clearly visible. Host, Su Jing, male. Physical fitness, C+. Scenic achievements, none. Scenic reputation value, 2335. Scenic spot praise number, 188. Backpack, not yet opened. Number of draws, 2. Verdict, although you have made a small success, you are still a failure for a scenic manager. Cherish your short-lived success. Maybe you'll lose it soon. The number of positive reviews had been spent before, and the number of people who had come in the last few days had contributed almost as many positive reviews to him. Su Jing was very satisfied with the result. As for the system's mean comments, oh, so what? He didn't bother to look. Tapping into the coveted little icon, Lucky Carousel, Su Jing was excited. This was given from the newbie benefits, but it was never activated. It turns out that it requires a condition of 1000 prestige value or more to open it. Su Jing directly tapped on it, and the huge colorful disc instantly appeared in front of him. It doesn't show the names of the prizes, just a few broad categories. 10% of the total, remodeling category. 30% of the total, skill category, and 60% of the total, props category. The way is simple, plain and simple, but that's what Su Jing wanted. He showered and dressed, wiped his face and hands, and then finally attempted his first draw. The huge turntable exploded with an instant of flashy light, then spun up at a rapid speed. Su Jing's face was illuminated in a colorful way, both excited and nervous. Ding! The results came out quickly, but the prizes left Su Jing a little puzzled. What's this? He squeezed the mannequin doll in his hand and scrutinized it. Toolman, can determine form and function according to the host's wishes, possesses basic intelligence. Note, can only be used in the scene, is a one-time props, cannot be damaged, take back that is invalid. Su Jing was flabbergasted. The description of this thing was too vague. He didn't dare to try it casually. After all, it was a one-time use prop, so if he tried it wrong, it would be wasted. He shook his head, looking at the remaining one chance to hesitate. He didn't know if his luck was good today. In case he opened another ordinary prop, then he would really cry to death. But one does not gamble on dogs in vain. Spell it out. Su Jing opened the dial again to use his second chance. If possible, he hoped that a scenic transformation opportunity would open up this time, even if it's a C or D grade. Clamor. The carousel spun again and stopped after half a second. But this time something appeared that finally made Su Jing smile. Not what I was looking for, but this stuff is kind of awesome. A short phrase floats quietly across the page. Beast Whisperer, rare, can communicate with animals. The higher the intelligence of the opponent, the higher the communicability. Can only be used on a single individual at a time. Cannot be purchased, upgraded, or transferred. Non-upgradable. This is a rare skill not available in the mall. If he could have had this ability in his previous life, wouldn't he have been able to come and go as he pleased with those deep mountain traps? Showing a smile, he loaded the skill up and continued to think. After 2 days of operation, he didn't indulge in this wonderful illusion. The scenery looks good so far, just because it's fresh, but that's all the foot traffic that freshness can bring in. But he wants to pay back that 100W, and that amount of foot traffic won't be enough. Together with the barrenness of the scenic attraction program, the admission fee can only be maintained at a low price of $30. If he wants to make a killing on the upcoming May Day holiday, there's still a lot he needs to do this time of year to make it happen. The air was crisp and cold on Monday morning at MT. Yuan. The bright moon-walled city without its guests had become an empty city at the moment. Su Jing traveled lightly, following the route he remembered around the village and finding the upper path of Little S Mountain. Through the light-dappled dense forest, the sound of gurgling water came from the sudden opening before them. TSK. This place is okay. Su Jing raised an eyebrow and looked forward. On the road leading up the hill, there is this curved clear pool, about half a meter deep, pebbles and bricks on the bottom, with a few small fish occasionally seen. The wooden bridge spanned the pool and had rotted away for the most part with age. Su Jing simply took off his shoes and walked into the clear pool. The pool is not large, but it is alive. As for this source, Su Jing followed the direction of the current and looked upwards with a smile. It's kind of fun. Xingtan corner of the place. There are rocks sticking out diagonally. Only around to see can be found. This rock is actually a semicircular arch behind the cave. The spring water was exactly dripping down from above the mountain rocks, sticking to the stone wall and draining into the pool through the crystal drape of the cave entrance. It's a great view. Su Jing immediately associated himself with the various attractions and secrets of his previous life and began to record them. From now on, every bright spot he saw, if utilized more, could potentially constitute a stunning view. Su Jing crossed the pool of water and continued to climb upwards. The wilderness adventure experience from his previous life came in handy. although his current physical ability was still relatively poor, but after utilizing the tools and terrain, he was able to climb with relative ease. Before reaching the top of the little ass hill, there was only one clearing littered with rocks, slanting trees and red flower bushes that was reasonably presentable. The rest really didn't have much character. Su Jing left the small S mountain and climbed for almost 30 minutes on the big S mountain before he finally found something interesting. Hey! He looked toward the end of the trail. There were two furry monkeys hanging from a tree, staring at him curiously. Familiar memories instantly came flooding back. It seemed that the original owner had come to this mountain with his parents before he went to college, and he remembered that during that picnic, they had saved a young monkey that had fallen off the side of a cliff. Then he often volunteered to take care of the little monkey, and he didn't see it again until it had recovered from its injuries and he himself had gone off to college in a faraway province. For years have passed and I don't know if the little monkey is still there. Su Jing suddenly thought of his just-acquired Beast Whisperer skill, and with a jolt of sudden excitement, "Hello?" he suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs. But the monkeys on the other side of the room were startled and fled with a squeak and a whimper. Su Jing's eyes rounded, the sound clear in his ears. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? It's really a human Z. Run! Go tell the king! Chapter 20, Conceptualizing the Holy Mountain. Two young panicked voices came from far away, interspersed with a squeak or two. But basically, it's not too far removed from human language. He can really hear it. After a moment's reflection, Su Jing immediately swung his long legs and followed. They go to the king, so they go to see for themselves. Big Ass Mountain is just rounded rocks, but that doesn't mean the trail is good. The two monkeys in front of them jumped back and forth between the trees, and in just a few breaths of effort, they left Su Jing far behind. And even though he was experienced, he simply couldn't catch up. Phew, that was fast. Su Jing wiped the sweat from his head and stopped to rest. Where is this taking dude? His feet were almost covered in weeds, and he could only tell by the height of the grass that this turned out to be a path. He seems to have followed the monkeys up the backside of Big Ass Mountain. There was no sunlight here, and the trees on both sides were towering, with thin rustling noises coming from time to time between the twining vines, making Su Jing cautious. This is a real pristine mountain forest, and it's not unusual for snakes or wild boars to appear, but he's lost his way trying to chase the monkeys. It wasn't in his character to turn back without achieving his goal. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Su Jing chose to continue climbing upwards. The dirt road was rugged, so he broke a branch and tugged Vineman all the way up slowly until light finally appeared at the end of his vision. There's sunshine! Tiny squeaks came faintly, and the wind and birdsong were soft, as if calling him to hurry forward. With a violent effort, he rushed to leap onto the rocky mountain, only to snap to a halt momentarily, in a cold sweat of terror. Phew! The gravel rolls down to lush forests and rushing rivers at your feet. The road ended in a surprising cliff. He jerked back as he felt the sunlight close by and the squeak behind him. He remembered where this was. The mountain wind was blowing hard, and there was actually a huge cliff platform behind it, around a line of boulders. Above the platform, wildflowers were everywhere. The sun was warm, and 7 or 8 little monkeys were frolicking in an old tree. And on top of the boulder at the end of that cliff, a majestic macaque monkey sat against the wind, clad in golden light, with a solemn expression and an ostentatious head. That's the Monkey King. Squeak! Enemy invasion! It's that human! Sharp chirps interrupted Su Jing's admiration as the voices of the two monkeys that had spotted him earlier rang out, followed by several monkeys that instantly leapt down from the heights and stopped in front of him, their tails erect and on guard. Su Jing could hear it, but he didn't venture to respond, only standing honestly against the stone wall. The Monkey King in the distance slowly turned his head when he heard the disturbance. Su Jing looked away from it and stared at it for a long time before watching the Monkey King move his body and slowly walk over. Here we go. He didn't show it on his face, but he was actually a little nervous. At the end of the day, this is a group of pure wild monkeys, not unlike the group at Mount Ame in the previous life either. They had rarely seen a human and were likely to rise up and attack him. But surprisingly, the Monkey King didn't stop when he came near him, but continued to walk forward, his nose slightly moving as if he was sniffing something. Next, a voice that surprised Su Jing rang out. It's a race? Su Jing's eyes instantly widened, and then as if he seemed to remember something, his eyes began to probe around the Monkey King's body. Finally, his eyes stopped on its right leg, where a long, light-colored scar lay beneath the blonde fur. That was where the original owner remembered him and his parents stitching up the injured monkey. Great sage? He exclaimed out in shock, but the Monkey King on the opposite side of the room was suddenly startled, then twisted his head to look around for a few moments. What's going on? The Monkey King was confused. Could it be that he was tired from playing with those female monkeys too late last night? What's with the hallucinations? Su Jing didn't know what it was thinking, but he used the skill again. Great sage! The Monkey King, sure this time that he had heard correctly, twisted his head and a dramatic expression appeared on the monkey's face, dismay and surprise. Nice guy, monkeys live long enough to encounter anything. Humans are learning to speak monkey. Z, Young, you're back? Squeak, why are you talking about us? I learned. Due to skill limitations, the monkey language that Su Jing spoke was only understood by the Monkey King, so there was a strange scene. In the middle of the vigilant huddle of monkeys, one man and one monkey exchanged frantic words in a bull ***** language, and the monkey even ended up hanging onto the human with a single jump, touching the human's face with a dirt-covered hand. The great king acknowledges him this way? The two monkeys who reported the news looked at each other, confused. The nervous monkeys around them saw this scene and relaxed. A human recognized by the great king. That is, without danger. The little monkeys whooshed together and continued their play from earlier. The rest of the monkeys were sitting together in twos and threes combing their hair and catching lice. Su Jing and the Monkey King ended their pleasantries and walked together to the edge of the cliff to sit and chat. The monkeys were highly intelligent, and it only took Su Jing a moment to get used to the squeaks in their words. According to the great sage's brief description, he recovered well after they saved him in the first place, and also ate strongly in their house, so it later laid a good foundation for him to snatch the Monkey King's throne. The great sage scratched his head, a hint of salivation in his eyes. Want scallion pancakes? Want lentils? Want bananas? It reported a bunch of things it wanted to eat like it was naming a dish, causing Su Jing to lose his smile. It's true that the big-ass mountain is relatively pristine, but it's not to the point where there are fruit trees all over the place and you can let these monkeys just eat fruit. Other monkeys haven't eaten human food, but the great sage has. When it followed them during the time it was injured, it didn't have a lot of good food. Su Jing took a look at the mouthy Monkey King, and then looked at the group of playful monkeys behind him, and something aura suddenly flashed past. Ha! Waterhole! Valley! Monkey! His eyes lit up with an idea. I'll send you guys delicious food in a couple days, and then brother will discuss something with you. Can Z. He waved his hand and called the two guard monkeys from earlier. Xiaomu Xiao Tu. This is my human big brother Z. When you see him again, bring him to me Z. Su Jing scratched his head, and for a moment he had the illusion of meeting King Jiji, as he coyly greeted the two monkeys before bidding farewell to the great sage in the gap between the two of them being shocked. The mountain isn't finished climbing, but after coming to this platform, he knew how to continue up the mountain. Crossing the steep slope, Su Jing stuck to the stone wall, clutched the tough old vines, and leaped up, finally reaching the top of the mountain. Phew! The top of Big-Ass Mountain lived up to its name, with rounded rocks forming huge slopes, flowers and grass everywhere, accompanied by the whistling of the cool mountain wind, wisps of clouds accompanied by the sunlight slipping away at Su Jing's fingertips. It's beautiful. Su Jing stood at the top of the hill and looked into the distance, and he could even see the other four peaks within the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, but unfortunately, the big and small-ass mountains were the shortest, and he could only vaguely see the tops of the two mountains in the distance. As for the other two, they towered over the clouds, and at first glance, they were the kind that were hard to climb. Su Jing sat down in place. Since it's going to be developed into a sacred mountain, it has to have a theme. He took a branch in his hand and scratched it. A mountain is not high. A fairy is famous. Water is not deep. A dragon is spiritual. Under the mountain is exorcising theater. Gods, legends and stories. Then, on the mountain, there has to be a counterpart. System, if I want to upgrade and remodel this mountain, how much prestige value do I need? The system responded quickly, detecting the host's remodeling idea. If you want to achieve the effect, you need at least sea level or above remodeling. Minimum 3W prestige value. 3W? Su Jing staggered. He opened his personal panel, looked at the pitiful 2000 plus reputation value on it, and simply gave up. Ugh. Su Jing raised his eyebrows and thought of a solution. What if I upgraded and remodeled it separately? What if I upgraded the attractions separately? Just like Bright Moon Cottage? Separate upgrading and remodeling costs less. 1W or so of prestige value can be used. However, please note that separate remodeling will reduce the continuity and completion of the tour. And if you want to reach a perfect state, you will still need to remodel as a whole in the future. That doesn't matter. Su Jing shrugged his shoulders. One by one. There is no problem to change. Wait until the back of the scenic area is famous. Reputation value up. He naturally does not care about that little bit of reputation. But the biggest problem is that he is bitterly helpless. He's nowhere near the 1W either. It's April 7th, less than a month before the next May Day holiday travel rush. If he wants to pay off that 100W, he has to publicize the scenic spot before May 1st. As long as we can pull in tourists from Yangon City and several surrounding cities, this crisis will definitely pass. And for now, All he had to do was try to pull his reputation value above 1W before mid-April, and remodel the holy mountain first. Su Jing pursed his lips and simply rolled over onto his feet, quickly descending the mountain. Address the lack of staff at the viewpoint first. He had to make a trip to the county seat. Chapter 21 Selection of Laborers. The county was a bit cold at noon on Monday, and Su Jing came directly to the west market of the city. Wang Kai was waiting for him at the door with his arms wrapped around him. Here we go. Have you eaten yet? Su Jing shook his head before he felt a gust of hunger. Come on. I'll take you to a noodle shop. The people you're looking for are in that area too. Su Jing revealed a smile and followed Wang Kai through the streets and alleys, heading inside. While he examined the situation of the attractions in the morning, the purpose of the afternoon was the question of staffing. Bright Moon Walled City needs a large number of NPCs to cope with the tourists in the future. But if you want to become a perfect 1,000-year-old walled city, it is not enough to have NPCs. It is better to have real-life scenes and places to spend money. So he and Wang Kai had a little discussion, and the other gave him a proposal that was hard to refuse. 2 bowls of beef ramen and a plate of pickles. Wang Kai breezed into the noodle shop and sat down, and Su Jing followed him in, quietly surveying the surrounding guests. The steaming noodles were quickly served and the two chatted softly as they opened their mouths. See? Wang Kai inhaled a large chopstick of noodles and nudged his mouth around. This beef noodle is average in flavor, but it's inexpensive. Only $7 for a big bowl. If it's an elemental noodle, it's only $4. It's a popular choice for laborers on this side of the West City. Your target today. This is the group. There were men, women, and children eating noodles all around, but the largest group of people were the peons in their tattered clothes. Boss, 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles. A loud and clear voice rang out, attracting Su Jing's attention, and then 4 men walked in through the door. They consciously found a seat against the inside, with thin clothes, everywhere stained with paint spots that could not be washed off, washed a little white, but the faces were straight and the actions were not vulgar. Wang Kai did have a few tricks up his sleeve, and he seemed to recognize all of these people, directly bowing his head to introduce them to Su Jing. The one who ordered the food is called Fang Gue, 35, 6 years old and has a daughter. Su Jing slowly shivered his face and observed. Wife smacked him poor and ran away with someone else. His daughter is sick. He also initially because of his daughter's illness went in once, but this person is also a man. After coming out and did not give up, has been trying to find a way to work part-time to give his daughter a cure. Wang Kai whispered. The man is straight and honest, tall and strong-looking, and has some prestige in this labor group. Most important of all, he meets your requirements of no house and no money. To be honest, Wang Kai was a bit puzzled by Su Jing's request. No money, no house, no family, more or less a skill. It doesn't matter what you know. It doesn't matter if you are proficient, but you must be honest and kind, or good at talking. That's a miserable request to be honest, isn't it? But in other words, such people are also best found in the county labor market. Let's eat first, and later, when they're done, I'll take you to the area where they're stationed. Su Jing nodded and continued to eat his noodles, while the 4 large men over there also huddled together at a small table and talked in low voices, some going to fetch dishes and others going to fetch a head of garlic, but no one smokes or makes a racket. Their 2 bowls of noodles were served, the waiter collected $8 and left, and the 4 men then immediately extended their chopsticks and began to share the noodles. One big bet for one person. No one takes more than one. Grabbed some scallions and cilantro and ate it with vinegar and garlic. Su Jing's eyes shifted to the cardboard sign at their feet, which had a few large, simple words written in chalk. Labor, moving/cleaning/power work/scraping/handyman, 10/hour. Cheap indeed. At $10 an hour. It's only $240 for a day's work without eating or drinking. So little money can cure his daughter? With doubts, Su Jing watched as a few men finished their noodles and soup, and then threw the paper they wiped their mouths with into the trash can and left. He then put down his chopsticks as well and quickly followed with Wang Kai. Fang Gue. 4 people turned left and right along the street, into a not too eye-catching alley. The entrance of the alley stood a large iron sign written, Labor Market. Even if it was an introduction to this area, TSK. On the open alleyway, Su Jing looked at the job seekers piled up on both sides of the road and was a bit stunned. So many laborers? As soon as the 2 walked in, they immediately caught the attention of all the laborers like they were entering a wolf pack. Brother, looking for a job? Little brother, what do you want to do? I can do anything here. Brother, we're good at what we do. I promise I'll do a good job for you. Little brother, my sister can do a lot of work. Come to my sister's side? Go. Your business is for the night. Don't interrupt. There was a roar of laughter in the corner, and the woman who had interjected rolled her eyes and retreated back into the corner to get out of the wind. Wang Kai smiled and refused, leading Su Jing to skate around. While observing the crowd on the street, Su Jing watched the movements of Fang Gui's few people with his afterimage. Fang Gui's few people also sat down in front of them, keeping a close eye on the pace of Su Jing's two men. The laborers in this part of the world were even more distressed than Su Jing had imagined. 10 per hour is not the cheapest rate. There were a few women gathered together with large bags behind them and a paper case sign that simply said $8 per hour. As for the type of work, these men do everything from strength work to odd jobs. They were willing to do it as long as they could be paid. Or rather, they could manage a meal. On the contrary, Wang Kai's expression was normal and he looked like he had already seen it all. This group of laborers is considered good. Many can't take the hard work and go on to become gangsters, living off a little protection money or extorting some passers-by. Su Jing froze. There are still jerks these days? In his previous life, the operation to sweep black and get rid of bad had done so well that he hadn't seen a real black society in many years. Ha ha ha, race, this is the county seat. Wang Kai was amused. Even including Yangon City, the fourth-tier cities are not that strict. The 3 religions and 9 streams have to know a little bit, so that they can mix in the society. Su Jing nodded and wasted no more time. He folded his feet and walked straight up. Hello. Those few Hans had long since spotted Su Jing and the two of them, and they pretended to be chatting, but in reality, they were keeping a close eye on their movements. So the moment Su Jing came walking in front of him, he instantly greeted him. Boss, what do you want to do? Fang Gui, who had ordered food from the noodle shop earlier, was the first to speak. Manual labor, moving and cleaning, or any miscellaneous work. As long as I can give a hand, I can do it. Su Jing looked around. Everyone was ostensibly chatting, but in actuality, they were all secretly observing this side. Do you guys do carpentry? Fang Gui was just about to respond, but in the next second he smiled a bit constrictedly and opened his mouth tentatively. Without that license can. But you say what you want to do. I should be able to do everything, or I'll find you someone. We have good carpentry skills here. Su Jing didn't reply. He thought about it and asked again. Moving things up the mountain. Do you have the strength? Mountain? Fang Gui looked at his companion and thought of something. Is it humanly possible to move it? Su Jing nodded. Preliminary yes. Han was happy. Since it requires manpower to move it up the hill, it means that there is definitely a lot of stuff, and it must require at least 2 people. And although he was not very learned, he could understand the words the little boss said up front. So that means it's a long-term job. No problem. As you can see, we're all strong and healthy here. What we can do best is strength work. Su Jing nodded, then handed him a flyer. Tomorrow morning, you pick 3 more people and the 4 of you come to this address and help me move some stuff. I'll pay for the traveling expenses. When he finished, he moved closer to lower his voice again. Find a couple of reliable and solid ones that do a good job and talk to you guys about a good deal in the back. Su Jing gestured at Wang Kai, and the two of them didn't stay long and quickly left. Behind him, Fang Gui's eyes instantly widened in delight. Fang, what? What did he say? Fang, is it a good job? Why are you so happy? Fang Gui lowered his voice and mysteriously smiled at them. Come alive, and no more, no less, just 4 spots. This boss is a little bit of head. He asked me to find a few reliable. Do forced labor also packaged road fee? Tomorrow we go to this place. The group discussed it cheerfully, but one of them hesitated and asked tentatively, Brother Fang, just now, beside that small boss, looks so familiar. Mistakenly recognized. Let's forget about that for now. Let's see how we get there. The man could only nod, once again looking suspiciously at Wang Kai's departing back, and muttering with his head down. Really looks like the king of Karzug. Chapter 22 Golden Sun Dance Troupe. After determining the candidate for the handyman, Su Jing took Wang Kai to buy a carload of fresh fruits and vegetables at the food market, and then drove the pickup truck into the downtown area of the county. Since he wanted to talk business with the great sage's tribe, he had to show some sincerity first. The fruits and snacks that were carried up the mountain by Fang Gui and the others were the meeting gifts he had prepared for the great sage. As for what to do now, snap, the car door closed, and Su Jing and Wang Kai stood downstairs, looking at the gray and dangerous building in front of them. Is this what you're talking about? Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. The yellowed advertising fabric hangs out of the top floor window, looking like some kind of 80s cabaret. Su Jing was filled with skepticism. He asked Wang Kai to help him find a song and dance troupe in the folk dance category. Something reliable, with male dancers, and cheap. Considering the performance of the back of the Manhwa Zhai, the scenic area of Nuwa really want to perform well. Relying on the Qingyun acrobatic troupe is certainly not enough, especially behind the more and more tourists. They need to choreograph more and more movements. The acrobats cannot digest. It will affect the performance. A poor performance can hurt popularity and critical acclaim. It ends up being a vicious cycle. Nua dance professional movements and repertoire. He can spend a number of praise to find the system to exchange, but the full version of the performance must be professionals to hold up. Although the county's song and dance team is not as professional as the city's, it is at least orthodox to learn dance, and it is definitely better than the people in the Qingyun acrobatic troupe. As for Lu Qingyun and the others, they'll just specialize in acrobatics as a hot little show later on, so he has to prepare now and find some professional dancers. But, Su Jing sighed as he looked toward the yellowed glass and darkened hallway. Let him look for a cheap place. He can't find his way into a dangerous building. Harm. Wan Kai patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, the place that brother brings you to is definitely not bad. He took the lead and led Su Jing into the old building. The two men walked up the narrow, old hallway until they reached the third floor, where they could faintly hear the sound of musical drums. The Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe is tucked away at the end of the building, and although the house is dilapidated, the light is bright. In the largest classroom, thumping footsteps came from behind the closed door. How are you? At the front desk sat a coiffed woman with a slender neck who looked to be a dance teacher. She asked with a smile as she stood up. May I ask if you were looking for someone or Brother Wang? Su Jing raised an eyebrow, not realizing that they knew each other. Wan Kai stood in front and waved his hand. Tell sister Na to come here for a moment. I'll pull in a business deal for her. That dance teacher froze for a moment, then glanced at the young man behind Wan Kai, instantly revealing a look of surprise and restraint. Okay, you two sit down for a while. I'll get our headmaster here. Su Jing followed Wan Kai into the humble office and waited for 3 to 5 minutes before the office door opened. Kai's bringing a guest? A calm, sophisticated female voice rang out. A middle-aged woman with her hair in a bun pushed her way in and pushed her glasses up 2 steps. I'm Kina, the head of Golden Sun. You. The woman pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and looked at the boyishly excessive young man in front of her with a somewhat hesitant expression. What did you come to find out? Su Jing stood up and shook her hand, then smiled as he sat back down and introduced himself. I'm the head of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Oh, Jinna immediately remembered the mountains on the edge of the county. And this young man? Is the person in charge? She glanced at Wan Kai, who nodded over there to signal that she was at ease, and she continued to listen to Su Jing. My scenic area has been working on a project lately, and part of this is a cabaret show, and our staff is doing an okay job, but I'm hoping for something better, so I wanted to come and see if there are any professionals out there. Su Jing pointed to the poster of the Golden Sun performance on the wall, a still from 3 years ago when they were invited to perform at the Yangon Amphitheater. I read that the main direction of your troupe is folk dancing, which fits right in with my needs. Jinna listened quietly. I provide the venue, costumes, and music. 2 shows every weekend, about a half hour or so, for $200 a show. As Su Jing's words fell, even the serious Jean Na couldn't help but smile. $200 a game. That's a very generous paycheck for a county song and dance troupe. What's more, the venue songs and costumes are all provided by the other party. That means they just need to sing and dance well. If he offered this price, other song and dance troupes were probably going to grab their heads. It looked like Wang Kai had put in a lot of effort in it. What about the dance? What do you want us to dance to? Good conditions mean that the demands must be less. Gina kept her sanity and asked seriously. Su Jing nodded back and held out his finger. First, I'll provide the dance forms and props, and you'll dance to the studies I provide. Secondly, my dance is not less difficult and requires male dancers with a sense of power, so I need to test Mr. Kim's team members in feats, and only if they meet the standard can I get paid at this price. Third, we need to sign a contract. The dance and the form of the performance needs to be kept confidential and not leaked, let alone used commercially, unless I have knowledge and consent. Kina nodded, though she was a little disdainful when she heard the man boast of teaching them to dance. It wasn't as if she couldn't give in for the sake of money and the operation of the cabaret, but if we're talking about the team and the meritocracy, to be honest, she didn't dare to compare the city's powerful singing and dancing troupe, but she hadn't been afraid of anyone in this county. The woman stood up, and although she was over 40, she was well maintained, so she had a stronger aura than the young teacher outside. Then Mr. Su, come with me. Still the largest dance studio. The moment Gina pushed open the door, music and drum beats full of ethnic flavor resounded in Su Jing's ears. The men and women who were dancing stopped and looked back. Come on, everyone. All stand at attention. 8 men and 12 women. 20 people in all. No more, no less. You haven't forgotten the nightingale you just learned a few days ago. So everyone get ready. As soon as Gina's words left her mouth, the men and women in front of her immediately broke into smiles. They understood that it was coming to life. Everyone immediately moved their muscles and got ready to start jumping. The music started and Su Jing and Wan Kai stood to the side to observe. You know this side? I've got some charter bus business going now, And they've come to me a couple times before when they've gone out and rented buses for shows. Wan Kai came closer and replied softly. I've taken on several dance companies, and this one is considered one of the better ones, so scout it out, and if it doesn't work out, I have an alternative. Line. As the music ended, Jean Na's eyes revealed a satisfied look, lifting her chin slightly and twisting her head to look at Su Jing, ready for the compliment. But, unlike what she thought, that little boss Su's face could not be considered satisfied. Well, read it, everyone. Hard work. Su Jing looked to Gina and smiled. Nah, let's go back to the office. Inside the humble office, the three people who re-sat down had a different atmosphere this time than before. Wang Kai shrugged and held out his hand to speak for Su Jing. Nah, right now we can only offer 150 a game. Gina's expression froze instantly. Chapter 23. What? The stoic Gina sulked as she frowned and straightened her spine. Didn't we say 200? Wang Kai shrugged his shoulders, completely losing his simple and honest look. I'm sorry, but my friends aren't too happy with your abilities. Oh, this kid probably hasn't seen too many dance troupes. People come back from S. City, can they not have seen a good dance troupe? Wang Kai choked Jean Na with one sentence. S City, one of the 4 super first-tier cities. It's normal for people who have stayed there to disdain their small dance troupe. Na-chan. Su Jing spoke up, peeking forward. I pay for it. You guys get a chance to perform, you get to learn new dances, and you get empowered. It's 3 birds with 1 stone, and 150 a show isn't cheap. And I'll still give 200 a game back there if your show is up to par. Gina was undeterred. Well, it's not too good for you to dismiss us after just 1 dance, is it? Why don't we dance for you again? No need. Su Jing waved his hand. Dancing, he wasn't a professional, but he had seen too many excellent dancers in his previous life. No matter whether it was flexibility, aura or balance, they all reached a very perfect level. He wasn't asking for that level of competence from this group, but at least a third of it, right? Nuwa dance is not just any dance. This treacherous dance related to ghosts and gods requires a high degree of body control. They will have to learn for a while before they can dance well. That's the terms. Mr. Kim can reconsider. Here's my phone number. You can contact me if you want to. Su Jing nodded and stood up to leave. Behind him, Wang Kai stayed a little longer, passing by Gina and whispering, Sister Na, we know each other. I urge you to say yes. We'll go over to the Hongbao Song and Dance Troupe next. And if that side agrees first, this opportunity will be gone. Gina's eyes twinkled and she frowned tightly. Be honest with me, is it reliable? My hairdresser, long-term business, absolutely reliable. Su Jing doesn't make it downstairs and Wang Kai calls him back and tells him that Jean Na has agreed. According to what he had said before, both dance troupes were at a similar level, so Su Jing didn't intend to waste any time and just settled on signing the contract. After he and Gina discussed the time to meet, he drove back to Wanyuan Mountain while it was still dark. A dreamless night. After a day's rest in the closed park, the staff came back to work in the scenic area with a much better look on their faces. Everyone wait for me. I'll bring a few people with me. Su Jing greeted everyone to go to the pier and wait first, while he himself went to the entrance to receive Fang Gui's 4 people who had long been ready. Why are you here so early? Fang Gui laughed and moved his muscles. Boss Su didn't say what time to come, so we thought we'd get there early and finish early. Hard work everyone. Come with me. His boatload of fruits and snacks had been shipped to the foot of Little S Mountain long before he returned last night. Just take the 4 of them over there today. When everyone was seated on the boat, Uncle Shui shook the boat pole, and the boat sailed downstream towards the Big and Little S Mountains. Boss Su, you guys have a nice place here. On the small boat, Fang Gui's few people were afraid of dirtying the flashy-looking cushions, so they carefully sat on the side of the boat, picking at the bucket to look out in TSK. Why haven't I heard of this place before? Su Jing lost his smile, knowing that they were giving themselves face and deliberately praising them twice. This Fang Gui is indeed resourceful and can talk as well as act. Tian was on the sidelines with her arms crossed and pride all over her face. This is nothing. Our bright moon-walled city is the real good scenery. You'll die of beauty when you see it later. Fang Gui's group of 4 revealed smiles. In the end, they were little girls, and after they complimented them twice, their little tails went up. It's okay, it's cute. In a moment, even if that what the cottage is not good, what's going on? On the steps of the pier into the cottage, 4 big men had their mouths wide open in stupefaction. When did Green Mountain County get this good-looking place? Tian turned around and looked at the expressions on their faces, smiling from ear to ear. Keep your mouth shut. What? Want to eat a couple of flies to get a taste? Su Jing also stepped forward. Oh, Tian is more naughty. Don't mind Brother Fong. Let's go this way. The route up the mountain from Mingyu is too circuitous. He led the four directly toward the trail. Come on. That's it. At the foot of the hill, four large bamboo baskets were stuffed with fruits and vegetables, with a few breaded sausages interspersed on top. Monkeys were omnivores, and the bread and sausages were what the great sage had named his cravings. However, for the sake of their health, Su Jing did not prepare too much. Fang Gui's four men didn't say much nonsense, and went forward to put the bamboo basket on their backs. Looking up at Su Jing, Boss Su, we're ready. Let's go then. This time, the trail wasn't as rugged as last time, and thanks to the great sage's help, he was able to find a relatively gentle dirt road. The 5 people, except for Su Jing, were all physically fit, so although they were a bit tired, they weren't too tired to stop and rest. So they quickly arrived at the place where they had last seen Xiao Tu Xiaomu. Katoki. While Su Jing used his skill, Fang Gui didn't pay much attention to it because he thought that Boss Su was calling the others over. As a result, a minute later, a thin rustling sound came from the distance, and 2 monkeys suddenly popped out of the woods beside the dirt road. Holy, wild monkeys. Fang Gui's few people were startled, but they still calmly stood their ground, and even vaguely had the posture of protecting Su Jing behind them. Su Jing was even more satisfied and smiled as he patted them on the shoulder. It's okay, they know me. Don't worry, Fang Gui. Good lord, Boss Su is still a monkey man? Go, everyone follow. Su Jing quickened his pace and took the lead. Fang Gui's few people also gritted their teeth and quickly followed. A few turns, a few steep slopes, a few climbs, and a few people were soon on the platform of the last cliff. The whole thing is just an hour. Phew, Boss Su, this mountain of yours is quite steep. Yeah, it's not going to be an easy trip. Alas, if it weren't for our fast legs, we would have almost lost you. Su Jing was not in good physical condition, but thanks to the fact that he had not memorized anything and was familiar with the route, he was far ahead. However, despite being so tired, Fang Gui's few people didn't mention the matter of increasing the money in the slightest. It says $10 per hour, so that's the price. Transactions. Speaking of integrity, Fang Gui gritted his teeth and ascended the last slope, and once he looked up around the stone wall, he just froze in place. Brother Fang, why don't you leave? Quick, move forward. Dude's still stuck on the slope. Oh, come on up. By the time several people had all completely gone up to the cliff platform, it was just as if Su Jing had seen this place for the first time, completely blown away by the scenery and monkeys on the cliffs. Lots of monkeys. Chapter 24 Free Housing. The 4 big men who were stunned by the monkeys on the cliff froze in place, and Su Jing revealed a smile. Ha, Fang, you guys rest first, wait for me for a while. Seeing them bring up a bunch of food, the great sage had long ago humanized himself and came forward. As soon as it saw Su Jing walking over, it immediately jumped onto Su Jing and wailed as it hugged his head. Ha, don't get excited. You come down. Let's discuss something. Su Jing smiled and touched the great sage's butt, fleshy and a bit of a good rua. If you can do this for me, I'll arrange for you to eat whatever you want from now on. The great sage understood the words and was happier. Go Z, race, you give me a good lecture Z. Half an hour later, Su Jing walked out from behind the stone wall with a big smile on his face, followed by the Monkey King who had his head held high. He greeted Fang Gui's 4 people. Let's go down the mountain. The supplies had long since been removed and divided among the monkeys, who now had no time for the group and were wailing excitedly as they savored the goodies they had never eaten before. Passing through the lush forest, the sunlight had become strong, and now spilling into the forest, the dappled tree shadows illuminated a few people warmly. Su Jing also began to condescend. By the time a half hour had passed and several people had reached the foot of the mountain, he had thoroughly mapped out the families of several people. Fang Gui is indeed earning money for his daughter's treatment, but his daughter is chronically ill and can maintain her health as long as she can keep taking her medication. The medicine wasn't expensive, which is why it didn't drive Fang Gui over the edge, but most of his money went to his medications and his life, so he was left to squeeze into a basement firehouse in an old building with his daughter. Since the building was already semi-abandoned, no one had kicked them out. It was just cold in winter and stuffy in summer, and it was just a tough place to live. But Su Jing glanced at a few other cheerful Hans. In that building, not only did their family live, but there were many poor families without houses who dragged their families there. Boss Su, even though we sound like ne'er-do-well vagabonds, I assure you that the people who live in our building are all honest and good people. Yes, Boss Xiao Su, our brother Fang is a man of integrity, and he is strictly supervising that building, including the brothers. They're all considered managers there as well. That's right, because there are a lot of kids and old people there. So we're never going to let punks or lousy people with bad character get involved. Everyone helped Fang Gue out, allowing Su Jing to feel their unity as well. In that case, I'll get right to that job I mentioned yesterday. 2. A few people looked flabbergasted and immediately tensed up. Mr. Su, you say? Fang Gue cupped his hands. He actually made a sneaky guess. The mountain he had just moved and climbed obviously hadn't been developed much yet, and he was likely going to be looking for someone to move things for a long time, at least once a week. Based on the hours he calculated, he could make anywhere from 30 to 40 per person at a time. Very good steady work, if only it were better. He even guessed that this small boss would have something else to move, and it might require a day's work for his brothers. However, it was obvious that the gap between what Su Jing proposed and what he wanted was too great. If none of you have a regular job, then I'd like to offer you one. Su Jing slowly stated his conditions. Come work as an NPC in my scenic attraction 2 days a week on weekends. You don't have to work midweek during the trial period, so feel free to go do whatever you want. After the probationary period, the hours of work will be changed to Tuesday through Sunday. On Mondays the viewpoint is closed and you are on vacation. Trial period of 1 to 3 months. Speaking of which, a few people had already had their eyes glazed over. Let's not talk about whether or not they can understand the job description. Boss Su is going to officially give them a job. How hard it is to find a job these days. Having a stable job means having a stable life. At least for Fang Gue. His daughter's illness will have a stable solution. A few of his buddies' eyes lit up as they began to get nervous about Boss Xiao Su's bid. They could have considered it even if the pay was low. After all, they don't have a job most of the time, and their income may not add up to $1,000 a month. As for the paycheck, Su Jing paused for a moment, scanning the crowd as he slowly opened his mouth. The probationary salary is $200 a month, $600 a month after regularization, and if the scenic area is well run, the salary will go up a bit. What's going on? Fang Gue froze with a full smile on his face. The other three could barely strain their expressions. Funny? $200 a month? Even if the probationary period is only 8 days of work, isn't $200 a month for only $25 a day outrageous? Does this young man think he's a beggar? Oh, little boss Su, I'm afraid we are. Hear me out. Fang Gue's hand froze for a moment and could only be lowered. What's there to say? Even if the job was easy, they wouldn't do it. They're not afraid of being tired. What they're afraid of is running out of money. What's wrong with a little hard work? It doesn't matter if you get hurt. It's the lack of money that's scary. Su Jing knew what was going on in their minds. He just smiled and spoke. The salary I just mentioned is considered a commission, and I'm going to say base salary next. Everyone is interested again. Although the commission was so low, it was estimated that the base salary was not much higher, but they did not expect Su Jing's next sentence to directly shock them into confusion. The base salary is, employees get a free share of a house for the duration of their employment, equals degree smiley face? Unlike the cheers Su Jing wanted, the four big men on the opposite side froze directly, and only after half a day had passed did Fang Gue stretch his neck, his voice hoarse. What did you say? I said, come to my work here employees, can be divided into a set of housing in the scenic area, furniture you take care of yourselves, water, electricity and gas network scenic area all inclusive. You can bring your own family to stay, the upper limit of 4 people. This time everyone listened. But, never heard of this condition before. It's not the 1980s. Why are we still meeting the great and good people who are allocating housing? They're not dreaming, are they? They also pay for their plumbing and electricity and stuff. How much of an expense is that? Is that clear to little Mr. Su? I'll do it. The 3 big men were still in a daze, but Fang Gue was already the first to raise his hand. His voice was loud, his face was red, and the veins in his neck popped out as he roared. Boss Su, I'll do it. I can start tomorrow. Fang Gue was uneducated, but he wasn't stupid. How many units have you seen that give housing assignments? It's a house inside a scenic area, but at least it's a proper place to stay. Boss Xiao Su is so generous. When he becomes a full-time employee, will he still be afraid that his income won't go up? How long had it been since my own daughter had slept in a bed? Boss Su, what do all your NPCs need to do? Just tell me. The other few Hanyu also finally came back from their shock. Included utilities, housing available with family. No promises, that's pure cuteness. They were 10,000 times more grateful at this point to Fang Gue who had chosen them. How could they have gotten this opportunity without him? I'll do it too. Me too. They have raised their hands in the air, fearing that they are not loud enough to be ignored. Su Jing nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let's go to the Bright Moon Walled City first. Chapter 25 Competition for Places. On the clean stone path, Su Jing led a few people to tour the entire Bright Moon Walled City. We've temporarily divided Bright Moon Walled City into 4 districts, A, B, C, D. You guys are the first ones to come and live here, so you can pick a house to live in first. Su Jing picked a small building at random and opened the door. All the houses. Only the partition walls have been built so far, and the furniture needs to be prepared by yourselves. The back of the Bright Moon Cottage is just about to be vacated, and the trees over there you can cut yourselves to use for beds or furniture. It's all up to you, and you won't be charged for it. A few people followed, raving about the layout in the small building. The houses here are over 100 square feet for the larger ones and 60 square feet for the smaller ones. But the best part is that basically every home has a small front yard or second floor deck of its own. The living atmosphere is so strong that just by looking at it, you can imagine how comfortable you will have to live in it in the future. The reason why the wages are low, seeing as you are the first residents. And another piece of information, the fact that you are NPCs means that you will have very close contact with tourists. So if the tourists become more numerous at a later stage, you guys can utilize your houses to do a little business. We will supervise. As long as the price and quality are fine, then the scenic spot will only take a cut according to the lot. And the rest, as much as you can earn, will be yours. Every word of Su Jing's was like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. And Fang Gue had been thrilled beyond words. Nice guy. No wonder the pay is low. Fang Gue made a quick calculation in his mind. You can find another job midweek during the trial period. And after the trial period you can do the tourist business. It's enough to cover their cost of living any way you look at it. What kind of boss is this? It's a bodhisattva, right? Su Jing spent an hour taking them through the Bright Moon Walled City and finally brought them to the center square and opened his mouth. As for the content of the work, the first and foremost thing is to serve the tourists. And the specific arrangements will be assigned to you after you have been inducted. Business operation can only be done after becoming a formal employee. Housing only employees can live. If leave or serious violation should employee manual, Scenic have the right to recover housing and dismiss you. There's no objection to these things, is there? Of course not. Fang Gui's few people nodded heavily, already thinking about how to announce the good news when they returned. That's it for today then. Feel free to contact me when you decide. Su Jing revealed another inexplicable smile as he finished all the notes. I still have a lot of houses here, and I still need a lot of employees too. So if you guys have the right people, make a list. I'm going to keep this job offer open until this Friday, and it's up to all of you who come forward to get it. Fang Gue immediately understood what he meant and couldn't help but breathe heavily. If this were in ancient times, it would be the equivalent of choosing an official by decree. If they really wanted to do some favors, they could make a killing on this matter alone. But Fang Gui's few people looked at each other and all of them revealed smiles. He spoke softly. Since Boss Su trusts his brothers, we will also be sure to keep a strict check. And we will definitely not let people with bad character come into the scenic area. Getting favors? Others might, but who on their side of the fence doesn't know the misery of anyone's family? They are all poor in the same mold. And you can't screw anyone over but your own people. If you really want to take the benefits, you'll have to get up and slap yourself a few times in your dreams at night. Su Jing nodded at them and was about to send them off when he encountered the Qingyun acrobatic troupe that had come to make preparations. And these are? Lu Qingyun greeted him with a smile. And looking at these 4 strong men, a sudden sense of crisis appeared in his heart, so he took the initiative to ask, "Oh, your future co-workers." Su Jing cleared the money for them and asked Fang Gue to take them back the way they came. So far, there were no tourists at the scenic spot, so Uncle Shui was still waiting over here to pick them up. Only when the 4 left did Su Jing speak to them about his intentions. I didn't expect Lu Qingyun to instantly blow up after hearing this. No, Mr. Su. His eyes were wide and his mustache was sticking up in excitement. No, why didn't you tell us about this? He was in a hurry. We can do it too. A house for a job. Holy cow. After a few days of operation, everyone in the Green Cloud acrobatic troupe fell in love with the fun. And you can do the work you're good at. Again, it amuses the tourists. And get paid again. And learn new skills. Like rehearsals, there is no need to find a special compound or sneak around for fear of noisy neighbors. Surrounded by mountains. When you want to practice, when no one is around. The entire Bright Moon Walled Square is theirs. It's still free to just slip in and out every day. Where else can you find such a stable job? Except for this place. Mr. Su, it's okay now. It's ramping up again. Now work and get a house. Little boss Su. Lu Qingyun pointed to his heart and thumped his chest. We're the first choice. He pointed with a pleading face to the members of the troupe who were setting up a platform in the distance and preparing a dummy stake. The brothers each have their own skills. Not only can they be NPCs, but they can also be program actors, and also know their roots. All honest people. It couldn't be more appropriate. In the past, the children used to get cold stares when they ate the first meal but not the next. But if Boss Xiao Su really accommodates them and the scenic spot can be operated for a long time, then they have the equivalent of an iron rice bowl. Then the kids can even think about getting a wife. It's just not possible. Wages. We can be paid the same as them. No, we can be even lower than them. We don't want the money for those performances either. Before Su Jing could say anything, Lu Qingyun had already taken the initiative to lower the price. Su Jing tightly closed his lips and pretended to be thinking, but in fact, he was already happy in his heart. If they're willing to undercut the price to get in, all the better. They are real people with real skills. With hundreds of houses in Bright Moon Walled City, he only needed to take out a portion of them to get a bunch of loyal long-term employees. It simply couldn't be a better business, but he intends to give them some more benefits. Then, Lu Bandmaster discuss it with everyone tonight. The wages will be as normal, but in the early stages I have no way to distribute a house to each of you. Only 2 or 3 people can live in one building. But if anyone becomes a family in the later stages and brings his family over, I can additionally distribute another house to him. A map of the scenic area instantly appeared in Su Jing's mind, and the entirety of Big and Little Ass Mountains was clearly visible. He immediately added, "Does anyone in the Green Cloud Circus know how to farm? Planting? Who wouldn't?" Reading his expression, Su Jing also scratched his head awkwardly. It was him who forgot that this was not S-City. This was the city of Castle Peak County. There's a piece of land at the foot of the mountain that I plan to develop into farmland in the back. If everyone from the Green Cloud Acrobatic Troupe is willing to stay in my little scenic spot, I can divide a piece of the field to everyone, and everyone can plant whatever they want, and the scenic spot will only collect 30% of the results. Great surprise after great surprise. Lu Qingyun let out a long breath, the tips of his fingers tingling a bit. Okay, I get it. He nodded heavily. I will announce this good news with everyone tonight. Little Boss Su can make sure to save us places. From now on, we are the people of this scenic spot in life and the ghosts of this scenic spot in death. That's not necessary. After dealing with the trivial matters, Su Jing went home first. The scenic spots in the middle of the week were almost deserted, and with this time to hang around in the scenic spots, he might as well look at the systems store to see what he could buy. But before he could reach home, he received an unexpected phone call. Jiang Song? The voice on the other end of the phone made Su Jing frown. You're crying? Chapter 26, Unexpected Visitors. It was loud on the other side of the phone, like it was an outdoor stall. Didn't catch a cold. Jiang Song's voice on the other side of the phone was a little muffled, drowned in the hustle and bustle of the street smoke and fire. But Su Jing heard the obvious. Well, not only are you crying, you're drinking alone. He put his keys away, closed the door and sat on the stool, listening intently to his buddy's bad story. Tell me, it's only been a couple days since we talked. What happened? Jiang Song was silent for a while, but the anxiety and depression still made him choose to speak. I don't feel confident looking for a job. Well, if the original owner had, he would have wondered why. Jiang Song's grades are good, rich experience, as a matter of fact, into a large company easily. If he is not confident, then the other students will not be even worse? But the current Su Jing was different. With decades of experience, he knew exactly why. S-Town is too big. As a super first-tier city in China, it was not enough to have a degree in order to enter a big company in that city and get a firm foothold, especially if what he wanted to apply for was a management position. More than anything, they need the background of the employee, a child from an ordinary family, and a local person who has a lot of resources at his back, or the son of a government official. The difference is almost heavenly. Jiang Song's heart is high. Let him into those small garbage companies. Of course he can enter, but can he be willing? How many have you voted for? Jiang Song's sniffling voice stalled, knowing that Su Jing had guessed his situation. 26. Private and foreign companies have tried, and none of them work. I went to join a small company. The bosses know nothing. Every day just learn the big company's routine, but cannot take the big company's resources and working conditions. Jiang Song's tirade lasted nearly 20 minutes. It wasn't until Su Jing switched his left hand for his right hand as he listened, and finally turned on the external playback to go eat. That side finally took a long breath and shouted out a cool no. Su Jing inhaled his noodles and raised an eyebrow. What are you going to do back there? Jiang Song finished pouring his heart out and started eating as well. Hearing Su Jing's words, he scratched his head as his thoughts became a mess. Back home? No way. That would be too much for him. It's been almost a year since he graduated last year, and he still hasn't found a serious and stable job, and he's being made a fool of when he goes back. Stay in S-City? Then you can only find a small company to work first, while suffering from the harbor, while accepting the fact that the rich bird flies first. Or, ugh. Jiang Song's drinking stopped and his voice suddenly flooded. I'll go to your place. I'll go to your place. Ha? Su Jing froze for a moment. What are you doing here in my place? I'm in the county town, which doesn't have a place where you, Jiang de talent, can show off your talents. Of course Jiang Song knew that, but he was also really bored to death staying in S City right now, so he might as well go to Sujing City for a break. It's fine. Just think of it as a trip to the mountains for a break. Don't you run a scenic spot? I'll go around. Maybe I can even help you with some advice. Sujing, of course, begged for it. Okay, then you'll come. First of all, brother, this is not in front of the village. Life can be a little tough. You have to come to be psychologically prepared. Jiang Song decided quickly and directly booked a high-speed train, which was estimated to arrive on Friday. After settling his affairs, Su Jing turned his head to deal with the scenic spot. The NPC candidates had a doorway, and he believed that with the conditions he had offered, the people Fang Gue and the others could find were definitely far beyond his imagination. And next, he finally opened the system. After a few days of operation, the system is not unchanged. As the video went viral, Wanyuan Mountain's reputation value was slowly increasing, and with all those favorable reviews, he would have to start using them up before he could do so. The 4 Fangues came in and made the number of favorable reviews 192. Su Jing nodded in satisfaction and immediately opened them all. He already had something he wanted to trade. Culture, Nuwa Dance, 68 positive feedbacks. Culture, Horns from the Deep, 32 positive review counts. Props class, Sensory Amplifier, low level, 88 favorable rating count. The complete Nuwa Dance is a must change, but probably because the system is in charge of the attractions category. None of the cultural items are priced high, but these things, when used well, are the key to victory. Shamrock Horns, he's wanted to redeem it for a long time now, and the exclusive music would both enhance the look and feel and avoid disputes over copyrights and such later on. Just didn't get the goods and he doesn't know if it sounds good. Then there's the new product, the Sensory Amplifier. Sensory Amplifier, low level, can be dropped into a single attraction to boost the mood of all personnel in that attraction by 20%. It's just horrible. He didn't even dare to think about the Bright Moon Cottage putting on a sensory amplifier and adding the music of the deep horns to the mix. Wait until Ghost Tiger, when they scare tourists, when Nuwa Dance jumps up, when the Iron Flower rises in the air. How excited these people have to be. Su Jing thought freely for a moment, and finished exchanging it with satisfaction, directly placing it on the map. As for the performance clips needed for the Nuwa Dance, he converted them into videos through the means of the system and sent them directly to Ji Na. Sister Na, this is the dance clip you need to learn. Time is tight. I hope you can practice the shape in 3 days. Green Mountain County. In the classroom of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, the dancers gathered and watched as Gina, who had read the message, looked nervous. Nah, what did the man say? Gine frowned, connecting her phone to her computer and clicking to receive the file. Who knows? 3 days to be? Think we are robots? She grunted softly and frowned as she clicked play. But in my professional opinion, the dance he's looking for shouldn't be that hard to learn. Gina's voice came to a screeching halt like a chicken being choked. The video is extremely expressive from the opening moments. The masks, exaggerated body movements, makeup, costumes and demeanor are all fascinating. The video isn't long, 3 minutes to air, but the dance studio had fallen silent. We learn this dance? A man's voice was a little hoarse. Free lessons? And we get costumes and props and stuff? A woman's fingers were cold. Gina was also a little giddy, half lost in the treacherous but inexplicably solemn dance. Should be. Ding dong. The text message came back. It's just one short line. Su Jing, nah, did you watch the video? Any questions? There is a problem. The problem can be big. They are the biggest problem. Gina was now afraid that her troupe wouldn't be able to dance well enough to blind this dance. Big guy, she said, her voice wavering for the first time, looking around at the crowd, only to find everyone's eyes snowing on her. Gotta. Gina got it instantly. Both want to jump, and it's the kind of thing where you'd rather not sleep. I have to get this dance right. The tight sternness in her face disappeared and she smiled, shaking her head. Make preparations. Don't sleep for a few days. Twisting her head, Gine clattered and typed on her cell phone. Mr. Su is absolutely fine. Chapter 27 Preparatory Work. Wednesday began with a large group of shabbily dressed laborers at Wanyuan Hill. The youngest is only 14 years old and the oldest can already use the youngest as a crutch. Brother Fong, you this. Fong Gue waved his hand. Boss Su, this boy. He took a handful of the short and thin boy. He draws very well. I've seen the scenic map of Manhwa Zhai, quite that one before. If you don't mind, let the boy try. He can draw interestingly and clearly. Oh, Su Jing came to be interested. What did he do before? Fong Gue bowed his head in embarrassment, finding it difficult to speak. Instead, the little boy's eyes were clear and his voice was loud. I'm a pickpocket. Why did he hear a hint of pride? But I've been reformed for a long time. Now I'm helping Uncle Fong stomp around. Still doesn't sound very formalized. Fong Gui rushed up to explain. Work isn't so good right now, so Chi helps everyone find customers in need from the market, leads them over or takes us to coincidences. The boy doesn't have to share the house. He lives with us. Fong Gui stroked Xiaoji's head and smiled gratefully. He doesn't want to live for nothing, so he actively wants to do some work. Oh, Su Jing understood. He gave a big wave of his hand. Pass. Fong Gui continued to pick over an old lady, Mrs. Lu Yun, old in age, but the patty cake she makes is so clean and delicious. You can contribute to the turnover of the scenic spot. 2 Moncler, handy, good at weaving some knickknacks. You want him to do what knickknacks look like. He learns in 2 days will be able to. There's also Grandma Chien. She can play the erhu. She can. She's not capable of anything but life as well. She has nothing to do at the door to pull the arrow can also lively. Most of the people Fong Gui brought in were good. Don't look for a whole lot of men, women and children, but most have some skill in them. And most of them were buy one get 2 free. Su Jing just picked more than a dozen people, but in the end, these people dragged their families and surprisingly, they also brought nearly 30 people. In order to equalize the population of Manhwa walled city, Su Jing directly assigned them all to the 2 districts adjacent to AB. As for the Green Cloud acrobats, they howled to themselves last night to sign the contract, gained the old man's privilege, and went early to the cottage to choose a house. He gave Qingyun the option of the entire C area, which was near the plaza and convenient for them to train and perform. As for Area D, which was near the foot of the mountain and had a much quieter landscape and location, Su Jing kept this area for the time being, only allowing Uncle Shui and Tian to move in. That's right, the allocation of the house was a paper chase, and it soon reached the ears of his own staff. Uncle Shui and Tian were already tired of the hassle of traveling back and forth every day, but now that they had such a good deal, they immediately applied for it. Only the others, who had some other attachments, did not respond for the time being, but Su Jing also promised them that he would keep their rights and come to him at any time if needed. To this point, the 100 families of the Bright Moon walled city directly lived in 30 to 40 families, and the whole walled city was immediately alive. Things must have settled down, and the staff immediately began moving in job training with great enthusiasm. As for Su Jing, he went to the station. Jiang Song, he looked over to the exit, where the handsome male college student was walking out with his bag on his back, and his eyes instantly lit up at the sight of him as well. Jing, he laughed out loud and went forward, violently hugging Su Jing in delight. Jing is still so handsome. Su Jing tossed his hair. It does beat you by 3 points, haha. He could tell at a glance that the young man, who had been in his prime a while ago, was all disheveled at the moment. What's with the early arrival? Scared me. Originally, Jiang Song said that the agreed time would be Friday, but I didn't expect him to be there already on Thursday. Jiang Song waved his hand. There's nothing to do by staying, so I'll change my visa. Seeing his long-missed buddy, Jiang Song was in a much better mood. Go, show me that scenic spot of yours. No break? Rest for what? Dudes had enough sleep in the car. Su Jing shrugged his shoulders and drove directly toward Wanyuan Mountain with a kick of the gas. He wants to see it, so he'll wander around. And anyway, that's all that's currently open at the viewpoint, so walking around won't tire him out. Jiang Song, like the tourists, had the original frivolous smile on his face tightened from the moment he saw the Bright Moon walled complex. Even though he didn't do the quest or see the show, he returned home with Su Jing with a thoughtful look on his face. Race? I'll say a few words, ha. As soon as the door to the room was closed, Jiang Song immediately sat down at the table and spoke. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Su Jing pinched his mouth. I'm just showing you a prototype today. If you really want to give your opinion, wait until Saturday when you'll be a tourist and go play around in person. Opinions without data support are bull asterisk. And Su Jing knew Jiang Song's ability, so he was more interested in hearing his thoughts after deep thought. Jiang Song also reacted and heatedly laughed. Okay, so what are we doing tomorrow? Su Jing smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow? There's a real need for your great talent tomorrow. The two of them spent the night in bed chatting about recent events and went to sleep late. While early on Friday morning, Su Jing gripped Jiang Song up. Come on, you put on this suit, scrunch your hair handsome, and accompany my brother to meet the clients today. Su Jing stood in front of the mirror with a cigarette in his mouth, frantically primping himself. Jiang Song looked at the unlit cigarette at the corner of his mouth and raised an eyebrow. That habit hasn't changed? What? Seeing Su Jing somewhat puzzled, Jiang Song nuzzled his mouth. Smoke. You've been like this ever since you met Win, and now that she's gone to a foreign country, you're still like this? Su Jing took the cigarette down. and only then did he realize the subconscious behavior of this body. But he rarely smoked himself, so he shrugged, not wanting to get into the subject. Harm, get used to it. Hurry up and pack. Wang Kai is coming. When he shut up and didn't talk about it, River Clump quieted down. But before he came to Wanyuan Mountain, he heard from someone he knew that Wenyu was finishing her studies and work over there. As if she meant to come back? Competitor. Should know, right? It shouldn't matter if he doesn't say anything, right? As soon as the two of them finished packing and went out the door, they saw a business car parked in front of the entrance. In a small county, this kind of car is not common. Su Jing patted the door of the car and introduced the people inside to Jiang Song. Wang Kai, my hairdresser, he's the one who got this business for me. Jiang Song, my college buddy, a senior management student, accompanies us to town today. It was only when the three of them got in the car, crossed the country road, walked up the provincial road, and entered the city that Jiang Song finally figured out what the purpose of today was. So Kai has helped our scenic spot find 4 travel agencies? Today is the day to talk about cooperation? Su Jing nodded. He also didn't expect Wang Kai to move so fast. The last time he mentioned about the tour group, he got something so soon. Wang Kai also nodded, baring his big teeth and smiling with a sunny face. I've greeted them all. They've watched the recent online videos and are quite interested. He nuzzled. Of these 4, we only need to talk about one today, and it will be considered a success. I've got 4 tours ready for today that I've greeted before, and they've seen the recent videos online and said they're quite interested. What video? Jiang Song was the only one here who didn't know about the scenery, but it didn't matter. Su Jing waved his hand. It's fine. You'll be able to see it with your own eyes when tomorrow comes. He looked outside at downtown Yangon and patted Jiang Song on the shoulder. You're just using your expertise today to help us see who's the most reliable. Jiang Song didn't ask much. Okay, if there's anything you need to pay attention to in a while, you talk to me in advance. The business car made 7 turns and stopped in a street, and the 3 of them got out. The large sign prominently displayed on the street was their first target this time. Earth Travel Service? His family, although the name of the soil, but the operation of a long time. So the customer base is stable. The flow of people is also large, catching up with the good times. The tour group can also receive college students or company group building such work. Wang Kai led the group inside while whispering introductions. This is the one I feel is best for us at the moment. Let's make the most of it. Chapter 28 Partners. Nice thought. But when Su Jing first saw the people in the office, he frowned, a little wan with interest. The interest phase is too heavy. The large-bellied, middle-aged man across the room leaned into the couch. His chin lifted. Sit. I heard that your scenic spot wants to work with us? The secretary-like woman next to him immediately pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Well, recently remodeled? It's not bad. You know, we make money on commission. You don't even have a store in that scenic area. What are you going to do with us? The boss of the earth sucked hard on his cigarette and sipped his teeth and grunted. Let's put it this way. The ticket money goes to us, and we'll take 70% of what the tourists spend inside. I'll bring you a few small groups over to take a look first. Wang Kai stood to the side not looking too good. Mr. Lu, this isn't quite the same as what you talked to me about before, is it? Humph. It's good to see you guys. I've learned about it during this time. I guess it won't be on fire for long. There are so many scenic spots around. What makes me choose you guys? Mr. Lu, Su Jing interrupted. He and Jiang Song Wang Kai exchanged glances, then twisted their heads to look over. What were you saying? Mr. Lu froze for a moment. I'll see you guys when I say I can. Not that one, the first one. He frowned, impatiently recalling. I hear you guys want to work with me? Su Jing smiled and stood up. You heard wrong. There is no such thing. He spoke as he walked out the door. I've heard those few fellow bosses talk about you behind your back before, and I didn't believe them. TSK. I didn't realize that you are really this kind of person. Peers say I. Mr. Lu sat on the sofa with a dumbfounded look on his face. Until the people left he stood up violently. His heart was like blocking a big stone. You come back. Who said anything about me? He cracked. Which one? Say it clearly. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Obviously he was the one picking a fight, but how could he be so stifled? After a moment's thought, he waved off his secretary and dialed the phone. Hello? Mr. Song. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I just looked at it. The owner of that scenic spot is a brat. It won't be a threat to our scenic spot. The other side of the receiver buzzed, and he smiled in reply until it was almost over. When he tried to speak, that, Mr. Song, I don't know if you've heard of anyone saying anything about me behind my back. There was an embarrassing silence on the other side of the phone, and Boss Earth laughed awkwardly twice and hung up of his own accord. The person on the other side of the phone looked at his cell phone and frowned. What's wrong with this guy? You've been doing this for years. Why do you care what people say today? An assistant stepped forward thinking he was bothered by the scenery. Mr. Song, I've told you before that whatever Wanyuan Mountain is just a novelty. Our Pine Lake Park is the evergreen. He laughed. I hear that whatever interactive approach they've got going on is really interesting though. Why don't I send someone in for a spin someday? In front of the desk, Song Jiming in his bathrobe sips his red wine. Well, you supervise this matter, and we'll borrow any good ideas. This year's #1 scenic spot in the tourist season. I heard that the city government will support the promotion, which is a good opportunity for us. If we can get the ratings and traffic up for this big vacation, then we could potentially stomp right out of Red Leaf Mountain Scenic at the end of the year when it's rated. The assistant nodded in response, and Song Jiming relaxed back into his chair. The remaining few small scenic spots let them fight it out on their own. As for that what's-his-name Wanyuan Mountain, it's not our rival. It's me who's nervous. This matter didn't come to Wang Kai's mind, nor did Su Jing. He just came back, and his mind was focused on the renovation and reconstruction of Wanyuan Mountain. And he didn't pay any attention to several other scenic spots in Yangon City. But ever since the video of the lightning avoidance piggyback tour caught fire, the owners of various scenic spots have moved their eyes over. They had all heard a little about the previous administrator of Wanyuan Mountain who had died in debt, and they did not expect that a few years had passed, and the heir, who had just graduated from college, had come back with a new twist. However, this point of splash is not enough to attract too much attention, and it is he, Song Jiming, who is the most concerned, and has specially sought out people from the cooperative travel agency to control the situation. But now it seems, it's all just a false alarm. Relaxing on one side, the three brothers on the other re-entered the van. Unreliable dude. Zhang Song got on the car and opened his mouth, and Wang Kai, who got on the car after him, did not look good. A race? This matter I also did not expect. Before Mr. Lu's attitude is not like this. Su Jing didn't get angry. He smiled and waved his hand. One loss is normal. Wanyuan Mountain is indeed just starting out, and the fact that he can't see us only means that he has a bad eye. Go to the next one. Wang Kai forced a smile and started the car while his mind was thinking frantically. He has communicated things suddenly changed his mind. Mr. Lu did not want to talk about business at first glance. There must be someone in the middle of the obstruction. But soon, he didn't have to think, because after they went to 4 travel agencies in a row, they were all in the same condition. Either their attitude was grudging, or they asked for a ridiculously high price, and there was even one that wanted them to pay for a travel agent to take people there. Su Jing couldn't laugh either. If he had this time, he might as well go to the Golden Sun to check out the dance. Why come here to be cold-shouldered? Wang Kai himself knew that he was not doing his job well, and his face was burning hot. Although Su Jing didn't pay him, but so many years of buddies, it's not easy to help others to do something. The result into this bird. The punch was in his face. This way. Wang Kai exhaled heavily. Jing, let's go to one last one. This one must be fine. Jiang Song wasn't too happy about it. He himself felt that the small county people were unreliable in their work, and because it was Su Jing's hairdresser, he didn't say much. The habits of his 4 years of college combined with his professional abilities have made him value efficiency. Wasted the pound of hairspray he sprayed today. Su Jing also leaned against the side of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. The sky had already darkened, and the day had been wasted. Phew, come all the way. Go on. This going back wasn't quite the same. Leaving the city center as they drove closer to the train station. This travel agency is a bit that, you'll see in a moment. That one? Which one? Walking into the old alley, Su Jing looked at the broken bungalow in front of him and wanted to laugh a little. The broken sign of Shanmang Travel Agency flickered, and a thick layer of dust fell on it. How come all the teams he has to work with look so miserable? Jiang Song surveyed his surroundings. A few other men smoking cigarettes and tattooing their flowery arms in the distance looking this way, making him a little uneasy. And as they prepared to go in, they also heard yelling from inside. Son of a! I told you to invite people here. I didn't ask you to tie the man up. What are you doing? A loud slap came. Release the man. That rough voice suddenly gentled down. Ha ha ha, little girl, don't be afraid. My men just want to take you to have fun and find a good looking. Ugh, don't run alas, don't call the police. We didn't do anything. The door was slammed open, and the 2 crying little girls ran out with their suitcases, and immediately crashed into Su Jing's arms. Help! We've been kidnapped. The little girl one looked up. Look at the front of a few little brother thick eyebrows. A look is not a bad person, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask for help. I didn't expect the big man's voice to come out of the door the next second. Alas? Older brother Wang Kai, why are you free to come to my place? A nest of snakes and rats. The two girls left a sad look and immediately scurried away. Su Jing and Jiang Son looked at each other, crying and laughing. Keiko, can you be trusted? Where did you bring us? They won't be taken for bad guys. Wang Kai also held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Mang, why are you scaring people, tourists again? On the contrary, Su Jing's face was calm as he directly pushed the door in. Both come and go. Let's show him what kind of bull this is all about. Chapter 29, The Mountain Mang Travel Group. Obviously, he was still thinking too simply. In the spacious room, by the leather couch, knelt three men with swollen noses, one of them with a rather obvious slap mark on his face. On the leather couch sat a big, burly man, a green dragon tattooed on his left arm, a white tiger on his right arm, and a thunderbolt lightning bolt tattooed on his short-haired head. Don't say anything, they're kind of in a social den. Ugh, who's this? The man on the sofa stood up miserably when he saw two strangers behind Wang Kai. Even though he did his best to look like he was smiling, he still looked like he was instantly stressed out. Wang Kai rushed forward to stop it. Don't you laugh. You'll give people a fright later. Jing, this is President Zhao Mang, who runs the Shan Mang travel agency. He turned his head and introduced himself to the two Su Jing, then opened his mouth to Zhao Mang. This is the head of the scenic area of Wanyuan Mountain. Mr. Su Jing. Zhao Mang's eyes lit up, but after reacting to which scenic spot Wanyuan Mountain was, he froze for a moment and still revealed a smile. Hello Boss Su. Surprisingly, the socialite was much more polite than the elitists. You can't judge a book by its cover. At least it's the first person to say hello to him. Su Jing nodded at the two Jiang Song and took the lead in sitting down. Wang Kai, on the other hand, took the initiative to go forward and explain to Zhao Mang the reason for his visit. Have you watched Jala lately? There's an ancient fortress in Boss Su's scenic area that's very hot, and he's now trying to pull a few tours to check it out and publicize it in the meantime. Revenue this piece of their scenic area currently does not have a souvenir store or scenic restaurant such a place, so the commission you cannot get. It is estimated that only according to the number of group guests to give money. Do you have a group at the moment? We've known each other for so long. I won't screw you over. Why don't you try adding a point first? Zhao Mang chatted with her while pulling out his cell phone to check the Shakejoy software. A few of you continue to go pull guests to go. Remember, it's a legal society now. Learn to coax the tourists, to publicize, to impress them with words, not hit them. He kicked the kneeling man. Go on. Zhao Mang finished reading his cell phone and nodded at Wang Kai, then turned to Su Jing and smiled. The men still retain their old habits, making Boss Su laugh. He took the initiative to pour tea. But Boss Su, don't worry. What we do is all regular business, and there's absolutely no violent coercion or other behaviors like the ones you guessed. Su Jing lost his smile. He hasn't said anything yet. Mang should know something about it. What do you think? Su Jing's patience had already run out, and he planned to go back if this one couldn't be negotiated again, and he would no longer consider the cooperation of travel agencies lately. But once again, something unexpected happened to him. Zhao Mang looked at his watch and shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Kai's buddy is my buddy, and if you're confident, we happen to have a small group coming through there tomorrow. He pulled out a pen and paper straight away. With a ticket price of 30 for Wanyuan Mountain, tourists will definitely not be happy if I add attractions on the fly. So I'm bracing myself for only convincing people to spend 20 on a stroll. If Boss Su can spare this money, then I won't charge for leading the team this time. If the results are good, we'll talk about cooperation later. Su Jing didn't expect him to agree so easily, or even want anything. Could be, but he also has demands. There's a big show at the Viewpoint at 5:30 p.m. And it would be great if Mango's group could get there by 3 p.m. Zhao Mang thought for a moment and immediately nodded. No problem. Done. The matter ended. Su Jing's three people were finally satisfied with their return, and after a few people left, in the quiet Mountain Mang travel agency, a man in black stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Mang, that kid, really doesn't charge? Zhao Mang inhaled a cigarette. Although your brother's head is not good, but I can read people correctly, or else I can't be mixed to this point today. That's not a very good mix of steps today. The man only dared to crickets in his mind, still smiling and listening on his face. This trip tomorrow will be a sort of probe. I have my own arrangements in mind. Zhao Mang leaned back in the sofa, his eyes deepening in the smoke. It's been 3 years since his squad changed careers. 3 years? Even if you continue to be an asshole you can be a district manager. But they are still lukewarm these 3 years, relying on random solicitors at the train station to put together a tour group. A small fight. Yangon City. No travel agency put in Zhao Mang in his eyes. Scenic spots and travel agencies have cooperation. The larger the two sides, the closer the cooperation. The ones at the top have basically monopolized the best scenic resources around Yangon, And the commission and discounts they can get are also the highest. He's uncompetitive. But it would be different if there was a new scenic spot that rose up against the wind. If this little scenic spot has a big future later, that's even more different. As a partner who helped him out when they were in trouble, they will definitely get the most out of it in the future. It's just an investment or two. It's nothing. He's also helped 7, 8 new sites, big and small, over the years. Although the result is not good. But this time, he vaguely feels that there is a play. There was no way for him to be sure based on the video on Shake Shack alone. But with a trip tomorrow, he could see what this scenic spot had to be like underneath. Chang, I'll personally lead the tour tomorrow. Returning to Castle Peak County, Wan Kai also gave them both a clear explanation on the way. The origin of the Shanmeng travel agency. Although the predecessor was indeed as Su Jing thought, not a good person, it was also true that he hadn't done anything bad after the transformation. According to the rumors, that's enough. Wait for them tomorrow. It's been a hard day for you. Regardless, Wang Kai spent his own time and connections to help him do this, and whether it was a success or a failure, Su Jing was grateful to him. Wang Kai also smiled and waved his hand. We brothers don't talk about that. He rolled his eyes. Tell you what, I'll come to your scenic spot tomorrow as well. I've always said I wanted to come, but never had the chance. This is naturally joyful. Wang Kai saw that he agreed, and also smiled as he got into the car to return to the county. With his understanding of Zhao Mang, the man would definitely come to Wanyuan Mountain himself tomorrow. Su Jing and Jiang Song were both scholars, and he was afraid that the two of them wouldn't be able to subdue Zhao Mang, so he would be able to have some peace of mind if he went himself tomorrow. Wang Kai thought of fine. Jiang Song was won in interest, went home and fell asleep. I was already in bad shape lately, and today I was dragged through a bunch of cynicism. He didn't have the heart to chatter with Su Jing and rested early. Instead, Su Jing washed his face and ran outside the house to connect a video call. The camera brings Gina's serious and smiling face into view. Busy man boss Su, you're finally free. Chapter 30, Admission to the Park. Friday night passed quickly. When the birdsong rang in the early morning of Wanyuan Mountain, Zhao University beautifully put the cell phone page in front of all the employees. Just as Jing thought, let's get ready for a hard day's work. At the top of the merchants page, it shows that the number of reservations for Wanyuan Mountain today is 283. Ed drop got Uncle Shui broke his fingers and counted, with a bitter look on his face, how many trips to the boat. Unfortunately, he was the only one who was unhappy. After 2 days of special training, Fang Gui and the other new employees have eaten a full meal, slept comfortably, and are gearing up to meet today's visitors. Su Jing also wore a smile. Last night I watched the dance preview of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. I have to say, they really put in some hard work, and in 3 days, they really met his basic requirements. Wang Haoan-san, also under his supervision, led the rest of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe to perfectly optimized performance. The number of NPCs in the scene is now up to a whopping 40. It's perfectly capable of sustaining the current number of tourists. Even this time, with the addition of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, they no longer needed dummies to match the atmosphere of the show, but had all the villagers actually stand in the square and participate in the invocation ceremony with the tourists. He hadn't been idle during the week. He sacrificed some of his sleep to prepare new props for the new show. Su Jing stood there, looking around at the employees with a burning gaze. Believe this one, Bright Moon Cottage. A more perfect performance will be presented. Uncle Shui. He turned his head and smiled at the sighing old man. At the end of this week, I'll get you a new ship, the kind with the engine. Uncle Shui immediately stopped sighing, his waist straightened up, and that kind of worldly superior stance on his face showed up again. Go! Su Jing waved his hand, and everyone coaxed and dispersed. He also changed into his usher clothes and started to get ready. He had already spoken to Wang Kai Jiang Song in advance, and the two of them came in as a pair. Just like normal tourists, they should play and stroll around without bothering about him. Sound of a crash. Uncle Shui's boat cut through the water and gradually moved away from the bright moon-walled city. Wanyuan Mountain Viewpoint. Open the door. Today, Saturday, April 13th. The weather is sunny, with a northwest wind of force 1. Wanyuan Mountain to a scenic spot. The number of tourists has been visually estimated to be more than 50. Waiting in line to enter the park. There are only 2 staff members in the visitor check-in area. Poorly rated. Gada. The young girl with the ponytail put the small book in her backpack and proceeded to joke with a few students in front of her. Ha ha ha. Pinky remembered again. It's fine. I wasn't really expecting much. I mainly just recently finished my major and wanted to come out for a break. Ha ha ha. Me too. I've gained a lot of weight recently preparing for my exams, so I came out to take a stroll. Pinky shrugged her shoulders, her ponytail flaring. I hope the scenic spot is fun. I went to the new city's Pine Lake Park and Sunset Town with my friends a while ago, and they were not bad. Even if this small scenic spot can't catch up with the other side, at least 1/3 of it must be worth the ticket price. The people in line behind them laughed too. But $30? What else is there to play with? You can't say that. Another big brother interjected from the back. I think all the ones who came today came because they watched the video online. As metaphysical as it is in the video, reality can't be too far out of touch. Pinky grunted. Why can't we? It's not like we haven't seen Netflix photos before. Those guys can do anything for traffic. The two big brothers were silent. Can't be. It's hard to take a day off. Don't really waste it in the county. But they didn't have to worry for long. The group moved quickly. And even though it was just Zhao University, he kept his progress organized. Brother Xing is not an NPC today. He is responsible for being the ticket checker and security big brother for entering the scenic area. In the piece on maintaining order, Su Jing believes that no one can do it better than him. For example, when checking the tickets, there was a person who was impatiently waiting and wanted to pull his neck and shout, but Feng Chang turned his head and glared with his donkey face, and that person automatically silenced his voice. Hey! Zhao University sat back in his chair and continued to order the invoices with a gentle smile on his face. Have a nice trip. Tourists were intermittent, but as soon as 2 p.m. rolled around, a large crowd suddenly arrived at the quiet entrance to the scenic area. Feng Chang's cold hairs stood up and he subconsciously looked over. An acquaintance? How come the guy at the door with his sunglasses off, wearing a leather jacket and holding up a little red flag seems like a buddy he hung out with on the road a few years ago? Feng Chang rubbed his eyes and looked at the man smiling like the chrysanthemums of the ing king of hell, and felt that the world had really changed. He became a ticket inspector. The other became a tour guide. Come, everyone gather ha. Zhao Mang pinned his sunglasses to the breast pocket of his jacket, tried to smoke a cigarette, searched for a moment and stuffed it back. Everyone line up. I'll go change your tickets. The tourists came together with expressions that could not be described as good, but most of them scowled and dared to speak. Being tricked into this travel agency to pay the money has been very bad. These people with the same as the ing socialist. Everyday black face does not allow to do this, does not allow to do that. To the places to buy. Men, women and children bite their handkerchiefs in grief. If their IDs hadn't been taken up and they really hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, they would have called the police. But someone peeked their head out and glanced at the ragged scenic gate in front of them. Mt. Wan Yuan. It's not a serious place at first glance. A temporary addition to the attractions. So I guess it's another place for them to come and spend their money. The little brother covered his wallet tightly and vowed to stop resolutely from buying the absolute cheapest thing he could in a moment. Zhao Mang came back after exchanging the tickets and had a headache looking at everyone's stifled appearance. That I say. Everyone. He did his best to smile and pat his chest, but it was even more hideous. Don't look at the broken outside of this scenic spot, but this is a niche attraction that my buddy specifically told me about. It's especially hot in Yangon City recently. A lot of people still don't know about it. I still managed to get connections to bring you all here today. So if you want to come again in the future, you probably won't be able to get in line. Cut. All faces were expressionless. Also trust connections. Also niche attractions. It's also particularly hot. Does he think they have no eyes in this group? Will they be easily fooled by words like his? The henchman next to them, who was responsible for preventing them from escaping, also rolled his eyes when he saw everyone's expressions. Haven't you been lied to several times already? Just get used to it. The people who can enter their Mountain Mang tour group either heard that there is a beautiful color batch, or believe in the ultra-low price to play all over the Yangon of the greedy small cheap households. Then there is the head is not good. Say what believe what low intelligence population. Unlike them, although their IQ is not high, they have been in society for so many years and have clearly learned all the routines. Alright, much ado about nothing. The view is pretty big, so leave plenty of time for everyone. Zhao Mang waved his hand and without even looking at Feng Chang's face, he arranged for the tourists to enter the park. Free time when you get to the attraction. We meet at 7 o'clock sharp. A group of people went in a big way. Feng Chang looked at Zhao Mang's disappearing back and revealed a bad smile, pressing the communicator. Hey, brothers and sisters, do me a favor. In a moment help me to tease the big brother tour guide who wears sunglasses, leather jacket, and carries a small red flag. It didn't take long for response after response to blare from the speakers. Don't worry about your brother's work. Chapter 31, Entering the Walled City. The entrance to the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area didn't break much of the visitors' expectations. The roads were ordinary, but at least they weren't muddy and bumpy or ragged like the online reviews. The simple pebble surface made for an exhilarating first walk. Zhang Tsong and Wang Kai walked companionably on the road, and Wang Kai came back for the first time, slinking around with a new face. You and Jing are really hairy? Jiang Song looked at the simple-faced and marketable man beside him with a suspicious face. More real than the eye of my needle. Jiang Song does not want to know whether his eye of the needle is true or not. He is just worried about this so-called hair little pit his buddy. But don't think blindly. Wang Kai was not human for a day or two. How could he not see what this handsome young man from the big city was thinking? But he didn't care. He grabbed Jiang Song by the shoulders and, half dragging, pulled him into the next wave of boats after Zhao Mang left. He was on a mission today. Although Zhao Mang had apparently gone from good behavior, the banditry in his body hadn't disappeared that quickly. And his mission today was that he couldn't be allowed to cause trouble inside. Two groups of people, one light and one dark, rocked forward in Uncle Shue's boat. The last time Jiang Song came, Uncle Shue hadn't formally performed, so when he put on his straw raincoat today and stood at the head of the boat, his face was expressionless. Jiang Song even thought there was a change. Uncle Shue? He tried to open his mouth and didn't even get a blank stare. It was only then that he remembered with hindsight Su Jing's words of just be an ordinary tourist. Gotta. Jiang Song shut up and honestly enjoyed the scenery on both sides of the river. The last time I visited, the two of them were so busy talking that they didn't even observe properly. Such an observation today. Might as well not observe. After all, he had stayed in S City for 4 years, and he hadn't seen much of the surrounding scenic gardens. Now when he saw this bare stone wall again, he immediately felt tasteless and was ready to pull out his cell phone to play for a while. Wang Kai scanned the circle, guessing that the main event was behind, so he also lowered his head. As a result, just as a boatload of people fell silent, Uncle Shue's eyes narrowed. The time has come. He jerked the stem of the boat aside, sent the gourd at his waist into his mouth, drank it all in one gulp, and spoke in a low voice. With so many guests coming to this Wan Yuan mountain today, I have come to be excited. He jerked his head around, the ruah hat arcing sharply above his head. Recite a poem. In an instant, all the tourists straightened up. Here we go. Legendary hidden bardic greats. They thought it was a trick. I didn't expect it to really come. The little brother sitting in front of Jiang Song quietly whispered to his girlfriend. I know. I've seen the paragraph on the internet. It seems to be. The guest road is beyond the green mountains. The boat is in front of the green water. The tide is flat on both shores. The wind is right and a sail is hanging. Ooh. Even though Jiang Song didn't know what video segment that was, just by listening to this poem, he could feel the meaning of openness and atmosphere expressed in it. It made him a little curious as well. The day before yesterday, I saw, or a simple fisherman image of Uncle Shue. Today in the end can show what face. Someone surreptitiously raised their cell phone ready to record. But to everyone's surprise, the boatman opened his mouth. But what the boatman chanted was not the poem. Towards the white emperor's colorful clouds. What? Everyone froze. The boy in front of him stared wide-eyed, not surprised but pleased. Nice guy. New poetry. Uncle Shue didn't look at the crowd behind him. His desire to perform was at its peak. He whistled and, with a wave of his hand, pointed into the distance. 1,000 miles to Jiangling. Return in 1 day. The long whistling sound echoed between heaven and earth along with the water currents, making the visitors feel a little chi and blood rushing. And with the echo of the whistles, it actually caused the mountain animals to chirp high and low. Uncle Shue smiled slightly, shook his head, and gave the stem of the boat a hard stroke. The sound of apes on both sides of the river. Can't be cried. The boat was stressed, carrying a boatload of tourists leisurely forward, swinging out of the boatman's free and easy laughter. The light boat has passed. The old face under that ruah hat was instantly deep. Wan Chong Shan. Good. One man stood up so violently and applauded that he almost fell on Jiang Song with an unsteady weight. What a way to return 1,000 miles to Jiangling in 1 day. The speaker pushed his glasses up, looking civilized, his scarf hanging meticulously around his neck. Is this your own poem, can I ask? Uncle Shue didn't say anything, but frowned slightly as he pushed against the stem of the boat, the force of inertia automatically shutting the man's mouth. Don't ask. The question is he doesn't know. Uncle Shue's eyes under the ruah hats are bright, and his mouth is full of the sweet flavor of orange juice. He just pretends plus to row. As for how the little boss came up with those poems and how awesome they are, well, I'll leave it up to these silly boys to guess. The man sat down and smiled apologetically at Jiang Song. I'm a teacher at Yangon 3rd Middle School, and I've heard of Mr. Boatman's previous poem, which was really well written. I didn't expect that only a week has passed and he actually wrote a better poem again. He shook his head, still pondering the poem he had just read. Baidi, colorful clouds. Jiangling, Wang Kai reminded from the side. The best part is the sound of the apes. Yeah. Ape sounds are even better. The teacher's eyes glazed over and his whole body perked up. Not only him, Jiang Song was also a bit excited at this time. Without much thought, this poem must have been taught by Su Jing. But Jing was still hiding such a trick? What he really didn't expect was the poem that followed immediately after that ape sound. It's wonderful. It's simply wonderful. It's even better than the Wonder Crisp. People videotape like crazy and wait until they hear the poem and then look up at the landscape on both sides of the river. Baldy? That's called a crag. Ordinary scenery? That's called a million green hills. This is not a scenic spot. It's like being a guest in a paradise. Everyone excitedly whispered discussion. Uncle Shua completed the task. Joyful and sip orange juice again. Quiet continue rowing the boat. The people on this boat are much more civilized than the people on the last boat. The last boat pulled in a guest. A dumbass with sunglasses kept howling wolf and trying to come up to grips him for orange juice. TSK. There's really no quality to it. But the reactions of the people on the same boat are much funnier. At first, everyone cried and mourned as if they had been abducted. But when he finished his performance, the group's expression lightened up and they began to talk and laugh. TSK. Let's hope they have a good time when they get into Manhwa cottage. Okay? That would be great. Bang! Zhao Meng hit the head, jumped off the boat with a bang, and stood on the shore and crossed his arms and laughed. You're an interesting boatman. He waved his hand. Unsettled? I'm fine. I've seen it all before. I'm not afraid of any unrest. Come at me. Waving a small red flag, Zhao Meng led the group up the steps and ran head-on into a grinning Su Jing. I hear this gentleman has a lot of guts. Su Jing's eyes curled in a smile. Then the villagers of Bright Moon Walled City can rest assured that this gentleman, it will definitely help Bright Moon Walled City get through this crisis. Chapter 32, Gathering in the Center Square. Aha! Chow, don't you come over here. In the intersecting streets and alleys, under the cover of layers of eaves, one after another resounding screams. A man in a leather jacket 3 big and 5 thick while howling and screaming, while frantically fleeing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My 1585. 8 sunglasses. The man jerked to a halt and tried to turn around to pick up the sunglasses on the ground, but then he raised his eyes to meet the red-eyed, black-faced monster at the mouth of the alley and once again ran away, wailing in terror. 2 tourists sitting at the street corner drinking tea swallowed their tea and looked at each other curiously. Alas? Wasn't that our tour guide Zhao who ran over there just now? Kind of like. I don't think so. Didn't he say he had a lot of guts? Harm. It's a social mixer after all. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. The 2 tourists stood up and looked at the hand-drawn map of the scenic spot in their hands. Let's go. It's 5 o'clock. Let's go to the center square. It was impossible for everyone in the large Bright Moon Walled City to be intimidated. However, Zhao Meng, who had been specifically explained by both Su Jing and Feng Cheng to take good care of him, was basically scared by the NPCs and fled all the way to the main road. Don't chase. Who? Leaving the unknown alley, the people finally got more crowded, and Zhao Meng slowed down his steps and secretly wiped his sweat. Damn. This place is evil. But fortunately he wasn't the only one who panicked, and Zhao Meng blended into the crowd, which completely put his heart down. Originally, once he entered the Manhwa village, he enthusiastically joined the search for Prop's small game. The whole of the Su Jing boss this scenic spot that is a good meal full of praise. The tourists on the tour were also wearing smiles on their faces and even offered to greet him. Used to the cold face of the customer Zhao Meng, the first time to get back to the good face. More happy, he joked and laughed, holding a large bunch of artemisia forward. But before he could rest his feet with a cup of tea, he was startled by that uneasiness. Why did he feel that everyone else would only meet 1 or 2 strange things, but he had met 4 or 5 monsters along the way? Was it really because he had done so many bad things in the past that all the bad things came to his door? Zhao Meng touched the jade Buddha plaque around his neck and immediately decided to do more good deeds when he returned. Among the crowd, Zhang Song and Wang Kai looked at his back and smiled. Who dares to believe it? A former society boss is actually so afraid of ghosts. Neither of them were actually afraid of ghosts, but they were also startled by that sudden appearance just now. The panic in their hearts was easily suppressed, and the 2 of them then reacted to the fact that it was just the park's NPCs. Though they wondered why they'd been startled, the small interactions over the course of the afternoon had familiarized the 2 with each other a lot. So when they finally caught sight of Zhao Meng's silhouette, they immediately left their doubts behind and followed him. TSK. I didn't expect to watch a big show instead. Ha 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 ha. Let's send the picture to Jing later. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Zhang Song also laughed. He thought further ahead. When the 2 of them talk business, they'll use these photos to press the price. Oh, the 2 men looked at each other, their minds coinciding. Row, the kid's a wilting kind of guy, too. Wang Kai was relieved. Zhang Song wasn't the dumb white girl or rich boy he thought he was, and should be helpful to Su Jing. The 2 hooked up and headed for the plaza. The sun is gradually setting. Manhwa village dispersed tourists gradually converge into a dense flow of people, and the solemn villagers flocked to the end of the circular square. Su Jing fell behind, nodding in satisfaction. Although it hasn't officially started yet, the sensory amplifier should have already taken effect. Just now, he inadvertently saw Fang Gui's ghost tiger in disguise, cloaked in a huge pile of bizarre fur, hiding in the dark shadows under the tree, and froze, scaring him all to death. You know, you can make all those props yourself, can scare yourself. He hemmed and hawed and pressed the intercom beautifully. The Bright Moon Cottage at Wanyuan Mountain, ready for its first full appearance. Employees, next, it's up to you all. Unlike last week's ceremony, when everyone was seated, Su Jing was dressed in neat attire. The difference being that this time, on his right arm, he had wrapped a circle of gold-colored armbands. Above the sleeve badge is a variety of birds and beasts patterned totem. If someone looks closely, can see that pattern, hidden in a hidden white dragon. Gentlemen who have traveled far and wide. Su Jing stood still and spoke in a loud voice. Due to the fact that you all actively prepared your offerings for the ceremony a while ago, the villagers of the Bright Moon Walled City have now received everyone's blessing and are finally able to stand in the plaza and participate in the ceremony with all of you. I want to thank all of you for what you do. He bowed lightly, his face looking solemn and holy in the setting sunlight. That's why today, the Bright Moon Walled City has prepared an even grander ceremony to invite the gods. Hopefully, we can drive away the evil sooner and return a piece of peace to us. So, the ceremony is about to begin. He slowly backed away, disappearing into the cover of the villagers. In the group of tourists, Ping Ping took out the camera in her bag and took crazy pictures of Su Jing. She had long heard that there was a guide in this Manhwa village, and through the various information and clues she had gathered, it was very likely that this person was the big boss who sent out the quests. That's right, many of them have now played the Bright Moon Walled City as if it were a breakout game. She guessed that this scenic spot would update its activities, so she had planned to come and see the first pass first, but as a result of strolling down today, she realized that all the activities had been updated. In that case, she'll take more pictures back, especially that usher. I hear he's quite handsome. Posting it will definitely attract a bit of female fan traffic. However, Ping Ping didn't just slap her face. She spotted the armband on Su Jing's right arm with her sharp eyes. Based on previous videos, the armband is also something new. She zoomed in, glad she had brought her telephoto lens, and rushed to take detailed pictures. At this point, Pinky didn't know what kind of heat her post would cause. She just watched as the ushers retreated and the lights around the plaza came on. Thump! Bam! Drums beat, and burly men in strange costumes with bare shoulders and big drums came running out of the darkness. Unlike the last 10-man operation, this time the field was bigger. Nearly 20 strong men came roaring out, dancing passionately with drums, their faces painted with golden oils, beating the drums to a thumping sound. At the end of the first burst of drums, they gave a fierce bellow and rushed in a fishtail towards the tourists seated in a semicircle, eliciting a gasp of surprise. But one of the exclamations was more unusual. That man is not like them. With his reminder, everyone looked over, mixed into the neat rows of dancing, gold-faced, burly men was a man in a pure white mask at some point. He moved no differently than anyone else. Only the mask of what looked like a smile on his face was different. The man was banging on the drum, still looking around surreptitiously, until a thump rang out and the man at the head of the drum beaters spotted him. Drink! The drums choked, and all of them instantly gathered together with loud shouts and pulled out the white-faced man. Don't! Don't! The white-faced man let out a low roar, getting weirder and weirder in the silent night sky, but he couldn't resist the force of everyone, and with the sound of intensive drumming, the white-faced man was finally seized back into the white mist and disappeared. What does that mean? Zhao Mang couldn't quite read it, and he turned his head to ask his buddy next to him. The big brother shushed him. I don't know. It's supposed to be telling a story. Be quiet and watch. Pinky sat in the crowd, murmuring softly as she compared it to the video in Shakeology from a while back. Changed. All changed. Chapter 33, a new show. The white mist continued to fill the air, but soon the white mist changed and a dark gray mist spread out after it, like silk, and immediately after that, a black hand snapped out from the gray mist. The white-faced man scurried out violently, but this time he's different. He was dressed in all black, wrapping his arms and legs and even his head and face. What is even more bizarre is that his body is covered with strange masks, red hair and ghost face, green hat and crying face, slender smiling face, accompanied by some oozing chants, twisting his torso into a weird twist general, dancing a strange dance. That multifaceted man twisted here and there. He tried to talk to the villagers who were drumming, but none of them paid him any attention, and tried to scurry over to the tourists, but something was generally blocking him. He seemed to be smiling and angry, but underneath that white face, any more exaggerated performance would have seemed as feeble as his. And as he danced, the wind whistled and shrill chants rang out. The white-faced man's head folded at 90 degrees, looked toward the distant mountains behind him, laughed shrilly and indulgently, then twisted his body into the gray mist and disappeared. Ee. Sharp, high chanting sounds rang out, and a row of silhouettes appeared in that gray fog. Tada! Tada! Imperceptible footsteps sounded, and the visitors stared wide-eyed into the depths of the gray mist, like something's coming out. In the next second, the shadow came before the person moved. A row of filaments swished up and the end disappeared behind the mist, and with the sound of clattering footsteps, a line of people stepped out. Asterisk. So oozy. What comes out can be described as human or not. Slender, feminine women in fancy dresses, expressionless faces, and paper-like makeup. They had gray silk threads attached to their wrists and made neat, stiff movements. Some people played the snare drum, some played the lute, some twisted their arms, and everyone opened their mouths noiselessly as if they were singing something. But nothing came out of those black holes in their mouths. The only thing that echoed throughout the field was that eerie soft chanting sound, like a sob, as if begging for help. Mom, I want to go home. It's a little scary. What the hell? Is this the same story that was told before that? I've got goosebumps. Zhao Mang is the most afraid of these weird things, at the moment, constantly leaning toward the next big brother, but the eyes still do not blink staring at those string puppets. Spooky and beautiful. You can't take your eyes off it. The chanting grew louder and louder, and finally, after a fierce, heavy drumming, a man with a gold-painted face rushed out with a torch. The fire was blazing, illuminating the darkness that was shrouded in gray mist. Scatter! The many-faced man was seen to show his face in the gray mist, and immediately shivered and shrank back into the fog. At the same time, the threads retracted, and all the puppets swished back into the fog. He exorcised those things. Asterisk. My heart is clenched. First time I've been so scared watching a silent show. The audience was in an uproar. Ping Ping was frantically taking pictures, and Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai looked baffled. Is this the kind of stuff Jing usually tinkers with? No, I didn't know that. Wang Kai remembered that he had seen those videos on the internet before, but it didn't seem to be the same as the one he performed today. Look again. Jiang Tsong's eyes glowed. I don't know how it will be back there, but looking at it so far, this level of scenic architecture coupled with these quirky performances can be more than just a 2A level. It shouldn't be in the same situation as yesterday. He continued to watch the show with doubts, and the tour group brought by Zhao Mang had long forgotten that they were forced to come to the scenic spot under duress, after strolling around for so long in the afternoon. Which of them still have upset emotions at this time? They have long been immersed in it and watched their hearts rise and fall. That firelight dispersed the puppets, and the man's spirit shook as he called out at the top of his voice, and more torchbearers stepped forward to the sound of the vibrating drums as the gray mist finally faded and a clean white fog once again enveloped the grounds. I got it. Pinky spoke softly. At first it was the story of the villagers dancing in harmony. Then an alien appeared in the crowd. Everyone pulled out that white mask and repelled it, and the white mask waited for an opportunity to retaliate, supposedly communicating something bad. Her voice was sharp, causing a crowd of tourists to listen sideways. Then that bad thing turned into gray mist and polluted the bright moon-walled city, turning the villagers into soulless puppets on strings. But behind them, warriors appeared. He took a torch and dispersed some of the gray mist, and then more and more warriors stepped forward. Now they're going to save bright moon-walled city and start invoking the gods. After all, a college student who is preparing for exams has a good head on his shoulders. If Su Jing were standing next to her, he would have nodded his head in satisfaction and praised her for seeing things very correctly. Immediately after the stage was quietly set up and the sound of Invite the God, Open the Altar with a high voice rang out, the tourists nodded frantically, looking excited. Pim was right. The roaring fire flourished. Su Jing stepped forward to begin presiding over the placement ritual ceremony, and behind the wall of people pulled up by the villagers, the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe stood in unison. They had already worked with the Qing Yun acrobatic troupe for the first part of the show, but the next show could be the time for their troupe to show their true strength. Although no one was young, everyone's faces were inexplicably excited and thrilled at this point. The dances, rehearsed late at night, were thankfully approved by Mr. Su, and blended with the magic of the props and the atmosphere of the new venue. It's finally time to perform these dances in front of a crowd. Nah. The woman next to Gina clenched her fists and looked at the crowds of tourists outside and said excitedly, isn't this a bigger audience than we had at the county theater? That's right. If this battle is fought beautifully, isn't it possible for us to return to our original heyday? Gina still had a serious expression, but this time she also wore costume props on her body, and her whole body changed. Don't think about that for a second. The more excited you get, the calmer you have to be. She scanned back over the crowd, their excitement slowly cooling under her gaze. Adjust your state. We definitely want to impress Boss Sue with this performance. The 3 buckets were stuffed to overflowing as visitors placed their offerings in the buckets. Boom! The flames are sky high. The sound of a long horn rang out from the depths of the distant mountains, one after the other, growing heavier and heavier, like a halberd breaking through the fog, heavy and sharp. The white fog was instantly dispersed. On top of the high platform, the huge ghost and god mask revealed its true form, instantly calming all the visitors. It's God. God looked over. There were tourists who had seen videos of previous performances, and now that they finally saw something familiar, they couldn't help but yell out in excitement. Zhao Mang hid behind his oldest brother, revealing an eye, and at this moment, he was also energized, but this time he wasn't so alarmed. I don't know if it was the visitor's words, God, that made him let go, or if the sound of that horn was too solemn and silent. He always felt that there was a hint of divinity revealed in the horror of that huge face. Su Jing looked up behind the firelight. Horns from the Deep lives up to its name. He had already tried listening to it a few times before, but he still couldn't help but get goosebumps when the long music played throughout the square. The sensory amplifier S20% bonus renders this ancient horn sound pull in the best possible way. And in the next moment, the white fog slowly dissipated, and the dimly lit center square suddenly cast a beam of light. Jinna's eyes fixed momentarily, whispering words that only the members of the group around her could hear. Here we go. Get ready. Let's make this bright moon fortress. Ignite. Knock. The group was instantly illuminated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Mang looked at the group of red-faced, white-robed upright creatures and once again got goosebumps. Pinky held up her nearly dead camera, her eyes wide. Here comes another new program. Chapter 34, Golden Sun's debut. The lights zoomed in from the red masks that showed only the eyes, slowly revealing the dance troupe. A group of people dressed in plain white and wearing pure red masks stood there, and beside the masks, 2 bundles of red spikes hung quietly over their chests. It was obviously a bit of a creepy look, but the tourists who had already watched the first few performances were wide-eyed at this point. First there was a song and dance, then the misfit white face was dragged away, then appeared as a multifaceted man in a gray mist, then the fire disperses the darkness, the sacrifice is offered, and the altar is open to invite the gods, then the should now appear as a positive image figure. Although most people watch the show just for a laugh, there are still smart people after all. They had begun to scrutinize all of them from the moment they fought their way into the bright moon-walled city. That's right, behind the crowd, Shusho took off his mask. Exuberant. He got a huge amount of traffic after posting the video last week, with many people asking where the small town sites were and how authentic it was. He got a taste of it, and was supposed to come prepared this time, wanting to record what he didn't see last time, in detail, to go back and share in the editing. Didn't realize. Just 1 week has passed and the owner of this place has actually come up with a new campaign. Didn't expect that either. In just the past week, the flow of visitors here has risen from a dozen to several hundred. And what I didn't expect was that this new campaign was updated so much. Done so well? He videotaped like crazy, and in the face of the new program about to start, he was even more keenly aware of the hotspots, and went straight to the highest definition equipment. Knock! The sound of fine drums sounded, and then under a long horn the group moved. Jingle bells! Their figures shook like springs, and their crisp bells instantly rang throughout the room. Chop! Except for the bells, the drums, the horns, and the sound of crisp cymbals, and those white-clothed, red-faced people, their movements were crisp and clean, and their clothes were fluttering again. When the arms are open, they are like a tiger that is poised, shrinking up in unison, and like a wary rabbit, that neat red mask vibrated up and down, and between the dancing red spikes was a flash of gold. They have patterns on their spikes. Pinky was the first to notice through the lens, and then it was a frantic snapshot. Wishful thinking is old-fashioned. He puts his camera up and gives his full attention to the show. Jingle bells. The dancer's strong basic skills presented the dance in a very attractive way, and just as everyone was watching, the red masks suddenly dispersed, leaving only one person standing in the center with his back turned. Knock knock. The man twisted around, but instantly made everyone clamor out. He changed his mask. Golden eyes, black face, red stripes, and a large mask of fierce fangs, like the gods that just flashed by. And the man, also wearing a mask, jerked down and bent over, his torso twisted into an exaggerated position. It was as treacherous as it could be over the sound of the drums. Su Jing and the other dancers watched from the darkness behind them. He hadn't realized that the most difficult solo was danced by Gina herself. More than anything, he didn't expect Gina, who was nearly 50 years old, to still be able to do so well in terms of body flexibility and control. That's why he was also relieved to give her this task after watching the performance. Gina's solo dance, under the peaks and roofs of the mountains, will bring out the gorgeous treachery of Nuwa dance in the night. It's a sight to behold for every visitor. But that's not all. Su Jing pressed the intercom. Release. The few Fangui people on top of the high platform nodded to each other and immediately scattered the large bags under their feet into the air. Wow! Bright red pieces of paper floated down like a shower of petals, setting off Gina, who was spinning in the center of the square, as if she were a ghost or god. And in the next moment, the rest of the red rain came pouring out again, burying the ghosts and gods in the center. And everyone twisted their heads neatly once more. And again there was a flood of red faces and white clothes. Bamboo flute music. They danced in unison again. The red paper on the ground was like a wave of visitors. Spoiler alert, everyone's thoughts are flying. The lights steeply turned red, and the red-faced white-robed people became more and more excited, and even danced with the demons. The white mist filled the air once more, accompanied by the sound of a soul-deep oboe. The red-faced white men dispersed as far as they could. Phew! Ha! It's over. All 21 members of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, breathing heavily behind the high stage. Everyone took their masks off and their skin was shiny and sweaty from the firelight. But besides the sweat, there was a group of people with sparkling eyes, and smiles all over their faces. Na-chan! We did it! So many spectators. Geez, will they like us? So tired, but I had so much fun dancing. It was so good. Sister Na, will Boss Xiaosu be satisfied? Gina also unclasped her mask, and her brow, which was usually always slightly furrowed, stretched out today. When she heard this, she joined everyone else in looking away from Su Jing on the other side of the crowd. The young but stern man smiled warmly at them across the fire in the sea of people. Thumbs up. Great job. Yay. Everyone instantly laughed and hugged each other, finally letting go completely. Their mission is over. Next, everyone looked together at the actors making preparations in front of the high stage. It's up to them. A sea of fog churned. Visitors heard a high chant amidst the roaring applause. Welcome, Wind Dragon Messenger. The crowd burst into a long-awaited gasp. Finally, Shusho heartbreakingly looked at the equipment power. Want to curse cannot curse. Damn bright moon walled city. What's with all the new shows? Just screw it. And screwed up so much. The hole he didn't have enough batteries again. He laughed and cursed as he tried to put the expensive camera away, only to twist his head and stare. Moving his hand away from the camera he was about to turn off. The Wind Dragon Messenger has also changed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So handsome. Damn. Are the NPCs of Bright Moon Walled City so handsome? Holy, I'm in love. No, it was the Dragon Lady last time. Give me back my Dragon Lady. The one who took the white dragon and stepped into the fog. Her was transformed into the strong and powerful Ryuko with snowy white complexion. This must be a good guy. Pinky put the camera down and mumbled something. Oh, the sister next to her struggled to distract herself from responding to her. How? Because good men don't take second wives. The BFF twisted her head to look at the silver-haired, silver-tattooed, silver-eyed, bare-chested, muscular Onai Ryuko and gulped. I think you're right. The two men reached a unanimous agreement and continued to enjoy the white dragon flying in front of them with the countless tourists. But this time the white dragon was even more realistic and luxurious than the last time it appeared. With the help of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, the troupe members of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe swooped into the dragon's body with a brain. They wore Su Jing's special cloud props to hold up the slender dragon's body, allowing the white dragon to soar and tumble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the kind of show the county can put on? Dude, don't get it. This isn't even a prop the county can get. What's wrong with the county? County? Can't we come out with awesome scenic spots in our county? 2A scenic? Just listen to it. You've seen all the performances. Can you call this ing 2A? Chapter 35. It's ing called 2A? That's right. You call this a 2A scenic spot? They made a special trip out of town to see just about as bad as this. People are rated for 5A and it cost them thousands. But what about people's Wanyuan Mountain? For $30. It doesn't screw you over. And it's fun to play and watch. Where can you find such a great weekend getaway? A few big brothers and sisters were blushing with excitement. Zhao Mang sat there, also cursing with excitement. He was about to stand up to take a picture when a strong force came from his shoulder. He frowned and turned back, ready to curse, when he froze. My ing. Wang Kai old brother? Why are you kid here too? Wang Kai smiled with a simple face. We also had an impromptu appointment and wanted to come and hang out. We just watched someone running around blindly in the bright moon-walled city. I didn't realize it was really you. Running around? Before Zhao Mang could even wait to react, his shoulder was once again slapped hard again. ing. Xiao Lu Ah? His grim face once again put on a smile and flashed his standard 8 big teeth at the tourists around Wang Kai. Oh, my name is Wu. The tourist cleared his throat unnaturally, scowling at the punk in front of him. I didn't think that Gai Zhao didn't lie to us. It's really a rare and good scenic spot. $20 wasn't spent in vain. It's worth it. That's right. Aha, today gave me a hot sweaty run. It was awesome. Zhao Mang didn't realize that there was a row of his own troop members sitting behind him, and he narrowed his eyes at the honest Wan Kai, always feeling that this kid was deliberately following him. Hey, everyone. I'm kidding. I've told you before, we're a serious tour group. We certainly won't let your money go to waste. We all know what we're doing, and we're just going to laugh about it. Serious? Serious is certainly not so serious. It is estimated that this scenic area or Zhao Mang do not know what reason, accidentally found a good place. After all, such a good scenic spot, if it really cooperates with travel agencies, it can be the turn of Shanmang Travel Agency, the small Karami? TSK. Wan Kai wrenched his head back hard. Watch the show properly. Zhao Mang was reminded and immediately forgot about the beating he received and honestly went back to watching the show. The wind dragon and the dragon strolled around, and Lucky walked up to finish receiving his blessing and floated down. Like and last week, he was head over heels, with golden lights exploding in front of his eyes, so cool he couldn't speak at all. Shusho stared closely behind him with a look of indignation. He had come from early this time and had seriously done the mission for a day. How come he wasn't the first place yet? Who's in first place? Zhang Song Wan Kai recognizes the same male teacher who was in the same boat with them. I didn't realize that the man's heart was so fine that he could get the most out of the offering when he arrived only in the afternoon. Envy won't help. The field was quickly homed in, and Su Jing walked up. Last week the guests from afar people, looks like sincerely went to the outside world to ask for help on our behalf. Today Mingyue walled city can usher in so many guests and bring so many offerings. Really is a great contribution to our ceremony. Su Jing bowed slightly, the gold patterns on his eyes flashing with a demonic light. So today, with the blessing of the gods, we can also make more prayer rituals and dance more beautiful exorcism dances. Then the next moment is to invite all of our guests to come forward and receive the blessing of the gods together. Spark ritual. Yes. Shusho shook his fist in excitement, looking at the camera with one cell of battery left, full of confidence. The last time he had inadvertently not brought enough batteries with him, he had missed out on some of the traffic, but this time, he is bound to film the most complete spark ritual for all his fans to see. He brought his equipment and followed the crowd forward quickly, accompanied by a long, high chant. The sky of flowers and fire exploded in the sky above the bright moon-walled city, sliding down like gold stars. The tourists of the Mingyue village had their mouths wide open, unable to utter any words other than wow and asterisk. Except for that teacher. The sky is filled with gold and red illuminating the moon, and the music and dance mingle, reflecting my heart. Great poem. Zhao Mang on the side also do not know whether to hear or not. Anyway, follow the literati applaud is. He closed his eyes. 10 years of experience in mixing with society plus 3 years of experience as a boss told him. This time, he chose to work with Su Jing. Sort of the right choice. From the moment you enter the park, there are worldly boatmen, a huge bustling old fortress, super fun NPC interactive games, and then an endless stream of awesome performances. In the end he all felt it was time to end it. Got it. It's not like it's $300 for a $30 ticket. It's almost as good. He ended up making such a grand show out of it. Screw those tourists of his for the fun of it. He reckoned there should be no Uncle Hat to check up on him after this journey. Maybe we'll get a little banner, too. Zhao Mang joyfully looked up at the spark ritual while taking out his latest cell phone to take pictures. Come, the great poet. You help my brother to see how to take a good shot. This photo was taken and turned back to hang in the house of Shanmang Travel Agency to solicit customers. The great poet teacher had been a little resentful of the interruption, but he was happy to have been given such a title. Here, let's see. The spark ritual ended, and Su Jing finally stepped out to make his final speech as the usher. Thank you all for your participation, and today's invocation ceremony of the Bright Moon-Walled City will officially come to an end. The Bright Moon-Walled Village was originally isolated from the world, so the villagers aren't quite sure of the outside world's way of life yet either. But since all of you guests have helped us so much, we're willing to learn and improve, so that all of you can travel more comfortably. At the same time, we also believe, in the near future, with more and more enthusiastic guests, we will be able to make a more complete ceremony. Until then, Su Jing twisted his head toward the distant mountains behind him, his tone tinged with longing and nostalgia. Our holy mountain, too, can regain its prosperity. When the mountain of the Holy Spirit returns to earth, I hope that the Bright Moon Cottage will have the honor of inviting visitors, tour and visit together. The invocation ceremony of the Bright Moon-Walled City is then officially over. Everyone went out in a line, and Fang Gue and the others packed up their things and headed home with their buddies laughing. That's so nice. Finish your shift and travel 10 minutes home. Later, when the tourists had left, everyone would return to the plaza for a meeting, and they would be able to eat the hot meal prepared by Mr. Su, such a life is heavenly. Zhao Mang also waved a small red flag and gathered the tourists together. Ha ha ha, how was your day? In the past, at this time of year, all he would see would be a group of silent, cold faces. But today, he can raise his eyebrows. Ha 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 ha, Director Zhao, you're too awesome. How did you find this kind of scenery? Oh my god. I sent the photos to my coworkers. They all love it so much. They're asking me for the address. Someone looked up you while tinkering with his cell phone. Director Zhao, is this scenic spot a regular route for your tour group? I'll send your contact information to my coworkers. Yeah. Zhao Mang froze and was instantly filled with joy, grinning with a grimace. Too true. The boss here and I are good brothers. Come with my team, and I'm sure you'll have the most comfortable time. Ha ha ha, that's great. I sent it to my son as well, and my son said I misunderstood you guys, that you're just ugly and have no eyes, but you're actually all responsible and good people. Zhao Mang was silent, and so were the ugly-looking henchmen. Director Zhao has the vision to find this kind of scenic spot. Go back and we'll all publicize it for you. How had Zhao Mang ever received this kind of compliment? Immediately forgetting about the ugly-looking comment, a series of son of praise down, to his joy of the whole person fluttering. Hate to put a 5,000 loud whip on the spot. He clapped his hands prettily. Come on, everyone organize your stuff and don't leave it behind. We're getting ready to take the boat out. Bang! Another huge blast of force slammed into his shoulder. Is it a case of treating people like cuties without getting mad? Ah, he's really angry. Zhao Mang turned back with a scowl on his face, but once again froze and replaced it with a smile. I-I-N-G. Miss you haha, Mr. Catcher. The grinning Su Jing was standing in front of him with his hands behind his back, and I don't know how this small body smashed out such a huge force. Oh, did Mr. Zhao have a good time today? Su Jing blinked. Behind them, Wang Kai and Jiang Song showed a bad smile. Since we're having fun, I'll see you later. Chapter 36 Cooperation. Fire. I don't know if Wanyuan Mountain is on fire, but Mingyueshai is on fire. For 2 consecutive days, the traffic flow has remained above 300 people/day. Su Jing was only glad that he had made enough preparations last week, recruiting Feng Gui and the others and giving everyone another basic training. That's what allowed the staff to handle these guests just right. And Golden Sun and Cheng Yun's performance was out of his expectation. Perhaps it was because they were all involved in the performance, and because the Golden Sun was the equivalent of replacing Cheng Yun. The acrobats were all energized to make the best of their part of the show, and the dancers, both men and women, led by Guinea, were in great shape in both performances. Excellent. He was sure that after a week or 2 of practicing, they would be able to achieve the perfect final form. As for him, the park was closed on Monday, and as the morning dawned, while Jiang Song had not yet gotten up, Su Jing had already jogged out to exercise, opening his cell phone to check the situation in the meantime. Ooh, the man hadn't even run 500 meters before he stopped on the side of the road and laughed with a forked tongue. Don't blame him. Just 2 days. Wanyuan Mountain and Mingyueshai gained a huge wave of traffic on a host of platforms, including Shakelu. The words of Wanyuan Mountain were fine, but under the words of Mingyueshai, it was a real hustle and bustle. At the top of the list reached tens of thousands of likes, thousands of favorites, mainly to beat the iron flower-based graphic, and immediately after, not Su Jing guessed that the Golden Sun Nuwa dance performance, but instead, Mingyueshai most complete ritual collection strategy and story flow. What's going on? Su Jing was confused and clicked in. What the hell? Isn't what he does scenic? What's with the breakout and story cheats? Raiders is divided into 2 large chapters. Su Jing slid downward with a raised eyebrow. The first one is about the approximate locations and quests for obtaining the various rituals. He looked around, and while it wasn't that full, it was certainly not that far off. Come here once or twice and try to figure out brother's routine? He grunted. You're still too young. Having participated in adventure-type activities too many times in his previous life, he could know all too well what to adjust if he wanted to keep things fresh. Nice find. Next time I'll replace them all for you. Ha 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 ha. Pranks are always mind-blowing. Su Jing continued to look down. The other, from Pingback, offers a guess at the show's story. She even put together a large PowerPoint. Pingback, the story structure of the show should start from the previous harmonious life, to be broken, and then the invasion of the evil god, and then the villagers invite the god to communicate divine power. Pingback, the uneasiness in the village should be the manifestation of the evil left behind by the invasion of the evil gods. Ping, the goal of the Bright Moon Cottage is to have enough visitors, to send enough sacrifices, to complete enough rituals, big enough to carry out the rituals in their entirety, and to completely exorcise the evil. Ping, see the dragon son and dragon daughter, and the red-faced white dancers? I'm guessing there's more messengers to come. Up until here, Su Jing hadn't felt much, but when he continued to look down, he froze. Ping. I have carefully observed. That usher should be similar to the village chief or high priest of the existence of the ceremony. He wore a cuff with a lot of animal tattoo patterns. I guess it is a preview of the next wave of activities. Ping. And the dancers, they're all wearing armbands, too, and although I didn't get a clear shot, I suspect that the pattern of their armbands is the same pattern that's on top of the usher's cuffs. Ping. Finally, the ushers have mentioned Sacred Mountain several times. The ushers have mentioned the Sacred Mountain several times, and I predict that it is the next area of attraction to open, which should be a continuation of the story of the Manhwa village, or the past glory. This commentary is a ride that has captured the attention of many young people. Realistic game breakout with small world NPC interaction modes that keep a lot of people interested. But the feeling of conjecture and exploration intrigues and excites more than a few people. What exactly is Holy Mountain? What else could there be besides Wind Dragon Messenger? Some of them didn't even know what the bright moon-walled city was, but they all started searching curiously after listening to the explanation. Su Jing lost his smile and withdrew. I have to say, this, Pinky, did guess a lot. But, Su Jing thought about his great plan, not caring in the slightest that someone was penetrating the question. Just kidding. I had a car. You knew I had a car, then you saw my car. But does that have anything to do with the fact that my car is actually an Optimus Prime? I don't car. Su Jing continued to row downward, and the next highly liked video was posted from a familiar face. I didn't expect Lightning Avoidance Piggyback to come back this time, but it's obvious he's grown a heart. To get the most traffic, he took the full versions of the different highlights programs this time, sent them out separately, and then edited a highlights compilation. Su Jing clicked on that ensemble and sked after half a day of reading. This video definitely paid someone to do it. No other reason. It's too delicate. Made to look like an official promo. He was tempted to just take it away and use it himself. And so far, this highlights compilation, Wanyuwanchan Mingusai pseudo-official promotional video, has the most number of likes. Large swaths of comments and messages are spread across the bottom of the video. The angry man who wants to be the king of thieves, it's all fake. It's not me eating upside down. Baga not baga, where is the scenic spot? Never heard of it? Watery tenderness, alas. The youngsters nowadays. For the sake of traffic anything to get out. Lin Junjio, it's a lie. Right? Really fake? This is a scenic spot? Where is it? Turkey-flavored potpourri, check it out. A scenic spot in the county below Yangon. 5 out of 5 ratings. Needless to say, definitely fake. Yukiko of Milk White, dude, can you believe it? This view was a 1.9 a week ago. Oil, so, here is up. 6 cents a week? Su Jing raised an eyebrow when he saw this. The ticketing and publicity for the scenic area was with Zhao University, and he hadn't really noticed that the rating of Wanyuan Mountain had risen. He guessed it should be caused by the fact that most of the people who had purchased tickets in the past 2 days had typed 5-star reviews. The town that never sets, you don't have to be curious. I'm from Yangon. It's been deserted for many years. There's no way it's like this in the video. Underground worker, yes. People in Castle Peak County know that it hasn't been managed for many years, but it's all undeveloped and barren mountains. Casually going in, not afraid of being taken by wild boars? 2A? A whole bunch of comments were posted from everyone, and Su Jing closed it after 2 scratches. Wanyuan Mountain wants to catch fire, and there's no rush. It's more important now. Su Jing wiped his sweat and opened the door, looking at Jiang Song, who had already gotten up and dressed. With a smile, let's go. The first task of the day was to talk to the Shanmeng travel agency about cooperation. Brother Zhao Mang, here they come. Chapter 37, Jiang Song joins the gang. Be right there. How's it going? Su Jing sat in the car to put the finishing touches on it. Are you confident you can negotiate a contract today? Wang Kai drove the car in front, and Jiang Song sat next to him fiddling with the old car stereo. 2 people after a day of scenic tour. The place is not bad. At this time is the time of intense love. When Jiang Song heard Su Jing's question, his eyes rolled and he seemed to think of something and snorted out a laugh. Wang Kai also showed 8 teeth. Of course, we have a nice piece of information that we guarantee Big Brother Zhao Mang will like. Inside the still quiet hall of the Shanmeng travel agency, 2 groups of people sat opposite each other, all with serious expressions. Zhao Mang was the first to break the silence. We can't make any money if the souvenir store doesn't open. And if we work together, at least we'll split the admission money 55%. Su Jing grimaced. Who 5? Zhao Mang was dumbfounded by the question and thought for half a day before his face turned red. No? What's wrong with him? But Su Jing didn't give him a chance to open his mouth as he spoke quickly about his plan. Next weekend, I'll raise the price of admission and give you 10% of the ticket money. The souvenir store, I'll get it up before the Labor Day holiday. Shanmeng can get a 20% discount. And I don't care what you and the tourists figure out under that discount. Wang Kai followed suit and spoke. I'll give you guys a 20% discount on my car rentals from Mountain Mang. Zhao Mang was even more confused. Wasn't your car already 20% off? Is it? Wang Kai rubbed his chin with a simple smile. Ah ha ha ha, it's me who forgot. And then it's gone. Zhao Mang waited for him for half a day, but didn't wait for his next words. 20% off and then what? Shouldn't it be 25% or 30% off or something? It's gone? So what's the purpose of your visit? Su Jing leaned back, grinning. President Zhao, think it over. To tell you the truth, I've already gotten sponsorship from a big shot, and although I can't tell you who it is, the scenic spot will continue to be improved in the back. The effect is like nothing you can imagine. As the first cooperative travel agency of Wanyuan Mountain, I can guarantee that no matter how much the scenic spot raises its price, you'll be able to enjoy this discount. What's more, Mr. Zhao should have confidence in Wanyuan Mountain. Aren't you having fun too? Wang Kai's usefulness emerged. He showed his big teeth and hemmed and hawed, pushing his cell phone in front of Zhao Mang. In the video, a burly man with a lousy expression and a grim face runs through an alleyway in a panic, howling and screaming. Ahem! Zhao Mang clicked off the screen, his old face reddening. What's this for, ha ha ha? He pondered for a moment, still a little disgruntled in his mind. Everything else is fine, but that ticket share, isn't 10% too little? Less? Su Jing smiled. Mr. Zhao, look at the long term. 50 yuan of 10% is only 5 yuan, but 300 yuan of 10%, but 30. You pull 10 tourists, the ticket alone can earn 300. Bad? 300? Zhao Mang frowned and his expression became grave. Are you sure you can sell $300 tickets later? After all, I'm thousands of acres of scenic beauty. There are many days of perfection behind me. Zhao Mang let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair, actually agreeing in his heart. He had no other choice. In the newly rising scenic spots, the most energetic one is the Wanyuan Mountain one. If he wants to cooperate, this is the second choice. It's been 3 years and he doesn't have that many options left. If Su Jing's plan failed, he was afraid that he would really have to go back to his old ways. After all, with so many brothers, he couldn't let everyone starve and follow him. Zhao Mang clenched his fists and leaned forward, his expression rarely sincere and steady. Since Boss Su is confident, then we have a deal. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tsong swished out 2 contracts and respectfully handed out the pen. Mr. Zhao, sign. Working with Zhao Mang went better than expected. Su Jing returned to Mount Wanyuan with Zhang Tsong satisfied. And that evening, Zhang Tsong also formally sat opposite him and delivered his observations over the days. Brother Jing, you're really good when it comes to design. Originally I thought it was pretty average after seeing the scenery, but I really felt it on Saturday. Strong. It's really strong. But, Zhang Tsong's words changed. Doing design, I'm not as good as you, but as a manager, you're not as good as me. Zhang Tsong, who had been disheveled for more than a month, had his eyes light up when it came to his profession. I've probably heard about the staffing at Bright Moon Cottage. I also understand about the souvenir store. Then there's our staff management, online and offline publicity, various operating budgets, and service, which is still far from. He spoke with sudden excitement. Brother Jing, you said to Zhao Mang this morning that you have a big investor. Is that true? If you have investors, what are you going to do back there? What kind of projects to do? I can help you manage it all. Nope. If I'm around, not only can I help you manage, but I can also save you money. I'm also someone you can trust, so you can feel free to tell me about any plans you have. And you know, I have a lot of experience in the field, and I'm familiar with all kinds of software. So with me around, there's no chance I can really help you make it big. Su Jing shook his head and laughed lightly as he looked at the excited man. He was right about most of what he said. Only one thing wasn't quite right. There's no he's in. Wanyuan Sandu will surely grow bigger and stronger. Su Jing smiled slightly, because the investor behind him is the system. Have you decided? If you stay here, you won't just be my buddy from now on. You'll be my employee, and I won't go easy on you. With Zhang Song joining him, he was naturally very welcome. No matter how capable he is bound to be distracted when faced with such a large scenic spot. There aren't a lot of competent people here either, and while most of the staff can do the job they're told to do, that's about it. Trying to get them to offer suggestions to make the scenery better is still too much for them. No problem. Zhang Tsong laughed brightly and excitedly. So, Boss Su, how much are you going to pay me in salary? Bad. Su Jing's expression froze. You're not trying to pay me, are you? Ha 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 ha. Su Jing revealed an exaggerated smile and slapped Zhang Tsong's shoulder hard, until he slapped Zhang Tsong to the point where he was about to get anxious, before he weakly opened his mouth. I don't have any money. How about 5? 000 a month? If you do a good job in the scenic area, I'll give you a raise later, and give you a cut. That's a pie in the face. Okay, but come on. Jung Song has eaten enough big cakes in S. Now he feels that a salary of 5,000 yuan is a real good thing. 5,000 is 5,000. So you'll take me on another scenic drive this afternoon. Give me a good talk about what's going on in there, and I'll start work tomorrow. Build you a shift. Su Jing revealed a smile, finally relaxing a bit. Okay. Chapter 38, Undercurrents. Jung Song was quick to receive information, and in the course of an afternoon, he had already mapped out the Wanyuan mountain. As soon as he got home, he ran to his desk and buried himself in organizing. Su Jing, on the other hand, repaired and maintained the props and messed with them until very late before going home to sleep. 2 days in a row. Bright Moon Cottage is a hotspot on the internet, but this time, it's not just a small spread like before. Not only were there a lot more concerned foreigners on Shake Leaf, but most importantly, the citizens of the entire city of Yangon had heard about it. The county below their city came out with an awesome view, but when they inquired more closely about the name, it was even more unbelievable. So you're saying, the fire was in the same mountainous area where Castle County was bought out 10 years ago? Yangon City, Department of Culture and Tourism. In the quiet and serious office, Xin Zhuang put down the large teapot with a curious face. Why do I remember that couple wasn't doing well, borrowed a lot of money, and were on the verge of going out of business? The secretary raised her eyes in ventriloquism. It's not because our previous policies went back on their words and didn't materialize well that we forced them to do so, and they've lost a lot of their family money. Secretary, I've heard that the couple has been gone for a few years, and it's their surviving son who's taking over the scene now. Oh, Xin Zhuang leaned back. The son took over? Didn't sell the scenic spot? He had heard about that place and owed a lot of money, but anyone who was a smart person should put the land up for sale as soon as possible so that he could still make a small profit. At least enough to be able to live in Yangon in his next life with no worries. The secretary shook his head and placed the tablet in front of Xin Zhuang, on which was exactly the Mingyue walled, pseudo-promotional video made by Zhu Shou. Not only did it not sell, but looking at these videos online, it's doing quite well. Yoo-hoo! Xin Zhuang narrowed his eyes and watched the video in its entirety, bowing his head in deep thought. Have you met your pre-holiday publicity targets for this year? The secretary understood what he meant, but it was still a bit of a shame. It's basically done. And now if we try to add new items, we'll be a little pressed for time, and we might not get the best results then. That's for sure. Xin Zhuang nodded. The publicity of their Cultural and Tourism Bureau has already started planning 2 or 3 months before the big holiday. From the tourist flow, ratings, and the basic condition of the scenic spots measured in many ways, in order to determine the target of publicity. If the project is added now, even if it is produced in a hurry, the result may not be satisfactory. After all, not many people are thinking about where to go until they are on vacation. But, Xin Zhuang looked at the roiling flowers and fire in the video and hesitated for a moment. Tell you what, let's watch and see how Wanyuan Shan does by next week, and I'll scout then too. The secretary is going to go in person? Well, in time. Xin Zhuang stopped talking, picked a document and lowered his head to start approving it, and the secretary retreated with good sense. Secretary Xin is going in person? It looks like he's still remembering some old favorites over there. The secretary also put on a smile. If you really want to give them publicity, it is okay to be late. After all, people from far away can come. Using the people around Yangon can be a potential group of tourists. Yangon City's culture and tourism has not made any achievements in recent years. These several times to go to the provincial meeting, the secretary and the director of each time to be named, and the leaders of other cities also come over to the yin and yang. What is that Wanyuan mountain? If you can really do not bad, even if the specification is a little small, but also can help Yangon raise eyebrows for a time. When the time comes, the secretary and the director are in a good mood, and resources can just be willingly slammed into them. Poof! He hummed softly and slipped out with his tablet. On the other side of the Yonkers, things are not so wonderful. In the parlor of the upscale club, a group of people sitting around a round table, headed by Song Jiming, who had just put his heart into his stomach and carried it out again, at his lower hand. In turn, sat the boss of Dottie Travel Agency, who had a side conversation with Su Jing, several other travel agency bosses and people in charge of small scenic spots in the neighborhood. Everyone should have heard about the commotion that this Wanyuan mountain has made. Song Jiming hung a smile, but there wasn't much laughter in his eyes. What do you all think? The owner of the Earth Travel Agency was the first to speak. Mr. Song is too worried. That's just a small scenic spot. There's no way it's comparable to our Song Lake Park. Yeah, a tall, thin man nodded his head as well. With Pine Lake as the leader and several small business districts surrounding us, our system is unbreakable, so we don't have to care about them at all. The beautiful woman beside the man also laughed delicately. Our customer traffic last weekend should have been over 6,000 people, right, Mr. Song? Look at you. What's the point of fighting with them in a small place that only has a few hundred people a day? Everyone was talking and not taking the theme of today's meal seriously at all. Just kidding. They're a long-time Yangon attraction. All of the attraction design, event planning, and even visitor services have been very well developed. If you're willing to come and play, you can totally eat, drink and catch up with the stars all in one place, and have a fun weekend of shopping. What's in that little mountain? How boring it is to play for a couple hours and then it's over when there's not even a road fixed. It's just a fun event. Who can't do this stuff? Lee, send someone back to find out what that sparkling ritual of theirs is all about. Song Jiming watched as his partners ordered on, his hand on his wineglass shaking slightly. The fact that he was able to take Pine Lake Park from a small park to such a large scenic spot, and to develop the surrounding wasteland into what it is now, comes from his principles of doing things. Never underestimate any opponent. That what Bright Moon Cottage can be on fire definitely has something to offer. The city of Yangon had been peaceful for too long recently, and what the citizens needed most was a sense of freshness. So if they did get into their heads, it was likely that they would take advantage of the momentum to redevelop it while the momentum was off. Every scenic spot is in competition with each other. There are only so many tourists. More at your house, less at mine. Unless there is some kind of leading big brother, can be the top of the province and city. The country is famous. That attracts foreign tourists. It is possible for all scenic spots to form a community of interest. But that level of scenic beauty, their little city of Yangon couldn't even think about it. I'll check it out too. Song Jiming's words silenced the table full of people. It's not a crime, is it, Song? The owner of Earth Travel Agency's face was a little embarrassed. They all said that that little viewpoint was not enough, and the man was still so serious. Didn't that mean he didn't trust their judgment? No, he just turned down the head of Wanyuan Mountain last week. If he hadn't refused, would it have been his turn to get involved with a trashy little travel agency like Shanmang? Thinking about what the employees said, those people took the video of the tour of Minghuizhai and robbed the guests at the train station. Boss Earth was furious. A stinking asshole, who also dares to come and rob his guests. Earth's boss snorted, remembering that he was still sitting at Song Jiming's drinking game, and hurriedly put on another smile. Although the Earth is an old travel agency, Song Jiming is also an old scenic area manager. For so many years, Pine Lake Park has been sitting in the top 3 of Yangon City's amusement. Is not to offend the big brother. If Mr. Song is worried, we'll all just go and ask around, including that person in charge, and we'll go and feel around. Immediately for the labor holiday, we will make good arrangements. And our Pine Lake is definitely still the first choice for tourist routes. Compared to that small scenic spot, our main competitor is the Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Spot side. I heard that they have planned a new activity, which is specially prepared for tourists. They quietly discussed their plans for the next 2 weeks. On the other side, Zhao Mang also changed his normalcy. He sat in his deserted office and gathered all his men and staff together. Brothers, everybody listen up. I'm going to say something. Chapter 39 Scenic Area Optimization. He threw away his leather jacket and got an executive jacket from somewhere, looking finally a hint of a decent look. You've all heard about it since brother returned from leading the team to Wanyuan Mountain last time. I've already reached a strategic partnership with the person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain. From now on, their scenic spot is our exclusive partner. Everyone memorize this information. Absolutely no mistakes. We're not going it alone this time. We're not just representing Shanmang's image now, we're also representing the image of Wanyuan Mountain. Anyone who plays the rogue on the side of the tourists like before, I'll really have to take action. The brethren bowed their heads with their hands behind their backs and chills ran down their backs. The last time Mang mentioned getting his hands dirty was when their travel agency was first established. Looks like it's for real this time. Everyone responded with a roar and each received a copy of the material and ran off to memorize it. Yangon City is not a famous tourist city, so there is basically not much work for the major travel agencies in the middle of the week. This was what gave Zhao Mang the opportunity to train his subordinate staff in a big way. And looking further out of the city, in the city of Castle Peak County, in the midst of a dilapidated and dangerous building, the members of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, in a rare case, did not work, but sat on the floor in the dance studio, their faces serious. So what does everyone think? Jinnah, her hair combed smooth and oily, spoke gravely. I think there's something. I think the future is better than we thought. Na-san, the last time we performed in front of so many people was years ago. I think that little Su boss still have stock. As soon as the man's words fell, All the members instantly looked over in unison. Jinna's eyes lit up as well. You think so? Everyone laughed. It looks like Na thinks so too. That's right. The small Su boss should have long had an idea for this program. And we have all heard that the current performance is not a full body. And the content of the performance will be increased later according to the number of tourists. That is to say, as long as we are still able to learn and still able to dance, we will still be able to receive more training. The audience is actually secondary. What I value more is the platform and the repertoire that Boss Su can provide us with. You know how rare a good show tune is these days, and to be honest, I haven't kind of figured out what this Manhwa dance is about until now. The more I watch it, the more interesting it gets, and the more I think about it, the more goosebumps I get. Ginna's eyes showed ambition and desire. I've been leading a dance troupe for almost 20 years now, and I hope that while I'm still able to dance, my troupe will try again to reach higher stages and sing to more people. And this time is a great opportunity. Everyone listened to her with excited eyes. In that case, let's not worry about so many salaries. The more we dance and more and better, the more tourists Manhwa walled city can have. Manhwa village will then be able to stand up in Yangon city and even the province. By then, we won't just be a small dance troupe, we'll be the ace performance team of Bright Moon walled city. Jinna's words uplifted all the dancers, and everyone swallowed excitedly. Okay, then, Sister Na, what do we do next? In just one weekend, Bright Moon Cottage broke into the limelight of a large number of people. The online publicity worked in the end. Even in the middle of the week, dozens of people come into the scenic area. These people Tian Fong Gue they can completely handle. The props are also all repaired. Su Jing eased down. Phew, good job. He had just laid down on his bed, ready for a cozy nap, when his bedroom door was slammed open before his eyes could close. Brother Jing, my preliminary program for scenic management is ready. Su Jing looked at his watch. 3 minutes past noon. You don't sleep? Jiang Tsong froze. There's never a lunch break in S. City. Oh, this damn idea of working for a living. As of today there is. Jiang Tsong rolled his eyes and pulled Su Jing, who had peacefully closed his eyes once again, to his feet. Sleep on what? You're the boss. Your time is money. Let's hurry up and finalize the program so I can hurry up and implement it. Su Jing wanted to cry. He lost his rare lunch break to this role king. Jiang Tsong didn't let him wait too long. He immediately turned on his computer and presented the PowerPoint to him. Mr. Su. He straightened his demeanor and stopped joking with Su Jing, the aura of an outstanding graduate and provincial competition gold medalist surfacing. I've spoken with staff to consolidate the current state of Wanyuan Mountain View and am now reporting on the preliminary program. He clicked the mouse and the form immediately surfaced. At present, the entire scenic area of Wanyuan Mountain is only open to one attraction, the Bright Moon walled city. So we are centering around this attraction. It consists of transportation, ancillary services, touring and hitting points, and staffing, while management is all one big subject. Financial management and tourism management can be very different. Jiang Tsong had stayed up quite a few big nights in the past few days in order to quickly shift his thoughts, but now it seemed that he was right about the pair of dark circles under his eyes. After Zhao University's statistics, we made a total profit of $28,800 on and offline during this period, excluding basic operating expenses. First of all, we have to adjust the problem of transportation. Uncle Shue's boat is too small. The single passenger capacity is only about 15 people. The scenic area is so large traffic. Relying on Uncle Shui alone cannot be busy. My suggestion, add a small boat. Uncle Shue's image has a special publicity image effect, so we can have the boatman of the other boat keep the same style and stagger the passengers. At the same time both boats are fitted with engines to reduce manpower. Jiang Tsong finished and continued to click on the next page. Supporting services, we are lacking the most, not to mention guide signs, toilet trash cans and all that. By far the most important are fire safety facilities and medical emergency facilities etc. Jiang Tsong had a serious expression. I looked at the Bright Moon Cottage and the rest of our area. These things are almost non-existent, and if you get caught, a report is a good idea. That's why we need to make these up first. Su Jing's posture changed from casual and comfortable to sitting upright. The legal blindness broke out in a cold sweat. Then on the service facilities, it is recommended that Ningyu Ezhai build public toilets *4, souvenir shops *1, convenience stores *4, and a number of food and beverage or specialty product stores. And also since we are currently only opening that one attraction, it is recommended that the first aid center be set up in Ningyu Ezhai as well as the fire. Jiang Tsong didn't really pay much attention to the fancy stuff after he took over the task of management. Or maybe it's because I've been in S for a long time and have stepped in potholes big and small. So I pay more attention to those hidden mines. The quicker you fix something like this that has the potential to cause problems later, the better. As for the scenic staff, I've also heard that you've recruited quite a few people by using your house as a paycheck. To Su Jing's surprise, Jiang Song approved of his behavior. The scenic area is currently in a situation where this is the optimal solution. But since this is the case, we have to let them play their roles as soon as possible. Convenience stores and food services. They can try to run them now. If the capacity is not yet up to standard, then we will provide the premises for them to go part-time selling during the day. Tourists may not spend money, but we can't offer it without a place to spend it. He rubbed his brow more with a bit of a headache. And that toilet of yours screws up really no eyes. Chapter 40, 1W Reputation Value in 4 days. Online tickets purchased by tourists. Evaluation. Jung Song read. Bad reviews, and bad reviews are actually not much, but most of them are scolding the toilet or scolding the transportation. Either you can't find a toilet if you're suffocating, or the toilet is so dirty and small that you can't take a disgusting. Then there are the ones who get angry when they wait too long in line for a boat. Don't look at it as a small thing, but this can be very detrimental to the experience. And then the attraction tour part. We currently only have 2 tours, Finding the Ritual, and Invocation Ceremony, and I'd like to know if you have any other attraction development plans to follow up. The last thing is about publicity and operation. We currently don't have any official account operating on any other platforms except for a ticketing system on the yellow website. We need this kind of talent. Su Jing looked at Jiang Song's form, reading it very carefully and slowly. Not bad for a professional, though it's a bit of a big crossover for Jiang Song. Still, he accomplished a great job. And there were even a lot of points where he was thinking from the perspective of the Ulsaran visitors to be able to raise so many fine points of questioning. I think it's pretty good. How much does it cost to do these? He has 3W left in his hand for emergencies. And with the 2W or so he's made from the last few days of sightseeing, there's not a lot of money left for him to use. It won't start at the same time. Jiang Song had planned ahead. Address security first, then transportation and basic services. Su Jing's heart fluttered. You don't have to worry about basic services. For now, you take care of the fire safety and transportation part first. Satisfied, Jiang Song left with the appointment letter and prepared to quickly recruit outstanding talents. And Su Jing resumed his seat at the table. With a bunch of things going on every day for the past few days, he hadn't had a chance to look at the system's data changes. The moment he opened the system, a loud electronic tone vibrated through his head. Congratulations to the host's reputation value breaking through 10,000. Rewarded with a lucky carousel *1. He craned his head to see the date. What the hell? The personal attributes page jumps out at you. Host, Su Jing, male. Physical fitness, B. Scenic achievements, none. Scenic reputation value, 12801. Scenic spot praise number 895. Backpack, not yet opened. Number of draws, 1. Verdict, it looks like you got a taste of what it takes to do well in the scenic area, but it's not so easy to get the scenery right. Keep up the good work. ********. Got rich. It started on Saturday the 13th and runs through today the 17th, a total of 4 days. Wanyuan Mountain to a scenic area surprisingly gained 1W plus reputation value. Su Jing was confused. How did it happen so fast? He knew there were quite a lot of people who liked it online, but he didn't expect this many. 10,000 in 4 days. And there are 2 more weekends to go before the Labor holiday. If nothing else, the prestige value for remodeling an entire mountain was something he could easily save up. If he could get the new scenic spot done before the Labor Day holiday and have Jiang Song find someone to publicize the brand new Wanyuan Mountain, it was highly likely that they would get a small wave of tourists this holiday, as long as it's edible. Then paying off his 200W in arrears has a chance of success. It's not a dream for his future. Su Jing tapped on the scenic properties again. A splash of ink in a landscape painting. The big and small S mountains shine. Left peak, unnamed, 25% progress. On the current pattern of peaks, the foothills are lit up and the rest is still gray. Su Jing thought about it and clicked to change his name. Mountain on the left, Holy Spirit Mountain Range, 30%. The page updated. And Su Jing cried and laughed, hoping that changing the name will increase completion, but none of that mattered. He had long had an idea for the development and construction of this mountain, and he was just waiting for the prestige value to reach the mark, so he could start remodeling. However, he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Su Jing felt terribly strong right now. System, I want a makeover. Please select the area and direction of remodeling. The electronic voice had also been waiting for a long time, and had sounded almost as soon as his words had left his mouth. He's had the idea for a long time. He directly clicked on the map and moved to the icon of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range. Zoning upgrades. Upgrade the foothills area first. Let's make it C. Upgrading the entire mountain would take about 3-5W of reputation value, but that acquisition time was too slow. and he could only choose to upgrade part of the area first, quickly finalizing the direction and inspiration for the design. The system's cold electronic voice sounded. The area at the foot of the Holy Spirit mountain range has been selected for sea-level remodeling and upgrading, consuming 10,000 points of prestige value and a remodeling duration of 48 hours. Please wait quietly for the remodeling and upgrading to be completed. 2 days? Su Jing was happy. Wouldn't that be just in time for the upgrade to be over by next weekend? By then, if it works out well, can't we just open it up for tours? He nodded in satisfaction, then twisted his head and tapped on the system mall. There was another jolt. Detected the host demand. In view of the need to rectify, the volume is too large. Now adjust the mall page. Please wait 10 minutes. Demand? Su Jing understood with a slight reaction. The infrastructure category that he and Jiang Song talked about just now. The system should have been too troublesome, so it was put directly into the mall for him to choose from. Intimate. That's so sweet. The mall adjustments are quickly coming to an end. Su Jing reopened the page, and a new list appeared next to the previous: skills, props, culture, buildings. All items in the building list are redeemed with prestige values. Su Jing paddled around and sked. That's not cheap pricing either. Standardized toilets 2,000/unit. Standardized first aid centers 3,000/unit. Standardized guide signs 50/unit. Ticket booths 1,500/unit. On top of that, there are other, more expensive buildings. The Visitor Management Center, for example, actually requires a whole 5,000 prestige values, and that's just the standardized ones. With this reputation value, it would be better to change. Souvenir shop, which was also 5,000, but the special remarks on it made Su Jing's eyes go wide. Souvenir shop. The souvenir shop will consolidate all IP properties in the region for merchandise output. 1 merchandise/1 prestige value. System, is this commodity output randomized or something? The electronic voice replies immediately. You pick IP variety and then select the quantity. The system will automatically produce it. The system produces. The quality and style hosts need not worry about. Holy? Wouldn't that be the equivalent of, with this lot of goods, prestige buying, money selling, and him in the middle, making the difference at no cost? It's a windfall, though all the prestige values needed were a lot, and the mall made a note that if there was a building carrier, then the unit price could be discounted by 20%. That is to say, if he had stuffed all these buildings into the existing houses of Bright Moon Walled City, he wouldn't have needed to spend so many prestige values. Su Jing looked at the restrooms in the souvenir store and made a mistake, but he didn't hesitate long. In comparison, the toilet is still more important. There were still a lot of places he needed prestige value right now. The Holy Spirit mountain range hadn't finished transforming, and the Great Sage's horde was still halfway up the mountain waiting for him to feed them. He couldn't just eat and not work. He had to get the remodeling done as soon as possible. With a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he spent another 1,600 prestige value on the toilet. He picked his spot and pretended to let Feng Gui bring his men over to fence off the block. Please stay away during construction. Fortunately, the system could regulate the rationalization of the remodeling, or else now that the Mingyue walled city was full of people, he really couldn't explain the matter of a finely decorated toilet popping up overnight. After getting the toilet, his reputation value was almost zero, but fortunately with the help of Shakejoy's promotional video, it was still slowly rising. Su Jing looked around the mall's props and skills category again, and finally held back his heart for the lottery. It's too early to redeem. Wait until he's finished remodeling the foothills of the Holy Spirit. Money must be spent. Chapter 41 Carp Pond. Things were ordered down, and Su Jing was not idle. Traffic has increased, the level of performance has gone up, and his props have to keep up. Although he doesn't have to update the new show that quickly just yet. He's planning to prepare ahead of time in light of the big Labor Day holiday. The clanking sound of production resonates again in the Wanyuan Mountain viewpoint. In a flash it was Friday. Su Jing followed Jiang Song in the morning, watching him launch his newly acquired fishing boat and letting the newly hired boatman get on board to try his hand at it, and then followed him to Bright Moon Cottage D. Mr. Su, I've temporarily designated a house in Area D as the Visitor Management Center, and next door is the temporary First Aid Center. I've bought all the basic fire safety and first aid medical apparatus. Along the way, Jiang Song methodically told Su Jing about his job description. Jiang Song's efficiency was fast, and in just 2 days, he had gotten a lot of things right. I actually interviewed a couple other employees. He sighed softly. Small county, not very good at finding talent, and I've looked at a few resumes, none of them competent. Su Jing thought about it. Find Kaizi. He has a wide range of contacts. Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe and Feng Gui Big Brother, they are Wang Kai to help me find the talent you want. Ask him if there is a doorway on his side. Jiang Song agreed with a forced smile. Doorway? Difficulty. He needs experienced medical staff, familiar with a variety of software and experienced operations personnel. The scenic area is now so many employees. He also has to consider the professional personnel commissioner and legal and so on. But the biggest problem is not only the lack of talent, or the fact that they don't have the money in their hands either. 2 boats, one new and one old, basically cost them everything they had on hand, even if they were thrifted second-hand. It's okay, take your time. Su Jing patted him on the shoulder and walked around inside the bright moon-walled city. Although Jiang Song has only been on the job for less than a week, these employees seem to know him already. Sister Lu Yun, patty cake for me? He stood at the edge of the verdant path, looking at Dame Lu Yun, who wore disposable gloves and used a wooden clip to take food, and gave Jiang Song a satisfied wink. Food safety. This kid has a big long face and a really delicate heart. Employees who want to do catering. Yesterday I have organized them to do health certificate, food safety certificate and so on I will implement as soon as possible. After strolling around all morning, it wasn't until Su Jing slipped around in the afternoon, almost colliding with the tourists who had just come in, that he hurriedly hid himself. That's it. Inspection over. You go about your business. I'll take a look around the mountain. Waving away the river bushes, Su Jing took a quick step around the road and headed straight for the mountains. The electronic voice in his head just now has vibrated. Holy Spirit Mountain Range, foot of the mountain part of the transformation is complete. Please host check. It's done. Taking advantage of the good midday light, Su Jing walked forward quickly, through the path up the mountain. The hustle and bustle of life in Mingyu Si slowly faded away. The sunlight through the forest, dappled tree shadows slightly swaying. Very cool. The previous weed path has disappeared, replaced by a smooth green stone brick road. The walkway is nearly 3 meters wide and physically comfortable. The trees on both sides are also optimized by the system to guide visitors forward in an orderly manner. As Su Jing walked, he took notes in a small notebook. From now on, all the things he would need for the new attraction, he would have to start preparing. The sea-level remodeling is just basic remodeling, like streetlights, railings and some small features are not available. But these don't matter. The sound of gurgling water faintly sounded. Su Jing accelerated his pace. The front is the focus of this remodeling. Click. The sound of leaves being stepped on solidly rang out as the stone and brick path went down 2 steps and disappeared. Ahead. Open-mindedness. Ooh. Su Jing froze in place, feeling a surge of surprise at the refreshed little pool in front of him. He approached quickly, and the old wooden bridge, which had been decaying, was now lying over the small pool with a brand new look. It is covered with carvings and delicate openwork. And before the ordinary oval small pool at the moment expanded almost 2 times. The arc is beautiful. The bank of green grass and green stone winding. The pool of small lotus slightly trembling. Do not know where to attract a few dragonflies flying around. Yo, Tatsuko, you even got fish? Su Jing looked down from the bridge and was happy. The frightened and dispersed schools of red carp are as beautiful as swooshes of red ink. Attractions needs will be met by the system as much as possible. The system coolly reminded. But the system generated koi are just scene props, not to be damaged or taken away. Even if tourists feed and eat, it is just an illusion of the system props, and any garbage that falls into the pool will be cleaned up automatically. That's a good feeling. Su Jing was more than satisfied. Can you not clean it up if you throw money at it? It will only leave a false impression. Su Jing put away his smile. So stingy. What's wrong with letting him earn some? The water in the pool was crystal clear, reflecting the stone algae at the bottom of the pool like a painting. Su Jing quietly appreciated for a while, crossed the bridge and came to the stone path that he was most looking forward to. The path is elevated in the water and is made up of connected blocks of similar green stones. Lotus leaves swirl on the left, and on the right is the dripping inner arched stone wall. He followed the stone path carefully around it, and all the while there were red carp curiously coming up to the edge of the slab. TSK. Turning the corner, a curtain of fine water beads slides down in spots, revealing an arched cave behind. A teardrop-shaped boulder stood in that hole, with the ground in front of it flush with the water pool. Su Jing looked at it for a few moments, and surprisingly, he directly took off his shoes and walked across the carboys into that shallow hole. He had envisioned this place in the beginning. Since it's the Holy Spirit Mountain Range, and the bright moon-walled city has invited a dragon son and daughter, why can't there be a carp spirit in this carp pond? But trying to find such, he hadn't really thought of where he could recruit from in the short term. Every day in this pool of water to stay, moisture into the body, do not dry and then get rheumatism. He also had to report a work injury to the staff. If only there were good tool people. Su Jing's eyes shook. Then he quickly reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and pulled something out. Toolman, can determine form and function according to the host's wishes, possesses basic intelligence. Note, can only be used in the scene, is a one-time props, cannot be damaged, take back that is invalid. The simple mannequin doll without a face had been with him ever since he got it from the last raffle, afraid of when he could use it. And today, how he looks at it. It all feels like this is the time to use it. Use props. As his thoughts came together, a system reminder instantly appeared in his mind. Whether or not to use the prop toolman in this scenario cannot be recovered after use. Su Jing pinched the soft little doll in his hand and gritted his teeth. Okay. Ding. A refreshing voice resounded through his mind. And then a humanoid figure appeared on the ink interface of his mind along with the electronic voice. Selected scene carp pond, combined with the host conception. The system provides a more consistent with the envisioned image, followed by asking the host to fine-tune it. Su Jing looked at the figure in his mind. Frozen in place. Ma Chao. The system is playing really big, like an animated image of a card game. The short-haired, delicate girl with a silver and red carp tail floated in the air. Her eyes were playful and animated, and her knitted brows and smile looked like they had come out of a painting. Well, bigger here. Not Moon Hun, who thinks what? A little thinner here. And not the waist, don't even think about it. Here's some longer. Ahem. This. Whatever you think. Su Jing was sweating profusely, and after half a day of tuning he finally finished his, oh, no, is best conceived for the scene. Absolutely nothing to do with his own aesthetic. System. This fishtail. He ended up looking at the girl's huge ornate fishtail with some difficulty. Can you change the settings? Switch legs and tails depending on the scene or situation. Or I'll have to have it pulled and dissected for me within 2 days of leaving it outside. You're toolman. You set it up. Just don't go too far out of your way. You can't leave the scene range anyway. Su Jing nodded his head and finally finished his last creation solemnly. The interface in his mind faded like a bubble, and he was in a trance of consciousness when he returned to the carp pond with its dappled trees and clear pool of green algae. In front of the stone wall of the cave, a coquettishly smiling young girl was already seated. Yo humans! Chapter 42 Visit from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. By the time Su Jing came down from the mountain, it was almost nighttime. Tian had just put her earrings away and was about to go to the square with Wang Hao and the others, to eat the barbecue prepared by Big Brother Fong. As a result, when he raised his eyes, he saw his own boss walking out with a silly grin on his wobbly feet. Oil. What did Jing do? After a period of bonding and get along, Qingyun acrobatic troupe and the original staff are much closer. The big-hearted Tian is even let Qingyun several young men in love. Wang Hao scratched his head and hid behind his back the braided grass chick he had begged from Master 2 today. I don't know. Boss Su might have gone to inspect the new attraction, right? The Holy Mountain had been chanted too many times, and all of them were now defaulting to the idea that the next attraction to be developed would be this mountain behind them. But Su Jing had stipulated that he could not step in at will unless he gave permission. So while people are usually curious, no one has ever gone inside. Tian hemmed and hawed. Is brother competition and they're hiding a woman in a golden house? Fang Gue heard the two of them flirting from a long distance away and couldn't help but laugh and scold them. What are you hiding? Kids know how to talk nonsense. He looked up at the dark, distant mountains and muttered. Hiding a bunch of monkeys is more like it. Dad? Monkey? Where's the monkey? A furry little head peeked out from behind Fang Gue. Her large eyes hung with a hint of sickness, but it didn't affect her innocence and cuteness in the slightest. There are monkeys. Wait a while and Daddy can show you. After the work is done, the residents of Mingyuezhai occasionally organize dinners, sometimes at someone's home, and occasionally in the square. Su Jing didn't know what they were flirting with. He just got on the cruise ship and returned home. Jiang Song has been waiting for him at home for a long time. How was the expedition? Su Jing sat down on the bed with a snap and a hefty laugh. So old. What the hell would be old and good? Jiang Song Subway Moncler Outlet Online frowned. Drink how much ah? Also drink out of the Northeast accent. Ha 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 ha. Su Jing finally came back to his senses. His spirits somewhat lifted. How's our publicity? Jiang Song shrugged. Normal. But it's the Shanmang side that sent a message saying that they'll be able to bring a group in the next 2 days. It looks like it worked out well last time. Su Jing nodded. The carp pond is actually finished, but that's the only spot on Holy Mountain at the moment, so it's a bit rushed to open it so soon. Then it's business as usual. No changes this week. Keep last week's activities the same. If he can save up enough prestige this week, then there's a chance he'll be able to launch more attractions at once next week and hold back the big one then. Sonzi, tell the people below. For tomorrow and the day after tomorrow's collection of rituals event, count the 10 visitors who have the highest number of rituals on that day and give them a special admission ticket. Admission? Jiang Song's eyes lit up. Could it be the Holy Mountain? Not that dramatic, but 8 or 9. Su Jing decided to sell the story first, and with a hefty smile, he went to bed. Tomorrow, Saturday, the The number of tourists was expected to be high again, and they had to get their strength up so that they could serve their ancestors well tomorrow. The two went to sleep early, unaware that the ripples of the Wanyuan Mountain, bright moon-walled city, that had been on fire for a week had finally set off. When noon, it's been a long time waiting. It's finally vacation. Let's go to Wanyuan Mountain tomorrow. Shunyata type man, who dares to believe? I just went to check the ratings. Less than a week. And people are already 3.5 out of 5. Safe and sound, I got a date with my goddess. Where to take pictures tomorrow? Great poets, I wonder if the poetry sage will come out with any more new poems this week? Our association has been going crazy all week with those 2 poems. Sunset does not go home, the more spread the more metaphysical. A 2A scenic spot. In fact, is the building looks good point. The performance is just that. They only say good not say bad. You have seen the world's worst toilet? I'm sure you won't want to go back once you've been there. I will attack everyone equally. The parking lot is disgusting. I don't know where to circle a piece of cemetery. The road is not flat even if there is not even a light on the road out at night. We all go back to the car in the dark with a flashlight. Black silk tank, the county is in that condition. People fix the inside on the line. $30 think what? Gambling dog 1, oh, you guys just go ahead. I'm definitely not going to go along for the ride anyway. 3 with 1, you Egypt go or not? Who asked you? Little Mo, great it's Pharaoh. We're saved. Lazy donkey at mill. The internet doesn't present a complimentary one-sided frame. But as much as the bad reviews are, they can't hold back the godlike sparkling show and the superbly experiential NPC interactive gameplay. That's what tourists really want to experience. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. There were even visitors who had already been there who bought tickets a second time, intending to explore the NPCs inside. One is that the collection fetish can be satisfied, and the other is that everyone wants to see what the divine blessing that the first place can get looks like. The few people who have attended have talked about it in a godly, showy way, but it has whetted everyone's appetite. So as soon as the scenic area opened its doors at 11 a.m. on Saturday, Zhao Dashue was already in work mode. Brother Jing, there are quite a lot of people coming. Let the people inside make preparations. Su Jing received a message from Zhao University over the intercom and turned back to explain matters to everyone when his cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Kai? It was not common to call at this time, and Su Jing immediately connected, breathing heavily on the other side of the phone, but one could hear the excitement and thrill. Big deal. Wang Kai tried to lower his voice over there. My buddy's cousin's uncle's cousin's colleague's son's friend. He told me that the secretary of the Yangon Culture and Tourism Bureau is coming to visit us today. Su Jing's heart shook. Really? 9 out of 10. Wang Kai is really excited. That's the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. To be able to have this secret visit meant that Wanyuan Mountain had been on fire to the point that the top had heard about it. If they do well this time, it might be a great opportunity to show their faces. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau will casually help them with a publicity page, and their Wanyuan Mountain will really be on fire. How's it going? Do you want me to go over and watch for you? And then we'll secretly follow and try to give them the most perfect experience. No need. Su Jing thought about it and declined his offer. Since the person is on a slight visit, let him wander on his own. He is confident in his own attractions and shows. Just watch the truest bright moon cottage. And if they think it's good, they'll naturally publicize it. Doesn't the Cultural and Tourism Bureau have any targets? Of course they do. If the local culture and tourism do a good job, their authorities will also have face, and there will be rewards from the top, and their status will also be able to go up again. As long as he has the skills and the real thing, he's not afraid of less publicity. Action. Chapter 43 The Unexpected Visiting Ticket. Little Li the roads in this Castle Peak County are still quite original Li drove on, feeling the bumps coming from his ass. This is to dislike people's broken roads. That can't be helped. The county doesn't give much in the way of resources, and people are lucky to have a road to get there. Oh, secretary, I heard that scenic spot is also very original. Do you want to change a pair of footwear in advance? When you stroll around also more comfortable. Good. Shinjuang looked at the scenery crossing outside the car and dropped a window. The fresh scent of the woods came in, making him feel a sense of comfort after being suffocated in the city for so long. It's still a good idea to get out and hang out once in a while, but that mentality didn't last long. As the two traveled downriver in a cruise ship and stopped in front of the large bright moon cottage, they lost the mindset that they were just here to skate around for the day. This wooden cottage? Is it real? This stone path? It looks a bit old too. He was wearing an executive jacket, casual suit pants, and his hair was meticulously combed, but after such a look and touch behavior, he was instantly indistinguishable from the other tourists. TSK. Li, come and take a picture of me again, Shinjuang muttered as he walked. Has this scenic spot really discovered an ancient fortress? How come it looks so real? He took a few more pictures. Why don't we call someone from the Cultural Institute over here some other time to take a look? Young man, do you eat patty cake? A kind inquiry interrupted his thoughts, and the pale hand holding the snow-white patty cake was handed to Xinzhuang, but was quickly stopped by Xiaoli. Auntie, we don't eat. It's okay. Xinzhuang scanned the surroundings inquisitively, then revealed an amiable smile and took a bite of the pastry. Li frowned beside him in concern. As the secretary's assistant, he could not, by definition, let the secretary just eat out. Hey! Xinzhuang's eyes lit up. Xiaoli, you taste it too. This patty cake is really delicious. It tastes exactly the same as the ones I ate when I was a kid. Xiaoli was skeptical, and the older woman immediately handed out a new piece. The two stood there smiling, their mouths glued to their food, satisfied and ready to leave. A pale hand stopped them, and the old woman's face was full of incredulity. 6. She snapped and tapped the sign at her feet. You two aren't trying to eat a bully, are you? The clerk and secretary duo, who almost ate the populace's bully pulpit, rushed to cough up the money. Xinzhuang's face was a little hot, but after walking out for a while, he didn't have time to think about bullying. The succession of missions piqued his interest. He finally remembered that he was really just a big boy under 52. With a serious and excited face, Xinzhuang pulled his secretary around to do the task, holding more and more rutabagas in his arms. Years of experience have given him a fine mind and a knack for discovery in order to be far ahead of the curve in obtaining offerings. So much so that Su Jing was stunned at the ceremony of offering a sacrifice that night. How did this old man get so much? Xinzhuang's photo. Wan Kai had sent it over in the afternoon, but he still almost didn't recognize the man when he saw him at the ceremony. Sir, you've collected a lot of offerings yet. Although it looked like a script, leading to Su Jing not wanting to give the title of first place to Xinzhuang. But Xinzhuang is indeed the first. Su Jing had already thought that if they met in the future, with this kind of person's mind, they would definitely think about it more again. But facts are facts. And he invited Xinzhuang into the ring of fire and brought him out again with a face of excitement before he was relieved to continue with the ceremony. All the visitors watched excitedly until after attending the spark ritual, Su Jing reappeared. But this time, he didn't just announce the end. I'm supposed to have given certain guests a special something during the offering just now? Someone jolted to their feet, waving a glowing bracelet with an excited look on their face. Me! It's me! And me! I got it too! I'm here! One by one, people stood up in the dark crowd of tourists. Now would these guests please come forward? Su Jing smiled, his voice reaching everyone's ears over the stereo. With the help of our guests, we have finally completed the first small stage of our invocation ceremony. The mists of the sacred mountain cleared up a lot, and our warriors went exploring and finally found a path that opened up part of the area. In order to thank the guests who helped the bright moon-walled city, we have prepared 10 places and invited these guest representatives to travel with us. Next weekend, enter the holy mountain. The tourists dispersed, and on the return trip to the ship, Xinzhuang's ears were filled with the excited discussion of the tourists. The most talked about thing, besides discussing today's events and performances, was the opening of the holy mountain next week. Asterisk. That was too fast. I feel like I'm going to have to come every week for a couple weeks. That's right, there's a new event every week. So if you don't come in once, you'll fall behind in your progress. The two boys looked sad, but the saddest of all was the little fat man behind them. Wish the guards, oh, Xiaozhou has been here for 3 weeks in a row. Why can't Xiaozhou get a top 10? He really wanted to go. What a first foray into the holy mountain. What a first-hand heat. It is important to realize that there are now as many as 800 plus people following him because of Bright Moon-Walled City. If he can dig up the first scoop on Holy Mountain, who will be able to compete with him in next week's traffic? Several college men and women on the boat were also excitedly discussing it. I didn't realize you were so searchable. If I had known I would have joined you. Geez, how many did you say you acquired? 14 offerings, how did you find so many? The girl who had found the 14 offerings was a little shy, and she waved her hair and whispered softly, I also made a mistake. There was an NPC that posted 2 different quests. Maybe people thought that one person wouldn't post a quest twice, so that's why I picked up the slack? What? Xu Shou drew himself up, nearly tipping the boat over. Uncle Shui, who was rocking the boat, pointed a pole in front of Xu Shou's feet, which made him react with hindsight. Hey, excuse me, poetry saint. That beauty? Did you just say that one NPC sent a quest twice? He watched the girl across from him nod her head and felt like he had discovered a new continent. This is important news, but that's not his ultimate goal. Xu Shou glanced at the rattan round piece in her hand, and his eyes smiled just a slit. Beauty, do you that qualify? Out, ha? The girl was confused. I won't take it for free. I'll give you 100, okay? Nice guy? How else can it be? As soon as his words left his mouth, the person next to him immediately sat down. Who doesn't have $100? It's one of the few opportunities to get into the new scene in the first wave. You could say it's an honored VIP ticket. I'm out 200. 300. Tying knots in his blessed guardian's mouth. 500. Deal. The young girl didn't want to inflate prices, and the others were a bit hesitant. Plus it was originally Zhu Shou who was the first to ask. The young girl immediately agreed. She had come to play with her classmates and didn't want to make another trip to MT. Yuan by herself next week for this advance ticket. It's just the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to make a small profit. They immediately completed the transaction. And next to them, Xinzhuang and Xiaoli sat on the side with their jaws agape. Are we witnessing a live auction? Li smiled, but Li didn't say anything. Looking at it today, the view is really worth the heat of the moment. Not to mention Secretary Shen. Even someone with a dark belly like him is a bit joyful and angry today. He glanced at the disc that Zhu Shou had been looking at over and over again, and then at the same thing in Secretary Shen's hand. Clerk, he said softly, why don't we resell this too? After all, you're holding it too. Change hands? Xinzhuang twisted his head, his eyes filled with eagerness. Why turn? I'm going next week too. He spoke with a hint of vague excitement. If only that laborious holy mountain did really well. Go straight to special authorization. Report my name. A good pre-holiday publicity wave. Chapter 44, Building Momentum. After the previous week's gestation, this holiday weekend at MT, Yuan once again welcomed a large number of visitors. In 2 days, it directly brought nearly 800 visitors to Yuan Mountain Scenic Area. Turn over the serfs and sing. Su Jing looked at the bulging wallet and smiled without seeing his teeth. But what's even better is this group of tourists who saw the process of giving out tour tickets. They helped Su Jing create a good momentum, so that the netizens who had been paying attention to Yuan Mountain once again knew about this shocking explosion of big news. 1 week later, Bright Moon walled open Holy Mountain. Who the hell got the advance spot? A post so high up that it even made the city's hot list. There you go. People who follow or don't follow have seen this inexplicable post. Turtle's black head, if you don't know. Ask, what's a Holy Mountain? I'm a dog for playing games again. Is it a new game? How come I don't know about it? Addicted to learning, is it fun? Anyone know? I'm a landlord, redneck. At first glance, you're a deadbeat. You don't even know Yuan Mountain? The latest hotspot in Yangon. Deadbeat 001? Magic Girl Snape, upstairs. Yuan Mountain is a new scenic spot in Yangon County. They are talking about an attraction inside that is super fun. I heard that a new area is going to be opened up, so people are very curious. It is recommended that if you don't understand it, search for Mingyu High words and learn about it from the beginning to the end. Entry is not a loss. Carrying a lamp to light the night, this wave is really not a bad idea, and is definitely worth trying for fans of the game. Tiny Nini, warm advice. Take care of your personal needs and try not to go to the bathroom in scenic spots. Don't ask why. Thunderstorm my love, I just wanna know, if I go back midweek this week, if the number of sacrifices is up to par, will I still get the advance ticket? Waterstorm my love. That's what I thought too. I'm going to take some time off work to check it out. Powerful I love you, man. Our boss is reading the comments section too. People chatted frantically in the comments section, hardening the scenic seating post into a game exchange group. For 2 days, Mr. Catcher only gave out 20 tour tickets, and everyone who should have bought them at a raised price did so. The highest ticket, I heard, was bought by a rich kid for 2,000. I don't know if it's true or not, but the others panicked. No way. It's almost May 1st, and I know you want to get publicity, to pull anticipation, to play mysterious, but you're not really going to let only 20 people in, are you? There are so many people who want to see it. You won't let it in. You'll cause a riot, right? In front of the flashing screen, Zhu Shou broke into a smile. It's finally time for him to make an appearance. Clicking the upload button, his latest video was immediately posted. In the picture, the little fat man shakes the bamboo woven disc in his hand, on which a curved moon symbol is vaguely engraved. Brothers and sisters, look what it is. I'll take a look at next week's trip to the sacred mountain. For you first, I'll be sure to send it out as fast as I can. So if you're interested, you can click a trifecta to add a subscription and look forward to the trip to the sacred mountain. Piggyback's video gained a lot of attention immediately after it was posted. The big momentum. Build it up. The Mountain Mang Travel Agency, which has always been labeled as a fraud gang, liar travel agency, turned over in one battle, becomes Shake Music, Slow Feet and Small Pink Book and a host of platforms. The only discount price can take the team into the Yuan Mountain Travel Agency. Although there are a large number of people on the internet crazy burst, saying that the staff of this travel agency were all social thugs and swindlers before. But nowadays, young people's thinking is clear. There are actually people who feel that this is instead very safe. At least they do not have to worry about the locals to bully them tour group. Su Jing could only report regret at this. Are people so demanding now? But jokes aside, he solemnly declared with Zhao Mang, since they use their Wanyuan mountain as a signboard, they will never allow fraud or forced violence. Zhao Mang, of course, was full of promise. Just kidding. The 2 consecutive days of incomings made him already certain that at least for this period of time, cooperating with Wanyuan Mountain was definitely a surefire deal. As for the back? Oh, if Wanyuanshan can't do it, it's yellow, then it would not be up to him, Mr. Su, to decide whether or not there would be any cooperation at that time. The gorgeous Zhao Mang continued to release group information, and people like the owner of Earth Travel Agency, who had been slacking off, started to panic a little. Mr. Song, why don't we send someone to take a look? Song Jiming sat on the sofa shaking the red wine and sneered. Waiting for you? The yellow flowers are cold. He grunted coldly. I've already arranged for a good person to go, but not just to see, but also to record it to be able to do so. Pine Lake Park's visitor numbers plummeted 20% this week. It doesn't look like much at first glance, but by the heat of the internet, all these people should be running to Wanyuan Mountain, a small scenic spot that's just been remodeled. And you dare to create such a big scene? And not afraid of those tourists. He can't eat? The secretary next to him smiled. They will send a professional team this week. With the rush to open Wanyuanshan, there will definitely be a lot of oversights. When the time comes, as long as they catch the loopholes, let them shut down and go for reorganization. Once it's straightened out, it's a week to start. By the time the Labor Day holiday traffic comes in, they can't even drink piss. Ahem. Uncouth. The secretary smiled and looked at his gentle boss and decided that this was something he would take control of to do personally. Be sure to make your boss happy for the holidays. Happy bonuses. As for Su Jing's side, he was sitting with all the employees, discussing the situation of the past few days. Vouchers are impossible to reissue. The more mysterious the one at the carpool, the better. As for the sacrifice, he's actually completely decentralized. The distribution of tasks for the ritual was handled by Feng Gue and Tian Tian, who could arrange whatever they wanted. Now it's just a matter of letting him play around on his own, and I don't think he'll be able to find all the sacrifices. As for the rest, Uncle Shui has the engine plus shift of Uncle Chow. The 2 people play with the match to play the wind, no longer shouting tired. Su Jing sat at the top of the table, quietly listening to Zhao University's report on the current revenue. Through Wednesday, Wanyuan Mountain has made a profit of $68,858. So fast. Jiang Tsang staggered. He knew that the scenic area would make money if he did a good job, but he didn't expect such a small scenic area in the county with a $30 entrance fee to make so much money. But, is still not enough. He looked at Su Jing and waited for Zhao University to sit down before standing up and speaking. Currently another $12,000 needs to be reimbursed for purchases of fire, medicine, prop costs, etc. On the manpower side, we need to continue hiring for medical positions, finance, operations, etc. The parking lot near the scenic gate also needs repair, as well as the streetlights, trash cans, etc. As you enter, still need to budget around 3.5W. Su Jing's straightened waist bent down. Good. Eyes closed and open. Out of money again. When will this 100W have to be saved up? Dragging his tired body home, Su Jing closed the door and paralyzed on the bed, resting for half a day, finally revealing a smile. Jiang Song was also tired enough today, so he didn't go home with him and stayed in the Bright Moon Cottage. He finally got a chance to look at the system. Chapter 45, Rehabilitation. Personal Attributes. Host, Su Jing, male. Physical Fitness, B. Scenic Achievements, none. Scenic Reputation Value, 26704. Scenic Spot Praise Number 1712. Backpacks, none, 0/5. Number of draws, 1. Verdict, it looks like you got a taste of what it takes to do well in the scenery, but it's not so easy to get the scenery right. Keep up the good work. The number of favorable comments exceeds 1,000 points. Opening the backpack bar. Maya. He looked at his backpack entry and tentatively gripped a chair. Retrieved. Backpack, worn out chair *1/5. Carry on space. He still underestimated the system. The system voice carried a hint of arrogance. Isn't this a must for the system? Look at you. You look like you've never seen the world. It's really a disgrace to the host group. Su Jing lazily ignored him. Jokingly, this was the most powerful feature he had seen so far. Alas, when the time comes to buy 2 AKs and put them in your backpack, The debtors will come looking for you and just give. Ahem. He shook his head to shake the unrealistic thoughts away. We are the 5 good little people, 3 good little people. You can't do that. He fiddled with it for a while longer until he got tired of playing with it, and then proceeded to open the scenic properties page. In the ink drawing, the pattern of the Holy Spirit mountain range is a little brighter. 1 left, Holy Spirit mountain range, 40% progress. Attractions, Millennium Mingyu Eshai *1. Carp Pond *1. Attractions props, sensory amplifier, low level, *1. Program tour of the Millennium Mingyu Village, 2 stars. Official staff, Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe, Lu Qingyun. Wang Hao. Tian, physical quality A. Ability, toughness. Giant strength. Loyalty 100. Lu Yuan, physical quality C. Ability, affinity. Loyalty 80. Residents of Mingyue Zhai, Fanggue, Sun Meng. Temporary staff, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. Service facilities, standardized toilet *1. Latrine *1. Visitor Management Office, temporary. First Aid Center, temporary. Evaluation, this mountain has been developed briefly, and the foot of the mountain is finally small, although the amusement program has not yet been perfected, but there is a lot of room for improvement, so please keep up the good work. 40%. Su Jing's eyes widened. A carp pond gives a 10% increase in progress straight away. It's too fast. He convulsed and fumed madly on the bed for a moment before sitting up with a ragged breath. It's now or never for the raffle? System. Drawl. The dazzling curtain of colorful light of the lucky roulette unfolded in front of him. The disc rolled frantically and the needle slowed to a stop. A burst of silver light burst out. Props Thunderstorm Magnetic Field. Advanced technology attractions can only be used when their completion level reaches 70%. What's this? Su Jing looked at the small lightning bolt lying quietly in his backpack, and after repeatedly determining that he couldn't use this thing, he smashed his mouth and directly opened them all. Little Lightning asked for a scenic completion of 70%, but he knew the routine of such machetes as spelling yuzu, although a carp pond allowed him to reach a progress of 40%, but this progress is certainly more difficult to improve the further it goes. It is not likely that the difficulty will be doubled when it exceeds 60%. He's not going to waste the prestige value. How many restrooms does it take? Su Jing clicked frantically on the mall interface, inexplicably feeling the thrill of having an early double 11. Purchase, standardized toilets *3. Standardized first aid center *1. Standardized guide boards *20. The total cost after discount was 8,200. Less than 2W prestige value left. System. Continue the transformation. Please ask the host to select a remodeling area and set the direction of remodeling. Su Jing moved the map and looked at the vacant land that was dotted with mountains and rocks, slanting trees and red flower bushes that he had previously favored, and directly decided to come down. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment before speaking in a shocked voice. Just this piece. Detecting the host's design ideas, the system is optimized and adjusted, and then integrated. This region is remodeled and upgraded. Butterfly Valley. Grade C remodeling. Costs 1.2W prestige value. Takes 48 hours. Note that the middle section of the carpool and the Butterfly Valley, which has not been renovated and optimized, will reduce the coherence of the tour, and it is recommended to unify the renovation. Su Jing frowned. The remaining 8,000 or so prestige he had intended to leave for the souvenir store. But what the system says is also important. Thinking about the broken road on that barren mountain, I'm afraid that even the inexperienced donkeys can't understand it. Not to mention the group of tourists who are negligent of exercise. Plus the vouchers he personally gave to the secretary of the Cultural Affairs and Tourism Bureau, in case the old boy does come and drop him again. They can't afford to take the blame for this at Wanyuan Mountain. Change it. How much do I need? Su Jing's voice was full of flesh. The system's voice was full of excitement. Not much. 6,500 is enough. A flash of light. Su Jing and the 40-odd employees, who had been struggling for quite some time, saw their reputation value fall back to single digits. Only a miserable 4 remains parked there. Don't stop. He braced himself and opened the mall again. Brother and rave reviews. The system's sea-level remodeling didn't perfect the scene to the extent that Su Jing needed. The experience of visiting Mingyu Eshai could be enhanced further, and Carp Lake could have some interesting hit points added to it. He has over 1,700 positive reviews on hand, which is totally enough for him to buy a lot of stuff. Su Jing scanned the props section of the mall. There was already a sensory amplifier in the bright moon-walled city, and he planned to redeem that mystic veil as well, but instead of placing it in the bright moon-walled city, he would place it in the carp pond. With the stacked carp pools plus the favorable geography, he could have bought some other props. Purchase, Mystic Veil *1, Fish Drawing Stone *1, Balance Stabilizer *1, Glowing Glow *1, but none of those above are too expensive. Su Jing looked down at the bottle in his hand. Domain of Mist, intermediate fantasy props. The area covered by the formation stones inside the bottle is called the Misty Area, and those who enter will be trapped and disoriented by the mist. P.S. The single effective time is 3 hours. Can only be used once a day, only for use in the scenic area. Damn. This system is really kind of awesome. Intermediate props, fantasy category. But looking at the description, it's honestly gotten metaphysical. If there were no restrictions on being able to get to the outside world. Sheesh. Su Jing felt that this system should be an expert descending system to be right. Waste. It's such a waste. Sensing where Su Jing was, a few of the system took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Should I go? Ha. Su Jing revealed a smile. Who's this handsome little system? Are you short of prestige? I'll earn it for you. Don't be so impatient. The system seemed to be disgusted and was slow to respond. Su Jing also stopped talking as he looked back at the row of props on the table in front of him, carefully storing them away. These should be enough. Not enough to buy anymore. Su Jing looked at the number of positive reviews he had left at only 500 and decided to save some for later. A misty domain would require 500 favorable comments. If not for the fact that he was developed, plus the fact that he needed such a thing in his plan, a stingy person like him would never have bought it. After all, if the holy mountain was really open behind him, then he still had to perfect a lot of performances before he could do so. Chapter 46, The Forerunners Gather. Time passes, and Wanyuan Mountain can now be visited by nearly 100 people a day, even in the middle of the week. In less than a month's time, Su Jing had turned this long-deserted barren mountain scenic spot into one of Yang'an's newest popular attractions. If any other newly opened scenic spot owner could do this, they would already be unable to stop snickering. But Su Jing can't really laugh when he's carrying a 3,000 W debt. Everyone's been working hard for a while. He looked at the group of employees sitting around the center of the square. There were men and women of all ages, and the Qingyan acrobatic troupe and the Golden Sun Song and Dance troupe were sitting on one side, glowing. In the center were Fang Gui's group and Tian and the other old employees. It's coming up to the Labor Day holiday, and Wanyuan Mountain is now rooting around. But the heat is on. Relatively speaking, there are bound to be people who are jealous and want to set things up. Zhang Tsong nodded to the side. This weekend, our last before the holidays, is the first wave of tours to open at Mount Holyoke. In this, there must be some ulterior motives mixed in. Fang Gui sat in front of the man and nodded heavily. He had been in the city for a long time, so he naturally knew some of the dirty tricks in business. The monitors have already been purchased, and everyone was placed according to the spots last night. Zhang Tsong continued. The documents that should be there, we've also processed them. As long as everyone keeps a closer eye on things, if there's anything out of the ordinary, immediately contact Zhang Tsong and me. Definitely can't let anything go wrong with Bright Moon Walled City. He craned his head to look at the staff. The sacred mountain is open, and none of you have gone in to see it yet, so I'll be leading the tourists into it tomorrow. And there are still 10 spots to go with me. So who wants to go? Fang Gui was the first to raise his hand. I have experience in the mountains and am strong enough to maintain law and order if anything happens to the tourists. Tian also raised her hand. I'm strong. I can help with anything that needs to be moved. And me, I want to see it too. Mr. Su, can I bring Chi with me? Everyone's been curious for a long time. Jinna hesitates for a moment and opens her mouth as well. Although Golden Sun is not yet considered an official employee of Wanyuan Mountain, we are all genuinely curious and looking forward to it. Can Mr. Su give us 3 places? The group of dancers had worked hard for 2 weeks and everyone had seen it, so no one objected when Gina asked for a spot. Soon, all 10 spots were set. 8 adults, 2 children, the original pickpocket Chi and the dragon lady Mo Mio. Then it's decided. Everyone get ready. Tomorrow into the mountains. Wanyuan Mountain enters a peaceful and tranquil night, but the city of Yangon on the other side is anything but peaceful. Mr. Song, our people are ready to go to Wanyuan Mountain tomorrow, and everyone will find a way to shoot the loopholes. The secretary spoke respectfully. In the meantime, we will find a way to enter the holy mountain if we can. After all, there's not as much heat when the mystery is revealed early. Song nodded, crossed his arms, and let out a long breath. With this expedition complete, I think it's time for me to meet the little boss of that new entry. On the other side, inside the municipal building, the office lights were still on at 9 p.m. Late at night. Secretary, aren't you off duty yet? Shali once again served a cup of tea and glanced at Shinjuan's computer desktop. He couldn't help but bellyache again. The older man was pretending to be so serious that he thought he was criticizing his work. It turns out that people are here looking through the Wanyuan Mountain tour guide. He can't even get off work by dragging him around. And tomorrow he'll put laxatives in his tea. Xinzhuang sipped the hot tea and smiled as he once again clicked on a sacred mountain prediction post. He really couldn't sit still right now, because all he could think about was tomorrow's trip to the holy mountain. 20 rare spots. And thankfully he got them. Wanyuan Mountain. Bright moon walled city. Not just any scenic spot. And so far everything he's seen is new. I also wonder if tomorrow's holy mountain will be more interesting. That's as far as it goes. Tomorrow you pack up and we'll go together. Li froze for a moment, then showed his delight. Can I go too? Well, you accompany me. I'll go in and you wait outside the holy mountain. The secretary, who thought his secretary had gotten him an advance ticket, flashed a smile and nodded respectfully. You old dang. Laxatives add up. You just wait and drink. The noise dissipated among the tall buildings of the city of Yangon, until the first rays of sunrise poured down and the earth became alive again. A new day has arrived. 20 visitors who had been given tickets to visit the holy mountain, none of whom were absent today. Ha ha ha. When I send out today's circle of friends, those guys will definitely envy me to death. There are young students entering the scene. Boom! The gas pedal roars. A domineering SUV pulls up in the dilapidated parking lot, and the handsomely dressed, high-profile rich kid jumps out in style, took a random picture and posted it to the group. Wing on second-class nobility. Pippi's dad, the little master has arrived. I'm going to check it out. Hermit, you actually went? We thought you were kidding. Mad dog, stupid gripper, have to find a crime. Tonight my brother and Randall open a table. Come over to drink. My brother for you to call a few girls. Soothe your soon-to-be wounded heart. Buster Wu, call me some dudes too. Sister Wu, 1. Joe Broke rolled his eyes, casually replied a message, and headed for the scenic spot. Pippi's dad, okay, call 2. He originally did not have much interest. At that time purely idle boredom. See online about this ticket speculation so high price. So a little finger sent out. I didn't expect this to just get into his hands. Just kidding. With his family's multiple assets, what great sights hadn't he seen? And he went on no less than 2 overseas vacations a year alone. This county's crappy scenic spots. If it wasn't for those people in the comments section egging him on, plus the fact that he was really bored, he really didn't want to come. Richie's long legs lifted and he quickly entered the scenic area. In the next second, Zhu Shou, who was riding a motorcycle, also stopped at the entrance of the park with a long gun. Little view. Brother is here with brother's big guns. Be a good boy and wait for me to go in. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Shou fiddled with the lens. Today's power is sufficient. Must shoot the best effect to do so. The little fat man slipped majestically into the park with his pricey equipment, followed closely by a low-profile black car stopping far away. Xinzhuang and Secretary Li both changed into casual sportswear today and brought portable water bottles, ready to take a good look at the sacred mountain. Of course, the only one who explores is Secretary Shun, and he, Xiao Li, is nothing more than a lookout. Secretary, you should be safe when you go into the mountains in a while, and contact me if there is any situation. Li slipped the walkie-talkie into Xinzhuang's backpack. I will find a way to get into you. Xinzhuang, dude, I'm going on a cruise, not a war. You're making it look so miserable. You don't know I'm going to die. Alright, let's go. The two also disappeared inside the scenic gates one after the other. After a while, a black van parked in the graveyard. Oh no, the scenic parking lot. A car of bread people quickly jumped down, put on the mask, orderly and quickly into the park, and then after that, 1, 2, by 2 p.m., all 20 advance visitors were in. Received. Su Jing put down his walkie-talkie and nodded at Zhang Tsong next to him. 20 people have come in, and that Secretary Shin is here too. Zhang Tsong knew of Xinzhuang's existence, but he was thinking the same thing as Su Jing. There is no need to do anything more. Just treat them equally. Whether it's the program facilities, the shows, or that carp pond. Zhang Tsong remembered the place Su Jing had shown him yesterday. His eyes laxed for a second as he swallowed. Attractions of that caliber exist. They, Wanyuan Mountain, would not be afraid of any challenge. As soon as 2:30 arrives, the clear male announcer then resounded around the square. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It has been observed that the mists of the holy mountain have now dissipated for the most part, and it is the most suitable time to enter the mountain. Please gather in front of the flower sculpture fountain in Area D of Mingguezhai within 30 minutes for those who have qualified for the tour. Emphasize again, please guests within 30 minutes, to the Mingguezhai D area of the fountain in front of the collection. Mingguezhai villagers will escort you to the rest of the guests. Please do not go to the private. Expired. As the broadcast dissipated, all the tourists who had stopped to listen to the broadcast within the streets and alleys of the bright moon-walled city instantly clamored. Asterisk. Really go for it. Mom, I want to go too. What to do? Why don't we sneak off and follow? Good idea. This cottage staff is actually not much, and that mountain is so big. Let us sneak up. They can't stop us. The man's suggestion instantly made the eyes of those around him light up. Someone spoke weakly. The guide said that there is a mist. The holy mountain is not unblocked now. It's not right for us to sneak there. We may not encounter danger. Right. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Holy. This stupid kid really believes it. Fun is fun. Don't joke about science. The man who had made the suggestion had laughed enough and stepped forward of his own accord. It's just a gimmick, to whet our appetites. I'll take the lead. Everyone who wants to go, follow me. The follower effect was born, and everyone immediately formed a small group, following the man at the head of the group as he set off at a brisk pace towards D. Really? The boy murmured out behind him, and after a moment's hesitation, lifted his foot to follow as well. I still believe in ushers. On the next street, a man in a mask quickly rushes back to tell the boss the information. Into the sacred mountain? It's a great opportunity. He tightened the gag again. Go! We'll follow. Chapter 47, Entering the Sacred Mountain. If you really want to go all the way to the end, 20 minutes would be enough for all the tourists to arrive at the location, Su Jing said. Sure enough, just 10 minutes had passed and all 20 advance visitors had arrived on the scene. Most of everyone was empty-handed, after all. The vast majority of people had been here last week and had done what they needed to do, so they weren't particularly interested in the task of collecting offerings this time around. Only the second-generation rich Joe Broke rushed to hold a bunch of Artemisia, standing in a group of people extremely conspicuous. Have all the visitors arrived? Su Jing came out from behind the fountain and distributed the gold and red cloth in his hands to everyone. This is the heraldic cuff of the holy mountain and proof of your identity, so please make sure you wear it and don't lose it. He spoke in a high voice as if he had no intention of doing so. The sacred mountain has just unsealed part of the area. It's still very dangerous. Without the escort of our walled warriors, it's very easy to fall into the mist. You all must also be careful not to get separated. Joe Breaking wasn't too keen on their lame gimmick. He rubbed his nose and buzzed. Come on. There's not much time. Hurry up and get in there. Xin Zhuang also signaled that Xiaoli would just wait for him here, and then obediently put on the gold and red armband. As for Wishguard, having been here too many times, he was now adamant. This greeter is definitely the boss behind the park. Besides, they could have spent money and effort to get this advance ticket. No one wants ordinary tourists to have the same power that they have. Things are expensive because they are rare. 2,000 bucks isn't a waste of money. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, Su Jing also waved. Men, women, and children dressed in strange costumes immediately gathered around them. Many of them were the NPCs they had just seen. Someone frowned and asked directly, Catcher, aren't the warriors escorting us? Why are there children here? When Myo Myo is out of costume, no one will recognize her as the Dragon Lady, but there's no way to disguise her age. Su Jing's face was natural. The warriors of the Bright Moon Walled City do not mean people with great strength and strong bodies. Rather, they are brave, fearless, people who have a strong sense of the gods of the Holy Mountain. Such people, in the Holy Mountain, will receive more favor from the mountains and will lead us to break through the mists and go farther. Sir, you're looking too shallow. The man scratched his head in embarrassment. Good man, I'll hear you suck at blowing. Su Jing didn't explain more to him, but turned to leave. Everyone follow. One leaves and all move. Everyone smiled expectantly and followed quickly, and the fountain was soon out of sight. And the secretary, Li, stepped aside and hid in the shadows, ready for a snack and a break. But before he could sit down, he heard a heavy footstep, and then a large group of people suddenly scurried out. They're gone? The man at the head was full of excitement, and after observing that no one was around, he turned back and whispered, even though we're sneaking in, this is a pristine mountain forest after all, so it's safer for us to sneak in after the gang. A girl behind her was a little worried. It won't be noticed, will it? So what if you find out? The law is not responsible. Besides, we were lost then. What else is he going to do to us? Everyone nodded, thinking that the man's words made quite a bit of sense, and the leaders who enjoyed the power and reverence were even more fervent at this time. Everyone just follow me in a minute. Keep your voices down and let's pick up the pace. No problem. Go. Everyone was cajoling, and even though they said they were going to keep it down, they could still be heard moving from a long way away. Li frowned. Playing so far, he could also tell that the scenic area didn't have too many employees, let alone a security force. If this group of people really follow the secretary and the men, I'm afraid that the people on this side can't control it. TSK. He frowned in some annoyance. A small view is a small view. Poor discipline was fine with him, but if he bumped into the secretary, he would be the one to be chastised in the end. How about he follows? Li was about to stand up when he saw another scrawny boy scurrying over at the end of the road. The man's expression was worried and angry, but he followed quickly. What the hell? Little Lee was confused, but before he could stand up again, he saw another group of black-clad men appear, wearing masks, walking briskly, and looking damn unusual. This is to be placed in ancient times. Absolutely was stopped to search 800 back and forth with cornering. What's inside that holy mountain? A mantis catching a cicada? How many yellow birds? No way. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and he followed the group of masked men into the dense forest. This is the foothill portion of the sacred mountain, and because the invocation ceremony was performed perfectly, we have only recently slowly opened up a trail. Su Jing walked in front, with the tourists in the center and the villagers protecting the outside. Richie clasped his arms and rolled his eyes. Why does he feel like this scene is like guarding exiled sinners? Since this is a newly opened road, the road surface may still be a bit bad, so watch your step. Not a good walk? Xinzhuang stepped on the clean and spacious green stone pavement under his feet with a puzzled face. What is this guy talking about? Isn't the road in good shape? And humble on top of that. But everyone soon stopped caring about the ushers leading the way. Just developed the original mountain forest, retained from the sun, rain and the fragrance of the soil, both sides of the tree branches and leaves, vines hanging high, the sunlight through the dappled shadow of the trees scattered on the ground, illuminating the road ahead of them golden. It was as if you were actually going to the mountains to meet the gods directly. Uncle Fong, this place is so pretty. It had been a long time since Chi had been in the mountains, and he looked around, holding Mythic tightly in his right hand as he tried to memorize the routes and signposts of the place. No way. Old occupational hazard. Nyo was much happier. Since entering the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, she's had her own warm crib, and no longer has to listen to her big brothers snore or worry about the finger-pointing of the watchers. She can help people set up the stage or play the little dragon lady. Simply don't be happy. Ginei walked quietly on the periphery with the lucky members of her dance troupe. What others were thinking did not know, but she felt a hint of the essence of the Nuwa dance of communicating with the gods, in the mouth of General Xiaosu in such a quiet and peaceful mountain. Communicate with heaven and earth and pray to God. Drive away calamities and purify the mind. This mountain, worthy of the name Holy Mountain. Everyone had something in their mind, and even Su Jing once again felt a sense of clarity in his heart. This is where the mystic veil prop comes in. Enhance the mystical atmosphere by 20%. Don't look at the enhancement, not much, but in the eyes of people who enter the mountain for the first time, this is a paradise place. But that's not enough. The sound of gurgling water finally loomed. Su Jing stopped and smiled. We have traveled through the most dangerous section and are about to enter the first deity site on the holy mountain. He plucked away the dangling vines in front of him, and a huge clear pool was presented to everyone. Here it is. Carp Pond. Chapter 48. The Carp Maiden in the Carp Pond. Shusho took the brunt of the attack and rushed out with his long gun raised. A green forest and green pools floated before him in the tiny lens frame. The ancient arch bridge stands over the pool, accompanied by sparkling waves in the sunlight that breaks through the shade of the trees. So beautiful. The rich second-generation jailbreaking also walked out with his arms wrapped around him, raising his eyebrows and losing his disdain for a while. This place does. A really nice little scene. If there was a resort around here, his dad would be quite willing to come to it if he had nothing else to do to fish. He followed the little fat man in front of him forward, while behind him was Xinzhuang, who was full of surprise. Ooh, this place. It really took him by surprise. In fact, there are a lot of good-looking views of mountains and forests, but most of them are slightly embellished on the original basis. But this clear pool, just the way it was originally, was beautiful enough. If after some artificial beautification, he felt no worse than the provincial capital of the most beautiful scenic spot. Everyone open-mouthed over the vines, walked into the carp pool range. Fang Gui and other escort warriors at this moment also forget their own identity. One as if they have never seen the world. Wide-eyed look around. Error cough. Su Jing could only open his own mouth to introduce himself as he watched their lack of talent from the front. Since all of our guests have entered the holy mountain, I'll tell you a little bit about the origins of the holy mountain. The deities that bless the bright moon-walled city and the surrounding Holy Spirit mountain range have many of them inhabiting this peak. So this has become a holy mountain that we have guarded and worshipped for generations. At the foot of the mountain, where the carp god lives, this carp pond existed hundreds of years ago, and we built these road and bridge to make it easier to send tribute to the carp god. Jawbreaker directly opened his mouth to interrupt Su Jing's words. Mr. Catcher, carp can become gods? Put. Someone let out a small laugh from behind, and she immediately whipped his head around and glared at him before the man gathered his composure. Ha! Su Jing's expression was solemn and calm, and he didn't seem to be offended by his disrespect. In ancient times, there was a saying that fish jumped over the dragon gate, and dragons have a spirit, so how come carp can't have a spirit? With a wave of his sleeve, He moved closer to the edge of the pool and motioned for everyone to look down. Those who live in the carp pond are the people of the carp god, and in those dark days before, the people of the carp god almost died out, and it was only after the invocation ceremonies started to be held in the last few years that the place came back to life. The crowd gathered around. It's beautiful. A school of red and silver, red and white, and saffron carp gathered at her feet, swimming merrily about. Not only him, but Xu Shou and Xin Zhuang had also gathered a few around them. How come I don't have any fish here? Zhou Breaking wasn't happy about it. Su Jing laughed. Big brother, it could be that your heart isn't sincere. Your heart isn't sincere. If you don't honor the carp god, the fish will feel it. Really? Is that so mysterious? Zhou Broke looked at the clusters of carp at the feet of the tourists next to him and twisted his heart. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Carp god Sama. I'll believe you all right. He twisted and turned for half a day, and finally a red carp swam slowly by. The belly is full of fat, the head is big, and it looks like a good fish that can dry rice. Zhou Bri immediately squatted down to take a picture, and Su Jing also smiled on the sidelines. It looks like the carp god Sama has forgiven you. Oh, it is the carp god? Zhou Broke pointed at the big fat fish and opened his mouth, scaring the big fat fish into a shiver and swam away in a whoosh. Su Jing was speechless. Is it true that all of them in the Manhwa village are sand dollars, offering for hundreds of years just for this big fat fish that the thief can eat? Mr. Zhou, these fish are just ordinary koi carp. The carp god seldom appears, and in the past few hundred years, not many people in Manhwa walled city have been able to see the carp god's true form. Su Jing spoke as he stepped onto the wooden bridge and led the group forward. If you can meet the carp god once, you will have great luck with water for a period of time. Something that is lucky to the core. You can brag about it for a long time. The wooden bridge creaks. The koi carp swim happily in the pool, and the water is crystal clear. Between the green algae and green stones, the group slowly moved forward. Beautiful. Mom, it's beautiful. Xu Shou while taking crazy pictures. A few girls behind them came together to take selfies. Xin Zhuang in the quiet breeze to look into the distance. Far above the ghostly green water, lotus flower rosette swaying, dragonflies pointing at the water and stagnant, as if a master ink painting. Young man, you've protected the environment here very well. Su Jing twisted his head and arched his arms, smiling a little blushingly. Sir is too kind. The carp pond is the carp god's habitat. We won't disturb the carp god's life too much. It's all just the handiwork of the gods. Oh, Xinzhuan understood. What this person means is that carp pond equals original, environmentally friendly, and natural. But he looked at the young man in front of him with some curiosity. He was the one who did the pickups at the Bright Moon Cottage. The tea house had heard that he could be seen occasionally, and now he was the one who led the mission at the Holy Mountain. This guy should be pretty high up in the scenic staff, and does he know who he is? But before he could say anything else, Zhou Breaking, who had fallen behind, finally reacted. Wait! He peeled away a couple of pouting and beaming girls and stepped forward in full view of the villagers, narrowing his eyes and flirting. You mean, you guys get to meet the carp god? Su Jing nodded. Yes, Master too. Who does the preparation of crafts in the village? I heard that when he was a teenager, he had the honor of meeting the carp god once. The small arched bridge was quickly walked over and the group crossed the grassy area and once again stepped onto the stone path in the pool. The stone path was only 2 centimeters above the water, and at first glance, the line looked as if they were walking on water. The reflections are heavy, overlapping with the koi swimming around, swirling with a cool spring feeling. Cut! Zhou Broke was somewhat speechless. Mr. Catcher, I know this is your scenic gimmicky talk. You're making it sound like the real thing. He grunted lightly and followed Zhu Shou to the front, the fat man's big body blocking him from seeing anything. What carp god is not just a person pretending to be one. Su Jing frowned. Mr. Zhou, all of this heaven and earth is the territory of the carp god. If you speak ill of the carp god here, she will get angry if she hears about it. He glanced at the massive stone wall in front of him, the beaded sound of water dripping faintly. Oh, it's coming. Oh, Zhou Broke was happy. Still angry? Okay, then tell me what that carp god looks like. Su Jing rounded the corner, his voice containing a smile. Oh god of carp, has a peach blossom face, a maiden's look, and eyes with a divine light. Sometimes it is a human form picking flowers, and sometimes those legs turn into fishtails and play with their children in the pools of water. The voice came to an abrupt halt, and the little fat man in front of him came to a sudden stop. Jose hit his broad back in one fell swoop and rolled his eyes as his nose was reddened by the impact. You've been reading too many tomato novels, haven't you? Nice guy says it like it's true. He stuck his head out, ready to scold the fat little man who had gotten in his way. Move the forward. Shoot 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 just no shoot. His voice was locked in his throat like a chicken with its neck choked, and his eyes glazed over. And what is? The sunlight waved down and fell in the shallow cave of the mountain wall in front of them, like a light veil, enveloping the coquettish young girl. Fish-finned, gold and red ears poked out of short, pixie-like hair. The eyes were like big cats, mysterious and spiritual, and with a slight breath, golden red divine light swirled inside, reflecting a blue spring green water. But it was more than that made Jose's breath stop. Rather, that young girl's slender fingers poked her face, glistening white waist down. A golden red huge fishtail is hanging in the water pool, slowly swinging, flooded with wet sparkling water-stained silver light. She smiled a light and divine smile. Her round eyes narrowed lightly, her red lips slightly parted. Yo, rare, guests are coming. Chapter 49, Worship God when you see him. Mom, he's seen mermaids. Oh, nope. Josiah violently gave himself a mouthful. That's the carp god. He was still frozen in place, and the tourists behind him who had heard the noise were already impatient. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? They heard a female voice speak. What humans? What rarities and whatnot? Come on, come forward. Shinjuang stood behind Shobro, but he was blocked by the stone wall, so he could not see anything, no matter how much he probed, and he scratched his ears anxiously. The corner of Su Jing's mouth ticked as his purpose was achieved. As if he had finally come to his senses, he greeted them in a loud voice. Everyone walk forward. It's a long walk, and all of you can see the carp god. His voice was full of surprise, and it didn't sound like an act. I didn't think we'd be so lucky. All guests must remain respectful. Do not offend Lord Carp God. Everyone moved forward in a hurry, and finally, under one after another. It took nearly 10 minutes before they all finally stood in front of the stone wall. That young girl was not in a hurry, as if she was watching the fun, leaning on her face to survey the crowd. Fatty, no pictures, seemingly seeing a deity. Mr. Receiver was also a little too excited, and directly to Zhu Shou was a burst of output. Wishful thinking, are you polite? But he was also too surprised, so he also immediately and respectfully put away his camera and stuff. But, he always felt like this usher called himself with a flirtatious smile in his eyes? Ahem. Whatever. He saw Su Jing beside him let out a high cry and just bowed in place. Greetings, Lord Carp God. The tourists looked at each other in disbelief, but after everyone was only confused for a second, Joe Breaker violently slapped the little fatty beside him. Worship God when you see him. Everyone reacted and immediately followed Su Jing with a bow, speaking in unison. Greetings Lord Carp God. The employees behind them were more confused than the tourists. No, what about playing? It says it is a holy mountain. How can there really be a god? Xiaoji and Miao Miao's eyes went wild, and their tender childish voices became even more clear. Greetings Lord Carp God. Su Jing glanced at the crowd behind him. Why are you yelling so loud? Looks like he's not even that respectful. Ha! The carp god spoke up. A smile bloomed on her peachy face, but it was a bit naughty. I feel a lot of unfamiliar aura. Have you, by bringing outsiders into the holy mountain? Su Jing felt the gaze of the crowd, and his addiction to theater instantly rose. He snapped and half-kneeled on the ground. Lord Carp God, we were able to reopen the sacred mountain precisely with the full help of these guests to dispel the evil and wave away the fog. The young girl raised her eyebrows, her huge fish tail swinging from side to side in the pool of water. A group of red carp frolicking after her tail, which she impatiently slapped to the side. Joe Broke's mouth was open, and he couldn't hear anything in his ears. Did he have a dream? Is it still the Walk into Science channel? He has also seen the mermaids of the Ocean Museum and so on. But this, in front of him is also too damn real, right? From the snow-white waist meat, points spread out of the silver and red scales, in the downward rounded full fish tail, full of elastic muscles and shiny scales, and then to the huge dynamic tail fin, like a fringe side of the left and right swaying, and even occasionally a side of the tail tip cocked, poke the side of the small koi carp. If this is fake, then what is true? He was confused, and Shinjuang behind him was even more confused. If it wasn't for the carp god whose eyes were always staring at him, he would have really wanted to take a picture. Go back and look for the Biological Research Center to see if any new species have been discovered in the scenic area and kept in private without reporting it to the state. He wasn't old and dim-eyed, so how could he not see that every piece of skin and blood on this fishtail was too real? If you can really fake it and make it look like this, he ate upside down, or forget it. And in the back of the tourists, which still care to listen to their conversation, just look at this scene in front of them. They already feel that this trip is worth it. Carp God. Sensei's true or false? The ushers say it's true. So it's true. Oh, what did I say? The carp god spoke again. It's no wonder the scent of this place has been so much more comfortable for me lately. She stretched, even as her tail poked tautly out of the water, pattering water into the pool and making the koi underneath swim around excitedly. But before the young girl could finish, her cat's eyes narrowed and she seemed to smile. But I just heard. Someone think I don't exist? She twisted her head to look at Zhou Xie, her eyes flowing, mesmerizing Zhou Xie with a wave of dizziness. It's so beautiful. The carp god looks at him. Where in his head were the disrespectful words from earlier? Meh. I can't believe you recognized me as that big fat carp? In the next second, Zhu Shou and the others immediately breathed heavily. It's time to witness a miracle. That young girl looked into the distance. The fishtail violently slid the surface of the pool water. The water waves stirred, before the small bridge over the big fat carp actually slid over against the current. Flutter, flutter. It struggled with a splash of water that didn't help. Wow! The big fat carp was picked by the fish's tail and flew out of the water. And then the golden red fish's tail raised violently, lifting the water waves. Snap! Between the flashes of gold and silver light, the fat carp with drenching splashes of water was violently slapped by its tail towards Zhou Xie. It made him wet. The big fat carp smacked him hard in the face before jumping into the pool and disappearing. Zhu Shou was also splashed with half a body of water. And Xin Zhuang did not escape because of what the secretary of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Everyone giggled and smiled after wiping their faces in unison. Hey, 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 the carp god shot me in the water. Hey, hey, carp god hit me in my little mouth. Hey, hey, come back next time. Everyone was silent for a moment and clamored in unison. Holy, that's a real tail. Did you guys see that? What a fake thing that moves like that. Mermaids. I saw a real mermaid. Shoot me. Sister carp god, shoot me all over the water too. Holy, I'm switching to Taoism starting tomorrow. Terrifying. There is a true god on the holy mountain of the Manhwa walled city. No pictures were allowed. But that didn't stop the teenage girl at the end of the line from posting. She didn't say much of anything, just typed the line shakily and sent it off hastily. Perhaps the clamor of the group had disturbed the young girl. She frowned, sked, and leapt right into the pool. Gone. Zhou broke froze, and then actually jumped directly into the pool, which immediately drowned his calves. No, no more. The waves slowly calmed and the pool was crystal clear. Where else is there a mermaid that big? The carp god is gone. Stunned, he turned back and murmured, then cursed angrily at the boisterous man. I blame you guys for scaring the carp god. Look at the way it scared her off. Xin Zhuang also frowned. Mr. Usher said to be respectful. Why are you guys still making a lot of noise? Those few tourists knew that they were in the wrong. Chagrined and panicked, lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Su Jing stood out with a smile after glancing at a smaller shaped koi in the pool. It's all just set up. After all, it's a god. Just take a look at it. You really want to keep looking at it. Pay up, did they? For nothing? Don't be alarmed. Everyone, the carp god is originally a god, and usually rarely appears in the carp pond. It is a blessing for all of us to see her today. Perhaps because of your status as forerunners? The smell of the sacrifice on your bodies attracted her. Or perhaps the carp god became curious about the guests from the outside world. But in any case, let's not argue here. It's good to see each other, and you'll all be healthy and lucky for a while in the future. Joe Brooks slowed down, and the sly smile of the carp god lord when he splashed water at him still seemed to float in front of his eyes. Pick up, Lord Receiver. He speaks the mind of all. Will we have a chance to see her after the future? Su Jing revealed a mysterious smile. Who knows? With the number of guests coming here, there will always be a few lucky batches. Chapter 50, moving on. Rustling. A light mist filled the dense woods, and a man plucked at the branches and struggled to reveal his head. Keep up. Behind them more and more people struggled out of the forest, and a girl felt the small cuts on her body from the branches and was distressed. Brother? Those people are long gone. Can't we just take the main road? I feel that no one here to guard. Yes, there is a good road not to go. We have to go through the forest. My hands are pierced. This is a primitive mountain forest. Why don't we go back? What if we run into snakes? The man in charge frowned. The ushers walked fast with those forerunner tourists, and they didn't dare to get too close. As a result, they didn't get out far before they lost them. But after all, he was the one who brought them up, and although he was panicked in his heart, he had to keep bringing them along with a stiff upper lip. Damn, don't argue. Let's just take the main road. His voice carried a stifled note. After walking for almost half an hour, he still couldn't find the way into the mountain. And he always felt that he couldn't find his way inside this mist. It seemed to go on and on up the hill, but I didn't see another wave after half a day's walk. Big brother, a female voice came in alarm and he turned around impatiently, only to see the girl pointing at the red cloth on the branch in front of her. Big brother, how did we walk back to the original place? What nonsense! We've been up the mountain for half an hour. How can we possibly walk back? The girl cringed, but opened her mouth by pointing to the torn hole in her dress. But it seems like this is where I just scratched my clothes. Look at this cloth. It's all exactly the same material as my clothes. The lead man took a step back a few paces, and his voice bottomed out a bit. Stop it. People walk this mountain every day. It should just be a coincidence. I hope it's. A student brother with a backpack pushed up his glasses with a somewhat serious expression. The fog is getting bigger and bigger. I suggest we go down the mountain. He hesitated, but said something a little ridiculous. After all, this is the holy mountain of the bright moon-walled city. In case there really is something a bit mysterious, it is not possible to say. His words elicited a loud laugh from the lead man. Ha 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 ha, you really believe it? That's just an event that people organize to attract tourists. You guys still take it seriously. His laughter slowly stopped. No one was smiling but him, and there was a bit of panic on everyone's faces. Okay, then go down. A bunch of cowards. You want to go into the mountains and you're still afraid of this and that. He pretended to be menacing, but he was actually relieved. To be honest, he was a bit scared too. The sunlight had thinned out a lot, and when it got dark in a while, they would be even less able to find their way down the mountain. Go, and try that side again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This side has gone too? And that side? Walked over there too? No way. Half an hour later, everyone stopped where they were. The gray fog had filled into substance, the sunlight had disappeared, and the visibility of the mountains and forests was less than 50 meters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was only then that the leading brother really panicked, and the group of men and women behind him were even more frightened. Whoops, are we lost? It's all your fault. Where is this leading us? Woo woo, people's ushers have said so. The mists haven't completely dissipated yet, so let's not come. You had to bring us here. Is it ghosting? I want to go home. Woo woo, there's no cell phone reception. I can't get a call out. The lead man, anxious and panicked, slapped the tree. Shut up, all of you. It's you guys who want to go. And I'm not forcing anyone to follow me into the mountains. There was something fierce about his face. I didn't even say anything when I was tired of looking for the road here. And now you bunch of unassertive greedy followers are blaming me instead? Shame on you. That's some dirty cussing. Everyone quieted down. Sobbing shallowly resounded through the crowd. And after a long time a girl spoke weakly. Big brother, what do we do then? The man swept his eyes around. The scenic area keeps records of the number of people entering the park. And with so many of us not going out, the staff will surely come looking for us. The most important thing now is that everyone must stay together, never get separated. There is strength in numbers. The evening program starts at 5:30. And they'll be coming down the mountain at 5 o'clock at the latest. If we can't get out in a while, then we'll start calling out for help at 4 o'clock or so, and they'll surely pass us on the way down, and they'll come to us when they hear the sound. Big brother may be mean, but Big brother has a good head on his shoulders. Lee raised an eyebrow in the crowd in appreciation. He glanced at the other boy crouching in the corner, then at the lead brother, and sighed. I should have known that I would have waited outside honestly, and had to join them in the fun, which would have been nice. Hitch yourself in. Unfortunately cannot get out for the time being. Fortunately, is that he fortunately followed the wave of normal people? Did not get together with the wave of masked black people. Who knows what the hell they sneak to do? Stay for now. Ghostbusters? He didn't believe it. As a national talent in materialism for over 30 years, he quickly summarized the results. The magnetic field changed, and the sense of direction of those of them was disturbed, so they just couldn't walk out during this time. After the time of the magnetic field disturbance, you can naturally go down the mountain. Sit down and rest. He pulled the rations for the secretary out of his backpack and ate them one bite at a time. When in distress, the most important thing is to ensure personal safety in order to deal with the problem more calmly. The mist continued to spread and the occasional odd bird call sounded, bringing everyone closer together. As for that wave of muzzlers, asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, I'm afraid of ghosts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it because we usually do bad things? That's why the ghosts are looking for us. It's already the 4th lap. We really can't get out. Holy, I'm so panicked. Did we fall into some kind of trap? I heard there's some kind of formation that can trap people. Just you wait. I'll turn around and uninstall your tomato novel. Keep walking. I don't believe we can't get out. Protect the photos and information. That's what we came for. Don't lose them. On the other side, Su Jing looked at his watch and glanced down the mountain, revealing a smile. Well, you have all met the carp god. And today will be complete enough. But our path is not yet finished. So continue with us after you have rested. Still not finished? The 24 runners sitting on the green grass resting looked up with dismayed eyes. No, big brother. It's enough that you pulled this stunt. Just such a carp spirit that suddenly disappeared without a trace. It's enough to make them go home and think for half their lives. And, what else? Joe Breaking had already been honored as the #1 fan of the bright moon-walled city. He blinked his eyes and stood up with an excited whoosh. What else? Let's go! Let's go! Xu Shou also carried the equipment again. Excited. He had only stolen a blurry photo of the carp god at the carp pond, but he had made sure that it was blurry. But he could definitely make out the overwhelmingly golden red carp tail. Xu Shou was silent, pretending to be frustrated that he hadn't captured anything, afraid that the receptionist would find out and ask him to delete it. Turns out he didn't expect it to actually be back there. Pick up. The Lord Receiver? Blessed Guardian's much chubby face was filled with anticipation. Can we shoot the road behind us? Su Jing's face seemed to be smiling. Sure. You're welcome to take more nice pictures. The little fat man had been here so many times he'd memorized him. Official, pseudo, advocacy ambassadors. This man deserves a great deal of credit for Wanyuan Mountain's prosperity today. So let's keep going? Everyone got up in a flash and followed with gusto. Feng Gui and Gina fell behind. Tian went to take care of the two small children, while the others continued to pretend to be warriors' escort. Brother Feng, have you guys been to this place before? Gina's always serious face was now covered in smiles. It's so beautiful. It's outrageous. She didn't realize that being an employee of Mr. Su's boss would provide her with such benefits. Feng Gui was also a little embarrassed as he looked at the beautiful face that came over to him. Ahem. We haven't seen it either. This holy mountain should be the first time for all of us except the boss. He regretted in his heart. He should have known to bring his daughter in. I heard that the gods can drive away disasters and take refuge. So will the carp god be able to restore his daughter to health. He looked up, though he knew he was thinking a little off the wall. But let's be honest, which of the things Boss Xiao Su showed them was normal? It's not likely that is even possible. Wait for me. He scurried up in a single stride and into the crowd of escorting tourists, and behind him Gina froze for a moment and took a quick step up as well. At this point, both visitors and employees, everyone was bent on it. What's the next presentation of? Chapter 51 Firefly Valley. The climb was obvious to all the next way. How much longer is it, catcher? After climbing for nearly 10 minutes, Richie was the first to tire. It feels like it's been over half an hour of climbing. Aren't we there yet? He stopped panting and checked his watch. It's almost 4 o'clock. Will we delay the evening ceremony? Originally, he came to see this holy mountain, but from the moment he came in, he started collecting the rituals really seriously. And even though the rituals were taken away by the NPCs for temporary safekeeping to keep him from getting wet when he was splashed by the carp god just now, he was still thinking about going down the mountain to participate in the ceremony. Xu Shou rolled his eyes. No luck. Can it be bad where the Lord Usher is taking them? Ceremonies are held every day, but this holy mountain is not for those who want to come. Lord Receiver. Hey, don't mind him. None of us are tired. Let's keep going. Su Jing turned around and lost his smile. Sir, we've only been walking for 10 minutes. Josiah blushed a little, but he really couldn't walk anymore. Usually, except for bouncing and picking up girls when the activity level is high, where has he walked for so long as a young master? It's okay, we'll be there soon. Su Jing didn't sell the idea. He pointed ahead. The sun was shining in the west, the dim sunlight spreading a glow in the distance. Ahead is the end of the route we've explored up to this point. Xu Shou's camera followed the movement of Su Jing's fingers as the man's gentle voice rang in his ears. Butterfly Valley. 2 pieces of wisteria dangle down through a curtain of flowers, and visitors are instantly transported to a sea of thriving flowers. OMG. So beautiful. Mountain rocks protruded diagonally, and the stone walls were covered with a variety of grain patterns. Under the stone wall, green grass, red trees and yellow flowers, but the most surprising thing was the swarms of butterflies on top of the flowers. Between one exhale and one inhale, the wings gently stirred, the sunlight slanting in. Even the tiny fluff on the butterfly wings can be seen. Does the Lord Receiver here also have a deity? Joe Broke was usually fearless, but at this time, he couldn't help but soften his voice for fear of disturbing some beautiful existence. Sir has a heart. Su Jing's praise was also a sign of recognition, causing Josiah to blush a little embarrassed. All the guests can feel free to wander around. The butterfly fairy is fond of bustling. There are not many people today. He will not appear. No? I'll just ask. You really do? Josiah once again rounded his eyes. You mean, if there are a lot of tourists, the butterfly fairy will come too? Su Jing nodded and shook his head. Perhaps, but not necessarily. The will of the gods is not for us to speculate. He looked to the slanting rocks high above him, his addiction to the theater flourishing, his eyes glowing with longing. I have heard Master Tu say that they had the honor of seeing the real face when they went into the mountains to worship before, and that the butterfly fairy likes to sing and be merry, and that whenever she gets excited, she will do so. Just what? Everyone gathered around with a look of excitement. Su Jing revealed a smile. No, that's all Master Tu told me. The crowd was speechless. The crowd finished speechless and gave another middle finger. So we won't see the butterfly fairy today? The little fatty regretfully shrugged his shoulders, causing Su Jing to lose his voice in laughter. Deities are unattainable, so just steal away if you can meet the carp god. He waved. Well, let's all go for a stroll and we'll be down in a little while. The tourists dispersed in a swarm, and Su Jing let his employees go and play as well, standing in place and stroking his chin in thought. The butterfly fairy is naturally unseen, because it hasn't been built yet. Damn, when can we draw another toolman? If he had enough toolmen, he could just open the God-making program. TSK. Unfortunately, that stuff is unattainable, and there's no telling when you'll get a chance at it in a raffle. So far, the most likely thing to knock the effect out of the park is a prop from the mall. He sighed as he remembered the prop. 1,000 positive reviews count for one piece. One piece can only be used 10 times. Not to mention that he doesn't have a lot of positive reviews right now, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Wait a little longer. Build momentum first. I'll use it when the week is over and the prestige value is saved up and there are more tourists for the Labor Day holiday. He thought about his great plan while the tourists scattered in all directions. These butterflies aren't afraid of people. A few girls taking pictures were the first to shout in excitement as they held up the blue-winged butterfly that had fallen from their palms and crowded around the flowers to take frantic pictures. It got the others excited as well. Butterflies are not rare, and there are many scenic spots called Butterfly Valley in China. But such a large number of butterflies that are not afraid of people can be difficult to find. Shu Shou with a long gun to go around shooting. Carp Pond did not get the desired photos. Butterfly Valley said what cannot be let go again. Xin Zhuang also curiously walked to the edge of the flowers, his finger topping a small gray butterfly, and twisted his head to smile at Su Jing. Look, this butterfly isn't afraid of people either. Su Jing faked a smile. Yours is just a fluttering moth. Xin Zhuang swatted away the fluttering moths and moved in viciously. This kid doesn't hold a candle to it. He misses his secretary Li so much. Secretary Li next door is in tears. Secretary, come and save me. The sea of butterflies fluttering around was truly beautiful, but as the sun faded behind the mountain peaks, the dots of ghostly light seemed to be activated. What's that? An even bigger surprise appeared. Everyone turned their heads and looked deeper into the flower path in unison. 1 point, 2 points, 1 strand, 2 strands. More and more fluorescent flickers made up a river of glowing fireflies that shimmered with shimmering light. The river seemed to have a sense of direction as it slowly tumbled up and down and spread out, drowning over the first tourist. Dots of green stars roamed past the young girl's eyes, seeming to take her into a radiant river of time and space. Then came the second visitor, the third, the fourth. The glowing glow not only enveloped the tourists, but also wrapped the employees of Mingyu Hai. Tian tugged on both Xiaoji and Miao Miao, and the fireflies parted right in front of them, one layer leaping from Tian's head, and one layer crossing the chests of both Xiaoji. Mom, I saw the Milky Way, Ji murmured, unable to resist reaching out and touching it. Fireflies little but flickered on and off, whooshing away when he touched it, making Chi heave a laugh. Shu Shou gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain motionless. His shots are as firm as a gun on a battlefield killing ghosts, steady as a rock. The glowing river of light just skimmed and dispersed in front of his lens, like fireworks exploding in front of your eyes, gold stars rising from a chiseled fist, the Milky Way you see in your dreams as you fly above the clouds. So beautiful. Shu Shou kept his mouth tightly shut, feeling the glowing fire had transformed into countless flows coming towards him. Fire up. This is really going to be a fire. As for Zhou breaking, where did he remember anything about the gods appearing? At the moment, he only felt that what he had seen in foreign countries, the firefly forest, was simply lame. You guys have a lot of bugs? So do your bugs fly like this? It'll be this way, and then that way, and then this way to fly? Garbage. He shivered and sent a message to the group. Pippi's dad, sons, if you don't walk with your dad today, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives. Chapter 52 Trapped Trespassers. When the river of fireflies swam by and the butterfly valley darkened again, Su Jing led the tourists down the mountain. Zhou breaking was so excited that he couldn't hold himself back and surrounded Su Jing with the others. Mr. Catcher, are there more stories about the butterfly fairy? Right. Does she really like to hustle? Is the butterfly fairy a man or a woman? If enough of us come, isn't it possible that the butterfly fairy will show up? What does the butterfly fairy look like? Is the butterfly fairy also like the carp god? Have that? Su Jing twisted his head, a look of dismay on his face. How can a butterfly fairy have a tail? Don't play dumb with me. Do they mean that the butterfly fairy is also an unusual shape? Su Jing kindly laughed, striding down the mountain road. Behind them, 20 tourists chattered and excited a batch, chatting from butterflies everywhere to rivers of fireflies. From the unseen butterfly fairy to the disappearing carp god, everything they had seen on this holy mountain had broken through their perceptions. Spirits? Who would have believed it before? Tourists know it's a story, an event, a gimmick. Shen Zhuang himself is the secretary of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and knows even more what the doorway is within these things. But after reading it today, they basically turned out to be wearing the skin of materialism and going the way of materialism. What if it's fake? That this is in a small county in the 10A scenic spot. Is it mastered what the world's cutting-edge technology to make the fish tale so real? Even if this could be explained, how about the disappearance of a living young girl right in front of everyone's eyes? Is there some kind of space portal? Shen Zhuang took a look at the young guide who was skulking in front of him, and then looked at the tourists and warriors who were excitedly discussing the matter, and quietly left the line and walked quickly to Su Jing's side. Little brother, tell me the truth. He had a seductive look in his eyes. All this stuff, is it real? Su Jing smiled. Sir, if you believe, then this is a holy mountain blessed by the gods. If you don't believe, this is nothing more than a scenic spot, right? Shen Zhuang raised an eyebrow. Good boy, getting sloppy with him. But since he said that, it means that these are just tactics that they got out of the scenery. He was relieved at the thought. Not to mention, if that carp god is real, the state would have to send someone tomorrow to take that thing away. But then a great surprise came over him. If this is all a means to an end, then the potential of this scenic area is simply unimaginable. He looked up at the towering peaks behind him. They had been walking for half an hour and had only seen 2 sights on this side of the short mountain. If we wait until the scenic area is finished renovating the interior, the sacred mountain officially opened when? This scenic area must become what? Can't. Absolutely awesome. He immediately made up his mind to go back and immediately go special authorization. Rush to publicize. There's less than a week left, but they'll have to work hard to snag as many tourists as they can. After May 1st, there's 11th. If this scenic area is well developed, he can help, and then help. This year, their Yangon City's cultural and tourism development. It is not possible to enter the top 5 in the province. Even the top 3 in the province may be. Got to meet the man in charge of this site. A meeting will have to be arranged tomorrow. Su Jing glanced at the quiet old man behind him and flashed a smile. This holy mountain. The tourists who should have seen it were done, and he was now going to look for the little rats who had tried to sneak in. I don't know how effective that misty domain was or not, whether it trapped them properly or not. A wave of people quickly returned to the foot of the mountain, and Fang Gui and Ji Na and the others immediately left to prepare for the evening's performance. The crowd stepped back onto the flat stone path and was about to disperse to the plaza to watch the ceremony when they saw Mr. Usher frown. Wait. He cocked an ear and pretended to listen. Then his face took on a hint of anger. It's all been said. Never enter the mountain without our leadership. Xu Shou sensed the unexpected event and was the first to shoulder his camera and shine it in the direction of Su Jing. Ha! He looks at the camera, then puzzled bares his head to look at the foot of the hill. When they entered the mountain, it was still all lush scrub forest over there. And I wonder when a layer of gray mist came out? An usher? What's that? Zhou Bro, who was frantically cramming the rumors of the bright moon-walled city, immediately thought of the key. Su Jing turned back and spoke in a deep voice. An outsider tried to sneak into the sacred mountain and got lost in the gray mist of evil spirits. Ha! Zhu Shou face panic, heart a batch of joy. New episode, new hot spot, laugh out loud. The story is more strung out. This damn holy mountain, how such an amazing story. Ha 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 ha. Cool. It's so cool. 500 for an advance ticket is so worth it. Everyone, don't be afraid. Su Jing sighed and turned back to reassure everyone. Although the behavior of these guests is not welcomed by the bright moon-walled city, they're trapped, so I still have to rescue them. Laugh your ass off. Who's scared? Joe Breaking hugged his bladder and watched the show from the sidelines. He couldn't wait to see what was going to happen. Shen Zhuang, on the other hand, called his secretary as he surveyed the situation. He'd been out for half a day. Why hadn't he seen little Li yet? He was hungry from climbing the mountain, and he couldn't wait to love the buns in his backpack hard. Wish code is silent. Wiping the lens once more and pointing it at the gray mist behind Jockey, Su Jing swept his eyes over the indifferent group, sighing in his heart that the world was going downhill before he falsely pulled out a small trumpet horn. This is our ancestral horn of doom repellent, and only the bravest warriors of faith can drive it. Su Jing went on to say his lines, his toes already gouging out a castle. Everyone stand back. I'm going to dispel the mist. Chapter 53, Let the professionals do the professional work. He stood at the edge of the shrubbery, his foot kicking away a green stone as if unintentionally. Woo! Mister! Catcher gazed up and took another deep breath. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! 3 trumpets sounded in quick succession, and Joe Bro covered his ears. Is the horn of exorcism supposed to sound so bad? It's like his grandfather's broken voice. but his eyes widened with excitement the next moment. The fog has really lifted. There was no wind, and there was no artificial waving away, but the spreading gray mist really faded with the naked eye. Behind the layers of trees, a faint cry for help finally came. Save lives. Save. The lead man, whose voice was breaking, showed ecstasy. The fog faded. Someone's coming for them. The rest of them stumbled to sit up from the ground, their clothes torn and tattered from the branches, and others with their makeup smeared from crying. Several women led the charge towards Su Jing and the others in tears. Woo woo, you guys are finally here. We've hit a ghost wall. Oh hoo, this mountain is so high. We've been climbing for 2 hours and we can't find the way. Can't get out. Can't get out at all. So horrible. I'm going to complain. Your safety measures are terrible. Everyone runs out with tears in their eyes and snot in their nose, looks around, but freezes in place. Oh, is that a complaint you want to make? Su Jing repeated as if she hadn't heard him with a concerned look on her face. TSK. Domain of Mists. It's kind of surprisingly good. Not bad for a mid-level prop. The yelling girl's face turned red. What the hell? They were trapped less than 20 meters from the base of the mountain? Take a roll and fall off the heights. And they're lost? How is that possible? They had obviously walked up and down for a long time without finding the way. Us? She was mortified and confused. On the contrary, Xinzhuang scurried up in one stride and looked at the man who slowly walked out of the bushes, hating him. Li, you, why are you fooling around with the masses too? Shame on him. Is there any more food in the bag? Get me 2 French buns quick. I'm starving. Xiao Li grinned. His lips were dry and skinned. 2 lines of blood slid down from the corners of his mouth, looking especially miserable. Old Den, it's still not for your safety. Brothers dying of fear in the woods and you're still thinking about your buns. Xinzhuang zipped open his backpack with gusto and only harvested a bag of packing skins. The 2 men looked at each other, and Xinzhuang was filled with grief and anger. My little bread. Speechless, Su Jing withdrew his eyes from the 2 men fighting over the buns and twisted his head to look to the other side of the bushes. A group of black-clad, black-masked men are shivering over there, clutching their backpacks. Gotcha. Su Jing whispered for a few stout employees to come over, then took the initiative to step forward. What do you do? He stopped the man who was trying to run. Sneaky behavior. What's in the bag? Have you stolen something from the holy mountain? There's nothing to steal in the mountains. To actually insult them. The man at the head of the group glanced at the rowdy tourists in the distance, knowing that what he was doing was not to be seen, and immediately averted his face. We didn't do anything. We were just trying to get up the mountain and got lost. Oh, Su Jing grinned. So can I see your bags? You call that an illegal search? Yo, non-law search check. And you know it so well. Then let's do it this way. I'll call the police. If there is no problem I apologize and pay for the money. If there is a problem. Sorry, I'll have to break the sand pot and sue a little. Su Jing lowered his voice, no longer pretending to be some kind of Manhwa walled city's guide, but instead directly laying down an ultimatum. Call the police? The man's eyes gurgled, and the muzzled people behind him glanced at each other and jerked to the side. Bang! Bang bang! The man hit a mountain of flesh and fell hard to the ground. In front of them, the 5 big and thick Fangui. Several people were looking at them with cold faces. The man in black spat. This has to be done surreptitiously. If we get caught, it's useless. Don't make too much of this. I don't want the stuff. We're leaving now. Su Jing's chin lifted as he watched the group drop their backpacks in droves before taking a step back and resuming his smile. Please. The men ran into the street and quickly disappeared. Su Jing stood with his hands behind his back, lightly pressing the intercom. Is Zhao Mang in the scenic area? Let him do me a favor. Although he didn't know exactly what this group of people were doing, Su Jing had some guesses. He asked Fangui and the others to carry those backpacks and take the tourists back to the center square. Let the professionals do their job. Maybe Boss Xiao and those people still know each other. A few streets away, Zhao Mang is sitting in a tea house drinking tea, following this group of young tourists skulking around all afternoon. His old body and bones can't take it anymore. Attempt to find an opportunity to speak. Mang is tired, though, but Mang is happy. Mountain Mang Tours is now exploding into its first spring because of the heat of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Small groups of 20 people can easily be put together, and even on weekends they can bring in 2 groups straight away. Although the tickets have not yet increased in price, the commission is not enough for him to pay his brothers. But Zhao Mang pattern is not so small. He knows the reasoning of putting a long line to catch a big fish. So in the meantime, he just needs to maintain good guest relations and hit the ground running with good reviews and a good reputation. After a cup of tea, he hung up the Zhang phone and sipped his teeth in a slurp. Don't even think about it. It must be some other travel agency owner or some other scenic spot that's pulling the strings. It's a commercial war. For the sake of customer traffic, not to stutter. But when it comes to him, he's not going to fold his arms. Wanyuan Mountain. Su Jing. It's his cash cow. It's fine to want to move him, but it's definitely not okay to want to mess with Wanyuan Mountain at such a critical juncture. Brothers, now immediately gather to go to the pier. Give me to follow a few people out of the scenic area. Find a quiet place. Give me to take away. Zhao Mang let out a light breath and looked towards the stars above the bright moon-walled city, inexplicably feeling like a hero at the end of the road under the music of the trumpets coming from the city. Boss Su, brother will guard you. Will be firm. Guard your viewpoint. Chapter 54, Afterthoughts for Tourists. Su Jing didn't know where the ex-society head had abducted the black-clad men or what had happened to them. He just took care of the planted backpacks and went on to guide the ceremony normally. And while some of the 24 runners continued to participate in the invocation ceremony that night, others simply left the park. Zhu Shou is one of them. His professional radar prevented him from wasting a single second. The Holy Mountain, which is not yet not fully formed, has become an unprecedented and amazing attraction in the city of Yonkers. He's a store scouting blogger, but he's also from Wingate. During the upcoming Labor Day travel rush, he also vaguely sensed that this time may be the Yangon cultural and tourism turnaround, even a chance to become famous in one battle. That's why he had to release the latest information about SA Holy Mountain as soon as possible. Shen Zhuang and his duo accomplished the biggest purpose of their trip and also left directly. And the other special one, the only man who interacted with God, Zhou Broke, also returned to Yangon at the urging of a friend. A friend had set up a table at a familiar nightclub early in the morning, and when the week broke down and drove half a day, he arrived at the bar to see. It's that group of friends who are decadent in their pandemonium. Ha 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 ha. Pippi's dad is here. His best buddies saw him from a distance. His eyes lit up, and he rushed up to take him by the shoulders with his bottle. It's hard work for our young master to go to that ravine to play today. Ha 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 ha. Dude's heart aches for you. He scowled. Chicks are called for you. All your favorite types. The music thumped and vibrated, and the place he was usually used to was inexplicably uncomfortable for week break today. He followed his buddy's finger. The white-skinned, sharp-faced, wide-eyed, heavily made-up beauties sitting in the sofa booths, however, instantly made him lose interest, though he knew he shouldn't. There was always a gold and red fishtail swinging around in front of his eyes, making him look at the gang of plastic faces in front of him again and just feel tasteless. Never mind. I'll have some wine. He waved his hand and slipped over to sit on the side. 4 or 5 men and women at the card table threw him concerned greetings. A flirtatious leather-clad woman swung around with an innocent-looking male large. Yo, what's wrong with our Pippy Joe today? Not happy? Sister will have a drink with you? Joe Broke looked up, and the smell of poor quality perfume on that pure male university instantly hit his face. It made his nose, which was used to smelling of mountain grass today, instantly sour. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get on the side. He frowned, then scanned the crowd and clenched his teeth. Hey, I don't want to stay here today. If your buddies come out and accompany me somewhere. Joe Broke twisted his body and headed straight out. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and looked in disgust at the accompanying men and women in the couch. No one else. A few of them had pretty much grown up in the same pants from kindergarten, and when they saw that the kid was serious, they were able to look at each other and all got up. The man who organized the bureau casually flung down $20,000. Sister, I'm sorry today, huh? You guys get your own money to eat snacks to go. Buddies have something to do. Go first. A group of rich kids left directly, and in less than a minute, the lobby manager ran over with a panicked face. Where are they? Where are Mr. Wang and the others? Where's MS? Zhao? Innocent man didn't look innocent at all at the moment as he lay in the couch with a black face, counting the bills in his hand. I don't know. Young Joe seems to be in a bad mood today, and has called everyone away. Ha? The lobby manager glared hard at the group of escorts. It must have been your lack of company. Damn. How long have these young masters just arrived? And it is not yet time to officially start spending money. Hurry up and call again and see if you can call back. Young masters can spend close to $1 million a night. It's not even 12 o'clock and he's gone. The boss will definitely want to question him tonight. Unfortunately, the young masters had already all unified their lines and put their cell phones on Do Not Disturb. Young Master Zhou, what's going on? Inside a quiet tea room, the bamboo wooden door opens and the aroma of grass and bamboo blows in from the outdoor courtyard, blending with the aroma of tea and creating a fragrant room. Joe Broke was finally within a comfortable environment. He made a pot of tea. The teacup went down the running water table and was scooped up by Zhao Yanyan, sipping lightly and smacking his lips in satisfaction. I didn't realize that our Pippi hadn't lost any of her craftsmanship after not making tea for so long. The ing craftsmanship is one of the best in that circle of noble women. And I thought you forgot your tea-making skills after your aunt and uncle got divorced. TSK. What a pot calling the kettle black. Weak breaks buddy took a glare and hemmed and hawed. Pippi daddy doesn't get mad at people. Isn't that right? He squared his shoulders and brought his head close to ask the question that was on everyone's mind. So what the hell is wrong with you today? Bad mood? Instantly, a room full of young people sitting or lying down turned their heads to look over in silence. Joe Broke pursed his lips, feeling sure that he would be laughed at for saying it. But what he saw today was too surprising for him to spit out again. I said, you can't laugh at me. Chapter 55 Going to the Civic and Tourism Bureau. So you saw mermaids inside that holy mountain? It's one of those mermaids that's half man, half fish? Long hair? Is the body great? What kind of fish? Carp? Ha 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 ha. Everyone poofed. Then laughed. Joe Broke stretched his neck. What are you guys laughing at? Didn't I say I wouldn't laugh? He knew it was a mistake to talk to these guys. Ha 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 ha. Not. We remember happy things. He mellowed out. Others did not. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Laughed me to death. Zhao Yanran wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's so right to come out with you. Isn't this more fun than drinking? Everyone in front of the melon peel dry fruit shells. Stacked a thick layer. Eat a mouthful of crumbs. Smile see teeth not see eyes. Joe Pippi. If your family falls into poverty, with your storytelling skills, you won't starve. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Pie this story are for me to listen to fascinated. Goodness. This bright moon-walled city. Multifaceted man. Deities and evil sneaks. Poetry sage holy mountain carp god butterfly fairy. And whatnot. Tells it like it's true. It's true. Joe Broke a glare. Well. It's true. Weekly break. Fade. After all, is the relationship fade? You just so perfunctory him? Alas. I couldn't get a picture today anyway. You wouldn't believe me just by telling you. Joe says eyes narrowed as he scanned the crowd, suddenly having an idea. I have an idea. Before he could say anything, he heard a shrill bell ring and his buddy raised his hand as everyone quieted down. Looks like an important call. Pornography raids. All arrested. Said drugs were found in the store. A vague voice came from the phone, and Dash hung up, his face instantly turning white. Randall's been checked out. Found that thing while checking people out, and all the people inside have been taken away. As his voice fell, everyone instantly stiffened, then turned their heads in unison to look at Joe Breaker. They don't touch the stuff, but if it did come out that they had been in the bar where it was found, their parents' jobs and careers would all be greatly affected. Fortunately Joe Broke strongly want tea, took them away. Pie daddy, you got the letter early? Josie also blanched, touching the teacup in his hand, his heart thumping. Tea, traveling water luck. The huge, golden red fish tail slashed across his eyes again, and his lips quivered. It's true that is running out of water. The legend of the carp god is true. Let me say something. His eyes lit up with excitement. Do you all have plans for May Day? Leave me a day. I'll take you to see the carp god and the butterfly fairy. Zhao Yanyan also calmed down and drained her tea in one gulp, then slapped the table. Dude, really? A couple of the men next to him turned their heads and forgot about the bar and laughed alone. But after laughing, everyone stopped laughing. Not, you serious? Joe Broke nodded his head, and there was no laughter in his eyes. I've met the carp god, and I'll be doing water luck. And today I made the mistake of wanting to have tea so we could avoid this. Since you don't believe me, I'll show you. He mused for a moment longer, then looked serious. But the ushers said it's a matter of luck if you want to see the carp god. And the butterfly fairy loves a good time. So most of them can be seen if there are a lot of people. However, even if we can't see those two deities, I can still give you all my assurance. This scenic spot really isn't worth the trip. If it's a lie, I'll work at my dad's company for a month. Ooh, amazing stakes. Everyone looked at each other. His dad was the kind of man who took one thing extremely seriously. Joe Broke either honestly when his rich young master, on the side to go dashing, but if you want to enter the company, his father will be extremely serious and strict to watch him work. Really? Seriously? The young masters and ladies were silent. It was a long time before the first one exhaled heavily. Okay, I'll believe you for once. He clapped his hands together. Then I won't accompany my parents to Ruegwa, or I won't be able to come back. Then I'm not going out on vacation either. I have an important appointment, but I won't be hanging out over there when I'm done. I'll be back on the 3rd. Everyone very much gave face to Joe Breaking, and they were all in favor of it. And Joe Breaking also revealed a smile. Then we'll go on 5-3. It's a deal. As the people here decided to come down, Su Jing's side also finally completed the one-day operation of the scenic spot. He settled his employees and dragged his tired body toward home when he received a special phone call. Hello, are you the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain to a scenic spot? Our side is from Yangon City Culture and Tourism Bureau. Recently the heat of Wanyuan Mountain is very high. The holiday is approaching. We would like to ask you to talk about publicity. Here we go. Su Jing's voice was calm, and his face was smiling like a toothless smile. Okay, I'll meet you at the Civic and Tourism Bureau at 9 a.m. Tomorrow. Gada. The phone hung up. Lee was confused. Wait a minute, is there something wrong? We're the Civic and Tourism Bureau, right? He turned back to Xinzhuang, and the two were on their way back to Yangon City. Xinzhuang fiddled with his cell phone, and when he looked up the big boy gleam of excitement in his eyes hadn't dissipated. He told us to meet him at the Civic Center in the morning? Ha! Xinzhuang was also a bit dazed. Isn't it normal for them to say what time they want to come over and what time they want to come over? What time did he say? 9 o'clock. Forget it, it's the weekend anyway. 9 o'clock is 9 o'clock. Time waits for no one. It's fine. Just 9 o'clock. Make the arrangements. Lee nodded and continued to drive, feeling a little weird inside. How did he feel that the voice on the phone just now? Something familiar. It was normal for him not to hear much. After all, he hadn't spent much time with Su Jing. If the phone had been answered by Xinzhuang, then he would have very quickly heard that the one on the other side, the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot, was the scenic spot guide who had just taken them all the way. The car continued to drive toward Yangon City, and Xinzhuang listened to Secretary Li talk to him about getting lost, but he himself hid what he saw in that holy mountain. I don't know why. It was the kind of precious memory that he didn't particularly want to share with others. Early the next morning, the Secretary's administrative office of the Yangon City Cultural and Tourism Bureau welcomed a surprising man. Receiver little brother? Xinzhuang's hand that was making tea froze, and Xiaoli stood in the doorway with a dumbfounded look on his face. Only Su Jing, wearing a clean and simple shirt, breezed into the office and took the initiative to shake Xinzhuang's hand, more like a secretary than Secretary Shun. Good day, Secretary Shun. I'm the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain to a scenic spot. Su Jing. 56. Publicity plan. The aroma of tea curls up and swirls a little green in the white porcelain jar. The two men sat opposite each other, with Li standing with his hands bunched behind him. Perhaps yesterday just pure play? Xinzhuang laughed and laughed at the mood of the past. Re-emerged is a strong interest. I always thought that Usher had a big identity. I didn't realize it was the head of the scenic area. He chuckled. It's commendable that you, a boss, are not afraid of hard work to get involved with the masses. Oh, this is full of officialese. Su Jing pinched his brow and laughed. Secretary Shen overpraised. I went to work purely because there weren't enough employees in the scenic area. Ha ha ha, that's very nice too. Xinzhuang didn't get annoyed by the big truth. He now felt that this young man was very interesting. I heard that the college students came back to inherit the family business, and this scenic spot seems to owe a lot of money, which had been almost deserted. How long has it been? In less than a month, he managed to run the scenic area like this? And come up with so many interesting things. There's definitely someone high up behind it. Xinzhuang leaned forward. Can you give me some insight this time? He was grinning, still thinking about the amazing scene he had seen yesterday. What the hell is going on with that carp god? Li stood off to the side with a more enthusiastic smile. Old Den, have you forgotten what the business of the day is? Carp god. I read it all the way through last night. And ask. I'll give you some laxatives for lunch later. When the mouth at the bottom is loose, the mouth at the top should be closed. Su Jing was staggered. Did you come here today just to ask him if the scenic NPC is real or fake? Oh, the secretary really cares about the operation of the scenic project. He beat a dead horse. It's all just a scenic operation. Didn't I tell you? Believe it? That's the holy mountain. If you don't believe it, it's just a scenic spot. Xinzhuang promised. His eyes rolled, and he came up again with an expectant face. Is that butterfly fairy really going to make an appearance later? Su Jing was speechless. Time is precious and he has to go back and continue as an usher after the talk. Hey, okay, down to business. Xinzhuang finally recalled the main purpose of the day, embarrassed and smiling, sat down and began to chat about business. So you arranged for me to win first place in the collection ritual in the first place? Are we done yet? Seeing Su Jing's face darken, Xinzhuang finally straightened up a bit. Ahem, knowing that you guys shouldn't arrange it on purpose. Then I'll get straight to the point. I called you here today, mainly because I want to discuss with you about the cultural and tourism publicity thing before the labor holiday. Time is short and the task is heavy. If Wanyuan Mountain wants to do a good promotion in the short term, things must be complete. Your official website, ticketing system, guide system, promos, posters and whatnot should be ready. I think there's a lot of potential at Wanyuan Mountain. Xinzhuang's expression became thoroughly solemn. You give me perspective. Seriously, do you have an investor or design planning team behind you? Su Jing's heart skipped a beat. And this was what Xinzhuang really cared about. It's almost vacation time, and if he wants to help promote Wanyuan Mountain, he must be using special channels. He's trying to take a chill pill here. Secretary Shen has good eyesight. Su Jing gave a thumbs up, causing a heart to instantly go into Xinzhuang's stomach. How much stock does have back there? As much as you want. Oh, Xinzhuang raised an eyebrow. Also yesterday's holy mountain kind of level? Well, who can guarantee that? But the knife was already on his neck, and Su Jing couldn't back off at the moment, so he could only gritted his teeth and laughed. Only better. Mama. Shaoli stood behind him, looking at the two men in front of him who were credulous and awesome, blowing all over the place, and his face froze with laughter. Nima, you two just blow it. In case the scenic area behind is not done well. You see how Xinzhuang, the smiling fox, screws you. Still happy here? Is he only thinking about the traffic after the publicity and not thinking about Xinzhuang, which is betting on your Wanyuan Mountain? The first quarter of the Provincial Cultural and Tourism Conference was gripped, and if it had been the second and third quarter, down to the year-end review, it would still be the same dang thing. He, Shen Lozhuang, was the first to take you, Wanyuan Mountain, to task. Su Jing wore a smile and shook hands with the old fox across the street, but his heart was always tight. How could he not know? The money was smashed, the resources were smashed, and if they didn't do well, it wasn't just them, Wanyuan Mountain, who would be disgraced, or the face of the entire Yonkers cultural tourism. But he didn't care what the scenery was made of. It's only going to get better back there with the system and him. But just now Xinzhuang said those what webpage promotional video or something. Really need to hurry up to get out. People gave him an ultimatum. By Tuesday at the latest, it must all be in place. Synchronize the process on this side, and as soon as the stuff is in place, send it down for publicity. A figure surfaced in Su Jing's mind. Time is of the essence. Maybe they can try that one. Drink a mouthful of tea again. Su Jing remembered that yesterday's gang of black masks to come, and did not hide. Directly to Xinzhuang complaint. Secretary Shun, do you remember the other wave of people who got lost in the mountains yesterday? I don't think they're right. They might be. Chapter 57, Help from Ju Shou. Although the meeting time was only 2 short hours, a lot of people could have changed after this meeting between Su Jing and Xinzhuang. Understand. Sorry. Okay. Under the beaded chandelier, a middle-aged man in a suit was standing by the window answering the phone. The assistant beside him silenced. Secretary Li, you rest. With the final sound of the end, the phone was pressed dead, and the man jerked his head up, casting a grin gaze at his assistant. This is what you do. Song clenched his fists. He's just saying how the wave of screw-ups can't be reached yet, and they've actually been taken, and it's been poked at the Civic and Tourism Bureau? It looks like Wanyuan Shan and the Cultural and Tourism Bureau have hooked up? *******. The few outbursts of foul language from the gentle boss made the assistant lower his head even more and not dare to say anything. Damn! He doesn't know what's going on. It was reasonable that a scenic spot with so many tourists would not be noticed as long as it did not make too much noise. How can they be taken? Phone calls weren't answered, and things weren't passed back. Where the hell is it? Mr. Song? Then we. Stay honest. Song sat back down at the table. Pine Lake Park is an evergreen in the annual publicity metrics, and they have had their publicity program in place for over a week. It was reasonable to say that as a stable partner, Secretary Li would not call him personally to warn him, but he fought anyway. That would mean that in that leader's eyes, that Wanyuan Mountain has more potential than their Pine Lake Park? How is that possible? Have the gang been found? What's going on at Wanyuan Mountain? Rumors and videos on the internet are not to be believed. They professionals know the inner workings. But the assistant held back his red face, half a dozen times before uttering a word. Still nothing? Did the people of Wanyuan Mountain hold them back? Call the police. He's got a bargain, but he's still a good boy. He's got the phone to him, so what else can he do? Why don't you hurry up and put his people back? Dozens of kilometers away? Su Jing sneezed as he sat inside an online cafe in Yangon City. Who scolded him? Is it because he's jealous of his good looks? Su Jing smiled, completely unaware of the fact that Zhao Mang hadn't released anyone yet. Are you kidding? That's Big Brother society. Don't ask. Big Brother has his own plan. He craned his head to look across the room at the chubby little man. Lightning avoiding piggyback, right? The little fat man on the opposite side has been frozen, seriously suspecting that he stayed up all night to do the publicity posting of the holy mountain of Mingwei, and made himself a hallucination. Looking at the suits in front of the handsome batch of ushers, inexplicably there is a sense of immediacy of seeing the ancients traveling through modern times. Lord Receiver? He let out a gasp of surprise and hurriedly covered his mouth again and sat down with a look of excitement on his face. His hotspot radar kicked in. He already had a premonition. The Lord Receiver had stepped forward and must be looking for himself in a big way. He was still thinking in his mind that the one in front of him was the receiver, undoubtedly. But it turned out that this person took the initiative to open his mouth. Seen you many times. Reintroduce yourself. He held out his hand to the little fat man. I'm the head of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Su Jing. What? Shu Shou's brain spun frantically, then widened its eyes. Geez, has your bright moon-walled city taken control of this scenic spot? What's going on? You're crazy about breaking into the program, aren't you? Want to see what you're talking about? Su Jing sighed heavily, finally bringing the little fatty to his senses. He snapped his hands together, then lowered his voice in excitement. So, you're the boss of the scenic area, or the guide of the bright moon-walled village. Ahem, NPC, it's the usher. Su Jing lifted his chin, defending his title well. That Bright Moon Cottage is also a scenic spot. Shu Shou was a bit lost. He was going crazy lately. He really thought that there really was a bright moon-walled city in this world. There was also really a holy mountain filled with gods. If the Lord Receiver is a fake, is the carp god also a fake? Is the butterfly fairy also a fake? Su Jing could see what he was thinking and tapped the table. The crisp voice broke Shu Shou's blind thoughts. He looked up and immediately crashed into a pair of clear eyes. Su Jing, as if possessed by a receiver at the moment, took out the words he had just said to Shen Zhuang in the morning, intending to say them again. If you believe, the bright moon-walled city will be there, and the sacred mountain will be there. He didn't say the latter word because the other man's eyes had lit up. I believe it. The little fat man nodded frantically. I know that Mingguozhai is in the scenic area, but, isn't that a deep mountain that hasn't been developed? Nature has too many things we can't explain. Shu Shouxiao's small eyes suddenly exposed a brilliant light as he stared at Su Jing tightly. Mr. Su, you are in the middle of these mountains. If you also believe, then this holy mountain is real. Nice guy. Almost got sidetracked by the kid. Su Jing took a sip of his coffee, clearly feeling the sound of his heartbeat. But he came here today with a mission and had no time to bull **** with this little fatty. Today, I came. In fact, on behalf of our Wanyuan Mountain, Bright Moon Walled City, I have a matter to ask for. In order to get more people to come to Bright Moon Walled City to participate, so we need to make some promotional videos as well as the official webpage, etc. We've seen the promotional video you posted, and it's very well edited, so we'd like to ask if we can sell us a copy of the copyright. Of course. The little fat man's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, I was actually working on a promotional post for Holy Mountain last night. It's done. Just need to work on the final details. So am I still posting it? Su Jing raised an eyebrow. So fast? The little fat man scratched his head in embarrassment. We do bloggers. There is a hotspot. You have to hurry to post. The faster the better. Late not to mention eating meat. Not even a mouth of soup cannot drink. TSK. The internet has saved Mount Wanyuan. Ah, hair. Of course you can send it. With a little thought, he came up with a better way to publicize the event. Not only should you send it, but you can add a few more words to it. Just like this. You can also ask for anything you need back there. And I'd like to ask for some favors from my side as well. Chapter 58, All Things Considered. The afternoon ended quickly, and the negotiations with Shu Shou went very smoothly, except for the fact that in the end, Su Jing was forced to give him the status of an official filming license. Everything else went as Su Jing wanted. There is a whole team behind, lightning piggyback, from editing to operation to table plan, etc. There are people to help him adjust to achieve the best results. Of course, this team didn't have much of a role before. It was still since Ju Shou had discovered this place, Wanyuan Mountain, that his team had really come into play. The promotional videos, webpage construction and posters that Su Jing wanted could be taken care of by them. In terms of salary, Su Jing couldn't afford to shell out too much money and could only take the status of official first shooting blogger in exchange. Shu Shou is not bad for them. The 3 mil in 2 dates. The video benefit is good. He can earn more money than Su Jing thought. Su Jing, damn. How come these anchors are so rich? Oh. But having accomplished this great thing, Su Jing finally returned to Castle Peak County with a sigh of relief. With the help of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the addition of big blogger Zhu Shou, Su Jing immediately returned to the scenic spot in the afternoon to begin a series of arrangements. The pickup was driven downtown by Zhang Tsong, who said he'd found a couple of talented people and planned to go digging with his bare hands. And less than 3 o'clock that afternoon, Zhang Tsongbian drove his old pickup truck, shaking back full of 4 people. Come, let me introduce to you all. This is the head of Wanyuan Mountain, Mr. Su Jing Su. Zhang Tsong, dressed in a suit and with his hair combed into an adult look, had a bit of an air of authority, and he had a few people stand in a row to introduce Su Jing. Mr. Su, These are the employees that I have examined and currently believe to be the most suitable for our scenic position. Su Jing smiled without saying a word, quietly sizing up the 4 people across from him as he waited for Jiang Tsong's introduction. He Yunong, MS. He is responsible for the operation of the scenic spot, taking care of our online and offline operation and publicity issues. A heavily made-up woman in a stylish tight-top leather skirt nodded and smiled at Su Jing. Sun Hua, in charge of the financial side of things. The girl whose name was Firefire actually had a gentle and quiet personality. Her long black hair falling over her shoulders, her gaze behind her glasses calm and deep. Wu Gang, assist me in charge of the management of the entire scenic area. Currently I have arranged for him to be based in the Visitor Service Center of the Bright Moon Walled City, responsible for coordinating all matters within the Bright Moon Walled City. Lastly, Brother Sito, who is a retired military doctor with a strong talent in first aid, is in charge of the emergency center and handles all the rescue aspects. Brother Situ's face was cold, but his tiger eyes hid a rolling temperature. Su Jing looked at Big Brother Situ and smacked his lips in his heart. The Bright Moon Cottage seems to have a lot of these stout employees. In front of me there was Feng Chang, who had just come out of prison, and later on there was Fang Gui and his party, who were laborers. And then they got to know the former head of the society, the cooperative Feng Shanmeng Travel Agency. Now a military doctor has been recruited. TSK. He felt that together, the group would constitute a scenic security patrol. Jiang Tsong beckoned, signaling everyone to wait on the sidelines first while he and Su Jing walked to the side. These guys are very reliable and I think up front they'll be able to get the basic issues of the landscape organized. Su Jing trust him. In the recruitment of things, completely handed over to him to hold. He is also serious. A little no-brain, called the new buddy Wang Kai together. Busy a week. Finally put people together. How's it going on your end? Su Jing went out mysteriously this morning, saying that he had to do something big. Oh, I pulled in the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the Supernumerary Propaganda Department. The two chatted for half a day, while 2 men and 2 women calmly watched from the sidelines. Have you all been lobbied by Mr. Jiang? Well, from what he described, this scenic spot seems interesting. I happen to have just quit my job. I plan to come and take a look. Who doesn't know how to brag? He Yunong's cat eyes narrowed lightly. I try my best to do mine, but I can't make chocolate out of this place if it's a piece of itself. Sun Hua moved to the side in some disgust and said softly, I'm here to make money, and if I don't, I'll leave immediately. Brother Stuart shrugged. I don't have anything else, as long as I can clear my head and not be exposed to injured people every day anymore. Aren't you a medic? Military doctors are supposed to come in blood and go in corpses every day? Brother Sito hummed softly, the meaning of his words unclear. Less people get hurt. I've already saved enough people. Su Jing and the 2 of them finished chatting and parted with smiles on their brows. Fang Gui and their jobs, you rearranged them together as well. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Jiang Tsong also smiled and went up to wave. It's my first time here, so let's just go in and have a little fun as tourists today. He slipped inside. If you think it's good, I'll be waiting for you at the visitors center after the ceremony in a few minutes. Zhou University smiled and presented 4 tickets. The road map on it glowed with a faint sheen, sending a few people away. Zhou University looked at Su Jing's back with a face full of respect. Dad, see? The scene was brought back from the dead in less than a month. You are right. College students are awesome. Chapter 59. A great wind blows toward Wanyuan Mountain. The complete Sunday vacation is quickly coming to an end. All tourists in the scenic area were evacuated as much as possible. The moonlight poured down, spreading over the Bright Moon Cottage, spreading over Castle Peak County, then enveloping the city of Yangon, and finally melting into the roomful of lights in thousands of homes. In the small rented room, the man brought the meal to the coffee table, and the woman put down her drying clothes and came over with a smile. It smells so good. Look what our baby made. The man flashed a smile and sat cross-legged on the rough carpet, his little belly squeezing out of his shirt. Pork was cheap today, so I bought some and made soft fried tenderloin. The young couple sat down, turned on the projector and watched the variety show and started eating and chatting. Today the unit issued a notice. This year's Labor Day unit normal holiday. No overtime. What kind of notice is given on a big Sunday? The woman deflated irritably. It's a vacation in 3 days, and even if it is, we won't be able to get out in time. The man hemmed and hawed. Indeed. I didn't do the strategy either. Sorry baby. Looking at her boyfriend's aggravated look, the woman sighed and smiled again. But, after all, there's a vacation. Let's go out and take a look around. Can't go to places far away. It's okay to take a look around the periphery. Yeah, as long as we're not at home. We're both happy wherever we go. The man took a sip of his soda and perked up as well. Let's find a place with good scenery in the neighborhood, with beautiful mountains and water, and go for a walk. Okay, then I'll check what's in the neighborhood tomorrow. The man waved his hand. Now, it's always the baby who does the rundown, and this time I'll watch it with you. The two of them smiled at each other and said they would do it, immediately pulling out their cell phones and searching for them. Well, this has been there. False advertising. This is so expensive and just looking at the landscape is a bit inappropriate. Baby, what do you think of this? It says it's a 4A scenic spot. The woman glanced at it and shook her head. Forget it, you don't know how to take pictures and you don't like taking pictures. Let's just find a fun place to sneak around. I don't want to get angry with you while traveling. The man smiled sarcastically and continued to slide down. But the next second, his fingers suddenly stopped. On the screen, a cluster of old buildings with pointed roofs and sloping eaves caught his eye. Baby, look at this. Well, a building away. A group of close friends got together and yacked up as well. School just sent out a notice for vacation. We don't even have tickets to go anywhere. How annoying. You're not even allowed to take a vacation. Or why are we running away? Now that the popular attractions are full, where can we go on vacation? Harm. Why don't we find a niche spot to visit? Maybe it'll be fun too? Do you know what a niche is? It's a place that's not well known, but is expensive and unattended. And then it's a place that's just a little too good for its own good. Reliable. Honest. One-liners. So, where else can we go? We can't just stay at school on vacation, can we? Ugh. I watched a blogger's video a while back. It's a new scenic spot, seems pretty good. I'll look for it and you guys check it out. Asterisk. Seems to be okay, haha. 1.5 hours on high-speed rail. That's him. Where to stay? Live in the county. Before the publicity posters and films of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau were released, just by the diversion of various apps, Wanyuan Mountain flew out of the city of Yangon and into the people's vision. Especially underneath the latest post of lightning avoidance piggyback. A wave of fierce wars were being set off. Today do not look at approaching science. Today we look into the myths of the first bullet, Manhwa, the holy mountain of the re-emergence of prosperity. The post wasn't long, but the origin of the bright moon-walled city is told and it contained an extremely large cluster of information. In particular, the holy mountain, which is inhabited by many deities, has been criticized as a gimmick and a sham. But this introduction to the holy mountain is still too tame compared to what follows, because of the following introduction of the Carp Pond, in the Carp God, and that, Butterfly Valley, in the River of Fireflies, as well as that have not met, High Lively, Butterfly Fairy, or even other deities as the blogger speculated. All of them have dumbed down various internet users. Someone read it and was speechless for half a day before typing a line. The blogger's mental illness has been diagnosed and medical attention is recommended as soon as possible. The blogger has gone off the deep end playing the game, so you can all pull out. If you're sick, go take your medicine. Are you crazy? Brother, you can't become a sperm after the founding of the country. You're trying to overthrow materialism. But once in a while a few different comments get bumped up. Master Pie, been there. What I said is true. Lie and eat. Wuchang Street Barbecue King, Carp God really. These days it rained. My barbecue store night and day full. The usher said that saw the Carp God will be lucky. He actually is true. Castle Quack, holy. Me too. It rained 2 days ago and I found a gold ring in a puddle on the side of the road. Upstairs. The ring is mine. Ching Ching Aaron Quack, get the hell out of here. Some people came out to prove it. But more people are taking this opportunity to anoint out-of-towners with the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Come as to earn. Scenic Area is particularly real. No rip-off behavior at all. And the inside is really super fun. I'm not tired of playing all day. Tickets are super cheap. You can also see the super beautiful dragon lady or the big tits dragon child. It's a bonus to see them. I just want to say, there is archaeology to stroll around. I suspect that this scenic spot really found 1,000 years of ancient fortress. Here is too damn good looking. Don't look at the ratings. Don't look at the publicity. This place is definitely more than 2A. Wanyuan Mountain compares to the 4A and 5A I've been to before. It's no less than the 4A and 5A I've been to before. I just want to say, is Holy Mountain open for the Labor Day holiday? There's so few places for pioneers. I'm dying to see it. That Forerunner spot that was so hot on the internet a while back that you guys were paying high prices for. It wouldn't be this place, would it? That's right. I've already bought my ticket. And I plan to go to Yangon City for a stroll this vacation, mainly just to make a trip to this Mingyu High. The post is getting hotter and hotter. In a small studio in Yangon City, Shucode rubbed his hands together with an anxious face. Are all the promo posters done? He turned around, and in the studio behind him, 4 or 5 men and women stayed up all night with waxy, but glowing faces. Right over. Shusho nodded excitedly. Send it to the receiver. No, it's better if I do. He copied it and sent it to Su Jing. And the first time Su Jing received the file, He sent it to Xinzhuang's office. Clerk, the stuff is coming. Secretary Li violently popped up and sat up, jogging over to Xinzhuang's table with the tablet. Xinzhuang's eyes gleamed as he tapped the table. Now immediately promote the publicity program for Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 60, The Beginning of Vacation. Click. As soon as the early hours of the penultimate day passed, major billboard merchants in Yangon, the publicity departments of the transportation sector, and Yangon's radio stations and TV channels all received publicity proposals from the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. No one dared to slack off in the face of this specially approved program, and updated the publicity page on the fly. Advertisements were pulled from a portion of Pine Lake Park, Sunset Township and Red Leaf Mountain Viewpoint, and with such a big move, finally the news media reacted. Late at night in a media editorial office, a girl with dyed green hair raises her right hand in the air and calls out to her colleagues, "Team leader, check out this post. Seems kind of interesting to insert a line into tomorrow's circular." The same considerations play out at major entertainment media companies. Seems to have some value. A new scenic spot in our city? Seems like I've heard about it, but isn't it a bit late to publicize it? Follow the Civic and Tourism Bureau, and you'll be right. Write the article immediately. Don't write about the gods and goddesses yet. Just use it as a campaign gimmick and don't make mistakes you shouldn't make. Can anyone contact the person in charge of this site? Not only that, but there are some brand names that have sensed a business opportunity. How come I didn't know our county had produced a scenic spot of this magnitude? What do you business all do for a living? Go get me their contact info. Let's stick an ad for our tractor in there. Boss, isn't the tractor a little hard to melt? Some small travel agencies had also found a new way to make money. Except that Shanmang was straddling there, and before those people could find Su Jing, they had already been stopped. 1 hour, 2 hours. Late at night more people did not sleep. The official publicity of the Wanyuan Mountain Flush, not even waiting for the dawn, has already reached the top of the city's hot list of the first. With Shusho making the movie and the backing of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, more and more people are getting curious. Most people, however, felt pity. It's too late for this publicity. We've already booked our tickets to go out and have fun. It's fine. That scenic spot is too small. It's over after one day's play. It's fine for us to pick a weekend to go there in the future. After all, it's a 2A, and I'm going to Putuan Mountain, which has been on fire lately. There's no comparison at all. It does not matter. Suggest that we all do not come, because that scenic spot is too small. Our city people want to go, but also is afraid that we'll queue it. Online waves were surging, and in reality, Su Jing was also busy. Boss Xiao Su, the dance you gave us the day before yesterday has been rehearsed. Come and take a look. Mr. Xiao Su, the prop has some broken. You may have to fix it. Mr. Su, this is the latest small commercial consumption spot that everyone has pounded out. With 6 restaurants, 2 crafts and a convenience store. Men are so busy they can't wait to get a split. But of all these questions, the one that concerned him the most was the one posed by Jiang Song. Although it's very sudden, should we consider getting a hotel or B&B out within the bright moon-walled city? Jiang Song looked at the holy mountain behind him. If we intend to continue developing the sacred mountain, then one day is definitely not enough time to finish both attractions. The performance of the invocation ceremony, the ghost tiger will be in the streets from 5 o'clock, so it is best for visitors to be inside the bright moon cottage at this time. If you go up the hill, you can only put it in the morning. Jiang Song looked at his watch and shrugged his shoulders. If we don't stay overnight, we'll have to open the park earlier, but this side is in the county, and the transportation is so bad, even if the park opens at 8, 9, very few people will be able to get there. Not to mention, Jiang Song approached Su Jing's side and whispered, hotels and B&Bs will increase scenic revenue. Aren't you still in debt? 2 weeks of work, so that he more or less heard about Su Jing's parents, but also know that this scenic area has a shiny surface and the surface is not much shiny, and there is a bigger thunder in the back. He was a good buddy of Jing's, so naturally he was worried about him. Su Jing revealed a smile. Good advice. Let me think about what to do. He made a silent note of all the questions and made a move to leave. Wait. Jiang Song frowned. Not. What the hell have you been up to these days? Running to the mountains every day? Brother Fang Gui has sent fruits to the mountains several times, and every time he asked him, he didn't say anything. And on the Golden Sun side, I heard from Sister Gina that you even took Ms. Kaeru, the best and prettiest singer in their troupe. Why does that sound so strange to us? It makes it seem like he's a human trafficker seducing a good girl. Brother has his own wonderful ways. I've got a lot on my plate, so take care of it. Su Jing once again patted the shoulders of his right-hand man. I'll leave the management to you, and the scenic results to me. One more day until the official vacation. Wait and see. The eve of the May Day holiday is destined to be manic. All the staff at Wanyuan Mountain went to sleep early to prepare for the official arrival of the next day's vacation. Jiang Tsong, on the other hand, checked the final matters with a few important people. The lights in Su Jing's room, on the other hand, didn't go out until the latter part of the night. The night passes, and with the brilliant sunshine spreading across the country, the transportation system, officially, goes into overdrive. The long-awaited labor holiday for working people. Finally, that morning, before the scenic operation time, Su Jing received a call from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. There was a hidden excitement in Xinzhuang's voice. How's it going? Are you ready for this vacation? Are you confident? Su Jing smiled, remembering the effect of yesterday's final rehearsal, and nodded heavily. I'm looking forward to the same. After hanging up the phone, Xinzhuang thought about it, but still got out of the quilt and called Secretary Li. You watch for news from the Wanyuan Mountain in real time. This scenic spot, which used the special grant to publicize the opportunity, could attract the eyes of the country and bring Yangon to prominence as he wanted or not. It depends on this vacation. The viewpoint was drawn up, overlooking the city, and the spiderweb-like roadmap of thousands of red dots of people was pouring towards the small, unnamed county. The governor of Green Mountain County, recalled from the breakfast stand by his subordinates. What? Traffic is paralyzed? The 50-something governor had been in office for 10 years or so, and it was the first time he had ever heard of such a strange thing. Highway repair? This was the only possibility he could think of, but the subordinate shook his head, his eyes wide and unbelieving as well. Those cars? It seems like they're headed for our county's scenic spots. Ha! He tried to recall the few ravines in the county, then suddenly his spirits lifted. It can't be the mountain that old Su bagged. That's right, the subordinate nodded. It seems like they're all running to that. Oh, Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot to go. The governor was dumbfounded. He usually focuses on focusing on politics, but really did not pay too much attention to what the cultural and tourism attractions. This thing as early as more than 10 years ago has been declared a failure. But also hitched their county is not easy to go out of the young talent. I didn't expect that place to suddenly move again. In this case, first go and manage to clear the traffic problem. And when that's done, you also go and inquire about what's going on with that Wanyuan Mountain. Not only did he know about it, Song Jiming was also drinking muffled tea in his office with a dark face at this time. Mr. Song, then we don't care about the Wanyuan Mountain. Humph, how do you manage? Who's in charge? He glared hard at the secretary, the guy with the unfavorable job. The night of the alarm, before the police were deployed, the people they sent were sent back unharmed, and I heard that they didn't get violent. Just let them work from day to day, frying over 60 dishes in 2 days, mopping so long and so many times, and hand-washing over 200 loads of laundry. Besides, Secretary Shen has found me. What else can I do? Song Jiming put down his teacup and exhaled. Since the dark ones won't work, let's touch them squarely. The activities studied in these 2 days must be done properly. If we can't even defeat such a small scenic spot, what face do we have to compete with Red Leaf Mountain? I'll be sure to supervise the whole process. The major scenic spots in Yangon City began to power up, and Zhao University anxiously waited in the ticket hall. What should we do, Brother Jing? Only less than 100 people have come so far. The news that our business hours have been moved up. Was it put out too late? Everyone doesn't know. The more he thought about it, the worse he blushed. Or, actually not many people want to come to our scenic spot on vacation. Su Jing patted him on the shoulder to stop his rambling thoughts and turned his head to open his mouth at Fengchang. It's about time. Go over to the parking lot. Pay attention to maintaining order and quickly get all the visitors to park their cars and come in groups. Fengchang nodded his head and left with 2 employees at a quick pace. Su Jing twisted his head and looked distantly toward the end of the scenic main road, where dust was faintly flying. The big guns are behind us. Not even 10 minutes after his words were spoken, the continuous sound of horns rang out from the end of the main road. A cacophonous symphony of dust-covered vehicles, like a single musical note, leaped and swam across the potholed dirt road. Coming. Immediately, Zhao University was not in a hurry. His eyes exposed a brilliant light as he immediately stood in a tight formation, and with a wave of his hand, Su Jing walked toward the park, honking the intercom around his neck. A large number of tourists will arrive. All departments stand by. Welcome. Chapter 61, the first day. Honey, this place is way out of the way too. A man and a woman covered their noses as they walked from the dusty parking lot to the entrance of the scenic area, and after paying $50 for their tickets, they read the information on the tickets and talked at the same time. Indeed, I'm a driver who's upside down and wants to puke. The man looked up, frowning at the pebbled road in front of him. I heard that before the ticket's 30. I did not think that the holidays actually increased the price. Fortunately, it is also only $50. Not much, the woman grunted from the side. How not much? Listen to them say this scenic spot is a cottage. The mountain next to it is not yet developed. $50 has not cheap, but the man didn't recognize it, and he shook the ticket in his hand. No, honey, look, the landscape painting style ticket has a line clearly printed on it. Sacred Mountain Semi-Liberation. Open to the mountainside area. Please follow the road map to travel. And in the lower right-hand corner, there was a line of suggested matters printed. It is recommended to visit the fortress first to learn about the origins of Mingyuezhai and the Sacred Mountain, and then enter the Sacred Mountain on the second day after attending the ceremony. Otherwise, time will be more intense, resulting in a weekend tour experience. What the hell? The woman wrinkled her nose. How can you give it 2 days? And besides, it's just a cottage. How long can you wander around? But I read the online guide that you have to participate in the Get Ritual event, and it's more fun to participate in the invocation ceremony at night. The woman wanted to retort, but softened at the look of excited anticipation on his face. It's not easy to come out, so let's have a good time. Okay, then let's go play. But first things first, if it's not fun, I'm not coming tomorrow, haha. The man hemmed and hawed, hid the long collected, most complete ritual tips page, and headed inside with gusto. Please, it's got to be fun. The crummy parking lot was already at full capacity, and with no other choice, Feng Chang began directing cars to park on the main road. Luckily they were in a remote ravine surrounded by barren dirt roads, with plenty of places to park if you were willing to go the distance. But he thought so, and was busy until a little after noon, when his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Holy! He looked toward the rolling black line at the end of the dirt road, confused. Just how many people are coming? Really? Where's the hullabaloo? Yesterday he found out that the scenic spot had raised the ticket price, and he also thought that the people who came back to this would surely decrease to come. But, what is this situation? Over 200 cars have been sent in already. How come it's not over yet? It's only the first day. He's not cool. The tourists were even more upset. I told you not to come to the ravine. The roads are all bad. It's 12 o'clock and we're still not in the scenic area. Think of it another way. This scenic spot has run into the ravine, and there are still so many people going there. Why doesn't it show that there must be something about this place? You're quite right, but don't you say it yet. There's a sand dollar cutting in on my team. Him. Tick-tock. The honking went on, and the traffic jams didn't ease up until 3 p.m. The secretary who was sent by the governor to observe the situation put down his binoculars. His mouth closed, and shivered as he pulled out the phone. Governor, you may not believe it. Have you seen the miles and miles march? He looked toward the unending torrent of steel on the dirt road in the countryside and swallowed. It's a big difference. While the people outside were struggling to move forward in the dust, the people inside had been completely soothed by the light in front of them. Holy! Big Brother with sunglasses hand out of his pocket, came in when he still smacked the ticket price hike. But after coming in, he can play with anyone who dares to say that the tickets are expensive. Is this expensive? Where is this expensive? In front of the eaves cascade, the greenstone road with the small town fireworks winding upward, the street shuttle simple clothes of the villagers. They wear a smile and warmly talk to the tourists, even if some people are surrounded by the group, but also the slightest bit of impatience. Occasionally, a procession of majestic men could be seen coming out of the smaller streets, carrying short sticks and serious expressions, but if they encountered someone timidly asking for directions, they would instantly smile amiably. Ouch! The woman clutching a large bouquet of flowers walked out of the room, hurrying on her feet not knowing where she was going, only to suddenly stumble, scattering the flowers all over the floor. This is to be sent to the holy mountain to the flowers. Now all messed up. Will soon be time. What can be done? Her voice was bright and sad, and she instantly attracted a large crowd of tourists. Big Brother looked at the guide in his hand, and then thought about the holy mountain she vaguely mentioned just now, and immediately drew his legs and rushed up. Let me help you. You roll. I'll do it. Sister. Sorting flowers, right. I've worked as a courier sorting station employee before. I'll take this assignment. The mission didn't seem to be a multiplayer one this time, and the older sister smiled gratefully, splitting the flowers on the ground into 3 piles and waving at the earliest of the 3 who rushed over. You guys help me. Similar scenes in the Bright Moon Fortress around the appearance of 2 companions holding a camera reporter looked at each other. Cannot hide the shock in the eyes. The city of quests lives up to its name. The online guide says that quests are released randomly, with no pattern, and change weekly. The woman took a picture of the distance with her compact camera. In the scene, the woman is handing the 3 men separate flowers in her hand. 1 yellow, 1 blue, and 1 red. The 3 furry woven flowers look extremely different, and naturally, someone else noticed the difference. Everyone frantically came together. What's this? The online guide didn't mention it, did it? New props. Holy, You guys got the new props? That big sister is going to the holy mountain. This prop must have something to do with the holy mountain. I offer $100. You sell me. The man who got the yellow flowers didn't hesitate and gave them directly to the high-priced brother. A prop that turns heads and makes all the ticket money. Both laughed happily. And someone behind them said sourly, maybe it's just a regular crappy flower. These people are crazy. There's money in the air. You want it, you buy it too. I don't think it's that simple. The flowers are a different color. Even if it's a quest prop, I'm guessing it's a part of it. There were many different opinions, but they quickly dispersed, once again excitedly skulking around within the Bright Moon Cottage. Before the vacation, after the publicity from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and Zhu Shou, Su Jing had gotten a total of a terrifying 4W reputation value, and these reputation values were also completely spent by him, upgrading and remodeling all the infrastructure of the entire Bright Moon walled city. As of today's opening, Mingyu SI has standardized public toilets *8, a first aid center *1, a standardized warehouse *2, and a visitor service center *1. The rest, such as convenience stores, small food and beverage outlets, handicraft stalls, and even luggage storage, were made by the employees of Bright Moon Cottage, utilizing their own houses and locations in front of their doors. Finally, there's the souvenir store. Su Jing stood at the entrance of the village after receiving the newly entered tourists and turned his head to look deeper into Area D near the foot of the mountain. The souvenir store won't be built for another 24 hours, so I guess it won't be open until 5:2. Visitors who came on 5:1. I apologize in advance, so you don't have to buy anything, and you can leave with a clean slate. Chapter 62, New Scenarios. Needless to say, the little reminder on the ticket changed the itinerary for some visitors. There were also some tourists who had been tough-talking and were about to finish the day, but due to traffic jams and obsessive quests, etc., they didn't make it to the foot of the mountain until almost 5 o'clock. But there were also some other regular customers who had been to Manhwa before and whose purpose today was to go up to the holy mountain, and after entering the scenic area, they ran straight to the foot of the holy mountain. What? Why aren't you allowed on? The man stood at the entrance to the trail, looking at the warriors guarding the mountain in front of him with fury. The holy mountain has not yet been completely unsealed, so for the safety of the guests, you need to gather 20 people in a single session to enter the mountain. Our cottage is understaffed, so please understand. Warrior number 1 is not humble. Warrior number 2 is not humble. To summarize, get on the sidelines and wait it out. Well. The man looked viciously at the two of them, then gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, I'll wait. The woman in the back rolled her eyes. This wimp called him a real wimp. She looked back and saw that, thankfully, there were already 12 of them, and they would be in the mountains in no time. She'd come all the way over here for those holy mountain legends on the internet, and if they weren't true, she was going to spray that blogger. The two warriors looked at each other, looked at the growing number of tourists in front of them, and at the moment when the number reached 20, they stepped forward violently. Warrior number 1, a word of warning. Guests, warrior number 2, if you want to enter the mountain for Hajj God, then be prepared. No. 1, the carp god needs karma, while the butterfly fairy delights in hilarity, and further up, it's even more fickle. You guys. No. 2, it doesn't always pay off. No. 1, but good luck to all of you. No. 2, a journey to the holy mountain. No. 1 and no. 2 said in unison. 1 for the road. Depart. The two men turned their heads and walked away, the frozen tourists rushing to follow. What the hell? Isn't it scenic? Spoken like the truth. Big overdose. Can't you see anything? It's a joke. How is that possible? The group entered the mountain with hurried feet, and immediately 2 more men stood at the entrance with solemn expressions. Even though the population of the Bright Moon walled city had reached 50 or 60, with the addition of the Qing Yun acrobatic troupe and the Golden Sun song and dance troupe that had come to help, there were less than 100 people. It would certainly be impractical to try to take visitors into the mountains separately. All Su Jing, after discussing with Zhang Song, finalized that the official debut of the holy mountain would be set for 5:2. This is the reason why they don't recommend tourists to go up the mountain on the first day. And those tourists who had gone up the sacred mountain had by now walked past the carp pond and the butterfly valley. Beauty, really beautiful, especially under the water pool in the forest. The golden red and silver red koi carp, not the slightest fear of people. Follow the swimming. The experience is superb, and that butterfly valley is mesmerizing with hundreds of butterflies fluttering through the flowers. The most people do not dare to imagine is the river of fireflies, by the green river roaming through the moment. Feel the body's exhaustion and suffocation are swept away. It made them, to this day, have the occasional green light in their heads. But, the question is, what about God? the carp god and butterfly fairy that were publicized all over the place. They didn't even see a single hair. What the hell? Could it be that the event hasn't been opened yet? It's the holidays. Open your eyes. It's vacation. Gods, come out to work. Brother warrior. Everyone surrounded the two villagers, rather like ants shaking a tree. Are you sure you won't see the carp gods and the others today? Warrior 1 frowned. I've told you before, Lord Carp God isn't something you just want to see. What about the butterfly fairy? You guys haven't opened this event yet? Warrior 2 froze. Unlike the act. What activity? I told you, the butterfly fairy likes to have fun. And with only 20 of you, it must be hard to attract her to show up. The man, in a fit of anger, raged a bit and went up to the side to sulk. Instead, the woman gritted her teeth. So we came here today for nothing? Nothing to see? The internet said that the Holy Mountain had opened these two places in total. So wouldn't they have spent their money in vain and not seen anything on this trip? Ahem. Although the Carp Lake and Butterfly Valley are definitely worth the price of admission, but the group of them were really here specifically for those two gods. The two warriors looked at each other, puzzled, and reached up to point up the mountain road. Say what you will, the Holy Mountain has been unsealed some more, and the front can still keep going. Knock knock, knock knock. One moment, everyone craned their heads to look at the mountain trails. They'd gone straight to the sacred mountain as soon as they'd entered the scenic area, but it was also almost 3 p.m. Now, the sunlight passes through the dense foliage forest, the tree shadows are dappled, and a little halo of light illuminates the hazy mountain road. Also, there, the 20 tourists looked at each other, then jerked their legs and ran upward. They are the Forerunners, a forerunner in the newly opened area of Mount Holyoke. It was awesome. The group squealed and shouted and disappeared down the forest path, and the two youngs hemmed and hawed. This is a really good move by Mr. Xiao Su. God, give a slap but give a sweet date this trick. Who can stand it? Ha 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 ha. Go. Follow them. Don't let them scare em. This time the road up the mountain is obviously steeper, but after all, it is still flat tarmac. A group of people around the mountain and up, but also do not perceive tired. Phew. The air was colder and fresher, and several people stopped to rest in a small pavilion. Look down there. That's the bright moon-walled city. Wow. It's beautiful. That's the center square right there. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity that I mainly want to see the Holy Mountain today, or else I'd really like to take part in the invocation ceremony again. I'm really planning to go back down the mountain in a bit to check it out again. The activities at Bright Moon Cottage are updated so quickly. There will definitely be new activities for the May Day holiday, and I have a feeling there will definitely be new shows. The woman's analysis was not unreasonable, and everyone nodded and got excited. Then we'll go down the hill in a little while. The wimpy man spoke weakly from the side. Down the mountain? When can we go down is not certain yet. We have traveled for half a day, and we have not yet reached in the next location it. Everyone was also a bit tired, so they looked to the two warrior brothers. Soon. Right away. You've been saying that since 10 minutes ago and now. Z? The odd squeak silenced everyone momentarily, and they all craned their heads to see a small, furry monkey hanging upside down from the crooked tree outside the pavilion, cupping an orange in its hand and looking at them with a crooked head. Z? Its cry attracted another companion, and the two little monkeys hung suspended in the tree for a few seconds before suddenly darting away, squealing and shouting and running away. If Su Jing had been here, he would have recognized the two monkeys as the patrolling soldiers, Xiao Tu and Xiao Mu, who were excitedly heading back to the territory to report that the humans that the king and his human brother had been talking about were here. Holy, so cute. It's a monkey. Holy, wild monkeys. Go after them. Everyone got excited, instantly forgetting their fatigue and pulling their legs up to catch up. The two warrior big brothers behind them smiled at each other and followed without slowing down. Aha! Arrived. Chapter 63 Holy Spirit Mountain Range. 20 people going up the mountain is too insignificant for the number of tourists in the entire bright moon-walled city. And the posts these people made when they got home were stone dead amidst the explosion of various travel posts. Not many people knew exactly what they had seen. Only the two warrior brothers who had sent the guests, with giggling faces, down the mountain. Wait for me. Come back tomorrow. They disappeared behind the country roads of Castle Peak County after leaving only these words. And just as the tickets say, most visitors experience the accuracy of the tips on the tickets. Can't get enough of shopping. You simply can't do it all in one day. The scenery and activities of the Bright Moon Cottage alone kept them entertained for an entire day. After watching the super gorgeous invocation ceremony and iron flowering, it was already late at night, and the sacred mountain had long since closed. Come to think of it, it would have to come back the next day. A portion of the tourists had no choice but to leave due to the tight schedule, but most people chose to adjust their itinerary, and drove directly to the nearby county of Castle Peak, where the accommodation was average, but after all, it was close enough to spend more than half a small hour the next day to reach the scenic spot. The major hoteliers in Castle Peak County went crazy. This splash of riches, and everyone was even more confused when they realized that all these tourists were coming down from Wanyuan Mountain, planning to stay for one night and go back tomorrow. What do you mean? You guys came to this county for 2 days specifically to see the ravine behind that crummy scenic spot that is going out of business? What's the point? Was this still the Wanyuan Mountain they remembered? Inside a guest house, the owner apologized for sending his guests away and put up a sign that the room was full. Boss, that Wanyuan Mountain seems to be on fire. The little girl stoned behind the counter raised her cell phone, her eyes shining. The owner took the phone and looked at it for a moment. Tu Taing, Wanyuan Shan. Is the couple's child making a commotion? I didn't expect that. Zhao Meng took a hot shower at this time, lying on the hotel bed and enjoying his little brother's back-knocking service. Fortunately, he, Yangon Shanmeng, had foresight. He knew that elder brother Su's scenic spot would absolutely blow up. That's why he had chartered a hotel in advance in order to be able to accommodate all the people in his tour group. Well, we'll go back tomorrow. Let's all get some rest. We're going up the mountain tomorrow. There's not much of a toilet on the mountain. Drink less water and eat less food. Change into lighter shoes. He hung up the phone, and the little brother behind him fawned and came over. Mang is mighty. As soon as the ticket price of Wanyuan Mountain went up, although we take 10%, but just today's day's ticket money, earn 500, plus tomorrow's. He clapped his hands together. Oh yes, didn't you say the other day? Well, the souvenir stores in Bright Moon Walled City open tomorrow as well, although they won't be able to sell much. As long as we spend money, we'll be able to earn too. The heartthrob hemmed and hawed, feeling happy and relaxed after a long time. I knew Brother Mang had the best vision. Our Shanmang is really standing up. Croon, you said. Zhao Mang was lying on the bed, gorgeous, but besides being happy, he was also a little curious. Until now, only 20 people had gone up to the holy mountain, so he was also very curious as to what Boss Su could actually make with that magical little brain of his. Deep night, on the highway, at the airport, at the high-speed train station. The city of Yonkers has finally officially welcomed visitors from all directions. The first day you arrive, you basically leave early, and people who can't go out until they're officially on vacation came in today in large numbers. The major departments in Yangon are even busier, with the cultural and tourism departments keeping a close eye on the rising numbers and talking a little harder. Keep watching to see where all these tourists are streaming to. Be sure to record it in real time. Roger that. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, Holy Spirit Mountain Range, Minggu's High Village entrance. An even more terrible crowd than on the first day came pouring down the river. Su Jing drank a mouthful of water to wet his throat and switched shifts with someone else. Luckily, he had listened to Zhang Tsung's advice and increased the number of cruises to 3, or else he was bound to capsize today. According to Zhao University's statistics, the scenic spot has come in more than 200 people until 11 o'clock now, and the time to really get into the park has just begun. He looked towards the crowded Bright Moon Walled City and helplessly sent a message to Zhang Tsung. Today's crowd, limit of 3,000. They are scenic enough, but the crowds are just too small. He has to perform again, and he has to be an NPC, and he has to maintain order. His staff, even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, they can't be busy. Receiving the news, Zhang Tsung immediately notified the staff in charge of operations to release the latest news on various online platforms such as the public number. Due to the excessive flow of people, beyond the scenic load, so Wanyuan Mountain this day, the maximum number of passengers in the park to limit the flow of 3,000 people. Nice guy. Before the concerned tourists could be dissatisfied, Xinzhuang exploded first. How can you limit the flow? How can you limit the flow in such an important situation? He paced back and forth in his office anxiously. No way. It won't work. Contact Su Jing. Is he short of people? I'll find a way for him. Wanyuan Mountain absolutely cannot be restricted. My old man's career is riding on him this year. No one knows about Xinzhuang's howling. However, once the tourists officially entered the Bright Moon Walled City, the crowds were clearly separated. The new arrivals went on a frenzy of touring and collecting offerings in the cottage down the hill, and the tourists who had played yesterday and lived in the county gathered in unison at the foot of the mountain. Warriors 1 and 2 gulped softly as they looked at the blackened heads in front of them. You're on. You're on. The two pushed and shoved for a bit before Warrior 1 finally stepped up. Guests, the mists have receded and the path to the holy mountain is open. He glanced at his colleague, then spoke in a hushed voice. Please line up for a single entry of 20 people at 3-minute intervals. Fighting is forbidden on the holy mountain. Violators will be remembered by the swarming gods of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range. This is not a good thing. He slowly took a step back, leaving just enough width for two people to walk together. If you are fortunate enough to see a deity, please keep your distance and do not offend. If you can, I hope that all guests, on behalf of the people of Bright Moon Walled City, will offer our sincerest respect. Now, everyone can enter. Wow! Like a flood, the river of people met the mountain and quickly disappeared between the lush mountains and forests. The two warriors who had sent off all the tourists wiped their sweat and let out a long sigh. Good luck to them. Click. Stepping off a dry branch, Pinky pushed up her glasses and continued to walk ahead. She had been looking forward to today for a long time. From the first time to participate in the Manhwa Zhai's invocation ceremony, saw the red and white Nuwa dance and the skyflower fire. She vaguely felt the most sincere from the distant mountain tribes of the First Heart, and after seeing the 24 runners online who would have the honor of visiting the sacred mountain, she has been filled with anticipation, but it wasn't her first day. In her experience, the first day is not the most crowded, and many scenic spots explode on the second day. Sure enough, no one else pays attention, but she does. She was reinforced by the sight of the tourists who entered the sacred mountain on the first day but returned without any success. As for what they were saying about monkeys and whatnot, she wasn't interested. She had one purpose today. Hajj God. Chapter 64, Holy Spirit Mountain Range, 2. They were a group of 20 people, discussing softly, and without the escort of the villagers. Everyone didn't dare to walk too fast, so they never collided with the previous wave either. But as soon as they plucked away a patch of draping vines, vague voices came through, soft squeals, excited murmurs that made Pinky glow. Move it! She instantly picked up her pace, leaving the others directly behind. The koi under the bridge swam merrily, chasing the young girl's footsteps, but no matter how much they scratched their heads, they couldn't get a single ounce of attention. And it wasn't until she stepped over the stone slab on the pool that the fish, as if sensing something, instantly dispersed in a wave, and Pinky froze in place, not even realizing that 1 foot was in the water. The air was silent. The only sounds were the ripples flowing, the water droplets crisp, and the wind blowing on the lotus leaves. At the front of the stone path, a man stood on each stone slab. Everyone's expression is excited and tense, tightly pursed lips, afraid of leaking any trace of sound, disturbing this place of the gods. In the hole in the stone wall in front of Ping Ping, the young girl with white complexion and exquisite hair bun was leaning on her forehead, closing her eyes in light sleep. Extending from that ground into the water was a huge golden red fishtail with gleaming scales, the tip of which was still slowly shaking and waving, repelling the carp that wanted to come up and be intimate. Yes, Pinky murmured softly, Carp God. Behind them, the other tourists finally caught up, and everyone stalled on top of the waterhole, unable to move even half a foot. Go ahead in the front. You can't see anything back there. Just, what for? Keep going. Why are you stuck here? Holy, did they see something special? I remember the Holy Mountains propaganda movie said that a deity appeared. Did it appear? Under the anxious waiting, finally someone could not help but open his mouth to complain. This time, ignited the discontent of the tourists behind. People started to clamor, and the people in front of them were not happy about it, but they could only take a couple of pictures and then walk away quickly. The clamor rose in all directions, and the feathery eyelashes of the young girl in that cave trembled slightly, and then the huge fish tail buckled out of the water, the tip of the tail twitching, and after she stretched her back, she looked with a displeased face at the dumbfounded crowd in front of her. Noisy. Her fishtail doesn't look fake at all. It's as natural and dynamic as it grows on her body. The fish's tail snapped and slammed into the water, splashing and splashing the tourists in the waterhole. Ah, holy, OMG. I'm soaking wet. The carp god is angry. It's your fault for stopping here and causing everyone to wake up the carp god. Some people were busy taking pictures. Others were busy raging. But this was a moment when the greedy nature of mankind was in full view. Ha! The young girl changed her position, seemingly smiling, with a faint contempt in her eyes. These strange humans are so rude. With a lurch, she leapt into the pool of water and disappeared into the splash, leaving behind only one sentence. If this is the way it's going to be from now on, maybe I need to think about living somewhere else. The carp pond slowly calmed. The wind was faint. The lotus flowers remained. Lost the deterrent of the gods. The carp swam again pleasantly. People stared blankly at the carp god that disappeared right in front of them, shocked and afraid. It's disappearing, isn't it? Magic? Magic? What magic? It's supposed to be magic, right? Holy, big change. Really? It can't really be a deity, can it? Didn't you see her tail? Can you make a prop that realistic? The people in front of them were discussing it, and it wasn't until a low, angry roar rang out that they realized the nature of things in hindsight. What the hell have you done? The man who spoke had only just made it to the middle of the pool, having squeezed his way through, carrying a heavy camera, only to fall in the last second before seeing the carp god. You guys scared her away. His expression was stoic, but you could tell the anger was already about to be suppressed. Do you know that all the people who went up the mountain yesterday didn't see the carp god? And how many people came today? For the carp god. It's not even noon. And because of your greed, all the tourists back there won't be able to see it. The tourists in the front wanted to argue, but when they saw the dark heads of people coming up behind them, they didn't dare to say another word. Yes. Sorry. The first man finished his sentence and hurriedly turned his head away. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Stay longer. There are more people know the cause of the matter. He was afraid that they were left to sacrifice to heaven. The road was finally cleared, but the heartfelt deity in the cave left, and some people were reluctant to go down the waterhole road, but also wandered around delaying their departure. It wasn't until a gentle word of caution from a descendant that he came to his senses. The carp god has already left. We'd better hurry to the next attraction, in case we miss another. Wouldn't it be more of a pity? Oh, yes. It dawned on everyone. There are attractions in the back. And then there's the legendary butterfly fairy who likes to have a good time. Guys, someone stood up on a boulder at the edge of the pool and waved his hands in a loud voice. I've heard that the butterfly fairy likes to be lively. We already have so many people. Why don't we go over together to play for a while and try our luck? It's not easy to come here today. You can't just not see anything. Everyone nodded, swept their eyes over the empty cave, and sighed. Go! The crowd moved quickly and the carp pond quickly regained its coolness. In the water of the pool, a small koi carp with a gold and silver luster slowly swam, its eyes surveying the water pool above, a cunning light flashing by, and Su Jing finally stepped out from behind the concealment of a stone wall. Tough regulation is not as good as tourist self-awareness. After this happens today, and people pass it on, in time, everyone will behave themselves, unless that person wants to bear the wrath of all. He looked to the road up the hill and followed slowly. Those guys were smart enough not to waste their time here. Otherwise there's a chance you won't see anything at the next attraction either. Su Jing disappeared after the walkway for a long time, and the small koi also took advantage of no one's efforts to leap onto the shore, competing to transform into a young girl wearing a lotus leaf dress. Only this young girl's webbed fan around her ears glowed gold and red, and her body was covered in fine scales that stretched down over her collarbone. When you twist your head slightly, you can still see the hidden gill lines at the jaw. Barefoot, she skipped around the pool, ruffling the lotus flowers, waiting for the next batch of fated people to show up. On the other side, a large number of tourists were bustling towards Butterfly Valley. Some people were busy scolding the tourists who just got in the way, but most of them thought that since they were out to have fun, they shouldn't get unnecessarily angry, so they began to cheerfully discuss the next attraction. We're here, the man at the head of the group spoke excitedly, and in front of him was a lush, prosperous valley. The stone wall of the cliff protruded diagonally, as if a platform had been erected in the middle of the valley. Beneath the platform, countless butterflies fluttered up and down, swirling a river of color among the flowers and around the visitors. Geez, who remembers the butterfly fairy in his scene? Don't you come out to play and take pictures? The crowd instantly surged into the valley, squeezing Pinky, who was taking pictures at the entrance, into the center of the crowd. TSK, don't squeeze, such a big place. She disgruntledly pushed an older woman out of the way, then craned her head to look around. She had also seen other scenic spots called Butterfly Valley on the internet, but those small butterflies in 2s and 3s were far less shocking than here. And most importantly, these butterflies really aren't afraid of people. People held up their cell phones and took pictures with the butterflies in the sea of flowers, with a few student-looking visitors letting out frequent gasps of surprise. It's the big-eyed blue-winged butterfly. This is the Saturn yellow butterfly. It's the spotted red devil. Oh my god, it's the 7-star butterfly. My goodness, why are there so many nationally protected species in this butterfly valley? Look at that one. Isn't that the purple coral star butterfly? The endangered one? Crap. Groove. Several students, none other than graduate students from the biology nature conservation discipline, looked at each other, their lips quivering. Should I call the teacher? This has to be protected, right? Take pictures. Let's show it to the teacher. Make no mistake. They came together to talk about it, and the periphery was still running all over the place in delight. It is also fortunate that Butterfly Valley is a big place and can accommodate enough tourists, but even then, after an hour, Butterfly Valley was making it a bit too crowded to stand. What's that? An exclamation of surprise rang out from the crowd, followed by a shout that accompanied him. A flash of pure white shadow revealed itself from the forest. Pinky was so crowded that she couldn't see anything, so she could only hold her camera up high and try to capture something. But when she retrieved her camera and carefully identified what the figure in the forest was, her pupils shrank sharply. Butterfly. Butterfly. What's all the noise? Aren't there butterflies everywhere? No. Pinky pushed up her glasses and pointed to the figure floating up behind the violetly wooded area. She appeared. Chapter 65, Butterfly Fairy in a Butterfly Dream. No need for her to say it. The air was suddenly silent as everyone slowly looked up. Everyone saw it. In the hazy glow, a woman in a silver and white dress just floated down to the edge of the platform above the stone wall. Kaoru twisted around without a trace and untied the wyvern dangling behind her waist. Below the platform, under the light of the dappled sunlight, all the tourists in Butterfly Valley looked at her in unison. I'm going to. So many people. Kaoru took a slight step back, but stopped after seeing Su Jing hiding in the corner. She had instant peace in her heart and smiled at the tourists below. The sunlight poured down from behind her, illuminating her face illusory, her hair glowing with hazy golden light. But what was even more stunning was the long, white, dreamy dress she was wearing. A short patch of feathers dotted the skirt, net white and flowing, flapping slowly with the breeze. Butterfly Valley is so lively today. The white-skirted woman on the platform laughed softly, her voice soft, like a warbler crying, so that the visitors below were instantly in a peaceful mood. Hee hee. The woman seemed to smile and bend her eyes in the hazy sunlight, gently lifting an arm and stroking it through the air. I smell the gradual revival of the sacred mountain, the scent of green grass and flowers, and the lively fireworks. She just jumped lightly on the edge of the stone wall, causing the crowd below to gasp in surprise, as if she wasn't afraid of falling off at all. I'm happy today. Sing a song to the children. Singing? There was a golden light in someone's head. Joyful hilarity. Joyful singing. She's the Butterfly Fairy. He woke up the people in his dream with a single word, and everyone instantly stared in disbelief. But some people are also a little skeptical. It doesn't look like a deity. Not even have wings. Just flew up. Hanging Wei can also do it. His voice was no less loud, and at once some of the tourists looked skeptical. But such a look was held for less than 10 seconds before it disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, Ping, who was holding up the telephoto lens, suddenly stared. Wait! The dress on the woman on the stone wall. And as she looked closer, she was surprised to find tiny swinging tentacles between the layers of feathers. She couldn't help but gasp out in shock, her face in dismay. It's not feathers on her. Those are butterflies. Along with her exclamation of surprise, the Butterfly Fairy also moved. Snow blows and spreads all over this mountain, where there are no footprints. The cold valley is desolate. I am the hope here. Frost flies in the sky, like a storm. In the heart, only the earth knows the wounds I have suffered. Her limbs swayed gently, the feathers on her body shaking slightly as she followed, her song sad but full of hope. The clamoring crowd below quieted. No one mentioned the true or false matter of the Butterfly Fairy. Everyone was attracted by the beautiful singing. They couldn't help but sour their noses when they thought of the changes that had occurred in the past at the sacred mountain and the bright moon-walled village, the invocation ceremony, and the sincere eyes of the villagers. But the man was still singing. Let no perilous evil break into the holy mountain. Guard each day with my strength. Hair flying, she spun above the sloping wall. A few white butterflies couldn't hold onto the corners of their skirts and were violently flung away, exploding into the air in a flash of blooming white. And the song, too, grew higher and higher. But I believe, someday, I will reappear. The sound hovered upwards, powerful and resounding. The woman smiled and took a step forward in the bright sunlight. Wow! The white feathers on her body instantly exploded. It turned into millions of white butterflies and flew out. One person. It is a splendid world. Bloom, bloom. The light of the holy mountain is pure and undefiled. Huge swarms of butterflies resembling mist and rain, accompanied by an ounce of song, hovered around her, then jerked upward and exploded like fireworks. Fly! Freedom! This is my home. Her voice rose higher than the rest, and she spread her arms wide in the sight of all the tourists who were already looking dumbfounded. Wow! The butterflies that had dispersed, as if guided, immediately gathered towards her. Moment! White butterflies converged, and a light veil of pale golden light drifted sinuously toward all below. Butterfly wings caressing, wing powder waving. That swarm of butterflies accompanied the woman's fingers, skimming obediently over all the tourists. Then, like a net, like smoke, other butterflies that had been fluttering low among the flowers were now exuberant. A brain rushed up to the sky, merging into a colorful rainbow ring, hovering high in the sky of the Butterfly Valley, as if crowning their queen who had returned after a long time. Moms! Ping Ping only felt the air and blood rushing up to her eyes in blackness. She saw another deity. Who says it's not the Butterfly Fairy? This has been a miracle for you guys. Hanging can fly. What about butterflies? So many butterflies. How did she maneuver them? Su Jing stood in the shadows, looking at the scene before him with satisfaction. Butterfly Dream, Costume Class Intermediate props. A halter dress made of soft gauze of illusionary gold, with mother butterfly inlaid in the chest. Attributes, elegance plus 30%, fantasy plus 30%, butterfly affinity plus 300%, possibility of attracting precious butterflies, used 1/10 times. This dress is from a parallel world made by the god of sewing and has magical effects. It takes 200 favorable comments to get such a piece, and a piece can only be used 10 times, making it a precious prop. But it is also the most appropriate prop for the scene here that Su Jing could find. And the song, Bloom It, cultural props, worth 30 prestige value, is the same tune as their world's Let It Go, and has an extremely high demand for sound conditions. The only person who could serve as this butterfly fairy candidate ended up being Ms. Kaoru from the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe. But it's obvious. She made it. Su Jing's eyesight looked toward the river of white butterflies in midair, and he also swallowed hard. He didn't realize the dress was so powerful. The singing continues. Poof, in the middle of a firm and powerful booming song, the first man fell to his knees. Butterfly fairy. Bang, bang, bang. More and more people fell to their knees, their eyes agitated and solemn, and shouted at the top of their voices, Butterfly fairy! Butterfly fairy-sama! Congratulations to Lord Butterfly Fairy on his return to the sacred mountain. Su Jing was confused, and so was Xiao Sun. The people below couldn't see her against the light, but she could clearly make out the scene below. She looked at a body on its knees, her fingertips cold and wanting to cry. Mr. Su, this can't be tolerated. This is going to break your life. She's only 28. The 60-looking grandpa on the right is giving her a knee. Su Jing also knew that it was a bit too much, and he gave Kaoru a wink. And the other party immediately revealed a grateful smile. Oh, I'm happy today. The holy mountain is back in prosperity. I'm going to look around. She finished her song and laughed softly before disappearing into the depths of the platform and vanishing. The white butterflies followed suit, and the other butterflies calmed down as if the one had never been there. A few seconds later, a flurry of high congratulations came from the sky above Butterfly Valley. Greetings, Butterfly Fairy. Su Jing slapped his head. The God-making program. Successful. It's over. Chapter 66, The Holy Spirit Mountain Range, 3. Perhaps it was because of the sight of the gods, or because the tourists were already satisfied, or because no one dared to be disrespectful here. Anyway, within half an hour, most of the people in Butterfly Valley had dispersed. The rest of us took pictures or excitedly discussed where we were, and after such an experience, the ordinary butterflies around us seemed to be filled with divinity. And then the people slowly they in the lively atmosphere of the 7 words, gradually realized that they not only missed the carp god appeared, but also missed the butterfly fairy manifestation. Want to die? Do you understand? After all, they are just a supporting role in someone else's gorgeous life. Oh. They regretted where they were and then angrily decided that they would not leave until they had taken at least 800 pictures here to return their money. As for the people in front of them, they had officially started climbing the Big S mountain. The Butterfly Valley leading to the next attraction was a bit farther up the mountain, at least half an hour or so away. The large group of people started to get faster and slower depending on their stamina. Some people are all relaxed and swish their way to the front. Not to be outdone, the man next to him gritted his teeth and immediately countered. After experiencing 2 attractions in a row, these tourists can kind of see it coming. The attractions here are really kind of esoteric. The owner of the scenic area doesn't seem to care what tourists want to see. Luck is one thing, and having the time to come early or late is also important. If you're lucky, you'll see what you want to see when you get to the place. If you're unlucky, you'll come early and see nothing, but maybe as soon as you leave, what you want to see will come. So halfway up the trail, there was a hilarious scene. Some fell far behind, chatting leisurely and enjoying the fresh air of the Holy Spirit mountain range, and some are riveted, racing to the front in red-faced pursuit of each other. Pinky is one of the race-walking crowd. I don't blame her for being anxious. The main thing was that she was really just a few minutes away from the carp god at the beginning, and if she hadn't been able to go those few minutes fast enough, she would have had to wipe the floor with the carp god, and she carries a heavy load. She's the one who's going to send out the latest information about Holy Mountain to her loyal fans. So, she overtook the 2 men in a single, athletic stride, and looked ahead to the floating carvings on the stone wall with a smile. Arrived. Prayer Cliff. Climbing up the dirt road, Ping Ping went into an extremely rugged mountain trail, and this time she didn't dare to be generous. The woman slowed her pace, taking her time to let the few people behind her catch up. It's safer to go together and have something to look after. Dappled light shone from top to bottom, 2 pairs in the forest, with an occasional rustling sound. Then came the gradually clearer 8 calls. Wind, whistling, pattering water came one after another. The group stopped dead in their tracks, a narrow line of mountain walls in front of them. Only one person may pass at a time. Pinky hesitated for a moment, But when a couple of men behind her impatiently tried to cross her, she immediately stepped forward. Just kidding. In case there was something to see after the passage, wouldn't she be blocked from seeing it? The light dimmed abruptly, and the atmosphere became quiet as several of Pinky's people walked in one after another. The woman held her camera tightly, her eyes glancing around, not wanting to let go of every novelty. But there's nothing special about this passage except that it's long. If I must say something special, it's the growing sound of the water. A faint watery vapor even began to fill the tunnel. The light at the end was so bright that Pinky squinted. What's over there? Why is there so much water? But a few people kept moving and she didn't have time to think more about getting out. Let me see what's out there. Pinky's words stopped on her lips. Then she lifted the camera in a swift motion. Click, click, click. The shutter flew down, and the small, thin sound immediately made a couple of men in the back rush. Get out! Get out! Don't block the hole! Walk forward! What do you see? Keep your voice down. It'll scare the gods away. After the men finished talking, they began to push and shove Pinky, and Pinky finally suppressed her shock and stepped forward, making way for the exit. Look! Wow! The light blazed out and several men quickly scurried out, their pupils shrinking slightly as they adjusted to the glare. Oh my god! The mountain wind blew ahead, and above the empty wilderness, the grass set off green waves, turning the invisible wind into a tangible one and blowing it to the end. That green wave hides red trees, yellow flowers and white rocks, and at the end of the green wave are the mountains and greenery in the distance. A few people stared in disbelief that this was actually a cliff slope, but what surprised them more than that? Boom! The light appeared at first, and to their right, a huge waterfall was actually flying down. That silver-white water came as if from the sky. It leaked down the side of the cliff and melted into the river at the foot of the mountain. Bead-like curtains of water, sparse, gathered and scattered among the rocks, eventually presenting a hidden huge cave to come. That's what? They stood there, helpless, not even daring to move around, because this prayer cliff not only has the scenery, but also a group of monkeys, among the green waves, under the wild trees, by the flowers. The group of monkeys, in twos and threes, cocked their heads and squinted their eyes, looking at the tourists with a clear and ignorant face. There were a few little monkeys hanging and swinging among the wild trees. The cave behind that curtain of water also seemed to have the figure of a monkey moving about in it in shadow. Are they going to hurt us? Pinky really didn't want to give up the shocking beauty in front of her, and tried to move forward, opening her mouth to ask a few boys behind her. The only thing that answered her was the click of the camera. You can't shoot a monkey by giving up your body. Spell it out. Pinky plucked up her courage and moved a little closer to that pool of water in. There were some similar rocks on the pool of water, and if the distance was calculated correctly, she could probably jump into the cave behind the curtain. But the next second, a squeak sounded and a strong monkey scurried up and violently stopped her. Ha! Pinky stopped. The monkey took 2 steps back, looked at her, and then scampered up to the rocks in the pool, and in a few jumps, burrowed into the curtain of water. What did it do? Pinky looked behind her, and a couple of the boys came over quietly. What did it go for? I don't know, but it's supposed to mean we don't go up. Wait and see. Camera up. I feel a big move coming on. This holy mountain hadn't let them down anywhere until now. So, Pinky held her camera high, ready to record the next second. The waterfall splashed in all directions, and the sun shone on the landscape, illuminating the rocks on that pool of water that were inexplicably sacred. Chop, chop. A shallow scuffling sound came, and the next moment, behind the curtain of water, golden fur was revealed. Whoosh! In a few breaths, the golden thing tumbled through the curtain of water and jumped onto an age-old boulder. The camera moves and a smile appears at the corner of Pinky's mouth. It's a majestic male monkey. On top of the boulder, a majestic macaque monkey sat against the wind, clad in golden light, with a solemn expression and an upright head. Behind the silver-white waterfall as a curtain, beautiful as a painting. It seemed to sense the sight of strangers. The male monkey slowly twisted his head, and the golden fluff around his ears moved with the wind. And then, it took its hands off the ground and slowly stood up. Chapter 67 The Holy Spirit Mountain Range 4. Holy. The men and women at the pool froze. All monkeys stand up, but that monkey king stands up. Too standard. Standard to the point that it was good to see a general returning in triumph. Perseverance. Bravery. The great general. The dash of white hair among the golden hairs on its chest was like inlaid precious jade, which made this king even more majestic. It made a quiet sweeping glance, then opened its mouth. Who? The majestic, gruff, mighty monkey roar instantly spread across the prayer cliff. Moment. Groups of monkeys jumped from all around and converged on the center. The rustling became louder, and several people finally reacted from the aura of that monkey king. What are they up to? I'm a little bit scared. The The Monkey King is so handsome. What does it mean? I didn't realize there were actually wild monkeys on top of the holy mountain. Don't be surprised. Everyone come closer. What are these monkeys up to? Are they going to hurt us? No. They look so friendly. Nothing like those shrewd monkeys in A monkey? Pull the pedal, isn't it? Pinky backed up while frantically taking pictures to capture close-ups. If anything, the gods and fairies of the other attractions are something far from science and would make people believe in them. Then the monkeys could be the real deal. The point that would attract tourists and shut them up. Among the monkeys, Little Earth and Littlewood looked at each other. What did the king say? You have to act mean and go up to the humans and reach towards them for food before you get hit by the Maharaja. Aha! It's okay. The great king must have a reason for hitting them. The two monkeys snapped out of the group, grinning their fangs and fierce faces toward Ping Ping and the others as the other monkeys sat around them, stretching out their claws. What do you mean? Want something? Pinky was in a difficult situation. She had nothing on her to feed the little monkey, and a couple of men behind her. One of them tried to pull out a lollipop. 2. Snap. Sizzle. Dirt knocked the lollipop off with one hand. What the hell? How dare you fool Grandpa? The man let out a scream and was about to back away when he froze in place the next second. Monkey King? The male monkey on top of the boulder stepped down at some point, his eyes blazing as he looked at the two young monkeys approaching the tourists and let out a warning roar. Little Earth's eyes lit up and immediately bared his teeth at the great king, making a stance to attack. They're going to fight? No. The Monkey King dragged a stick out from behind him in their sight. Wait a minute. What's this for? Why is this scene so familiar? A kind of memory from the depths of the soul was shallowly activated, and several tourists were suddenly breathing heavily. The Monkey King slowly stood up, his long stick behind his back, his monkey eyes calm. Next, a strong wind is coming. Whoa! Wow! The nearly 1 meter long stick, as light as nothing, turned in the Monkey King's hand. The faster it spins. The faster it spins. Even after the left hand turns, the right hand turns, and then later, it almost spun out of stumps. Bang! The baguette fell, knocked lightly on the head of Monkey Big and Monkey 2. Squeak! The two monkeys were startled and ran away, covering their heads and squeaking. The group was dumbfounded. It's against the law for people to hit monkeys. But monkeys fight monkeys. It shouldn't have anything to do with them, should it? The Monkey King put the long stick back behind his back and turned his head to look at Pinky and the others. An inexplicable pride flashed across the humanized face. How are you? Is it Demon Zero? There are animal shows here. Oh, no one is forcing. Looks like it's voluntary. They were half slowed down, and the new arrivals at Prayer Cliffs happened to get in on the action. Standing in the corner with their jaws on the ground and taking crazy pictures, there was a little girl whose eyes were shining as she watched, and only after half a day did she ask in a childish voice, "Uncle, is that the monkey god?" The uncle next to him squinted at the majestic male monkey who was juggling his stick until he was flying, his eyes glittering with eagerness to try. "No, that's the Monkey King." His voice trailed off even more. "But maybe it wants to become a god." The wise Monkey King, who plays with a stick until it flies, relies on his skills to keep his people honest and on the side. The sons of the people also obediently gave way, revealing the wooden sign behind them. The road ahead is still misty, so if the guests have finished their tour, they can just go down the mountain by following this road. Holy! The moment they saw the sign, there was a cry of sadness. Haven't seen enough? That's the end of it? There are a lot of them who haven't seen the carp god or the butterfly fairy yet, haven't had enough fun yet. The Monkey King's great sage swept his eyes over the regretful tourists, thought for a moment, and then pointed to the wooden sign. It was only then that someone realized that underneath the wooden plaque, there was a small, insignificant line engraved. Sacred mountain creatures are all friendly. This is the time when the monkeys are foraging for food. If you meet on the way down the mountain, you can buy the monkey special food for feeding. The number is limited. First come first served. Holy! You can interact closely with the monkeys. Pinky took one last shot of the Monkey King's valiant form, then scurried off in a single stride. Food is limited. You can't interact when it's sold out. She had to hurry to get there. Most of the tourists also rushed down the mountain by the road. Only a few people were sneaking around, probing their heads and looking at the road up the mountain. Why don't we sneak up there and take a look? Not too far. Come on. Did you forget what the internet said about someone getting lost in the gray mist at the base of a mountain and being trapped for what? Over an hour? Harm. That's all a gimmick. It's put out by Scenic on purpose to scare people. The man looked disdainful. Besides, if it's such a big mountain, it's still misty everywhere? It's true that there won't be misty formations everywhere, but the two men looked at the majestic Monkey King with his teeth bared in front of them, the hardened long stick against the front of the two men, rather like, you move and try? The meaning of this monkey, it's the martial arts that got you to the top. right? The two men fell away, and the great sage stroked his ass hair beautifully, then looked back at the tourists behind him. Understood. You old man rest. We'll go by ourselves. Brother, we're off. I wish you to become a god soon. There's something to be said for that. It's all buddy-buddy. The difficult tourists went down the mountain honestly, and no one dared to be wild in front of the Monkey King who could beat 8 people in a row without hanging up at a glance anymore. After the farce, the great sage honestly went back behind the waterfall to mount up and wait for the next wave of tourists to arrive. And the tourists in front of us had already taken the downhill road. Under Su Jing's planning, going up the mountain and going down the mountain were two paths that did not intersect at all. So, he discussed with the great sage to let the monkeys skulk around the downhill side of the trail if they had nothing else to do. Tourists are kind-hearted and will bring them snacks. So that means it's down to the last one. Which one of you wants it? One of the employees of Bright Moon Cottage was sitting at the edge of the downhill trail at the moment, carrying a small pony. The large bamboo basket in front of him was covered with a clean cloth and a small sign stood next to it. Rokugo Mandarin 10 renminbi per PC. Scenic Spot only sells 10 a day. Pinky pinched half a rakish Mandarin in disbelief. Really only 10? I'll add money. The big brother selling the stuff had a helpless face. The Bright Moon Walled City has a rule that the fruits and snacks for sale cannot exceed the daily feeding limit of the sacred mountain monkeys, or else it will affect their habits too much. The other girl, also pinching the other half of the poop can, frowned and waved her hand. Don't talk about these useless things. I was here first, so of course it's for sale. From Dun Huang, aren't you? Why are there so many murals? With a glare, Ping Ping did not fall behind in the slightest, and scolded the big sister across the street. In the end, it was the employee who stepped in to even things out. Here's the deal. 2 girls. He broke the rakish Mandarin straight open. Just give me half the money. 1 for each of you. Barely able to solve the problem, Pim took half of the fruit and walked excitedly down the road. Along the way, she met a strawberry seller, a carrot seller, a peach seller, but they were all sold out, and each fruit stand only sold 10, and didn't take them at an increased price. This made Pinky anxious and relieved. Not to mention anything else, at least it shows that the villagers of the Bright Moonwalled City are really protecting the animals in the sacred mountain. She thought as she approached a small monkey on a fence by the side of the road. The monkey's fur is golden and silky, and it looks like it was raised with care and love. Here, are you eating? The little monkey came over and sniffed, then carefully reached out his paw and took the piece of orange flesh that Pinky handed him. He ate it in 3 bites, thought about it, and then squeaked and pointed to Pinky's other hand. Still want to eat? Ping Ping was so cute that she smiled and handed it the rest as well. But the little monkey, as if it knew human language, shook its head carelessly and pointed to the orange peels in her hand again. You're going to eat this? The golden orange peel exudes a fresh fragrance. Pinky simply peeled all of them and gave them to the little monkey in a head. Now it's happy. Squeaking and squealing, he put the orange peel in his arms on his hands and knees. Delicious. That's the real flavor. The little monkey thought prettily that the movements taught by the great king were useful. What's the word? Nod yes, shake your head no. Sure enough, is this human intelligence? It ate with gusto, not caring about the girl's hand reaching out to pet her head. Monkeys eat for food. For stuttering, not stoned. Along the way, there are small monkeys in various postures everywhere. Most of them are not afraid of people, but will be obviously close to tourists who have food in their hands. But what amazed and dismayed everyone the most was when some tourists secretly fed them with the food they had brought with them. These monkeys, however, acted as if they had become savvy, taking one look and leaving, completely uninterested. But even so, everyone stopped and photographed along the way and soon reached the foot of the mountain. The exit wasn't in the same place as the entrance either, and a young girl with a smile stood at the end of the trail waving at them. Come on out, guests. The evening invocation ceremony is about to begin. Many had already seen the invocation ceremony, but others were coming for the first time. They followed the path out, but were immediately drawn to a hammock fortress by the foot of the mountain. Ugh, was there a building this big before? Haven't been paying attention. There's writing on it. Let's see. A male student pushed his glasses up and spoke with a smile. Souvenir. Holy. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, the man had already scurried to the building's front door, then disappeared in a puff of smoke through the doorway. The wooden window gave off a warm white glow, and the man in the back finally made out the words on the plaque. Souvenir stores, asterisk 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 asterisk. Go! Pinky swears that no scenic souvenir store has ever interested her so much, even to the point of being afraid of being late and having it all snatched up. But it wasn't just her. Everyone else thought so too. Everyone coaxed and ran in unison towards the souvenir store. The security guard at the door wiped his sweat and looked at the crowds, remembering the memories of being squeezed crookedly just now. Stop. Line up. The same thing should never be performed a second. Boom! The two men were slammed right through it, and the wooden door came with a creaky, old sound, as if it was going to be scrapped the next moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Security guard number 1 wants to cry, gotta go in one by one. Security guard 2 quickly pulls out his walkie-talkie and pulls his partner up. Brother Fong Gui. Souvenir shop. Taken. Requesting backup. Chapter 68 Battle of the Souvenirs. Wow! Bright lights went on in a big way, and visitors who had been skulking around on the holy mountain for half a day finally felt like they were coming back to reality. Inside the store's lobby, wooden shelves were neatly lined up, and the air was scented with a warm, wood-toned aroma. Everyone had wanted to come in and have a good stroll, but just as they slowed down, their pupils shrunk, and then they hurriedly rushed in. There were already a lot of tourists hanging out in the large hall, but unlike souvenir stores in other scenic spots, people here shop as if they were buying food, carrying shopping baskets so full that they almost overflow. Look at the shelves again. They're scattered, and you're looking at categories that are about to sell out. Pinky rushed in ahead of the others and flew in to find the souvenir she wanted to buy, but her eagerness didn't last long before she mistakenly got lost in the array of merchandise. It's too delicate. She counted herself among those who had been to many scenic spots and had seen souvenirs from many places. Most of them are pretty much the same, either with a generic look and feel or with no guarantee of quality. People buy it, and it's just an IP. On the contrary, some amusement parks have well-made souvenirs, but the high price tag makes many people gasp and shy away from chopping them up. Jingle bells. Pinky couldn't help but stop at one of the shelves. This side of the display, all is the Manhwa invitation ceremony, in the red face and white clothes dancing Manhwa image. From the small cartoon image of the big head keychain, to the big exquisite movement, even the clothes flying are made very dynamic mannequin. And in addition to these common keychains, plush toys, and mannequins, there are some bizarre ones such as the same masks of the ritual dancers, a set of star films of the dancers performing in real life, calendars, and various other ornaments. So beautiful. Pinky fumbled with her purse and swallowed. The workmanship is so exquisite and delicate souvenirs. Even if she is asked to spend a couple of hundred, she will recognize it. She stood on her tiptoes and reached down a thin red pulp paper mask from above. Praying for God's red noodle, $39. 9. Pinky disbelievingly took one down again to check it out, and it was still the same price. Wait a minute. How is that possible? How come it's so cheap? She hurriedly pulled off a keychain. Manhwa dancer keychain, $19. 9. What's going on? Calendar of red-faced dancers, $19. 90. Plush Q dancer, $59. 90. Pinky didn't hold back and cursed in a low voice. You mean, this wool is extremely soft and cozy. A little alignment is not crooked super invincible explosion cute QQ dolls. If it were any other souvenir store it would be selling $299 figures. Only $59. 9. This is a scenic spot. She scanned back behind her, and the tourists behind her didn't say a word, just silently looking at the prices and silently filling their baskets. Good. You guys are hiding here for fear of being robbed, aren't you? Silent open load. Just kidding. People, be selfish. It's too normal. There's only so much of it. If everyone finds it so cheap and starts grabbing it, what's the point of her? Pinky had half filled one shelf alone. There's no way around it. She likes everything she sees. Look at everything you want. Who the hell did this scenery get as a foundry? Damn, how can the quality be so good? System, you're talking about me. But as more and more people find out about the unusual price after, the strife begins. Holy, I took it first. There's so many more. You pick something else. Asterisk. Yell. I can't get through. Don't block it. Ah, my deity mask. Holy, who stole my shopping basket? The front of the shelves became noticeably more crowded. Pinky, thanks to her skinny body, squeezed in between the shelves, while having to carefully protect her shopping basket. After all, there's no payment, and if someone else steals it, there's really no place to cry, but they should be grateful. The souvenir store was constructed in Zone D and is in a more remote location, closer to the downhill exit of the Holy Mountain. That's why most of the visitors within the Bright Moon Cottage don't know about this place yet. But as time went on, more and more tourists waded into the area after. The secret won't be able to be hidden. Let me through. Ping fought his way through the crowd. The lithe figure finally crossed over the crowd to the huge, carp pond area. Of course, it was just her people who came over. The shopping basket she had been picking out for so long was left permanently on the other side of the crowd and was divided up seconds later. Asterisk. It's no use regretting what happened. She immediately averted her gaze, fixing it on the few remaining rows of toys high above her. This time, she must win. While the tourists below frantically grabbed the few remaining pints, Pinky swept her eyes and immediately stared at the scaffolding that stood on one side. Whoosh! Sobering. Snap. Under the momentum of other people's swiftness, Ping had already occupied the highest position on the scaffolding with a quick eye. All quiet. She barked a command from midair. All the tourists looked up to see the gallant, long ponytailed woman above them. Everyone, there's plenty more on the counter up there. Don't grab it. It's all there. Her eyes narrowed lightly. Those who are down there position themselves in good order. All be quiet. I'll bring it down. Whoever wants it raise their hand and I'll give it to everyone one by one. No grabbing. I won't give it back if you grab it. She held up the camera in her hand in a demonstrative manner. I'm in the whole filming. If there is theft and robbery and vandalism and other phenomena, I will immediately report to the scenic area. This scenic area can be different from what we've been to before. Maybe they will directly ban you from now on. 2. Her words instantly subdued everyone, and several big brothers volunteered to come forward to hold the ladder. Big sister, you stay safe. Buddy is watching from below. I've been looking at these guys for a long time. With the first civilized behavior, those behind started to behave. Satisfied with a smile, Pinky finally exhaled and turned back to survey the contents of the long shelves. The young girl's eyes widened and her fingers carefully went to touch something on the counter. The 30-odd centimeter tall mannequin half standing there was more extravagant than the most exquisite Barbie dolls I had ever seen as a child. Small, golden red, finned ears stuck out from behind her short hair. Seductive yet saintly cat eyes squinted lightly, and her red lips were dainty and human. But what shocked Ping the most was that under that slender white waist, it really made a huge golden red fishtail. Gemstones and glitter were inlaid, even with shallow slits between each scale, and that gorgeous tail fin is pinched with a crystalline gel that glows with a wet sheen. So beautiful. Her expression murmured, really carp god. Click. The tiny voice came, and Pinky's fingers trembled, thinking she had touched something, but then she whimpered softly and carefully twisted the fish's tail. As her intensity and direction deepened, that fish tail moved with it. Holy! Pinky covered her mouth and turned over to look at the price, then looked incredulously at the group of expectant tourists below. Mechanical variable carp god doll. $299. Who wants? Swish. A forest of palm peaks instantly spread across the land of stores. Chapter 69. $299. A mechanical doll this big, this elaborate, and with the most anticipated in all of Holy Mountain, the most mysterious IP. Don't say $299. That's $1,299, $2,299 or even $3,299. There are probably even people who buy them. Not to mention the tourists in this souvenir store now. But someone actually saw the carp god. Carpenter's Palea Calendar 59. Who wants? Carp playing mug. The fish leaping up seems to be the carp god. 59. Who wants it? Carp god Q plush toy 59. Gun carp coasters 15. 9. Carp god Q keychain 19. 9. The more Pinky screamed, the more excited she became, feeling like the auctioneer at that big screen auction site. With 4 big brothers down there to protect her, she could be organized in her dispensing. And unspoken. She also kept a copy of all her favorite pines for herself. To be honest, $299 wasn't too low for her as a student, but for this huge holy mountain, for her mood, happiness, and even life, all have a vital role to play. It's money she has to spend. On the other side, at the Butterfly Fairy and Praying Monkeys sales counters, there were also people who followed Ping's example and climbed up. Ping and those 2 men looked at each other remotely and immediately understood each other's meaning. Save a copy for her / them. Dirty PY deal starts. And after sending all the tourists into the center square after the official start of the Manhwa Zhai performance, Zhao Mang finally breathed a sigh of relief, found Su Jing, and came to the souvenir store with a hefty smile. Mr. Su. Oh no. Lord Receiver. Zhao Mang remembered that he couldn't expose Su Jing's identity in the scenic area and hurriedly changed his words. Let's go. Let's see what kind of souvenir store you've been hiding for so long. I've been working hard to promote you and bring tourists to your door. It's time to show me the rewards. Su Jing also revealed a smile. His own publicity is one thing, but Zhao Mang gets no less credit. A good travel agency would find its own channels and resources to publicize. So since the two had worked together, Zhao Mang had provided a lot of traffic for Wanyuan Mountain, and his main concern is the souvenir store that will give him the benefit of the doubt. I've been looking forward to it all day yesterday, and it's finally open today. Zhao Mang laughed out loud. I am, however, boasting. The things you have here are very crunch. The gate opens. Zhao Mang had a mouthful of laughing gas stuck in his throat and almost choked himself to death. Where's the stuff? The 2 security guards at the door had expressions that were all over the place. Just 15 minutes before they arrived, all those bandit-like tourists left with big bags. Knowing is coming for a scenic stroll. Those who don't know think they're here to stock up. What's going on? Su Jing was a bit confused as he looked at Yuan, who greeted him with a sweaty face. The large souvenir store is now standing alone with only rows and rows of empty counters. The reflections on the floor reflected messy footprints, and the two employees looked haggard, as if they had aged 3 years. What's going on? What about merchandise? What about the item he spent 5,000 prestige values on? It's all sold out. What? Unbelieving. Su Jing took a few quick steps inside. Indeed, all sold out. Even the broom with the Manhwa cottage logo on the door was taken. Are you sure you weren't robbed? Hope breathed a long sigh of relief, obviously still reeling from the scene earlier. Nope, really sold out. She pointed upward. The tourists who came down today, they all came. Zhao Meng stood in the doorway, his mouth wide open, and reacted only after half a day. He pushed aside security guard 2 at the door and stormed in aggressively. Sold out? What do you mean it's sold out? He poked and prodded Su Jing. Boss Su, don't you tell me there's no more stock. I've come with 6 tours this time. Su Jing swallowed hard. It's true that, didn't, today. Looking at Zhao Meng's fierce eyes, he swallowed back the words that came out of his mouth. It'll have to do. Hope, call in and see what other employees are available and have them make a trip to the warehouse while the show is on. There's still some merchandise over there. Remember to bring a couple crates over. There's no way around it, so we'll have to exchange some of it temporarily. With the guarantee, Zhao Meng was relieved. Scared the hell out of me. He patted Su Jing on the shoulder. Next time, stock up. Look at this scene. How much less money do we have to make? Yes. Su Jing looked at the empty shelves behind him, and elation slowly surged up. Although he priced it affordably and inexpensively, such a big wave of stuff sold out. How much is this gonna make? You know, this is no profit at all. Pure profit. Okay, then Mang, you stroll on. Su Jing looked at his watch. I have to go up the hill and see if there are any more tourists who haven't come down. The men took advantage of the night and turned up the hill. On the quiet forest path, bright with dim streetlights, he walked straight in one direction. He hadn't gone up the mountain with a target on his back, but with a new ability of the system he had recently discovered. Holy Spirit Mountain, after the properties of the Holy Mountain attraction. It is clearly written, visitors, too. And when he clicked on those two small red dots appeared on the Holy Mountain's map. With this real-time tracking, he is not afraid of someone getting lost in the scenic area in an accident, or sneaking into the mountains or being stranded. Simply a skill that any scenic manager can only dream of. He followed the path upward, and sure enough, he found a tourist with a hiking stick on the trail that continued up the prayer cliffs, though he didn't know how he had managed to avoid the great sage's watchful eye. Still, Su Jing startled the man when he caught him. Thank you for the guidance of the gods of the Holy Mountain. Sir, it's time to go down the mountain. Yo! The other man was also quickly found, having been playful on the way down and run into the woods and gotten lost. The warriors were waiting at the bottom of the hill when he carried the two out. After seeing the two tourists, Warrior 1 and 2 stood in awe. It's such a big mountain. And the little boss went in and found it all in less than half an hour? Not bad for your own mountain. Just familiar. Of course, if Zhao Dishui had seen this, she would probably have laughed out loud again, craning her neck with a proud face and telling them, wrong. It's because Mr. Su is a college student. The hot night passed quickly. The Mountain Mang tour group that left the scenic area in 3 buses was loaded. Zhao Mang was sitting in the last car. Sitting in the back of the car with a few of his minions, with a dumbfounded look on his face. He did his best to keep his voice down, but the gasps of shock and surprise simply couldn't be hidden. But luckily the people in the car were all excitedly discussing it, so no one heard them. So, you're saying we give tourists a 10% discount, even if it's only a 10% draw? Zhao Mang swallowed. His eyes glazed over as he looked at the list in his hands. We made $6.230 in one night. Today, the cartoon Monkey King keychain he was wearing on the waist of his pants was rocked back and forth by the bus, as if it was breakdancing. If all 3 of us are counting correctly. Indeed, 6,230. They used to cheat and bully their way out of the revenue they couldn't necessarily earn with 3 tours. Just one night and it's out. It was only then that Zhao Mang realized what Su Jing had said. That one achievement would be enough for them to share. It's really not a lie. After 2 days of playing in Wanyuan Mountain and seeing all kinds of gorgeous and magical shows and attractions, under that passion of grabbing crazy, you simply can't resist a little bit in the face of these inexpensive but beautifully made souvenirs. Even if some people buy more and some buy less, it was also enough for them to make a lot of money at Shanmang. And, most important, it's the whole thing without their guide saying a single word. What introduction? What introduction? What recommendation? Just kidding. Something good. I don't need you to tell me that. I'd buy it myself. Minion 2 swallowed and spoke tentatively. Mang brother, we Chang can earn so much. If we give tourists 95% discount, we draw 15%. Won't we earn more? But surprisingly, the boss immediately and simply refused this time. We're just about up. Don't get carried away. Being too greedy will only end up losing the hearts of the people. He frowned slightly. Wanyuan Mountain is still young, and it's impossible for Mr. Su to really work with only one of us, but with such a favorable offer, it's possible that he won't give it out again. We're taking the biggest benefit and we're going to run it properly. He nuzzled. You guys, starting tomorrow, go enroll me in a class. Learn professional tour guide skills, and the origin and culture of the bright moon-walled city as well as the sacred mountain. Memorize it for me. Read and understand. Speak thoroughly. Our mountain Mang may soon have a proper office. Chapter 70, The Third Day. The third day of the Labor Day holiday. Joe Broke brought his circle of rich kids and stepped into the gates of Wanyuan Mountain. Trust brother. It's definitely nice to watch. Fun. It'll give you goosebumps. Zhao Yanyan waved her hand, looking at the broken scenic gate in front of her and musing. Pai, are you sure? This discolored iron sign looks like the scrapyard near my childhood home. Pai, I've pushed the Ruwei 2 ski to get here. Joe Broke impatiently. When has your leather daddy ever lied? Enter and you're done. Everyone had no choice but to shrug and follow. The clock slowly pushed towards 10 o'clock and the horrific crowds of day 3 were finally slowly showing their true colors. Many of the beatniks who didn't travel out of town and stayed home for the rest of the year finally slowed down. Everyone started getting bored on the night of the second and then opened up various apps like Shakeology. As a result of this casual brush, I saw the total heat ranking, rushed to the 19th. First time in the national people's sight of the face of the Wanyuan Mountain 10A-level tourist attractions. Only that the content about this site is too vague. There were those who had a seizure and said they saw a deity, those who explained that the video was not AI synthesized, and those who took a picture with a group of monkeys. But no matter how you look at it, that video/graphic with the mermaid girl, the butterfly fairy or the monkey king who knows the stick technique all seem to be real. Everyone looked at the scenic location in unison, and someone was pleasantly surprised. So the viewpoint is in the next city over? It's still not going? Within a day, train tickets to Yangon from neighboring scenic spots were sold out. In the city hall of the Yangon City Transportation Bureau, subordinates rushed into the leader's office in a panic, scaring the leader into breaking his tea. Leader, something big is wrong. The leader's eyes rounded with anger. If you don't give me a valid reason, I'll make you go to the wake of my beloved teacup for 3 days. Hey, the leader's a naughty boy. The subordinate wiped his sweat and handed out the report in his hand. It's from the information department, saying that for the next 3 days, all railroad tickets to Yangon from the province are sold out. Ha, is it sold out? Instead of selling most of it? There have been plenty of people coming and going on past vacations, but sellouts are a rarity. Not only that, but I've heard that bus tickets have been in short supply as well. The subordinate pulled out another document. I searched for information on this and if I'm not mistaken, the leader looked down at the document, which was extremely conspicuous by the small letters marked in red. Everyone's purpose should be this recently exploded Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. I heard that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has been vigorously supporting it recently, and that secretary should even moved a special authorization. The leader mused for a moment, looking at the 3 small words before the name of the scenic spot. Green Mountain County? You wire me the Green Mountain County road system. Green Mountain County, County Road 093. A line of social vehicles had been blocking the road for almost 2 hours, and the governor was itching to take command himself, but he couldn't help but redden his eyes and howl out loud when he received the call from the city. Ilua Qingtian Big Master Ah, you finally thought of Qingshan County Ah. It's so rare to see an entire county go through a huge change because of a scenic spot. Even in fiction, it probably doesn't happen very often. That's why the traffic jam in Castle Peak County wasn't taken seriously when it was reported. It also led to the governor rolling up his sleeves and going down to the countryside as well, working 2 black and white days and nights in a row before being rescued. He was full of fatigue yet full of excitement. Lowering his voice, make an appointment for me with that Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area person in charge. He was on fire inside. The god of wealth of Castle Peak County is here. A car drove in one after another, and a large number of tourists walked towards the scenic spot with smiles on their faces. In the crowd, 2 men with outstanding temperament entered the scenic spot leisurely. Mr. Song, will we really not be recognized when we come here? The 2 visitors who came were none other than Song Jiming and his secretary. The man shook his head, his face as heavy as water, his eyes steady as he quietly surveyed the scenery. If the person in charge of this scenic spot really knew about us, he would have paid a visit to the door a long time ago. Go. He took it in stride. Affected by Wanyuan Mountain, the 2 evergreens, Pine Lake Park and Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area saw negative growth in holiday visitors for the first time, so much so that Red Leaf boss, who usually never showed up, took the initiative to give him a call. It's no longer okay to come to the inn, with Secretary Shin of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau helping out. If they get caught with their hands in the air again, it will affect the publicity program behind them. The gains don't pay for the losses. Since this was the case, he would come and see for himself where the bull was in this scenic spot. Tourists continue to pour in as another crazy money-making day begins. And it wasn't until the evening, after the tourists had left in droves, that Song Jiming and his secretary walked out the door with ironic faces. He looked back toward the ragged scenic gate. What's this guy thinking? All the money to make the views so nice. Can't you fix the gate and parking lot? In one day, after seeing the Holy Mountain and Mingyu's high performances, his feet came out of blisters. But he was carrying a butterfly doll and couldn't half denigrate it. Scold if you must. Then he can only scold the owner for not doing more commercialization in the scenic area. He goes up and down the mountain to visit the cottage. The monkeys are full. He is still hungry. While cursing, he felt deeply powerless. How does this compare? There's no comparison? People so big scenic area is not even fully developed. Just a mountain has pressed their Yangon city's scenic area to fight. Who can match this natural beauty, man-made beauty, or even divine beauty? I'm afraid that only Red Leaf Mountain, which comes with cultural attributes, will be able to tough it out. During his trip to the sacred mountain, Song Jiming hadn't seen the carp god, but just the butterfly fairy's wonderful singing voice and posture, as well as the art of wielding butterflies, had made him think about it. As for the monkey king with the stick, he really wanted to go to the animal shelter and report it, but refusing an animal show doesn't turn down an animal insisting on a show. That monkey king ate fat and strong, all hair greasy. They even find relations to play in. All trouble. Not to mention the fact that people are now covered by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The secretary clutched the carp god keychain in the palm of her hand, but her face was fierce. So that's it? No. Someone is in more of a hurry than we are. Song straightened the hem of his coat and rushed the car. That one's ability is stronger than we thought. Let's see what kind of fun he'll get up to. Wan Yuan Shan can't dash for long. The two of them left, and behind them, Joe Breaker and his group walked out with a laugh. Asterisk. Pie Daddy, you're divine. I said you weren't interested in the bar's sister the other day, having met the carp god, who could still be interested in a mediocre girl. Ahem, carp god sama. I definitely don't have half a bit of disrespect for you, haha. OMG. That fishtail is too real, isn't it? In the end, what technology? I went to a show in a foreign country's National Oceanographic Museum, and the fishtail wasn't this real. Must be the latest technology. Come on, Les. Do you think there can be a county scenic area that has mastered this kind of technology that is not even available abroad? Someone frowned in retort. You've done too many deals with red-skinned monkeys. Your brain has turned white, right? Our country is so vast. Why can't we have advanced technology? The masters are out of the people. Don't you know? Zhao Yanyan finished lecturing the others and scat again. And that butterfly fairy. It's so beautiful. That dress of hers is so pretty too. It looks like she customized one just like it. You can't attract butterflies with the same dress. Everyone was laughing and joking, and Joe Brook's chest was rolling. Too lucky. With their group, they had actually met those two deities. You know, I've heard that a lot of people, even if they come, may not see a single deity if they're not lucky. So beautiful. His mind was half carp god, half butterfly fairy, and only occasionally did the stick-fighting monkey king scurry out. Go go go. Weakbreak slapped the monkeys butt out of his head and exclaimed with gusto. I want to donate to Wan Yuan Mountain. Chapter 71 Unlocking. Next area. Ha! The group craned their heads, confused. I'll donate 50W first. Let them repair this door. This door is too affecting the image of the scenic spot. Quite an awesome scenic spot. This broken door head is losing my face. Weakbreak didn't care at all what he spent his allowance on. When I introduce my friends here in the future, they'll take one look at this doorway and it'll be just like when you guys came in. How humiliating. Everyone was speechless. But it was Zhao Yanyan who thought about it and nodded happily. Then why don't I also donate 50W? The parking lot is too shabby. My new car whole layer of dirt. Let them fix it. The holy mountain environment is good. In the future I can bring my family over to sneak around. The other rich kids gulped. These two. Still too rich. Rich is also graded. Their circle. The number of weeks broken and his hair small. And Zhao Yanyan's family is the richest. The center of their circle is also the three of them. Donate it. They smiled excitedly as they thought of something. If we donate money, will we be able to meet the boss? Let's ask him to let us take a picture with Carp God and Butterfly Fairy? That didn't sound very comfortable, but Joe Breaking could only grudgingly say it as he saw everyone jumping at the chance. "I'll ask when the time comes." He whipped his head around, ready to lead the group away, only to be slammed in the next second. The middle-aged man waved his hand apologetically and crossed over to them toward the scenic gate. Joe Breaking frowned, but instantly skimmed his head in the next second. He also counted following his father to participate in some meals. This one he did not recognize, but looked always feel a little familiar. For their class, as long as they look familiar, then don't just offend. What is this man doing here? He quietly slowed his pace. Behind Zhao Yanyan also seems to be familiar with this one. The two looked at each other. The large force slowly stopped, pretending to chat at the door, while the two quietly turned back in the night. But in the next second, Joe Breaking's eyes narrowed. In the direction the man had walked past stood a familiar person, who he recognized instantly despite the change of clothes. Is that the Lord Receiver? How did he get out? How do you know that man? Su Jing did not know that there are too many accidental skyfall. He just received a phone call from Secretary Shen to hurry to meet. The phone sounded urgent, so he changed his clothes and hurried out. Emergency. It's a super emergency. Secretary Shen greeted him with a howl at the top of his voice, and he rushed to meet him. Secretary Shen? What brings you here? His cry of Secretary Shen, even though his voice was small, still made Joe Breaker and his party react. Now everyone is eavesdropping, but they press on without eavesdropping. Shen Zhuang's voice was loud and his face was eager. The National Academy of Culture named to come here to visit, as well as the Animal Protection Association, the Association for the Protection of Endangered Species, the Association for the Protection of Ancient Buildings, the Academy of Biological Sciences, etc. A total of 10 state departments. I've stalled for you for 2 days, and they'll be here after the vacation. You must be present. They named the person in charge to accompany them. You'll be ready when you are. The rich daughters who had been clamoring for donations a moment ago instantly stared in disbelief. What head? Weak Break was the one who was most surprised. Head, said the catcher. The ushers are in charge of Wanyuan Mountain? Is this something they can listen to? An NPC? Actually the boss behind the scenery? A group of people stood there, acting too strangely, causing Su Jing to immediately notice and could only tug Shen Zhuang inside. Secretary, let's talk inside. Oops, it's too late. Tell me the truth. Is there a problem with all those shows and holy mountains you've been fixing up or not? And those butterflies and monkeys? Shen Zhuang squealed as the two figures disappeared into the scenery and their voices slowly faded. Behind them, Zhou Xie and the others glanced at each other and also let out a long sigh of relief. But after that breath, everyone was silent. A few minutes passed, and Zhao Yanyan took the initiative to speak. So, the person in charge of this scenic spot is the usher we saw, and it's a secret. That's right. Zhou Broke spoke immediately afterward. I think of that person is the third handle of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, but most of the policies have to pass through his hands. Wan Yuanshan actually has such a deep relationship with such a leader? His hairdresser also put away his previous flirtatious tone and instantly deepened his thoughts. Although the rich second generation were usually dandy, when it came to the critical moment, their eyesight and experience made them instantly consider all the pros and cons of the relationship. I talked to my father? No. Zhao Yanyan's eyes at this time did not look at all disheveled from her previous rotten drunkenness. She narrowed her eyes and her smile suddenly blazed. This is a good investment opportunity. If we get ourselves a good program, your family should be impressed with you all as well. This is a good opportunity. Wanyuan Mountain is just starting out. If you want to make good relations, now is the time. She lowered her eyes. With that said, what everyone wants to do is everyone's business. She and Joe Breaker and Harry little brother exchanged glances, all of them understanding what each other was thinking. Donating $300,000 to $500,000 is not enough. Trying to get acquainted. This money is a worship sticker. Gotta think long and hard about it. The group made a quick trip back home, and the third day of the tour ended quickly. Send off Shen Zhuang and close the scenic area. Su Jing returned to his home and opened the system again after a long time. He didn't look at anything else, but was the first to check out the scenic properties. Left peak, Holy Spirit Mountain Range, 61% progress. Attractions, Millennium Mingyu High 1, Carp Lake 1, Butterfly Valley 1, Prayer Cliff 1. Attractions, Sensory Amplifier, Low Level, 1. Misty Domain 1. Mystic Veil 1. Fish Attracting Stone 1. Glowing Glow 1. Programs a tour of the Millennium Mingyu Walled City, 3 stars. Tour of the Carp Lake, 3 stars. Hip Monkey Mountain Road, 2 stars. Official employees, Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe, Lu Qingyun, Wang Hao, Tian, Physical Quality A. Ability, Toughness. Giant Strength. Loyalty 100. Lu Yuan, Physical Quality C. Ability, Affinity, Loyalty 80, Residents of Mingyue Zhai, Fanggue, Sun Mang, Chu Shaokaeru, Physical Quality B+, Ability, Charm, Loyalty 100, Props, Butterfly Dance, Temporary Staff, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, except Chu Shu Kaun, Service Facilities, Standardized Public Toilets *8, First Aid Center *1, Standardized Warehouses *2, Tourist Service Center *1, Souvenir Shop *1. Evaluation: this mountain has been carefully developed and is finally on a small scale. Although it has not yet been remodeled above the mountainside, I believe the host will soon be able to perfect it. Please keep up the good work. P.S. The progress of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range region has exceeded 60%, unlocking the qualification of the second region to be transformed. Please determine the host as soon as possible. The second region of Unlocked, Chapter 72 End of Vacation. Su Jing looked at the system prompt and his mood finally lightened up a lot. The more the Bright Moon Cottage and Sacred Mountain caught fire and operated, the more he worried about the back. Having only one attraction is not really a problem, but when will one attraction make enough for 3,000 W? What's more, after running the site for 1 month, he also felt a different mood. Your own designs and results can be loved and appreciated by everyone. How is that not a joy? So the unlocking qualification at this point really solved his immediate problem. But, what's the next attraction to pick? Su Jing looked at the map of Mount Wanyuan. The other areas of the large map were flickering with faint light at the moment, as if they were waiting for him to choose. He just looked at it for a short while and then put it away. He could scout around again in the next few days. At the end of the labor holiday, there will be a big roundup of reputation values and positive reviews, and the profit of the scenic area will be settled, and the comments on the internet, and what Secretary Shin said, the 10 visiting departments that came in. Things come one after the other. The scenic area will also have to continue to recruit staff, as well as the lodging and investment in the Mingyue Zhai, which will be crucial to the rest of the tour experience. A building construction crew was also on the agenda, and with more and more people and employees at the site, the system modifications would eventually be found to be problematic, and he'd have to find a way to cover it up. After sorting through all of that, he was able to naturally decide what the next site to unlock was. With these things in mind, he slept peacefully, recuperating and preparing to tackle the rest of his vacation. The 5-day vacation passed quickly. Su Jing looked at the employees who were full of happiness and fatigue, and painfully took a day's vacation. The day before the vacation, after the scenic area closed, he greeted everyone and hosted a bonfire. Crackling sparks exploded, and the center square of the bright moon-walled city radiated a warm light-like ardor. In a circle around the campfire, people sat in 2s and 3s, chatting about work and life and smiling. Since the week before the vacation, Su Jing had adjusted the composition of these people's salaries. The low pay before was kind of a loophole he exploited. For one thing, the county doesn't spend much, and for another, Wang Kai helped him find the more downtrodden group, coupled with the fact that Wanyuan Mountain's previous income was too low. He then had to offer low prices to hire people. Luckily, people didn't mind anything and agreed, but then the business got busy, starting with the Qing Yun acrobatic troupe, then the Golden Sun Song and dance troupe. Even when it's not their own time, everyone tries to help out and act as a scenic NPC. It really helped him too much. So last week, after he and Jiang Song discussed the matter, he officially hired them at the standard county wage, including Feng Gue and the others. Basically all of them were converted early and their salaries were increased to 1,000 a month. The people of the acrobatic troupe were overjoyed, and the land Su Jing gave them began to grow seedlings. As the days settled down, a few of the malnourished apprentices were starting to gain weight. Jinnah, the head of Golden Sun, actually hesitated at first about continuing to be based here. Still, as she watched Su Jing pull out one new dance after another, uncontested tears streamed from the corners of her mouth. Learn first. Think of it as everyone coming to MT Wanyuan for further study this time, when everyone is more capable. Then resign and leave. Resignation? Su Jing smiled and looked at the system interface. Kaoru-sensei, who played the butterfly fairy, now had full loyalty, and there were several other dancers, who had also reached a loyalty of 90 or more. If Jinnah really wants to go, she can take a few people. With her, it is not possible to say. As for Jinnah, she was sitting next to Lu Qingyun, discussing about the new program that the two of them were working together on. As for the original old employees of the scenic spot, Uncle Shui and the two new boatmen drank wine, teaching them how to pretend while chatting about the stories of each other's youth. Tian, on the other hand, sat in the middle of Wang Hao as several lads to show off the meat in a big mouth. She doesn't know anything about love affairs, and it's true that she has the strength to work when she's fed. After a period of rest and recuperation, Hope looked significantly better. regaining a few moments of her charming young woman's appearance, which made the few big boys around her look at her in awe. Only hairy guys are attracted to Tian, and they know who the real treasure is. As for Jiang Tsong, he was sitting in the center of the staff, communicating with each department about today's situation. Since Jing had hired him, he had to find a way to make the running of the scenery a little better managed, and half a month's time had already proved his management and coordination abilities. That's why these employees don't look like they're all big and thick, but they don't have the slightest bit of disrespect for Jiang Tsong. And the 4 young employees poached from the city, after a few days of operation and understanding, no longer dare to underestimate this scenic spot. And don't dare to underestimate the boss who was talking and laughing with everyone. It's horrible. A month. Not only did it bring the scenic area back from the dead, but it also raised so many wonders out of it that it attracted so many tourists. 5 whole days. Except for the first day when it was a little easier. Every employee was burdened with several duties and almost all 3 heads were used. Look at Master Tu and Dame Lu Yun. How miserable they are. Weaving bamboo rattan, making mochi cakes, and messing with your eyes so much that you can only count your money with tears in your eyes. Sun Huahua quietly drank the home-brewed rice wine, her face red. The landscape is large and the income is mixed. She doesn't act as a tax cheat or backstabber for her bosses, as she did at previous companies she stayed at. Rather, it's really busy as hell. It was exactly what she wanted her work life to be. Take things seriously. Don't cheat. As for Brother Situ, the military doctor, he took a sip of white wine and a mouthful of meat, smiling with misty eyes. Cool. Except for the occasional treatment for a fallen tourist. He sees few injuries. Other people tired to death 5 days. He did the most things, actually, is to give their own scenic spot staff plaster. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Brother Stewart took another gulp of wine, squinted prettily, and sat down to fall asleep. A few others, too, ate and drank beautifully. After 3 decades of wine, Su Jing stood up. Everyone at Wanyuan Mountain, you've all worked hard this whole time. With a smile on his lips, he raised his glass. I prepared a 500 red packet for each employee. Not a lot of money, but on behalf of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, I deeply appreciate everyone's hard work. The back of the view will continue to be built as we continue to remodel, and our family will gather more and more people. But this month is the starting point for us to work together. Mr. Su, never forget, the red packet is in place. Then all the words that Su Jing opened his mouth to say, became the words of the heart. 500 per person. Sun Huahua quickly scanned the entire room, and although her eyes went black, she was all happy again. This boss didn't follow the wrong one. Jiang Tsong was the first to stand up, followed by a few of Tian's old employees, Lu Qingyun and his group, all of Fang Gui's young and old, and finally the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe and the others. Everyone's faces were hot and red from the flames. Su Jing smiled brightly, as if he didn't care at all about the Judgment Corps that were coming tomorrow. Good luck! Wanyuan Mountain gets better and better. Good luck! Everyone shouted their congratulations in unison. The sacred mountain apes were startled. Wanyuan Mountain gets better and better. Laughter and bonfires lasted a long time. Deep in the sacred mountain, the bright moon shines on the carp pond. The carp god leaned against the stone wall, his small white hand playing with a ruffled wineglass, leaning next to a jug of old Mirakumo and a letter of thanks. Her face was flushed, her fishtail turned into legs at some point, and her white toes tapped on top of the water, teasing the big fat carp that swam around. Oh Wanyuan Mountain. Chapter 73, Come to Me. At night, a team of representatives from several major departments, who had already arrived in Yangon City ahead of schedule, were gathering to enjoy dinner. Originally, they weren't that familiar with each other, but since the destinations were surprisingly the same, these people quickly chatted. Inside the ballroom of the Star Hub Hotel, a large group of people were mingling, and a man at the main table stood up and smiled at everyone. All of you comrades are elites who have come from all over the country, and you've all heard the rumors about that Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot, he said in a hushed voice. When we go there tomorrow, we still hope that we can carefully examine the situation, and if there is really a bad situation, we must take evidence in time and never tolerate it. Everyone raised their glasses high and drank in unison afterward. The man sat down, and next to him, Xinzhuan looked at him with a leathery smile. Qi Shou is overstating things, isn't he? He had the wine in his hand to drink or not to drink. The person in charge of Wanyuan Mountain is a young man, and I've looked into it a little before. Young people, sometimes they just want to make some gimmicks out of it and contribute to their hometown. Aren't you breaking the hearts of young entrepreneurs by being so vocal about censoring people? Xi Meng laughed coldly in his heart. If you haven't done anything wrong, you're not afraid to check. A simple fat man next to him also laughed out loud. Secretary Shen is overly concerned. The rules of the Academy of Biological Sciences are a bit stricter, so cheese words sound serious. But we, the National Culture Institute, are here purely to investigate the few poems that Wanyuan Mountain has come up with in its entirety, and those forms of performance have shaken our institute, and our colleagues have come here purely to learn from the past. Yeah, a woman with short hair and a kind smile also laughed. We, the Ancient Architecture Association, are also simply here to take a look. If that 1,000-year-old fortress is real, not only will we not say anything, we will also commend the scenic spot and allocate funds to allocate people to maintain it. Xin Zhuang looked better, but the man to his right had few scruples. A curly-haired woman with glasses frowned. I wouldn't have that much to say. If those butterflies in Butterfly Valley are real, we definitely want to take them away and protect them. The tall and thin man next to him also said in a cold voice. The animal protection people also, the monkeys of Monkey Mountain. We need to check whether they have forced performance behavior, including their survival environment and food, etc. We will have judgment. The smile at the corner of Xinzhuang's mouth was far-fetched. He knew that the group was coming from a bad place. There are two sides to all behaviors, and if they insist on checking and being strict, something will definitely go wrong. There's definitely someone behind this operation. Someone wants to mess with Wanyuan Mountain. In that case, Xinzhuang also pondered for a moment and decided to come up with a bailout means. Tomorrow we, the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, will also go along. The colleagues of the monitoring department have long been clamoring to go to the scenic spots. It is just that we also use this as an opportunity to do an assessment. After his words, everyone looked at each other, and the saber-rattling atmosphere immediately dissipated a lot. If the inspectors follow, they'll be in trouble, and so will Xinzhuang. No one can do much hand-holding. It's going to be entirely up to Wanyuan Mountain itself. The main table had a bad vibe, but the other tables were buzzing with activity. Ha 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 ha, I've dreamed of visiting Butterfly Valley. A bright-eyed, low-ponytailed girl laughed, holding out her cell phone for all to see. The footage is a dazzling display of blue and purple butterflies flipping through the sky. The pop-ups on the video almost exploded, especially when the river of fireflies roamed across the camera. That's it. I was so confused when I saw it. The young girl was chattering with excitement. How can a human being harness butterflies? Although I know there is that thing that attracts butterflies, making them flutter to the will. Even though I'm a materialist, I kind of believe in the gods now. The man next to him was also excited. Butterflies, let's leave it aside for now. I'll assume that person is really a reincarnation of a butterfly fairy with a body odor, or a butterfly affinity bursting or something like that. But do you guys know what the difference between a human being and an animal is? The man lights up the screensaver. It was the Monkey King standing majestically with his long stick behind his back. Look at this divinity of it. Look at its skillful movements. The more he talked, the more excited he got. If the people here really aren't forced to train him to perform, then this monkey is really going to be an adult. He thought about it and laughed derisively. Oh no, no chance of becoming a god. Everyone roared with laughter, and the man from the Academy of Biological Sciences waved for silence, then leaned in close to whisper. I've heard that the people above our courtyard are most interested in that carp god. He pulled up a post that was high on the Shake Joy hotness, with likes, favorites and comments that had exceeded 10W times. After 5 days of crowds, the carp god's true colors were finally photographed clearly and posted on the internet. The number of reviews far exceeds that of any other attraction in the area. Our father loves garlic. Oh man, you can see everything nowadays, even mermaids. Man of divine destiny, that's God. What the hell do you know? Day White, no sperm allowed after the founding of the country. Suggest having a family with me. Momo, I've heard. She disappears when she jumps into a puddle of water. Can someone tell me if it's true or not? Pippi's dad, really? I swear. Budonlin's hair, holy. It's a little scary. Devotee of Carp God number 1, it should be a fake fish tail. Because I went to the holy mountain on the 4th day, and the carp god I saw was in the shape of a human with 2 legs. Carp god number 198 Berserker, fake? Have you ever seen a fake tail that moves at the tip of the tail and has such nice textured skin? Doryman, hey, wife. The comments simply couldn't be seen to the end. And the man put away his cell phone and smiled at everyone in a mysterious and inexplicably proud way. We at the Academy of Biological Sciences are going to take something back with us anyway, no matter what the outcome. If it's a real mermaid, of course, that's impossible. Then he won't be able to do this scenic spot. It will be blocked off directly. If it's fake, then the fishtail will have to study and research if it's as real as the video, and how the technology does it. The man next to the National Cultural Institute ate with his head down and a mocking smile on his lips. Robbing is robbing. You're so proud of yourself? To say that of the 10 departments, the only one that doesn't have any bad intentions is their National Cultural Institute. The chubby academician Zhu Hong, a moderate, brought the group simply to examine the diverse and popular cultures that have recently emerged, and which, if understood, would open up a whole new subject for the country. The prosperity and strength of the country's culture is their main theme. There is no harm in having 100 schools of thought, even if they are codified, as long as they are good enough. Culture and art, by nature, come from the people. This drinking game lasted until 10:30 p.m., and only at Xinzhuang's request did everyone disperse to go back to the hotel to rest. All settled down to sleep and prepared for the important task of the next day. Chapter 74: Arrival of the expedition team. On the first day after the vacation, the employees took a vacation. Some people lay at home and slept, while families with children like Fang Gui took their children into the city for a round of fun. The Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe finally finished their long performance work and all went back to their homes for a good rest. Lu Qingyun, on the other hand, fought for half a day and decided to take the children to the county town to add a few more clothes and buy some more training things. He had a premonition that this scenic spot of Xiao Su's boss might become even more red-hot in the future, and he used to think of taking the initiative to quit. But now, he only hoped that his team would not drag their feet and perform better and better. Wanyuan was quiet, and 3 cruise ships were docked by the pier, waiting for those who were about to arrive. The dusty country road finally regained its serenity as 2 buses waddled into the parking lot and the ragged scenic frontage came into view. Leaders, the place is here. Everyone pack up and get off. In the seat next to the driver's seat, a man stood up with a bright smile and an unassuming, enthusiastic grin with 8 large white teeth on his tanned face. If Su Jing and Zhang Song were here, they would recognize them at a glance. This person was none other than Wang Kai. The car stopped and the gate opened. Wang Kai watched everyone get off the car. Then his eyes narrowed and he pulled out the phone. Hello, Car King? Say, at the 10 places you instructed last time, the brothers observed. And at one place a private car did go. Or 3. Where? Mountain. Upstream. The voice on the other side of the phone was small, but it made Wang Kai's face sink. All of these things were just his guesses, but in case what he thought came true, then this change would be a swift and heavy blow to the Wanyuan mountain. Keep watching. Make sure you're careful. I'll call a few more cars over to cover for you and try to find out what's going on. Wang Kai stayed in the car, while the group separated and assembled in a good group, heading towards the scenic gate. Xinzhuang is wearing quite a leadership style today, and only his feet have secretly changed into good sneakers. He looked at the sand pussies in front of him who were suiting up for the sake of pretending, and grunted in his mind. Deseret. In a minute they'll have to cry out. Scenic entrance. Su Jing and Zhang Song have long been waiting there, hands around the clean, calm expression. Seems to have nothing. Ready? The group of leaders walked up to the front before they were finally sure. These guys just aren't prepared for anything. There was no welcoming ceremony or floral condolences. It made everyone who was used to bragging a little uncomfortable for a while. Xinzhuan was secretly pleased and hurriedly walked forward to help introduce Su Jing. The teenager in charge also just smiled and shook hands before leading the group inside after the introductions. Our garden is simple, and the staff is on vacation today, so it's going to be hard on the leaders. He walked ahead, and everyone behind him looked at each other. What the hell? A little bit of a downward spiral? But soon, they got it. It's a real vacation for the employees. Everyone got on the cruise ship separately. Su Jing drove one, Zhang Song drove one, and the last one. Everyone pushed and shoved for half a day and decided to drive it themselves. The inspector from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was in tears. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a bit of boating experience in his early years, they would have had to stay at the pier and wait for Su Jing to come back to pick them up. Their ship was left behind, with a dismal look on its face. Colleagues at the National Cultural Institute in the front can smile. Mr. Su Jing, right? The chubby academician Zhu Hong was the first to speak. I heard that the first scene of Wanyuan Mountain is the boatman chanting poetry, especially the complete poem in the back. The mood, the charm are all mesmerizing, the level and oblique rhyme. The control is neat. It is a good poem with a strong degree of transmission. He spoke tentatively. That poem. Su Jing smiled. My friend wrote it. Friend? Su Jing nodded, his tone appreciative and proud. That is a bold and romantic person. Usually have nothing to do, just like to drink, walk around, write poetry. Zhu Hong's eyes widened slightly. He should be famous for being able to write such a poem. How do I? Oh, he doesn't like flattery, so he's always being suppressed and tripped up. And then he's just lying down and being a salty fish. We both traveled sometimes, and when he drank, he would write poems to send me off, and I would help him spread the word. Nice guy. Moving. It's so touching. In a few words, Zhu Hong already had the figure of such a spirited, romantic and free poet in his mind. If it's convenient, may I know your friend's name? Su Jing pursed his lips, and after stifling a would-be laugh, his tone was emotional and wistful. His name is Li Bai. What a Li Bai. The crowd on the boat quieted down, and Xu Hong chewed the name in his mouth, and the more he read it, the more he could feel the flavor. This guy. Gotta find a way to get acquainted. Li Bai's poem. Must be a great poem. If they could meet, he would be sure to have a drink with him. 2. The cruise ship slowly docked and Su Jing guided everyone off the ship. He didn't know what was going on in Xu Hong's mind, or else he would definitely not be able to hold back his laughter. They probably won't see each other in this lifetime. It's not only a few thousand years away, but even countless hours away. He waited for several ships to arrive before guiding everyone up the steps. Up ahead is the first attraction of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot, the foot of the Holy Spirit mountain range, bright moon-walled city. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing more online is not as much of a shock as standing in front of Mingguezhai. Under the huge holy mountain is the cascading wooden fortress, winding green stone roadside, slanting eaves, hanging roof hammock, green and wood color mingling, so that every first glance to see the people cannot say. But that's not the case with the Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings. Like hungry wolves with glowing eyes, they howled and charged. Holy, this pavement definitely has some history. This wood, this carving, this door, the layout of this house. There was a creak of the door opening, followed by a scream, and the institute ran out holding its head and apologizing over and over. Inside the house, Grandma in a tank top and shorts was holding a broom, picking at the doorframe with a fierce look in her eyes. You pervert! I can't believe you peeped at Grandma sleeping. No, I was wrong. Grandma, I really don't know. Su Jing lost his smile and sent his trembling grandmother back inside before pulling everyone onward. The staff is on break. People don't just go into the houses. The ones with door tags are occupied. Zisho frowned. You're renting out such a nice house in the scenic area to your employees? Pretty much. After Su Jing finished speaking, the line froze. Is this scenic treatment so good? But immediately afterward, a couple of ancient architecture researchers who had run out returned, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Well, the leader of the ancient building lowered his voice to inquire. The oldest-looking researcher shook his head gently. It's an old building, but it's probably only 100 years old and has no conservation value. How come? I look at the form of the building for at least a couple hundred years before it should be. A few people talked in whispers while Su Jing smiled in front of them. He had asked the system long ago. The system also answered. Only with A-level S-level remodeling will this place turn into a real 1,000-year-old fortress. And right now it's still just a high fashion. In that case, he needn't worry about it at all. If the authentication into the old walled city, the state will certainly have to intervene to enclose or protect it. And then a restriction on the flow, but also play the fart. The people from the National Cultural Institute were not idle either. They were frantically taking pictures, eager to record everything here. The subordinate whispered and reported to Xu Hong. The architectural style here is similar to that of the ethnic minorities over in the southwestern mountains, but this side is so far away from there that it's likely that a handful of immigrants have brought the architectural style with them. The man pushed up his glasses. Of course, that doesn't preclude the scenic area from using that style and remodeling it into what it is now. The National Institute of Culture came to the top of the list, considering all the cultural attributes revealed in MT. Wanyuan. Juhan called not only the literature department, but also the architecture department and the folklore department and so on. The place was like a little treasure chest to him to be opened, in case there really was a treasure in there. He didn't want to miss the opportunity. Xu Hong stepped forward and squeezed out Shen Zhuang, who was whispering with Su Jing. Little friend Su, I would like to ask about your performance. Can you tell me about the origin of this invocation ceremony? Chapter 75, Every grass, every tree, and every living being belongs to the sacred mountain. Su Jing led everyone around until everyone's feet were numb from walking before finding a tea house to rest. He went into the back kitchen to make tea for everyone, and Zhang Tsong followed him in to help. Outside the house, several departments were looking tired because they hadn't seen what they wanted to see yet. Only the entire group of fellows at the Cultural Institute was filled with insatiable hunger. It's so good to hear. Unlike a regular tour guide, this is a personal tour by the producer of the program. Employees of the folk culture department said that the customs he described, such as sacrifices, exorcising dances and invoking the gods, the folklore of the country of China, do have similar customs, but they don't know much about it because it's hidden. The content isn't perfect, etc. After listening to Su Jing this time, the group was enlightened instead. Could it be that the ones performed by Su Jing are in the same vein as the folk ones? Even what Bright Moon Cottage is showing is actually one of the lost orthodoxies. Xu Hong nodded his head, and everyone took advantage of the break to hurry up and record frantically. When the break was over, the group finally departed for the Holy Mountain. Members of several associations, including the Endangered Species Conservation Society, looked at each other and then automatically followed the large contingent from the Academy of Biological Sciences. The group ran to the first location they valued. Carp Pond. Twitter. The wind blew the leaves in the woods. The birds chirped and the insects chirped, and ruffled the hanging vines. And although Su Jing had sent a letter to that person the day before, he could not help but feel a little nervous. But when everyone entered the carp pond and saw the rumored carp god, they all let out a light breath. The short-haired girl stood at the edge of the waterhole and greeted everyone. Coming? Her expression was natural, as if this was really her living room. On the stone next to it, a few altars of snacks and fruits were arranged flatly, and on the cassette stove on the other side, the aroma of hot tea curled up and gurgled. What about the fishtail? Chi-Meng asked with a frown as he walked up with one strong step. But the young girl didn't pay any attention to him, and instead rushed at Su Jing. Is this your friend? How rude. Chi-Meng's expression froze, and a co-worker snickered out behind him. Indeed. As soon as you come up and don't even say hello, you ask this and that. Is indeed rude. Su Jing smiled apologetically and opened his mouth at Chi Shua. Koi doesn't count as an employee of our site. She's helping out in passing. After explaining his identity and asking Chi to stop pretending to take his identity and pressurize people, only then did Su Jing turn around and ask softly, "Where's your fishtail? Not on vacation today? Sent it in for maintenance." The crowd behind him looked skeptical. Really? Zimmer was even more upset. You know they're coming, and you sent the stuff for maintenance? Isn't that why you don't show it to them? Where did you send it? Can we get it back now? Can we see it? His irrationality silenced the young girl. Her large round eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at him without saying a word. It was clear that they were outnumbered on their side and there was only the young girl on the other side. Still, the aura on her body made Chi-Meng couldn't help but tense up. Why should I show you my stuff? What are you? She didn't wait for Chi-Meng to get angry and then spoke. Where did you get that dirt dog? Yelling at this holy mountain? Haven't you seen the world? Chi-Meng's eyes widened in anger, and he directly raised the background behind himself. We're from the capital. The capital? The young girl stepped back in disgust, pulling out her ears in a motion that looked pleasing to both eyes. Who's in the capital? So great? Come on, you tell me. Who's in the capital? Chi-Meng took 2 steps backward in disbelief and looked at Su Jing for help. She insulted him. Oh, don't be angry. She has lived in the mountains for a long time and is not very worldly. Oh, you mean I'm worldly? Chi-Meng was even more furious. But to put it bluntly, Su Jing had said that this person was not an employee and did not belong to the scenic area. Then they really weren't qualified to look at the person's own things, let alone take them away. Grabbing stuff? If word gets out, will the Academy of Biological Sciences have any more shame? If the obvious doesn't work, we'll have to go dark. He finally smoothed out and took 2 steps back, immediately putting on an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, that was rude of us. Crowd behind you? You're the only one who's disrespectful, aren't you? Are you taking them with you? Is this old den going to have a face? In that case, we'll leave you alone. Su Jing's purpose was accomplished, and he smiled as he led the group onward and upward. And when the people had all left, the young girl sat there and finished a cup of tea and a whole plate of persimmon cakes before she slowly got up, walked over to the boulder in the corner, and picked up a small grayish-white stone. There is an imperceptible hole in the side of the small stone, and it takes a closer look to find a hint of reflection. Rubbish. Click. The stone was crushed by the small white hands, and the contents were nothing but powder that floated in the air. On the way up the hill, a man let out a scream and covered his ears. What's wrong? Before Xinzhuang and the inspection department behind him could step forward, the man scrambled to his feet, his hand leaving his ear, and he didn't know what he had pinched and put in his pocket. It's okay. He smiled apologetically. Looked the wrong way. Thought I saw a snake. Everyone stopped paying attention and continued to climb the mountain while the man scurried over to Chi-Meng in small steps. The camera has been spotted. Chi-Meng coldly grunted. With such a tiny monitor, how could that young girl have found it so easily if she had really lived in the mountains for a long time? That fish tail, carp god, is definitely not as simple as it seems. He'd definitely have to explore again when they started the show. Everyone was a little tired on their feet, but still got to Butterfly Valley quickly. It's really a big-eyed blue-winged butterfly. Researchers from the Academy of Biological Sciences and the Animal Protection Organization, as well as the Endangered Conservation Department, perked up and rushed forward. Saturn yellow butterfly, glistening red devil, 7-star butterfly, and yellow-winged 7-star butterfly. I see the purple coral star. A female researcher waves excitedly, showing off butterflies falling from her fingertips. There's so much here. Everyone gathered around, and Su Jing was curious, asking the system in his mind. There are endangered butterfly species here? How would I know? There is no such thing as an endangered system. It's not high or low, it's all just butterflies. Oh. Su Jing looked at the researcher over there who had already pulled out a bottle and was ready to open it, his smile fading a bit as he continued to ask, and what happens when they take away the scenic product? The electronic voice of the system was cold. Scenic props produced by the system may not leave the scenic area. The system voice disappeared, and Su Jing walked over. Leaders. He pointed to several bottles in the other man's hand, each containing a butterfly. That's not very nice, is it? The researcher was still immersed in excitement and didn't even listen to what Su Jing said. He waved his hand and didn't even look at Su Jing, pinching the bottle and continuing forward. Our containers are special. They have oxygen. They won't suffocate the butterflies. Here, you guys help me with a couple of those too. Let's keep going. Su Jing was behind him, his voice cool. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every living creature here belongs to the sacred mountain. And you didn't even ask and just took it away? Thumbs up, holy mountain? The fellow had walked to the edge of the butterfly valley, backpack on, followed by a group of colleagues, ready to continue up the hill to see something else. What holy mountain? As long as it's on the land, it's all the state stuff, and they, as the official association, can take away and study whatever they want. What? If you're not satisfied with the complaint, go ahead. I'll see who can stop me. Who can stop it? Those people continued to move forward, but felt the bottle in their hands suddenly tremble. Su Jing's voice behind him was ghostly. Sacred mountain will stop. Bang! The butterflies inside the bottle instantly crashed madly towards the wall of the bottle like crazy. It's getting heavier and heavier. It doesn't even matter if the butterfly wings are broken. Then, bang! Ah. The first butterfly exploded inside the bottle into a bloody pulp sludge. Then a second. Third. The fellows, who had never seen anything like it before, screamed and let go of the glass vials covered in blood spray in their hands. Xinzhuang stood behind the crowd and jerked his head. The youth beside him, who had been thought to be very amiable. What the hell is going on? Everyone instantly felt their bodies go cold. With the bloody corpses of butterflies under their feet and the quiet fluttering swarms of butterflies around them. It's like nothing happened. But then it seems like there's something about the vibe that's slowly spreading. Chapter 76, Returning Without Success. It's dead. The researcher shivered, his lips white. Su Jing stood in the crowd, looking at her with an expressionless face. Well, these endangered, protected, rare animals. It was alive and well and died at your hands. The other few fellows didn't dare to say anything, and they glanced at their leader, only to find that he also had a dead look on his face. Xinzhuang anachronistically stepped forward and smiled as he uttered anachronistic words. Ombudsman Lin, go on record about the Endangered Animals Conservation Society forcibly removing an animal to its death despite the person in charge. Secretary Shen. That leader quickly reacted and bellowed, then immediately put on a smile and walked over to Su Jing and Xinzhuang. This thing is what we did wrong. Su little friend, don't be angry. We won't act rashly again. Su Jing squinted at him and pursed his lips. It is not my forgiveness that you should ask for, but the holy mountains. Everyone looked in unison to the top of the hill, where the man's lips were white. What you just said, holy mountain, is true? Su Jing looked over at him with inexplicable eyes and smiled. There's always something that science can't explain, right? He waved his hand toward the mountain, and Xinzhuang hurriedly signaled everyone to follow. Let's keep going. The crowd didn't dare to utter another word, let alone study it. They didn't even dare to pick up the glass bottles on the ground. And after the crowd disappeared, a few glass bottles slowly submerged into the soil. Not long after, deep in the flowers, a few energetic butterflies reflew out. After what happened just now, everyone walked a little more carefully this time, and even Chi Meng, who had the most foul face, didn't say another word. And it was only when the group crossed the narrow line of sky and saw the great holy community that had gathered around them that the Animal Protection Organization became slightly more active. They slowly stepped forward and opened their mouths at Su Jing. Su, in charge, this monkey really knows how to play with a stick? Did you teach it? Su Jing told the truth this time. I saved the great sage when I was a child, and I didn't realize that when he grew up he became the leader of the pack and knew me. After I took over the scenic area, I often gave them fruits and vegetables and other food. And the great sage was smart and learned it by himself. As for the other monkeys, they have also been in contact with the staff for a long time, so they don't hurt or fear people. Really? Seriously? Then forget it, he has no eye of the needle. Can't take a poisonous oath as buried as Wang Kai's. The animal protection man looked at Chi Meng, then at the monitoring department personnel Xinzhuang had brought with him, then nodded at Su Jing. If you don't mind, would it be okay if we performed a brief examination? The check is simple. It's nothing more than making aggressive gestures at them, or if there are any injuries on their bodies, or holding out food to tempt them. But unfortunately, the great sage was the monkey that communicated with Su Jing the most. It could feel that this group of people were coming from a bad place even with a narrowing of its monkey eyes, so it looked at the stupid gripper in general, and after looking at the people who would move the bale, it pulled out its stick and gave the human who was flaunting his hand at the front a stick. Then it took the clan and drilled behind the waterfall and disappeared. Hey, the animal protection guy rubs his head, and instead of being angry, he's happy. The essence is quite good. Well, I look fine too, Boss Su. Someone came over and said quietly, is this monkey group, Sacred Mountain, also sheltered? Su Jing's neck was craned back with a look of disbelief. And you want to take the monkey with you? The man quickly waved his hand, fearing that the next second the holy mountain would get angry and the monkey would die in front of him. Then he would really have to go in. No, I'm just simply curious. Su Jing looked at him twice more before speaking faintly. The holy mountain shelters all its children. He glanced, if anything, at the director of the Chi League at the back of the crowd. It also includes the carp pond at the bottom of the mountain and the carp god. Cut. Zimmer, don't start. The mystery of the story. Who knows what he actually used just now? Trying to scare him? He handled not 1,000 but 800 dissected animals a year. He's afraid of those things? Ha! It's just as well to scare these little inexperienced fellows. All of them quickly examined all the matters. And unfortunately, none of the reports that were said to be true on the internet were true. Except for the butterfly. And the butterflies can't be taken away. So even if you want to study it, you'll have to go back and report it. And come back again ready to talk about it. As the group returned without any success, Xinzhuang finally revealed a smile and led the group towards the scenic spot's door. Everyone went to the parking lot to get on the bus, while Xinzhuang stayed behind. Luckily nothing happened today, but that butterfly. Su Jing shook his head. You don't have to ask. It's the first time I've seen it. Xinzhuang nodded, giving up pursuing the question. Then nuzzled his mouth. Other even if. But you this scenic door head in parking lot, is not have to find someone to repair? Such a big scenic spot. This year's labor holiday is also counted in front of the people of the country to show their faces once. Ragged and tattered. What's the matter with it? He smiled helplessly. Then remembered. And in the middle of all of you talking about limiting traffic, is there not enough staff? Or is there a problem somewhere? He patted Su Jing on the shoulder and formally handed out an olive branch of friendship. Let me know if there's a problem. I'm only from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, but there are a lot of things I can do to help a little. You tell me. I'll figure it out. With the promise. Su Jing also revealed a smile. It's not a waste of time when there are benefits. Chang. Then let's talk later. You send everyone back to Yangon first. I still have to go back to the scenic spot to deal with some things, so I won't see you off. He shook hands and turned back. Xinzhuang smacked his lips. Why did he feel that this kid was more of a leader than he was? He returned to the car and everyone was packed and ready to depart. Wang Kai, who was sitting in the front, pressed the brim of his hat and spoke loudly. Please fasten your seatbelts. We're ready to go. The one he inquired about wasn't certain, but as he thought about it, he'd have to talk to Jing tonight. Danger prevention. Earlier preparation would have been better. Behind the crowd, Qiming sat in the corner, head down, typing frantically on his cell phone. The car moved and the Wanyuan Mountains slowly shrunk behind it. His eyes narrowed, full of snobbery about the secrets of the carp pond. On the other hand, Su Jing returned to Wanyuan Mountain and skulked around for a while before returning home, locking the door and sitting on his bed. The vacation is over. Let's show him what's been going on with the system. The last few days. Stick to a point. The system page swished to the surface and a message jumped up. Congratulations to the host's reputation value breaking through 100,000. Rewarded with lucky carousel *2. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 10,000 favorable comments. Rewarded with lucky roulette *1. This time the prestige breakthrough actually rewarded twice. And the number of positive reviews actually broke 10,000. Su Jing felt rich when he thought of the Rich Mall page. He's been so busy with his feet these past few days that he hasn't had time to look at how many people are actually coming into the scene. And now, finally, there's time to take a good look at the recent results. The personal attributes page jumps out at you. Host, Su Jing, male, physical fitness, B. Scenic achievement, minor fame, 10% increase in speed of scenic transformation. Scenic reputation value, 135884. Scenic spot praise number 12767. Backpack, balance stabilizer *1. Thunderstorm magnetic field *1. Delicious patty cake *5. Rechargeable battery 3W *1. Old village chief *3. 5/5. Number of draws, 3. Comments off on scenic has taken the first step and is already well known. The next step is crucial. Whether it can endure and do better and better depends on a variety of aspects. Chapter 77 Sorting out the status quo. 13W of reputation value in 1. 2W of positive reviews, as well as 3 chances to win the raffle. Su Jing felt like he had never been so rich. With so much reputation value in hand, what can't he do? The bright moon-walled city could be completely upgraded again, and the sacred mountain could be remodeled as a whole once more. But he thought about it for a moment and stopped wanting to consume. The next transformation of the attraction is crucial, and is the criterion for the developability and potential of Wanyuan Mountain in the eyes of outsiders. Secretary Shin was able to help him publicize vigorously 2 days before the opening of the May Day holiday. But it wasn't because Manhwa Village did well, Sacred Mountain doing well. If the backbone is not there, he might not be as enthusiastic. But if the backlash had been more powerful, he wouldn't have been the only one to help pave the way. But the man returns to the interface and taps on the lucky draw. If you can't spend money, can't you draw a raffle? 3 chances. All smoked. The turntable exposed colorful and dazzling light, turned for more than a minute before stopping, giving Su Jing a black eye. Ding, ding, ding. After 3 beeps, 3 items appeared on the page. He clicked on all of them, only to cross his arms and laugh when he saw the first one. Toolman, you're finally here. The first prize, Toolman. Finally, his desperate need for special wage earners has been fulfilled. The second prize, on the other hand, is something special. Sensory sharing instrument, advanced props within the scope of the instrument. Based on the attraction's mold, senses are collectively shared among visitors, including but not limited to sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and imagination. Scope of application 1 square kilometer, can only be applied to a single attraction. Sensory sharing number of upper limit of 500 people, cannot be destroyed, cannot leave the scenic spot, cannot be transferred. Note, the number of people sharing must not exceed 500, otherwise it may lead to unforeseen circumstances. Su Jing, although he didn't know where it could be used at the moment, just by looking at the synopsis, he could tell that it was a powerful and coaxing prop. Premium props. He only has 2 at the moment. One was the thunderstorm magnetic field, that had been lying rusty in the backpack, and the other was it. However, the thunderstorm magnetic field has a usage requirement of 70% or more completion before it can be used. But this one doesn't. That said, the prop is always available if the situation is right. That next development attraction must be used on it to make it work. What the hell? He meditated for a moment and realized he had no clue, so he can only twist his head and click on the third one. The third will be close. Potion of Flesh Invincibility. Within 3 hours of drinking the potion, the flesh is invincible and will not be damaged or destroyed. After the potion ends, it is weak for 72 hours. Are you okay? Looking at the potion that wasn't supposed to be there, Su Jing swallowed, took out the patty cake and ate it, and put the potion into his backpack. What's the point? Could the landscape be nuked? Or will a company come and raid him? What's he going to do with it in times of peace? If you're really caught being raided for 3 hours and still not dead, you'll be waiting to be dragged away for dissection later. And most importantly, 72 hours of weakness? Can't do anything for 3 days? In case you really need to use this potion, wouldn't you wait for death in place for the next 3 days? The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Su Jing shook his head, taking the potion as a gift attached to the toolman. To have a 2/3 shipment rate is pretty high. What's more, this time, there was an additional prestige on his attribute page. Little fame. Don't look at the fact that this thing is usually unobtrusive, but when it appears, it adds 10% to his remodeling speed. If the scenic area becomes more famous in the future, won't it receive other, more impressive titles? When the time comes, it's not a dream to be on the Great Wall for 1 day. Shutting down the system, the patty cake choked his throat a bit, and he pulled out another bottle of Old Village Chief and ate on it. It's hard to swallow. The phone rang immediately afterward. Keiko, why are you calling so late? Su Jing just got a good thing. The mood is gorgeous. The voice also sounds full of pleasure. But that's not the case with the ground. Wang Kai's voice over there was grave. Jing, say something. Wanyuan Mountain has been doing well lately, but I'm also a little worried that something unexpected might happen. So I've been watching. I've told you before, right? There are many scenic spots in Yangon. And before you, the leading Yangon scenic spot is the Red Leaf Mountain scenic spot in Red Leaf County outside the western city. In addition, there are scenic spots like Pine Lake Park and Sunset Township, where traffic has been good. I have a friend who noticed that the Red Leaf Mountain scenic area over there, recently frequent cars went to Luanha County. Well, in the northeast of Castle Peak County. In other words, in the upper reaches of the river in your Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Su Jing listened quietly, his brows finally furrowing. So I'm guessing that Wanyuan Mountain has been dominating lately, and there's a good chance that Red Leaf's people are tripping you up on the waterways. Two rivers run through the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. One is gentle enough for cruising and is their main route. The other is too swift for them to use for the time being. Several of the mountains in the scenic area are not connected, and the two rivers are even more so only converging when you get to the holy mountain. If something goes wrong with the waterways, the scenic area could be considered closed. But river channel changes. You can't just mess around with that. There are laws and regulations. Su Jing wasn't a law major, but he knew that this wasn't something he could just mess around with. Wang Kai smiled bitterly. That's what they say, but the fine won't be much of a penalty. What's more, if you really have the heart, find the county towns and villages and the farmers to do randomly. It is also difficult to immediately be characterized as a case. He was even more worried. What's more, the Red Leaf Mountains scenic area as an old scenic spot. The interests of the forces are disjointed, behind the back of a lot of people to support. Plus the flow of that river is the back of the barren mountain range, and is not an important resource river. You understand, right? Got it. It's a way of saying that when something goes wrong, it's not that easy to fix it. Of course, this is all speculation on my part above. I'm just giving you the idea up front, so you pay attention and prepare. If something does go wrong, there will be a bit of a countermeasure to minimize losses. Su Jing was silent. Wang Kai was the local snake of Qingshan County, and after coming back for so long, there were more favors that he could help with than Su Jing dared to think about. But even Wang Kai, who was so powerful, showed that he was at his wits' end about the matter. So that meant that the other party was really tricky. Phew, then I'll get myself ready first. He thought for a moment and spoke again, just in time for the conversation. Keiko, do me a favor. Wang Kai, who couldn't help, was feeling a bit guilty, and when he heard Su Jing open his mouth, he was immediately energized. You say it. I need a reliable construction team. My investor who was very happy with the performance of the 4th of July holiday. The second grant came down. And this time it's a bigger move. I need 2 construction teams. That one appointed a construction team. And I still need you to help me find another reliable, fully configured one. It's simple. Wang Kai was happy. No problem. As long as the payout is stable. More than enough construction teams are willing to do it. I'll find you a few alternatives. And you can take a look at them. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and hung up quickly. Su Jing sat on his bed and pondered for a while before taking advantage of his slumber to enter dreamland as well. At night, dozens of kilometers away from the Wanyuan Mountain, a group of people were driving machines and working frantically in the night. Move fast. We don't have much time. And there are still a dozen positions left. Boss, what are we digging so much for? The sound of gurgling water was interspersed with the roar of machinery, and several men conversing faintly. Don't ask what you shouldn't. I don't know. We're just taking jobs and working. Harm. I'm just curious. The boss took a drag on his cigarette and continued to maneuver the machine downward. Curious? Lousy is still curious, but I've heard about it. What we're doing is just one part of the project, and no one knows what the hell it's going to be. Alas, just pay the money and do it. Not many bosses pay on time these days. Understood. I'll continue then. A few people stopped talking and the clunking mechanical sounds continued under the moonlight. Chapter 78, 1 million in 5 days. The next day, the sky cleared. MT. Wanyuan resumed operations. Su Jing called the main staff together early in the morning and came to the visitor management center for a meeting. First was the finance sunfire report. Above, during the 5 days of the labor holiday, Wanyuan Mountain collected a total of 72.53 W in ticket prices, 11.78 W in souvenir stores, and 8.56 W in scenic area spending. After costs, the scenic profit was $62.05 W. Sunfire Fire spoke in a warm voice, but through her voice, 62.05 W that froze everyone in their tracks. 5 days? Net income of over $600. 000? Nice guy? Is this the way the landscape earns money? And Su Jing, who knew more about the inner workings, froze even more. Souvenirs he reported at an average of 30% more cost. The employees run their own stores. The scenery sells cheap and the draw is only 30%. As for those water and electricity grids and maintenance in the scenic area, Su Jing casually quoted a market price, but actually did not spend a cent. The money ends up in his pocket. That means that these days, he's basically only shelling out for his employees' paychecks, and for the replacement equipment. So scary. How much does he owe? 100 W, right? Ahem. That 3,000 W is off the table for now. 100 W is already payable. But there's still a month to go. There's no rush to pay it back. Use the money to repair the scenery and recruit staff. After a month, surely he can earn back, right? Sunflame finished sitting down. He Yunong stood up. At present, Wanyuan Mountain has official accounts on big platforms, with Shake Joy and Little Sweet Potato having the most fans. The yellow site scenic rating has also gone up to 4.1. Only a 4.1. Jung Song deflated his mouth. He had thought that with so many tourists, how could he say that the scenic spot could be topped up to more than 4.5 points? Scores don't go up that easily. There are good reviews and naturally there are bad reviews, not to mention malicious sailors as well as competitors. He Yunong, seeing no reason to be surprised, continued. There are three main streams of online commentary about the landscape at the moment. The first talks about the interactive gameplay of Manhwa Cottage, the rituals, and how to use the new plush flower props that have appeared. Secondly, the issue of the deities of the holy mountain, authenticity and falsehood, the pattern of appearance, as well as his appearance and so on. Meanwhile the souvenirs were also hot, and several limited edition deity souvenirs had already begun to fetch high prices. Thirdly, it's about people's predictions for attractions at the top of Sacred Mountain and their outlook for attractions at other scenic spots on MT. Wanyuan. He Yunong scanned everyone in a circle and finally stopped on the boss's face. I hope that the leaders will give feedback on the third category of comments, as soon as possible, to pull up the crowd's expectations. It's best if we can open on the 4th of July holiday so we have enough time to promote and create scenic content. National Day? Su Jing laughed in his heart. To really remodel it, with the speed of the system, I'm afraid it will be out in a month or two. Waiting for the 4th of July? I'm afraid the third area is unlocked. But he didn't squeak, just nodded. He Yunong finished his report and looked at Jiang Song. Mr. Jiang, we need to set up an investment promotion department as soon as possible. The current popularity of the scenic spot is already completely ready for investment promotion. Jiang Song nodded, then stood up and began his debriefing summary. After all, it is a management background, coupled with rich work experience. Jiang Song prepared the summary and the next step of the plan is very perfect. Merchandising and recruiting. He has thought of it all. Not only that, he also proposed the preparation of scenic self-owned bed and breakfast. Mingyu SI ABCD 4 districts, each open on the basis of the original wooden cottage building, just need to carry out different styles of design. This kind of work naturally falls on Su Jing, who comes from a design background. That's so nice. No one is ing around in this scenic area. Su Jing flashed a fake smile at Jiang Song, and the opposite side chose to cover their eyes and turn their heads. Don't read it. It's definitely a bad review. He and He Yunong, along with his subordinates, left after the meeting and began to discuss the specific information on investment promotion. They don't realize that the outside world has been anxious for a long time. The owner of Fingnong Tractor anxiously asked his subordinates, well, still can't find the contact info for the owner of Wanyuan Mountain? What about the other principals? The subordinate was sipping the boss's $28 pound. Worse than what you bought tea, yucking and spitting out the dregs. What's your hurry? We're a tractor seller, and even if we get in touch, they won't necessarily use us. TSK. The boss is cross-eyed. What a great thing to say. What if? It's all in the same county. We're all from the same county. Our ancestors that may not be blood brothers. What's wrong with tractors? We're just selling them to live in the county. As long as he needs it. We also have dumpers and shovels. So in case people move mountains in the future, they may need to use our stuff. The boss teetered on his feet, sipped prettily at the tea froth in his teeth, and began to think of the future. Think about it. In the future, other people's scenic spots are getting hotter and hotter, and the big cars with our license plate on them are coming in and out. What a beautiful thing this is. The subordinate rose decisively. The boss is over 100 years old and still so fanciful. With this time, he might as well go to the countryside himself and sell some more tractors for real. He pushed the official account of Wanyuan Mountain to his boss. Keep an eye on it yourself. There's an email address on it, but I've sent it many times without a reply. The subordinate leaves and the tractor owner sits up with a roll and begins to edit the message with a sincere expression. Hello, we are the business department of Fingnong Group. This letter is hoping to reach a friendly business cooperation with your scenic spot. We operate an extremely wide range of business, including most of the engineering vehicles. It's not just him. Since the opening of Wanyuan Mountain, there has only been one email address published, except for a customer service phone number that can't be reached. They don't know who the owner is or where the staff of the scenic spot are actually hiding. Anyway, they've been looking for so long and can't reach the people in charge. One can only keep sending messages to the mailbox. So when Jiang Song finally opened his mailbox and saw He Yunong's categorized list, he also froze. That much? List. Investment promotion brand cooperation investors government department media interview feedback is well organized. There are hundreds of unchecked emails inside each category. But what confused Jiang Song the most was the categorization at the bottom. And, the donation category? He Yunong also cried and laughed. She has been working for many years, The first time she saw to donate to the scenic spot. Yes, but there are only 3 at the moment. What do you mean only? It's outrageous that someone donated. But 3 at once? How much are they going to donate? It adds up to a total of 120W. Not. Jang Song was so shocked that there was dead silence for 3 seconds. Growing up working, a penny to earn their own. Earned until now save enough money is not enough to go back to his hometown to buy a suite of his. Couldn't figure it out for the life of me. Not. They're sick, aren't they? Is that what it's called, the damn grid? On the other hand, Su Jing received a familiar call. Secretary Shun? Secretary Shin on the other side of the phone smiled brightly. I'll send you a location. 3 p.m. You come here. Something good for you. Chapter 79, Come, call the governor your friend. When Su Jing drove to the designated location, there were already service personnel waiting for him. Aoyama Residence, as the highest specification hotel in the county that specializes in receiving political leaders, the Green Mountain Residence is located next to the hotel and is dedicated to the private use of drinking tea and talking about business. Su Jing followed the waiter in, and the quiet and elegant VIP room 1 was already full of guests, full of civil and military. Su Jing only knows Xinzhuang one person. Ha 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 ha. Here comes our big red man. Xinzhuang stood up from the crowd and guided a confused Su Jing to the only empty seat. Then it was introduced to the group. The head of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. You should have heard about it for a long time. Su Jing put on a fake smile. Shin old dog is really inhuman. He didn't give himself a heads up in advance. What kind of cowards are these? However, it is as good as it gets. He'd even met the country's leaders in his previous life with his team. Would he be afraid of them? If it's hard for you, just go. Go back and invite Xinzhuang for a meal and give him some laxatives. But what he thought would be an official courtesy didn't come to pass. As soon as Xinzhuang finished his introduction, the grandpa sitting in the main seat thumped and stood up straight, whooshed over, and then snapped and clasped Su Jing's hands in hot tears. The god of fortune. Ha! Everyone laughed out loud with good intentions, but everyone looked at Su Jing with satisfaction in their eyes. Xinzhuang also began to introduce him. This is the governor of your Castle Peak County. You've just come back and haven't met him yet, but I guess I'll have to see him often in the future. He pointed again to the next seated, square-headed, chubby-faced oldest brother. This is the director of the Bureau of Planning, Natural Resources and Planning. This is the director of the Department of Transportation. This is the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. This is. Xinzhuang purposely paused when he introduced the last one. The last one on his left. The middle-aged man who looked like he had a calm and serious expression. This is the director of the Bureau of Veterans Affairs. Zhang Zhong. Retired military? Su Jing's eyes lit up and he instantly understood what Xinzhuang meant. That's where the real help comes in. A few people took their seats and started drinking tea. The governor spat at him. This tea? Drinking? Su Jing cried and laughed, finally understanding why everyone was so enthusiastic about him. For no other reason. Green Mountain County is too barren and desolate. Of the 12 counties surrounding Yangon, Castle Peak County ranks 11th. The penultimate has completely swung for the fences, taking more than 700 low-income households to spend their days on the dole with peace of mind. But they, Green Mountain County, are one of those counties that don't want to swing for the fences and still can't get it right. The governor did not do much work for a year, and at the end of the year, he found another loss of tens of millions of dollars. It is reasonable to say that the head of a county, at least, is a full division. But as a full division without any voice and resources, sometimes it is not as good as the deputy bureau of the city. The reason why Xinzhuang was able to agree to him organizing this bureau, to put it bluntly, what he saw was the potential of Wanyuan Mountain, the potential of Su Jing. It's the potential of Green Mountain County after owning Su Jing. Otherwise, how could he, who was so busy with his day-to-day affairs, spare half a day to come to the small county to drink tea? So the governor and the directors of all the county's political departments thanked him warmly. Of course, there are those, like the director of the URA, Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, who shyly Leonize the county and ask if they can shell out some money to help fix the roads. Su Jing touched his pocket for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that had just come into his pocket and smiled all over his face. No money. He refused without the slightest delay. Good man. Let the cow give birth before it grows hair, and let the pig start drinking blood while it's still alive. He's letting his kid raise a family before his little scene has even grown? The director of the URA smiled sarcastically and shrunk back. He knew that the doll was young, but not stupid. The governor also turns a blind eye to these things. Their purpose today was to hand out an olive branch to Su Jing and make friends, so that if they needed help later, they could say so. The county can usually help spread the word. Most importantly, if another situation like the labor holiday arises, They will be able to synchronize the situation with the scenic spots and better coordinate transportation and lodging and other issues. Su Jing naturally wouldn't refuse goodwill. He stayed for a bite of dinner before leaving with Xin Zhuang. Xin Zhuang sat in the car and winked at him. The vacation was well done, and the follow-up publicity will be followed up on the VCS side. The director on the veterans side. They're having a pretty tough time, although there is a veterans pension, but they are more or less family is more difficult. One to come and go, and the county treatment is not high, and the job position is limited, plus most of them have injuries. If you need employees on your end, these guys should be a good help. I'll be able to put in a good word when it's reported upwards. After Xin Zhuang finished, he beckoned for Su Jing to sit closer. Secretary Li was driving in the front, and he couldn't stop glancing at the rearview mirror with one pair of eyes. Su Jing's neck didn't move, so Xin Zhuang could only stretch his own neck over. Pust. Looks like old wanker. Li stifled a laugh and listened to them quietly. There are a few things that you must do next. The gateway, the parking lot and the road in front of the viewpoint must be repaired. A scenic area is no longer appropriate now. I'll go back and give you a form. You go back and look at it. Declare a higher certification, so that in the future the level of publicity and pricing are not the same. After leaving good advice and help, Xin Zhuang returned to Yangon City in the night. He didn't say anything about some leaders in the city wanting to see him. Just kidding. The city is so complicated. Who knows what those guys are up to? Su Jing is now his favorite treasure. It's about his face this year. As long as he plays steadily and guarantees the quality, just one Mingyu High Sacred Mountain can let him hold out until the end of the year. Can let him Xin Zhuang chest go to participate in the province's year-end conference. This year, he mustn't bottom out. After sending Xin Zhuang away, Su Jing also took advantage of the night to go home and sleep in one fell swoop. And when the night fell, and the tourists in the Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot had pretty much dispersed, a sneaky silhouette came out of the woods. The man's face was clearly visible in the moonlight. It is none other than Director Qi of the Qi Alliance, who left yesterday, but today he stood in the shadow of the trees, wearing a ducktail mask and carrying a backpack. At the entrance of the holy mountain, there were still 3 or 4 people patrolling and guarding. As a rule, he should have waited until a little later, when the employees were leaving from work, before entering the mountain. But he couldn't wait. The maiden who had been rude enough to play the carp god last time, would he not have wasted his efforts in case he hit his fishtail again today? Still need to get in while we're at it. His eyes were fierce and full of calculation and greed. If that mermaid was real, he would have the evidence to report it to the state. If that mermaid is fake and the clothes are precious, he will definitely take that fishtail away. Even if he has to rob it, he would have grabbed a piece of leather. Chi Meng touched the dagger pinned on the side of his waist, cleared his breath, and directly found a piece of sparse bushes to drill into. The silhouette disappeared. A few of the older guard brothers also moved their bodies and yawned. Pull out. It's about time. Hey, go back and call Shong. It's been a while since a couple of us had a drink. A few people left, and behind them, the holy mountain was silent as a slow gray mist spread out. Chapter 80, Breaking into the Sacred Mountain at Night. Rustling, chattering, wow. At the foot of the holy mountain, or the same bush, the gray fog finally dispersed, and Chi Meng, full of panic, howled and rushed out. Asterisk. Lie. He forced himself to pinch his mouth shut, his body covered in cold sweat that was cold and prickly from the wind. The head is dizzy again from nervousness and fear. He grasped it up. Encountered a ghostly wall. 3 hours. 3 whole hours. He was trapped in this mountain and couldn't get out anyway. Misty. Still misty. It's a fog everywhere. Plus that occasional bird and ape call is so damn scary. The bottles of pulp that the butterflies had voluntarily crashed into yesterday echoed in front of his eyes, causing his breath to tingle and swell. What's that about the holy mountain legend? Could it be true? How else could he have walked halfway across the room and reappeared in the same spot? He let out a long breath, smoothed back his broken hair, and put his hat back on. It won't. It's not possible. This is the world of science, and none of that stuff exists. Mermaids, that's genetic mutants. Butterflies, that's magnetic field-induced disorganization of biological perception. Monkey, that's simply because it's smart. As for the ghosting just now, doesn't matter. Chi Meng clenched his tingling fingers and looked towards the blackened holy mountain in front of him. Anyway, he had only one purpose today. Get the new material skins. He would suffer anything for that purpose. Have to say, if Su Jing now knew that Chi Meng still had so much courage after coming out of the misty domain, he would have admired the man as well. There is perseverance and determination. What can't he do? Of course, trying to steal the Tolman's tail might be a bit difficult. The Chi League has gone into the mountains. This time he didn't take a shortcut, but carefully followed the path up the hill. Tonight, the moon is already deep. The clouds are layered. The moonlight is bright and dark, and Chi-Meng is cheering himself up all the way. But when he heard the sound of gurgling water ahead of him, he was emboldened. Arrived! Pluck the draping vines and step into the carp pond again. This time Chi-Meng didn't go on the bridge, but quietly, around the edge of the waterhole. He was so excited and nervous that he didn't realize that the carp in the pool, no longer leaning over, but as if stagnant, under the water of the pool, staring at him with dead eyes. The night breeze is shallow. Gala. Chi-Meng hurriedly held his breath and bowed his head. At his feet was a porcelain white wine goblet, which he kicked askew in the grass, swaying slightly and scattering the crystalline wine all over the place. Which sand dollar is drinking inside a scenic spot? Chi-Meng did not pay attention, just tiptoeing fast forward. He dripped through the pool of water, around the stone wall, finally saw the heart of the thing. Phew! His pupils instantly dilated and his breathing became ragged. The young girl that I just saw yesterday is lying on her side at the edge of the water pool. Her eyes are lightly closed and her breathing is shallow, just like she has already fallen asleep. But it doesn't matter. Importantly, the huge gold and red fishtail, which had been circulating online, was just half submerged in the water of the pool, trembling gently with its owner's breathing. Beneath the water of the pool, the ornate, fan-like tail fins glowed with gold and silver, more captivating than the finest jewels. Chi-Meng felt his chest burning. What kind of employee goes to bed at night and doesn't take their costume off? What's wrong with your brain? Or does he won't have to take it off? Or couldn't take it off? Did he run into a real-life fish? Mums, he's going to be famous for ages. Like losing his mind. Chi-Meng didn't hesitate for a second. Stepping forward, he violently grabbed that fish tail. He wanted to test the touch for himself. Wow! Snap! Being touched by the unfamiliar, the young girl seemed to be awakened, and the fish tail popped up violently, setting off a huge splash of water that drenched Chi-Meng all over. But standing in the water mist, drenched in water, Chi-Meng looked at the opposite side of the propped-up fish tail. Even directly stood up the young girl. The scarlet greed in his eyes almost turned into substance. The slippery touch seemed to remain in his hands, and he had killed the fish for 3 days in RTD. How could he not know the touch of fish skin? He couldn't hide his smile, and gulped in shock. You monster, you really have a tail? The carp god stood behind the roiling water mist, and the group of carp swam behind her in unison at some point. She straightened her tail fins hidden beneath the pool of water, and stood up to be over 2 meters tall. The carp god looked down at Chi-Meng. You're pissing me off. A tail is just a tail. How could you attack the holy mountain at night? Her eyes twitched slightly, catching sight of the glass of wine tipped on the grass in the distance. And you wasted my good wine. Chi-Meng laughed out loud, directly pulling out his dagger, his sinister mouth no longer concealed. A tail? Will you give it to me then? Ha! Bang! The mist of the water in the sky was once again lifted by the fish's tail, and when the view was clear again, the carp god had sat down on the edge of the pool again at some point, cupping a glass of wine and bringing it to his mouth. For you? Her tone was flirty and her eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly unafraid of the sharp knives in front of her. The way of heaven. Something to gain, something to lose. You want my tail? Then I want the. Can you afford it? Chi-Meng also laughed, but as he laughed, he stopped laughing. It was getting late, and this was a monster he had to get right away to get. If it was really a mermaid, even if he killed her, the people in the scenic area wouldn't dare call the police. If it was a fake, he would get that part of the material and leave immediately. Compensation was just a matter of money. He had plenty of money, and there would naturally be people who would keep him out of harm's way. Cut the crap. Chi-Meng sneered and directly swung his sword to charge up. I want what I want. I'll get it myself. The moonlight was bright and dark and swept over the carp pond in the blink of an eye. Chi-Meng, before the night darkened, only saw the other party sitting in the pool of water in a tranquil manner, the corner of his mouth hanging. A playful smile? What's she laughing at? Doesn't she hide? There's just a tail. Do you really think you're a god? He swung the knife more viciously. The night was completely dark, but the blade was sharp and had reached the front of the cave. Boom! The last scene before the eyes of the QMU. There was only a flash of purple and white that almost blinded him. Ding! The loud electronic sound woke Su Jing from his sleep. The brain system floats on its own accord. It had a screen full of black warnings floating on it. Warning! Warning! Props belonging to the scenic area are under attack. System disciplinary power activated. Discipline begins. The disciplinary mission has now been completed. Please go and check on the host. What's going on? What the hell? Su Jing was so confused that he wore one less sock and headed for the scenic spot with a head of grass nest hair. Who was attacked? What the hell just activated? Who? What the hell did you do? Brother Tuzi. You stop it. So scary. Chapter 81, The System Gives Out. through the bright moon cottage, into the sacred mountain woods, poking through the hanging vines. Su Jing stood in front of the carp pond with his jaw dropped. What's happening here? If you ignore the familiar-looking grandpa lying on the ground, it's calm and the carp swim merrily as if nothing happened. Chi? What happened to him? The carp god squeezed his glass, sat cross-legged on the grass, and shook his head. I don't know, we were both having a friendly chat when all of a sudden a thunderbolt came down and struck him. Su Jing looked at a small circle of scorched black grass under his feet, is visible to the naked eye slowly recovering, and turned over. Chi Meng face scorched black, hair at first, the mouth is still smoking tiny black smoke. Brother Tetsuko? He's not going to be chopped up by you, is he? Anyone with an ass knows that rectification is what the system calls a disciplinary measure. I didn't realize it could actually attract lightning. The system voice was arrogant. Just kidding, the system naturally won't let the host get into trouble. I'm just using a slight tactic to keep him from coming back to the scenic area. Awesome job, he complimented in his heart, then violently slapped Chi Meng two big mouths. How dare you bring a knife? I've been watching you for a long time. The old wall lamp. The carp god ran over to him with a grin on his face as he squeezed his glass. I wanted to. She twisted her wrist, raised her left foot, and leaned her body back in an exaggerated pitching position. That white tender palm carried a harsh palm wind, stopping in front of Chi Meng. Chi Meng's eyes were wide. Yo-Yo woke up with a shocked face. What are you going to do? TSK. The carp god sighed and his shoulders slumped. Ajushi, do you think my hands look good? Su Jing watched the young girl leave, and Chi Meng nearly fainted with anger again. Without question, if that slap had landed just now, it would probably have knocked this old man's neck off his pillow. He stifled a laugh and asked Chi Meng with feigned concern, Director Chi, how are you doing? But unexpectedly, Chi Meng seemed to have lost his memory in general. He looked around, his old face puzzled. Where am I? Su Jing froze, then tried. You're in the Holy Mountain. Have you forgotten what just happened? Holy Mountain? He surveyed his surroundings for a moment, then frowned as he sat up, seemingly not too fond of his surroundings. What am I doing here? TSK. Head hurts. Body hurts too. As if possessed, he headed down the road with his exploding head, muttering as he went. This place feels so uncomfortable. What am I doing here? Gee, I should be in the lab drinking red wine at this hour. Hate the mountains. No, just leave? Su Jing's assistance was refused, and the one man and one carp god just watched the old man limp and disappear deep into the jungle, even the knife stained with his fingerprints falling on the scene. Is Brother Tetsuko such a cow? Humph, a small matter, just wash away his memory, and by the way, then instill some hate on Yuan Mountain. Do not want to come over the subconscious. This will eliminate any future problems. A hint of smugness could be faintly heard in the system's calm electronic voice. Su Jing was also happy. These state-affiliated departments are the most troublesome, and if you get caught up in them, you'll probably have to be on your toes all the time. I didn't realize how easily the system solved it. He has only himself to blame for this. If he hadn't come in with a knife and tried to harm and take away the system props, the punishment wouldn't have fallen on his head. Indeed, wickedness should be systematically ground. Karma is predestined. He craned his head to look at the carp god. Even though she is a toolman, with the system set up and protected, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is a deity in this part of the world. Are you okay? The carp god craned his head to look at him, scowling half-heartedly before breaking into a smile. Naturally, there is no harm, but you are all right? She was set to be the god of the carp pond in the sacred mountain, so even though she knew that Su Jing was the owner of the scenic spot, she didn't really know that the system would make good on the aftermath. Even though a human had just tried to hurt her, she was still subconsciously concerned about whether or not she would get Su Jing in trouble. It's okay, don't worry about me. The splintered grass has been restored to its original state, and the carp are swimming freely, with the big fat carp occasionally leaping out of the water to try to wrestle a smile from the gods. They are so vivid that it's not at all obvious that they are just system handwriting. Then you keep drinking, I'll leave you alone. Su Jing shook his head and walked away quickly, trying to catch up with Chi Meng. The carp god wasn't talking either, tilting his head back and downing the glass of wine, tossing and turning and looking at his small white hands. A half-hearted sigh of regret followed. I wish I had known to fight on. Su Jing didn't catch up with Chi Meng after all. You can be struck by lightning and still be able to speed up your mobility? He couldn't think of anything else to do but go home and go back to sleep honestly. And over there, Chi Meng drove out of the range of Yuan Mountain, his spirit gradually clearing. What did I come here for again? Why don't I remember? Am I getting Alzheimer's? He picked up the phone that was buzzing and vibrating on one side. Hello? What carp? What god? Wrong number. I'm warning you, poaching is against the law. Get lost. He snapped and hung up. then looked at the string of phone numbers on the display, and the absurd thought of seeming to have done something wrong suddenly flashed through his mind. But then a headache hit him, and it was all he could do to stop thinking about it and hurry downtown. On the other side of the phone, the suited elite put down the phone with a shocked look on his face. "Leader, Director Chi is crazy. He told me to get lost?" A low voice came from behind the huge leather seat. "And the stuff didn't get there?" Chief Chi said he didn't know what we were talking about. The voice was silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Let's ignore this side for now. That research freak of his, with a mind like that, to be able to say that should have some other place to put pressure on her. Call the guy and tell him there's nothing we can do on this end." The night passed peacefully, and Su Jing didn't know that the system had wiped out a big trouble for him. He just put on his equipment early in the morning and entered the park beautifully. Today he had an important mission. This time he didn't enter through the front door, but after going around farther past a bridge, he furtively pivoted to cross the green belt, took a shovel to the thorn-laden branches, and stepped inside. This side has crossed the scenic river, on the right side of the river, usually off the beaten track, although it is a scenic area, but not much different from the wasteland. Su Jing followed the deserted forest road on his left for a while before he finally heard the tantalizing sound of water. A small stream meanders forward. He looked around and chose to trip over the knee-deep current and follow the stream. After a few hundred steps, it opened up instantly in front of him. A huge patch of common woodland, birdsong, sunshine and a fresh breeze made it seem less desolate. Su Jing nodded, having some initial thoughts about the place, but he didn't stop, and continued on through the woodland. The sound of the water flow grew louder and the water misted over. The woods were left behind, and a swift river appeared in front of him, with white waves running, so intense that the water could splash more than half a meter high. Su Jing took a look at the small rickety boat parked by the woods, gritted his teeth, and immediately spent a favorable rating to exchange an advanced boating skill at the system. "Brother Tuzi, this host of mine won't be drowned in his own scenic spot, will he? Don't worry about going. If the system is there, you're there." With the guarantee, Su Jing immediately began to push the boat. He's going to take the other river today to check out the other hilltop spots and decide on the next area to remodel. Chapter 82 Selection of Regions. Wow! The boat angled into the water, and even though Su Jing had redeemed his skills, he was still hit by the swift river and stumbled. It's damn near unsuitable for boating, but he couldn't regret it, because in 3 breaths the boat had been washed away from the shore and traveled more than 10 meters. All he could do was crouch down, watch the water, and swing his oar to adjust his direction at the same time. And so it was that a little ragged ship stumbled forward through the waves. Boating is real and so is observation. In the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, divided by a mountain in the center, 2 large rivers flow downstream, one fast and the other slow, and the scenery they see is completely different. The main entrance to the viewpoint goes in and you can only reach the large, gentle river on the right. So starting several years ago, the rapids on the left side have not been visited by employees, including when he first took over the scenic area. He heard about the distribution of the scenic area from Uncle Shui, but this remodeling is important. Plus Wang Kai got the message. Su Jing had no choice but to come this way. The first mountain the rapids passed. Su Jing checked the system. 3 left mountains, unnamed, 2% progress. Attractions, Plum Garden *1. Program, Plum Blossom Viewing in Plum Garden, half star. Regular employees, none. Temporary staff, none. Service facilities, latrine *1. I heard that it leaks all around. So if you go to the toilet inside, you will be frozen on Uranus. Evaluation, this mountain is as high as 192 m above sea level. Above the mountainside is rare. The development of the difficulty of the larger, almost never open to the tourists. The system's evaluation this time was too mild and didn't scold him. It was like a spring breeze that made Su Jing feel beautiful, but he didn't even stop, and the boat continued on. Just kidding, such a big mountain, not to mention how long it will take if it is remodeled. But the location, you don't even know how to come if you want to carry tourists here. And the bottom line, the last attraction was a mountain. And this one he didn't want to be a mountain again. People also have aesthetic fatigue. The boat whirled around on the water, and after rounding a Gulf Stream, it suddenly leveled off a bit. Su Jing instantly perked up and looked forward. Further ahead is another peak in the scenic area. Second left peak, unnamed, 1% progress. Attractions, Mountain and Rock Wonders. Program, Mountain and Rock Tour, half star. Regular employees, none. Temporary staff, none. Service facilities, none. Evaluation, this is a slightly desolate rocky mountain. Not much of a view and hard to develop. It was attached to the purchase of the land. I hope the host can make proper use of it. Nice guy. Su Jing looked up, staggering at the jagged and not so monstrous looking rocky mountain in front of him. There's not even a restroom. Has this place really been developed? Also bought land to give away. You're being kind. But what Su Jing cared about wasn't that mountain either. As the water slowed down, he struggled to swing the oars and finally managed to get the boat to shore. There's something about this place. The rapids turned at this point, not only slowing down, but scouring an embankment. On the backside of the riverbank is a huge mud puddle, with lush ferns growing everywhere and the occasional large bird skimming past to rest. System? How deep is this quagmire? The system checks for a moment and the page is automatically presented. Muddy puddle, unnamed, exploitation 0. Description: a lake filled with river mud with an average depth of 6.78 meters and an area of 3.69 square kilometers. Verdict: a quagmire between two mountain ranges that doesn't seem to be of much use. Not much use? Su Jing was happy. It's useful. The West Lake in his previous life was just less than double its size, but this mud puddle could be deeper than the West Lake. And again, it's a quagmire now. Not so much later. Next to the mud puddle, a rocky beach was attached, and stepping up the beach, you could reach the rocky hill. After walking around the riverbank, Su Jing continued to get on the small boat to go downstream. The water behind was much smoother, and the small boat quickly and smoothly arrived at the foot of the holy mountain. Ugh! Uncle Shui happened to enter with the first boatload of tourists, and twisted his head in wonder after sending the guests away. Brother Jing? Why did you come from over there? For the matter of Uncle Shui insisting on following everyone and calling him brother, Su Jing corrected him countless times to no avail and could only give up. Answer him stiffly. I'll go over there. Just take this little Thai boat? Uncle Shui bristled in disbelief. This boat looks familiar. Like my broken boat generation 2. So broken. And first gen? Following Uncle Shui's thoughts, Su Jing hurriedly shook his head, the thoughts out of his head, and jumped onto his boat. Just in time for Uncle Shui to walk me out. The two of them staggered back, and Su Jing immediately went back to his hut to start thinking up plans for the new attraction. That thought took him well into the night before he stretched out of the shed. Jiang Song had been waiting for a long time. He pulled Su Jing to sit down and pulled out a thick pile of forms. The hiring program has been initiated, and I've found the prop maker you need along with it. Then there's the location of the B&B. I've already picked it out. Sent you the floor plan and architectural drawings, and as soon as the design is out on your end, you can start construction. Su Jing interrupted him and pulled out a business card. This is the phone number for the director of the Green Mountain County Veterans Affairs Office. So don't be too polite, just communicate normally and give him the employee terms we need. A lot of employees can be found here. Jiang Song's eyes lit up. He was worried that he didn't know where to find some physically fit or aura-rich employees. Whether it was the security maintenance of the scenic spots, the patrols of the bright moon-walled village and the sacred mountain, or even the security of the souvenir stores. Such talents were needed. Su Jing's connections could be considered a sleepyhead. He put away his business card and continued to speak. And then there are some unsolicited ones. He pulled out a piece of paper. Yangon City. There are 2 song and dance troupes to put forward friendly intentions of cooperation. The province also has 2 dance troupes to send mail. The county's more than enough to start with. The southwest side. There is a dance troupe that I heard is very famous. Come out on tour just passing through Yangon. They said that if they can, they want to come and see the show. Su Jing was thoughtful. This cooperation? Do you want to come to the scenic area to work and dance? Same as Golden Sun? Jiang Song was happy. What do you think? It's one of those exchange shows. Kind of like an invited outside co-star link-up kind of thing that would attract some fans of those dance troupes, or people who want to see a novelty show to the scene. Su Jing nodded, then wondered, isn't our program new? Jiang Song was dumbfounded. Of course it's new. We're still fresh meat. Su Jing was too busy and probably hadn't read the online comments. And the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area was now blowing up like crazy. He asked to exhale. I see. We are currently only recruiting dance troupes with long-term cooperation intentions. As for those who want to come and visit, just shell out the tickets to come and see normally. Right. That's what it means. What a long-running attraction needs is a solid roster of people performing a varied program, instead of attracting eyeballs by constantly changing the crew. That kind of tactic is fine as an occasional special holiday event. Jiang Song continued. In terms of investment promotion, the number of signing up is very high. Maybe it's because we don't have high pavement fees and low draws, so all the major brands are very enthusiastic. And then there are a lot of investors. He flipped through the list and pulled out a few pages. I picked out a few interesting ones for you to look at. One is Fengnong Tractor. Although they say gorgeous, but I also checked, the strength is okay, mainly due the middle and low end. The quality durability is very good. They offered to provide their transportation fleet for us to use if they can put ads in. This, on the other hand, is our county's bottled water brand. This is, after he told a whole lot. Su Jing nodded his head frequently and actually remembered the tractor seller. No way. Being in management is really not his area of expertise. We've also been contacted by investors who want the right equity ratio. No, we're not looking for investment. Ha! Jung Song froze and frowned back. Why? Aren't we in debt? Someone invests in it. It's a beautiful thing that many companies can't ask for. No other reason. Su Jing sighed. With the system behind him, the scenic ownership must be completely on him. Not a single penny can be transferred out. Have you forgotten? I have a big mystery investor above me. And what I can part with, I've already parted with. He can only take the investors to say things, which makes Jiang Song assured. And finally this. He pulled out a piece of paper with 3 names on it. These 3 have donated to us. 250,000. 120W. Wang Kai says he's a rich kid from Yangon. Suggests a contact. He said that when the scenic spot gets bigger, you can't just operate it, but you also need to consider establishing some good connections with capital or the government. Since these 3 have taken the initiative to show their goodwill, there's definitely no harm in us meeting them sometime. Su Jing looked at one of these names and was somewhat impressed. Cho bro? Okay. He nodded. Make arrangements sometime. And then there's one last thing. Jiang Song also said he was tired and sent a file to Su Jing. Keiko sent over 2 construction crews, said they were the ones you wanted, told you to pick one and get back to him, ready to be put in place. He idly came over and smiled. What? It's not going to start something new again, is it? He was just joking, but he didn't expect Su Jing to actually nod his head seriously. Guess right. Tomorrow. Chapter 83, Beginning of the Transformation. Wang Kai is simple-looking but delicate-minded. He gave Su Jing a list of those who were small in number and could do fine work, and those who were large in number and could produce a volume of work. Unfortunately, what Su Jing wanted was just a shell. He did not hesitate to choose the big construction team, and the other party was punctual. And early the next morning the rumbling convoy pressed through the countryside on the dirt road. The middle-aged man who brought the team in had a great deal of refinement. Boss Su, what are we going to do? There were no advance meetings, no drawings of any kind, and no meetings to talk about prices. Su Jing directly bid by the day and subdued the construction team's contractor. Meet the great nobleman. The uncle smiled a toothy grin, ready to pull up his sleeves and make a big deal out of it. But unexpectedly, the man pulled him aside, pulled out a map of the area and started planning. This. His fingertips clicked frantically on the map, almost pointing out a whole year of better tomorrows for Uncle Packer. But this boss finished his comparison and looked up with a grin. These places, do a good job of construction safety netting can be. Remember to be surrounded tightly, including the top. Also good cover. Uncle couldn't listen anymore. Uncle's heart was in his mouth. How many days can you work with just a net? How much can you earn? In addition to these, there's something else? The older man pricked up his ears again and looked over. There's just nothing else. Woohoo! It's too much of a bully. The contractor barely managed to hang on to a smile as he began to greet everyone at work. Forget it. A mosquito is still meat. And at least this boss pays his bills by the day and doesn't default on his paychecks. After arranging the status of the project, the green safety netting immediately began to be pulled up, and groups of tourists who bought tickets to enter noticed the change. Update. Wanyuan Mountain is under construction again. A new message in a large group of micro-businesses numbering up to 400 plus interrupts everyone's free-flowing conversation. Manhwa Mountain Outsiders, 469. The carp god is my wife. What the hell? Is it true? The armpit hairs of the Usher-sama. Where is the construction starting? Is there going to be another new scene? Sweeping Mountain number 1, no way? Didn't we just get a new scene in the Sacred Mountain? There are still people in my group who haven't been there yet. And it's coming out again? Butterfly kill after I blossom. Wanyuan Mountain is already hot enough. I think they shouldn't make new scenes now, but should properly maintain Mingyue Zhai in Sacred Mountain. Big Eyes Yami Butterfly, as much as I want to see the new scenes, I also want them to be well maintained. They have so few employees that I'm afraid the crowds will hurt the Butterfly Fairy. Most love you old butterfly, agree. I went on May 1st when I heard someone say what endangered protection what. I'm so afraid of people running to the Butterfly Valley to steal butterflies Eat my stick, Ping Ping went there again today? Haven't you been there twice already? Aren't you tired of going there 3 times in a row in such a short period of time? His words drew unanimous agreement. Although MT, Wanyuan is fun. If you go there all the time, you're bound to get tired of it. Right? The speaker didn't show up, so everyone continued to chat. The people here are all rabid fans who have come from the Wanyuan Mountain superlatives, and each of them almost always represents a fan group of over 50 people. They, on the other hand, are the equivalent of half an official group that officially promotes a short film, and they can get 800 bloopers for it. It can be said that part of the reason why Wanyuan Mountain is getting hotter and hotter, and even got the hot search phrase, is because of them. and it took a few hours of screwing with time before the group, Pinkie Pie Wunderkind, finally paid its way to the surface. Pinky Winky, picture. JPG. Everyone click on the picture. A small white hand is posed in front of the camera. Clutched in the hand is 1234. 6 colorful plush flowers in different colors. The group was silent for a few seconds before instantly exploding. Eat my stick, holy, how did you get so many? Glowing light, 6 colors of flowers. You got them all? I think the most people on the forums have only collected 4 flowers. The first big fat carp under the carp god's seat, they've all started buying and selling. And they can't even find as much as you did. This is definitely a new prop. In the Bright Moon Cottage, Pinkie carefully placed the plush flowers in her backpack. She still had reservations. Inside the backpack, there was also a white stuffed flower lying. This is a color that has never appeared online before so far. But, even after saving up 6, Pinkie thinks it's not over yet. Usually this kind of thing will have a number. And with the metaphysicalism of the Chinese people, it's either 7, 9, or 12 maybe. She looked up to the top of the sacred mountain. There was a faint flicker of light there. She had a hunch. This plush flower prop is definitely for the top of the mountain. I just don't know. What kind of view is at the top of the mountain? Or, what kind of deity would need to use this prop? She was definitely not the only one who thought that way. But everyone was unspoken, quietly gathering their things. And that night the tourists withdrew. The construction team with materials to enter by boat. The B&B range of wooden cottage enclosure. Su Jing also immediately began the remodeling project. Bright Moon Walled City buildings, Class A customized renovation *4. Total cost 16,000 prestige value, time spent 48 hours. Wanyuan Mountain, Scenic Gate, Class A customized renovation, costing 3,000 prestige value and taking 72 hours. Mount Wanyuan Parking Lot, standardized parking lot renovation, costing 3,000 prestige value and taking 72 hours. Mount Wanyuan Ticket Hall, standardized ticket hall, costing 1,600 prestige value and taking 48 hours. And then there's the last one, and one of the most important. Su Jing took a deep breath and looked at his remaining prestige value to make sure. Stick to a point. A crisp sound like reclaiming wasteland rang out. Wanyuan Mountain View. The second remodeling area has been selected and cannot be changed. Based on the host's idea, the system is optimized and adjusted to arrive at the transformation plan. Mud puddle area overall remodeling and upgrading, Falling Immortal Lake. Grade A remodeling. Costs 10W prestige value. Takes 15 days. Please be patient as the attraction has too many internal structures, so it will take a long time. Ding. Creekside Woodland overall renovation and upgrading. Level B renovation. Need to spend 5W prestige value. Takes 7 days exactly. Please wait patiently. At this point, all of the reputation values Su Jing had gained before and after his vacation were almost completely consumed. The rest is to deal with the scenic things with Jiang Song, as well as wait and see what happens. Inside the Wanyuan Mountain viewpoint, all the remodeling begins instantly under the cover of a green safety net. The noise that the system used to mask it rang out, and no longer would the change occur without a sound, as it had before. Night had fallen again, and the moon and stars were thin in the late evening, dozens of kilometers away from the Wanyuan Mountain. As a phone call hangs up, the man at the head indifferently leaves, his faint words escaping into the wind. Begin. Draining. Chapter 84 Red Leaf Mountain's Underhanded Trick. The labor holiday has completely passed, and the heat on the internet about the Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot has gradually faded. Scenic area passenger flow maintained at a steady few hundred people, basically from the county or surrounding urban areas over the tourists. Occasionally take a day off, 2 days off. Ran this side to play. Jiang Song's hiring program was also proceeding methodically, and as they had both hoped, the county's Veterans Affairs Office was indeed providing a large pool of quality employees. Whether they are old or strong, these men are already filled with a reassuring aura when they stand there. If the only two who weren't too happy would be Zhao Mang and Feng Chang, the two of them look at the soldiers, and one of them doesn't squeak. Zhao Mang, who used to sneak around the Bright Moon Walled City every day with small sunglasses, didn't do anything, but he just unconsciously slowed down his feet and softened his voice. Master Army, let's. But they are all greatly good people. Everything was so peaceful, and the only problem was that Uncle Shui rarely took the initiative to find Su Jing to talk about things. Brother Jing, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. Uncle Shui, you say. Su Jing also let go. They call each other. Alright, Dad. Uncle Shui wrinkled a crease in his face and looked puzzled. According to previous years, it's almost June. That is, it's almost flood season. The water level should only be high but not low. Even if it's not flood season yet, it hasn't rained much lately. He looked upstream in the direction of the river. but lately I've been boating and it feels like the waterline has dropped significantly, especially when I brought the tourists back yesterday. I saw that one of the riverbanks was leaking rocks underneath. If it keeps dropping like this, the boat won't be able to carry passengers, in case it hits a rock in the river. Su Jing listened quietly as Wang Kai's suspicions came true in the end. I'll have someone look into the situation in the next few days to see what's causing it. He thought for a moment and asked again, does that other river have an impact? Uncle Shui stared, then kindly laughed. Harm. Jumping Feet River. Ah. These two rivers have different sources and have nothing to do with each other. Do you want to use the jumping river to transport passengers? He waved his hand in a huff. That won't do. Do you know where the river got its name? It's because it's impossible to get off the boat, making people jump in a hurry. That's why it's called Jumping Feet River. I have an old body. Do not dare to take guests off the boat. When the boat overturned, people have to be planted inside. His worries were not unreasonable, which was why Su Jing wanted to remodel the lake out. There is a lake storage level water. Jumping feet of the river water will be much smoother when those many bumps, as a scenic tour program. Alright, then Uncle Shui, go get busy. I'll handle this. After sending Uncle Shui away, Su Jing immediately called Jiang Song to go out. Wang Kai had been waiting for something to happen for a long time, so as soon as Su Jing called, his car arrived immediately. That's the thing. The participants are all private self-organized, and most of them are villagers living in the mountains, involving 5 counties other than Castle Peak County. For different reasons, those who planted fields, planted trees, raised fish, diverted canals, dug pools, built dams, did everything. He frowned, and the bright smile was gone from his face. All those people should have been instructed by someone to pay the fines, and they get to reap the benefits. The bottom line is that they know those legal loopholes can be exploited, and they are very good at pulling the wool over their eyes. Jiang Song was a bit anxious. So that means it's not that easy to solve? That's right. Wang Kai looked at the silent Su Jing, worried. Plus that river doesn't belong to the city's water supply, and it doesn't affect the residents' lives too much when it passes over the Wanyuan mountain and flows into the deep mountains. So the complaints and protests are few and far between. I've asked about this for you, and those counties are beating around the bush and not solving the problem right away. And there seems to be someone in the city pressing on this, and I've heard that you have a good relationship with the Bureau of Culture and Tourism, so you might have to ask for help. Su Jing pondered for a moment. I'll try, but I don't reckon Secretary Shen can solve it. If this is really someone trying to screw him, by the looks of this current thoughtfulness, I'm guessing that connections have been made. What's more, according to what Wang Kai said, you're guessing that it's the Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area side that's doing this, right? Aha. MT. Wanyuan is nice, but it's only been a small fire recently. Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area is also supported the Yangon City cultural tourism for many years of old scenic spots. Even when the government decided to revitalize the cultural tourism business, Red Leaf Mountain has been a stable business of tourists. It can be said that this scenic spot has been inextricably linked to the construction of Yangon City. Even if Su Jing found Secretary Shen and Secretary Shen had the intention to help him, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. He raised an eyebrow. And can you find contact information for the person in charge of the Red Leaf Mountain viewpoint? Wang Kai smiled sarcastically. I'm not that handy, but ask that Secretary Shen. He sure is. After sending Wang Kai away, Jiang Song refused Su Jing's offer to go to the city together. If what he said is true, then I have to go back immediately to prepare a response plan. Short term, long term, including our current plans such as recruiting and investment, all have to consider suspending. Jiang Song was really very serious about helping him manage the scenic spot, and Su Jing's heart was hot and deeply gratified. However, the transformation of Lake Fuxian has not yet been completed, and the news cannot be released casually. He could only do his best to deal with that first, but it's the same as he said. Shen Zhuang's face became much uglier when he heard about this. Sure it's from Red Leaf Mountain View? Su Jing shook his head. Not sure, but I'd like to talk to the person in charge over there. Shen Zhuang pondered for a moment and also told the truth. Now that you've looked into it, you should know that this kind of county ripoff is the hardest to deal with, and I can only do my best to move forward. But you have to be prepared. He tentatively inquired. Could it be that your Wanyuan mountain has no other scenic spots besides the bright moonwalled city and the sacred mountain? If it is really no more, once the operation is stopped, the reputation of the scenic spot will quickly dissipate. Then the traffic will definitely not be able to stay, and it will be difficult for him to participate in the end of the year review with Wanyuan Mountain. I'll give you the phone number, but the only authority I have is that of the secretary of the man in charge. It would naturally be best if you could handle this properly. He sighed. After all, people are old scenic spots, so if they make some demands that are not too much, just agree to them. Isn't this the viewpoint your parents left behind? It's not easy to redo, so don't be too stubborn. Su Jing was non-committal, picking and choosing in his office, and shunned 2 cans of tea back. I'm an old man. I can't help you. Let's have some tea. Shen Zhuang also lost a smile regardless of him. He did not help. 2 cans of tea is also considered to compensate. As for Su Jing, he dialed immediately after he returned home. Inside Yangon City, inside the top floor office of a high-rise building, the suited male secretary walked behind the desk and spoke respectfully. Mr. Chu, the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area called and wants to speak with you. A low voice grunted from that leather seat. No need. Tell him. Things have already happened. If Wanyuan Shan can survive, no one will target him in the future. Gods he can make. I'm sure methods he can think of. Chapter 85. Ship stopped. Garden closed. Su Jing put down the phone. The other side's attitude is already obvious. No negotiation. No resolution. No admission of fault. If you, Wanyuan Mountain, are capable, you should find a way to get through this on your own. They've dug all the holes. Are they going to fill them up for you again? Wouldn't that be revealing? So people have one thing in mind. If you can think of a way to carry it through, naturally you can work it out, and they won't come out against you again in the future. Su Jing sipped his small drink and chewed his beef, not looking worried at all. Since it can't be solved, then don't settle. Wanyuan Mountain continued to operate normally for a week, until the water level line had once again dropped to a worrying level, with the riverbanks exposed on both sides, when Su Jing waved his hand. Stop the ship and close the garden. The construction team, which had long ago finished pulling the safety net and stopped work to rest, was called out again. Fix a side door. This time it was a real amount of work, and they were happy to do it, but the others were confused. Closed garden? At the staff meeting, Kina frowned in disbelief. So what do we do? They had gotten used to life at Bright Moon Cottage, dancing and working and singing, happy and comfortable every day. Growing up fast. Su Jing shrugged. What else can I do? Go home and rest. This group of people as well. He looked around. No matter if it was the people from Golden Sun, the people from Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe, or the men, women, and children around Feng Gue, all of them had a bereft look on their faces. What is this? He lost his smile and clapped his hands. While there is part of the problem of the inaccessible waterway in place, this closure is also just the right time to fix the scenic deficiencies. We're only closing the park temporarily. It's not like it's permanent. What's all this crying for? One and all? Feng Gue, a big and thick man, was worried at the moment. Really? I've heard that someone is targeting our scenic spot, and that the river was deliberately blocked. Yes, our scenic spot is already so remote. How long will the park be closed this time? What if no one comes in the future? Feng Chang quietly raised his hand to interject. Then are we still paid? Gaze. As soon as he spoke, everyone glared at him in unison. Money, money, money. Just no money. You're thinking about money now that your job is going to be untenable. Su Jing didn't care about that. Paychecks as usual. It's just going to be hard on you guys, Nana. You probably won't be able to perform for a few days. Jinna knew what he meant. They were a supernumerary department and were supposed to earn a commission. Now that the park is closed, they'll have to find another way out on their own until it opens. But, is that necessary? She leaned back, the old gods at ease. The money they earned these days in this Wanyuan Mountain was more than what their dance troupe had earned in the previous months. Even if the pension 1 month and so on, little mister. Su, so what? Zhao University said it. They're little mister. Su is smart and intelligent. Extraordinary people are capable of. Shouldn't keep them waiting too long. Feng Gue and the others in the Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe were even more two-eyed, unable to hide their smiles. To put it in perspective, they made more money in 5 days on Labor Day than they had in the previous 2 or 3 months. No wonder the old saying goes, it's better to work for a living than to be your own boss. It's too much money to be a boss, even if they don't raise their prices like other scenic spots. This huge flow of people makes it no problem for them to make several hundred a day. Together with the salary offered by Su Jing, there was no worry about food and drink, just in time for vacation. The Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe is even less worried. Don't forget, they still have a piece of land. The small fruits and vegetables that were planted have grown and they now have enough not only for themselves but also to sell to others in the village. In short, in addition to Jiang Tsong in the management center of the few busy front feet, everyone is happy to go home to rest. As for the offices of the visitor management center, the crackling sound of keyboards is incessant. The 2 newly recruited customer service close the door can hear the phone drip la de la ring. The microphone voice is as loud as holding a trumpet in the roar. What? Not open. My grandfather grabbed train tickets for 3 days and nights, and my grandmother stood up on her paralyzed legs to go play. You're telling me the park is closed? Why? I can't. What's the reason you guys closed the park? Did you ask the tourists? You feel your conscience does not hurt? Money. No more money? The official website said the riverbed was dry? Are you kidding me? It's almost flood season. What? Your holy mountain spirits didn't deal well with the river gods? Where's the water? I can't. I'm going to file a complaint against you. You have to open the door. I will carry my own mother's 4th grade uncle to cut you down. You wait. I haven't saved up enough new props. Don't who? Where exactly are the new props used? When will it open? Tourists on the other side of the phone. Crying, cursing, seriously reasoning, not saying a word to complain. But none of them were able to organize the determination of Wanyuan Mountain View to close the park. He Yunong has been up for 2 days without sleep. At this time the gorgeous makeup is no longer stepping on the shuffleboard. Top of the chicken nest head and big bags under the eyes sitting in front of the computer typing. Unable to sail. Due to upstream river water. Unknown reason. Unable to boat. Being resolved. She finished crackling and squinted back. What about the new prop? Where exactly is it used? I'll leave a hook for the back. Zhang Tsun's hand splayed out. I don't know. Jing just told me it was used on the top of the mountain. But he didn't say what the top of the mountain was going to be for. He Yunong poo-pooed it, twisting his head to mull it over. Then his hands flew to type. Hilltop dedication. God. Wait until the weather is good. Pick a day. Open. It's all ambiguous words, so it shouldn't be a problem. He Yunong sat down paralyzed, thought about it, and turned back to ask, how long is this park closure going to be? Anyway, we're working. Soon. Mr. Su and I assured you, it will be back soon. Zhang Tsun's expression was sincere. Our work is business as usual. There will be no delay in wages or anything. So don't worry. Everyone nodded, let out a long breath, and went back to work. Zhang Tsun looked at the 2 little girls in the customer service office, thought about it, and called Feng Gue. Special times, people are out of work, so they all come over for short-term customer service. Can't let the angry tourists wear out the staff. They're done arranging. Wanyuan Mountain 2A tourist attractions, also right on May 12th, officially announced the closure of the park. That's closing the garden? The low voice in the leather seat of the high-rise office sounded a little sad. I would have thought he would have had some other solution. What a shame. The secretary on the sidelines turned a deaf ear and just smiled. Go to the next step. It's going to have to be a total turnaround for them. The secretary respectfully retired. The unseen smoke begins. But this World War II didn't last more than a few days before the unseen smoke was over again. The owner of the leather seat looked at the unhelpful secretary in surprise and a bit confused. What do you mean? The secretary smiled and shook her head. Mr. Chu, not a single person can be poached. What do you mean you can't poach a single person? The leather seat squeaked and the man sat up straight as the secretary immediately explained. The people of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe refused our high-paying performance contract. The people of the Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe also refused our offer. And of those in Feng Gue, only 1 or 2 hesitated, but were quickly persuaded by the others. As for Shanmeng Travel Agency, the secretary was a little shy, but spoke up anyway. They beat up our guys. There was no surveillance in the neighborhood, and the injury tests didn't come back. The smooth implementation of the last plan. So Chu did not expect this plan to die before advancing. Go try again and tell me if it doesn't work. The office fell silent with the sound of a slamming door. A few kilometers away from the Shanmeng Travel Agency, Zhao Mang is sitting in a brand new office, and a group of juniors. Oh no, it's the tour guides, who are happily eating fried skewers. Ha 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 ha, who cares what red leaf and blue leaf he is? He ignored me when I first came to my door, but now I'll let him climb high. I don't know if my head is caught in the door. Old me letting go of the first son of the Wanyuan Mountain and going to be their Red Leaf Mountain's dog? He patted his little brother heavily on the shoulder. Though we practice literature, we can't leave behind martial arts either. Fortunately, the watchman has not forgotten. So let's all cheer up and make sure we continue to familiarize ourselves with the law, and never burden the people's judges. The brothers dried the beer in their hands and laughed loudly in reply. Only the close little brother was a little worried and whispered next to him. Brother Mang, talk is talk, but are we really just going to wait for Wanyuan Mountain? He nuzzled and looked at everyone who was idling. Our main customers are all the tourists of the Wanyuan Mountain. Now the Wanyuan Mountain, once the park is closed, we basically have no income, which just changed the office. Harm. Zhao Mang hid the tension in his eyes and waved his hand. Don't worry, Boss Su assured me that the scenic spot will open soon, and he can solve the problem this time. No problem. The salary is paid normally, and your brother Mang still has some money in his hand. It's okay. The little brother then nodded and proceeded to brag and fart with his brothers, and Zhao Mang looked up from his drink and looked out the window with a bit of a gaze. Su Jing Ah. Mr. Su, he Zhao Meng, is usually considered half a profit-oriented person, but this time he decided to trust you. Wanyuan Mountain. This time he also more or less guessed, if the last really cannot get up, then he, Su Jing, is letting the tiger return to the mountain. These brothers, they'll have to go back to their old jobs. Chapter 86, Su Jing's Plan. MT. Wanyuan has been closed for 3 days. Su Jing met the 3 young men who had donated for him, and those 3 didn't seem to care about the closure of the Wanyuan Mountain. They were quite enthusiastic, pulling Su Jing to talk about some of the strange things they had seen on the holy mountain. The words all mean one thing: make a friend. Seeing that they had contributed money to help him repair the road, Su Jing also left the contact information of several of them, and later, he went to meet the worried-looking governor and secretary Shen one after another. Although they also helped him to go to all sorts of diversions, the upstream villagers blocking the flow of water is not so easy to solve. As for Zhu Shou, he stood firmly on Su Jing's side, and during the period of time when the garden was closed, he had stirred up the old rice with a new stir-fry, and surprisingly, he had barely managed to maintain the heat of Manhwa Cottage, but Bright Moon Cottage held its heat. Wanyuan Shan, however, was once again cursed. The inexplicable closure of the park has caused some people to once again give the yellow software a bad review, and, of course, some people have taken it upon themselves to organize an investigation about the upstream waterways. This investigation, mainly focused on the group of Wanyuan Mountain outsiders, we are all fans is fake, naturally also smelled the flavor of Wanyuan Mountain being targeted. For a while, Yangon City was calm on the surface, but in reality, there were dark currents. As for being in the center of this dark vortex, Su Jing was humming. Peach leaves on the tip, and the willow leaves covered the sky. The stream, which a few days ago required a trip across, now has an additional delicate wooden bridge. Far before crossing the bridge, I saw a forest of pink flowers, just a few hundred paces from the shore. Su Jing stepped onto the bridge and followed the stream for a while before walking into the pink-colored woodland. It was actually a forest of peach blossoms in full bloom. Brother Unicorn. Su Jing passed through them. His eyes cannot hide the stunning. The road occasionally petals fall. Pink flower rain is extremely romantic. This season, it seems like there are no peach blossoms, right? We're not going to have a problem with this thing we're messing with, are we? The system was not impressed. The country of China is so vast that it is not unusual for there to be an occasional wondrous scene. Besides, your carp pond, Butterfly Valley, is it normal? Saying the same thing, Su Jing hemmed and hawed as he continued to skulk forward, observing this creekside woodland that had just finished being remodeled. Peach trees with different postures. Peach blossoms bloom all over the branches, with the breeze floating, peach fragrance, moist and not greasy, let Su Jing relaxed and happy. Continuing forward, under the peach blossom tree, the path winds, paved with green stones, and in the distance there is a hidden house situated in it. Right, that's the way it is. Su Jing quickened his pace and stepped into it. As one enters, the first thing is 2 ancient wooden doors, on the lintel of which hangs an ancient door plaque with the 3 big words, Peach Blossom Nunnery, in running script. Push open the wooden door. Light ink and flower fragrance intertwined. Came to the front hall and backyard. Rockery pond. Left and right courtrooms are connected by a long corridor. It was like a huge compound. But now, the compound was silent, and apart from Su Jing's footsteps, there was only the sound of peach blossoms drifting down. It's about time. Su Jing pulled out a small puppet from his backpack and snapped it to the ground. Come out. My. After tidying up the peach blossom forest, Su Jing headed to Mingyue Zhai, where the sounds of construction were still coming from the several wooden cottages surrounded by green safety nets. But Su Jing knows that this is the system's blindfold, in which the B&B has long been remodeled. Each B&B, a joint conversion of 4 wooden cottages, located in 4 areas, A, B, C, D, each named after spring, summer, fall and winter. He wandered through it, nodding in satisfaction. Not a lot of room, but certainly much better than before. Previously under the comments of the Mingyue Zhai, to say that the most complaints, that is to complain about the poor road and the scenic area, no way to stay overnight. This time he was so lucky to have it all sorted out, and could take less flack. Back in the center square, he opened the system. As more buildings within the Bright Moon walled city completed their remodeling, the completion level of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range continued to climb. One left peak, Holy Spirit Mountain Range, 64% complete. He looked at the small lightning bolt in his backpack, and it was just 6% complete from the 70% mark. He looked at the tens of thousands of prestige value that had increased again after the past few days and pursed his lips and thought, there is still a week to go before the transformation of the falling immortal lake is completed. So much time to be idle. Plus it's rare that no one is watching. Why don't we continue the transformation of the holy mountain, and upgrade the degree of completion to more than 70%? Say it and do it. He stepped quickly up the sacred mountain, over the blocking wooden sign at the prayer cliff, and continued upward, finally reaching the summit platform after another 40-minute climb. This naturally formed plane, as if it had been flattened by a sword of an ancient immortal god, was used to accomplish his final vision. Just right. System, remodel the holy mountain summit area. The system drops sounded, and then the electronic voice began to broadcast. Are these reputation values enough to pull the holy mountain to 70% completion? Not quite enough. Su Jing's shoulders shriveled up for a moment. But, considering that the host was able to unlock the second area in a month, the great system has decided to reward you. Discount. Use the remaining prestige value to finish upgrading the mountaintop. System. You are simply the best in the world. Starting today, we are the best brothers in the world. I eat meat. You have soup. I wear pants and you wear a gang. I glorify. You glory. I'm famous you for ages. Good. The system interface's reputation value instantly went to 0, and Su Jing was pushed away by the unseen dense mist and sent to the road down the mountain. It's over. Su Jing touched the small lightning bolt in his hand and looked up at the sky above. In the distance of the blue sky, a few puffy clouds folded up like a band of drift. The air that had been dry for so long was finally slightly moist. The rainy season is approaching. The small lightning bolt in Su Jing's hand disappeared, and he skittered away down the downhill road. The last sight of this holy mountain could be ready to start publicizing. A little bit of time passed. Friday night, Xu Shou lying in his own big bed, looking at the recent account of boredom in the promotional videos. Without the hot support of the Wanyuan mountain, these messy store visit videos are not as much as a tenth of the previous traffic. Oh Wanyuan mountain. He let out a long sigh. It's been 10 days since my guide-sama. When will you return? Ding dong. His phone buzzed and vibrated, and he rolled his eyes to cross out the collaborative messages, only to stare momentarily as he touched the screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His obese body was extremely agile at the moment, and he jumped up from the bed with a grunt. Mr. Catcher, are you free these days? Coming to work. Chapter 87, 10,000 Origin Mountain reopens. Ding, 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 ding. He Yunong covered her ears and threw the mouse aside in horror, shouting at Zhao University, who was sitting next to her studying. No, no, I'm not looking. I don't want to see it. Gat? With a confused look on his face, Zhao University took the mouse and clicked on the blinking page bar at the bottom of the computer screen. Do what? I'm not very good at that. Am I? The page flashed, then opened in front of the two. On the pre-sale page of the ticketing system, the little red dots flashed frantically, and every time they flashed, the numbers on them were just a few, dozens of increases. What the hell? He Yunong chewed his nails anxiously. It's only their official website for Wanyuan Mountain that they've just put up the pre-sale. Even the pre-sale was for tickets a week later. And to top it off, the ticket price went up to $80. What are these guys doing? Robbing the madness? It's a Wednesday on opening day, and it's gone up in price, too. An inexplicable Wednesday. How is it that the number of people buying tickets has already broken the 100 mark? Not to mention the Thursday through Friday behind it, and the already sold-out weekend. OMG. She sighed as she looked at Zhou University, who was fully focused and even showing a smile. College, you still don't get it. You're smiling so happily. Do you know how many tourists we'll be receiving? Do you know how tiring and hard it will be? Zhou University shook her head. Sister Yunong, you don't understand either. Tiredness and hard work are nothing. Do you know how much they wanted to be recognized when they were faced with a few tourists who wanted to yell at them? The two were a worry and a delight. The only common denominator is that everyone still do not know. This time the scenic area open. That mysterious Mr. Su, in the end, what have been engaged in. Every day, they come and go in the scenic spots with big bags and small packages. They say things like, it's amazing. No one has ever done it before. Show them to death and so on. But they can't see anything. The only thing they can see is that river level line that is rising again a little bit because of public opinion and policy. But even that is totally inadequate to meet the standards of a traveling ship carrying passengers. What the hell is he so happy about? Fang Gue and the others also gathered in the central square, and the group of newly recruited employees sat honestly next to them, waiting for their seniors to issue instructions. Has everyone heard? Fang Gue looked around. Ever since he brought everyone to move into the bright moon-walled city, with his super high prestige and steady action, it made him directly become the employee manager of the Holy Spirit Mountain Range. That's why most of the work assignments are issued and completed by him as well. So tonight, he gathered everyone in the center square, ready to make an announcement. As everyone has heard, in 5 days, The Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area will be reopened. The crowd let out a clamor, and Fanggu reached out and suppressed it, continuing in a deep voice. This reboot is not only a reboot of our Bright Moon Cottage and Sacred Mountain, but Mr. Xiaosu said that he has also redeveloped an attraction just upstream from the Jumping Foot River. The crowd followed the direction of his finger and saw only an oddly shaped rocky mountain. What's there to see over there? Some people are curious. Could it still look better than our bright moon-walled city? But no. The beauty of the Sacred Mountain and the bright moon-walled city. Even though I've been here for a month now, I can't get enough of it. What kind of words are you yanking? If it's good, it's over. Fang Gue smiled helplessly. What's the new attraction over there? I don't know. He coughed lightly. But, Mr. Su said the arrangement is that we're going to send out 30 people to work at the new attraction. What? Everyone instantly craned their necks. Who wants to go? No one wants to go. You can work at home. Every day is hot. And you can set up your own stall for income. When you go to the new attraction, all these benefits will be lost. Fang Gue saw everyone's thoughts at a glance and snorted coldly. What were you thinking? He slapped his thigh. When we were so poor we couldn't even afford to eat. Don't forget who took us in. We were given a house to live in, paid for our work, and helped to get a license. One cannot forget one's roots. Boss Su told us to go east. We shouldn't have gone west. Chi sat behind him, rubbing his forehead helplessly as Uncle Fang got excited again. The others were a bit embarrassed by Fang Gue's reprimand, and some of them wanted to stand up in response, but they didn't want a group of people to be one step ahead of them. Miso. The crowd, which had been silent, stood up, the man at the head straightening his frame. We can go over there. Oh. Fang Gue had some respect in his eyes. It was the group of veterans, but he squeezed his hand. You can go, but you have to keep some of it. Maintaining order and enforcing rules. You're good at that, but people's skills in guiding tourists, they're better at that. Being pointed to by Fang Gue, a sense of responsibility arose for everyone behind him. Just kidding. They were all a bunch of newcomers. Could they still know more about the Wanyuan Mountain than them? The employees, who had forgotten that they had only been here for a month, dabbled and stood up one after another. I'll go. I'm going too. And me. Koji stood up as well. There's a new attraction, so I'm definitely going to step on it. Fang Gue laughed and gave him a headbutt. Kids, get on the side. Everyone's enthusiasm was aroused before Fang Gue smiled and continued. It doesn't take that many people. Mr. Su gave the target and I've thought of someone. He pulled out a piece of paper and started counting the names one by one, and finally rushed the veteran who had just opened his mouth. Brother Zhao Long. The remaining 20 people. You choose. Zhao Long is the steward of the veterans on this side. He nodded and started calling people straight away. Su Jing recruited them, and they knew better than everyone in their hearts what abilities the scenic spot needed from them. But since he's offering a good job, they'll do it well. Maintain order. Protect the peace. The employees were finalized, and River Clump called to make sure the new equipment was on its way to be shipped. Su Jing looked at the system's display and moved Little Lightning to the position at the top of the Sacred Mountain to officially activate it. Wow! The purple and white light flashed by in an instant, so fast that no one noticed. All of them were making the final preparations step by step, and Su Jing also suppressed his excited and apprehensive heart, waiting for the day when the remodeling was completed. The scenic spot was reopened, and the tourists were admitted, and within 24 hours of the sudden official release of the news, the long-silent scenic board finally blew up again. The once hot post has been rehashed and people are commenting like crazy, and the media, who didn't manage to get an interview, finally got a whiff of the traffic again and, one by one, began to publicize it. The content of one of these articles is most interesting. Scenic waterways cut off. Restarted Wanyuan Scenic Area. What to transport guests? What appears to be cynicism actually draws a lot of attention to the word cut off. What's going on? Who got cut off? Cut off from what? Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? I've heard of it. It seems to have been found out that it was a lot of villagers upstream digging pools and ditches at the same time to repair the embankment, and it's already being treated. But the results are very slow, and I've heard that it hasn't recovered even now. I smell a conspiracy. I'll go check it out. Wait for me. Not restored? Then how can tourists get to the attraction? I remember that Mingyuezhai is far from the gate, right? It takes more than 10 minutes by boat to get there. I don't know. I just want to know. Did they make a lot of new stuff out of the reboot of Scenic as well? Don't even think about it. The tickets are all gone. They only put up the pre-sale for the first week. There aren't many tickets. They've been snatched up long ago. Holy, I just found out about this. Ha 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 ha. That's right. I snagged too. There are only 200 tickets for the first day. Sorry, brother is one of them. One post stands out the most from the frenzy of talk. Lightning avoidance piggyback, yep, lucky me, it's me again. I look forward to you all joining me for the first day into the rebooted 10A Yuan. The heat soared under the Wishkeeper thread, with a bunch of people commenting with mad envy, and a bunch of people reporting it like crazy. He's cheating, he's definitely using his money power, but whatever. As time passes slowly, the day has come for Yuan Mountain View to reopen. Chapter 88, the amusement ride is coming. On the first day, only 200 tickets were sold. It was Jiang Song's idea. One reason is because there are new attractions opening and they need to adjust appropriately based on the response of tourists. Secondly, it was because Su Jing had told them only a few days before the opening that the new attraction was going to take a different waterway. That's right, it's the foot-hopping river that they all speculate about but aren't sure about. Although Su Jing assured him that the water was much less, Jiang Song was still prepared and found a few more powerful boatmen. Uncle Shua bristled at this. Old, no longer useful. I'm not even used for rowing anymore. He didn't complain for too long, though, and Su Jing still arranged a journey for them. To this point, all personnel are only now organized. May 21st, early morning, on the Wanyuan Country Road in Castle Peak County. One after another, people drove through the parking lot. Hey, the handsome man in sunglasses driving the car glanced at the parking lot in the rearview mirror. What does the sign mean when it says the parking lot is closed? The stylish woman in the passenger seat also curiously picks at the car window. It seems that the main entrance is closed this time. We have to use the side door to enter. Today are these two doors far away from each other? The young man with the inches in the back seat shrugged. The Wanyuan Mountain is big after all. It's normal to be far away. The line of people was none other than the three of Joe Pippi. They hadn't grabbed the tickets in time, but they were precious donors after all. So with Joe breaking shy prayers, they busted through to get Su Jing's 3 advance tickets. Moving forward down the country road, the group couldn't help but snicker as they passed a bridge. I think this river is the one that was cut off on the internet, right? Dirty tricks are just that. The strength cannot win the Wanyuan Mountain. Just engage in Een. The trio taunted a bit, and the car finally pulled over to the side of the road, where a quaint scenic gateway stood quietly in front of them. Above the sign, the rigid and powerful Wanyuan Mountain was engraved on it. Pippi, didn't Mr. Su tell you that this opening of the park is different from the previous one? Joe broke mysteriously, his eyes clear. Yes. He looked at the succession of vehicles coming up behind him and hurriedly tugged everyone inside. I hear he's opening up new attractions. Better than Bright Moon Cottage and Holy Mountain? Zhao Yanyan's eyes lit up, but then she bristled. It can't be. After all, it's only been 15 days. How can it be made exceptionally well? Hairchan nodded back. I think so too. It should just be a gimmick. Joe Broke's eyes flickered, although he also had concerns in his heart. But after all, it was produced by Wanyuan Mountain, and those who could make Bright Moon Cottage and Sacred Mountain. How bad could the new attractions introduced be? Don't think about it, just go in and see. A few people approached quickly, and the new ticket office next to it was made to look like a log cabin in an antique style. Zhao University was inside, smiling and checking their identity before letting them in. And then, not long afterward, a little fat man carrying a long gun came over with gusto. Due to the fact that he came so often, Zhao University had even recognized the man. He looked at the ponytailed girl with glasses who had arrived behind the little fat man and wondered a little. You two came together? The little fat man Zhu Shou and the girl Ping Ping looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. We don't know each other. Zhu Shou also got his advance ticket by being a connected person, while Ping Ping grabbed it purely on the strength of her rabid fan base. Surprisingly, the two came together unexpectedly. Zhou University smiled coyly. Since you two are both familiar with each other, I thought you knew each other as well. Now Pim came to be interested, and little fatty's eyes also lit up. The two exchanged tickets and casually chatted for a few moments, and immediately understood each other's identities. So you cut the promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain? That means, you know the owner of Wanyuan Mountain? Pinky's question of course little fatty would not answer, but he was also a little surprised. You're from the legendary Wanyuan Mountain's Genin fan club? I heard that someone on that team collected all 7 plush flowers. Is it? Ping Ping smiled without saying anything, but it made Zhu Shou understand for a second. Sacred respect. Out of respect, the two hit it off. One is the super records officer. The other is a seeker with a superb mission radar. The two of them just go so well together. Go, let's go in together. The two figures, one fat and one thin, quickly disappeared inside the park gate. Zhao University was still sitting peacefully inside the pavilion, counting the number of tourists entering. After a little while longer, the tourists started to arrive. A man and a woman came tugging along. I've said I don't like this kind of place. Do you know that I've put off our fishing party today to accompany you? and I ended up coming to this kind of deserted mountain. I promise the scenic spot will be fun. I stayed up all night to get this ticket. Today, my mentor asked me to go with him to examine the monuments, but I took a leave of absence although the tutor gave me a bad scolding. But Curl, you don't worry. Brother has his own arrangements. Humph. That's good. But you did really well this time. I heard that it was super hard to grab tickets for the first day of the Wanyuan Mountain. Only 200 were released. I didn't think you could actually grab them. Hey, as long as it makes Curly happy, I'll do anything. The girl named Curly finished laughing and twisted her head in a flash of disgust. Dead lickers studying cold majors. She wouldn't be out on a date with him if he hadn't been able to snag a ticket. Sister, do you know that I'm going up and down in millions of dollars an hour? And it's almost time for the art exhibition. And my work isn't even fully prepared yet. And you still have to ask me to accompany you on a scenic tour. Hey, don't get mad. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. The woman, with a shapely figure and burgundy curls that fell like red waves, smiled at the slightly slimmer, sickly-looking man in front of her. My brother, can I not know? I've heard that this place has beautiful scenery and a lot of ancient architectural wooden cottages. I think it might be able to help you with your creative work. Go for a walk with my sister. My brother has been stuck on the threshold of creativity for a long time, and if he continues to hold it in, the person is going to go crazy and get wasted. It has to come out. Her expression was mild, but her movements were forceful as she pulled the man inside. A succession of tourists have entered. Because the scenic spot warned the entry time in advance, all 200 visitors plus 6 special pioneers entered until 9:31 a.m. As for the other 2 forerunners, rustling, a foot broke a dead branch, and 2 familiar-looking men stepped out of the forest path. Ha! This kid. Seems like he's really opened up a new scene. Xinzhuang gas if the rainbow. The upper reaches of the river to change the river. Private digging aqueducts. Finally a good progress. Did not waste his black days and days of dredging relations. It was also fortunate that it was a good development, so he could have the face to ask Su Jing for a pass ticket to the new scenic spot. Next to him, Secretary Li was so excited that he didn't feel tired at all carrying a big backpack. This time he's just like the secretary. Both have official status now. No more worrying about being trapped. And finally get to see that legendary holy mountain. That holy mountain of 3 passes. What the hell does it look like? Hey! He looked ahead at Olden, who was grinning with crossed arms, and shook his head. No laxatives in his lunch this time. At the end of the trail is the babbling brook. Above the stream is a rustic wooden bridge. By the bridge, a wooden sign stands. At the top of the wooden sign is the number 1. 2 lines of verse are carved deep below. In the mountains of Wanyuan, amusement people fishing for business. Rim Creek Walk, forgetting the distance of the road. Chapter 89 Peach Blossom Garden. Oh, Secretary Shen squatted down and looked at it for a while, then stood up and looked at it from a distance. It's pink over there. Go and take a look. He hemmed and hawed and giggled, no longer pretending to be a leader, and pulled Secretary Li forward by stepping over the bridge. The same wooden sign varies greatly the more people who look at it react to it. Joe broke. A few people took a look at it and immediately gave up. They were too lazy to read modern texts, let alone read and understand ancient texts. Little fat Zhu Shou doesn't care about anything, as long as he sees something special. It's a wild shot. Don't ask. He's a pioneer. Experience had taught him. The Lord Receiver makes things all have deep meaning. Shoot and be done with it. Ping Ping was not as ignorant as he was. As a thoughtful college student, she scrutinized the wooden sign and immediately copied it down in her own little notebook before looking up at the little fat man. I have a feeling this would be the first line of a verse. There may be more behind it. With a wave of her hand, she moved forward with agility. Follow me. Aside from them, the fishing guy skimmed at the sight of the wooden sign, and the construction guy was too busy following Curly to pay much attention to the sign. Instead, the little painter molded over, raised his eyebrows with a little interest, and pulled out his cell phone to take a picture of the wooden sign. Come on, let's keep moving forward. He took the initiative and the red-headed sister was happy, immediately following him forward, leaving the wooden bridge and following the scaly, glistening creek forward. After less than 100 meters, you see a forest of pink peach blossoms in full bloom of pure desire. Ooh! Xinzhuang pulled out his cell phone, his eyes rising in alarm. It's late May. There are actually peach blossoms. Little Li is silent. Little Li only knows how to click and take pictures. The peach forest is huge, with main and secondary roads winding their way through it, and occasional small wooden signs standing by the peach trees to guide the way. But this stuff isn't just about pointing the way, either. Pinky crouched down with a sharp eye, pointing to the 3 wooden sign with an excited look on her face. I guessed right. It's a poem. Wait for me to write it down. Let's go for 2. Discover the mystery of the wooden sign. More and more people, In the romantic peach forest, petals such as fine rain sprinkled, reflecting the expression of the tourists inside the exceptionally excited. Here we go. Interactive quests are back. This time the poem, instead of the boatman reading it to them, they put it together themselves. The second paragraph is here. Someone yelled out, and the tourists who were close immediately jogged over. Suddenly I came across a peach blossom forest, hundreds of paces along the shore. There are no trees in the center. The grass is fresh and beautiful, a colorful array of fallen flowers. The little painter was behind the crowd, mulling over the poetry, then looking behind him. Ooh, his surprise caught everyone's attention, and all of them turned around together, only to realize the seemingly disorderly rows of peach trees, but from a different angle. It forms a spacious and orderly path of falling cherries. Go! Pinky was excited and soon found the wooden sign 3 behind a tree on the side of the road. She read in an excited high voice. The travelers were very surprised, and went on their way. She looked toward the house that loomed at the end of the winding path and tossed her head, desire to exhaust its forest. Now there were more people gathered. Everyone could barely contain their excitement. Here we go. The excitement that I felt when I first arrived at Bright Moon Cottage came back. A sense of mystery, sense of anticipation. No one knows what the hell is in the front. The crowd was silent. The crowd just kept moving forward. A fourth wooden plaque was found with it. At first, it was very narrow, but only through the people, and then a few hundred steps. Open up. Wow. After passing the wooden sign and then walking around a winding corner, it really opens up in front of you. Peach trees gather in 2s and 3s to encircle, ringing out an ancient, bookish mansion. In the open space before that compound, a table, a chair, and a tea. An old acquaintance in a green robe with bound hair and a crown stood up and looked at everyone with a smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lord Receiver? Su Jing shrugged and stepped forward. Since that traveler left many years ago, this peach blossom dock has not seen outsiders for a long time. Are you all from the outside world? Standard trigger quest language. Wishguard let out a howl of excitement. Right. We all just got here. With an expression that seemed despondent and wistful, the usher in front of him spoke slowly. When that traveler left, he made a poem. Does anyone know what that poem was? Pinky immediately raised her hand and handed him the book of records. Well, I was walking along the stream, forgetting the distance of the road. Suddenly came across a peach blossom forest, hundreds of paces along the bank, with no trees in it, beautiful grass, and colorful fallen flowers. His quiet chanting, accompanied by his body dress, intersected with this peach forest courtyard, a unique flavor. Halfway through the poem, Su Jing frowned softly and covered his head. The rest, I can't remember. He craned his head to look behind him, but I have heard that in this peach blossom dock, there is a peach blossom nunnery in which a special person lives. Perhaps you can find that special person and see if he's heard of it. He sidestepped, getting out of the way behind him. It is not convenient for me to go inside. I will wait for you all at the end of the flower path behind the compound. Looking forward to our next meeting. Su Jing stopped talking, and everyone pursed their lips, unable to hold back any longer, striding towards the inside. Stop. But before everyone could cross the threshold, the gate opened and a white-clothed boy with a face like a peach blossom wearing a square hat stopped them with a smile. You outsiders, I'm afraid I don't know. This peach blossom nunnery master, usually rare temperament, only liked to socialize with fellow travelers. In his right hand he held a wooden tray with 4 stacks of small wooden cards. The nuns have 4 main hobbies: poetry, painting, song and dance. If you wish to visit, you need to choose one and fulfill the Yumu's request to be considered qualified to visit. The boy's lips were red and teeth were white. His eyes were soulful, and his tone was sly. Guys, pick one. Ooh, people are dumbfounded. It's actually a different side quest. Someone raised their hand. Can I pick another one if I'm done? The boy smiled. The questions of the nunnery master are not simple. You can only complete one at a time, and you'll have to leave here after your visit. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately clamored. How's this for a choice? They look at this new scene. Just looking at it from the outside, you can see that the home is large beyond belief. Now that I've heard him say it, there are actually 4 quests in here for everyone to complete at the same time? Is it hard to believe that these 4 missions take different routes? Zhu Shou, who originally wanted to follow Ping Ping through the mission, also hesitated. He craned his head to look at Pinky, who also pinched her little book and hesitated among the 4 stacks of cards. Just as they hesitated, a bony, greenish-white hand reached out from the back and, with a single pick, grabbed the wooden sign of painting. Hey, what's the hesitation here? Appearing in front of the crowd was the skinny little painter. The corner of his mouth was a hint of an unruly smile as he strides inside. Take what you like. It's not like you're not coming back later. The redhead rushed to follow suit, but was stopped by the little painter. Sis, This place is interesting. Let me wander around on my own. Just pick what you want to play. Don't follow me. The redhead froze and smiled at the thought. Since my brother is interested, let him play by himself. She twisted her head, looked at the tray, and without the slightest hesitation, she directly took a dance, and also took a big step in. After 2 picks in a row, this is not something people think about much anymore. Yeah, it's not like it's just this one time. This peach blossom nunnery, can it still run away? Soon, the silhouettes at the entrance entered the nunnery as much as they could. The boy and Su Jing in the distance smiled at each other and winked, then inclined his head to ring the intercom. The first wave of visitors has entered and is ready to begin. Chapter 90 The Way of Poetry. Poetry, painting, song and dance. For major side quests that spread the crowd out directly, Xiaoli followed Shen Zhuang and watched that Lao Deng pick up a poetry card before he also stepped forward to quickly pick up one. Yeah, brother Shen. I accidentally took the wrong one. Little Li carried the song card with a smile that had no intention of recognizing his mistake. Little brother, can you still change it? The boy's smile remained, but he shook his head, signaling him to hurry inside. Alas, pity, too bad. Li hurriedly tucked in his cards and scampered off with a sigh. Just kidding. It's the old man who likes poems and paintings, and he's naturally going to listen to a little song. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. Shen Zhuang was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn around and walk in. Behind him, Chu Shou thought about it. Since he was doing a quest, he must have chosen what he was good at. Poetry and painting are too artistic to be pressed into service on their own. Dancing? Look at this 200 pounds of fat on your body. I'm afraid it's not going to work with you either. Only, song, cut video cut more. He knows more about all kinds of music. No longer hesitating, he separated from Pinky, who had chosen poetry, and entered carrying the song card. As for the 3 Zhou brothers, sorry, they're rich kids, they recognize it. The 3 men hemmed and hawed and walked in carrying the he dance sign. Good brother, old life. Entering the nunnery, the first thing you see is a simple and ancient wall, on which a ghost dancing with dragons and snakes is carved with a landscape painting of Shogun, and on the left and right sides, there were 2 wooden signs hanging on each side. Poetry and painting go to the left, song and dance go to the right. Ping Ping and the little painter walked in front and behind at the very front, and the entrance was a long corridor, shuttle in which there is a faint wind sound shao shao. Corridor side hollow window view, move step by step, can see that the courtyard, if the emergence of the very beautiful scenery, walking out of the corridor into the courtyard, the 4-sided courtyard was fully presented in front of them. The singing and dancing tourists who had separated earlier were nowhere to be seen. In the several courtyards in front of them, the gates were all open, and a few small children stood at the door, looking at everyone with smiles on their faces. I'll go first. Ping Ping stepped forward, and the little boy immediately said respectfully, this hall, only poetry branded guests are allowed to enter. That's right then. Pinky winked at the crowd behind her, then took a step inside and disappeared into the doorway. Nice guy. It turns out that you find your own mission area. Everyone clammed up and laughed, immediately separating. Of the 4 courtyards, 2 are poems and 2 are paintings. Shen Zhuang narrowed his eyes and immediately followed Ping Ping in. This little girl is bold and careful. Following her should make it more enjoyable. When the room was no longer occupied, the little child stood in the doorway and said playfully, this is where the nunnery master reads in the morning, and from time to time, when he is inspired, he makes a few verses. He looked lost. It's just a pity that all of the nunnery's poems are scattered somewhere, and we can't read or write, so we really can't find them. Everyone listened quietly as he said the preconditions and then watched as the young boy bowed and formally opened his mouth. There are multiple rooms in the nunnery, and the master's poems are all over the place, so we need all of you guests who are fortunate enough to find the scattered verses and put them in order to spell out a complete poem. There are many poems, and if one of the spelled ones succeeds, you have the qualification to visit. Nice guy. Pinky immediately spotted the wa point. So this spelled out poem doesn't have to be gotten by one person, right? Everyone instantly twisted their heads to look over, and the boy stood there, looking at everyone with a smirk, then twisted his head to go out the door. Everyone burst out laughing instantly. This is a ING group task. Pinky immediately blurted out, let's move together. Look for a note in this study. Or a engraving? Stickers? Oops. Anyway, everyone, if you see any words that you feel, let's take pictures of them or collect them. The number of people who chose poetry isn't that many. Ping Ping scanned the room, and there were only about 20 people. Don't give up when you see the same note. People. Shen Zhuang raised his eyebrows. It looked like this little girl had found out. That boy said that we still have to put the poems in the right order and get them right before we can pass. There is only one chance per person, so we have to be more prepared. in case the poem is right. The order is wrong. That would be a shame. Everyone understood at once. Ha ha ha. Looking for something right. It's awesome. A couple of guys rolled up their sleeves, smiled toothless grins, and went up and started flipping. Those big brothers. Pinky almost couldn't get her breath. Big brother, this is not our home. We can't mess up the master's house while we're looking for him. Everyone, pay attention. Don't get blown out of the park. She said it with a smile, but a few big brothers immediately blushed and apologized. Pinky's reminder steadied everyone. The sound of paper turning over. The sound of a vase screen being moved. I found one. Someone held up a piece of paper crumpled like used toilet paper and unfolded it to read. Sober only sits in front of the flowers. Drunk still comes to sleep under the flowers. His spirits fluttered, and the others stopped in their movements. Flower after flower, day after day, drunkenness after drunkenness. Holy, he looked up, shock in his eyes. Even if he was illiterate, he would know it just by listening to the rhymes and the compound words. This is definitely a great poem. Is there more? Shinjuang pushed aside the crowd in front of him and rushed to the man's side, pinching his shoulders with an expression of ecstatic shock. Is there more? Next sentence. Anything else? No more. He put down the paper, but the others clamored instantly. Holy, this poem. I really feel like we've entered the mansion of some ancient poet's great talent. This is too sensational. Drunkenness and drunkenness year after year. You pint again. Everyone was talking, and the search was suddenly more energetic. If one line of a poem is like this, what does the whole poem have to look like? Shinjuang pondered the rhyme of the poem, and before he could bend down and open to find it, someone drew out another crumpled piece of paper under the inkstone, and a piece of water circle on it emitted an unknown odor. The rain hits the pear blossoms and closes the door deep. Failing youth, vainly failing youth. It's a verse. Immediately, someone was puzzled. This doesn't sound like the last poem format. That's right, and it seems to be speaking about different things. Everyone's faces were suddenly grave. What's the deal? They finally realized that what they were getting would be several puzzle pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Reaching the requirements is far harder than they think. Someone got even more excited and went on a searching spree. Some, however, became discouraged and began to look around. But this look, it can be a big deal. Comrades, everyone looked up in disbelief. Had this man found something special again? A big Mediterranean brother stood there, looking upwards. Don't you all think that this one hall is a little too real and quiet and elegant? Everyone then looked over afterward, following along. In the large hall, the paintings and calligraphy seem to be placed randomly, but they are full of spontaneity and boldness. Among them, the wooden table and couch, silver silk soft cushion, for gentlemen screen gauze curtain, exquisite celadone vase, all show the luxury of this place. Archaeology-chan's gaze finally moved away from Curly and he looked up and narrowed his eyes. Inexplicably, there's a feeling of coming out to play only to find a baby. This place does seem to have some say. Haha. Chapter 91 The Way of Painting and the Way of Song. In the same yard, after Pinky and the girls pushed their way into the room, the little painter took the lead and turned around and went into the other house. The little child stood playfully in the doorway, equally white and with a small red face. Guests, this is the West Courtyard Pavilion of Painting and Calligraphy. Our nunnery master's paintings are a masterpiece, and when I think back to those days, the people who begged for paintings were also endless. But that is not the purpose of your guest's trip. This entire Peach Blossom Nunnery houses the paintings the nunnery owner wanted to show you. 10 in all. On each painting, it's labeled with a serial number. And the painting, in turn, contains certain allegories. All you guests have to do is to arrange them in order, record the meaning of the painting, and then, naturally use them. After he finished speaking, he retreated, and there was no backbone like Ping Ping and Secretary Shin here. So after discussing for a while with 7 words, they started to look for it. But one of the people who screamed the loudest came in and was quiet instead. Sandalwood bubbled and escaped from the bottom of the aroma, creating a pool of mist. Behind the smoke was the dense, blurred face of the little painter. He stood frozen in the painting room, looking at the paintings and calligraphy hanging from left to right, most of them vertical, or hung neatly on the wall, or thrown loose on the couch, or crumpled together and dumped in a basket. His eyes were fixed on the paintings. His face did not show it, but his heart had already set off waves. Who did this? Painting? Penmanship mood divine. He even dared not comment on this kind of painting. Look at the last picture at random. The little painter came closer, murmured out at the scrawled, bold handwriting on it. Lake and mountain at a glance. How many people dare to paint landscapes with large areas of white space? But if you look closely, you can tell that the much white that remains is not pure white, but a large continuous and loving lake mist and mountain wind. The wind, clouds, water and fog meet in order to form such a large piece of white like a veil, like a brocade. And even better, a few sailboats tossed between the white mist, reflecting in solitude the heavily inked mountain and stone gazebo and 3 or 5 friends in the lower left corner. He looked at the little boy outside the door and didn't seem to care about people touching the scroll before he got on with it. Harm. No wonder. He was reassured by the feel of the copy paper. He then said, "How could this great painter, master, really bring his paintings for everyone to touch at will?" But as he scrutinized the scroll, he also finally saw a small one at the inscription. Arabic numerals, very recognizable. "I found the first one." He finally remembered with hindsight that they seemed to be on a mission of some sort. Everyone swarmed over to take pictures, then gathered around the scroll and began to think, what is this thing trying to show us? Staying white? Staying white. Oxymoron? Can you be a little cultured? Everyone was chatting animatedly, but the little artist exited immediately after taking the picture. Since it's a serialized mission, you definitely can't see a pattern with just one painting. He still had to find it soon. He was a fine man and efficient in his search. The only thing you need to watch out for is to be careful not to look at things and get mesmerized. After a while, a second man raised his hand as well. "I found it too." The little painter immediately came over and looked at the E4 on the scroll confused. "What does it mean? It's not even connected? If you casually set it on the counter, the underside just hangs down on the floor, or people are careful to pick it up to get a full shot." Flower Creek Fish Hideaway. The little painter, behind the man, took the full picture of the photo and then looked at it closely. Then his eyes brightened slightly. He kind of guessed. The next step is to find all the other scrolls, and you can verify what the guesses are. The visitors of the 2 paths of poetry and painting soon ceased to be confined to their own houses, and they found that only individual rooms were restricted to guests of a particular path, and that most of the rooms were accessible to them. And as they went deeper and deeper, they saw more and more. It was also finally realized just how big this Peach Blossom Nunnery really was. How luxurious. Brother Monument had already thrown Curly's sister aside, and he, who usually didn't have many spare time activities besides classes, didn't expect to find something he liked in a scenic spot. For a while, the courtyard was bustling with activity. On the other hand, the people walking towards the Song and Dance East Courtyard also arrived at the venue. Wished to keep the beautiful holding up the camera. Lee happily nibbled on bread. We went to the courtyard, and then in a side room, found their task publisher. Shusho watched the little girl in front of him go behind the screen and pound away, so he looked around as well. This is a side room, but it also looks spacious and atmospheric, with several colorful leather snare drums placed around it, and also a flute pressed into the soft cushions. The little child girl smiled and stepped out, then spoke. "Guests may turn on your outside audio devices and record them. Next I'm going to play 2 pieces of music, and your guest's task for this time will be to find out what all the instruments used in this music are. You can only submit 5 answers per song. Finish the test of any tune and you'll be considered to have passed." Nice guy. The Wishkeeper lens is focused on the little child girl, quickly recording what she says. Lee put the bread away and began to hold his breath as well, turning on the tape recorder. Ding! Crisp strikes rang out, followed by a burst of tiny classical music, and a snare drum burst that made everyone's eyes widen. It's only an intro, but the richness of the instruments playing and interplaying within it is truly astonishing to say the least. Wait a minute, let's find the instruments in this song? Shusho admired it and was confused. Did any of their group of tourists know anything about music? How could they find such a professional sound? The little girl nodded. The Lord of the Nunnery has a bold nature, and there are some sounds that are both musical instruments and not musical instruments. All guests may try as much as they want in the nunnery. Just give the final answer. Anan, just one correct answer. When the little girl finished speaking, she returned to the door and said no more. And inside the door, Lee took the initiative to find Jusho and spoke with a smile. "I know you." He winked and moved closer to lower his voice. "The promotional video for Wanyuan Mountain was made by your team. I'm from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, and Lord Receiver, and a friend." His words immediately put Jusho at ease. "The Civic and Tourism Bureau? That's a boatload of people. Big brother, do you have any idea?" Jusho heatedly laughed. "I'll definitely saddle up." After following Shinjuang for a long time, Secretary Lee was born with a mastery of the way of the imperialists. He cleared his throat and called everyone, and quickly set the program. The yard is huge and they want to find the final answer. It must be a gang. Oh no, a team operation to do so. Luckily, there was a tourist in the team who was more sensitive to sound, and after thanking the heavens, everyone began to spread out in all directions within the Peach Blossom Nunnery in search of it, according to their assigned tasks. As for the little fat man Jusho, the main task he received was to find the sound of nature. According to that musician, there must be some special sound in the music he just heard. perhaps the sound of water, or the clicking of leaves being crushed, and he needed Fatty to go and collect as much as he could. Zhu Shou got the order and ran out with the camera in his hand with great interest. Lord Usher. Good bull. The bright moon-walled city tests the mobility of a single person, while this Peach Blossom doc, again, plays a team game. Cool. It's so cool. 1 ticket to play multiple games. It's so worth it. Carrying the camera, he turned left and right in the middle of the large courtyard before finally finding where the small view of the rockery pond was. But as he was about to collect the sounds, he heard a subtle wind whistling and hee-haw coming from the distance. What's going on over there? The hotspot radar is back on. Zhu Shou's spirit lifted. Touching the root of the wall, he carried the lens and sought it out. Chapter 92, The Way of Dance, Martial Arts. Hey, grass. Missed again. I can't. I feel like I can't even come. Or let's switch. The ones they went to look for peach blossoms haven't come back yet. Can you guys do it or not? If not, you can switch with them. Zhu Shou stretched his neck so far that he could hardly send his head. What the hell is going on over there? Aren't they on a mission? They're frantically looking for something here. Dancing around. What are they doing over there? Things went back half an hour, and a few of Joe Broke's men followed a teenager with a beanie forward. Everyone else stopped into the courtyard and went into their rooms, and they were the ones who were led all the way forward. Little brother? Where are we going? The man in front of him stopped and pointed to the huge field in front of him and laughed. Arrived. Only then did the Joe Broken few look up and forward. Isn't this the legendary school martial arts field? It's just that the specs are smaller and the furnishings are more elaborate. Other than that, exactly the same. Joe Breaking was confused. Zhao Yanran and the two of them were also confused. And the redhead who had specifically chosen to specialize in dancing was also confused. Didn't they choose dance? Why are they doing martial arts? The young man arched his hand and spoke aloud. Guests, our nunnery master has always believed, a good dance needs wine to go with it. And his favorite, the sword dance. So, to qualify for a visit, guests need to obtain good wine and a good sword to come. He held out his finger. I heard that outside the nunnery, there are some peculiar peach blossoms growing on the peach tree, twisted but not broken, long-lasting, and the treasurer-in-chief is very fond of them, saying that 10 blossoms can be exchanged for a bowl of wine. When the nuns dance, they always have to drink 3 bowls. He looked to another spot, and the qualification to draw a sword can only be obtained by a guest who is favored by the head instructor and possesses good martial arts. The criteria is simple. Throw pots or shoot arrows. The one who scores 3 out of 10 will be qualified to draw a sword once. Guests. The young teenager smiled cheerfully with his sword brow. Time waits for no one. Guests only have 2 hours. If you are late, more people will want to visit, and the qualification can be more difficult to obtain. Nice guy. Everyone instantly gathered together, and Zhao Yanyan directly raised her hand, her voice stern and flirtatious. This is a teamwork task. We'll do it in 2 teams. Those who are good at archery and lassoing will come this way, and those who are careful and quick will go outside the nunnery to look for fake flowers. Everyone raised their eyebrows. At this glance, they knew that they were rich masters. They didn't expect to react so quickly. Someone questioned it, but they didn't want the inch-haired man next to the woman to just roll his eyes. If you have any objections, play with yourself. You. The man tried to get angry, but was pulled back by a fellow traveler. Let's see. The dissenting voices died down, and others grew interested. So how do we divide it up? Zhao Yanran raised an eyebrow. Throwing pots and shooting arrows come to me. Looking for peach blossom branches. She yanked the inch-haired youth over. Go to him. Hairchan pointed to himself. Isn't he with them? Zhao Yanran squeezed her eyes. You keep an eye on them. I'm relieved. The inch-haired brother was instantly at ease and slapped his chest together. I'll do the job. Don't worry. Zhao Yanyan pushed him out, and everyone immediately separated to form a team. Joe Broke was naturally with Zhao Yanyan, and then a bald man came over, scratching his scalp, a little embarrassed. Can I lasso okay? 2 college students chimed in. We both usually play a little. Zhao Yanyan looked at this group of people and was unimpressed. Having usually been in a shooting club myself, archery is a program that shouldn't be able to use them. As she thought this, she saw a pair of long, slender legs cross in front of her. Up the long legs were a slim waist, jade breasts and a head of flavorful burgundy curls. It's beautiful. Zhao Yanyan had always been confident, but at this moment, looking at the mature woman in front of her, she had to sigh. This is the real royal sister Ah. But this imperial character was gentler than she expected, and she smiled at everyone before stepping into the middle of the group. Yo, it's kind of fun. The men on the team couldn't help but sneak glances at her, and the redhead didn't care in the slightest. The team quickly finished deciding, and the little inch-haired man led the team away, while Joe Broke and the others looked at the newly appeared characters. Gentlemen, guests, the instructor appeared out of nooks and crannies. his body tightly muscled and his tiger eyes unruffled. But at that moment there was a question in his expression as he looked at the crowd. You are the ones who want to visit the nunnery and exchange dance paths? He was on the verge of saying the words. You're just a bunch of rookies. He was about to say it out loud. Looks like you all are going to be disappointed today. Zhao Yanyan was nonchalant. Cut the crap. Let's see it in action. Yes. Zhao Yanran spoke out of her mouth, almost scaring Zhou Bro to cover her mouth. This is a mission. So Crazy will not have an accident, right? Of course not. That called for the instructor to instead grow appreciative and give way behind him. Then you will try. Behind them, it was divided into two areas. 1. A row of longbows, with a few wooden targets erected in the distance. In the other area, there is a jug made of copper and iron, slender pot body. The side has 2 ears. The pot belly stood on the 4 different postures of flying cranes and birds. A few meters away, next to the white line, stood several quivers of arrows, pitching and archery. The arrows are of the same weight, and the bows are divided into men and women. We nuns preach. Fair. Fair. Still ing fair. Guys. The instructor seemed to show a smile at the corners of his mouth. It's up to you guys. There were only 10 people in total who stayed to play archery and throw pots. Everyone looked at each other and immediately went to the position they were good at. Zhao Yanyan and Zhou Bro didn't think much about it and directly stood in the position of shooting arrows. After all, it is the rich second generation. This kind of thing to play more. Although look at the distance than they usually play farther. But 10 into 3, or no problem. As for Brother Bald, he smiled back and stood over to the pitcher, tears streaming down his face. That's real pot throwing. It's not the big wooden barrel you play in on the street. Just throw the stick in. It's a real flask with 2 ears and a spout smaller than his asshole. How does this play? He stiffened and carried a bucket of arrows. Brother instructor, is there only 1 chance per person? Head teacher, oh, good. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The bald man twisted his head, pulled out an arrow and threw it in. Arrows with heavy heads and smooth tail feathers aren't just made for fun. If you're serious, it's possible to figure out some patterns and have a chance to hit the pitch. But the bald man didn't realize that he failed with only 1 lucky throw of his 10 arrows. Come this way. Prepare to shoot. Zhao Yanyan, who was lined up behind Zhou Breaking, had long been familiar with the rules and didn't waste a single opportunity at all, continuing to shout loudly. If one side ends, go immediately to the other side, and if both sides fail, go immediately to Peach Grove and come back with a replacement. Yo! The redhead finally raised her eyes and took a bit of interest in Zhao Yanran, who was in the front of the row. I thought it was just an arrogant celebrity rich kid, but I didn't realize it was one with a brain. Just don't know. Are you physically capable? The bald guy switches to the archery team, and the next pot thrower finally notices the pattern. He pinched the arrow for a moment to measure it, and while aiming, he opened his mouth. This feather is arching down. Everyone pay attention to the throw. Adjust the angle so that the feather is parallel to the direction. Basically, you can hit. Phew. Quack. The arrow struck the jug and fell to the side. The little brother smiles awkwardly, picks one out again, and continues to fire away. He wouldn't believe it. Not just a little farther away. A little thinner mouth of the bottle. A little more ferocious for the instructor standing next to it. What's the big deal? This time, he has to win. Chapter 93, The Most Difficult Dance Path. He continued to throw. And next door Chobro also finally weighed the weight of the arrow as he gripped the longbow and attempted to draw it. There's no intentional increase in difficulty here. He turned around and spoke at Zhao Yanyan. It's similar to what we usually play. When his words fell, he shot an arrow out with a swoosh. Missed. The instructor's grunt came from the head of the class, and Chobro shrugged and didn't blush. The distance is rather farther than we play. Phew. Snap. The second arrow hit, only to shoot into the sticks that stood the target. Jose stopped talking and his expression became serious. Third arrow, fourth arrow, fifth arrow. None of them hit. Zhao Yanyan's shoulders slumped. Zhou Breaking, are you okay? Seeing that he was useless, Zhao Yanyan didn't even call him by his nickname and rolled her eyes while holding her arms. Weak Break was even quieter. Must hit. He adjusted his angle again. The arrow target was far away and the arm strength and accuracy needed was more important. This time, he drew his bow fuller. And shoo. Pust. 3 rings. The instructor's soft voice came through, but it made everyone instantly cheer. Bingo. Jobro took advantage of the victory and snapped 3 arrows in a row, all hitting the target. Finished with a good 4 out of 10 to win the first over. He grinned and ran off to the pitcher's side with his chest puffed out and his head held high, with Zhao Yanyan following closely behind. Women's bows. Lighter bows. Better elasticity. The only downside is that the reduced weight makes the range shorter and the aiming more difficult. But Zhao Yanyan upended the bow and showed a smile of satisfaction. Yes, She struck the bow and shot the arrow in one fluid motion. After missing 3 arrows in a row, he got into a groove. 2 rings, 4 rings, 3 rings, 7 rings, 5 rings. The instructor finally revealed some smiles and nudged at Zhao Yanyan. Nice. 5 out of 10. It's also a pretty good score. It's especially good when the last 2. One failed all of them and one only hit one. Zhao Yanyan stood in the pitcher line, observing the redhead without a trace. It's her turn to shoot. Probably a vase too. But that's okay. After all, a beautiful woman standing there is eye-catching enough. Phew. Snap. Up. The first arrow. It had grazed the edge of the target and crashed. The woman upended her longbow and immediately hitched and drew her bow. Shooting again. If Jawbreaker and Zhao Yanyan were shooting arrows, their movements were standard and their postures were valiant. The redhead's movements would be seen as flowing and natural. Bang! Sure enough. Bingo. 5 rings. The second arrow is the 5 rings. Next. 6 rings. 6 rings. 7 rings. 5 rings. 7 rings. 8 ring. Holy. Zhao Yanran's red lips were slightly open, looking out of her mind. This, doesn't he look like a good person? How can any normal person play archery so skillfully? It's not like you're an Olympic champion? What the hell? She chose this to put on a show, but people chose this because they really wanted to get the job done. Zhao Yanyan twisted her head, some inexplicable air puffing in her heart, and pulled Zhou Breaking, who had dawdled in front of her for half a day and couldn't even throw a shot, to the side. Get on the side. Your hands are shaking like Parkinson's. Let me do it. Jobri scratched his head and looked at the arrow that was just one left. He also shrugged and threw it down and ran out. I'll go get Peachy. You go for it. He craned his head, cheering everyone on. One of the pitchers hasn't made it yet. Come on everyone. The redhead put down her bow and walked behind Zhao Yanran, the woody aroma slowly enveloping her. Cheer up. It's soothing to hear a beautiful woman talk. Zhao Yanyan coughed lightly, inexplicably blushing a bit, and hurriedly began to throw the pot. I've heard that pot throwing was a fun custom in ancient times, but it's been simplified in modern times, so I didn't expect to see the original version here. But this thing is not something that can be practiced overnight, and even though Zhao Yanyan went through all the trouble of adjusting the angle in all kinds of ways, she just managed to hit 2 of them. The last one. Her heart beat like thunder as she squeezed the arrow in her hand and looked at the jug with one sticking in and one leaning diagonally against the mouth. The third one, even if it goes in, might touch the slanted one out. It's too hard. She squeezed her arrow not knowing what to do, and in the next moment, a fragrant breeze hit her, and a hand reached out behind her, cupping her arrow and twisting it lightly at an angle. Throw it in the left ear. Flower. Vase terrific. Can a pretty girl touch anyone? With a clench of her teeth, Zhao Yanyan threw it in the direction she had adjusted. Slam your ears. The instructor's voice finally rose high. With a smile on his face, he looked at Zhao Yanyan. This guest really has some skills. Just now it was Zhang who was disrespectful. 3 out of 3 in pot throwing and 5 out of 5 in archery. Congratulations to this guest for completing all the tasks and qualifying twice. Zhao Yanyan laughed out loud and turned back to hug the redhead and bounce twice. Then before the other party could struggle, she stood obediently, her eyes shining brightly. I'll wait for you to finish and we'll go peach branch hunting together. The redhead lost her smile, so she stepped up to throw as well. But once again, she shattered everyone's imagination. Instructor Zhang was confused and stood to the side to announce the results. This lady guest pitcher hit a total of 6. Congratulations on her second qualification. Zhao Yanyan also laughed so hard that her eye teeth were missing, and her palms were clapped red. Sister, you're too good. Unlike these losers. Go. Let's go out and find the peach branch. Change that gang in. She pulled the redhead away at a quick pace. This bunch of losers behind us. What to do? Want to refute but can't. Phew. The little fat man pulled his head back, looked at the camera showing a nearly full memory card, and hurriedly replaced it. It's too much fun, isn't it? What to do? He didn't even want to finish the mission right now. All he wanted to do was to get 4 shadow doppelgangers, following the 4 teams to film all of their passes before they were good. Lord Receiver. He's a fairy, right? What kind of divine event planner is this? What kind of crazy scenic spot is this? How can you come up with so many fun activities? Jusho wrapped the memory card carefully, finally remembered his body burden, and hurriedly returned to the wigwam pond near the search for the sound went. Inside and outside the Peach Blossom Nunnery, 200 tourists were smiling from ear to ear and busy. What? You mean the other way around? Other sites? I don't know. Isn't this new view enough? It's all about playing them for fun. Where else could they go to find a scenic spot that is so engaging and interactive? Other than MT. Wan Yuan? Escape room. Scripted kills still have to be 188 yet. Take you on an unimaginably amazing journey here for only 50. As for Su Jing, the man who said he was going to go to the end of the path to wait for tourists, at this time is sitting in a tea room to drink tea, next to Lu Qingyun and an unfamiliar big man sitting on the side, constrained small sips of sips. Uncle Guan, there's no need to be nervous. You'll just be responsible for playing the music in a while. Didn't you rehearse the score days ago? That uncle took a look at Lu Qingyun and then at the young man across the street and often breathed a sigh of relief. Even though we are familiar with it, it's the first time we've performed so solemnly. We're afraid of messing up little boss's scene, and we don't want to spoil big brother Lu's favor. Su Jing waved his hand and smiled sagely. You just play the music. Other than that, don't worry. He looked out the window, and behind the paper window, figures drifted in vain. There's that one who's holding the bottom. Chapter 94, The Four Paths Unite. At the end of a hot morning, everyone wiped the sweat from their heads and was glad they had listened to the rules of the scenic area and were in by 9:30 a.m. Otherwise it would never have gotten done. But whatever. Inside the Peach Blossom Nunnery, in front of the main hall in the backyard, everyone gathered in separate teams and discussed frantically the way of the poet. Pim stood in the center and shouted at the top of her lungs. The poem Peach Blossom Nunnery and Peach Blossom Dock can now come up with 4. Come on, a few people sort. The rain hits the pear blossom deep closed door. Failing youth, false youth. The song. There are 2 to sort. The others are more disorganized according to the verse format. So we don't care. Just line up these 2. Everyone split one between a few people and started guessing wildly. Xinzhuang took the initiative to walk over to Pingping and asked for one. I usually like to read some poems and songs. Is it okay if I take a look? Pinky looked at the middle-aged man in front of her who seemed to be very composed, and after a moment's hesitation, she gave him one. It has to work. The way of the painter. The little painter had, by now, become the soul of the group. He had a row of cell phones in front of him that clearly showed the 10 scrolls they had found. 2 of them were extremely special, and 2 of the ones they couldn't find after half an hour of searching. One was actually printed right on the entryway's illuminated wall, and the other, on a hanging robe. They rummaged through the entire Peach Blossom Nunnery, and it was only after one of them accidentally knocked over a clothes rack that everyone saw the picture above. Right, now it's all about observing the patterns up there. The small painter's eyes were clear, and his thin body exploded with great energy at this moment. The most obvious point, on all these paintings, there are people. Since it's the first day of the park and the difficulty can't be that high, I would suggest that you can go in both directions. He pointed to the little people on those screens. One is the number of people, and the other is the bearing in which the little man is. Let's summarize it. Write it down on a piece of paper, and then we'll all think about whether there are any other possibilities. The expressions of the entire staff were strictly uniform, and no one had any objections to the press. Action. The way of the song. Secretary Lee Jr. and the musicians each took a side. The person who sings the first song. Give me the name of the instrument. The second song to him. Let's try it together. It's a little noisier over here. Since no one is a professional, we can only try to guess. There are only 5 answers to each song, so let's listen to them in groups of 3. Frame by frame, rather than writing them wrong. Everyone spread out instantly. Listening to music requires a quiet environment, and any noise that disturbs them will affect the generation of answers. Wish Show had been assigned and started doing his old job. He watched the crowd that had gathered into the compound and stood all over the promenade, pavilions, open spaces, high platforms, and other various locations, wandering frantically, clutching their cameras. He knew it. He knew it. The side quests will eventually unite as one. All purposes must ultimately point to one place. They are involved in different poems, paintings, songs and dances. Eventually it will be 4 in 1 as well. Summoned afterward. What on earth could it be? His big fat face was in front of the camera, sputtering with excitement, before he was peeled aside by a small white hand. Get on the side. Out of the way. The way of the dance. Pushing away from the camera, Zhao Yanyan hemmed and hawed, leaving the black-faced Joe breaking in the inch-haired little brother behind and following the redhead forward. The red-haired woman, carrying a fine silver soft sword in her hand, had a smile on her lips. Behind them was a crowd of people, holding several jugs of wine in their arms. Majestically, he strides to the center of the square. Them. It was finally done at the last minute. Joe broke and his buddy's hands were red with strangulation, and the others were gasping for air. And those who didn't know it would have thought they had been through a hard battle. Fake peach blossoms are not easy to find, but with more people, you can find them eventually. Pitching and shooting is hard too, but there are always a few lucky ones. So anyway, they, as a group, ended up with a couple full qualifications. As a result, no one expected to get stuck at the sword drawing level. With 6 qualifications, you can only draw your sword 6 times. Zhao Yanyan went first and didn't pull it off even though her little face was suffocating red. Hairchan snorted, scampering up in a fitful huff and sliding down with a blush on his face. Knowing that he had no stamina, Joe Broke deliberately picked the tall, bald guy, not to be outdone. The bald guy tired into a puddle and drowned in the crowd's spittle. Then two stronger men came up, but both ended in failure. There's only one chance left. Everyone looks at me and I look at you. Zhao Yanyan looked at the head instructor tentatively. Brother, you're not really going to let us through, are you? The head of the teaching staff showed 14 ghastly white teeth and smiled broadly. It's true. She gulped. Is it okay if I spend money? I'll pay 1,000. Let's try it a couple more times. It's nice to be rich. Zhang Zhong smiled even more broadly. One more chance. Anyone? Now everyone was completely quiet, and a faint panic permeated the room. After a tiring morning, it can't really be nothing, can it? But just as everyone was afraid to squeak, the redhead stepped out, her face as light as ever. I'll try this. Zhao Yanyan hesitated. She likes this sister quite a lot. If she fails, she will surely have to face everyone's verbal abuse. And what if she gets hurt then? But when she smiled sweetly at her, Zhao Yanran couldn't think of anything else. Do it. If she can't, she compensates everyone with some money. The redhead stepped forward, standing there lazily and erect, and I'm not sure if her hand had exerted any force, but she just gave it a gentle pull. The sword came out. That's it? The scene was silent, with only the godfather laughing loudly. Congratulations to the guests for bearing the light of this chivalrous woman. He took a step back and reached back. You've all passed. Inside please. The nun is waiting for everyone inside. He dared to fool the old man. Jobro's neck veins bulged and bulged, jumped and jumped, and finally lost his smile. Asterisk 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 in. The catcher too hard. The sword that everyone thought would take great effort to pull out was instead pulled out with ease. Doing the opposite? Or is it just a backbone? Used to try to tell them something? But anyway, everyone surrounded the redhead, hemmed and hawed, and walked in like they'd won a war, only to converge with those other tourists. What's going on? Weak Break came to the front. Where's the nunnery master? How do I see him? The old slave-like uncle at the door hemmed and hawed. Once all 4 channels of guests have been confirmed, the old slave will bring everyone in. This finished. But still? Secretary Li Jr. was the first to raise his hand. The way of song is over. The little painter was a close second. The way of painting is also finished. Secretary Shen clanked Ping Ping's shoulder. You hurry up. My secretary's all done. And I'm not. There's no place to put the old face. Pinky Tiger slapped the old man's hand aside, then hesitated and submitted her answer. We're done too. Zhao Yanyan and his party, who had brought wine and swords, looked at the old slave and raised their chins. The older man smiled kindly. In that case, then everyone, come with the old slave. Chapter 95, the master of the nunnery appears. Through the main hall, behind the tiers of curtains, is a long screen. The older man squeaked and pushed open the screen, revealing the secret passage behind it. Why is there still a hard time? Uncle signaled for everyone to enter, and Ping Ping and Zhu finally converged, hitting the lead and swishing ahead, only to stop after a few steps. What's wrong? There's people in the back who haven't come in yet, blocking the outside wondering what's going on. Pinky looked puzzled and turned back to punch the back. There's a fork in the road. Is this really a secret passage? All of you who have experienced the activities of the Akatsuki cottage are born with the fear of being dominated by the guide-sama. Pinky didn't dare to wander around. There were so many people. If they got separated, it would be hard to meet them. The news spread, and the clamor immediately rose in the background. But just as the crowd was talking and discussing, the eyes of the people in the path of painting brightened slightly. The crowd craned their heads, and all looked at the little painter, who, as if in thought, took the initiative to go to the front of the line. We may have a solution. Oh, Pinky froze. Everyone hadn't just gotten here. How did they know? The little artist spread out the paper and scratched the captured drawing on his cell phone as he looked at it and explained it to Pinky and the others. Our task was to find patterns from the paintings, and we had guessed before that the patterns were either numbers or directions. That uncle took the answers for Shido and Songdo, and also took away the props for Dancido, so he didn't take ours. Here's where the use comes in, I think. He finally settled on the type of answer and looked up ahead with a clench of his teeth. Go this way. Those gathered at the front of the line were basically the souls of the various paths. After hearing his analysis and no one having any objections, the group finally moved slowly. The first fork in the road, followed by the second, third, and even meandering through the fourth, fifth. After passing through the last fork in the road, they finally saw ahead of them the only exit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It actually worked. Joe Breaking excitedly patted the little painter's shoulder furiously, looking at the redhead with a face of heartache and amusement. Zhu also reinserted a battery and held the camera in his hand. Giving it his full attention, Pinky topped off her glasses, her probing excitement barely concealed. And when everyone walked to the head, 4 wooden doors were pulled open, and an extremely spacious and huge hall was presented in front of everyone. With wooden doors and windows on all sides, the room was covered with cool mats, and in the 4 corners were flower stands and smoking stoves, the aroma of which was so pleasant that everyone finally relaxed. Everyone come in. Find a place to sit and rest. You should be able to see the nunnery soon. Shen Zhuang greeted everyone, but his eyes moved around, then quickly walked to a location and directly sat cross-legged. Secretary Li immediately smiled and came over to sit down. Are you kidding? If others don't know him, don't you know him yourself? This old fox has traveled around for so many years. He must have guessed the layout of this room and went to occupy the best position early. Zhu Shou didn't know Secretary Shen, but he knew Secretary Li. Ping Ping didn't know Secretary Li, but she knew Zhu Shou. The 3 Zhou brothers didn't recognize Zhu Shou, but they could tell that the ones sitting over there were the souls of the various Dao. In the blink of an eye, this group of souls sat next to each other in a row, and the other tourists looked at them, looked around, and although with disbelief, inexplicably, everyone followed, sitting in a quadrilateral formation with extreme regularity. Lu Qingyun, who was watching the surveillance in the back, smacked his lips. I have to say, these guys are still pretty sharp. The direction they are sitting is the right direction. Now that the audience is seated, the good show, it's time to open. He lowered his voice, held down the intercom, and spoke. On your mark, get ready, music, up. To see this, we recommend turning on the music. Bohu speaks. Within the spacious elegant room, the crowd sat on the floor, the people in the back coming together, each with their own curiosity, frantically exchanging each other's tasks. Those in front of them, on the other hand, were old and relaxed, waiting for the good show to begin. Next, tiny drumbeats sounded quietly, followed by a man's soft chant echoing through the room. A branch of spring wind deducts the wood door. A magpie cries I cherish myself. I don't see the game player. Fall down to settle the world. Moat send this body. Humming spilled the song out like a stream, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Haven't heard the tune before, but the minor key is cozy and nice. Is this background music? That song grew louder and the music became more moving. A pot of cooking smoke cooks the dusk. An old tea floats in sinks. The clear wind is unasked. To wipe away all the dust. To drink the stars with you. The music came to an abrupt halt and the song faded steeply. Everyone looked around in bewilderment, but then they heard an old voice ringing out from beyond the door that separated them in front of them. Master, the guests have arrived. Then came another soft laugh from a man. See you then. Wow. The wind struck as the 4 wooden doors in front of them pulled open in unison to either side. Before the marvelous scenery came into view, a woman's opera voice sang out with a high cry. Akatsuki 1. Year without predecessor. Shining a light on the past and present. Alone awakens people. Dukes and kings. Why ask? Wasted my youth. Beyond the quaint log cabin, among the window views, a huge peach tree reaches out diagonally, its branches adorned with moving pink and white. Under the peach tree, a man in a green-colored shirt with long hair like a waterfall had his back to them, leaning leisurely against the carved case table, dashingly lifting his wine lamp high in the lawn opera. One drink. Opera sings again. That flying peach blossom rain. The man slowly turned back, bent knees on his face, lifting his chin, smiling dashingly cozy. The sunlight poured down and held him up, as if he were a god. Pinky opened her mouth, and the sad, mournful song rang in her ears. Why do you ask? And light, also with dust. Both the opera and the music slowly faded away, with only the occasional zheng chime, one at a time, touching everyone's heartstrings. Mama, Wishkeeper's harumph ran down his pants leg. The nun of the Peach Blossom Nunnery, the immortal. So this is not the Peach Blossom Fairy? Xin Zhuang also covered his heart and heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With only a few lines of the song and a few lines of the play, he was inexplicably heartbroken for the infinitely talented Peach Blossom nun in front of him. Why would you hide in a place like this? Is this song also composed by him to sing to himself? Without waiting for the clamor, the man raised his arm and twisted it around to fetch a piece of paper from the tabletop. I hear you guys spelled my poem? He lowered his eyes, a smile at the corners of his mouth, and softly read, Peach Blossom Nunnery and Peach Blossom Dock, Peach Blossom Fairy and Peach Blossom Nunnery. Pinky and Secretary Shen closed their mouths violently. It was one of the songs they found. This is the song they spelled the most. The probability of being right is the greatest. The entire poetic path was wide-eyed. The poem. Which order is the right one? That nunnery owner laughed softly, then looked at the 200 tourists sitting demurely in the wooden house and waved at the back. Tone lady, come and accompany me to sing a poem to the poets who have come to visit. As his words fell, The tourists then had the presence of mind to observe the peach orchard in front of them. A huge peach tree entered the garden. The four gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum surrounded the outer circle, and in the huge open space in front, the case table and the nunnery master sat in the center. In the back, there is a small pond, a half-square rockery and a carved gazebo. In the gazebo, the gauze curtains were half hidden, and one could tell that there were shadows inside, and there seemed to be a lot of people. As soon as the nun's words fell, a woman's voice came out from behind that veil. Yes, the crowd stared momentarily. It's the one who just sang the absolutely beautiful opera voice. If she is a tone lady, then the nun said, "Sing a poem. Should I join in and give them a chorus together?" What an honor! Chapter 96, Enjoying a Piece of Poetry. Before reading this chapter, listen to Peach Blossom Nun song, Tong Pak Fu and Tailor Shop, for a deeper sense of immersion. Anum. Thud. Anum. Thud. The zither sounded heavier and pulled back. Zhu Shou had already set up his camera in front of him, while he himself took a long breath and looked earnestly ahead. Take a photo. Whatever. Just videotape it, and we'll talk about it when we get back. As for others, they are even more afraid to raise their cell phones, and at such a critical moment, blocking the line of sight of the people behind them is fatal. Zhou breaking clutched his hairy hand tightly, breathing heavily in excitement. What was it called in the old days of all that paperwork? It's ing called life. Lord Receiver. The best. Peach Blossom Nunnery and Peach Blossom Dock. The man in green just sat in place, his green and white bones tapping his knees, and with a lift of his chin, he just sang out. The voice was clear, but mid-range. That trailing note is playful and spontaneous, and it's a breath of long-awaited relaxation. Peach Blossom Fairy in the Peach Blossom Nunnery. He turned his head and twisted his fingers in the air. The Peach Blossom Fairy planted peach trees, and picked peach blossoms to sell for wine money. The sound of the zither continued as he leaned back, his arms dropping naturally as he looked up to the sky and continued to chant. Wakefulness only sits in front of flowers. Drunkenness still comes to sleep under flowers. He sat bolt upright, looking deeper into the peach forest, and his voice heaved. Half awake, half drunk day after day. Flowers fall and bloom, year after year. The sound of the Shah rose swiftly. Behind that veil, the soft chants of the sound lady rang out in accompaniment. I wish to die of old age among the flowers and wine. I don't want to bow in front of a carriage or a horse. The rich man's interest in carts and horses, the poor man's interest in wine and flowers. All hearts were instantly clear. Is this nun a poor man? Everyone took a look at the large Peach Blossom Nunnery residence and swallowed hard. What are they if the nuns count the poor? Beggars? Ooh. But that nun didn't stop there. He raised one hand and waved it in a dashing manner. If you compare the rich to the poor, one is on level ground and the other is in the sky. And then his voice plummeted again, and he leaned back cozily. If you compare poverty to a cart or a horse, he sang with a smile, twisting a pedal. He's got to drive and I'm free. Good. Zhou Bro and Zhu Shou were clapping madly in their hearts, but they didn't dare to move a muscle on their faces. They were afraid of disturbing the talented immortal. Woohoo! Is this a poem? How did the Chinese poetry world leave him behind? Lean. He's so touched. Oh, you get to drive around and I get to relax. What kind of spunky mind that has been through a lot to make a poem like this? That nun does not stop. Drink a cup of wine. In the yin-yang chanting, stand up solemnly, a pair of clear eyes which have half a drunken look. People laugh at me. Too crazy. I laugh at others who can't see through it. He turned back, his long, waterfall-like hair whipping out in a dashing arc. I don't see the graves of the great men of the 5 tombs. No flowers, no wine, no hope for a field. Xinzhuang slapped his thigh. Excitedly, he was ready to unveil his pole, and then he was ruthlessly pressed down and nailed to the ground by Shaoli. Clerk, don't be impulsive. You are a man of honor. You also do not want to be beaten up by the group here. Secretary Shaoli secretly gave the umbrella a heart-to-heart while frantically bursting into cursing his own old leader. No way to save your ass, old dang. Go back and keep drinking laxatives, you. Perhaps singing happily? The nun lifted his arm and put his fingers together. He even took up a stance. He opened his mouth and actually switched to a dialectal theater accent. People laugh at me for being too crazy. After singing this, he laughed out pleasantly as if he had seen yesterday's light. Mid-air. Sounds like someone who was very healthy without having to drink herbs. The tone lady seemed to sound happy as well, and chanted it all over again at the top of her voice as well. The visitor of Shido's eyes tightened, and inwardly he shouted madly. Good poem, good poem, good poem sung by him, good on top of good. But they intuited that it wasn't over. Sure enough, the sound lady's song ended and the two proceeded to sing in unison. I wish to die of old age among the flowers and wine. I don't want to bow in front of a carriage. The rich are interested in the dust of cars and horses, and the poor are interested in wine and flowers. If you compare the rich to the poor, one is on level ground and the other is in the sky. If you compare poverty to a cart or a horse, the sound lady went quiet, and only the male voice echoed in the air. The nun's eyes slowly opened to look at the visitors. You've got to drive. He gently raised his glass and smiled. I've got time to spare. The seat was filled with silence. No one dares to clamor. For a while, only the leisurely Pipa and Zhang sound remained, and no one dared to speak again. Too strong. Next moment, there was a clamor of fierce applause. It almost overturned the tiny courtyard. The back row tourists didn't care if they were in the way of others. They stood up and swung their clothes faster than a gyroscope. Anand, that's awesome. Anand, you are my god. Anand, this poem. It's a truly great poem. For a while, the scene was almost a mess, and after Pinky drank a bowl beautifully, she picked up a small notebook and began to record. On May 21st, in the Peach Blossom Nunnery, one of the Hajj gods, the nunnery owner also seemed to be more interested in the face of the clamor inside the cabin. He laughed softly and summoned the old slave. Interesting, friends of the song and dance path, can we qualify for a visit? All of a sudden, everyone quieted down, and Josiah pressed the person next to him down to sit down, his eyes shining brightly. Gained, old man, speak up, we got it. The old slave lived up to his name and nodded respectfully, placing the good wine and the famous sword in front of the nunnery master. Then he looked at the gazebo again and opened his mouth. They got it. That Peach Blossom Nunnery gave a long chant and reached out a moment later. Fetch my hair rope. Do you want to dance? The old slave's seeming surprise made Joe Bro hate to chisel him. Do what you're told. Too much bull **********. 2. Dance. Everyone watched as that nunnery master tied up her 3,000 green threads, finally revealing her face completely. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes, obviously hanging a dashing and reckless smile, but his eyes were full of indifference. Sure enough, Wisho immediately zoomed in on the mirror. Gods. That's how handsome it should be. Male gods and goddesses. Even more handsome on top of handsome. In this sudden appearance of a nunnery in the Peach Blossom dock, drinking and composing poetry, singing and dancing, who could think that this was an ordinary person? It can only be the gods who come out to pamper the tiny world in this mountain of 10,000 sources. The applause slowly faded and everyone sat back down. The poem was sung, and then it was the turn of the song and dance. Everyone looked nervous and looked around. I don't know how this Peach Blossom Nunnery plans to present the song and dance out, but they realized it in the next second, and all of them, except for the tourists of the dance, martial arts, path, sucked in a breath of cold air. The nunnery master, with his sword behind him, strolled into the peach forest and turned his back in front of the visitors. Zhao Yanyan clutched the redhead's hand. Joe Bro and Harry little brother hugged each other in excitement, and Xin Zhuang and little secretary Li hooked up, their eyes staring ahead. Sword dance. How is it not called a dance? Knock. A heavy drum like thunder. It's on. Chapter 97, A Song and Dance. Before reading this chapter, turn on the music, breaking music, and enjoy it again. Behind that veil, in the gazebo, after the drums, the lute slammed. It even blew and shuddered the gauzy curtains. Then a soprano flute sounded, and the lute immediately harmonized. Peach Blossom Nunnery moved. Ding. The fine silver soft sword let out a chirp, and then a cold light suddenly appeared. The nunnery master's stance was upright and athletic, like a green pine, as he turned his arm slightly, and a stern and beautiful sword flower was pulled out. In the middle of the pavilion, highly dynamic three-stringed music gushed out, bringing with it a burst of drums and a clang of pipa, lifting up a field of peach blossoms. Wow! The nunnery master's footsteps were slightly wrong, lightly flipping over. The silver sword emitted a crisp sword sound, and the sword light flowed like mercury flowing to the ground. Zhu Shou was confused. He thought the sword was just decoration, but that nunnery, it was a real dance. This dance, the spontaneity, but this sword, but it was killing. Bam! The Shao flute resounded melodiously, like a sharp sword piercing through the sky, once again clearing everyone's spiritual platform. The nun dances are even better. He snapped his sword out and actually picked the wine bowl on the tabletop straight up. Gulp! The crystalline liquor slid down his throat and the bowl was flung away, landing smoothly on the case. The nun gave a ha-ha laugh, a hint of coolness hanging on his brow. Go on. Snap. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he tapped the ground on his toes and even leapt up. The tip of his sword pointed straight to the peach blossom branch. The petals fluttered down leisurely, reflecting him like a demon, like a fairy. A bowl of wine down. The nunnery lips color red and moist, appear that face more white and transparent. In by that peach blossom acclaim. But it's the peach blossom fairy. Xin Zhuang swings hard. He knew it. Those old things at the National Culture Institute must have lied to the world. Isn't this a lightweight? He also couldn't help but pull out his cell phone and take crazy pictures. If you don't shoot it again, a little nun will step on the sword and fly away in a moment. It will be too late to shoot then. Shusho has long been out of place. He slumped forward, and his fat body was suddenly as stable as a mountain. The camera moved subtly, taking in as much of that ethereal, fairy-like figure as it could. Swordlight flashes. The veil dances. The figure and the sword shadow almost intermingled into one. How is this a sword dance? This is a ing sword dance. Ha 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 ha. The nunnery master made a flying leap. The whole person actually flew out like a swan, and then picked up a bowl of wine. In the sight of all the dumbfounded, on the pool lightly a few feet, landed on the pond side of the. What's going on? What? Wait a minute. Xinzhuang couldn't sit still. How is this? Su Jing going to explain? How do you explain this? Where is Wea? You come out of there. Here's a guy floating on water. The nunnery's fine sword against his waist, the sword bent into an unimaginable arc. That nunnery, just so titanic, crooked on the edge of the mountain stone, will be a drink. Kung Fu. This is definitely real work. The crowd is silent. The crowd just wants to. The nunnery master's figure did not stop. His eyes were deep and focused. His clothes flipped, seeming to be awake and intoxicated. And his powerful sword she even made that gauze curtain lift up. Ooh, everyone's eyes lit up. In that gazebo, there was actually a single veiled musician. Just a glance. Someone then exclaimed in shock. Shakuhachi, that's an ancient musical instrument. I didn't realize someone here could actually play it. And a lute with 3 strings. Holy, what a gripper. The nuns have their own band. Sword energy flowed. The silver light danced from the back of the pool to the front of the pool, harmonizing with that music. It swings. It makes all the tourists in a stirring mood. Can't wait to get up there and dance too. Xiaoli is holding Xinzhuang's leg down. Stop it. All you're going to do up there is floor breakdancing as a taser kid. What do you think? You're making a fool of yourself in someone else's house? Thump. The heavy drums continued to sound. The sword flashed, and peach blossoms floated down. In the peach blossom forest, only one man, one sword, and one bowl of wine remain. Nothing more. Visitors were mesmerized, hands clenched in fists. It's really, really cool. Each swing of the sword was like a release from the mind of the Na'an master. Each turn was a catharsis of the nun's emotions. His sword dance was not only a visual feast, but also a spiritual baptism, allowing them to appreciate it while feeling the spontaneity and uninhibitedness that came from the depths of their hearts. The Peach Blossom Fairy, as she is known. After the song, the nun stood with her hands tied, her face like a peach blossom, her breath slightly panting. However, it doesn't end there. He flung the famous sword casually, drew out a huge paper scroll from under that desk, and then spread it with a shake. Several meters of rice paper was immediately laid out in front of them. Fetch the ink. The old slave hemmed and hawed, carrying a bucket of black water in front of a group of jaw-dropping tourists. Then a turn reveals the pen holder carried behind him. The enlarged version of the brush bristles above is neat. He's going to paint on the spot. Now the people who paint the way are excited. It was finally their turn. The little painter scuffed to his feet, then was snapped down. Don't get excited. We're more excited. How can you not be excited? He looked at the peach blossom nun who rolled up his sleeves and held a huge brush, ghostly dancing on the clean white rice paper. There was no way to calm down. Painting on sight. He remembered the masterpieces that hung on the wall in the study's drawing room, and an absurd thought was even born in his mind. If you were to worship your own teacher, Peach Blossom Umbrella, can you collect yourself? The redhead didn't know what his famous brother was thinking. She just coughed and glanced at the excited Zhao Yanran next to her. This girl clutched her hand all the way. Just watched the show on the verge of sticking it in my own arms. Does she know what she's doing? The woman in red held her forehead and smiled bitterly. Noticing the slightly cool sweat on her palm, she could only sigh lightly and return the grip. Whatever. Let's watch the nuns paint first. As the music ebbed and flowed, the figure of the peach blossom nun wandered back and forth, that huge brush pointing the ground, brushes lined up, and on the spur of the moment, he even scooped up the black ink with his hand and flung it out just like that. The music is getting urgent. He was moving faster and faster, and with the last, he took that last bowl of wine and downed it in one gulp, his mouth bulging, put, surprising everyone. But when everyone froze for a few seconds, they all lost their laughter again. It's they who are narrow-minded. The nunnery owner was originally uninhibited and spontaneous. Why are the peach blossoms planted in this courtyard and not some plum orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemums? Those 4 gentlemen, beautiful as they are, but for him, it's too formal. How can a dashing man who is willing to be in the company of flowers and wine, pretend to be, and put away his nature? He's willing to drink, just drink. He's willing to spray, just spray it. That's him. Same as the peach blossoms, blooming with enthusiasm, flamboyant, The uninhibited peach blossom master. A mouthful of wine squirted out. The nun wiped the wine from his lips and smiled, undoing the hair tie and waving his hand. I'm in a good mood today. I'm going back to sleep. You knew. Send the guests away. Lu Qingyun worked hard for half of his life and finally got the name Yun Nu and went away crying and laughing. The nun's figure disappeared. Several small children ran out and joined him in erecting the canvas. Ooh! The crowd clamored. On top of the white rice paper, a huge picture of an eagle and green mountains jumped up. Majestic! And in the lower right corner of that panel, printed with a red seal identical to the painting outside. Within the red seal was the inscription of the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Name: Bo Hu. Chapter 98, Part of the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Unwilling to leave, the nun went back to bed. The old slave retired carrying the painting. The musician and the tone lady are gone. The tourists exploded too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. MD. The dance was awesome. You call this talent? This is called a ING celebrity. Who told him to go into seclusion? Get out there and show your talent for me. So scary. He's good at poetry, painting, singing and dancing. Is this a human being? Oh yes. He's not a human. He must be the Peach Blossom Fairy. Carp God? Row. The Carp God is awesome. Butterfly Fairy? Butterfly Fairy is also great. But you guys show me this Peach Blossom Nunnery again. This is ING awesome. Can you reward? Isn't this a hard reward? If he goes out and becomes a star, I guarantee he'll be on fire for a month and reach the top of the world in a year. Woo woo. My cell phone is dead. I want to watch it again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Oh Lord receiver. You told me. It's fake. You tell me. The crowd rejoices in ecstasy. The crowd wails. The crowd was dancing around, more alive than a big fat carp in a carp pond. After watching this level of performance for the second time, people just think it's ridiculous. $80 for tickets? Crazy? It's so cheap. Can the scenic area make back the money? They started at 9:30 a.m. when they entered the park and played until almost 2 p.m. now. Is there a moment to spare? No. Unlike other tourist attractions, it is not only let you swim and let you play, but also let you see, let you move, let you think, let you guess. It's not enough that you've played yourself, exhausted yourself, and then you want to play someone else. Someone molded over and suddenly shivered and raised his hand high. That. Fellow warriors. Everyone turned back to look at him. I have a guess. Everyone was instantly quiet and listening. Having gotten to this point, you can't afford to leave out any piece of information. That poetry path. I don't know how many poems you guys found, but I think, in case you guys spelled it correctly, it's a different poem. Would that change what the Peach Blossom Nun sings today? Everyone shuddered and instantly looked at each other with round eyes. The man went on. The way of painting seems to be the key to the final stage. Whether it will change or not I'm not sure. But the way of song. I'm guessing it's the song that accompanies the sword dance. So if that's not the one you're looking for, will the sword dance change with it? His expression was serious, hiding a maniacal excitement. Will the next wave come? And the next? And the next? And will they hear and see differently? If it fails, wouldn't that be a reduction in the program? If the way of painting fails, will it even be possible to find this place at all, but just go out and leave? His voice trembled a little with excitement. If it's really what I think it is. So this place is a completely open mission world. When he finished, everyone slowly, breathing heavily. Brother Monument had long forgotten about the curly goddess. The two of them were now separated by the crowd. But Brother Monument couldn't even think about it. He was in the middle of an excited discussion pulling the inch-haired youngster next to him. The little painter is not emo anymore. He is full of that majestic painting. Full of the idea of wanting to worship the Peach Blossom Nunnery as a teacher. As for the three jailbreaks, they glanced at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. It's idle anyway. If what the man wants is true, they will become regular visitors to Wanyuan Mountain, exploring the world indefinitely. Xinzhuang has even begun to look at the online pre-sale tickets, scratching half a day before closing his cell phone resentfully. How come all these people have lost their tickets? He wants to do it again, too. He thinks so. Who doesn't? Who is not a big fan of MT? Wanyuan if they can come here today to grab advance tickets? Who doesn't have a little money and a little time on their hands? Not to mention whether this Peach Blossom Nunnery was an open quest area or not. But let's just talk about the other three paths that they didn't participate into today. They just want to do it again. Have a good time. After all, everyone's regions are barely interoperable, and no one knows exactly what the other's mission is. How about the process of playing? They just think, when you come here, you're really here to visit the Peach Blossom Nunnery's guests. Phew. Pinky rubbed her chest and once again pulled out her little notebook to continue taking notes. Master Peach Blossom Nunnery is a master of poetry, painting, song and dance. A world-famous man. She thought for a moment and added, Kung Fu is very high. He can do lightweight feats. He can float on water. But no matter how much excitement and discussion there was, the empty peach grove in front of us symbolized the end of the tour. Everyone sighs and starts looking for a way out. After a long time, Uncle Yunu Lu Qingyun sighed and walked out, pointing to the small wooden sign next to the large peach tree. Leaving here. These guys are so sharp-eyed when they're playing the game. When it's time to go, their old eyes is not want to go. Little Mr. Su was still waiting for them at the river, looking at the beard-blowing Yun Nu in front of him. Everyone then laughed. 4 hours passed, and the 200 people here left as if they had become friends, hooking up and laughing. It was only then that Wishguard had the hindsight to remember his Lord Receiver. Bad. The Lord Usher is still waiting for them. And so on? Funny. Su Jing clapped his hands together and listened to the news coming through the intercom before he threw the chicken bones onto the table, dried a bowl of rice wine, and patted his pants as he stood up. Waiting for them? Is he crazy? Those kids were so happy to be there. They had to put off a lot of work at first glance. It's noon. They're playing heave-ho. They're not hungry. He's hungry. Wiping his mouth and hands, Su Jing opened the wooden door and agilely scurried into the peach forest. He knew this place well and took a shortcut to get there quickly. The peach blossom forest slowly shuffled along, the forest floor recovered in greenery, and the sound of fierce water flowing faintly ahead of the trail. Everyone's spirits were lifted. It's coming to an end. The usher should be waiting for them right at the end. Everyone finally remembered the Lord Receiver who was waiting for them, and they were all heartbroken. Poor Lord Receiver. Must be standing with a sore back. Ha! Roasted chicken aroma. Then I scurried all fast. Far just saw a figure. The crowd has smelled the strong smell of chicken. The ushers. He's not following the rules. On this day, tourists who hadn't eaten a bite of food or drunk a mouthful of water finally heard the sound of gongs and drums and firecrackers in their stomachs. So hungry. The culprit was still at the end baring his teeth and grinning at them with the grease at the corners of his mouth. Guests, I've finally waited for you all. Facing a group of hungry tourists with green eyes across the street, Su Jing shivered. Brother Unicorn, you will protect the host, right? Ha! Ha ha! He rushed out of the way, revealing the river behind him. Come on, what are you all waiting for? Get ready and join me at the next place now. Chapter 99, The Rapids. A few small boats were nailed to the shore in the raging rapids, next to a pile of round yellow kayaks next to each other. Wishkeeper Fat Turtle probed and held up the camera to take crazy pictures. How to go? Where are you going? Back to the bright moon-walled city? Everyone nodded their heads as well and looked at Su Jing. That's right, everyone is now treating the bright moon-walled city as a base, and it's their happy old home. After spending the beautiful 4 hours in the Peach Blossom Nunnery, everyone was hungry. Su Jing hemmed and hawed, pointed to the 2 carriers behind him, and began to pull up his pants legs and cuffs. What's this? After the usher finished getting himself, he handed everyone a plastic sheet. What are you waiting for? Put it on. He pickpocketed everyone. Come on. For those who like excitement, go for a kayak ride. 5 people to a boat. 30 boats in all. The rest, 15 to a boat. Follow me to the boat. A couple of big boys behind him, tugging on the boat ropes and heckling a bit chillingly. Wait, Joe broke a little confused. Sit on that? The bobbing inflatable kayaks, crackling from the rapids, occasionally splashed up with white foam that splashed into the faces of tourists, bringing clear coolness. Lord Receiver? Can this be safe? Su Jing shrugged. All of you are guests. Can I still let something happen to everyone? If something does happen, it can't be helped. Let's just leave it at that. There was a mix of opinions on this. Most people want to take the boat. It's safer after all. However, he couldn't resist the encouragement of Zhu Shou and Zhou brothers. You wish. The 10,000 resources mountain produces. Can there be something boring? You've got your raincoats on, and you're still afraid of the water? This creek isn't deep either. It's absolutely safe. There are 5 of us. We'll be fine. Didn't the usher say so? It's not a long waterway. We'll be there soon. It's almost summer, and it just so happens that it's still cool enough to play in the stream. The 2 men finally got the tourists to opt for the kayaks after finally expending some words. With a great deal of success, Shu Shou followed Zhou breaking towards the kayak line, only to be stopped by an arm. Lord Receiver? The little fat man didn't understand. Sorry, guessed you are overweight and will have to go on a boat. Zhu Shou had a question mark on his face. I've been lobbying for you and you won't let me sit? He pinched himself hard on his fat body, and his inner cow was full. It's too much to bully the little fatty. But after all, safety was more important. And everyone quickly stood in line as Su Jing had said. Come on. A small guardrail net, stopping the yellow kayak. Zhou broke the 3 hit the head. Zhao Yanyan tugged the redhead did not let go. She had no choice, but also rest assured that the heart of the small painters, so he also dragged him together on. Are you sitting down? Su Jing laughed and fiercely kicked away the guardrail net, the raging torrent swiftly rushing them out. When you get to the place, someone will naturally meet you. So don't just probe and don't unbuckle your seatbelt. Wishing you all the best of luck on your journey to your liking. Boom! The rapids whirled and the yellow kayak with its 5 men was soon out of sight. Su Jing revealed his morose white teeth. Come on, next. No one cares anymore how the upstream receivers continue to be arranged. 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, were trapped inside the round kayak, clutching the handles around them, and the cool mountain breeze in their faces lifted several people's hair, revealing their excited faces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kind of cool. Joe breaking Oda howl out, and the water rippled beneath him, upending him and dropping him with a crash. The water swirls threw him forward one moment and back the next. Cold splashes of water dug into his neck, stimulating goosebumps to rise layer upon layer. Harry poked his head out as hard as he could too, half of his body sticking out of the kayak. Cool. He jerked his head back, a cold sweat coating his face. My head was just nearly chipped off by a rock. Sheesh. I told you not to just probe. Zhao Yanyan was also startled and rolled her eyes at the redhead beside her. Splashes of water dampened her hair on her forehead, but her eyes lit up as if she hadn't been this relaxed and enjoying herself in a long time. The little painter also squinted lightly, taking in the surrounding mountain scenery. A narrow line of rocky cliffs. The kayak lurched violently, slammed into the dark stone beside it, then spun around and squeezed into the narrow tunnel. Hoo! Squeak! Akira 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 Akira. The light dimmed at once. A coolness swept through the mountains. Strange noises rose. The water slowed down, and the 5 finally had time to look around. What is this place? The little painter was the most observant, and he mused for a moment, pointing to a hole. If I'm not mistaken, there might be an attraction over there. The hole was so dark that if it weren't for his good eyesight, Joseph wouldn't have been able to see it at all. He raised an eyebrow. So we get off the boat now? No. The little painter shook his head. The usher said that someone would meet us at the place, and since there's no one here, that means this isn't the end of the line. Maybe this place isn't open yet, or it's just an ordinary cave. Everyone nodded, feeling the towering line of sky slowly sweeping behind them, and the small kayak soon gained speed again before slowing down beside an embankment. Arrived? They were refreshed and a little puzzled as they looked at the crew waiting for them at the end of the barricade. This isn't the bright moon-walled city? Where are we? Zhao Yanyan twisted her head and pointed to the right front. That's where the holy mountain is, and we're not there yet. She snapped her eyes wide. Wait a minute. Who said there's only one new attraction? From start to finish, there has been no official word from Wanyuan Mountain and only one new attraction presented. A few people swallowed hard. Isn't that peach blossomin' enough? Make it that way. So shocking. So true. So memorable. Isn't that enough? There's actually a new attraction? Has it been hidden from everyone before? Or is it new in the last 2 weeks? It can't be, can it? Ignoring everyone's confusion, the big brother on shore took a big hook and pulled the kayak ashore, and the 5 men took off their raincoats, walked around the simple dock, and looked across. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Josiah swallowed hard. Could this be the new attraction? The view returned to Su Jing's side as he sent all 30 kayaks away, twisting his head and leaping into a small boat. Get in the boat. Zhu Shou took the lead and flew up with Ping Ping. Xin Zhuan was a handful of years old, plus just now really tired, so still dragged Little Li to stay on the boat. Little Li's secretary with a smile on his face, but in his heart he cursed. As for Brother Monument, he finally remembered his goddess as an afterthought, but the goddess was no longer reserved at this point after going through that big circle of tasks, and was hungry and dishwatery. Everyone 15 people boarded the boat. Su Jing stood at the bow, his eyes gleaming. Anyone could see his excitement. Wait a minute. Shu Shou suddenly remembered something. The Lord Usher was not really a character from this holy mountain or this peach blossom nunnery. He was a scenic spot manager who was no different from them. Even more so. So young to be in charge. He can drive a boat? Zhu Shou looked at the raging rapids in front of him, swallowed, and tried to tug on Su Jing's sleeve. You can drive, Mom. But before he could get his butt off the board, he felt the boat lurch violently. Then the front end went into the water with a splash. Su Jing's haha excited laughter came out. Sit tight. Our little boat of friendship. It's about to set sail. With a group of people screaming, the boat boomed and merged into the river, followed by the 2 boats behind it. Treadmill. Pinky closed her lips tightly, her eyes rounded, clutching the handle and crying out silently. The usher. You slow down and paddle. Chapter 100. First look at Lake Falling Immortal. When Su Jing's flotilla arrived at the new attraction with the tourists in front of them had already dispersed in all directions. Shu Shou got off the boat, his face scrunched together. Just want to throw up so bad. The Lord Receiver's ship quality is terrible. He looked at the two boats behind him, both much more stable than they were. But when everyone slowed down a bit and followed Su Jing out of the ferry, they froze as they looked at the scenery in front of them. This is, in front of the green trees, surrounded by two mountains, a huge lake like a blue glass mirror. When the wind picked up, egrets and ducks swept by. It's beautiful, so beautiful. For a while, not many people went forward. What are you waiting for? Su Jing's figure crossed over the crowd with the wet and cool water, and only then did everyone come back to their senses. The lake is not a whole piece, divided into three by the three-forked curved island in the center. The front face of the lake facing the Jumping Foot River is the largest, taking up almost 2/3 of the entire lake, and behind the left side of the island, a stone bridge, a wooden bridge, spanned the lake, separating that remaining third, a big one and a small one. This is the Lake of the Falling Immortals. Su Jing's voice came slowly from the back, his expression calm as he seemed to be telling them about the origins of this place. Not an NPC anymore? Little Fatty thought in his heart, and then he heard Su Jing open his mouth. When I was young, I had heard of it at the Bright Moon Cottage. There was originally another monument in this one Yuan mountain, where those people lived in the valley with a peaceful life and a splendid culture. But I have heard that from one day the river flooded their houses, and that the inhabitants of that place who could run away did so, and those who did not, with the village, remained underwater. Su Jing's expression seemed wistful. Later, a fairy came to this place, and not being able to bear what happened to the villagers, she cast a spell to allow those souls to sleep in peace, and collected the memories of those souls, and restored the illusory place where they used to live under the lake. And then later, it was heard that a group of strangers from the outside world came here to try to study the secrets of this place. But it wasn't long before those people disappeared as well, leaving only a few traces of their existence. After that place, it was calm and became a paradise. He gestured in front of him and smiled. That paradise is here. We call it Lake Falling Fairy. Everyone listened quietly, not remembering anything out of this world or any kindly gods and goddesses. They then remembered the drowned water spirits, and the spirits of the water spirits left here. Mommy, Shusho took an imperceptible step back. Isn't that a scene? Why does it sound like a horror movie? He's timid. Don't scare him. Su Jing was unimpressed and continued to introduce this place to everyone. The area to the back left is the fishing area. If guests would like to come, we can consider a subsequent paid opening. The lake area at the back right is used by the Bright Moon Cottage and the group of gods of the sacred mountain, when they communicate with the river god and perform the blessing ceremony once every 3 months. 2 sentences in a row, all to the delight of the crowd. The fishing man scurried right through the crowd to the front, his eyes snowing. Can you fish? He didn't even bother to suppress his excitement. The Peach Blossom Nunnery that I went to earlier was a lot of fun. Watching the nunnery's wonderful performance was also a blast. But it's a lake, not just any river, not just any creek, not just any fish pond that some agriturismo has gotten into. This is positively awesome. A lake in the deep mountains. It's possible to fish it out. Those are wild fish. Su Jing was taken aback and pretended to be in a difficult position. That's right. But the fish in this falling immortal lake, all don't know how many years they have lived. Some of them are afraid that they are smarter than human beings. His expression was hesitant, but his eyes were compelling. Blessed by the river gods, we once had a villager catch a big fish over a meter long. Anyway, even if it were open, it probably wouldn't be easy to catch. After all, it's a wild, raw lake. What's taking away or not taking away? The angler can't hear it anymore. He is now full of that sentence, a meter-long big fish. Isn't his ultimate dream to go to awesome places, to catch awesome fish? A meter-long walleye, unless sea fishing can be allowed to fish in the country, there are likely to be a few places to catch such a big fish? All thoughts instantly retracted. His face was resolute. Lord Receiver, when does the fishing area open? Su Jing smiled slightly. In a week. He looked to the newly redeemed props in his backpack. Blessing of the god of fishing, premium props when fishing for more than 4 hours. The chance of fishing success increases by 20% when fishing for more than 8 hours. The likelihood of catching a big fish increases by 30% when fishing for more than 12 hours. Triggers the passive skill, Fishing Fellow. Never Air Force. P.S. Props cover 1 square kilometer. Skills reset every 24 hours. Passive skills cannot be guaranteed to produce. This prop that cost him 1,000 favorable comments to buy. It will immediately earn him back tens of thousands of favorable reviews. Perhaps Su Jing's smile was too confident. The angler squeezed his thighs hard and looked into the distance with tears in his eyes. Lake Falling Fairy. Wait for him. He's coming for sure. But this first message was the only one that mattered to him and the few people who had the hobby. Others, hearing the second message, couldn't contain their gasps. What do you mean? What do you mean? the sacred mountain group of gods, with the river gods. Exchange rituals every 3 months. Is that called a ceremony? They thought of the carp god, of the butterfly fairy, of the monkey king who spun stumps on his back with a stick, and of the dragon sons and daughters in divine masquerades in the center square. This is a ing fight, right? Once every 3 months. How can you not look? How dare you not look at it? Shusho had long since forgotten those water ghosts behind his head and opened his mouth tremblingly. Lord Receiver. The next fight. Ahem. Oh no. Exchange ceremony on the lake. When does it start? For a while, a group of heads, poking out like the heads of kingpins after the rain, looked at Su Jing in unison. Su Jing didn't sell himself short either. The last one is over. But the next one, rather quickly. It's next month 15. The man raised an eyebrow and looked at the raggedly breathing tourists in front of him. His eyes arched in a smile. Looking forward to your visit. He lifted his foot, hooked his finger at everyone, and headed for a slope near the lake. It's getting late. Let's go see the attractions that are open this time. Everyone snapped out of their fantasies and got even more confused. Wait a minute. Isn't this the spot? Where else? Everyone followed Su Jing to the side of the short slope, and only then did they see the huge black building made of concrete masonry, hidden by vegetation. Holy, up fierce. Having seen so many ancient wooden fortress courtyards, they thought they had suddenly traveled when they saw such a magnificent ultra-modern building all of a sudden. Finally, someone had the hindsight to remember what Su Jing had just said, the outsider who tried to study the secret and ended up suddenly disappearing. Could this building be what they left behind? The man in the green shirt stood in front of the slowly opening gate, abrupt yet eerily melting. Welcome to this special place, the bottom of Lake Falling Ferry. Chapter 101, the Lakeside Restaurant. Unlike the outside world, which smells of green trees and grass, this building escapes the smell of cool concrete from the moment you hit entry. The internal layout of the building was unusual, and they hadn't gone more than a few meters before they reached a fork in the road. There are 2 passages, straight ahead and down. Down. Su Jing did not hesitate and led the group down the corridor. The dark concrete slowly took on a metallic sheen, and dim wall sconces lit up with the sound of the crowd's footsteps, leading to the blackened end. An absurd thought instantly rose from everyone's mind. Lake Lokshan. This place, it's not really going to lead everyone to the bottom of Lake Falling Immortal, is it? What was it that Lord Usher said before? What's at the bottom of the lake? Ancient monuments? Ancient villages? Ancient dead people? Before the faint sense of horror could rise from everyone, the sounds of giggles and conversation came from the end. Pinky just remembered as an afterthought. Before them, another wave had arrived. Those guys up front? At the end of the walk, around the corner, the ghostly light shone brightly. I'm going to. The huge circular rotunda is surrounded by transparent glass through the roof. The sunlight pours down, and between the blue waves, clear water ripples spill into the entire space. The coolest blooms in the huge space, making all visitors feel as if they were in a dreamy underwater world, or in the dreams of the gods. Beyond the glass wall, the lake is so clear that you can even see the swimming fish 10 meters away. The big and small, leisurely fish, swinging their tails and flapping their fins, as if teasing the tourists, swimming against the glass. Behind them, the floating water grass and river rocks are hidden, and it seems more like the scene is extremely beautiful at this moment. Zhu Shou gulped. 80. Just 80. Who would have thought that $80 in the Yangon city to a hot pot cannot afford to eat the price? Here, not only can see the peach blossom nunnery poems and paintings, songs and dances, but also to see such a wonderful light under the lake. Joe Broke had no time to care about the newly entered tourists behind him. He was standing extremely close to the glass and frantically taking pictures of his buddies in the group. Pippi's dad, Switzerland? Madagascar? Italy? That's it? Pippi's dad, picture. JPG. Pippi's dad, picture. JPG. The group was silent for 3 seconds. Then it exploded into a frenzy. Joe Broke put away his cell phone and lazily ignored this group of turkeys, looking at the clear lake water and swimming fish with a demented face. Hey, fish, it would be nice if Carp God was here too. The little painter took a slow walk around the glass, his mind slowly calming down. In one day, he had seen everyone's work, and after experiencing surprise, ecstasy, self-humiliation, and regretful obsession, he finally regained his composure. The real everyone, perhaps, should be like this lake. No matter how the surface, the bottom of the heart should be free from fluctuations. No fluctuations. Peachy and, me, he mulled it over, and the anxiety that had made painting difficult for several days in a row slowly dissipated. Behind her, Zhao Yanyan followed the redhead closely, skulking along. Of course, not everyone is addicted to the beauty. The faint scent of rice drilled into Zhu Shou's nostrils as he finished taking the last picture and finally craned his head to look behind him. behind the front tour area, there is actually a terraced dining area hidden away. It had been made full of tourists up there, looking up at the view while looking down to show off their meals. Rice. It's rice. Little Fatty felt snot and tears coming out of his nose. He touched his dented stomach and rushed up in 3 steps. Su Jing smiled back at everyone. Up there is the dining area. So let's all go ahead and eat. And we'll talk about everything else afterward. Having gotten the order to disband, Shaoli immediately pulled Secretary Shin and flew up. A bun? That's relief food. Now the royal food is in front of him. How much money he has to eat, even if it's out of pocket. Su Jing glanced at everyone who had crowded to the window to line up for their food, shrugged, and picked his seat. The cook's candidate is not easy to find. After all, is a scenic spot? Can't give everyone on-site big fire burning oil fried 2 dishes. He could only refer to the fast food model and pick something healthy and filling out of a simple meal. As for later? Then we'll talk about it later. Meal times are blissful. The restaurant under the lake was once again quiet, and the sparkling light spilling over the dining tourists refined the ordinary simple meal. Pinky surreptitiously raised her eyes, looked at the usher sitting next to her, and hesitated before coming over and speaking softly. Lord Receiver, you're a fan. Su Jing, who had inexplicably become a fan, twisted his head, instantly making Ping Ping's face burst red. What are you talking about, dead mouth? Quickly shut up. No, I mean, I'm a fan of yours. She felt her throat dry and trembling as she pulled out her cell phone. On it was the group chat of Wan Yuan Mountain Outsiders. We have so many of your fans in our group too. Can you sign an autograph for me? Su Jing spread his hands and grinned. No pen, but Ping instantly straightened her spine. I have. Original. The purpose of her carrying a pen and notebook every day was for today. Su Jing had no choice but to take the pen and quickly exchange a calligraphy skill with the system before waving it around on the book. Transmitter. Pinky, who hadn't managed to get out the other's name, immediately collapsed her shoulders, but she looked up expectantly. Can I sign your name? Su Jing imagined and waved his pen again. The pen dances with dragons and snakes. Permission to operate. It's okay, de. It's okay. It's good to be signed. Pinky put away her book and looked at the man who, with a twist, had fled from the edge of the chair. I can know the last name. It's already a big deal. She clicked a few shots before posting them to the group, her face expressionless and her actual fingers shaking. Manhwa Mountain Outsiders, Pinky Nothing, Pictures, JPG, Pinky Winky, the Lord Receiver's prosign. Pinky Wookie, from today. I am Pinky Wookie. A second later, the full group rioted. Lord Receiver's armpit hair. Damn you. You actually snagged the advance tickets quietly. My Lord Receiver. Carp God #1 devotee. You've got this all worked out. I'll give you 3,000. Sweeping Mountain No. 1, you're the ING Berserker. Ah. You're so awesome. I'm convinced, sister. Eat my stick, please, please. Sister Pinky, tell us what you've seen today. Okay. Eat my 9527 stick. There's a watery light in this book. Where are you? The first big fat carp under the carp god. Holy. The usher's words are so nice. I love it. Wide-eyed yummy butterfly. I'm charging ahead. Eat my stick. Brother Big Eyes has a wide range of knowledge. He can do anything. I'm sorry. Pinky lost her smile, put away her cell phone, and looked at the dreamlike light under the lake. She didn't expect that one day she would actually be in this tiny Yangon city, in this tiny Castle Peak County. Seeing this kind of scenery put on the world is unimaginable. Su Jing slipped to the side and looked at his watch, then at everyone who was finally about to finish eating. These guys are too inked. There's something else to read in the back. It's almost 5 o'clock now. In a little while it will be dark. He'd scat out. Looks like this is the right place for a hotel. These guys just can't get enough of shopping. When everyone is done eating, come to my place. Su Jing spoke in a loud voice. We still have to keep going. Chapter 102 Ruins at the bottom of the lake. And, those who had finished eating, and those who hadn't, wiped their mouths and stood up. Being able to go down under the lake already wowed them, and the rippling underwater restaurant was exquisite. But it's not even over? Su Jing led the group, bypassing the stone wall, continuing down the long corridor revealed. He walked in front while opening his mouth to explain. A few other staff members also followed the team, and every so often someone would stand on the side to explain. What remains of this building, which we have explored, is the living area on the upper 2 floors, while further down is the observation area prepared by those from the outside world. Observe? Xin Zhuan was curious. Observe what? Is there any secret at the bottom of this lake? Su Jing smiled as the descent leveled out. This falling immortal lake was originally a place of habitation. It's just a pity that it was buried by the lake. But I've heard that the architectural style of this place is very interesting, which is why this group of outsiders have built a place of study here. But, Su Jing turned back abruptly, his face illuminated by a dim halo of light in the cold, dark corridor. His voice tinted with a hint of eeriness. I've heard that the study of architecture is a sham, and that their real purpose, it's a study of the people still living under this lake. Everyone froze, then fine goosebumps crawled all over their backs, and Secretary Lee swallowed, then stepped forward to blow out the candle in Su Jing's hand in one gulp. How come it comes with its own ambient props? Oddly scary. Once the candles were extinguished, the light instantly normalized, and Su Jing rolled his eyes, twisting his head to continue walking forward. Secretary Lee. What a noob. He walked away, and the crowd behind him looked at each other in disbelief. Chow Breaker, did you get it? I didn't get it. Xinzhuang, I understand every word, but not when they are connected together. Pinky, God, see the end of this? Shu Shou, I knew it. Falling immortal lake raises ghosts. The bright moon-walled city raises gods. They that once every 3 months. It's definitely a fight. Little painter, it's soul. It's a different kind of soul. Zhao Yanran approached. Zhao Yanran shed tears. Sister, I'm so scared. Su Jing, are you here to see the sights? Or are you here to see you? He thought about the props he had placed and always felt that something beyond his expectations would come up. The long corridor downward was soon finished, and the ghostly lights came on. The first wave finally showed its head. Crap. Groove. The crowd was silent. The crowd was just brothers, have you seen the old city? Ever seen the ancient city underwater at? The scene in front of them was too shocking. Something they had never seen before. Even Joe Broke's few usually idle rich second generation had never seen this level of attraction. The light of the setting sun cannot pierce the turquoise lake. This time the bottom of the lake is deep, can only barely see a few meters away from the scene, but in that after the swimming fish, green algae, above the low and ancient atmosphere spread out. The huge stone pillars, though mottled and decayed by the years and the erosion of the lake, still stood proudly. Behind a few huge stone pillars, there were magnificent buildings that loomed large, with intricate and beautifully carved designs on the walls, birds with spread wings, lions with their heads held high, and mysterious reliefs of long-haired hovering women are scattered throughout the building. The green stone slabs, covered with green algae, meandered forward and disappeared into the swirling deep lake. On both sides of the road, desolate and dilapidated stone and brick buildings, but it is difficult to hide the prosperity of the past. If you have good eyesight, you can still see the words, XX Store, 20 Hall, carved in front of some buildings after the fish have covered them. Before Su Jing could say anything, the crowd had already dispersed in all directions. The architecture underwater seemed different from above as well. Dark metal gradually replacing stone. Entire rooms squeezed out like lanterns, arched glass jutting out, perhaps because the angle light folded in, making the view beyond it even more illusory. There are 2 such rooms, enough for 300 people to sneak around at will. Shu Shou was staring around furiously snapping fierce pictures when he suddenly lost his footing and his head poked out from behind the camera. At the end of the line of sight was a large door that almost blended in with the metal wall in a natural way. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly twisted his head to look around. There are a surprising 7, 8 similar gates beyond these 2 large spherical rooms. Where do these doors lead? Can I get in? He approached the curved glass at a quick pace and cocked his head to try and see if there was anything else in the depths of the lake to his left and right. But before he could get a good look, he heard the voice of the Lord Receiver on the radio above his head. Guests, we are now in the second basement level of the building, at the bottom of Lake Falling Ferry. The average depth of Loxin Lake is 678 meters, but the deepest part can be more than that. The place of study here, with its 4 passages, has been spread all over the bottom of the lake and the ruins of this lake, and many of the passages have even penetrated into the villages. But, all listened with their heads held high and their hands bound. According to the records left here, there have been researchers in the exploration process, to see the underwater life of the villagers. They are rosy-colored, talk as usual, the body is happy and comfortable, and sometimes see the villagers come together to drink poetry walk. As real, researcher wears a device into the lake to explore, but it's gone. Tension spread as some people looked outward with wide eyes, while others took a few imperceptible steps back, closer to the crowd. A soft laugh seemed to come from the radio, and then the owner of that voice coughed twice more and said seriously, after careful examination, we have determined that it is safe for no more than 500 people to visit this research facility at one time, and that visitors should not be allowed to visit alone. Of course, the usher's voice was full of mischief. I've heard that outsiders have a penchant for excitement, so maybe there's something, just what you want to see. 8 underwater corridors, officially opened in a week. Remaining unknown areas and projects, please stay tuned. The radio went completely silent. Shu Shou put down the camera and looked at the mysterious introductory voice resounding from the bottom of the dark lake. Among the huge and magnificent buildings within the screen, An exaggerated grin spread across the corners of his mouth. 1 week to go. New promotional video. Already have. He shook his head as if he'd already seen a huge pool of traffic, but the next moment a faint shudder sounded behind him. I don't know if it's a surprise or a delight. They're just past a man. There. Shusho rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to curse. Gimmicky scenery for fun. US tourists. Can't you stop? I was already a little scared down here. And now this? But in the next second, his pupils sharply shrunk, staring tightly at the stone pillar pagoda in front of him below. Just a moment ago, there was a woman there with a clear posture, holding a basket of things, and laughing softly as she walked past. Found on, below the lake. Gulp. The sound of him swallowing disturbed Shinjuang next to him, and the old man came over with a curious look on his face. Let's see. What do you see? Jusho's voice was hoarse and dry. I think we locked eyes. Chapter 103, come back next week. The giddy tourists didn't stay in the scenic area for long, and when they finished and came out, it was nightfall. Those who wanted to go to the bright moon-walled city set off after Uncle Shue's boat, but there were others who thought for a moment and decided to leave after Sujing. Inside Wanyuan Mountain, the 5 mountains are not connected to each other, so if people want to leave, they can only leave the park by passing through the long bridge and bypassing the big mountain in the center. Along the way, the crowd was giddy, especially Jusho. Since seeing the silhouette, it was as if he had lost his soul. The video was not filmed, and the people were not active, looking at the usher to say something. This guy, sure it's the head of the scene, right? Then this is also confirmed to be a scenic spot, correct? Then all those legends should be gimmicks too, right? If it's all correct, then was that he saw a hallucination? The wine was drunk by the nunnery, not by him. Why does he seem to be drunk? But the truth is, he wasn't the only one who saw the silhouette. A few others also pursed their lips tightly. Their faces odd. If I'm not mistaken, they just really saw it. That drowned under the lake. The legendary villagers. But those things weren't some scary water spirits like they thought they were. Instead, they are real people with rosy cheeks who see the lake as nothing. Even their movements and demeanor were no different from ordinary people. Someone uncontrollably remembered what the usher had said on the radio, about the missing researcher who had been drawn away. What about Mom? All they feel now is, so exciting, so tense, so excited, so scared. Is this human nature? Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain? You know there's a tiger on the mountain? Shusho took a look at Ping Ping, who was in front of him with a light footstep and a light smile, gritted his teeth, and accelerated his pace. Are you coming back next week? Pinky raised an eyebrow. Sure. Haven't you heard? Both the fishing area and the 8 passes are opening next week, and I haven't gotten through the Peach Blossom Nunnery yet, so I'm definitely going to come back. Nice guy. The word pass is out. Off the charts. Excitement was just welling up before Jusho pressed it down, and he swallowed and asked tentatively, did you just see something? Just now? Pinky thought for a moment, and then her face showed amazement. I saw the underwater relic village. Didn't the guide Sama say that later? Our view isn't the main entrance. It's just the village's side entrance. She was frustrated. I dare not imagine that in this remote and deep valley, there can actually be such a huge underwater stone city, and we have only seen the partial gate. If the side door is like this, what must the front door look like? She twisted her head and smiled brightly. So, what I'm most looking forward to now is the day when those 8 passages open. So maybe I can see it more closely. Even might be able to see the main gate too. Seeing that she was talking with gusto, Shusho accompanied her with a smile, not knowing whether or not to say what she had seen today. Forget it. Who are you going with then? If there's no one, can you call me? Fatty explained. I didn't mean anything. I was a bit scared but wanted to come, so thought I'd find someone I know. Pinky was suspicious. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? He was the one who had the most fun taking pictures just now. Shusho had trouble saying it. I said, you don't be afraid, ha. You say. After a few sentences, even though Shusho described the atmosphere as eerie and horrifying and brought the characters to life, none of this could change Ping's increasingly bright eyes. Are you serious about this? She leaned in close to Shusho, half threatening, half serious. Before Shusho could answer, another old face came over next to him, even more surprised. Are you serious about this? Really, your grandpa's leg? Shinjuang's frightened Shusho shivered and almost fainted. This old den. Who the hell is he? How come he's everywhere? He watched as Secretary Lee stepped forward in concern and scowled at him. Damn. This old den is a character. Can't be messed with. Shusho shrank his neck and said nothing. Pinky came over instead. Okay. We'll be together next week. Shinjuang didn't harvest any important information and stroked his beard as he walked to the side and squinted his old eyes. No way. They must be plotting something. He grunted. I'm a little older, but I'm smart. Xinzhuang twisted his head and raised his chin at Xiaoli. Let's come next week too. Xiaoli smiled sadly. Secretary, we have an inspection next week. We cannot come. Xinzhuang let out a long cry. Can't push it? Xiaoli faked a smile. It's the leaders above who inspect us, not us inspecting others. You old dang. Wrap it up. Haven't worked properly in a week. Xinzhuang completely deflated his mouth and honestly walked back. Further to the side, were the three Zhou-breakers, who, needless to say, were mandatory next week. The only trouble was that Zhao Yanyan kept sticking to the redhead and begging with a deadpan face. Good sister, get up next Monday. I'll treat you to a nice meal when it's over. I thought you hadn't been here yet. I'll tell you, you guys haven't wandered around the bright moon-walled city yet. It's great. I'll take you up to the holy mountain then. I hear a new attraction is opening at the top. The redhead lost her smile and looked at the small painter next to her who had his eyes downcast and didn't say a word. Are you going? Several people craned their heads at the same time, but the little painter didn't say a word. What's wrong with you? Poked by his sister. The little painter then looked up as the underwater figure slowly dissipated before his eyes. Me? He smiled apologetically at everyone. I have some things to do next week, so I may not have time to come. He nodded at his sister. You go play. I'm fine. Really? What about the painting show? Already have an idea. The two of them asked and answered questions, listening to Zhao Yanyan. Several people confused, but no matter what, the result was that she agreed. Everyone laughed and continued on their way. Behind them, Monument Man and Fishing Man are chatting like crazy. What curl? Are you kidding me? What's a curl? What's it for? Know what he found out by coming out to play this time? If his observations were correct, what he had just seen could be a brand new one. National level underwater civilization monument. He didn't know if the owner of the scenic spot really didn't care or if he was just pretending not to know. This is the well-preserved ancient city at the bottom of the lake. It's a civilization-preserving building that can send shockwaves through the country. Look at that rock. Look at that wall. Look at that carving. How in the world did such a valley village tucked away in the mountains build such a magnificent stone city? How to carry? How to carve? What are the patterns and totems on the walls from? What happened to the people who lived there? Are there any descendants left? He was now going to go back to the school immediately and tell the professor. Anyway, there was no way he could believe that this was something a small scenic area could build. Oh, no. Brother Monument stopped in his tracks. He can't be in such a hurry. A week later, the 8 passages opened, and today's hasty glance could not be sure, but when the passages opened, we would surely be able to know whether this place was real or not. Call your mentor to come along when the time comes. Brother Monument finally resurfaced with a smile, while next to him, Angler's cell phone keyboard was already going up in smoke from poking. Never Nest, brothers. Look what I found. Never Nest, image. JPG, Never Nest, wild. Scenic, mountain lake. Fishing available. Never nesting, there's a big fish. Never Nest, the most important. It's the place that just opened up. A stone startled 1,000 waves, and the phrase big fish brought to life many of the diving dead in the group. All the fish in the dream, send the address quickly. National Fishing, you know me. Send the location. Nesting King, just in time for a vacation. Anyone? Golden Angler, it looks like a lake? This kind of lake usually doesn't allow fishing. Are you sure it's okay? Fishing Guy hemmed and hawed. Never Nest, I'm right here in the scenic area. You tell me. It officially opens in a week. Get your tickets ready to go. It's only 3 a.m. Scenic? You'll have to pay more for a ticket. Do you have to pay to fish? Do you want to take the fish with you? Never Nest, okay, let me give you a breakdown of the rules. What Peach Blossom Nunnery? What Bright Moon Cottage? What Sacred Mountain? He presses on and doesn't care. The fact that there's a fishing area specifically circled there means that the bottom of the lake isn't dangerous. Doesn't come as a cutie. What a 1 meter long big fish. It's this accommodation that's a problem. No. The fishing man immediately scurried over to Su Jing's side, regardless of whether it's an usher or an NPC or a staff member. Since we're getting ready to open the fishing area, we need to address this issue before we can do anything about it. Chapter 104, The Might of the Little Painter. Su Jing naturally accepted all of the angler's questions. After seeing his guests off, he too craned his neck and returned home with a smile on his face. With a replacement employee for the pickup job at Bright Moon Cottage, he now doesn't need to be at that one attraction every day. These days, taking reservation visitors to see the new attractions is the more important thing. Phew, he was paralyzed in bed, scenes fighting in his head. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to believe that Peach Blossom Nunnery tool could achieve such an exaggerated degree. Tone Yang, he can pull in the Golden Sun singers and dancers, musicians, he could also get an outside band to play. The soul, however, is irreplaceable. He could only do his best to instill the hero into the system, but it was up to him to show what he could do. Have to say. Su Jing sighed softly, covering his pounding heart. He estimated that the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, there will be another high degree of singing fairy. As for that lake bottom relic, he lost his smile and cursed. Sensory sharing instrument, advanced prop within the scope of the instrument. Based on the attraction's mold, the senses of the visitors will be shared collectively with each other, including, but not limited to, the senses of sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, and imagination. The high-level props obtained from the lottery were exactly what he used at the bottom of the lake. Not bad for a premium prop. He was envisioning it, and if, with his broadcast, someone unfolded the association, would that imagery present itself? If more people share the imagination, will the stuff inside become more and more real? Will it even move? Walk? The electronic voice of the system sounded at the right time to address his unrealistic fantasies. Wanyuan Mountain is a scenic spot, not a haunted house, and the sensory sharer will be subject to the system, and what is presented will be rationalized. Luckily, but the host is right in thinking that the more visitors with similar senses that are affected, the more spiritual and realistic the picture presented will be. No wonder. Su Jing sked. No wonder he saw a girl peeking at him from the building in the water as he slipped inside. What kind of ING tourist came up with that? Give him all a fright. But since he saw it, there must be others who did too. Or maybe it's more than just the one they saw. Just thinking about it gave Su Jing goosebumps and he couldn't hold back his laughter. It's okay. Anyway, it's the tourists who are cool. And it's the tourists who are taken aback. When that high-level props are really useful, that's when the true face of the ruins at the bottom of the lake will be unveiled. As for the other place, Su Jing looked up at the window. Sacred Mountain Peak. It's not ready to meet everyone yet. So let's wait. Waiting for a time when the weather is perfect. It'll surprise them. He rolled over beautifully and went to sleep. But the ride back to Yangon City could not be peaceful. Shusho's team had been waiting outside the door for a long time. And as soon as the van door was pulled open, the heavily armed few pulled the little fatty up. Quick! The memory card! Give me the camera! Go write an editing script! Wisho hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath before he was already in the swing of things. No way! With the reopening of the Wanyuan Mountain, Su Jing couldn't even imagine how many people were waiting for this day to come. Not to mention, the little fat man's eyes narrowed and his typing speed flew. The matter of the blocking of the Wanyuan Mountain River Road has come to a head. Trying to get this thing to completely blow up and get the word out about public opinion. Then the rebooted MT. Wanyuan is the biggest fire starter. He looked at the new group chat that had appeared on his phone. Manhwa Mountain Outsiders. Su Jing had let them have so much fun and pain, so they would have to use their power to guard everyone's Wanyuan Mountain as well. That night, everything is as it should be, but it seems, something is slowly breaking out of the ground. The young talented painter who was about to have a national exhibition posted a quiet blog late at night. Meng Qing, today, I have met a true master of ink and wash, and I am deeply ashamed and inspired. I made a painting, which will be presented in the exhibition in a few days, to pay tribute to at Wanyuan Mountain 10A tourist attractions. Netizens playing with their cell phones in the middle of the night thought they were hallucinating. Young painters who are young, but can already be considered masters, now say they want to pay homage and end up etching a scene? Please ask, is there a relationship between the two? Fans were confused. And so were the officials who were preparing to organize the painting exhibition. Fans confused. Is confused this usually cold and noble painting crazy actually have a day of shame? Officials, on the other hand, are overjoyed, especially the major pavilions that have picked up the partnership. Let's not talk about what the Lord was smoking in the middle of the night, but a painting that can be called a tribute is definitely not bad. Traffic is steady this time. Another group, acquaintances who know the little painter. A few old men were sitting around playing poker. And one of them stuck his cell phone out far away, squinting his old eyes in confusion. Old Meng, your little grandson has been with us since he was a child, and I've never heard him say a word of respect, and he's still honoring it? Yes, China's ink painting world, the top masters. How can we say this house has gathered a small half? What does Xiao Chang mean? We don't count as masters. It's really just the master. The silver-white curly-haired old tit sipped his pipe, and a pair of deuces fell on the card table. Grandma, I've been teaching him to paint mountains for more than 10 years, and I've never heard him honor me. Meng Qing's grandfather was silent for half a day before he flung his cards and stood up. I'll give him a call and find out who the hell this everyone is. I just don't believe it. Watching the old man's back as he returned to the house, the silver-haired old woman froze for a moment, then looked down at her cards. Your grandfather. Your cards stink so much. It's all going to lose. You're not playing? The yard was in an uproar. They didn't get what kind of laborious view the little young man was ailing, but the fans could see it. Fans from all over the country, because of one blog by Meng Ching, focused their eyes on this 10A scenic spot. The search has begun. What is this place? At the same time, a short promotional video for Zhu Shou was distributed wholesale. Not much, only 2, but a peach rain is pouring down, and the immortals are dancing with their swords. Another swimming fish Su, an underwater maze, blow up half the venturing track straight away. What is this place? Night owl welfare. The netizens who hadn't gone to bed yet became the first to see the promotional video. A flood of comments directly flooded the videos, followed by likes plus retweets to push both videos high to the top of the page. And obsessed with watching over and over again netizens, doubt after AI doubt special effects. The movie anime one by one after doubt. Finally found the synopsis mentioned, Wanyuan Mountain tourist attractions. Wishkeeper didn't add the 2A words to the promo. This time, because he believes in it. Here, sitting on Wanyuan Mountain with Minggu's High, Sacred Mountain, Peach Blossom Nunnery and Loxian Lake. Soon it won't be 2A. Chapter 105, One Night is Enough. Exploded. Burst. For the first time, Shaoli just arrived at the office, and before he helped Xinzhuang make tea, he was grabbed in by the old man, holding up his cell phone and jumping up and down. Shen Moncler Outlet Online almost disliked his cell phone to Shaoli's nose, pointing to the top of the list at excited shout. My Wanyuan Mountain exploded. How come it's still your Wanyuan Mountain? It's Boss Su's Wanyuan Mountain. Harm. Don't care about the details. Xinzhuang laughed and pressed Li's middle finger down. I just realized today that the group of people we went to the scenic spot yesterday had a few powerful people in them. He clicked on another page. This one. Meng Qing. A new generation of young painters. Know who his grandfather is? An academician-level master of Chinese painting. I didn't realize he was there yesterday. Xiao Li's eyes lit up and he also finally got serious. Coming over to look at Xinzhuang's screen. This kid's one blog in the middle of the night directly set off half the painting world. They searched Wanyuan Mountain overnight and ended up discovering the river incident this past while. Now this matter has been stabbed to the top. Xinzhuang crossed his arms and laughed. How dare you believe that? Because of such a small painter. The mayor of Yang'an's phone has been ringing off the hook all night. Li's eyes rounded. He really didn't dare to believe it. Ha. I heard that it was those old generations in his family who wanted to see the high person mentioned by Meng Qing, and as a result, I don't know how to spread the word, but they insisted that people were trapped inside the scenic spot because the river was cut off and couldn't get out. Ha. Xinzhuang laughed at this outrageous reason and tears came out of his eyes. But you don't say. Sometimes what feels impossible to happen, he really does have the potential to happen. Not to mention the fact that they are just NPCs. Even if they are really painting tall people, don't they have legs? But those old men and women were too much to handle, and the top was pressured to ask why. The casual question from above spread to the ears of a small fourth-tier city like Yangon. It was a mouthful of nailed holy orders. And again, that river governance is originally they dragged and did not solve the problem. But no one thought that a deep mountain county in the Sesame Seed small matter can stab to the top. The mayor was called out of bed by a phone call and scolded. The mayor is aggrieved. The mayor doesn't know anything. So the mayor, again, overnight, took out all the leaders of the relevant departments and gave them a good scolding. What the? If he gets blamed for this, all you losers are out of business. Xinzhuang snapped and patted Xiao Li's shoulder. Then the old guys sent their men overnight, in trucks and bulldozers, to restore the river. Is that easy? Li blinked, suddenly quiet, and wanted to cry a little. Nothing else. Just sad for Boss Su who wants to do a good job with the scenery with all his heart. He hadn't done anything. He was just trying. But the results of all his hard work could easily go up and down because of a few people and a few words. Still not strong enough? He looked up, fixedly at his old leader with a serious look on his face. Secretary Shen, you saw it. The potential of Wanyuan Mountain is extraordinary. Boss Su is also a super talent. Behind the things, we must help fully. The end of the year's provincial capital. I think, you may not be able to take the first prize may also say. Su Jing had just gotten up and was preparing to receive today's visitors, brushing his teeth when he received a call from Wang Kai. Aoyama Kotaro laughed on the phone. I heard that the city sent a document overnight to manage the river problem. The waterway in Wanyuan Mountain is going to be restored. You're a magical sight. What kind of tourists you can meet? As if God's help. Su Jing smiled and hung up the phone after a few words of conversation. Not commenting. Tourists do help. But if the scenery is not good enough to keep the tourists happy, this help will not come. So the bottom line is, it's the real thing. He believes that Wanyuan Mountain was quickly restored to order, not only with the help of that painter, but also with the help of many other visitors who love the place. Like Pinky said, their huge fan base must have been behind it as well. And he, for sure, couldn't live up to everyone's efforts. A few phone calls were made, and after getting an apology, Su Jing walked out the door with a smile on his face. I wonder how the owner of that red-leafed mountain who doesn't like to answer the phone is doing? It's his turn to fight back. He guessed right. Wanyuan Mountain Outsider, it didn't let up all last night. First, it was painter Meng Qing's blog, which pushed Wanyuan Mountain back into the public's view, followed by 2 superb promos by Little Fatty Zhu Shou, which made that group of fans and hilarious newcomers who were curious about what Wanyuan Mountain was really about to be quickly attracted by the scenery. Immediately after that, the Wanyuan fans began to god in all sorts of places. Crazy comments to increase the heat. The posts of Bright Moon Walled City and Sacred Mountain also began to regain their heat and appeared in the hot list once again. And only when that was done did they open up the official push program. That's right. It's a plan they've been preparing for far too long. Just waiting for the day when Wanyuan resurfaces and catches the public's eye. The Wanyuan River was maliciously cut off. Is it wrong to run a serious scenic spot? Because of this, the really good scenic spots will be buried. Who's behind the river incident? Jealousy has made other scenic spots look like nothing else, jointly against the new scenic spots. Is it good? If we don't save it, there will be no more good scenic spots. This is chilling the hearts of people who really want to do good things. And so on. Big headlines were sent out from various channels, in which Joe broke. A few people even found the media as well, spreading some exaggerated information. Take advantage of the heat. The image of Wanyuan Mountain, the poor superb little scenic spot that was tripped up by the multitude of black power scenic spots, stood straight up. Song Jiming, the owner of Pine Lake Park, was drinking red wine in sorrow when he was kicked out of his room late at night by his assistant and pulled out for a meeting. After hearing the news, he broke down on the spot, gathered up the PR department overnight. It's libelous. They slandered him. He didn't do anything. What a direct life and death. Song Jiming, who had always loved to manipulate public opinion, felt the horror of public opinion for the first time. He is just a small scenic spot owner in a small county. Usually love to drink red wine and pretend to be an honest man. Don't make a mistake. Holy. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Jiming directly decided to change his backing, and join forces with other scenic spots overnight, pointing the finger at the Red Leaf Mountain. I'm sorry Mr. Chu. This time, I think you're going down. There is no airtight wall in the world. As long as one is willing to investigate, one can always find traces. When enough evidence is available, the defense of the parties is no longer useful. The huge leather seats were empty, and that Mr. Chu was in a daze in the conference room. You mean? A little scene that couldn't be turned over a while ago, only resumed the first day of business, with millions of netizens and government departments, and found directly on their own? Fellow lawyers in the legal department hesitated to roll out the e-letter. Mr. Chu, not only those, and these. The man bowed his head. Malicious competition, illegal construction, spreading rumors, bribery. Bribery. How did you find out? The pile of lawyers' letters on the table was torn open with a brush of his hand. What the hell? Mr. Chu looked at the team in front of him, which is supported by hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. He hadn't even made a ING appearance. He hadn't seen that little ravine completely deserted. He hadn't bought that piece of land yet. Just back out? Both. He thought about it for half a day and remembered the first key figure that failed. Asterisk. That idiot Chimeng. If he could have gotten any favorable evidence in the first place, Wanyuan Mountain would have disappeared long ago. Blame him. The waste. The old punk. He cursed furiously, and thousands of kilometers away, Chimeng, cloaked as if he were a madman, was cursing at the entrance to the Academy of Biological Sciences. Why should I be fired? I'm the ING director. The former co-workers at the door who urged him to leave couldn't hide the disgust in their eyes. Experiments you can't do. Dissecting knives you shiver in your hands when you pick them up. Letting you work as a clerk doesn't give us a batch of experimental materials. You're out of your mind. This is the Academy of Biological Sciences. You went out and started practicing Buddhism and not killing? Chimeng froze for a moment, as if something flashed through his mind, but it was immediately followed by a persistent headache. Fart. You're all farts. Let me go back. I want to let me back in anyway. Want your sister. The two clerks glanced at the security guards, and Chimeng was immediately racked away and thrown out. The two clapped their hands and walked back. The old man goes out on an expedition and comes back crazy? Where the hell did he go? The people who brought him there are all silent. Deep well ice. Chapter 106. The people who were seriously messing with Wanyuan Mountain were all quiet overnight. Instead, those who are seriously studying MT Wanyuan are happy. Shangjing, National Culture Institute, Department of Ancient Poetry and Culture. Minister Juhan hemmed and hawed and called his old friend. They really said that? That there's an ink painting master in that Wanyuan Mountain? The caller laughed as well. That's right, Mr. Meng, Mr. Wang, and those teachers they often hang out with, all found me and said they wanted me to help them get in touch and meet that everyone. There was a moment's hesitation there, as if he had remembered something, and he suddenly went mental. Oh, my God, that's right. I remember a while ago when you came back, also when I recited to come, said that the inspection of that place, there is a reclusive great poet. It's called Li Bai, right? Right, it's Li Bai. Shu Hong could not hide the admiration in his tone. I showed that poem to many of the titular teachers in our department and guess what? They all said one word. Key, fantastic, magic, not only. Juhan shook his head. The wonder of literature, the wonder of meaning, the wonder of words, the wonder of the mind. I don't know where in the world such a stunning and absolute person came from. I want to go back again so badly. There was no movement on the other side of the phone for half a day. Then a chuckle came out. Old Chu, you've got it all figured out. The teachers were too noisy, so we, the painting department, decided to take the teachers and the young children in the department to go to the Wanyuan mountain. I don't know if the Ministry of Poetry and Culture is interested in traveling with us. Shangjing side of the lively Yangon city next door to the provincial capital. A dormitory building outside the university campus. A hale and hearty old man, a voice shouted out. What? Ancient underwater city? You're so mesmerized by women that you can't tell reality from fantasy, right? Brother Monument was scolded. And only then did he remember that his slim goddess had been thrown somewhere by him. It's okay, let's not worry about it. He's a grown man. I'm sure he can make it home on his own. He turned his head and shouted excitedly at the phone. Teacher, old man, listen to me. I really found an ancient city. It's under a lake in a deep mountain. I heard it used to be a valley. He narrated frantically as the old man slowly quieted down. Seriously? Dang it. More real than the compass hidden under the third compartment in your bag. You kid stealing through my bag. Teacher, that's not important. Great discovery. A stone city in the valley. Have you heard of it? Have you seen it? There was silence on the other side of the phone again. And then the voice suddenly got a little lewd. Does anyone else know? Looking at the online news. No one has said anything out loud yet. Maybe just me. Not. Just how to know. Did you take a picture? Send it to me. Brother Monument had long been ready. A series of photos were sent out. And the phone was hung up directly. And it took a long time for it to ring again. My precious apprentice. You're going to get credit for this. Wait for me. I'll report it overnight. Ha? He froze. Aren't we going to step in first? This child. What are you talking about? We call that an expedition. If people hear about it, they'll check me out. Don't watch useless TV dramas. The old man cursed before grunting. The next time we enter will be a week from now, and by then we'll have reported it, and the food will be cold. We just need to qualify for the first batch. The mentor sounded cozy. Underwater labyrinth. If it's true, you'll have your graduation thesis in the bag. Even both of them have their dissertations. Satisfied, the old man hung up the phone and immediately began to operate. And inside Yangon City, Zhao Meng, who finally learned about the online situation as an afterthought, held up his cell phone and howled all over the room. Mr. Su, Mr. Su, finally waiting for you. Good thing I didn't give up. You're cleared of any wrongdoing after all. He turned back, his eyes gleaming, and summoned his trusted minions to celebrate the reopening of the Wanyuan mountain. We must drink well today. My little brother sighed. Brother, just paid the rent. Your account is out of money. Zhao Meng waved his hand. You lend me some and I'll pay you back. Go, buy barbecue. Order 5 more cases of wheat juice. I'm broke too. So poor? Zhao Meng scratched the back of his head and finally remembered little brother too. Go, borrow some from Ergun. The little brother went out with a bitter grin covering his wallet and then a gloating smile. It's finally the turn of the second gun. It's also time for him to get out of the blood. When the minions left the room, Zhao Meng also sat up with his fists in his hands and began to edit the travel agency's publicity advertisement. Wanyuan Mountain had restarted. Then he, Qingcheng Shanmeng, should also be revived. Thinking of the cynical yin and yang of the other travel agents during this time, he let out a cold smile. You're in a hurry, aren't you? Now each one of them is getting antsy, right? Especially the owner of Earth Travel Agency, who was sweating with anxiety and called over his think tank, which he had not reused for a long time. What now? Red Leaf Mountain recently announced a moratorium on operations, and Pine Lake Park has said it's going to reorganize, shutting down its travel agency business, adjusting ticket prices, and only accepting casual visitors. Think tank number 1 pushes up his glasses. What's the point of making a hasty last-minute effort? The problem arose temporarily when we were missing several partner attractions in a row, and the first thing we had to do was to try to appease the tourists who had withdrawn from the tour. Isn't the Wanyuan Mountain open? We can totally add that attraction in. I heard that Wanyuan Mountain is very playful, and after it reopened, new attractions were added. We predict that the length of the tour can also completely fill the gap between those two scenic spots. Dumbass. The boss of the Earth's lips trembled. If he had the ability to find Wanyuan Mountain to cooperate with, did he still need to ask them? Looking around, the only travel agency in the whole of Yangon that could cooperate with Wanyuan Mountain right now was that big long worm. Not only are there discounts on tickets, but the most important thing is that souvenirs can be discounted as well. Plus that bug went early, and all the hotels and restaurants over there have established a good relationship with him. There's no way to shake his business. Eat this much, I'm not afraid to die. What you guys have to think about is, how can you keep the tourists who have withdrawn from the tour without cooperating with Wanyuan Mountain, and still let them have almost as much fun? The conference room once again fell into an eerie silence. Pawn and stand up again. That's what he said. Big Earth travel is miserable, and other travel agencies that work more closely with Red Leaf Mountain Scenic Area are even more miserable, having lost the main direction of their business. What can they do to deserve a temporary reroute? Besides, they already had a lot less business in the first place because of the explosion of Wanyuan Mountain. And now this. Can't they live anymore? Everyone was so busy they didn't know what to do. But Wanyuan Shan here was in the midst of a collective cheer, because the water line is starting to rise significantly. I don't know if it's just too efficient or if the flood season is approaching. Wanyuan has only been open for 2 days, and the river level line at the main entrance into the park has reached boat traffic standards. Ha 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 ha, my old Shui is back. Chapter 107 Employees of Wanyuan Mountain. Uncle Shui was so excited that he ate 3 cages of buns and drank 2 bowls of rice milk in the morning before arriving at his post in his suit. The staff at Bright Moon Cottage are also finally pumped up, and with the waterway in place, the number of tourists will soon be back at its peak. And with the opening of the new attraction over there, news is finally circulating. What? A group of employees who had initially yelled that they didn't want to go froze. The acrobats took the brunt of the attack and surrounded Lu Qingyun. Class master? Didn't you say you were a slave over there? Didn't you say it was miserable? Didn't you say you had to walk around and serve tea every day? Turns out it was all fake. Minion turned out to refer to the first personal grandmaster. Serving tea and pouring water turned out to be pouring 3 bowls of wine for that nun? Miserable turns out to mean in front of tourists. Being a highly respected, bossy, big-framed awesome bandwagoner? You old man. It's too much of a bully. The mind's eye is big. As for the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, a group of people were also chattering and discussing frantically around the woman in the antique costume. Let me do it. It's just an opera accent. I know it too. Holy, the one you're partnered with is so handsome? I want to be a tone lady too. I'm going to find Boss Xiao Su. Peach Blossom Nunnery is so handsome. But how come I don't seem to have seen this one before? Su went hemmed and hawed, tugging on her robe and twirling it around a bit, her heart happy. The tone lady is not that good. That male son, she has never seen. I don't know if it is a new employee that the small Su boss has found outside, but every time she stood by the man, she felt that what he said to her, though his tone was light and smiling, had a reserved, unquestionable undertone to it that one simply dared not reject. Aside from moving around the grounds, she could only leave there after work, and whenever she mustered up the courage to strike up a conversation with the Anon during work hours, he would just have a quick chat with himself. The rest of the time, he mostly drank and composed poems and skipped back and forth in the mansion. Anyway, that one didn't let me go, so I have to stay there. Su-wen twisted her waist and left on the boat. I have to go get ready. You guys go to work too. The crowd looked at Su-wen's happy and smug little look and shook their heads, laughing and cursing as they turned their heads, intending to talk to their teammates some more. I didn't realize that Kaoru, who was standing off to the side, was also covering her mouth and giggling. Then I'll go get ready too, you guys go to work. Suffered, forgetting that they have a staff member who is a fairy on their side. Damn. Jinna twisted her head in indignation. Her inner cow was full of face. Was this fate? Obviously she was the head of the group. Golden Sun and Green Cloud acrobats scatter. Fang Gui and the other villagers also gathered around a group of children. So, you're telling me that you guys are there to just take care of guarding the door and say a few words? Not doing anything else? Is it dangerous? Koji hemmed and hawed, puffing out his chest. It's not dangerous at all. Those big brothers and sisters are so polite to us. Next to her, Meow Meow also nodded. It's so comfortable to stay there. The nunnery master doesn't care about us either. Sometimes when we are tired of standing, we take shifts to play over the pond, and the nunnery master doesn't get angry when he sees us. She's a bit of a shame. As a small NPC with several jobs at Wanyuan Mountain, she could only stay over there until 3 p.m., And then she had to come back to prepare for the performance at the bright moon-walled city. They giggled and told the adults about the beauty inside the Peach Blossom Nunnery, and told them about the funny things that happened when the tourists were frantically doing their quests. Someone blew a gasket. More fun than our bright moon-walled city? More than our mission? More fun than us? Wiz waved his hand and took a sip of the wahihi. The two can't be compared. One is a single copy and the other is a team copy. Both are interesting, but neither can replace each other. What a mess. Fang Gui narrowed his eyes, then stepped forward. You're not allowed to play handheld games for a few days. He mulled over the time. As old as you are. It's time to go to school. I think I'll have to talk to Mr. Xiao Su about this someday, so you can go to school. Ha! Xi's little face fell, and he couldn't stop laughing. He doesn't want to go to school. He just wants to stay in the view. Next to him, Zhao Long was also explaining to his brethren. I'm currently working as an instructor in the Peach Blossom Nunnery, and I heard from General Manager Xiao Su that when this week of pre-opening is over, we'll have to send some of our people to the Lake of Falling Immortals, and we'll need to send some people there to strictly maintain order, and we absolutely can't afford to make any mistakes. His tiger eyes glared. The job of instructor, anyone who is willing to do it, can come and learn in preparation for the exchange. The job of guarding Falling Immortal Lake, I am definitely going. Lake Falling Ferry? The employees who heard the unfamiliar attractions on the side raised their heads and waited for Zhao Long to explain. He craned his head, grinning at the group. This attraction isn't completely open yet, so Vice President Jiang just called for our people to go ahead and do a simple job. Things like intercepting kayaks and putting out meals are just jobs like that. But later on, these jobs will be done by specialized people who only need to carry out order maintenance. Zhao Long hadn't personally seen Falling Immortal Lake, but he was already agitated when he heard his brethren describe it. Once from the military experience told him, although the brothers have not yet known to see the appearance of the lowest building, but just based on the expression of the tourists when they came out, but not inferred, that the bottom of the lake can may be hidden in the world's most precious. So they're on a mission. It's too significant. There. Zhao Long clapped his hands. That's all for today's chit-chat. There aren't many tourists in these few days yet, so everyone must flow as quickly as possible and familiarize themselves with all the attractions of Wanyuan Mountain. His expression was serious. Strive to be able to, no matter what attraction we're dropped off at, get to work quickly and find our positions. Do our jobs. For all the visitors. The best experience. All of them puffed out their chests and felt a great sense of responsibility. Roger that. Inside the quiet Su Jing's mind, the quiet floating scenic system page, the loyalty of the employees had once again reached many perfect scores. Tisk host this kid did not do anything to obtain so many loyal employees. Pinch. Chapter 108, The 8 Directions Shake. The Wanyuan Mountain incident has caused more internet shock than anyone could have imagined. I don't know if it's because the recent ones are sold out, causing people to hold back with nowhere to vent, or is it because more and more visitors are sending in what they've seen and heard, and it's just so excitingly lustful. Can't wait to get in there and have some fun myself. Or there are more and more media outlets and bloggers that are starting to grab the hot buttons and make a big deal out of it. One realizes that there are so many eye-catching things to see in such a small county scenic area. Whether it is the Minggu's high hammock pitched roof building, or the square held a grand invitation to God Nuwa dance ceremony. Plus up to now no one can say that the sacred mountain gods, and the great poet on top of the cruise ship, the Peach Blossom Nunnery hidden in the depths of the peach blossoms. And, are you serious? Shangjing, National Heritage Board. A message breaks right through the layers and pokes its way to the highest person in charge. The director and deputy director and a group of other leaders directly pulled open the door of the conference room, and the video as well as various pictures began to play on the screen. Tada! Above. This is the evidence we've gathered so far, from the public as well as from Prof. Tu Hong of the South China University of Geology. The location where the ancient ruins were found, located in a scenic spot in Qingshan County under Yong'an City, was buried under a lake, and I heard that it was only recently discovered. Everyone nodded frequently, and a respected-looking grandpa spoke up. At present, looking at the detail display, the stone carving is very realistic. There is no trace of old-fashioned counterfeiting. If the propaganda is true, then the bottom of the lake should be a complete ancient relic. Immediately report to the upper board. Contact the local Cultural and Tourism Bureau and Heritage Bureau, and let's get ready for the visit. By the way, remember to say hello to that Wanyuan Mountain scenic area in advance. If this underwater ruin is big and complete enough, then this should belong to a new national level of ancient ruins, right? It should be a National Cultural Protection, National Cultural Relics Protection Unit. Alright then, let's all get ready. We can bring that Prof. Tu Hong with us then. After all, he was the first one to provide the information. The reopening of Wanyuan Mountain was far more troublesome than Su Jing had imagined. Solving a little red leaf led to a bunch of really big guys. But is he sad? He wasn't really worried. At this moment, he was listening to the noisy visitors' laughter outside, sitting in the middle of the elegant room, drinking tea and chatting with the system at the same time. So I don't even have to worry about those state units like the Department of Antiquities? Do you know what it means to be produced by the system? The system grunted coldly. Although what you kid came up with is indeed a bit tricky, but since this great system is here, it will naturally cover you. How are you going to cover it? There are always more solutions than problems. They want to come on an expedition. Then let them come. Even if they want to protect it, then they have to find something. Something? Su Jing was keenly aware of the bright spots. You mean, they came and found nothing? Humming, the system didn't say anything, just kept laughing. Su Jing was also happy when he thought of that scene. That would be fun to watch. Collecting himself, he began to organize his schedule. A week later, the fishing area and the lake bottom relic access opened. At the same time, the top of the sacred mountain and the Mingyu Shi BNB are officially opened. The length of the tour will increase, and 2-day tickets and even 3-day tickets will be on sale. After all, with the addition of Peach Blossom Nunnery and Falling Immortal Lake, Bright Moon Walled City and Sacred Mountain, if you want to play well, you have to play for at least 3 days. As for that what fighting method? Ahem, it is the exchange ceremony between the Holy Mountain and the River God. Wait for it. He hadn't figured out how to screw it up yet. The most important tasks now are 3. First, the issue of adjusting the admission fees for the angling area, including the accommodation and separate access for anglers, should also be adjusted. He looked at the map of the scenic area in his mind. The location of the Falling Immortal Lake and the main gate, spaced right in the middle of the core of the Wanyuan scenic area in the middle of the big mountain. TSK. It would be nice to have the whole corridor bridge so that the big hill in the middle is directly connected to the other ones. When Su Jing thought about it a little, the amount of work and the level of trouble was so big that it gave him a headache. Pull back. He took a look at the country road that was still a long way off on the other side of the lake and gave up on building a road, deciding that it would be fine to just make a whole fishing guy-only line in the park. At this point, he didn't understand the horrors of this group, but he would definitely regret today's decision one day. Hey, accommodations are good to get. On the first floor of the Falling Fairy Lake Institute is the reserved hotel, but this one is too expensive for fishing guys. He had already prepared a camping base specifically for the group, at the foothill trestle in the fishing area. He's not good at anything else, but camping? Just kidding. He was an adventure everyone in his previous life. Which camping gear is good? Which is chicken? What material is wear resistant? What material is cold resistant? What material is heat dissipation? What is used to make coffee? What is used for self-heating pots? What is used for lamps and chairs? He knows everything. Strike 1. The theory that you can't really suffer, even though you're asking for it. Secondly, there is the issue of security for the hotel and restaurant at the Falling Immortal Lake Institute, as well as for the 8 channels below when they are opened. Because of the limitations of the props, he made sure to keep the number of personnel. He didn't want anything weird to happen. That's why those newly recruited veteran employees of Jiaolong became quite important. As for the operation of Mingyu Shi, it has tended to stabilize. With the existence of the BNB, tourists or touring the progress can be more moderate. So the third question is this. He clicked the mouse and sent an email application out. Mingyu Shi fire not long, Shen secretary let him apply for the scenic area level certification. He delayed until now has not been engaged. After the last tour of the Peach Blossom Garden, this old man could no longer sit still and call twice a day to inquire about the progress. He also finally got serious and submitted his application after all aspects were understood. The application email was answered quickly. The application has been received, and the recommended organization is the Culture and Tourism Bureau of Yong'an City. We will arrange for the assessment team to depart as soon as possible for an upgrade inspection of the Wanyuan Mountain Grade 2A tourist attractions. Attached is the evaluation form for each grade. Please follow the form requirements for self-inspection. Attachment, review and classification of quality levels of tourist attractions, national standard assessment rules. Su Jing was surprised at the other party's efficiency, and at the same time was curious when Secretary Shen had recommended it. It looks like Wanyuan Mountain is deeply in his favor. This rating is definitely solid. Su Jing, who had opened the evaluation form with great joy, quietly finished reading it, and his smile gradually disappeared. What the hell? He can't get points for almost of the tourist transportation on the first page alone. Sure enough, he silently sent the document to Jiang Tsong. He knew, at this point, that being a fictional hero was of little use. A substandard rating was a substandard rating. But, looking at Jiang Tsong's reply of "Okay" in the message bar, Su Jing grinned triumphantly. He can't handle it. But don't underestimate the bond between their team. There are many capable people in the small Wanyuan Mountain. After organizing everything, he finally got back into the swing of things. While collecting feedback from visitors, we optimized the playability of the scenic spots. That child pickpocket, Xiao Ji, did give Su Jing a lot of surprises, not to mention anything else, just in terms of the route. Which road had a better view? Which road didn't go around far? Which road had fewer obstacles and was more efficient? He quickly sketched out a brand new map after just following Su Jing 2 or 3 times. It greatly accelerated the park's Anglers dedicated program. So when everything was in place, the official opening time of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area finally arrived. Chapter 109, The Angler's Army, Revised. Goo goo. Phew. Jia jia jia. Strange noises in the dead of night. A burly man carrying a super bright night light crosses the trail and walks to the scenic gate. It's 12 o'clock midnight. Is anyone really going to show up at this hour? He surveyed the ring clasp on his wrist, a rubberized leather ferrule with an engraved fishing rod logo. This is a new ticket for the scenic area, a fishing ticket. $100/24 hours. Magnetic clasp included for recharging. Over 1,000 to 100. This ticket does not include other areas of the scenic area to play. The scope of activities is limited to the locks in Lake Inn, outside and on the lake area. Includes priority use of Fair Lake Campground and 20% off all purchases. P.S. The final explanation right belongs to Wanyuan Mountain. The burly man muttered. The scenic spots single-day ticket 80. Double-day ticket 150. 3-day ticket 220. Except the fishing area can go anywhere. All can play. Is not it more than this fishing ticket suitable? I don't know what Vice President Jiang was thinking, actually setting such a high price for angling tickets. Who's going to play? Outside the newly opened side door number 1, a group wearing similar vests, with similar beanies, carrying long tubes, and large bags, just staring at him in unison, eyes snowing. It's not. It's 12 o'clock in the middle of the ING night. What's with all the people waiting for fishing-only tickets on the first day of opening? Don't they sleep? Hey! Someone stood up from the small pony ride they'd brought with them and patted their ass and stretched. Staff? Everyone's been waiting for you for half a day. Finally, the burly man looked at his watch and double-checked that he had arrived at 11:58. Oh, you are all guests who have purchased fishing tickets. He smiled reluctantly, pulling out his cell phone and preparing to scan the code to give out the bracelets. Everyone, please show your tickets and then put on your bracelets and follow me. A bunch of anglers lined up and flew through the ticket check, and some had already filled up for 10 days before they even saw a shadow of the fishing area. The burly man was dumbfounded, and began to wonder if they had underestimated the power of these anglers. But he didn't say anything and led the way inside, following the new route provided by Chi. The group didn't go through the Peach Blossom dock, but directly crossed the bridge to reach the Jumping Foot River. 2 wooden boats were already in place, and on one of the racks, the boatman, hanging from a blade of grass, was huffing and puffing, when he was awakened by a kick from the burly man. Don't sleep, get ready to sail. The boatman, sleepy-eyed, looked at the blackened army of anglers behind his companion as if he had seen a ghost. What's with all the people? They can fit about 15 people per boat, and with a little bit of squeezing, they have no problem taking 20 tourists. But directly came more than 30 people. Crazy? The boatman didn't get it, and while he loved to fling a couple of rods now and then on weekdays, he wasn't the kind of guy who would pay to travel a long way to go fishing. Where did you all come from? He got the tourists into the boat, and the 2 boats went side by side to the rushing river, and he took the direction while he talked to the tourists side by side. Me, the big brother who was the front runner, grinned. I'm next door to Yellowstone. The man at the back right also raised his chin. I'm from Redwater River. I'm from Tongchang. He's from Fanchang. You're all from Province D. I'm from the next province over. And our group said there's a wild fishing over here. So I was idle and came over to take a look. Someone grunted softly. You're the one that's charging directly? This is a scenic spot. Listen to him publicize it like that. Maybe it's a black pit. The big brother in the next province is on cloud 9 and not the least bit annoyed. So what? I have money. The one with the money is the boss. Everyone laughed and continued their frantic discussion as the boatman listened in confusion. With his ears full of jargon, he quickly realized that the group were professional anglers who had made the long journey to Loxin Lake. As for that, he was a little puzzled, but drove the boat quickly to reach his destination. The night of the Loxin Lake, only the lakeside trestle a circle of lights. Lake Pavilion and the stone bridge also emanates a warm yellow shimmering light, lining the surrounding lotus leaves shaking, the waves glittering. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So big. The first day I came to the fishing, Dai Cheng's son stood in front of a group of anglers, listening to the back of a series of exclamation of surprise. Inexplicable pride came out. Then look, beside him stood several men and women of varying heights and thicknesses, all with stunning eyes that couldn't hide the satisfaction in their hearts. You've made a mark on our group this time. I guess that nesting fiend, and that roadrunner on a business trip, will have to come in a while. Deal. You don't hit the nest, ha, let's not be next to each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've got itchy hands. I brought a cigarette and 8 packs of hammers to share with everyone when the time comes. Ha 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 ha, don't get too happy too early. We'll have to see if there are any fish, how big they are, and what the catch rate is. Little brother, take us there. The 2 boatmen waved their hands and scratched their heads with simple smiles. There's someone else to lead the way, so you guys go ahead. I've got to go see if anyone else is coming. As he said this, a couple of employees welcomed him out. So soon? With a wave of his hand. Guys, come with me. Falling Creek Lake isn't that big, but it took almost 15 minutes to try to walk to the fishing area. But people didn't complain at all. Kidding aside, when they go out wild fishing, they've climbed more mountains and turned over more rivers than this to find a good spot. Can you be afraid of a few steps? Extensive fishing experience gave them an adamantine iron butt and 1,000 hammered legs. This is the lake road. Sprinkle it with water. Thump. The employee leading the way stopped, turned with a smile, and rushed to introduce everyone behind him. This is the Fairy Lake Campground, which is about 1 kilometer away from the fishing area. There are free camping areas and fixed camping areas. Inside the camping service center, there is a camping equipment rental service and a supermarket for purchasing food, tools and fishing bait. Restrooms and hot water service are provided free of charge at Fair Lake Campground, in addition to a paid shower area. The area above the foot of the mountain is not open at this time. Please do not enter privately. Fishing bracelets, which will be checked daily by staff. To renew, recharge at the Fair Lake Campground Service Center. You may not engage in the behavior of occupying the seat, grabbing the seat. Also please avoid loud noise. If you catch national protected fish, it is prohibited to take it away, and the staff will exchange the results. Last but not least, the wild fish of Falling Fairy Lake are numerous and intelligent. Please clear your mind and enjoy the fun of fishing and the beauty of the fairyland. Above. Employees smile politely. Any other questions? So thoughtful. So thoughtful. The detailed and comprehensive service has already confused a bunch of fishing guys. The campsites were purposely far enough away from the fishing area to be out of each other's way, and they didn't have to be concerned at all about scaring away the swimming fish with the sound. It's normal that national treasures can't be taken away, and people will replace the trophies for you, but the others, didn't he say? In the end, they have a comprehensive set of service facilities. If they really want to, it is not impossible for them to stay here for a while. Changhan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and raised his hand to ask, if we get tired of fishing and want to go to other attractions in the area, how does this ticket work? Employees smile. Worthy of being a senior student, Vice President Zhang had already thought of this problem. At 30% off a single-day ticket, just add the price. A 100-day fishing ticket isn't cheap enough. How much time can they spend even if they go to a scenic spot? Scenic tickets, as a gift to the anglers. Oh, the employees suddenly remembered. The first-floor hotel and the B1-floor restaurant of the Falling Fairy Lake Institute are included in the fishing ticket, and are accessible to all of you. After he explained all the do's and don'ts, the anglers had long been impatient. After hearing a dismissal command from the staff, the group spilled out, running like crazy donkeys with their mats and buckets of fishing rods. They're going for the best fishing spots. A meter-long walleye. Here they come. Chapter 110, Double Happiness. In late May, it was still a little cool in the wee hours of the night at Lake Loksava. Since it was the first time, everyone couldn't figure out if there were any fish, where there were fish, and where the fishing was good. So on the first day, the group was very friendly and sat down chatting with each other. Rows and rows of fishing rods were set up. Some people were preparing bait of all sizes, while others were checking rods and lines. Others stood up, slipped back and forth to observe, then returned to the crowd, nodding heavily. This looks like quite a wild lake. Many people come but start out with a skeptical mindset. Plus there were a lot of fellow anglers, and we were all thinking of getting out together, so we ran out in pairs. Thought that even if I got ripped off, I just admit it was a black pit, a professional private chartered fishable pond. But now that the oldest and most experienced of the veteran anglers were saying so, the group let go. Really? Changhan came over, looked at their group management, and whispered in a thievish manner, Uncle Jangwo, the last time I was here, I heard from the staff here that they had someone who had caught a big fish over 1 meter long before. Do you think it's true or not? Jangwo stroked his beard, chewed his beetle nut with a crunch, and looked at the lake and thought, didn't you say that this lake is 6 meters deep on average? If it's such a deep and pristine lake, then there's no chance that there's really such a big fish around. He nudged his mouth and asked Changhan to look at the distance. The news you said in the group somehow got out to others, and that one should be one of them, especially bringing the big thing pole to. Rather quite confident. Changhan shrugged. He didn't care about that. He cared more about something else. The proprietor here has said that all but the national treasure fish can be taken. This wild lake fish hasn't seen a baited hook. It mustn't be a catch? And he's not afraid of losing money? Jangwo shook his head and swung his rod, rippling the water in the distance and then falling silent. Wild fishing is even more difficult. We are not familiar with this area. Just to feel the pattern will take a little time. The old fish are smart. You want to catch a big fish, they also have to be willing to take the bait. Fishing. Uncle Jangwo quieted down and stopped talking. Chenghan also retracted his head and began to observe carefully. Fishing, the greatest test of patience. Beyond that, attentiveness and observation. You can't have one without the other. Chenghan has seen the bottom of the water. There are indeed fish down there, but whether they can be caught or not, it is up to each person. Time turns little by little. The sky also turned from thick black to inky blue, with the first blister breaking the surface of the lake. Someone lowered their voice to speak excitedly. There really are fish. Open your mouth. The nesting fiend unveiled himself, lifted the lid of the bucket next to him, and proceeded to blast away at Lake Lok Sava. I sprinkle. The same move happened one after the other as other quiet fishing old men and women moved their asses. Noisy. Su Jing's heart was set on the fishing area, and he stayed up most of the night, lying on his back and watching the surveillance, poofing and grinning. Falling Immortal Lake was naturally populated by him through the system, but people originally had water, and there were also originally fish underneath the mud puddle wetland. Coupled with the cheap redemption with the system, the fish inside would not be finished in a moment even if they were allowed to fish. What's more, regulated fishing only promotes a fresher and healthier fish life in the lake, and he stayed up in the middle of the night to watch the monitor, mainly because he wanted to see who could fish first, and the efficacy of that angling prop. Coming, sitting in a boulder crevice, Brother Green Horseclip looked shocked and clutched his fishing rod violently. You landed a fish? He watched as the green pony Clip held his face red and slipped halfway up without yanking it up. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he cried out softly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a big one. Big? A shout brought a circle of people around the green horse's Clip. Hey! First shot at a new spot and a big fish? The angler with the big stuff rod sneered after glancing at the green vest's rod. You can't catch a big fish if you're not prepared. Sure enough, the green bridle clenched its teeth for a moment, and the whole thing shifted, the poor fishing line wobbling back. Run! The man spat, but immediately smiled and continued to set the rod and hang the bait. Just kidding. Ran away? Isn't it normal to run away? But this fish tells all. This lake. There really are fish. It's still a big fish. He glanced at the crowd and grinned. Hurry up and fish. What are you waiting for? The fishing action was well organized in the slowly brightening sky. On the other hand, after the dawn, at 9:30 sharp, the two gates of Wanyuan Mountain, both of which were already filled with people, sitting in the brand new ticket hall, Zhao University looked at the two new colleagues working side by side next to him, and a sense of responsibility came over him. It's okay, no need to be nervous. All you have to do is smile, reach for the money, raise your hand to scan the code, drop your hand to issue the ticket, and finally say welcome. He stood up his chest and raised his head, looking at the door outside the crow's feet without the slightest fear. The two little girls next to him had been dumbfounded. As newly recruited conductors, how have they ever seen such a scene? Before coming here, the director of the county's job market even tapped them on the shoulder and spoke to them. Wanyuan Mountain is the new hope of our Castle Peak County. You guys can be selected. It's really lucky. Be sure to work hard. Serve the tourists well. At the time they were a bit dismissive. After all, it's a scenic spot. They're just selling tickets. How busy can they be? Can it be as busy as the Amma who opens the grocery store in the morning to grab the eggs? But the long queue in front of them, though organized, could not be seen at all gave them a hard lesson. From 9:30 a.m. until 12 p.m. they didn't even have time for a drink of water. I've heard that their side of the street is fairly small. The side door on the bridge side, it's bursting at the seams. The governor is all out once again with a team to maintain law and order. In just under 3 hours, the total number of people who entered the park at Wanyuan Mountain reached 100 plus. Among them, the progress is slower because Peach Blossom Dock has to limit the flow, otherwise it would have exceeded 2,500 by now. But this time, visitors to the park also finally discovered the authenticity of the Peach Blossom Dock break-in. Holy, we didn't spell the poem right, so we really didn't get to see Solms perform. Don't curse, don't curse. At least we saw the song and dance performance. I heard that there was another group. They only saw the poem, and then the gate closed straight away, and that Yun Nu drove them away. Ha 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 ha. Ha? Seriously? The tourists who had unfortunately just been there were instantly refreshed. Next door to the team, in the crowd that only heard the chanting, Shu Shou was so angry he wanted to drop his camera. These bad boys. I can't believe they couldn't even find all the music. Across the room, Pinky grinned, but her eyes looked even more enviously at the group in the center. They were sitting in the middle that day, so absorbed in watching the performance that they didn't realize that there were 3 elegant chambers encircling the circle of the peach forest where the nunnery master was dancing with his sword. They were sitting in the front, and there was also a side room on each side to the left and right. This time, only the team that got all of them sat in the main room and saw all of the performances. They are nothing more than a lowly pariah. Pinky sighed indignantly. I don't know if it's because the Peach Blossom Nun song has started to circulate on the internet, especially the video that little fatty Shu Shou posted. If you open this video on December 31st at 11:57 and 11 seconds p.m., you will clink glasses with Lord Peachy and enter the new year together. As soon as this video caught fire, the Peach Blossom Nun's cup-raising smiley face was cut into emoticons and spread all over the country. The group of them who had, at the time, felt so shocked and awed, later wanted to laugh somewhat inexplicably when they saw the Peach Blossom Nun's face again. But that's not the point. It's that they simply didn't see the poem again in this quest to find it. What they thought would be a guaranteed, easily accomplished task has been dragging them hard for quite some time. As for the other group looking for music, they were even more confused when they heard a completely unfamiliar dirge. Then there's the painting of the road. This time the painting with the serial number was a brand new one. All the features on it were also no longer good enough to find, causing them to not put it together at all. And without even entering the secret passage, they were taken directly to the middle of the side room by the little boy. As for the lucky ones in the middle, everyone hooked up and headed out the door to make room for the new visitors. Chobro and Hairchan fell silent, their heads hanging down and their eyes red. Zhao Yanyan, on the other hand, walked behind, pulled by Manhwa, crackling with tears. Ugh, don't cry. That was staged. Manhwa's red hair was pulled to one side, and he had Zhao Yanran at his side, and his eyes were a little red. It's not staged, oh. Zhao Yanyan looked up and cried with 2 panda eyes on top of her head. That poem. I thought it was an affectionate poem about a nun's lovesick person. That poem. Meng Scorch converged his eyebrows. The rain hits the pear blossom and closes the door deeply, failing the youth, vainly failing the youth. Who can I talk to about enjoying my life? Pinned under the flowers, pinned under the moon. The sadness gathered on the peaks of the eyebrows and knitted them all day long. 1,000 points of cries, 10,000 points of cries. Looking at the sky in the dawn and the clouds in the evening, I think about you even when I walk and sit. She thought, too, that it was a sweet acrostic poem. But behind, that nunnery master binge drinking 3 pots of wine, clothes messy, waving sleeves dancing. Under that mournful music, Yin Yang poignant voice chanting, the story of how, at a young age, he lost both parents, his wife and children, and was left alone and hidden. Such a talented man. Woo woo, it's too bad. Zhao Yanyan let out a wail, which instantly caused everyone to hold back their emotions and cry in unison. Pinky was also sad and twisted her head to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Everyone wailed, only completing the poetic path task. The performance watched the beginning of the little fat man confused. What a way to cry on. Why are you crying? What the hell did they see? He needs to watch it too. A group of people were confused plus sad and left through the path behind the Peach Blossom Nunnery. The new arrivals know nothing and head in with their teeth bared. It was finally their turn. They're all wrapped up in watching the Peach Blossom and song on the internet. They can almost sing it. This time, they will chant and dance with the nuns. Asterisk for all. Anon, here we are. Chapter 111, come on a relay race. Asterisk, plus underscore. Anon. We're off. This was the scene Zhao Long saw when a group of teary-eyed tourists arrived at Lake Lixian. Iron-blooded men are helpless in the face of their pearly little sisters, and their big brothers who cry and piss and howl. That tissue. We all finished the Peach Blossom Nunnery and then the rapids. Most of us crying and laughing, with swollen eyes but full of energy. Someone pushed away Zhou Long's tissue and a 37-degree mouth howled out a 370-degree. This is the falling fairy lake from the promo. Everyone rushed forward and stomped all over the Iron Man's new shoes. He was still ringy after all. Zhao Long put the paper towel away, thinking about the remains of the bottom of the lake with a limit of 500 people today, and looked sullen. Steel Eagle, guaranteed to get the job done. The tourists didn't know that they had broken the heart of a Steel Eagle. All they knew was that the falling immortal lake in front of them was like a fairyland, and they didn't hesitate for a second and rushed straight to the front. You're here, you've got to take a walk, don't you? Wish Show carried his camera and thought about heading to the fishing area first. Although this is not the main attraction of Lake Loktak, but there are no shortage of people who enjoy fishing. If the shot is good, this is sure to be a good traffic flow as well. But when he jogged all the way to the fishing area, he found it long filled with anglers. Only, The looks on everyone's faces at the moment can be kind of interesting, like kind of excited and upset, like it's fighting something. Asterisk 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 it for me. Everyone, let's do it today. Who? The hotspot radar kicked in again, and Jusho immediately raised his camera forward. The camera is not concerned with the image of a fishing guy. What quiet? What nesting? What pumping rod dumping rod? What keeper fishing traditional fishing roadrunner fishing? I'll go myself. There were several people gathered around each of the seasoned fishing guys who looked like they had a lot of experience. The men threw their rods on the ground, scattered their lures, stopped chewing betel nut, stopped smoking cigarettes, and waved their fists and wailed for gas. What? What the hell happened? Jusho was confused. Even if he did not fish, he knew that fishing should be quiet, calm and collected. What the hell is this lot doing? His camera moved and finally stopped on the water. His large face moves out from behind the camera and looks at the lake in the distance. The lake, which is supposed to be calm, rippled with the telltale silver and white tails and mouths of fish that kept popping up near a few lures. Up and down. 1 minute this lure moves. 1 minute that lure moves. But it doesn't matter how serious everyone's expression is or how fast they go. The lures that were yanked back were gone, leaving only a hook that seemed to laugh at their stupidity. That fish. Jusho had absurd thoughts. Is it playing them? Obviously. He guessed right. Jangwo big brother Matza also do not sit. The whole person like a shrimp bow there, holding a fishing rod like a rock. On the other side, the angler holding the roadrunner rod, his arms fluttering frantically, ripples rippling underwater, trying to attract the attention of that big fish. That fish is really messing with them. Perhaps it was because he had played too much on the sacred mountain. Little Fatty now thought instead, what's wrong with the fish of the falling immortal lake being a little bit smarter? It's not normal. On the 15th of next month, the river god will be here to fight with them. Can the fish in the lake not be smarter? But he was a man. After all, bloodlust was aroused, and in no time at all, he came along for the ride. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you move. It looks like it's coming over. You're not doing it right. You need to dump farther away. Ugh. You guys keep your voices down. The fish came over just now. A group of big brothers and grandparents turned back to look at him in unison. Who the are you? The staff then realized. He just looked around, also looked excited. Did not notice that there is a tourist broke in. Excuse me, this guest. You can't enter the fishing area without a fishing ticket. The little fat man's neck craned. Got caught. He smiled sarcastically and prepared to leave, but was stopped by a voice from his right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It took the bait. Everyone jerked back. The staff looked at the little fat man, looked over there, and stomped their feet hard. I'll catch you later. He drew his legs and ran. And Jusho drew his legs as well. The entire fishing area was swarming with people like a zombie siege. What a big old clear soup of a mother asterisk 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 finally caught it. And it's no one else. It was the only man who brought a large object pole. No one was sneering this time. The other big game rod fisherman had already broken his rod and gone crazy. The hopes of the whole village rested on him alone. This fish juggled them all morning. Big fish that had been popping up since just after 9 a.m. Big fish that ate 3 pounds of their bait, ripped 6 of their rods, broke a big stuff rod and slapped the owner all over the water. Today, it has to be fished. Go for it. Yank it. Walk it hard. Take it easy. Take it easy. The man bent almost most of his body back and forth with the rod. Then spat, actually sharing the glorious moment directly. Switch. It's too strong. I'll do it. One veteran angler bared his muscular arms and rallied to start this heartfelt relay contest. This one big stuff rod has basically reached its peak, both in terms of flexibility and strength. Once the bite is on, it's just a matter of them playing with it. Go for it. Change. You do it. I'm on. The shots of the wishkeeper are alternating personnel. Neck veins popping out. Faces red. It gave him uncontrollable goosebumps. The rod, which looked to be held by only one person, was battling that one big fish. But the actual, where's the lone wolf? It's called a herd. Go for it. Cheer up. Go for it. The exhausted man retreated, yelling with all his might. The man with the pulled muscle covered his arm and looked excited. The man holding the pole and yanking hard gritted his teeth and kept trying. Finally, big fish tired. The lake slowly calmed down, and the heavy thing stopped struggling violently and was yanked to shore by the translucent fishing line. The Lord Usher was right. The group bowed their heads and looked at the meter-long fish paralyzed on the ground. Fat and brave. Ha, ha ha. A low laugh punctuated the wilderness. And everyone finally, all trembling, laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Then, starting with the first one, they're back to back, organized, with all my might, swung his arm round and gave it to the big fish. A loud mouthful. I told you to trick me. Snap. I told you to eat my bait. Snap. I told you to yank and fly my pole. Snap. I told you to shag my fishhook. Snap. I told you to break my big thing pole. Snap. Ha ha ha. You run. Ha ha ha. You keep teasing. Everyone laughed and cursed and slapped the fish silly. No. Have you ever had any mercy when you took the life of a fish? The bad guys. I'm dying. And give me the big ugly mouth. Shusho watched the screen as a group of men finished fighting, laughing and hugging and dancing together before shouting, "Big brothers and sisters, come on. You guys hold the fish together. I'll take a group picture." Chapter 112 Underwater 8 Corridors. The smiles of a group of fishing guys are treasured in the photo album by Shusho. The big, 1-meter-long fish, lying in everyone's arms, died peacefully, bushy, with a smile on his face. Wishkeeper left the fishing area before the staff could react. He'd seen the Fairy Lake campground, too, and the huge camping visitor center was full of goodies at first glance. Produced by the Lord Usher. Never a bad thing. When he's done with this one, he'll have to call a couple of his hitchhikers to come along for the ride as well. Little Fatty returned the same way and finally stood in front of the main gate of the Falling Immortal Lake Institute. Looking at the small boat going downstream in the distance, he instantly realized what was going on and whooshed into it. Behind them, still with tear-stained faces of excited tourists rushed forward, only to be stopped at the door by an iron arm. "Sorry, it's full. There's a line." "What the hell is full? Didn't they just get here?" Zhao Long doesn't smile. They had just arrived, but the B2 Relic Institute could only carry 500 people, and with 2 waves coming in front of them, it was only right for them to line up, wait for the people inside to come out. Soon, Pinky vainly caresses the glass, her eyes misty. Fast is not fast enough, is not at all fast. She came in before Little Fatty, and by now had already finished walking down a long corridor. Terrible. She had thought that the 8 long corridors would hold up like spider legs of sorts, sticking out a bit farther, just a little closer to the village buildings. But, she looked out the glass. Huge stone tablet pagodas stand upward, with stone pillars covered with water plants and conch shells and surrounded by swimming fish, like an underwater heavenly palace. Fall Mountain Village. She murmured out softly before pulling out her cell phone and snapping a picture of the plaque. And next to that stone pagoda, ancient stone pillars stood in a row, and on top of each pillar, there was a huge strange beast on top. Several of the pillars broke and the stone beasts tumbled to the bottom of the lake, resting just beyond the glass. Ping back, too big. It didn't look like much from a distance, but it was only when it landed in front of them that they could see that the thing was almost a meter tall. Is the bottom of this lake really only 6 meters? Pinky wasn't sure anymore. After all, the stone pillar holding up the stone beast was still far from the water. How could it be only 6 meters? As she watched, there were people in front of her and behind her. No one was clamoring. Everyone was quietly enjoying the lost underwater stone city. Every passage, almost all the way around the city. Some are on the outskirts and some are within the village. It was from the outside in that she began to walk the second promenade. The outermost gallery presents what should be the view outside the village of Lakshan. She saw stone pavilions, stone bridges, and some fine statues. Next to the statue, there was the large pit with no visible bottom, the sides of which were bursting with water and grass, almost burying the place. There were no swimming fish in the vicinity, and a few bubbles popped up occasionally, which was peculiar enough to make Pim stop there and look at them for a while. After looking at the first corridor, she and Zhu Shou just missed each other and walked into the second corridor, and she had finally accomplished her goal. Saw the main entrance to this stone village. The main entrance was just as grand as she thought it would be. Quaint, atmospheric, let people dare not look straight. Her eyes stopped at a spot on the porch. In each of the long corridors, there would be a small, spherical room, and even as she peered through the glass, she could only see a ring of metal-encased outer walls, unable to make out the contents. The door was unopenable, obviously not a place they could just enter. Employee lounge? Or some kind of operator's room? A flicker of doubt flashed through her mind, but she quickly shook the thoughts behind her and continued on her way. The entrance to the village is magnificent, but she was still curious about the village interior. As she toured, the number of tourists entering the ruins at the bottom of the lake slowly increased. Wow, it's beautiful. There's a niche there. What's in it? This passageway should be the passageway into the village, right? I went. Didn't realize those outsiders actually did build the exploration gallery this deep. Are you out of your mind? We are a scenic spot. Do you really think this is some kind of exploration of ancient underwater ruins? Hey, it's mostly just too real. But, do you think it's possible? This is really an ancient relic. The tourists' conversations faded away, and in the middle of the third promenade, Brother Monument and his teacher, Tu Hong, clasped their hands together and closed their mouths tightly, eyebrows raised in excitement. Apprentice, This is really an ancient ruin. Master, we're going to be famous. Apprentice, our thesis is ready. I'll write the main one and you write the supporting one. We'll be famous in China and abroad this year. Teacher, when's your archaeology team coming? I'm so excited. I forgot to ask. I was so excited I remembered to come over and grab the tickets. I forgot to ask. The two men subsided and put their heads together to look outside. Do you think the expedition will be able to get us involved when it arrives? To be honest, I reckon hanging. After all, it's an underwater relic. There are requirements for the physical quality of the archaeological team members. Look at your teacher me. This old arm and leg. The moment you throw it into the water, it will fall apart. Definitely cannot go. Tuhan narrowed his eyes. Rather you. He patted Brother Monument on the shoulder. Sensei will try to see if I can get you to come down in a diving suit to observe and watch when the time comes. Me? Brother Monument shrunk his neck. And in his heart, he suddenly remembered what the guide Sama had said about dead people. Su Jing? Is the point of what I'm saying dead? I don't want to go. It's weirdly scary. Tuhan intoned. You have to go. Apprentice, the master is telling you. There are so few ancient ruins underwater, and they're not the same as the ones on land. It's not even the same as what we see through a glass. He craned his head to look out. When you are outside, you can feel the very real atmosphere of the building. And you can also experience a very strong potential. You can even vaguely see the scenes of people's lives in the past. The old man's voice lurched and he blinked, twisting his head to look at Brother Monument and froze. I think I'm looking at silhouettes? Brother Antiquity laughed dryly. Ha ha ha, you old man, how dare you be full of nonsense. He couldn't say any more, his pupils shrinking slightly as he opened his mouth and pointed forward. There's really someone there. One voice down, 10,000 voices out. I think I see a figure. Holy, there's someone in the water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are beauties. Beautiful your mom's head. That's a water ghost. More and more cries of alarm came from Tu Hong, Brother Monument, and a few tourists who suddenly came together to cower in the middle, all looking out. The women who push their way out of different buildings and greet each other with smiles. The little children running around the streets. The strong men carrying hammers and axes. The old women sitting on their doorsteps getting high and chatting about gossip. Even barking dogs? Is it outrageous to have a dog? What about the dog ghosts? Pinky was in a passageway and somehow relaxed a bit. Even the word ghost doesn't look scary if the puppy becomes a ghost. Everyone. She raised her voice and spoke. These aren't supposed to be ghosts, are they? Didn't they say that immortal restored the scenes of the life of the villagers of the fallen mountain? Our Lord Receiver should have seen it coming and is probably watching the fun from inside the monitor. In the surveillance room, Stone Su Jing's mouth was open. The smile on his face hadn't been retracted, and the table was full of melon peels. Has this little girl awakened some kind of spirit? The God of Prophets? Chapter 113, The Villagers of Falling Hills. Whether it's a prophet or not no one knows, but everyone did relax a bit at Pim's words. Panic will spread from one to the next, and so will Loki. The horrific atmosphere in several of the long corridors slowly diminished, and faint laughter came out. The monumental brother, Turtle, probed, looking on in disbelief at the woman holding the clay pot forward in the village. Let's not talk about whether it's a ghost or not, huh? Tell me first, what is that thing? Tuhan also showed his head. That's it. And their expressions are so real? I feel like I can even look at the fuzz on her face. That's it. And in that room, there's a kid in there. It just smiled at me. That's just it. What? Where are the kids? Tuhan stopped repeating. He struggled to squeeze out of the wall of people and peered through the glass, only to meet the eyes of the woman coming out of the alley. Tu Hong's old face turned white as he quickly burrowed back into the crowd. This, definitely haunted. There's no one to take over the management. She is seducing me. Half horrified and half surprised on this side, and in several other aisles, Pinky quickly pushed her way through the crowd to the middle of the promenade. The children playing in the sculpture plaza across the street from the tourists on the opposite porch. Nice guy. Rarely did everyone meet, as the largest square within the village of Rocky Mountain, each side next to a promenade. The corridor tourists have looked at each other. Panic instantly less more. The little fat man Jusho's fat flesh was slightly deformed in the rippling water, and his eyes lit up as he finally saw Ping Ping on the opposite side. I'll come to you. Pinky rolled her eyes. What's the point of looking for her? Play with yourself. The more tourists gathered. Everyone hanging hearts slowly let go. What the usher once said also reverberated in everyone's mind. The immortals have restored the scene here only. Then these living, breathing people should be the work of immortals as well, right? How else could it be so real? Treating the lake as if it were nothing, and living normally in the already dilapidated village of Loksan? But, everyone stared wide-eyed, trying to find certain, at first glance, highly sophisticated instruments in the water plants in the corners. in the mezzanines of the buildings. There must be some kind of high-tech hidden in there, like some kind of underwater projector, or some kind of 3D projector or something. It's the only way to recover what these people look like. If this is the reason to explain, then people are still more likely to believe some. Zhobroke's few people were cowering in the corner, wanting to look but not daring to look. How can you believe this reason? If we can make the kind of projection, China's virtual reality technology should be far ahead of the world, right? But to say that these people were water spirits, it would be better to believe the Lord Receiver's claim that the gods had intervened and preserved images of their lives. Only, Zhobro opened one eye and saw the two villagers holding things collide, then smile and arch their hands, and leave again separately. Only the image is deafeningly real. As for Su Jing, I'm sorry, but he came into the channel to observe as well. The underwater images were not under his control, even the sounds they could hear, the texture of their clothes rubbing together, were imagined and brought together by the tourists themselves. Maybe a different group of tourists. See, again, a very different picture. So he was just as curious. The fourth aisle was the middle of the village, with an auditorium-like place where more visitors gathered, and even the sound of lilting music hummed in. TSK. Su Jing stood quietly behind the tourists to watch. Beyond the glass, in the auditorium, is a group of women dressed luo skirt, waving sleeves to follow the sound of Pipa Su dance. In the long corridor, everyone who still remember what ancient people or dead people, they looked at the scene in front of them and the imagination is not far from, coupled with this underwater leisurely mood, only to feel goosebumps all over the body. Someone turned around and saw Su Jing standing there, immediately opening his mouth with wide eyes and a face full of excitement. Lord Receiver, you guys did a great job with this scene. He looked once again at the young girls dancing in the auditorium, his tone awestruck. This scene is just like the neon dance in my mind. Exactly the same. Don't thank him. Su Jing smiled and nodded as he left. They have themselves to thank. It is their imagination that can bring this underwater village to life and bring back the inhabitants, who were not there, to the streets of their homes. Let the babies laugh and the halls sing and dance. That god who casts spells, actually, is themselves. As the sun officially set, the light dimmed immediately after. 1, 2, 3 lights came on in quick succession. The Gateway Pagoda, on both sides of the street, dimly illuminates the surrounding area. Inside some of the buildings, there were also vaguely bright candle flames, and as the crowds on the streets and alleys gradually receded, faint sounds of laughter came from the algae-covered stone houses. Everyone shook off their cold fingertips and moved their tingly toes to finally get moving again. Underneath the blue lake during the day is ancient grandeur. At night, the village of Laksan is transformed into a leisurely town, and everyone is finally easing out of that illusion. The sound faded and the image slowly disappeared. Apprentice, the master and disciple returned down the connecting corridor one after the other, and Tu Hong sighed a little. I don't know how the designers of this place made those images, but they did a great job. He gave a thumbs up and said, those people wore clothes, lived and labored and played in a way that was very appropriate for this place. It's really like those people come to life. Brother Monument nodded, then glanced at the building outside. What amazes me even more is that those who built the institute have preserved the ancient ruins so well, with few signs of vandalism. When the expedition comes, I hope they'll be careful not to damage the place. Tuhan pursed his lips, then sighed. Those are behind us. By the time they come, this time it's definitely closed. Let's take advantage of a few days to gamble more and have a good time. The two left one after the other, and on the other side of the promenade, little Fatty finally got together with Pinky. He hemmed and hawed, showing Pinky what was on his camera. There's a new promo this time. The Lord Receiver is so awesome. What's with all these images? It's just like the real thing. Pinky was also full of amazement and nodded heavily. I was taken aback at first. It was so realistically done that it's no wonder that in the records, the fellows were mesmerized and ran inside the ruins. But, it was probably because they had seen too many impossibilities in this Wanyuan mountain. So the rumors that Su Jing had said, one by one, went off the deep end for both of them. How did those fellows get out? What did they see when they got out? Why did they disappear? Pinky rubbed the little book, feeling some more mysterious speculation flash through her head. Where did the disappearing researchers go? Why did those outsiders leave the institute and so much information behind? It's all a mystery. The little fat man was unimpressed and waved his hand as he headed out the door. It's fine. The falling Immortal Lake attraction has only just opened, and I think the Lord Receiver must be hiding other fun things he hasn't shown us yet. Just wait. Chapter 114 Immortal Lake Camp. It was already dark when we came out of the Lakshan Lake Institute. The institute is open from 10 to 1900 hours, so visitors who want to enter later will have to soak up the atmosphere in the B1 restaurant. As for the hotel on the first floor, it is uniquely designed like a piece of ice stone floating on the lake. and 60% of the rooms are facing the locks and lake with a pleasant and comfortable view. So when Fatty and Ping pinched their 2-day passes, intending to go to the hotel and book a room, they found, all gone? The service sister at the front desk smiled apologetically. It was full by about 2 p.m. Penny was also incredulous. I thought we couldn't book online? For the accommodation in Wanyuan Mountain, only the B&B in Mingyu can be booked, and the hotel in Lishan Lake cannot be booked on a first-come first-served basis. But they didn't expect to actually fill up so quickly. The two men sighed and could only wriggle away. Why don't we go and stay at the Bright Moon Walled City? The front desk lady's apologetic reminder came from behind her. According to our staff's information, the B&B in Mingyu is also full. If you are willing to do so, I suggest that you all set off immediately and go to the next Fairy Lake Campground. The camping facilities over there are cheaper to rent a set than a hotel. Fair Lake Campground. The two men looked at each other and pulled their legs out. At night, Lochon Lake falls into tranquility, and a circle of trestles around the lake is brightly lit and winds along the path. The lake pavilion and several stone and wooden bridges are also decorated with small lights, relaxing in the swaying lotus. On top of the trestle, there were those who skipped around in groups, those who leaned over the lake to take pictures, and those who, like Pinky and Chubby, spread their legs and ran wildly. The runners gathered more and more, and in surprisingly many consistent directions, and the other tourists who had been slipping their legs looked at each other and drew up their legs to follow. Run for what? Where to? I don't know. But, run along and you're done. There's just not a bad place to be in this huge Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. And as the inexplicable procession grew larger and larger, the people running in front of them became more and more panicked. What's going on? Are they all coming here to stay and grab a tent? The people running behind got more and more excited. Nothing needs to be said. Where so many people go, there must be something good. And the big brothers, who were inside chatting in low voices while fishing, were confused as they listened to the booming footsteps over there, rushing over the heads of the Jezebels. No, what are you doing? This is a fishing area. It's not a refugee camp. Those guys are running over like a zombie siege and it's making them panic. Uncle Jangwo stood up and looked into the distance for a while. Then suddenly with a jolt, he turned his head and asked everyone, "Comrades?" The lake anglers looked over in unison. "A lot of us only bought one-day fishing tickets, right? Are you guys leaving tonight?" He swallowed. "If we don't leave, shouldn't we go renew our hours and book our camping tents for the night in advance?" A word of caution from him caused everyone to sit bolt upright and react. "Go? How can I go? Everyone either has money and leisure, or they have specially taken time off to come over to play." Now that they understand the situation of Falling Immortal Lake, who would still go? Big fish. No fishing? The walleye that was slapped wildly in the mouth by everyone this afternoon has been taken away by the crew for temporary safekeeping. They took a break and immediately began to resume fishing. Perhaps because of the excitement, perhaps because of the concentration. Everyone is just now thinking about lodging and eating. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We have to go fast too. Fishing guys, even if they are iron ingots, still have to rest and sleep and eat. Everyone greeted and stood up and started running wildly as well. Only the rich older brother holding the big stuff pole didn't move. Chung-hun thought about it. After all, he had fought side by side in the afternoon. So he still decided to ask him, "Aren't you going? Didn't you charge it for 10 days? That big brother hooked his lips in a smile and backhanded him. A numbered ring hangs from his hand and swings. Xianhu Campground Area, Camping Tent No. 3, I booked it when I went to the bathroom this afternoon. The first 5 numbers were VIP accounts. I don't think they're available now." Chung-hun twisted his head wildly with a tiger's face. Woohoo! This damn smart rich guy. Not for the son of man. He wished him luck in the Air Force tomorrow. Chang-hun came late, and when he arrived he already saw a long line. Several staff members apologetically explained to visitors at the row of counters there at the Fair Lake Campground Visitor Center, "I'm sorry, you all arrived at the same time. And fishing ticket visitors do have first right of refusal to rent." She glanced at the number of people in line behind her and smiled politely. "And the campground is large enough that the number of tents is perfectly adequate. So please be assured." Uncle Jangwo breathed a long sigh of relief there in the other passage. "Thankfully, luckily, I caught up. Otherwise they'd have to literally sit on an iron ingot until dawn." But, he and the anglers behind him looked up at the campground distribution map. There are 4 zones, A, B, C, D, of which Zone A is closest to the lake and Zone D is closest to the mountain. There is also a separate Zone F. This zone is an area where open space is provided and visitors can bring their own tents to set up. There are 5 VIP camping tents in each zone and the rest are charged according to the size of the tent. The 200 small tent holds 2 people. The 400 medium tent holds 3 to 4 people, and a few of the 600 large tents. Of course, these are tents that have been built to last, so if you have a small number of people who are only thinking of dealing with staying one night, You can also go ahead and rent a tent and stay in the F section. Uncle Jianguo and a host of other fishing guys. The scene directly spells success. Simply 2x21 opted for a small tent. As for the VIP tent, I heard it only sleeps 1 to 2 people, but it's 500 a night. Sheesh. I wonder who would rent such an expensive. Chenghan followed behind and rolled his eyes. Who else? Our rich brother over there. Little Fatty and Pinky also rented a tent each. 200 offers to build a good one and comes with 2 bags of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, which really isn't that expensive. Carrying their number plates, the 2 men followed the path through the foothill meadow toward the campground. The rolling cluster of tents in front of us, glittering with the warm and serene light of kerosene lamps, like stars sprinkled over the foothills, was hauntingly beautiful in the night. This mountain is so high. Wish Show looked up and sighed. There are several mountains within the Wanyuan Mountains, all of which look unique in their own way. To the left of the falling immortal lake where they were, the peaks of the mountains towered into the clouds, and the mountains stretched backward. On the right, Stone Mountain is rocky and dangerous. It's not open to tourists yet and there's no telling what will be on that hill. Already in the Wanyuan Mountains scenic area to feed the appetite of the 2. Now on other scenic spots simply do not have half a desire to play. Who else could be better than this place? Dude. Not to mention, have you ever seen a real carp god like that? With a jolt, Little Fatty suddenly remembered. I heard that the top of the sacred mountain is not open this time. You said, there's a carp god, a butterfly fairy, and a monkey king down there. What will be at the top of that mountain? I don't know. I'm looking forward to it too. Pinky let out a light breath, unable to suppress the hidden excitement in her heart. We'll see it tomorrow. 115. Arrival of departments. Pity. Early the next morning, the 2 of them woke up and set out for the bright moon-walled city. And it was only when they were passing through the walled city to fill their stomachs and prepare to go up the mountain that they saw the conspicuous notice board at the foot of the mountain. Climbing the holy mountain is not recommended today. Not recommended today? So when do you propose? The 2 little fat men scratched their heads and looked up at the sky. Blue sky and white clouds above. The air is a bit stuffy, but the breeze is comfortable. He just didn't recommend it, but didn't say he wouldn't allow it. Shu Shou stroked his chin. Why don't we go up and take a look? But surprisingly, Pinky, who has always been an avid fan of Holy Mountain, refused. The sign was probably put up by the Lord Receiver, and he must have his reasons for saying so. After she finished speaking, she unexpectedly turned around and left directly. I'm going to go ahead and collect the props. I have a feeling I'm about to get it all together. The ponytailed girl left straight away, re-drowning in the crowd of tourists at the Bright Moon Cottage, and Shu Code hesitated for a long time, but still carried the camera into the mountain. Either way, it's here and he's not going to be able to sleep unless he goes in to see what he's up to. The little fat man's figure also disappeared with the early morning tourists on the mountain. Outside the main gate of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area, several black commercial vehicles pulled up to the side entrance of the scenic area one after another as new visitors prepared to enter. A few people got out of the car with their backpacks and nodded as they looked at the barren mountains in front of them. This is the place Bureau Chen was talking about. That underwater relic is inside. The man at the head of the group was ancient and serious on his face, barely squeezing out a smile. Everyone's status today is that of a tourist. Have a good time wandering around inside. We'll go back to the Yangon Culture and Tourism Bureau tomorrow to say hello. They must have the contact information of the person in charge of the scenic spot, and we'll talk about cultural relics protection later. Tickets have been purchased. Just show your ID, everyone. Everyone nodded, showing excitement, and headed inside one after the other. After another moment, the sound of a car engine sounded outside the side door and a bus slowly pulled in to a stop. The car door opened and an old man popped down first. Mr. Meng, you slow down. A caravan of people jumped out one after the other, accompanied by the sound of nervous voices behind them. There were middle-aged men in slate dress, young men with soulful eyes and sportswear slacks, and a few immortal old men and women with white eyebrows and beards. Ju Hong counted the members of the ministry that followed behind him and made sure that the poetry department had come in full force. Due to this wave of battle is too big, resulting in their own departments several hanging academicians, great writers, also in the name of tourism to mix in, said they also want to meet that Li Bai teacher. He had no choice but to get everyone on the team as well. As for his old friend, Chang Hu, the head of the painting department, this wave even led out half of the department. A few of the painting world's greats, who called out to them, gave them 3 places and called out 7 or 8 individuals hard. In the end, what was supposed to be a medium-sized chartered bus was hardened into a large tour group with over 40 people traveling. A few teachers, wait a moment, I'll go change the tickets. Today in this, there is no low-status people, often Lake as a minister, but also rest assured that those employees below, simply called on Zhu Hong together to change the ticket. The two of them lined up and looked over to the small square at the entrance to the scenic area, where small red flags were waving on one side and men with sunglasses were leading several tours as well. The man had obviously noticed the wave of people from the cultural center as well, and came over with a small flag. Oil. Zhu Hong froze. Calling him? The man in sunglasses across from him nodded vigorously, his sunglasses scratching the bridge of his nose and revealing a face that was square and somewhat clownish. Zhao Mang is the head snake of Qingcheng. What travel agency are you with? Standing Lake frowned. We're organizing ourselves to hang out. A company reunion. Zhao Mang instantly raised his eyebrows. It's good that it's not a rivalry. He snapped his hand out, swished out a business card, and whooshed it over to Standing Lake. Mountain Mang Travel Agency. Mainly taking tours of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Spot. The only tour group in the entire Yong'an city that can have super discounts on tickets and souvenirs. The guides were very professional, able to read and write. Guarantee you all have a comfortable time. Eat at ease. Buy smoothly. There is absolutely nothing leading to consumption or forced purchases. And if you find out, you can report it to me. I will. He bared his sandbag-sized fists and squeezed them with a squeak. Punish them hard. After Zhao Mang's introduction, he turned around in style and howled as he led his tourists into the scenic area. Chang Hu and Zhu Hong stood still. Jaws agape. Were those people really not hijacked? Isn't this guy a little off in the head? He looked at the business card in his hand. Curved and hooked little loach. Next to the two words Shanmang is atmospheric. But did you guys hear that? Souvenirs and stuff? You guys didn't buy anything last time? Zhu Hong waved his hand. The last time we were here, it coincided with a scenic vacation and we saw almost nothing. So this time it was the equivalent of wandering around all over again. I've already booked the B&B in advance. We'll just stay there tonight. Go in first. I left the phone number of the person in charge last time. Call him later and ask him to introduce you then. The two men exchanged their tickets and headed back. The old silver-haired milkmaid waiting impatiently, muttering as she strutted along. Who was that ugly guy with the sunglasses just now? Do you guys know him? Old Meng too also lowered his head to send a message to his granddaughter and grandson, telling them that he had also come. Oblivious to the fact that his granddaughter was playing inside the scenic spot at that very moment, the group headed in with great vigor and soon disappeared. And after another moment, a Chinese bus pulled into the parking lot at the main entrance to the park. A group of people got out of the car sharply with sun-blocking beanies. Come on, everyone gather. The leading man clapped his hands and looked at the employees gathered in front of him and said seriously, as you all know, the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area has been very hot lately, and there's been a lot of discussion on the internet that this scenic area shouldn't be only 2A, but we cannot, today, be influenced by these public opinions. The reason why we didn't notify the person in charge here in advance is to examine the park in its truest form on a normal day, so as to determine its true rating, and what caliber it is. So everyone, make sure you look at all aspects carefully today, take notes, and ultimately be good enough to summarize the results and give a true and fair review sheet to come. Everyone nodded in unison. Roger that. In the crowd, a young, pretty girl clutched her pen tightly, hiding the happiness in her eyes. That's great. I've been wanting to come to the scenic playground for a long time. Today she is able to travel at public expense, and she thanks God and Earth and the people and CCTV, but she still has a work ethic, so she will definitely review carefully today and will definitely not make any mistakes. The group once again organized all their tools and equipment and marched into the park. Zhao University is in the ticket hall, finally relaxing for a moment, taking a sip of tea and chatting with his colleague, who is already paralyzed with fatigue beside him. Do you get the feeling? Is getting a lot of group visitors in today? Where did the two newbie co-workers notice this? They clunked their water tiredly and twisted their shoulders into a crunch. After talking to himself, Zhao University squinted his eyes and thought for a while before deciding to just call. Hello? Vice President Jiang. We've received a lot of group tourists at both the front and side gates today, and I have a feeling that those people look quite unusual, so if you have time, you can take a look at the situation. I don't blame him for being cautious. The main reason is that a while ago, Wanyuan Mountain was so powerful that it attracted a lot of jealous forces behind it, forcing them to close the garden for many days. He's really afraid of getting screwed again, so he's cautious as hell right now. Zhang Song didn't ignore the words of a ticket agent. He put down the phone and immediately checked the surveillance, and found these successive waves of guests who came in and didn't look too normal at first glance. Jing, where are you? He simply called Su Jing, who was chattering away over there, not knowing what he was up to. A couple waves of teams came in today and I saw an old acquaintance. Do you remember those state departments that came to visit last time? There's an academician named Zhu Hong. I think he's from the poetry department. I saw him. If you're free, take a walk over there and see what they're up to. Chapter 116 Fantasy Link. This is a great place. Old Man Meng was followed by his silver-haired old Milk, and behind him was old Lee Head, old Wang Head, old Sun Head, and a host of other friends. Everyone stood in the peach forest, full of amazement. It's almost June and the peach blossoms in this place are still blooming so vigorously. Is that normal? With a wave of her hand, the silver-haired old lady stood under a tree waving a small silk scarf and clicking selfies. There's a lot of things in this world that aren't normal. Just tell me if it looks good and that's it. Old Lee too acted as the number 2 camera and helped everyone to click photos, and disappeared into thin air while filming. The team also dispersed in all directions. Such a big place. Get together cannot play well. Changhu and Zhu Hong simply let the young people to sneak around. The two of them as long as these old honorary academicians to serve the good on the line. Painters were going crazy taking pictures, and some even just pulled out small pieces of cardstock and started sketching. As for the other half of the poets and writers, that's different. Peach blossom spring warms first. Bright who? Doesn't seem to? A man stood under a tree, waved his hand and began to recite. The others stood behind the tree and looked. Good poem. Good poem. Brother Yuan's power has only increased. Simple structure and bright moral. A good poem indeed. Grandmaster Yuan arched his hand and his old face reddened. Harm. I'm flattered. I'm flattered. Rather, Brother Lu is the best at making flower poems. Why don't you have a line as well? On the side. Brother Lu shook his head and laughed, and did not excuse himself. Then I'll try. He looked up, into the depths of Peachland. The spring breeze is like an honored guest, it flourishes upon arrival. Come and sweep the snow from 1,000 mountains. Return and leave flowers in all countries. Good. His words were met with thunderous applause. Yuan Moncler Outlet Store sked. Not a word about flowers, but flowers everywhere. Taking advantage of the spring breeze to write about prosperity and flowers. Atmosphere. Atmosphere. Worthy of being Big Brother Lu. The power has been refined again. What a great counterpoint to the 1,000 hills and the nations. Beautiful. Bull. It's still you. There was thunderous applause and praise after praise. The old silver-haired tit held up her cell phone and was viciously disgusted. No, they're sick, aren't they? She shivered and ran away, clutching her cell phone. Asterisk 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 is diaphragm this bunch of cultural people. The whole these rotten acid words. Ouch can give me sick to yo. Old Milk dragged Old Meng too. Old Lee too. Old Lu too and a bunch of other old men away. Standing Lake cried and laughed. This group of painters, one by one is usually quiet painting, even if the heart has 1,000 grandeur, 10,000 vast, but also in the painting, waiting for others to see appreciate, but not the gang of great scribes in the poetry department. They express whatever comes to their mind, and it's normal for them to sing a couple of lines on a whim, on a poetic whim. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Zhu Hong couldn't help himself. He had a hunch that these two groups of old men and women, Wun Ti fight behind them, right? The old men and women, who soon finished walking through the peach forest in front of them, followed into the peach blossom nunnery, just as they thought. Almost all of those in the painting department chose the way of painting. Those in the poetry department also basically chose the way of poetry. Changhu and Zhu Hong had to ensure the safety of their old man and woman, so they could only walk separately. He thought prettily about the tips he had read earlier. I heard that the shortest clearance time, just over 2 hours, had stood before the umami, and they're sitting on 2 waves of top talent in the poetry and painting world. It's quite possible to break the fastest pass record as well. TSK. He had to record it hard. Of course, this is pure dreaming. Tired of standing, Changhu found a random chair to slump into and watched as his own titans gathered to jabber. Uncles and aunts, it's been an hour. We didn't even get out of the first house. What's this about? This one just isn't the same as the last one. The same white space. This person just changed some strokes and the mood is completely different. That's right. That one looks like a mist on a river in a mountainous landscape. And this one has the feel of an illusory fairyland. I guess this master is trying to depict his illusory dreams. Harm. The most wonderful thing is this villain. That's right. People are napping in the hut, but their souls have already traveled the human world. TSK. It's too awesome. Too bold. The silver-haired old woman is most annoyed with people tugging on words, and a big neck slip was thrown on the back of old Lee too. Swimming a hook 8. Just say you dreamed it. She held up her cell phone and clicked pictures. From the whole to the part. From the detailed strokes to the character's expression. All of them. Master. Definitely a top master. The old milky mouth sipped and smacked, glancing at his old friends in front of him in a serious tone. Anyway, I think a few of us are far worse. No wonder little Meng Qing said she met everyone and had to draw a picture to pay tribute to them. I damn well want to draw a picture to pay tribute. Exactly. I even think now that he deserves a tribute. Should we come? Lao Meng? His grandfather is still here. You're just going to talk to me about whether or not he's worthy? Everyone laughed and finally moved off to the next painting. They moved and Standing Lake collapsed. He finally prepared himself for the scolding and patted over. Mr. Meng, Mr. Zhuang, we really can't look here anymore. We haven't been out of the house for an hour. There is a mission, and only after completing the mission can we see that Peach Blossom Nunnery Master. There's a lot of painting in the back. Before he could finish his sentence, the old silver-haired tit sat up violently. Are you serious? We get to meet this master? Have you guys been so excited for so long that you haven't even done a raid? That's right. We can only find our way to the road and see the full show if we complete the task, the little boy just said. Old Milk flung her arms out. So what are we waiting for? Old men, don't look away. Come on and do the quest. Old men, you were the one who said you wanted to see them one by one. They are aggrieved, but they are afraid to say so. The big neck slips of Zhuang Laowai hurt too much. Everyone finally moved. Chang Hu period. Wondering how his potty mouth, Zhu Hong's side was doing. Zhu Hong? Hong Hong? He's looking for him with everyone else right now. As soon as they heard that they were looking for poetry to spell themselves, these honorary fellows were cool with it. Come on, I found another line. Master Yuan held the little note aloft and laughed, but he froze after reading the poem, then looked at Zhu Hong and didn't say anything. What's wrong? Zhu Hong's head was sweating from searching, and when he saw Master Yuan in this state, he hurriedly came over. Which poem is it? Is it so well written? The small note was scribbled in wild, but legible handwriting. People today still sing Li Bai's poems, and the bright moon is still as it was when Li Bai was there. I learned from Li Bai to the bright moon. White and bright moon cannot know. Little friend Zhu, can the everyone you once recited to us also be called Li Bai? Everyone froze, coming together in unison. Zhu Hong was also confused. What is it? Isn't this the residence of the Peach Blossom Nunnery? Why do you still hear Master Li Bai's name? Mom, what kind of fantasy linkage is this? Chapter 117, Crazy Researcher. Fantasy Link has the line getting more and more excited. If the two knew each other, wouldn't meeting the nunnery master be a way to recognize Li Bai? Nice guy. Keep searching. Don't stop when you're almost done. Let's fill up the time. Find a few more songs. The two teams coincided, sending off two hard waves of tourists and then coming together with the later scenic expedition. Song Wei. None of us knew each other's identities, but simply succeeded in finding the right answers and stepped into the hall together, hand in hand. As for the last team they traveled with, the silver-haired old woman looked at the team of Zhao Mang next to her with a look of disgust. Why is it this ugly guy in sunglasses again? TBH. Looks stinky. Zhao Mang's eyes widened. Ma'am? I'm sitting right next to you. We can't talk nonsense just because we're old, can we? He takes a shower every day. Okay, but no matter what, after all, they all provided the correct answer. 4 courses in one, and everyone sat down beautifully in the main hall. Finally, we have the appearance of the Peach Blossom anchor. So young? The masters were dumbfounded. It can't be, can it? There must be someone else who makes paintings and poems. This would be the staff for the show. That's right, that's right. Everyone nodded and looked in unison. Although this kid is indeed clean and clear, to sit there is like a peach blossom fairy. Every move is full of everyone's style. But, just too young. His grandmother, if such a young can make that kind of level of painting/poetry, then they are a bunch of old life. Will not have no face? They did. But when it came time to listen to the songs, watch the dancing, and finally put pen to paper and paint live, the group shut up through and through. Unlike the previous bold and huge picture of an eagle, this time he reclined on the edge of a small case, lifted his brush and drew a picture of an apricot blossom on a small square piece of drawing paper. Yan Nu carried the small painting and spoke respectfully. The painting made by Ilmo today will be in the souvenir store for sale after 4 p.m. You can choose your own. He circled the elegant room, during which he was almost kidnapped and taken away by old men and women. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A masterpiece. Everyone's watching, right? Painting on the spot. At this level, it's a bit outrageous. This is more outrageous than my niece's second aunt having twins again at almost 70. So he really did those paintings? Let's go up and ask. The old men and women couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stood up, ignoring Yun Nu's clueless obstruction, trying to catch up with the Peach Blossom nun's pace. Ugh, teachers. Their impulses fell short in the end. Lu Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to send the curious Zhao Mang and his party, who didn't know what had happened to the expedition team and his party out. Behind him, Su Jing stopped in front of everyone in a green shirt and lost his smile. What's this about? Can't just disturb our staff, haha. The silver-haired old woman looked at him, then at the Peach Blossom nunnery behind her who had turned the corner and disappeared, and became anxious. You are, Head Su? Zhu Hong's voice was as low as possible, but these old men and women around him could hear it clearly. Standing Lake tugged violently at his old friend's sleeve. What? This is the person in charge? The one who is the highest person in charge of the scenic area. Su Jing nodded gently before scanning everyone. Come on, let's talk over here. So those paintings and poems were indeed made by the Peach Blossom Nunnery? You mean, he's a little less than mentally well, so he's immersed in his own mental world and won't go out? I'm sorry, Master Bohu. Su Jing apologized in his heart for a second, then nodded in response with a heavy face. That's right, and how did Master Li Bai? He meet? Good lord, why are they still in touch? He thought briefly and reacted immediately. That friend of mine likes to wander around, and once when he passed by the Peach Blossom Nunnery, he stayed overnight for a few days and did a few poems. The nunnery owner happened to be away at that time, but then he saw Li Bai's poems and became even more obsessed. That's why they can't be called acquaintances. They can only be considered heard of. Zhu Hong immediately hit the snake on the stick. Then this time, can we meet that Mr. Li Bai? Where can I get you one? Su Jing faked a smile. He doesn't have a tool man anymore. I'm afraid I can't see it. Brother Li Bai went on a cloud trip a while ago, and has not been in the Wanyuan Mountains lately. He did, however, leave a few poems, which you may perhaps hear in different places in the next few days. Oh, because he couldn't see anyone. Zhu Hong, who had been a bit lost, was suddenly in high spirits. The other teachers sat bolt upright. Can't we see it now? Had ha. Su Jing smiled. A good poem isn't afraid to be late. Just wait a little longer. Row. Just wait. Everyone finally breathed a long sigh of relief and left Peach Blossom Garden by boat. Su Jing also sighed in relief and turned to leave. A long time behind him, the wooden door to the courtyard slowly opened and a figure slipped away. Faint chanting sounds, scattered on the languid wind came. The world laughs at me for being so crazy. The people on this side finally left the Peach Blossom Garden and set off for Lake Loxin Lake. But some of them have been at the bottom of Lake Falling Immortal for quite some time. It's so shocking. How is it so well preserved? I thought it was flooded by the impact of the river, but I see that the building, for the most part, is intact. My expertise tells me it's real here, but my sanity prevents me from believing it. Let's not talk about the ancient ruins. Can someone tell me how these villagers, who look like the real thing, came to be? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Su didn't really hit a ghost? Teacher, I'm a little afraid to go into the water. Haven't you heard of the lake in the southwest hinterland? The underwater legend is very scary. The team that went to the bottom of that lake for exploratory expeditions all said that the instruments would malfunction if they went into the water. The equipment would easily break down in the past, and the people's brains would not work well if they stayed for a long time. It won't be the same here as it was over there, right? Bah! When the teacher's slugging his pupils' brains out. Talk about that? There's so many tourists are normal viewing it. Here is estimated to be more than 10 meters underwater. How can something happen? I don't care. Anyway, I've already applied for an inspection team. And when we're done today, we'll immediately go back to Yuyangan City and submit a request for cooperation to the city council. Well, when you are a researcher, you naturally cannot go against the decision of your leader. He twisted his head to look into the depths of the monument, where the water flowed densely. The green algae was leisurely, and the huge stone carvings carried a mysterious and ancient aura. TSK. He really doesn't feel right about this. In the midst of these barren mountains, an underwater ruin suddenly and inexplicably appeared. And a scenic spot had even built an institute at the bottom of the lake. It's definitely not that simple. All he hopes now is that, when the time comes for the launch expedition, he won't be asked to go along. He's really afraid of encountering something that he can't understand. Colleagues from the Bureau of Cultural Heritage were frantically taking notes, and people from the expedition finally arrived at Fuxian Lake. Chapter 118, The Salvation of Wanyuan Mountain. Although the transportation aspect of this scenic area gets a very low score, but the design of the trails, and the tour routes when you come in are really good, and basically get a high score. Well, not only that. A man looks at the judging sheet in his hand. What I didn't expect was that this small county scenic spot, in addition to doing a good job of face painting, actually took into account the signs in the tour map for counseling, emergency assistance, etc. That's right, we have also reviewed many scenic spots, and so many managers have not paid much attention to these facilities, and once something goes wrong, it's a serious blow to the scenic spot. The woman next to her nodded back. Rest facilities, dining and souvenir locations are available. It's just a shame there's not much in the way of dining at that peach grove. That's going to take some points off. It's okay to deduct a few points, the leader said with a smile. One thing, has anyone noticed? This scenic area is kind of starting a new track when it comes to tour guides and staff setups. Each staff member, who is both an NPC for the attraction and half a tour guide to introduce the attraction, is also a booth owner in charge of food and beverage and other consumer punch cards. Multiple jobs, rather than making the place more immersive. A coworker laughed out loud at this comment. That's right. security is the same. It's all made up of NPCs moonlighting as the people in charge here. Interesting. Smart enough. They clapped their hands and looked at the huge falling Immortal Lake Institute in front of them, sighing in a low voice. Next, the focus is on landscape quality. High or low ornamental value. High or low historical and cultural value. High or low rarity. High or low scale and abundance. This score will go a long way in determining the value of this site. The Peach Blossom dock we just saw has actually set the stage for this place. Not even to mention the extremely large Peach Blossom Nunnery Mansion and the wonderful performances inside. But just a peach forest that is still in bloom in Lake May is already a rich attraction. If this underwater relic in front of him could reach a certain level or get some certification from Yangon City's culture and tourism, the score it could get would be even higher. Everyone smiled at each other and walked in. Half an hour later, 2 teams from the National House of Culture also noisily made their way down river in boats. Kayaking rapids is a young man's project. Old men and women will just sit in the boat. But what Zhu Hong and Chang who did not expect. The 2 waves of masters got on the boat and started discussing the poem and painting they had just seen. As a result of the conversation, there was a fight. His poems are just okay. What really counts as a masterpiece is of course the paintings. You have so many masters in the painting world, and you can still look at him? Since ancient times, writing is better than painting, and his joining our poetry and culture department is a true demonstration of strength. Text is better than paint? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys chew on the same old sour words. There are very few true masters of painting. Our paintings are worth 1,000 words. You course. So what? Master Yuan pressed on the center of the human body and rolled his eyes. This silver-haired old devil. It's out of character. He doesn't bother with him in general. In a moment, when we enter that falling immortal lake, we'll go separately. Zhu Hong smiled with him and scowled with Chang Hu. There you go. Sure enough it dried up, said Split. The old milk happens to not want to play with them. Walk a few steps to that. Open mouth the Boji de Sour text came out. She just wanted to memorize the view and go back and paint it. While everyone swam separately, Su Jing stood by the falling immortal lake, looking up at the sky and squinting his eyes. Crossed over from the fight and inherited this barren mountain landscape. A month and a half has passed, and the day he was looking forward to was finally coming. This first time is so rare that it would be a real shame for him to see fewer people. After thinking about it, Su Jing quickly ran to the pier to take a boat. Get Jiang Song and we'll meet you at the Visitors Control Center. Inside the Wanyuan Mountains, tourists are scattered. People from the 2 departments of poetry and painting were quietly watching from the bottom of Lake Lok Sava. The advance guard of the Department of Antiquities is also frantically documenting and organizing in the underwater passage. The Scenic Ranking Inspection Department has traveled downstream to the Bright Moon Cottage, where they are collecting scoring points from all over the place. Zhao Yanyan and the others, on the other hand, took Mengzhuo and frantically felt the joy of the Bright Moon Walled City's quest book. Pinky was alone, looking around with her backpack for the rest of the fluffy flower quest props. As for Zhu Shou, he frowned and walked out of the holy mountain with a confused expression. He doesn't understand. What's going on? The little fat man looked back at the top of the hill. The view from the top of the mountain was really good. The superb circular viewing platform, standing between the mountains, made his mind wander. But, is that all? Not only him, but all the other visitors, too, looked disappointed and puzzled. The summit of the holy mountain, which had been anticipated for too long, was easily opened, but they didn't see anything special. The sign at the base of the mountain doesn't recommend summiting today, but would a recommended or unrecommended make any difference? It's just a big bare platform. There are neither waterfalls, nor any holy spirit, nor any magical sites. Zhu Shou pursed his lips, worry flashing in his eyes. Is this what happened to the holy mountain? Not only does he think so, within 2 days of the opening of Wanyuan Mountain, people who have climbed the sacred mountain have already posted new posts on various social media programs. The top of Sacred Mountain disappoints tourists, and the aura of Wanyuan Mountain is exhausted. After hiding for so long, it turned out to be nothing. Wanyuan Mountain false propaganda. Don't be fooled again. The comparison between the web picture and the real photo. Master Usher, is our trip to the holy mountain over? Such posts had been seen one after another during Zhu Shou's descent. He wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say, so he finally had to put up the picture he had taken at the foot of the mountain. It's not a good day to climb to the top of the holy mountain. I'll wait. He was willing to wait, and the jets weren't. The small netizens who had eaten up all the traffic from Wanyuan Mountain finally had a chance to take advantage of the situation, and the spammers swarmed around and began to sneer. As for the mountains beyond, Song Jiming sipped his red wine and violently straightened his back from his chair. Really? He looked at the secretary and exhaled in pain. You mean, the internet is now calling him out for falsely promoting the holy mountain? That's right, Mr. Song. Look, Should we? The subordinates did not fan the flames. This news has just come out less than 2 days. Several other scenic spots have already frantically begun to find water army to create public opinion. The tourists were playing hey ho 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 in there, happy as hell, and didn't even know that MT1 yuan had been hacked. Song narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, but suddenly made a decision that the secretary didn't expect. No, let's gamble this time. You go to send an article, edited like this: the Wanyuan mountain is between the mountains. The bells and whistles, and the ghostly nature complement each other. We should be in awe and appreciate every part of the natural scenery. The secretary closed the door, a smile quirking the corners of her mouth. Gee, this is a surprising move by Mr. Song. Maybe it's even good. He was busy going to send the text, and the sky was darkening on Wanyuan mountain. Tourists who should have watched the invocation ceremony have already arrived at the plaza. Those who have finished watching the bottom of Loksan Lake are also preparing for dinner on the B1 level. The fishing guys had figured out the routine of the area, and the walleye they caught together became the first night's head soup. After a good night's sleep, they finally started saber rattling. The other tourists who were ready to leave also packed up their things and moved towards the entrance of Minggu's High Village. But in the next second, everyone suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky in unison. Hello? Hello? The announcing loudspeakers of the entire Wanyuan Mountain scenic area blared in unison. Wanyuan Mountain scenic spot warm tips. Tomorrow is suitable for hiking, and it is recommended that those who are able to do so can stay here for another night. Repeat, tomorrow is a good day to climb. All of us at Wanyuanshan wish you a happy trip to Chapter 119, today's hiking day. The pattering of. In the early morning hours, a light drizzle weaved its way through every inch of the deep mountains of the ancient fortress. Between the mountains, the fog is lingering and intertwined with the gentle rain to form a hazy and mysterious ink landscape painting. Quiet green stone road in the rainwater moistened with more rustic vicissitudes. Walled Area B, a clear elegant wooden cottage by the side of the road. The plaque is engraved with a timeless, Xiaming, B&B a few words. The wooden door creaked open and a head poked out. It's really raining? Zhao Yanyan looked back at a few of her friends with some concern. Did Lord Receiver not read the weather forecast? What bad luck! It hasn't rained in Yangon for a long time, and it ended up raining right when we were about to climb the mountain. Manhwa opened the door and handed out a few umbrellas, raising an eyebrow and smiling. It's as if this B&B knew it was going to rain today and had so many umbrellas ready that every visitor could claim one. Hey, it's still true. Weekbreak ran out and snapped open his umbrella. Green and white oil umbrellas in the smoke and rain in the ancient fortress appear more ethereal. Even with Joe Pippi's mischievous rich second-generation temperament are a few points weaker. That's quite a nice umbrella. Where are we going? Let's go to Mrs. Lu's place for breakfast first. Mrs. Lu Yun, who sells patty cake, has finally made other rich breakfasts after night and day drilling, and has become the first sister of breakfast in Minggu's High. Several people nodded their heads in succession, their figures leaping and disappearing into the alleys of the bright moon-walled city. Area A, across the turquoise river, a building of elegant wooden cottage independent, carved with the words, Spring Rhyme, B&B. Several wooden windows were pushed open one after another, and everyone peeked out of them, breathing in the pure mountain air. Geez, I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky to catch the rain on my first overnight stay at Manhwa Mountain. The Wanyuan Mountains are so beautiful in the rain. The 4 major B&Bs in Bright Moon Cottage, or the one we booked, is the best. This location is simply amazing. The newly opened Mingyu Cottage B&B has one in each of the 4 ABCD districts. Spring Rhyme, Summer Song, Autumn Fruit, and Winter Collection. Spring Charm to see the water. Summer Song to see the mountain. Autumn Fruit to see the forest field. Winter Tibetan stands in the high place. You can see the whole fortress. Each of the 4 lodgings has its own view, and each appreciates its own beauty. Inside, the facilities are well serviced, clean and hygienic, making the stay comfortable for almost every traveler. Autumn Fruit, guests just opened their eyes in the morning. They heard a faint muffled sound outside the window. Between the forested fields, villagers with bucket hats are tending to their acres of good land. The fields are green and full of color, and occasionally there are small flowers in full bloom, which is beautiful to behold. The guests of Winter Collection wear small silk scarves and experience the early morning of a deep mountain village, watching the rising smoke from the cooking pots between the morning mist and drizzle, and the alleyways filled with umbrella blossoms that are gradually coming to life. Jumping foot in the middle of the river, on the shores of Falling Fairy Lake, in the Fairy Lake campground, the fishing guys had long since left their tents and rented reindeer to run the lake to set up. Just kidding, it's raining. That's a great time to fish. No one has caught a fish over half a meter since the last time they caught up a big one, and now everyone is pumping their fists and holding their breath to sneak into the tournament, and the other tents are finally pulling back their curtains slowly with the early morning bird calls. Bang! Zhu Shou, who was stretching and howling loudly, was kicked down by Ping. "What are you ghosting about in the morning? You'll wake everyone up later." Shusho then reacted to the fact that it was not his own home, and awkwardly hammed and hawed to compensate for the smile. "But, wake up, just wake up. Today is not suitable for hiking?" Everyone woke up well just right to go to the mountain. Hearing him out, Pinky rolled her eyes and lowered her voice. "Idiot. Didn't you say that yesterday? That hilltop platform is big, but it's estimated to hold less than 1,000 people." She nuzzled at the hundreds of tents in this fairy lake camp, almost half full. "If we wake everyone up and go hiking in droves, what the hell are we going to watch?" The little fat man then reacted, and then slapped his thigh. "Yes, ha! Blame it on the Lord Usher, who froze with an announcement and left half of the park's visitors behind. Otherwise they wouldn't have to worry about crowds today." The two of them immediately got dressed and ran out to the boat with the oil umbrellas provided by the campground. Shusho forgot that if it wasn't for Su Jing's broadcast, he would already be out of the scenic area today. It didn't take long for both sets of people, the expedition team, and the National House of Culture, to pack up. As for the researchers from the Cultural Relics Bureau, they had already finished looking at the underwater ruins, and went to see an invocation ceremony in the bright moon-walled city, and were satisfied and ready to leave. But they heard a broadcast a second before they got on the boat. The tourists on the same boat looked at each other and immediately disembarked in unison, neatly and without even the slightest hesitation. This one made them hesitate. That good? But after just watching the outrageous scenes of villagers' lives underwater, everyone hesitated too. "Why don't we stay another night?" The leader gave the order and everyone instantly exploded with joy. "That's too good. That's pretty good. Archaeologists, what kind of tough environment haven't they been in before? Going to the Immortal Lake Camp is already a treat for them." Everyone stayed the night, slept ghostly day eyes, woke up in the morning to look at the distant lake fairy gas rising, smoke and rain, suddenly feel that their life is worth it. Depart. The leader also slept comfortably, howled, and immediately took the crew on a boat to the bright moon-walled city. The waking tourists were gathering more and more, plus the new ones who had entered the park today. If Su Jing wanted to look, he would be able to find countless green dots above the system's map, bustling and swarming towards the sacred mountain. Having gotten an advance warning from their boss, the employees of Wanyuan Mountain had already gathered in large numbers to maintain order at the foot of the holy mountain. As expected, more and more people gathered on the winding road up the hill. Warriors number 1 and number 2 did not stop today as they stood on the road up the hill and let the drizzle fall on their shoulders. The rain is going to be heavy, so please do not crowd the road up the mountain and do not run in a hurry to prevent slippery roads and falls. The bright moon-walled warriors have stepped forward to stand guard every 500 meters. Today is a special day and your visitors' electronic devices may be out of order, so please don't be alarmed. The phone signal is normal. If there is a problem or danger, contact them for help. If necessary, call the work phone number 95533-5418. At the top of the sacred mountain, there are other rules, so you will all know when you go up the mountain. The two gatecrashers moved out of the way and the crowd immediately climbed upward. Ping Ping pinched the handle of the umbrella. Shusho simply clad in a raincoat and followed the crowd upward at a fast pace. Behind them, Zhao Yanyan was tightly pulling Mengzhu's hand to climb upwards as well, and Zhou Bro and Harry little brother were following behind. Looking into the deep forest, their hearts beating like drums, the two teams of the Cultural Institute, a few old people after all. The body is not so hard. They simply divided into two teams, so that the young children first, they are in the back of the old academicians with a slow walk. Zhu Hong supported Grandmaster Yuan, remembering the young girl in the carp pond that he glimpsed that day. He was also a little nervous. "I didn't see the fishtail that day. Not sure if I'll see it today." The rain grew heavier, and the crackling accompanied by the sound of footsteps made the sacred mountain even more quiet and mysterious, as if it were a fairyland. And the tourists among them, either holding umbrellas or hanging their heads, whispered softly, but it was impossible to ignore the sizzling energy that flourished between their words. "Seems like everyone's climbing. It is a path of Hajj God in general." Chapter 120, The Carp Leaps High. The road up the mountain was covered by a curtain of rain, and the insects and beasts all died down. Everyone moved forward quietly. Hiking on a rainy day is a first for all visitors, so I have to say, having seen more mountains and forests under the brilliant sunshine, today's glimpse of the smoky rain, on the contrary, there are many more moods out. The carp pond is here. Although it was the path of the Hajj gods, everyone tacitly agreed that they all intended to watch it again from beginning to end. Inexplicably, everyone felt that they were bound to see a lot of new things on this trip, and that first place is the carp pond. Pushing back the drape, the group followed. The pool splashed and tinkled under the drizzle, but the biggest sound here is obviously not the sound of the pool. Shusho fat body flexible squeeze to the front. Ping Ping also rely on their own thin plus familiar with the terrain here. before everyone has not been on the bridge, hasten to the front to get together. The scene where I came late and almost didn't see the carp god is still fresh in my mind. And even now, there are many people who visit 10A-level who have never seen the carp god. As the most eccentric god in the holy mountain, it was a matter of luck to see one side. But apparently, everyone's luck was in today. Visitors who have read the guide know to keep things orderly and not to make a lot of noise. And they also know never to stop for too long or push or shove, lest they cause the carp gods to become upset. They had already thought about what kind of beautiful carp god they would see. However, they hadn't expected to see such a picture in front of them at all. Wow! Snap! Wow! On the stone bridge in front of him, there was a quirky young girl standing, barefoot, pacing and jumping back and forth on the stone floor. In his hand was a long rosette pole that was crackling and slapping the water. Do you think people who want to come see Fishtail get frustrated? No. You're wrong. For the scene before him was clearly more shocking than a fishtail. Boom! Taking advantage of the rain, the young girl's eyebrows were stern, and the lotus flower in her hand swung fiercely, and a large stream of water rose up in a flat pool, and even flowed directly up the mountain wall against the current. Get up there! With a flick of her toes in the water, a large fat carp fought to swing its tail into the current, lagging and swimming hard. You go too! She thumped and picked a few times, then did a light harrier flip and the rosette slammed into the water. In an instant, several tails of red and white carp broke out of the pool and also swished into the current, swinging their tails frantically in an attempt to swim upstream against the current and break through the shackles. The crowd stopped and froze with their mouths open. No one went further. No one clamored. Carp pool. Only the big pearl falling jade plate raindrops sound, and that young girl waving brush between the sound of the water flow. Those who still have a shred of materialistic reason left have completely abandoned it at this moment. Have you ever seen a human being manipulate the flow of water with his bare hands? Have you ever seen anyone who can fling a fish with a single toe pick? Have you ever seen a school of fish clinging to a rock wall and swimming furiously against the current? Shusho didn't say anything, but just took pictures. Pinky didn't say anything, just took notes. On May 28th, Sea Carp God helps his people fish out of water. The Wishkeeper camera pans and freezes on her book, then peeks out from behind the camera. In the end, college students with literary skills. It's just not the same. But how hard it is to go against the current. Even if the carp god stands behind his children, those carp feel tired and slowly smash down with exhaustion. Waste. The carp god raised an eyebrow and whispered a rebuke. The big fat carp swam back to her feet in an aggravated manner, swimming around curtly, its tail scraping the tips of her toes. Get on the side. The carp god grunted and kicked it away. Eat so fat you can't even swim halfway. Her voice softened as she looked up to the top of the sacred mountain. When will I swim there? Gobble. Tourists gulped as the carp god actually wanted. For these common carp to swim to the top of the holy mountain? How is that possible? Someone tentatively stepped forward and spoke to her for the first time. Lord Carp God, I know you love the people, but they are too weak to follow the flow of the mountains and swim against the current to the top. Someone behind him nodded as well. Carp are supposed to live in lake pools, so how can they get up there? The young girl who was about to jump off the stone bridge to go back stalled and turned her head to look at everyone. It was meant to be. Is that enough? Everyone looked at each other. The holy mountain had perished and fallen silent because of the evil consequences of the bright moon-walled city, and my people had almost died. If we could have been stronger and braver, wouldn't it be possible to defend against those greedy foreign enemies? She waved her sleeve. Will today's you become yesterday's them? A threat to the holy mountain. No one can guarantee it. But, what I can guarantee is, she ran barefoot into the pool of water and lurched into the airtight curtain. When it rushed out again, it had already turned into a huge fish-tail body, and with a gentle swing, it merged into the current to swim upstream. Wow! Ooh! She skimmed the first stone wall without stopping. The huge gold and red fishtail continued to swing, glinting calmly and sharply in the curtain of rain. Further up, it's the second flight of stone steps, then the third, fourth. The carp in the water gathered in the pool and surfaced, their eyes worshipping their god. Watching that, Ingji stopped on top of the ninth step of the stone wall. The young girl sat propped up to show her head, and the rainwater rushed into the pool as it turned into a curtain along the dangling fishtail. I can be the first. Then so can they. The clear and ethereal sound resounded through the mountains and forests, and the crowd looked at the high nearly 8 meters away from the carp god. Above the confusion, the feeling of admiration arose. She can do it. That is, she became a god by swimming to the top of that holy mountain on her own. Everyone had been confused. The crowd at this moment was not capable of thinking in the slightest. You say it's scenic, they understand. You say it's a holy mountain filled with gods, and they can understand that. You say that this holy mountain deity need to get some technology and ruthless work to make itself look mysterious. They can also will understand. But, now this man, No, this god, performing water spells in front of them. A big transformation that turns legs into tails in the twinkling of an eye. Flying 9 flights of steps in a row without even looking at a root waiver. Who can understand? This is outrageous. Who can understand? Someone come forward and explain it to everyone. How does this work? If no one can explain it, so is this considered a miracle. Asterisk. A visitor gulped and pointed at the head of the big fat carp by the bridge in reprimand. Don't learn from your god yet. Big fat carp? Did you just pull out a knife to help me? Turn around and you stab me twice? Sure enough, there's godliness, not fishiness. It's not just a tour. It will be good to practice again. The swarm of carp followed the column of water falling from the tail of the fish above and started again for a second attempt. The tourists also finally reluctantly, watching this fantastic scene, left the place. Shusho's teeth chattered with excitement as he scurried over to Pingping's side. It's over. One picture not taken. Ha ha ha. This damn electronic device malfunctioned. It turns out that Brother Warrior at the foot of the mountain didn't tease them. He clicked around there for half a day and actually got really nowhere. The little fat man is full of internal cows. Alright da. At least see the miracle. It's already been earned. He twisted his head to look at Pinky, only to find that the other party was also excited with goosebumps, and was unaware of the same hand and foot. Come on, breathe. There are others behind us. If you keep this up, I'm afraid you'll end up like those people before you get to the top of the mountain. He nuzzled, and Pinky then craned her head to look over. At some point, a bunch of guards had appeared, taking fainting tourists out of the crowd and gathering them to one side to begin rescuing them. Next to the pile of unconscious people, a tiger-eyed, square-faced man in a white lab coat was frantically pulling out his toolbox in a daze, gibbering and not knowing what to curse. Nice guy. Pinky felt the excitement in her body calm down instantly. Oh no. She didn't want to pass out like the rest of the group. It's really something to swoon over. But she's a rabid fan who's seen it all. She's not even halfway through her Hajj journey. Never fall down halfway. After ruthlessly pinching herself, Ping Ping took a long breath and lifted her steps forward. Chapter 121, The Monkey King's Request. Up the trail, the rain got a little heavier. A few old men and women from the National House of Culture, huddled in the middle of the crowd, didn't say a word and stumbled. The silver-haired old tit rubbed her heart and began to wonder if she had made the right decision to go up the mountain. But, it's not a bad idea to die on this trip. Blah blah blah. What are you saying? Old Meng-Tu hurriedly patted her old face to clear the old milk's eyes. It's all staged. There must be some kind of technological effect. So don't be too surprised. Normal heart. Be normal. Facing the concerned old Meng-Tu, the silver-haired old milk covered her face in disbelief. You slapped my mom? Old Meng-Tu couldn't get through to her and simply turned his head and continued up the mountain. For his part, Standing Lake smiled along and continued on. That place just now was amazing, huh? Mr. Zhuang, more than amazed. I've never seen anything so amazing in my life. It's just as godly as the stories of the great immortals in the mountains of my hometown. Speaking of which, the silver-haired old woman's attention was immediately diverted. She chattered on, occasionally turning around with a surprised look on her face. This place is really scary? You say just now that little young man is in charge? How is it possible? How can you get this place? They were in an uproar, and next to them, Ju Hong was frantically explaining. No, is not real, not God, it's all fake. Master Yuan was in a state of madness. So what's true? You tell me, which one is real? Chu Hong strongly suspected that the old man usually didn't write poems because he went to play Terpsichorean. Anyway, just remember, this is a scenic spot. It's a scenic spot. Isn't it normal to have something eye-catching? You call that eye-catching? Master Yuan blew his beard and eyes out. It's quite a sight to behold. That's no way to play it. The old man immediately felt like for the scenic spots that his family had taken him on a tour before. A couple of Moncler Outlet UK nearby also sked. Poetic. Stopping just want to compose a poem. Don't around yet. As soon as he covered the master's mouth, Chu Hong hurriedly led them forward. This place is crowded. It's not advisable to stay long. Master, you memorize the poem first. Let's go back and write it again. The covered master's eyes rounded. Is this what masters are like now? No status at all. Is literary inspiration something you can have whenever you want? But he looked behind him at the dense crowd on the road up the hill and finally decided to go forward. After the crowd, Zhou Broke abandoned Zhao Yanyan and his other friends and went forward with a taut face. A few of them. Too much of an impact on efficiency. If he had been a little later just now, he wouldn't have even seen the carp god flying up the ladder. Definitely can't wait for them this time. He couldn't afford to miss any more miracles. Wow. The crowd finally reaches Butterfly Valley amidst dense rain. The rock wall used for the Butterfly Fairy's dance is now transformed into a natural corridor. The stone walls stopped the dripping rain, creating a curtain of crystalline water. Outside the curtain of water, all was silent. The 10,000 flower bushes were tilted in all directions by the rain, and the butterflies were gone. The whole butterfly valley is much more peaceful and quiet. That's normal. Butterflies sure don't go out in the rain. Instead, the tourists were relieved to have just taken a break from watching such a shocking scene. The group collected their umbrellas in an orderly fashion to go underneath the gable wall, only to be stunned by the scene in front of them in the next moment. The butterflies are here. At a glance, there were thousands of butterflies hanging upside down under the stone wall overhead. They quietly gather their wings and flutter with their breath, creating a colorful river. So beautiful. Some people couldn't resist stopping and posting up to take a picture, and others behind them immediately followed suit. In this way, the crowd was unexpectedly divided into two teams. One team leaned in to take pictures, and one team leaned out to continue walking, without interfering with each other. It does fulfill everyone's wishes. Fatty clicks and shoots, then looks at the camera and smiles. This time it's shot. He crossed his arms a little skeptically. Did the carpool have some kind of signal blocker done to it by the Lord receiver? It's what's keeping them from filming. But signal blockers just don't send it out. But they even take pictures and the image is spent. Strange. Pinky had no desire to take pictures. She just quietly and carefully observed the butterfly gallery before moving on. The little fat man ran 2 quick steps to follow, suddenly a little curious. How many of those new props have you saved up? New props? Someone around him heard just a whisper and immediately peeked in sideways. Did you say plush flowers? Yeah, last time I saw you, you had collected 7. How's that going now? The girl let out a soft laugh. Not telling you. The tourist in front of them jerked back with a look of indignation that startled the two men. Why don't you tell? The big tourist brother turned back again in indignation and decided that he must not get too far away from these two on the rest of the trip. They must have something new in their hands. Maybe it'll trigger a new scene. There is nothing wrong with Big Brother's idea. The crowd soon reached the prayer cliff. Above the curtain of water, the waterfall remained, and someone looked at the waterfall, then at the foot of the mountain, and spoke softly. Is it from here that the water from the carp pond flows down? Everyone sniffed and craned their heads, some tourists rubbing their chins, analyzing, then nodding. The water flow here should be dispersed to flow down, and the water flow of the carp pond should have some mountain spring water from elsewhere converging in addition to here, in order to be so clear. He looked over to Prayer Cliff. Since it was raining, most of the monkeys had already gone behind the curtain of water to hide from the rain, and only a few of the young monkeys were still fooling around outside. The upper trail is open, but he froze for a moment as he took a closer look. Why is the Monkey King there? The tourists gathered at the prayer cliff looked over. At the beginning of the road up the mountain, by the wooden sign under the tree, a strong macaque monkey was now sitting with its back to them, its head hanging quietly. In front of it, flatly placed a wooden stick, one end of which, wrapped in metal, was also engraved with a vague pattern. Seeing the line stall, Pinky narrowed her eyes, as if guessing what was going on, and struggled to push her way to the front. What happened? The tourist, who was asked by Pinky, had an odd expression on his face and nudged his mouth to indicate that she should see for herself. The little fat man also finally struggled to squeeze over and came up next to her to look over. The monkey by the wooden sign slowly looked up, to the end of the path up the hill, and then back at everyone. Above the wooden sign, the previous warning that the mountain was off limits was only updated and changed today. The top of the sacred mountain is sacrosanct and inviolable, and I pray that the cliff creatures, if they want to climb the mountain, need divine help. The power of the 12 flower gods is gentle and powerful, and can escort living beings on their journey. The Monkey King is trying to go up the mountain? It should be, but it can't seem to get up there on its own. Someone's eyes lit up. We've got to help it get up there. All it needs is the power of the 12 flower gods. When he finished, everyone hesitated. But what are the 12 flower gods? The tourists were full of confusion, and it was half a day before anyone spoke up. Had the honor of hearing the legend of the 12 flower gods of ancient times. There are plum blossoms, apricot blossoms, peach blossoms, peonies, pomegranates and other 12 flower gods. But the power of the flower god, where do we get it? The Monkey King didn't stop him from going up the hill, but the tourist didn't continue up the hill either. He turned his head and shouted at the Jezebel heads behind him. I know! Fluffy Flower, the new quest prop distributed by Bright Moon Walled City earlier. It was used here. Anyone got a plush flower prop? Everyone's eyes lit up, and those who had read the guide instantly understood. The crowd was like a wave, and the voices traveled fast to the back through the curtain of rain. Someone immediately raised their hand and stepped forward from far behind, poking through the crowd. That guy look familiar? The little fat man narrowed his eyes, always feeling like he'd seen him many times before. Zhao Yanyan also froze, not even holding Meng Zhuo's hand. Chow Busters? You have that? Harry's sense of betrayal was palpable. Holy, when did you collect that? Jawbreaker puffed out his chest and raised his head, wanting nothing more than to laugh 3 times. Just kidding. Who is he? He is a carp god fanatic, loyal tourist of MT. Wan Yuan, the little fanboy of the Lord Receiver. Wouldn't it be normal to collect a few plush flowers? Ping Ping stood in the crowd, her eyes obscure, letting the little fat man poke her bag all over the place without saying a word. But when Jobro carefully handed out the plush flower in his hand, that Monkey King turned his head and looked at it before turning back and not speaking. You don't have enough. Someone with sharp eyes saw it at a glance. Weakbreak smiled sarcastically and shouted at the back. I have 7. Does anyone else have any? Let's get it together. He called out several people instantly at the top of his voice. Still, when everyone gathered the plush flowers in their hands in different colors and handed them to the Monkey King, he refused. It looked resolute and looked at the mountain road. The crowd could actually see the eager desire in his eyes, as if it was too late if he didn't go anymore. It's raining harder and harder. Some people couldn't take it anymore and lifted their legs ready to leave. Anyway, it does not stop the tourists. They still want to climb to the top. The monkey will not climb today first. Next time for sure. But just as the army was about to move on, a clear female voice rang out. Pinky raised her right hand high, a large cluster of flowers blooming in her hand. I'll try. Chapter 122, Climbing to the Top. Cool. Holding up the flower, her heart thundering but her face like a flat lake, Ping Ping slowly walked to the Monkey King. Pink, yellow, white, red and purple, different colors and styles, full clusters of blooming bouquets were handed to the Monkey King. Those burning eyes looked at Pinky and slowly calmed down, followed by a humanized smile. Zhu Shou had no doubt that in the next moment, the Monkey King might open his mouth and let out a low, male voice that said, "You are here, my child. Welp, TMD." He slapped himself violently before continuing to shoot. Fortunately, the Monkey King did not say anything. It looked deeply at Ping Ping, then stood up to carry on the long stick, pick up the bouquet. The whole monkey slowly stretched out. Vomit. Squeak. Ouch. At some point, the monkeys who had taken shelter behind the curtain of water all rushed out, raising their arms and shouting loudly in the pool, on the rocks, at the tips of the wild trees, and in the flowers. It seemed to honor their king. This time Ping Ping didn't hesitate and immediately lifted her leg to follow. Little Fatty also seized the opportunity and leapt to the front of the crowd, following the Monkey King and Ping Ping forward. Jobro was still surprised that the girl had actually collected all 12 flower seeds, when he had already been dragged forward quickly by Zhao Yanyan's hand. She had one in her left hand and one in her right, and Harry little brother followed behind with an internal cow. Move it. Good chance. The tourists behind them also finally reacted and moved their feet quickly, darting forward through the rain that was getting bigger and bigger, even smashing water splashes on the ground. Right away, they were finally going to reach the top of the holy mountain on a day fit for a summit. Wow! At the top of the sacred mountain, the mountain mist and rain swooned into one, and the low pressure of the clouds above them stretched vastly into the distance. As the first figure appeared on the platform at the top of the hill, the larger group followed closely behind and came up. Ping Ping looked ahead to the Monkey King. It did not hesitate at all, and leaped up to the high place, quietly standing on the edge, letting the raindrops smash down, also not moving. It was then that she carefully observed the layout of the mountaintop. The huge circular viewing platform looked like it had been leveled by a sword from God, and the huge mountain stone ground naturally formed ancient and mysterious patterns. A circle surrounded and spread, deep red in color, as if the sacred mountain veins were annual wheels. The area near the edge of the cliff is surrounded by a railing, and a circle of big brothers on guard stand there quietly, keeping visitors safe. And close to the side of the mountain, there is a curved cave in the shape of a crouching dragon. The cave was like an open toad's mouth. The ground inside the cave was a little above the platform, completely free from rain erosion and dry and leeward. The upper edge of the cave jutted out diagonally upward, and even as they stood at the mouth of the cave, they had an unobstructed view of the mountainous sky. It's a great view. The tourists instantly dispersed in all directions, and Pinky skipped along with the crowd, looking back at the Monkey King. The Monkey King is still above that toad's mouth like he just came up. A monkey, a stick, sits with his chest clasped, as if waiting for something. What's it waiting for? What does it want to come up so urgently today? Pinky narrowed her eyes, feeling that the mystery was close at hand. Ugh, sis, you're the one who collected 12 plush flowers? Awesome! An exclamation of surprise interrupted Pinky's thoughts, and she glanced at the dangling handsome man next to her, and the two beautiful women who had come over and the inch-haired man. Aha! Not wanting to pay any attention to them, only feeling that something was bound to happen later, she clutched her umbrella tightly and attempted to leave. What are you doing? Let's go over there to get out of the rain. Tell me how you did the quest. Joe Broken's twittering slowly dispersed into the wind and rain, and Pinky stirred awake and looked furiously at the Monkey King sitting on the top of the cave. The Monkey King looked solemn, hugging his long stick tightly as he looked straight to the center of the square. Perhaps it was sensing Pinky's sight. It slightly sidled its head and nudged it. Coming. Pinky grinned. Best viewing spot. The Monkey King has told them. The girl drew her legs and left, and Joe Bro thought that the other party had agreed to his request, so he followed closely behind. A few people do not know what happened, but follow the companion to go certainly no problem. The group walked quickly and stopped where the edge of the cave entrance was. The crowd continued to grow, and the old men and women of the National Culture House who had been assisting in the ascent finally stopped in their tracks. Quick! There's a cave there. Quickly take me to rest. I'm exhausted. I can't either. I've got old arms and legs. This mountain is not high, but it is certainly interesting. Mountain rain falls in the forest. Birds and animals hide in the path. The top of the mountain is so empty. Land of thunderstorms, I won't split the old man right, ha 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 ha. You're next to chop if you ha. Master Yuan snapped his mouth shut and crossed his eyes. How come this silver-haired old devil is everywhere? You guys are up here too? Shu Hong compensated with a smile. Fortunately, if we slow down a few steps, we'll have to wait for the next batch. Standing Lake raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? There's a limit to the number of people who can go up the mountain? Juhan shook his head and nodded again. I asked the guard's big brother. There is no limit to go up the mountain, but the number of people at the top of this mountain can be limited. He stopped inside the cave with two members of the department and looked around. Deep in the cave, there was a screen standing there, and the wooden sign next to it read, Forbidden ahead. The rest of the perimeter is in full view. Shu Hong lowered his eyes and thought a little. In the end, he was able to figure out some of the doorways before the one playing with the paintbrush. Let's back up. I feel like something's about to start. Rumble. Along with a flash of purple and white electricity, a low sound of thunder shook the sky. At the top of the mountain, all the tourists froze and all looked upwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's going to thunder. Mom, we're not going to get chopped if we're standing this high, are we? Damn, it's really outrageous. Saying that it's suitable for hiking on a rainy day, pulling us all the way up here, and then waiting to be struck by lightning? Really? It seems like it's really going to thunder. Ugh. I'm a little scared. Why don't we go down? There was a clamor from the group of tourists, while one of the guard's big brothers suddenly stepped out, took off his half-covered helmet beanie, shook his head, and took the horn and honked it, smiling at everyone. Good morning, visitors. The tourists froze, while those who were familiar with Su Jing instantly heard the voice of the usher and looked up. Lord Usher here? Pinky pushed up her glasses and immediately spotted the handsome man holding up the horn. Nice guy. When did he come up? Su Jing shook his head and looked at the sky as he continued to speak. A rare spectacle at the top of the sacred mountain is about to begin. Visitors are invited to go inside the cave to see it. Please note that during the ceremony, please do not leave the cave. Please watch over your children and elders and do not run around. For visitors with heart disease, high blood pressure, cataracts, glaucoma, etc., please come down the mountain now, and our guards will escort you away. Reiterated. The scenic spot will not be responsible for the consequences if there is any concealment. Beside him, the military doctor, Brother Situ, stood to the side holding the first aid kit with a natural expression. With him around, the gang can't go wrong. Su Jing scanned the circle to make sure that everyone had already entered within the cave before he gave a wink to the great sage. The Monkey King shook his head and hurriedly slipped away, clutching his stick, drenching Moncler Outlet Online. If it weren't for that one roast chicken, 3 meat sandwiches and sweet strawberry cupcakes, he wouldn't be here in the wind and rain. Ahem. Though I'm glad to hear the humans are looking at me with respect. Making sure all the spectators were in place, he cocked his head at the intercom. Get ready. Then he turned his head and waved at the other guards, and they all nodded back, burrowing under the cave in unison. He slipped through the rain, umbrella in hand, and merged into the crowd, looking up at the sky. Prepare. It's about to start. Chapter 123, The Land of Thunderbolt. Before reading this chapter, it is recommended to turn on the music. Big Black Sky, Yang Binging 325 version, once did not follow the rhythm well. You can once again. Buzz. A loud humming from nowhere shook the heads of all the tourists. Then along with the lute clang that resounded through the cave, a group of strangely dressed strong men suddenly scurried out above the huge platform at the top of the mountain. They split the rain curtain, legs like nails, and stood bang in the middle, shaking hands, shaking legs. The muscles of the body are washed by the rain. More brave and fearless. Woo! The high-pitched oboe exploded violently, lifting everyone's heartstrings. Roar! The warrior's arms shook. The red cloth rope swung violently through the air with the force. Ha! The oboe sounds again. The warriors raise their feet and pound the water, stirring up the water to splash. Pinky snapped her head back and looked at the huge screen behind the crowd in the cave. It's there. Her eyes widened as she looked to one side at the searing eyes of the Lord Receiver. He's actually on top of this mountain. Got a band. More and more of them have noticed it too. And behind them, the drums are beating. The strings of the zither mingled. The natural advantages of the cave were now transformed into a giant megaphone. A majestic aura swept out wildly from the depths of the cave, infecting each and every one of them. The sound of shao shao, but all show the intention of competing for the first sharp. The sound of cascading drums was like a ferocious wave, drowning them in madness. Next, boom! In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. Gray clouds cascaded and purple flashes of light swept between them, pressing the top of the sacred mountain shut. The rain poured instantly. Dense rain curtains poured down from the sky, and in a few breaths, it made the water depth above the platform even deeper. Then, accompanied by a muffled thunder from far away, the huge purple and white electric light was like the needle of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it split in the middle of the holy mountain's summit. Zep la la, purple snakes fly, electricity thundering, rain splashes, making the cave instantly resound with continuous screams. Don't be afraid, look outside. In the midst of the boom, the catcher's voice split the thunder and lightning, causing everyone to come to their senses and turn their heads to look out of the cave once again. Shusho's huge body directly disengaged and snapped to his knees. Pinky was also bone white and almost gouged the little book. Zhou Pippi and the others were directly dumbfounded. Zhao Yanyan had let go of Meng Shua's hand at some point, and most of her body poked out before being violently yanked back by the redhead. A bunch of old men and women didn't say anything. Cursing is out of the question and so is reciting poetry. Grandmaster Meng covered his heart and felt it surging. Grandmaster Yuan covered his crotch and felt the urge to urinate running through him. Zhu Hong and Chang Hu leaned tightly together, so excited that they shook into a sieve. The other tourists were even better. The Ancient Ruins expedition team that had planned to leave gulped and suddenly had an absurd thought. This place doesn't seem to be their place. The jury of censors also stretched their necks and stared. Comments? How can we judge now? Judge what? Who dares to judge? What is this scene? Between the violet light and thunder, the brown lines on the ground at the top of the mountain seemed to be activated, glowing with a dark red halo and surging vaguely like blood under the shallow water. The dancing warriors had disappeared, and here the space felt like it had been frozen. All the raindrops flickering with a faint electricity, just like that, stalled in the air. And the next moment, something that made everyone's jaws drop even further happened. The raindrops slowly come together, merge, and just so, form a swimming stream in the air, flying up and down, swaying from side to side, wandering between the rain and the electricity. Asterisk. Now, someone did a double take and fainted on the spot. Brother Stuart, with one eye on the outside and one on the tourists, gripped up a press of the man's center. The tourists lolled around, full of gratitude, and hurriedly turned back to continue looking outside. That current still swims in the air. He grinned, rolled both eyes, and passed out again. Situ didn't care about him this time, and with a sweep of his iron arm, he directly intercepted and piled to the side. TSK. Don't interfere with his ability to see the water dragon transform. Ping Ping had no time to pay attention to the sound of the fluttering and falling behind her. She just stared tightly ahead, looking at the scene that she might never see again in her life. But it seems the scene before us is just beginning. Accompanied by the intense drumming, another rumble of thunder sounded, and purple-white lightning struck down, directly hitting that water current, shaking the water current into pieces. Ah! Someone screamed. Someone grips their heart. That current had only just gathered. It's been. Aha! The screaming man's voice trailed off. His eyes snapped wildly, and he could no longer speak. Currents of water split apart by the lightning fell on top of the platform, only to be reborn in the lightning-flashed water. The stream of water that reappeared had a clearer pattern, and there were even hidden bumps forming. Boom! The thunder was louder. Darker clouds. The clouds shimmered with black and purple light, and the air was even spread with a slight tingling sensation. But that current surged again. For once, someone saw it coming. That's the dragon. Yes, it's a dragon. The water that gathered again finally transformed into limbs and a dragon's head, though still in a vague water form. It was enough for them to recognize it. What was this divine beast that had guarded China for thousands of years? Who? The dragon's head cocked up, sending splashes of water across the huge platform, and raindrops danced around with it, as if declaring war on the heavens. It can't be split. It only makes it stronger. Boom! The clouds are thicker, thunderclouds heavier. The thunder and lightning flashed wildly. It seemed to have been extremely angry and dissatisfied with the molding water dragon. Chop it! Split it! Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom. The tourists' faces were illuminated white as they watched the three wild thunderbolts strike down and split the water dragon apart. Smashed. Shattered into water foam. Throughout the top of the holy mountain, the air echoed with the wrath of the heavens. It's over? There was silence on the platform. Only zilly electric flashes. The raindrops pounded the ground without stirring another wave. No. Is it over? Pinky locks her heartstrings and almost cries. The literati and painters of the Cultural Institute, at this moment one by one even want to rush into that rain curtain, angrily denouncing the gods' injustice. But the summit was so quiet that you could only hear everyone breathing until, go for it. A loud shout made everyone turn their heads to look over. A big bald man with red eyes choked and raised his hand, shouting again. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone's eyes widened violently. Go for it. Again. You can do it. We're all behind you. Boom. The thunderclouds let out a sigh of satisfaction, and were about to escape and leave, when they heard the heaven and earth below fiercely blow up the oboe with a bang. Woo. Roar. The platform is in the middle of a puddle. The raindrops become hammers forming a dragon's roar. The majestic dragon's head broke the surface of the water, exploding with electricity and rushing out. Puffy hair and needle whiskers, pale kisses and noses. A pair of dragon horns are ancient and mysterious. Like the wind swirling around the clouds, waves of water lifted up, followed by the huge dragon body striking straight into the sky. With thunderbolts of electricity, it rushed towards the dark cloud. Yours, Ray. Now. Give it back. Rumble. This time, the thunder and lightning was no longer coming down from above, but sweeping through the monstrous water, pouring in. In an instant, the thunder and water collided, and even the sky went white. But which is enough for this blow? The water dragon raised its head, its horns carrying harsh water arrows and thunderbolt lightning, rolling and rushing into the sky once again, deep into the clouds. One moment, between the dark thunderclouds, electric white gold light appeared at first glance, actually making the wind and rain shaking, thunder into drums. Asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 him. Flush it out. Dragon, you're the best. Rumble. The lightning flashed and the rain twisted, that last second like thick ink sky, accompanied by a purple electricity, instantly exploded apart. The water dragon tumbled and stood above the clouds and mist, and the fine rain fell like a sheer, pattering. Its dragon's eyes were huge, glowing with an ancient and majestic divine light, and it was just like that among the clouds and mist, looking at the tourists across the sky. Then with a fierce swing of his tail, he followed the mountain wind and flew towards the top of the snowy mountains in the distance, disappeared between the mountains and clouds. Chapter 124, The Monkey King's Dream. Zilla. The rain became lighter, the mountain mist began to fill the air again, and the air was charged with a slight tingling electricity. Background music finally ended. That behind the screen is still quiet. It seems that just now the atmospheric, emotional, is not from that back out of the general. The end. The end? The tourists froze, looking at the distant mountains clouded over, unable to slow down at all. Just now this group of flesh-eyed mortal humans, is it witnessed a true dragon crossing the thunder tribulation was born? Is this something they can watch? One sound after another. The tourists' legs were so weak and numb that they could no longer stand, and they fell down with their bodies dislocated like a wave. Phew! Hoo-hoo-ha! Grandmaster Yuan and old Milk Shuang supported each other, looking at the paralyzed Zhu Hong and Chang Hu next to them, and laughed out loud. Every day you say you're in good health. Look at Grandma me. I can straighten my back even when I see a real dragon. That's not true. Bragging every day. But when you really see a bull, you're not so sure. The two laughed out loud, then grinned as they twisted their heads to see each other, froze, and hurriedly let go. Lean. I can't believe I'm cuddling with her slash him. Shame on you. Zhu Hong half kneeled on the ground, his heart beating wildly like thunder, even more violently than the thundercloud boom just now. How is that possible? Not daring to choke, he looked to the usher standing off to the side, only to find that the man in charge had long since disappeared. Gotta give him an explanation for that. How does thunder come about? How does lightning strike? And how did the water dragon form? Row. I'll just pretend that you have a special cloud situation here. When you have a big lightning rod inside this mountain. When you have a bit of a strange, unexplained, natural electromagnetic field in the area. But that last water dragon took shape, lifelike, with thunderous water arrows and wild waves, vanishing into the black clouds. What about you, kid? His eyes vibrated in shock and disbelief. You're going to be pulled away from the state like this, But, he turned to his eyes and slowly complicated them again. This scene, if it is really just that kid a force to facilitate, then what is behind him? Will the Wanyuan Mountains, after taking him away, be able to present such a feast again? Can the next batch of people see this image of a true dragon crossing the threshold, as imagined in a novel or movie? Since ancient times, the literati have been sentimental. His nose was so sore just imagining it that he almost shed a tear. If the state checks him, his voice was hoarse as he looked to his old friend with chattering teeth beside him, and the other understood what his heart was thinking in just one breath. Let's try to bail him out. Line. Shu Hong revealed a smile, remembering the cloud-walking Master Li Bai and the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Had to bail him out to try. The two of them hugged and cried and laughed, while Ping Ping quickly helped her trembling legs to stand up and quickly walked on top of the platform to look back. Monkey King! The Monkey King is still here, she cried out in alarm, which reminded everyone of the Monkey King, who had stood at the top of the mountain from the beginning, exposed to the thunderbolt. It's still on? Still alive? People were holding each other up, not caring if they recognized each other or not, stumbling out and twisting their heads to look upward. Joe Fart covered his mouth and stared wide-eyed, looking towards the male monkey that stood above that boulder, holding a stick with his hands, swept by lightning. It too was covered in fur that exploded and slowly drooped with the fine rain and breeze, but that humanized monkey face, monkey eyes, at this time, looked straight up to the sky. Look up to the direction of the water dragon disappeared. What's it going to do? With a cry of alarm, that Monkey King moved. Knock, knock, knock. Thin drums resounded as the Monkey King flung his long stick, the metal pattern at one end of the stick seeming to have electricity left in it, and it, just like that, juggled its sticks to the sharp, thunderous beat of the drums. Now and then it bends and twists. The slender tail was like a hook or a whip, following his figure in a frantic dance. It's, Shu Shou glared, it's mimicking the movements of a water dragon. Everyone's spirit table shook in response. That monkey transformed his feet and braced his palms, slashing along the majestic chest to send it into the distance. A long stick in his hand, straight to the void. It is also provoking God. But, the gray clouds in the sky moved quietly, seeming to scoff at the young creature below, not caring in the least. Roar! The Monkey King stomped his paws on the ground and also let out a roar in a decent manner, and the group of monkeys under the mountain seemed to have heard something and roared one after another. It seemed to be cheering their king on. Play! Swish! The longer the stick is played, the faster it gets, and the more agile the monkey's body dances. The water splashed and struck the rocks with a roar. Its stick was getting harder and its fur was getting fluffier and fluffier, as if it was catching electricity. Snap! Ooh! The tourists took a step back in unison, looking at the cave above. That the Monkey King raised his hand and looked at the broken wooden stick, his chest rising and falling violently. It pursed its lips twice and looked to the crowd for words. What do you want to say? But that Monkey King eventually did not open his mouth. It looked at the crowd, and then looked at the mountains in the distance. The line of sight shifted, and finally carrying two sections of broken sticks, the body shape of a leap, disappeared in the dense forest behind the mountain. Holy! Shu Shou's camera in his hand clicked and flashed, making the Monkey King who left with his head hanging down clearly visible. Just a few minutes. His mind had already come up with a 10,000-word little legend tailor-made for the Monkey King. It's really trying to become a god. Everyone's eyes snowed brightly, and everyone who had just witnessed the water dragon transforming into a form and bravely crossing the thunderjacking scene was suddenly born with 10,000 feelings of grandeur. They didn't care now if the strange scenery here was mythological or scenic customization. They only know that in this holy mountain, they can produce carp gods, butterfly fairies, and transform true dragons. That's why. Can't we just have another Monkey King who becomes a saint in the flesh? If only the Monkey King had a stronger stick that wouldn't break. If one also has an armor that is not afraid of lightning, and preferably a pair of shoes that can jet to take it to the sky. We'll put a crown on him then. Witness him become a god. Ha 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 ha. The more you talk about it, the more excited you get. The more they talked, the more excited they became. At the end of the day, they laughed loudly together. Interesting. It's so much fun. Wish to keep listening in the ear. Remember in the heart. Heart surging. Cannot wait to help the Monkey King get a line out now. But they can't stay here forever. And the warrior big brother in the corner steps out, holding a horn and shouting, "The ceremony of the land of Thunderbolt has ended. Please descend the mountain in an orderly manner. Please don't crowd and trample. And please don't make a lot of noise. Slippery road downhill. Please be safe." At the foot of the mountain, inside the Manhwa walled city, tourists who do not know today's climb are feeling the joy of swimming in the Manhwa walled city on a rainy day. Someone looked up in the direction of the holy mountain. "Hey, what's all that crackling over there? Firecrackers in the rain? Ha 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 ha. I'm not afraid of being struck by lightning if I stand too high. Let's go for a walk." Chapter 125 Sublimation of Thought. The people at the bottom of the mountain are at ease, and the people who come down from the mountain deem not to deem. Ha ha ha. I just realized that. Little Fatty was wandering around next to Pinkie Pie, and Pippy Joe was going crazy with a couple buddies about what he had seen and heard. That lightning hit so hard just now. Our hair is full of static. Indeed, the man who came down the mountain was, at one point, exactly the same. That's as long as there was hair. And now each one of them had an exploding head full of hair standing up like an army of black dandelions moving around. Ha 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 ha. Over for a selfie. One more shot. Too funny this. Do you think those cottages at the bottom of the mountain can be traded or not? I feel that an idler like me should live here in the middle of the mountains. That's right, Mr. Yuan. That's exactly what I intend to do as well. When the time comes, you and I will live here. And if nothing else, we can even go to that peach blossom little nunnery to drink a couple of jars of wine and pair off a few lines of poetry. Ha 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 ha. In case you're lucky enough to run into Master Li Bai, who has returned from his cloud travels. That would be even more cozy and dashing. The silver-haired old milk glanced at the clamor over there, and then looked at these old men beside himself, each with their eyes downcast and lowered, their eyes trembling madly, and their fingers dancing wildly in their sleeves. Old Den. She could tell right away that the guys were coming to inspiration. Go back. January deadline. Let's see which one of us draws it first. Is it a competition? Old Man Mang was the first to look up with a start. Harm. Look what you're thinking I'm not. No painting for a month for those who don't participate. Alright, it's a deal. You old devil. 1 month is to play us to death. Can't. I've got to go home later when I come down the hill. I've got to hurry up and draw out the idea before I can do that. Harm. Old son there is no hurry. My son misses you. I'll let him find you for a drink when he gets home. Xu Hong and Chang who cried and laughed. These old men and women were obviously inspired by the scene just up the hill. You know that there are already masters among them who want to close their pens, and they have persuaded them so many times to no avail, but they did not expect to be able to move again because of a tour of a scenic spot. But it's really not just a scenic spot either. Here, it's even scarier than they thought. The two of them looked at each other and instantly felt that the decision they had just tacitly made at the top of the mountain was incredibly correct. On the other side, the head of the Heritage Bureau stumbled down the mountain with a group of his subordinates. You said. His voice was mumbled, and he couldn't tell if he was talking to himself or questioning the group. Is Mythbusters under our control? Then if the miracle reappeared or something like that, can our Cultural Relics Bureau still participate in the participation of examination and inspection? The subordinates were all dazzled. Who had the heart to listen to the boss nonsense? Today, when they got to see the real dragon, they even began to doubt. The remains of an ancient village under Lake Nakusan. Is it really a fake? In case that is also true, those of them who rashly went forward to disturb the exploration, went in horizontally, can still come out vertically? They fall into deep self-doubt, but the group behind them is only more delirious. Boss, are you sure we're qualified to critique? The jury's inspector swallowed hard and raised his hand shakily. That carp god, that water defense technique, that monkey king, and that dragon of transition. How do we evaluate it? They now experience what the internet says. A monk never lies. They wouldn't dare bamboozle the jury. Rating? Is it their turn to judge? This place, this miracle? Who are they to judge? Back to an unhappy one. That dragon god rolled out of the clouds and gave each of them a big mouthful. Or if they don't even come, what if a thunderbolt just kills them? A mere mortal. See my true form. So what if you don't pay your respects? How dare you judge me? Inside the boss's empty pants, his thighs shivered wildly. It's not fear. It's just the afterglow of excitement. Comment. Comment is naturally to comment. Give a score of 10,000 points. Do you guys think it's possible? The subordinate gave him a brain crash to clear his head and coughed twice inside. Since people dare to put on this performance show, this tactic must have been reported to the higher-ups. You and I don't have to worry much. Just follow the normal rating scores. Can't hit the landscape side to give full marks. Everyone thought about it for a while, and their minds lightened up a bit. That's right. He dared to carry out to so many people in front of the show. With the technology of the country must know. Otherwise, it would have been pulled away a long time ago. Alright da. Let's give it a perfect score and sprinkle it with water. Everyone finally let go of the burden in their hearts and headed down the mountain with exploding heads and smiles on their faces. The top of the mountain was finally cleared and the next wave of tourists left in Butterfly Valley were finally let loose on the road ahead. Hilltop. Hidden clouds gathered again. Su Jing didn't linger, and after watching the scene with goosebumps all over his body, he retreated to the background and continued to deal with other matters. A lot of trouble can also occur at Bright Moon Cottage when it rains. For example, the effects of rain cause the bonfires for the evening invocation ceremony to not burn. The papier-mâché props get wet from the rain, and the cloud hair props can't be dragged across the ground. After his excitement about the perfect ceremony at the top of the mountain, he would have to immediately organize people to start dealing with other regional problems. And that night, after Wan Yuanshan finally finished all the performance programs and sent off most of the tourists, it was only then that the staff finally rested and joined the people at the B&B in Fair Lake campgrounds in Dreamland. But what they don't know is this: after the day's visitors leave, the internet just changed. The holy mountain. After all, ever seen a dragon? Dude, 12 flower gods. Wan Yuan's new prop turns out to be used on it. Buckle one to give the Monkey King a boost. What weaponry do you think it needs next? The only non-god of the holy mountain will eventually fight the heavens. Where did the true dragon fly off to? The mountain range where the water dragon flew up into the clouds and was hidden seems to be in the Wanyuan Mountains as well. Land of the Thunderbolt. The Battle of the Tribulation. Who will fight? Can anyone tell me what song the band was playing during the ferry? Is there really a god on top of the holy mountain? Is Wanyuan a scenic spot? Or is it the place where Wanyuan originated? Is someone in charge? There's a god there. Right. The one who can use spells. A god who can fly. Another top scenic spot in China. Sacred Mountain. A mountain one must visit once in one's life. Come to MT. Wanyuan on a sunny day or a rainy day. It's not a bad idea. Angrily seeking the 12 flower gods prop strategy. I think the Monkey King will want to go up again and watch the Thunderbolt. Ask for the scriptures. Line after line. Jitterbug. Little sweet potato. Slow feet. And blog. On all of the social software in China. For the first time, they were all in unison. In the hotspots, the same place appeared. Countless people clicked in with questions to see what people were really talking about. But this goes to, it won't come out. Chapter 126, The Legend of 10,000 Sources. Tourists who know Wanyuan Mountain. Frantically looking at the new guide, repenting their intestines and running to the bottom of the official website of the scenic area to break the curse. The first big fat carp under the carp god, Lao Dang. Can you stop updating so fast? Our last batch is still stuck in the carp god era. It's only been half a month. Now the version has been updated to dragons? He wasn't the only one who cursed. The Sand of My Love, from next door. You guys are playing so fancy now? I'm still stuck in the Mingyu Si era it. Wildly pumping and thrusting 3,000 times, yesterday just wandered out of the Peach Blossom Nunnery and the Lake of the Fallen Immortals. You're telling me that a new area will open the next day? You guys are not human? Fishing for God, is there a vision today? I don't know. We're all fishing next door. Looking up at the stars, I've slept. Slept in. Your tents are too cozy. It caused me to oversleep. I didn't see anything. It stopped raining when I went out. You compensate me for the real dragon. I'll report it whether it's good or not, if I do. The state says no sperm. But the tourists who managed to watch the Thunderbolt today didn't agree either. Pippi's dad, Sand Sculpture Group. You do not have this luck. Brother me I can see eye to eye with Mr. Dragon. 3 battles in the Qinhuai River. Harm. In fact, there is nothing to see. Is that thunder crackling boom boom boom? The rain is so sparse that it's like a pop, 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 pop. The water dragons are rising against the wind and breaking through the thunderclouds for 90,000 miles. Nothing to see here. A wooden stick breaks the sky. Deduct 1 to wish me the Monkey King's ascension to heaven. Pinky has the odd 1. Pinkie Pie has a strange 2 hedge gods and 1 demigod today. Waiting for the day when the Monkey King crosses the thunder tribulation. Carp god's first berserker. Whoa. I want to see the documentary of the carp god swimming up to the top of the mountain against the current back in the day. Maybe she was struck by lightning too. Heartache my carp god husband, heartache +1. Carp god's first berserker. Where is this delusional demon from? I'll kill you. Lightning Piggyback, Holy Mountain Delusion movie, is out. You can move to my homepage to watch. The dragon crosses the lightning robbery, I cross the love robbery. Who knows where the dragon master flew to? I look like it's also in the scenic area of Wanyuan Mountain? Eat my stick, comrades in the back who wanna come. The new props needed for the Monkey King to go up the mountain must be collected all by one person to be effective. Go and collect them. Eat my 9527 stick. I'm going to live in Mingyue walled city during this period of time. I must collect enough props to wish my monkey brother a good luck. Loyal players and lucky players spewed madness at each other, in which happiness overflowed, leaving a crowd of people who had never been there confused. No, they're full of, what are they talking about here? What are you babbling about in this 900W plus square kilometers of China? What god? What fish? What Monkey King? What dragon? How is it that you know all the words, but when you put them together, you don't recognize them? Zhu Shou's eyes lit up in front of the screen and immediately called the studio members. Quick! Collect all the iconic attractions and events in the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area from its opening to the present. Arrange them according to the timeline to make a compilation. Chubby is just enthusiastic and cheerful, but not a cutie. His pupils glowed brightly. Our splash of riches is coming. 2 hours after Extreme. A compilation with a bolded headline had hit the promotional pages of major software. Changes in Manhwa. Those who didn't click on it thought it was some newly unearthed historical war of some kind, or some archaeological documentary. But when a group of people followed the diversion link and clicked in, those who had heard of it, and those who hadn't, all watched it with fascination. Look at the ancient wooden fortresses appearing in the mountains. Then the legendary stories under the invocation ceremony. Bizarre and extravagant Nuwa dance. And then the gradual opening of the sacred mountain. The gods asked. Then Wan Yuan was artificially cut off from the river. But by virtue of the peach blossom nunnery deep in the mountains, the talented and poised peach blossom nunnery is once again out of the loop. Then there's the rapid sending off locks in lake. The mysterious outsiders. The leftover research institute. The ancient water-dropping mountain villages. And then the underwater vision of the twin rabbits walking alongside the ground and can't tell if I'm a male or a female. There are also campgrounds and fishing areas that are popular and fascinating to a small group of people. And finally, the internet sensation. Sacred mountain in the rain. Land of thunderbolts. The true dragon fights with the sky. And the monkey king dances with a stick. One scene at a time. An exhilarating and mesmerizing show for people who have never heard of such a bizarre thing. Completely blown up. SM kid, not right ah? You said the rain carp god against the current on the ninth order and real dragons and so on. There is no photo video to prove ah. Pimmy Yacht, that's a miracle. Miracles understand. Can you just take a picture of it? It's good enough for you to see it. The wind passes without a trace, that's no proof. That's a lie. Eat my stick, yes. It's a scam. Don't go. It's already crowded. Locals have to line up to play. How come there are so many people who don't work? SM kid. We'll buy tickets tomorrow. Although the pictures and videos on the internet are not complete, there are always hints for those who are really interested up. More and more posts were dug up. And the Wanyuan Mountain 2A tourist attraction, which had been etched countless times, also appeared in front of people. No way. Only 2A? I heard from my uncle's son's third cousin's second aunt's neighbor that Wanyuan Mountain has submitted an application for a scenic area level review, and it may change levels soon. What level is this? Can the 5A be satisfied with a dragon? It's just a gimmick. It's just a gimmick. If it was a real dragon, wouldn't it have been investigated already? Professional to speak a little. Just look at these online news. Wanyuan Mountain is certainly not rated. Transportation. This scenic spot on the score cannot go. Scenic area inside again good. Outside the poor transportation is useless. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of information about the company's products and services. Scenic spot carrying passenger flow also has requirements. Wanyuan Mountain many places have limited flow. More people will start to queue. Ultimately it is difficult to play smoothly. Not so much. There are more scenic spots in the country with queues. Not so much that the queue affects the rating of the scenic spots, right? There were many different opinions, but with just one night of fermentation, this scenic spot from the small county of Yangon City had become famous in half of China. As for the owner of this mysterious scenic spot, Su Jing, he was currently lying on his bed, looking at the system interface beautifully. Personal attributes. Host, Su Jing, male. Physical fitness, B. Scenic achievement, rise to fame, 20% increase in speed of scenic transformation. Scenic reputation value, 916002. Scenic spot praise number, 72340. Backpack, balance stabilizer *1. Flesh invulnerability potion *1. Electricity blocking helmet. Barbecue chicken *1. Meat loaf *5. 5/5. Number of draws, 0. Evaluation, the scenic area of the operation in full swing. The surprising effect triggered the attention of all people. This breaks the glory of the sky to catch. The scenic area must be better and better. But if you can't catch, Su Jing rubbed his nose. What's with the trolling? He also knew that he was in a bit of danger right now. Whether it was the underwater relics or the mountaintop thunderbolt, he couldn't actually explain it. But there's no way. The word is out there. You can't not use something good, can you? It was already a pain in the ass to deal with the wide-eyed Jiang Song who asked questions every day. And he could only hope that no one would come looking for trouble so soon. It's just a shame. This wave of reputation value and favorable comments did not break through the barrier. And although the reputation progression became fame, and the transformation speed increased again, he was more interested in obtaining another wave of draws. TSK. If only there was a way to double or make more draws. Su Jing finished thinking prettily, then clicked on another page. A huge ink-splashed landscape painting was spread out, and a few icons on the screen flickered with a glowing ember. Scenic properties. First left, Holy Ghost Mountains, 78%. Attractions, Millennium Manhwa Village *1. Carp Pond *1. Butterfly Valley *1. Prayer Cliff *1. Land of Thunderbolt *1. Attractions props, Thunderstorm magnetic field, high level, *1. Sensory amplifier, low level, *1. Toolman *1. Mystic Veil *1. Fish attracting stone *1. Glowing glow *1. Programs a tour of the Millennium Mingwe Walled City, 3 stars. Tour of the Carp Pond, 3 stars. Hip Monkey Mountain Road, 2 stars. Thunderbolt watching, 4 stars. Formal employees, Qingyun Acrobatic Troupe, except Lu Chongyun. Tian, physical quality A+. Ability, toughness. Giant strength. Loyalty 100. Lu Yuan, physical quality C+. Ability, affinity. Loyalty 81. Mingyue Zhai residence, Fanggue. Sun Meng. Zhu Xiaokeoran, physical quality B+. Ability, charming. Loyalty 100. Props, butterfly dance. Temporary staff, Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe, except Chu Karu. Su Wen. Ji Na. Temporary orchestra *1. Service facilities, standardized public toilets *12. First aid center *1. Standardized warehouses *2. Visitors service center *1. Souvenir shop *1. Standardized pier *1. Evaluation. This mountain has been carefully developed and has finally taken on a look that surprises the Unity. Although there are still some areas that can continue to be refined, I believe that the host will soon be able to perfect it, and I look forward to the day when the complete body is presented. Left Lake, Lake Lakshan, 80% progress. Attractions, Research Institute *1. Underwater ruins *1. Fishing area *1. Fairy Lake Campground *1. Attractions props, sensory sharing instrument, premium, *1. Favors of the God of Angling, premium, *1. Misty Domain *1. Programs, Beauty of Fishing, 3 stars. Underwater ruins exploration, 4 stars. Lake celebration, incomplete. Regular employees, Zhao Long. Wine Gang, Lu Jianjun. Physical fitness A-. Loyalty 100. Temporary staff, cooks *8. Hotel attendants *10. Service facilities, characterized visitor center *1. Hotel on the lake *1. Restaurant under the lake *1. Characterized dock *1. Characterized public toilet by the lake *4. Comments, this mud puddle has been fully developed into a showy lake, but it seems that there are still some areas that have been preserved, and I look forward to the future presentation of the full body. Creekside Woodland, Peach Blossom Garden, 90% progress. Attractions, Peach Garden *1. Peach Blossom Nunnery *1. Attractions props, sensory amplifier, low level, *1. Toolman *1. Item, visit to Peach Blossom Nunnery, 4 stars. Official employees, Lu Qingyun, physical quality B. Ability, able to bend and stretch. Loyalty 100. Xiuji, physical quality C-. Ability, spatial sketching. Loyalty 100. Su Wenyiniang, physical quality B-. Ability, good voice of Huagua. Loyalty 100. Temporary staff, folk orchestra *1. Service facilities, specialized public toilets *4. Specialized warehouse *1. Evaluation, this area is a temporary area, and although the remodeling is completed to a high degree, it still needs to be bound to a main mountain range. If it is not selected for a long period of time, the completion of the scene will be reduced. P.S. Due to the distance of the scene, only the center mountain range or the left 3 mountain ranges can be bound, and after binding, the next unlocked area will be determined automatically. Chapter 127. A map of MT. Wannabe is available. One will be attached under this comment, and the author says one will be attached over there as well. All 3 attractions, so far, have been completed to a high degree. The only thing Su Jing didn't expect was that Peach Blossom Dock wasn't considered an independently existing attraction, and had to be integrated into the confines of a particular mountain to make it work. Binding, however, means deciding on the next unlocked area, but he hadn't figured out which area to unlock yet. The expedition from the bottom of the lake hadn't come yet, and the exchange extravaganza between the sacred mountain and falling immortal lake hadn't begun yet. As the open areas get bigger and bigger, more and more props are needed for each area, especially with the upcoming celebrations. The mold he imagined was definitely going to be an original production. Talent is also in short supply. Once the Thunderbolt was out, it was expected that the stateside would soon be looking for him, and he had to see what was going on. He didn't want to make a rash decision on the next area until these things were settled. Like the internet commented, the scenery is being developed faster than they can even play it. He could indeed use a little reprieve. In that case, Su Jing slid upward through the messages in his phone, finally selecting one and dialing it. Hello? The voice on the other side of the phone was hostile. Hello big brother? My parents owed you 100W before. I looked at the date and this month is the deadline. Su Jing scanned his private account. A long list of numbers filling him with confidence. Do you see how I can turn it around for you? There was half a day's silence on the other end, and the sound of pages clattering and turning came from the other side of the phone. Then the man replied with a smile. Su's son? Okay, 1 yuan mountain scenic spot, right? Plus interest. You need to pay back $8,994, $721. I'll wipe a zero for you. You just transfer 900W. The loan sharks have to call him grandpa when they see him. Let's send him straight to North Burma. There's no need to develop in the country. It's still too confining for him. I'll think about it, haha. The opposite side laughed. You don't have to think about calling the police or anything. We haven't stolen or robbed anything. And we definitely haven't poked you for a penny. So you can't do anything about it. Su Jing looks at the phone and hangs up. Looks like a pretty big background. It's okay. Then let's spell out the background first. He hung up the phone and looked out the window. The rain had stopped and peace had returned to the sacred mountain. He also had to pack up and go prepare for the scenic operation. After a tumultuous ride, the scenic jury people finally made it back to downtown Wingate. They sat in the hotel conference room in the morning full of fatigue and excitement after the thrilling dream they had experienced. Well, has everyone slowed down? The lead man obviously hadn't slept well either, but he was glowing and energized to face the judges at the moment. All right, we're all set. The leader nodded in satisfaction and stood up. The topic of the day written on the whiteboard behind him. Meeting on the rating of the 1 yuan mountain scenic and tourist attractions. We'll do it one by one, and in the end, we'll remove the highest and lowest scores for each item and take the average score to be counted. And the final score calculated will be the final rating for this 1 yuan mountain. He tightened his smile. The rating of a scenic spot has a crucial role to play in local development as well as economy and culture. So I hope that all the reviewers will be fair and objective. Take this review seriously and hit the fairest score. Roger that. The voices rang out in unison, and the swish of the brushstrokes followed suit. First major article. Third major article. Panel 2. Panel 3. This review is a full morning. It was only when the sun was high in the sky and everyone's mouths were dry and their stomachs were growling with hunger that the leader put down the papers in his hands and looked at everyone. The final results are in and our mission is accomplished. 1 yuan mountain scenic area, after final review, is rated. They finished their work, skipped around the city of Yangon a little more, and returned to headquarters. And in Yangon City, rubbing shoulders with them and entering the Yangon Culture and Tourism Bureau with a serious expression, it was the advance inspection team of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Boss, are we really writing our report as is? The boss gave the heartthrob a stick and rolled his eyes. Of course. What we do, whatever is seen there, and what value it has, must be submitted truthfully in order to facilitate the next approval of the underwater archaeology team from above. The leader stopped, looked at the wooden door in front of him, and knocked a few times. Come in. The wooden door creaked open, revealing the faces of several men and women inside, one of which was Su Jing's old acquaintance. Xin Zhuang was also. This old man hung a kind smile, and his eyes fell on the archaeologists, faintly imperceptibly probing. Although the moment he first saw that ancient underwater village, he had already anticipated the scene today. Still, he hadn't expected that a small county scenic spot could get them out so quickly. So, the central government, over there, approved your application for an underwater expedition? Xin Zhuang switched legs and crossed his arms, his eyes gurgling. But our side of the archaeological team may be a little short on equipment and crew capacity. It's fine. The central government has sent a professional team from the Directorate General, and they'll be here the day after tomorrow. Xin Zhuang laughed. His heart was like thunder. So soon? Originally, he had wanted to help Su Shaojing stall a bit. It looks like it's going to have to be a different way. That's pretty fast. But the general administration's team shouldn't be too familiar with this place. Some of our team members have just seen that relic as well, and there are a few very capable lads among them. How about letting them join your team, and help out or something? The opposite leader stared at Xin Zhuang for a moment before revealing a smile. It will definitely go smoother with the help of Yangon locals. Having successfully inserted the man, Xin Zhuang only began to ask what he cared about most. But, does your bureau really think that the ancient village under the water is a real relic? He smiled a simple smile. Truth be told, there is a scenic spot there after all. 90% are bluffing gimmicks. In fact, do not need the general administration to make such a big fuss to send people. The leader nodded. Not in the least bit. It's better to make a mistake than to miss it. Every ancient relic is a national treasure, and I think the people up there feel the same way, so it's better to be cautious. You said, didn't you? Xin Zhuang couldn't say anything now, saying too much, as if there was something between him and the people of 1 yuan mountain. But there was one question he could ask. If it's confirmed to be an ancient relic, Does the Wanyuan mountain need to be closed? The leader shook his head. Simply close the Lake of the Fallen Immortals, and when the expedition is over and the repairs and research are complete, the state will grade the village of the Fallen Hills, and it will not reopen until it is over. Unfortunately, it's not certain if this will still be owned by Wanyuan Mountain when it reopens, is it? Xinzhuang faked a smile. Understand. Mainly recently Wanyuan Mountain is quite hot. The mass base is very large. Our city cultural tourism also refers to Wanyuan Mountain. Can be in the province's cultural tourism? Stand out a hand. I understand Secretary Shen's mood, but the inspection is a decision from above. And unless it encounters any force majeure factors other than that, the inspection will definitely take place. When he finished, he rushed to the good news. On the contrary, there are a few leaders who have heard the rumors about this place and have shown great interest. Perhaps in the near future, they will come here to visit as well. Oh, thanks for the kind words. After sending off the expedition team, Xinzhuang made some simple arrangements and flew to call Su Jing. Something big is going on. Your nest is about to be torn apart. Chapter 128, First Visit to Immortal Lake. Su Jing covered the earpiece, which was about to burst, with a look of disgust. So you're saying that the archaeology team is arriving the day after tomorrow? That's not the point. It's that after the expedition, your attraction is going to be shut down. It won't belong to you anymore. Xinzhuang paced back and forth in the house anxiously. What should we do? Why don't you pay for it? Let's see if we can. Oops, no. That's a bribe. Su Jing lost his smile, and a trace of warmth drifted through his heart. It didn't matter whether Xinzhuang was doing it for him or for his own future, but now he did sincerely care about the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. Don't worry, they won't get anything out of going into the water. The voice on the other side of the phone stuttered, and then Xinzhuang's voice rang out tentatively. Do you mean, underwater those are fake? How is that possible? How could Su Jing be able to make stone statues and buildings that ancient? His frame jerked as he thought of the one he hadn't heard of in a long time. His mysterious investor. That mysterious investor was able to bring Wanyuan Mountain back from the dead. So of course it was possible to make life like underwater ruins. But if this is true, then the inspection team from the general administration should be given a big scolding, right? A professional archaeologist who can't even tell if a relic is real or fake? Su Jing didn't know what he was thinking, but knew that he must be thinking differently than he was. Well, not by a wide margin. Anyway, you don't have to worry too much. That's good. That's good. I hear your scenic review form has been sent in. Xinzhuang's voice finally relaxed a bit. I don't know what they've been reading, but I'm guessing you'll get a 3A or higher for sure. Can't 5A? Xinzhuang snorted out a laugh. 5A is not so good to get. You first look at your county that broken road. If you have the money, out of their own pockets to build a road, the traffic alone, it is enough for you to demerit points. After chatting with Xinzhuang for a while longer, the two of them hung up the phone. Xinzhuang contentedly sighed and turned his head, only to see his secretary staring at him with a pair of bull's eyes locked on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scared the out of me. What are you doing? Scare me to death so you can get laid. Li rolled his eyes. The difference between the two of them is not a title, and it's not his turn to get to the top. What did Boss Su say? Will something happen to the scenic area? What should we do? When he heard that someone was sent from above, he was also nervous and scared. Boss Su had a hard time running the scenic spot so well. Peach Blossom Nunnery, Falling Immortal Lake, Mingyue Zhai and Sacred Mountain are missing. Xinzhuang laughed out loud and patted Xiao Li's shoulder. Force like pounding garlic. Don't worry, Xiao Su told me there's no problem. Can't find anything. Li took a long breath. That meant that the scenery inside should have all been made by Boss Su himself. But, he looked to the humming clerk and then thought about what he had seen that day. A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind. That level. Is it really a landscape that can be made by man? Even if. And what about the villagers moving around in there? Li didn't expect it. He quickly got feedback on the problem. That day, he stood at the edge of the lake with his jaw on the floor. An afterthought. It turns out. What Mr. Su said in the beginning that he couldn't find anything, means literally. It's June 1st, the day when children run around going wild. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area temporarily closed. Falling Mountain Lake Area ushered in a group of uninvited guests. Black dress with beanie. The underwater explorers, who had hauled 2 boatloads of equipment alone in large packages, were already standing at the edge of the lake, quietly waiting for their leader's orders. Their leader straightens his shirt, looks at the few archaeologists standing next to him, either older or more experienced, and nods. Turning around, he looked at Tu Hong, who was standing to the side in some consternation. Professor Tu, are you sure you want your students to go into the water with the crew? Tu Hong ignored Brother Monument's continuous hand-waving and nodded excitedly. Yes, I'm sure. Brother Antiquity's shoulders slumped down and he looked at the turquoise lake, his heart trembling. Although he could dive and had been in the water to see the ruins, inexplicably, he felt panic for no reason when he faced this lake. According to what his teacher once told him, before going down to the grave, ahem, before archaeology, if you feel bad, you have to stop immediately to be right. He was not, today, supposed to be involved, but this opportunity is really a good one for the teacher to ask for an initial visit. Come back later and it might be different underneath. So, still has to go. Phew, he craned his head, looking at the line of people on the other side of the room. The leader looked over as well and nodded respectfully. Secretary Shun, your team members will be going into the water with us. The water conditions are complicated. I hope that everyone will be cautious and look after themselves, and signal immediately if there is an accident. Xin Zhuang swallowed and nodded woodenly. To be honest, the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and the Department of Antiquities, had kept an underwater archaeology team for so long that they hadn't actually used it. After all, Yangon is not an ancient city of culture or a civilization site. They are basically just a decoration. If it were not for Su Jing's scenic spot, he would not have been so hot-headed as to insist on dipping into this muddy water in the first place. Today all of a sudden such a big battle. His heart also a little sudden. It was just the gang of strong kids who were fist-pumping and waiting for the day to come. Xin Zhuang twisted his head and looked at another group of people directly in front of the crowd. The young man at the head of the group was looking at them with a glowing smile. After the leader finalized, he twisted his head to look at the excessively young scenic spotter, a hint of contempt flashing through his mind. Luckily this place was discovered early. If it stays in this man's hands for a while longer, I fear it will be destroyed. After all, how can they know the protection and preservation methods of cultural relics in such a small private scenic spot? Su Jing looked at his face and smiled without saying a word, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Head Su, then our team will go down. Su Jing nodded his head and sent his right hand forward. Go on. Poof. Flop flop. Everyone jumped off one after the other. And some people jumped off with their instruments and equipment as well. Brother Antiquity was at the very back, squeezing the handle of his thrusters tightly, until everyone jumped and he was the only one left. Only then did he bite his tongue. Get off. It couldn't be worse. It was a scenic spot and there were so many people with him. What bad thing can happen? How can something bad happen? Before falling into the water, he subconsciously looked at the Lord Receiver. Instead, I saw that nasty smile. His eyes went black and he completely drowned in the deep lake. Well, now he was sure. Definitely. Treadmill. Something bad is going to happen. Su Jing stood on the shore, followed by a group of meta employees. He clapped his hands together and pulled a folding picnic chair out of nowhere. Come on, everyone, sit down. I've ordered 2 sheep, and the time may still be long. Let's eat while we wait. Chapter 129, Underwater Mist. Behu. The water is clear and slightly cool. As soon as the expedition's crew hit the water, they immediately hit the ground running. The first rule of archaeology or exploration is not to take any environment lightly. This will maximize your protection. The captain at the head of the group slowed his thrusters down, scanned the area around the lake and put up his palms to signal for a stop. A group of players with flippers just stopped in the middle of the lake. Strange. The leader looked around and then at his bracelet. Neither with the naked eye, nor as shown by his instruments, did he see anything like an ancient underwater city in this neighborhood, but he clearly remembers that officially, the average depth of Loksin Lake is just over 6 meters, but it is clearly much more than that here. He gestured at his men, signaling him to lead the group forward a bit to the left. He remembered that the institute was just to the left of the direction of the water going down, and by finding the institute first, he would be able to find the underwater ruins very quickly. That's what he thought. Thought so. But the team members who were about to leave suddenly backed up and came back, the heartthrob twisting his head, his hand held out in a fist. The leader froze, but the monument's men darted next to him. Accident/hazard. That gesture meant something like this. He knew it. So what happened? But he didn't need to think about it, because along with the rapid retreat of those members of the team, from an unknown location appeared, spreading out a mist of water. How? The leader frowned, immediately cautious. Operating underwater. They've seen this kind of mist before, but the general appearance is either caused by bad weather and light refraction, either that or an escaping cloud of hydrogen sulfide. But the clouds of the second kind would normally have appeared in nearly 20 meters of deep water, and it wouldn't have been right for them to be spreading towards them in wisps, as they were now. This place isn't right. Just for a moment. He immediately finished judging. Get up there. The gesture was immediately communicated, and a celebratory smile appeared in the eyes of Brother Monument. That's great. He knew this place was not good. Definitely not that easy to explore. Just by looking at the Lord Receiver's misplaced smile, I could tell. Get up there. When he gets up there, he immediately takes off his gear. Whoever wants to come, he's not going to risk his life. The fog spread faster than they thought it would, and by the time everyone paddled up to the surface, the wisps of it had wrapped around their ankles and arms. What the hell? The lead man frowned, a faint flash of panic in his eyes. With a wave of his arm, he dispersed the fog and looked at the lake, which had become less visible in a few breaths, and gestured again. Full speed ahead. Doodle doodle. Wow. The team also noticed the mist in the water that was winding up, spreading even to block out the sunlight from the lake for a few moments. But, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Stop. A group of black-cloaked explorers finally, completely stagnated in the vast falling immortal lake. The leader's eyes cringed. Seems like something has happened to. With everyone's swimming speed plus propulsion assistance, 2 minutes of full forward progress would be enough for them to swim out nearly 50 meters, let alone still be in the process of surfacing. They've only been down for a few minutes. How deep can they go? How deep can this lake be? How could they not get out of the water by now? Brother Monument had already had pale lips as he looked at the floating corpses in the water in front of him, his heart breaking. Damn old man Tuhan. He all but said not to get in the water or not to get in the water. It's over this time. They're in trouble, aren't they? The ushers had said that there were river gods in this place. The gods of the sacred mountain also work with this place in friendly and close cooperation all year round. They're a bunch of outsiders coming in here and messing around without saying a word. It's over. Been left here, I guess. Still want to explore the ancient ruins? They'll be able to become part of the villagers of the Rocky Mountain Village in the future, in unknown danger. He even had the presence of mind to think about what Su Jing had said about the disappearing fellows. All right, this time they're afraid they'll disappear too. The whole team realized something was wrong, and everyone looked at each other, flippers swinging uneasily as panic quickly spilled over. Calm down. Lake Falling Immortal is just this big. Can they still be allowed to stay in it? Continued upward movement, maintaining oxygen intake rate. After giving a few orders in a row, he began to lead the crew onto the surface. The lake is right there. How can you not get out? But, the more you swim, the more foggy it gets. By the end of the day, they actually couldn't even see 10 meters underwater. All of them immediately pulled out ropes and connected them to each other. The leader looks at his oxygen display, and 120 bar. While he wasn't sure exactly how many meters deep they were under the lake now, the rate of oxygen depletion seemed normal so far. Gotta try breaking out in another direction. In this watery mist, the light had been mostly swallowed up and they couldn't see anything. If we continue to stay, not to mention if the team will panic in fear, we won't be able to use up the oxygen. Follow me. The mists shrouded the lake below, and the group followed the directionals into the mists. Brother Monument gritted his teeth, looked at the electronic dial in his hand that was already visibly malfunctioning, and drilled in after them. On the shore of the lake, the barbecue grill has been set up, and the roasted sheep with its limbs spread out is bubbling with oil. On the expedition's side, the buildup was tense and panicky. What's going on? Signal recall is not normal. Can't see the screen. They just started to keep circling around in one place, and then the picture disappeared behind them. How many meters have they dived? How come I didn't see the old city? Is there a problem? Then hurry up and come up here. Come up and take care of it before you go down. The big leader of the expedition looked at the group of people on the shore, and his eyes were obscure. What really happened under the lake? Professors, let's wait a little longer. Don't be in a hurry. The White Sturgeon expedition crew is experienced and will surely solve the problem. He spoke aloud, as if he intended to speak to Su Jing, but Su Jing sighed. Come on, Brother Shen, have a lamb chop. This one I chose today is tender and you can bite it. Little Secretary Li, don't stand there. Come and eat some. Sonzi, cut some for Secretary Li. Where's my seasoning? Someone bring me 2 plates. Alas, this plate of roasted garlic is what I'm going to bring over to General Manager Xiao Su. Don't you steal it. People don't like to eat. Put it here. Brother Fawn loves it. TSK. You brat. Sowing discord, aren't you? Go back and do 3 more books on reading and writing. Cooking smoke rises from the lake. Su Jing sat to the side with a smile on his face, and behind him were the employees of Wanyuan Mountain. He was like a mother hen protecting her calf, standing alone in front, not letting the group of leaders from Shangjing make half a point of calling their own people. As for the ones under the lake, his eyes flicked to the surface of the lake, where a few occasional blisters broke open, testifying to the safety of the submerged man's activities. An expedition? Oh, he knows best. They carry standardized AL-80 aluminum oxygen cylinders, which are filled to 200 bar and last about an hour and a half at a depth of about 10 meters. Since these people are professionals, they are bound to be able to maintain some composure and save as much oxygen as possible. So, they can still hold up for a long time. The man chewed on the lamb sinew in his mouth and glanced imperceptibly at the small stone at his feet. Getting the system on straight away makes him look strangely incompetent. So, he moved the misty realm over, had the system do a little favor, and placed it underwater. 3 hours in the misty realm. He'll be watching to come. At least it won't really take a life on Wanyuan Mountain. But, take some pain. It's also a must. Chapter 130, 0 results. Half an hour passed. The shore was frying and the professor's leader was quiet. An hour passed. Drinking on the shore, professorial leaders all gathered around the water's edge. An hour and a half passed. There was a song and dance on the shore. And the professorial leaders were all in a hurry. Head Sue, what's going on with your place? It's been an hour and a half. Our team members haven't come back yet. The leader ran roughshod over them. The White Sturgeon Expedition is our bureau's most elite team. If something goes wrong with you, you won't be able to get away with it. Su Jing was happy. You guys didn't think to consult with me when you came to this Wanyuan Mountain expedition. And now that something's gone wrong, it's become something to do with me again? He stood up, his face smiling but his eyes mocking, and took a step forward. Leader, it can't be done like this. The man who inexplicably felt a burst of oppression subconsciously wanted to back away. But thinking about the team members who hadn't come out from underwater until now, he was also anxious and didn't know what to do. So, what do you say? Can you guys get someone down there to check it out? Go down? Su Jing spread his hands and laughed even more absurdly. The Wanyuan Mountain has not yet been fully developed, and we don't even dare to send our own people down to the immortal lake at will, and only dare to send our employees down to the water during each of our grand ceremonies. He blinked. Shall I? You ask them to wait? The feast is next month. I'll send a few more people down to find them then. Next month? We'll have to fish for bodies next month. The leader burst into a rage, his hand reaching out to grab Su Jing's collar, only to be knocked out of the way by an old man in the next second. Boss Su, Lord Receiver. Tu Hong panicked. He really panicked this time. The student had told himself many times that he didn't want to go into the water, and was even looking at himself moments before entering the water. In case something did happen to him, how was he going to explain it to someone's parents? To himself? That student of mine is a loyal visitor to MT. Wanyuan. He's been here many times, always praising this place to me. Tu Hong clutched Su Jing's hand. It was me who was wrong. I was the one who forced him to go down. He didn't even want to go down there. I beg you, please help us and let them come up, okay? Su Jing's harsh smile slowly retracted as he and Tu Hong froze there, then slowly twisted his head to look at the leader. The man also looked at Su Jing's expression, surprisingly composed, as if he could really solve this matter. Where is the lake that doesn't kill a few people a year? Su Jing's face was expressionless. I'm not missing this one attraction in my MT. Wanyuan. I just don't know if you guys are missing these crews. He threatened him? The leader's expression was ugly as hell, but he looked at the water, checked the time, and then gritted his teeth as his shoulders crumpled. Mr. Su, you see, can you think of a way? Sure, Su Jing shrugged. Of course he couldn't let anyone die inside. It's a good thing they went soft or they would have had to let them out themselves. Addicted to the drama, he locked eyes with Jiang Tsong behind him, who immediately understood and whispered a message to the back. Prepare to perform this, the play that Su Jing had arranged last night. Su Jing lowered Tu Hong's hand, frowning as he took a step back and looked towards the lake. Falling Immortal Lake is mysterious and ill-conceived, and has always been undisturbed, which is why it can be the jewel of this deep mountain. Your malicious intrusion should have angered Lord River God. It's been so long since I've been up here. It's likely that I've been kept. He looked at the crowd behind him and then at the holy mountain in the distance and let out a long breath. I can try to communicate, but I'm afraid I can't do it. With just me. Su Jing beckoned for the employees behind him to all stand up, then stared at the leader. If we want the river god to release them, our contribution is part of it. But most importantly, it's you. I will build bridges of communication and we will worship together 3 times. Be sincere, and perhaps the river god will release them. The leader sniffed and his face looked as if he had eaten this weird power words. What the hell do you know? The professors behind him slapped him hard. Just kidding. Where science can't explain, don't you rush to believe in metaphysics? Knowing that they are archaeological, they are most in awe of these. They believed Su Jing's words faster than anyone else. Quickly, worship. An old man took the lead and snapped right to his knees. I'm afraid those kids won't last. That's right. That leader's face changed, but he finally gave in and knelt down as well. You go kneel in the back. I don't think the river god likes you. What? The leader inwardly cursed, then honestly ran to the back and knelt down. Su Jing, on the other hand, immediately had a serious face and stood at the very front of the crowd, comparing a strange gesture with his hand and closing his eyes. Bye! He snapped and kicked the stone away from his feet. Worship again! Something intangible instantly dissipated. 3 worships. Wow! The lake boomed and ambled down to the edge of falling fairy lake. Then, one sound after another of breaking water sounded in succession in the lake. Ha! Hoo-ha! Got out alive! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! One ragged breath after another made everyone look up in unison. A few old men and women professors, old and tearful. Lord River God, it's so efficient. Just finished worshipping and served it up to the kids. The leaders were also confused. So spiritual? Hurry! He rushed forward, looking tense and excited. Come on up here. Everyone's okay. He didn't need to tell him that the members of the White Sturgeon expedition were paddling hard for the shore. After the group of players had all come ashore with a big gasp, it was only then that the captain gasped, full of trepidation. Underwater. Something's not right underwater. He swallowed hard. An unidentified mist appeared and trapped us until now. We can't get out no matter how we go. The third son in the big boat. A few people ran out of oxygen. We inhaled together to hold on. The leader's eyes also shook as he glanced at the crowd of employees from Wanyuan Mountain who had already risen. Then spoke tentatively. Did you see the underwater ruins? The captain blushed hard and shook his head. Nope, didn't see anything. What about the institute? Nor did I see. The leader let go of his hand in disbelief. So you guys were trapped from the moment you went into the water until just now? A team member next to him gave a fluke expression. That's right. The fog in that lake was especially thick. We couldn't see anything. And if it wasn't for the captain's promptness in getting everyone to tie up the ropes, I'm afraid we'd have gotten lost. The other man picked up the conversation. Originally, we were all desperate, but then that mist suddenly dispersed, and then this is how we followed the light source out. His expression looked tentatively at the leader and a few professors. Then we saw you guys kowtowing. The kid! Why do you say everything? The captain popped him in the head and then collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, only to feel the stinging cold. If it doesn't come up again, I'm afraid we're all going to lose our temperatures. As for the young kids sent out by the Yangon Cultural and Tourism Bureau, they also panicked and hid behind Xinzhuang, no longer having any thoughts of jumping into action. As for Brother Monument, he jumped to Tu Hong's side with a sniffle and a tear. Teacher, I told you I'm not going. Woohoo! I almost won't see you again. He glanced at the smiling Lord Receiver and swallowed his heart with a scowl. Woohoo! That usher is not a good person. Oh. All the instruments failed on the way down, and they were fine again on the way up. None of the White Sturgeon expedition members dared to go down again, and everyone left the scenic area in disgrace without even seeing a shadow of the ruins. Su Jing stood at the entrance of the scenic spot, watching everyone get on the bus, and spoke at length. Leader, we are a small scenic spot. A lot of scenery is actually done by some means. In fact, there is nothing. It is not worth the effort above. He grinned. But today you guys have also come and seen it. Falling Immortal Lake does not seem to welcome outsiders. This time we can help. The next time may not be certain. The leader's face was more disgusted than if he had eaten. He cleared his throat and forced a smile. I'd like to thank Mr. Su and the staff today. We'll see you again sometime. Yeah. Su Jing didn't refuse, but instead smiled. There's a celebration on the lake next month, so if you're free, you're welcome to come and watch. Chapter 131 Emergence. Sending off the Relic Archaeology Group. Xinzhuang and Secretary Li turned back and followed Su Jing towards the scenic spot. Awesome kid. How did you do that? Su Jing waved his hands back and forth. Don't, Secretary Shen. I can't do this. He nuzzled. Since I took over the scenic area, it is the sole favorite of tourists. People do not go anywhere else. Just come to me. Just come to me. So I thought. And I couldn't let you all down. So I planned the place properly. And I realized that it's a bit of a mystery. He was so addicted to theater that Zhang Song didn't know anything about it and hurried over to eavesdrop. Some of them are employees we got. Some of them are using some technology. And as for the other ones, we're not really sure. His voice ghosted up. I still remember when I was a child. When my parents took me on a trip, they told me that there were many gods and goddesses in these deep mountains, and told me that I must be in awe. Especially this falling immortal lake. Can be deep, can be deep, can be deep. The more Xinzhuang listened, the more goosebumps rose. Is it hard to believe that this place has something to say? That underwater village? Xinzhuang's eyes widened. That's all technology. Su Jing waved his hand. Why do you really believe that? Really? Xinzhuang followed in a daze, and Secretary Li had a suspicious look on his face. That's just to fool the old man. The perennial laxative may have eaten his brains out to believe this little fox's bull *******. He felt that this place was definitely not simple. Maybe it was really the river god who was in trouble. Xinzhuang smiled, squinting at his little secretary. Groan. Little Li, is still inexperienced after all. Am I the one who can't see things? Your leader? But does he care? He doesn't care. As long as Su Jing can round up the words and then do a good job of making the scenic area bigger and stronger, he will always support this kid. Literary travel. It's a beautiful job. Good work that combines consumption, culture and local promotion. And if done well, the discourse is very high. If Wanyuan Mountain became famous, the entire Qingshan County and even Yong'an City would be glorified. It's a true one man, one chicken and one dog. By then the mayor favors him, not to mention that the provincial secretary will value him 3 times. If that day ever comes. Holy, what's he to Xinzhuang? Brother Su Jing told him to go east and he won't go west. The reason why. Li, you don't understand. He, Xinzhuang, is the most sober one yet. He smiled and chatted with Su Jingde. After all, today above the people. Make people shut down for a day. He was a little upset, and do not want Su Jing because of this matter, and he had a gap. So today he intends to lick an old face, teasing the younger generation to have a good time. Su Jing went along with it and accepted his goodwill, drinking happily at night and sending the old man and little Li's secretary out. The scenery will have to continue to operate. He had to continue discussing his next plan with Zhang Tsong. The first hassle seemed to pass without incident, and the next thing that came to Wanyuan Mountain was a superb level of conversation. The first ones to make a move were their own province's cultural and tourism units in various cities. Provincial Directorate of Culture and Tourism, Office of the Director. You mean to tell me that now that little scenic spot is now on the internet, hot enough to be ranked in the top 50 in the country? The plainly dressed middle-aged man in a clean and simple office on a mahogany-paved floor asked curiously. In the top 30, to be exact. The subordinate who handed out the data on the side had a complicated expression. Last year when Yangon Culture and Tourism came to attend the conference, their city still had no cultural and tourism scenic spots that could hold their own. And I didn't expect that this was only half a year ago, but suddenly there was one that stood out so much. The man nodded. It looks like Xinzhuang has been looking forward to it for a long time. That's why he went all out to publicize it and help that little scenic spot develop. Unexpectedly the subordinate shook his head again. To be precise, it doesn't have much to do with the city's cultural tourism either. From what I've poked around, their scenic spot basically relies entirely on the tourists to publicize it themselves, and with the guests bringing in the guests, it's spreading its reputation so much. Also, there seems to be a lot of myths and legends, cultural upstarts emerging from their deep forests. So at the moment, there are a lot of official organizations that are continuing to show concern. The middle-aged man nodded and put down his laptop. In any case, it is also a scenic unit in our province D. We still need to publicize it on our side. And Yangon Cultural and Tourism docking, to see what advantages can be carried out and then talk about. The office doors were closed, and the departments began to carry out their work. With the provincial cultural and tourism sent word, other scenic spots in the province will naturally not do anything more. But finding Xinzhuang for a private chat was a must. Yo you old Shinkan finally is turned over, look at put you proud of. You put the Cultural Tourism Bureau official number as a friend circle, send it right? Xinzhuang covered the microphone and bared his teeth at Xiaoli. Hey, anxious. Li cleared his throat. Attention to quality. It was only then that Xinzhuang returned to the caller. Oops, the first thing you need to do is to turn over that scenic area in charge is a child only just out of his early 20s, full of some ghost ideas. Every day behind him to wipe his ass. Tired it. Really? Then so young is indeed a problem. Why don't you let him come to our side to develop, and also help our scenic spots think of ideas? Hey, look at you. People are busy. If there's anything you need, just talk to me, old Shun, and I'll be sure to help. The phone hung up straight away. Looking for you? Not to mention the scenic spots. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau would have to be oohed and awed by you. Put down the cell phone. Xinzhuang did not do anything, just dry bar staring. Sure enough, not a moment later, the phone rang again. 10, 9, 3, 21. Ta-da. Alas, old Yang, what brings you here? Too dejected. You're too demented. The caller was speechless, then hateful. It's only been a month. We don't know what's going to happen. I see. What goes up, comes down. Xinzhuang was not happy. You old man, talking too hard. What's the matter? We were at the bottom last year, so you're afraid that if I go up, you won't have anyone to keep you company? Ugh, don't you worry. This year Zhu Datong and their city are miserable. He'll sit with you on the bench. The old man on the other side was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. Old Shun, we've been friends for a long time. Can you tell me what's going on? Is there someone behind it? Cough. Xinzhuang immediately stiffened his spine. Come. Brother will tell you the story I have to tell with 1 Mountain. In one day, Xinzhuang received countless phone calls. Most of them were congratulations. A small number were eye candy, sourly coming to yin and yang a bit. A few others came over to ask him for advice on how to come. Ostensible Xinzhuang, come. Good colleague. I'll tell you. Practically Xinzhuang, come on. Buddy, listen to me blow you. How does he know the trick? 1 Mountain can be so hot. In addition to Su Jing's ghost idea, cannot be separated from the mysterious investor behind him. Nothing but wisdom plus money. This thing will solve most of the world's problems. Putting down the dead cell phone, Xinzhuang finally felt what it meant to raise eyebrows. He dragged Shaoli and a few friends out for a drink, and in the meantime sent over a few cans of good tea from his collection to Su Jing. He was beautifully enjoying the joys of being famous, not even realizing that good things were yet to come. Far away in the National Cultural Institute in Shangjing, a group of academicians, masters, and leaders from the poetry and painting departments, after 2 days of mulling over their phrases and crafting them, finally handed a research report that could highlight the importance of the 1 Mountain scenic area. The super invincible Bok Dragon. Chapter 132 State Support. In a small courtyard that is luxurious in its understatement, the aroma of tea curls up. Outside the courtyard, a few men in formal attire stood with their arms folded, while a circle outside was filled with black-clad bodyguards, both bright and dark. So those masters, they all said that scenic spot? It's very culturally valuable? Sitting in the first place of the man smiling, stout body, to sit there with a faint oppressive. I've been hearing about that scenic spot a lot lately, and Xiao Zhang from the Cultural Relics Bureau mentioned it a while ago, saying that a new underwater relic had been discovered, but there's been no movement lately. He touched the rim of his teacup and looked up at the group across the room. What does everyone think of that place? One old fox thinks and smiles, but no one is the first to speak. Only a much younger man broke the silence with a smile. I heard that scenic spot was made by a young man. It's courageous and promising to make a deserted place like this in a short time. He paused, glanced at the leader's expression, and continued. Since the teachers of the Cultural Institute like him a lot, it means that scenic spot also has some cultural propaganda value as well, which is a brand new look for our country's current cultural tourism. It should be supported. An old man beside him spoke leisurely. So the scenic fortress and the underwater ruins look too good not to be re-examined? Check it. The younger man smiled and nodded. If you can find out, the state will help maintain it. If you can't find out anything, let people run it properly. It's a good kid to have the courage to take on the mess and still be serious about publicizing the business. So don't break the young entrepreneur's heart. Everyone was quiet again until the leader of the group chuckled and nodded. So be it. The country also needs fresh blood to appear. And the Cultural and Tourism Bureau has also said that if that small scenic spot continues to develop, there is a high hope that it can enter the country's top 20 by the end of the year, and may even make it into the world's scenic spot list. You know, China hasn't shown its face in the world for a long time, except for those few old scenic spots. Understood. Very good indeed. It should be supported. To be able to produce such a talent, his school and his hometown, both contributed as well. If we can continue to develop well, we can arrange an interview in the future, on the program, but also let the various cities of cultural tourism to beat the spirit. Do not slack. Soon the laughter was back in the tea room. It was less than 24 hours after this tea party. The mayor of Yangon City, who was nearly 1,000 kilometers away, went into a beautiful dream with his own daughter-in-law in his arms after he had had enough wine and food. I was just about to fall asleep when my cell phone buzzed and vibrated. Looking at the phone number on it, which he couldn't call more than a couple times a year, the mayor's head instantly flashed back to a bunch of big and small things he'd done before apprehensively answering the phone. Hey, well, that's right. Next to him, his daughter-in-law also sat up with a worried look on her face. What? The mayor's uncle covered his daughter-in-law's mouth and continued to bury his head in a bitter Really ouch. Ha ha. Okay. No problem. Definitely okay. You do not worry. His face became more and more relaxed, and even to the back he could no longer hide his joy. Barta. The mayor's uncle hung up the phone and hugged his daughter-in-law fiercely. Your husband seems to be getting a second wind. The woman sat up in her dying dream and grabbed the other by the ear. Shame on you, old man. You want to get a second wind? Who are you going to get a second wind with? Ouch. The mayor's uncle answered the call, straightened his back, and shook off his daughter-in-law's hand. I'll tell you what. Do you know who's looking for me? He wiggled his cell phone. Secretary Wu. My daughter-in-law narrowed her eyes. A provincial hand? That's right. He said that the above because of our city's recent big fire scenic spots, a special wave of praise, said to support the local cultural tourism and economy. Good support for young people to start their own business and promote traditional culture. He moved closer to his daughter-in-law and smiled with pride. Do you know what that means? The daughter-in-law understood, then clung to the mayor's uncle's hand. Wanyuan Mountain. One night passed. The Lord Mayor sat in his study and thought about what we do not know, but we only know that from the second day onwards. The governor of Castle Peak County and the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and other relevant units were as happy as if they had drunk a lot. This was followed by the issuance of the policy on road and bridge repair and the issuance of documents to publicize it. Su Jing people sitting in the scenic area. The phone from outside. Little race. Xinzhuang's name for Su Jing had changed more often than his underwear in just a few days. He listened in amusement as Xinzhuang opened his mouth. Are you busy these days? Would you like to come out for dinner? The nagging meal will be saved. Harm. I can't give you that much nutrition? It's mainly because there's a lot of good news coming from above. And I thought I'd take this opportunity to let the city's leaders and colleagues get to know you. Colleague. Okay. Then you arrange it. I'll send you the time and place. And you'll come if there's no problem. Then it's settled. I'll send you the time and place. No problem, you come. Xinzhuang did organize a banquet. And it's not a bad grade. When Su Jing arrived at the hotel parking lot in his old pickup truck, the doormen all looked at him several times more because of his ride. Of course, high-class hotels, not so much as a waiter so bloody, have eyes to recognize MT, Thai, and then trigger what little story leads to more water for several chapters. The usher respectfully opened the door to the private room for Su Jing, dressed in a casual outfit of sneakers. He just stood there in front of the bright lights. He was greeted by a tidal wave of applause. Welcome our protagonist of the day. Xinzhuang walked out with big strides and a laugh, sending Su Jing to the main seat. TSK. Can he sit? Looking at the circle of older uncles and aunts in the seat who were over 100 years old, Su Jing hesitated, but still sat down. Then, there was a 15-minute-long passionate open mic with Xinzhuang, starting with the introduction of this group of big leaders of various departments of Yangon City on the table, and ending with the introduction of the group of somewhat formal scenic spot leaders sitting in the lower first place. Nice guy. Song Jiming pinched his red wine glass and couldn't help but secretly raise his eyes to look at Su Jing. Finally, on the basis of his 5 years of friendship and pleading, coupled with the performance of the previous period did not fall into the well, finally allowed him to successfully participate in the banquet. Met the legendary Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area in charge. TSK. Too young. So young to give so many of their veterans a run for their money. Terrible. Terrible. But, taking advantage of everyone's toasts, Song Jiming sneaked a peek. Why did he feel that this person looked so familiar? It seemed as if he had been seen somewhere in the scenic area before. After 30 years of wine, he finally caught Su Jing with no one around, and Song hurriedly poured a full glass of red wine and ran over. This is a wine table, not a wine tasting. Going over there with a glass of red wine at the bottom of the glass is something to be talked about. Although, Su Jing's glass of wine hasn't gotten much smaller since he called in. Mr. Su Jing was mulling over the next attraction when he saw an old, handsome face zoom in front of him. I am the head of Pine Lake Park. Song Jiming. The oldest brother had just finished a sentence, and carried a glass straight to a smothered one. Aha! Su Jing naturally knew of this former peer, though he hadn't been able to put him in his heart is all. However, I did not expect that this big brother came up to compensate for the boredom of a cup, but looked more pleasant. Come, sit down and talk. Chapter 133, The Great Cyber Battle. Song Jiming sat down in a formal manner, no longer having the arrogance he had at first. Starting with the completion of the Bright Moon Cottage and then the appearance of the falling Immortal Lake. The man in charge, who just loves a little red wine and pretends to be a good guy, is finally being honest. He sincerely apologized and spat out a wave of dirty and nasty behavior from the Red Leaf Mountain boss, and then 2 more toasts, showing complete sincerity and ingratiation. His face was filled with the meaning of, brother, give me a mouthful of soup. Xinzhuang watched from afar and also came to round off the scene at the right time. Yangon cultural travel is, after all, a family, except for the person in charge who once bullied Su Jing too much he did not call. Song Jiming, who can bend and do things without being too ruthless, can still ease the relationship. Su Jing pondered over it, and it really didn't matter. He'd heard all about this meal. Xu Hong brought the group of old men and women from the Mandarin's house to help him with a long and beautiful speech, plus various recent news reports and hot videos about Wanyuan Mountain. That's why the leaders above have made it a point to say that they want to vigorously support it. Today he came to recognize the face and the units related to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The next 6 months will vigorously help the Wanyuan Mountain and Qingshan County road construction, as well as cultural propaganda. So forgive a Song who never did anything bad in the first place. Doesn't matter. Su Jing picked up his cup and clinked it with the handsome uncle before taking a sip. Turn around and you contact these 2. He expressed his friendship and gave him the phone numbers of Jiang Tsong and Zhao Mang. Yangon develops well. We are a win-win situation. Only Pine Lake Park is definitely going to take a loss up front is all. After writing down the phone numbers of all the leaders, Su Jing was full of wine and food and packed a few roasted chickens to go back home. Song Jiming slumped in his chair with satisfaction, and next to him, Shen Zhuang looked at him with a glistening smile. Brother Shen. Thank you. Shen Zhuang shook his head, patted him on the shoulder, and called on Secretary Li to leave. Don't thank me, write about your own character for not taking things to the extreme. From the next day, after the first publicity article of D Province Cultural Tourism, a pearl hidden in D Province Wanyuan Mountain was sent out. The cultural tourism of Yangon City, as well as the major media outlets, then began their frantic publicity program. Su Jing didn't have to do anything, and Wanyuan Mountain was once again catapulted into the limelight. In time, this time only lasted less than a day, but it was already enough for the major cultural and tourism attractions in China to see. A jewel took most of the heat off them, although the Labor holiday has passed, but the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, National Day, Mid-Autumn Festival and a host of other holidays coming up right after that. That's a huge amount of traffic. We are now in a period of preparation for a difficult task. They would never allow such a Thai hillbilly from the county to steal their thunder. Soon, the publicity for the various scenic spots started immediately afterward. First out of the war is the city of H. The City of Culture and Tourism Direct Face do not want. The same day in the official number issued A, Ancient Towns and Ancient Villages. Feel the beauty of the millennium. But also H City Nanhuan Ancient City. Similarly, other scenic spots and ancient villages and cottages have also issued statements. The ancient city of Xianfeng, the night of the 1,000-year-old Phoenix dance, is coming to the city with a shock. Chengtan Ancient Walled City. Feel the different atmosphere of the ancient city. Experience the most primitive ecology of the ancient city. Living in the mountains and water. Enjoy the beauty of the idyllic Shangnan Water Town. Flowing water into the city. The South River on the seas welcomes you. Just for the Mingyu Wezhai of Wanyuan Mountain. A large number of ancient cities and ancient fortresses scenic spots have sprung up successively. No, it's just real-life NPCs. They can't spare the blood money to really get this going, but they can have some kind of celebration to draw people in. It's just a show, isn't it? Wanyuan Mountain has that Wat Nua dance. They also have other Then, for example, they can call some famous netizens or celebrities, come over to have a concert, meet and greet, show their muscles and so on, which can also attract a large wave of foot traffic. And there is more publicity directed at Falling Lake. Dongshan Lake has beautiful scenery, a lake with 18 bends and different views everywhere. The beauty of Poyan Lake is one of the best in the world. There are dozens of pavilions and islands in the lake, and hundreds of species of birds. There is the Milky Way on the top and the Song River on the bottom, with beautiful scenery on both sides, and fish and animals can be seen swimming between the boats. The beautiful scenery of Jinling is in the Qinhuai River, and the elegant language is heard all over the south of the Yangtze River. June 15th, the large-scale performance poetry and painting of Jiangnan will be staged in the Qinhuai River. Please look forward to it. The lake and river types sing, and the mountain and river scenes follow. 1,000 peaks along the way, 100 miles of different rivers. Come to Nanli Forest Park to experience the real beauty of mountains and rivers and the danger of strange peaks. If you don't visit Huangfeng City, you won't understand the beauty of Huangfeng. Do not spell gimmicks. Do not do false things. Only for tourists to present the most real beautiful mountains and rivers. Deer Wall, climbing the peak, enjoying the strange river. The height determines the state of mind. The altitude determines the pattern. Dachuanji welcome you. And apart from the small scenic areas in the provinces calling the shots, surprisingly, there are one or two big sites down there as well. A clear-eyed person can tell what they are rushing for. All living things have a way. The veins of the country of China. The way to feed the beasts, but also the way to feed the people. The way of the people. Between the strange peaks and clouds, all in the Laojun Guan, Pudu all beings, feel boundless Buddhism, hiking, meditation, debating the sutra, Santao, Tongshan 5 Buddha Temple, still waiting for a person of destiny. Jiang Tsong took his cell phone and gave Su Jing a quick flip through it, snapping the table in anger. This is just nonsense. They're just holding up the high ground, colluding with each other, in cahoots with each other, honey in the honey. Su Jing covered his mouth. It's okay. Saying it again makes him look uneducated. It's okay. Jiang Tsong frowned. It's still okay? Of course it's fine. Su Jing laughed. Can't you see that most of the things they've been yanking and cursing are also small cultural and tourist attractions? They're cursing because they're really stealing their traffic and are anxious. Besides, they're just telling the truth. Our lake really doesn't have that many pavilions. Our mountains really aren't that treacherous. And our ancient fortress really isn't that big. But, He tapped the screen and laughed. Look at them. Do they dare to say that our sacred mountain is bad? Has anyone mentioned the ruins at the bottom of the lake? Try piking with Peach Blossom Nunnery? He stared at one of the messages on the flashing screen. But no one really ranks as a major cultural and tourism attraction. Except for those 2 immortal Buddhist treasures. And no one gets off the ground. The real top 30 scenic spots do not care about us. They do not count holidays. The number of tourists can be admitted to the day will be tens of thousands. We and others then, in fact, is still far from it. Those who are calling now are little mice. Pay no attention to them. With a pic of his cell phone, he motioned for Jiang Tsong to put it away. Though their barking is harmless. Though, rather a good new thought for me. New ideas? Jiang Tsong's eyes lit up. You're developing a new attraction? He quickly thought of the scenic map in his head. Which mountains? The mountain range behind the holy mountain? Or the one between the 2 rivers? Or, there's no rush. Su Jing wore a smile. The most important thing you can do right now is to recruit employees for Wanyuan Mountain. Prepare for the next celebration on the lake. Jiang Tsong nodded, somewhat curious. I've been meaning to ask, when you say 15, is that the solar calendar or the lunar calendar? Ha 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 ha. Su Jing laughed. Since other scenic spots are upset, we must go down and grab the traffic. You mean? That's right. He shook his head. The 15th day of the solar calendar and the 5th day of the lunar calendar. Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 135, Propaganda of Wanyuan Mountain. In the face of such a new star attraction, the internet is full of opinions, but most people still have a very wait-and-see attitude. After all, a new fun scenic spot is good for everyone. After all these years, there's nothing new about these sites. I've seen the lakes that I should have seen, and I've climbed the mountains that I should have climbed. The potholes that should have been stepped on in the old commercial city have been stepped on. Now that such an affordable and novelty place has popped up out of the blue, everyone is a little giddy. Some people have even started planning their times and routes up in advance. Foreigners have even appeared in the comments section related to Shakeology. Sweet Callie, is this a scenic spot in China? There's such a fun place in China? DDD David, doubt it's a special effects production. I've never heard of such a site. Lisa Salve, I'm in China right now, and I'm going to check it out. And I'm going to expose this lie. Don't look at the Chinese people who usually sneer at the bottom of the posts themselves, but when it comes to the honor of the country, it's all different. Baby Panda, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. Do you know how big the country of China is? Flower Dongzi official account, fake? I'm afraid it makes you go and not want to come back home. Little Carp Cuddle, upstairs. Forgot to change your trumpet, didn't you? Zhenghua Yue, go and take a look. Then you'll realize that in China, even the scenic spots in the ravines are much more fun than the ones on your so-called charts. With all the bickering and stupidity on the internet, Su Jing didn't watch. Uncle Shen Zhuang is even lazier. He just went straight to the clouds with a report from Wanyuan Shan at a peak internet time. Latest rating report, Wanyuan Mountain tourist attractions promoted to 4A level. The report came out, and everyone instantly clammed up. Before yelling in Wanyuan Mountain PK small scenic spots, look at their own door hanging 3A, 2A plaque. Honestly, shut up. Song Jiming hid at home and drank red wine, beautifully reading the report over and over again. Look, people are 4A. They're a small 3A and they don't lose at all. It's too normal. Pine Lake Park will later be known as NT. Wanyuan. Horse's Head. As for the rest of the network's 4A attractions, frown. That easy? Stuffing money, right? I've heard that the research team sent is Team 9, so it should be fine. The strictest team? Is there any mistake? The strictest can get 4A. Then if the two teams were to come out instead, wouldn't they go straight to 5A? Won't do. Su Jing pursed his lips and hemmed and hawed, organizing his employees to put up the 4A sign together. He's satisfied. After all, there was really nothing he could do about this potholed and broken road around the scenic area. Fortunately, the municipality had already sent a team to start repairing the road, or else it would have been more difficult to face large waves of people later. But not before the road repair team sent by the government arrives. Su Jing took the lead in finding a construction team to start building the gates and roads on the falling Immortal Lakeside. He admitted it. He's the one who underestimated the army of anglers. The gang. It's too demonic. Perhaps the previous batch caught the big fish. Plus the experience was so good that it was publicized hard. It's led to the fact that they now have a steady stream of money to keep the park space operating just by charging for fishing tickets and camping bases. Even at the back, he had to limit the number of people. Otherwise all those fishing rods would have to fill the lake. The underwater fish don't even have room to live. Su Jing, who thought the anglers were publicizing hard, had no idea how they were publicizing. Never nest, look what I caught after 12 hours. Never nest, one rotten shoe. JPG, nesting fiend, it's already pretty good. Yours is at least wearable. Look at ours. Nesting frenzy, beggars won't use broken bowls. JPG. A walleye rolls in. I envy you guys for catching the necessities of life. Unlike me, who only caught a useless half-meter sturgeon and half-meter grass carp. A big fish rolls in. Picture. JPG. Fishing for miles around, you don't say. You don't say. I've found this place to be quite mysterious. Whenever you're tired of fishing, there's always something for you. Never Air Force, ha ha ha. I love it. Sensei came up with something. At least I've never been in the Air Force again. Never Air Force, a muscle that has been open-topped with a large pearl. JPG. Fishing for big things only. Brothers, this pearl, this luster, this diameter. You can catch mussels? You're ing rich. Nesting frenzy, Wanyuan Mountain lets you take it away? Never Air Force, make that. Buddy, they're really letting up. Brother one day fishing tired. Bought a tour ticket. Up next door to the bottom of the Lake Institute to stroll around. There's an ancient city underneath there. We'll fish for it. Maybe we'll even get some treasures. The wind is blowing low. Are you talking about this? Windy, stone axe. JPG. Fish. Big fish, poof. Nest fighting maniac. I've got 3 axes here. Look what you've lost. Fishing for miles around, ha 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 ha. There has been frantic discussion. Gossip has become an avenue. And pictures of stone axes have spread to various gatherings of anglers. From that moment on, the place became completely famous. Su Jing received the frenzy of fishing guys, while methodically, he upgraded the prop-making skill to advanced, and then shared it with the new employees that Zhang Song had found. Take the apprentices to mix a mouthful of food prop maker uncle. Also do not know why from the fight into the scenic area. His skills have soared. Even with a few apprentices are like enlightenment. It's efficient and fast and high as hell. All he knows is that when he tries to leave the scene to pick up a big job, his abilities become instantly mediocre. The older man stroked his chin, staring at the huge prop on the ground, narrowing his eyes and muttering, could it be that my destiny is the chosen beater of Wanyuan Mountain? The disciples' eyes snowed, not even bothering to listen to the master's pussyfooting around, and a pair of hands were busy to the point of flying. Ha ha ha, is this what it feels like to be a guru? It's so cool, it's a great place for them. And Su Jing gathered a group of employees, including He Yunong, to officially finalize the festival publicity for the Dragon Boat Festival on the 15th. And then the official publicist was contacted, Zhu Shou Chubby. In the end, he discussed it with the big backer, Xin Zhuang. The Dragon Boat Festival at Wanyuan Mountain then quickly blazed up like wildfire. Announcement of the Falling Immortal Lake ceremony. The March celebration on the lake will kick off on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. The festival is held for 3 days and takes place from 18 to 2100 hours in the evening. Known celebration guest lineup, all villagers of Mingyue Village, Butterfly Fairy of Sacred Mountain, Peach Blossom Nunnery. Stay tuned for the rest of the guest lineup. An announcement went out. Others who don't know much about this site are still just curiously interested. But tourists who have been to MT Wanyuan have gone crazy. Chapter 135 Preliminary Arrangements for the Celebration. You mean, that celebration on the lake that actually had 3 full days? Not only that, but the residents of Bright Moon Cottage will come too? And the holy mountain deities, one is already confirmed to be there. Everyone swallowed hard as they remembered the rivers of butterflies that filled the sky. It had been gorgeous, and I didn't expect the deep-rooted Peach Blossom Nunnery to be there, plus other guests to be determined. Wanyuan Shan's fans were already on the verge of passing out from excitement. The residents of Wingate were ready to pop champagne and celebrate, but everyone soon got new news. In consideration of the fact that tourists are not sure when to arrive at the scenic spot because of the distance. Therefore, tickets for scenic spots are divided into online and offline purchase. Each visitor can purchase tickets according to the travel time. The flow in the scenic area is limited to 3W person times in a single day. Online tickets, 1W daily presale. While supplies last, please purchase the rest offline. Please pay attention to the public number of the official website of Wanyuan Mountain. After the passenger flow is full, notification will be made in time to try to avoid unnecessary trouble. Also, fishing tickets will be sold normally while supplies last. Nice guy. When the announcement came out, the close ones didn't laugh and the distant ones didn't worry. Although it's made to look a bit like a concert pre-sale, it's a very normal decision to limit the flow of people considering the capacity of Lake Loch Sin Kong. After all, there were too many people to see the show or the head count? Su Jing didn't want this to happen. After discussing the job with Zhang Song and other employees, he redirected to Lu Qingyun, the class master. You want to teach us new things? Lu Qingyun's eyes widened. They have been staying at the park as longtime employees since the Bright Moon Cottage first opened. But as time went on, performing dances and hitting the iron flowers, long ago, could not satisfy everyone. One by one, the teachers of the Golden Sun Song and Dance Troupe were entrusted with the task. They on the other hand, were becoming more and more marginalized. Not much different from Feng Gue and the others who were ordinary NPCs. It's not what they want. Though visitors continue to look forward to the show and are amazed by the ironwork, but they want to do more. More. Re-emerged as the mainstay of Wanyuan Mountain. And now, Mr. Xiao Su, who hadn't been on the doorstep for a long time, finally found him again. Small. Lu Qingyun was too excited and even felt that he hadn't communicated with General Manager Xiao Su face to face about his work for a long time. The eyes were red with excitement. Take it easy. Su Jing stared at him. The green cloud acrobats have been moving wherever they are needed since they arrived. Never once did he complain, even if it was to make the class master, who was over 100 years old, run away to become a servant of the Peach Blossom Nunnery, and he hadn't heard half a complaint. Say it's not moving. It's a lie. He sighed softly, rubbing his cheeks, which were also a little sore, and smiled. You should have heard about the celebration on the lake in half a month. 3 days of performances, each day different. I need you guys. Lu Qingyun grabbed his mouth. We can do it any day. But the man in front of him shook his head, causing him to shut up at once. Can't use them any day? What about letting them maintain security? There was a flash of loss in Moncler Outlet Store's eyes, but he quickly perked up and was ready to listen to the arrangements. Need you to be in the show all 3 days. And all 3 days the program is different. Ha! Lu Qingyun's head went down for a split second, looking up at Su Jing, a bit unresponsive. 3 days? All of them? Wouldn't that make them the main characters, not the supporting cast? Looking at Lu Qingyun, whose eyes were suddenly glowing with gold, Su Jing's heart followed suit with happiness, but he still straightened his expression and said, time is short and the task is heavy. All 3 days have different performances. Some are openings, some are middles, and some are finals. I need your whole team together. And if there aren't enough people, feel free to borrow from Feng Gue. Lu Qingyun had been overjoyed to hear the finale and nodded his head repeatedly. No problem, no problem. What's the show? Or play with fire? What's the show? Su Jing brushed his hand and pulled out a piece of paper from behind his back, smiling with a mysterious face. Not only play with fire, but with water. Maybe even fly. On the other hand, Gina is also finally favored by His Majesty. Mr. Su, you say, as long as we can learn, we'll definitely perform well. Su Jing looked at her group members and pondered for a moment. MS, Kaoru and MS. Su still need to stick to their positions, while the others need to get ready to rehearse a few dances. There are only 15 days left, so all the teachers will have to work hard and practice a lot, and there should be absolutely no mistakes in the effect. Just kidding. How would Gina allow that? Do you know how many invitations their Golden Sun troupe has received since Wanyuan Mountain exploded? Not only the top theaters in the county, but even the ones in Wingate that had previously turned their noses up at them were now sending frequent emails asking them to perform. Of course, they signed a contract with Su Jing. Nuwa dance is not to be spread. Plus, they know that there is the Mountain of 10,000 Wonders, which makes the Golden Sun what it is today. They just want to learn more here, and more here, and more here, until they can't keep up, and then they'll leave. So she was actually overjoyed that Su Jing was able to find her today. She had once heard from Jiang Song that there were several very famous song and dance troupes that wanted to work with Su Jing, but currently, Wanyuan Mountain had not picked up any of them. Since Boss Su trusted them and recognized them, then they would have to live up to expectations and fulfill his needs as well. There are 3 dances in total, but they are performed in different forms and positions. I'll send you the instructional video tomorrow. 3 branches. Jinna could no longer keep the smile off her serious face. This means that for all 3 days of the festival, they will be involved, and they will also be performing at different locations. Think of the stage that is like a jewel between heaven and earth. Even she, who had seen many great scenes, couldn't help but have her spirit swirled. No problem. We'll rehearse as soon as we can, and you can go through it then. In addition to the Golden Sun and Qingyun acrobatic troupe, the largest group of performers is Feng Gui's group of Ninggua's High Villagers. They didn't just stand there and watch, they were part of the show. After Su Jing made the arrangements, he found Zhao Long's veteran escorts to issue the mission. It was a full day's work before he was finally instructed to return to his little home. Alas, headache. Su Jing collapsed onto the bed and began to think as he looked at the system mall interface. Despite putting the word out, he actually doesn't know what to do yet. The hardest part is the guests of the celebration. I don't know if anyone remembers the Toolman setting. Toolman can determine form and function according to the host's wishes, possesses basic intelligence. Note, can only be used in the scene, is a one-time props, cannot be damaged, take back that is invalid. There is no way to leave the scene with a Toolman that can only be used within the scene. Just as the Carp God did not leave the Carp Pond, the Peach Blossom Nunnery could not leave the Peach Blossom Dock. Teacher Kaoru could run around with the butterfly dream props, but how would the other two get them over? Brother Tuzi, come out and help. There's no more tricks. Humph. The icy electronic voice carried a joyful arrogance. I'm glad you remembered me. Su Jing's eyes lit up. You really have a way? Chapter 136, Preliminary Arrangements for the Celebration 2. The system store collects treasures from countless times and spaces. Can't you just flip through a few pages and search for a keyword to find it? The system voice was full of pride. I've already found you something. Along with his vision, the mall page turned into a halo of light, and when it stopped at page 157,320, the staccato sound finally made its entrance. This is it. Look in the mirror. Who the hell can search? Su Jing forced himself to hold back from cursing, then tapped on the prop's properties to check. Illuminating the child and mother mirrors. When the child and mother mirrors are placed at different locations, the child mirror will take the characteristics of the location and turn them into mirrors, projecting in real time the objects illuminated by the mother mirror. P.S. The projection lasts 3 hours and can only be used once a day. Price, 10,020 favorable reviews. Su Jing let out a long breath. This is too expensive. Cheap is not good. Get it? Understand. The good stuff doesn't come cheap. But can this thing really shine a light on the Carp God and the Peach Blossom Nunnery? Unicorn grunted. The system is a systematic production. Our house is a home to our children and their families. If you have the money, you can buy 2. If you can't afford it, you can buy 1. If you can't afford it, you can buy 1. The big deal is that they don't show up on the same day, saying the same thing. Su Jing actually commented favorably on the purchase, but he couldn't afford to part with it. There were many more props that he had to prepare for this celebration, including the reputation value that would be used to upgrade and optimize some buildings and carriers. He was now sitting on a mountain of treasure, and he didn't dare to spend a single cent on it. After simply exchanging illuminate the child's mirror, Su Jing threw the item into his backpack and proceeded to click on the system interface. Ding! The host has merged the Creekside Woodland Peach Blossom Dock with the left 3 mountains. The next open area has been determined. 3 left mountains, unnamed, 10% developed. Attractions, Peach Blossom Garden *1, Plum Garden *1. Attractions props, sensory amplifier, low level, *1, Toolman *1. Programs, visiting the Peach Blossom Nunnery, 4 stars, Plum Blossom viewing in the Plum Garden, 1/2 star. Regular staff, Lu Qingyun, Xiuji, Su Wen, etc. Temporary staff, Folk Orchestra *1. Service facilities, specialized public toilets *4. Specialized warehouse *1. Thatched toilet *1. Evaluation, this mountain has an elevation of 192 m, and remains a difficult project to develop even when it incorporates attractions with a high degree of completion. Brother Unicorn watched with cold eyes, and after half a day coolly came. Are you sure? That's a tough hill to climb. Su Jing lazily leaned back on the plank bed. Let's do it. What's the big deal? He rolled over, and the old wooden bed rattled unbearably. Can't beat it is just a little more expensive, a little more difficult, and slower progress towards completion. Didn't they say that? Who are they? What did it say? The system was confused. It's no fun to say that all of our Wanyuan mountains are small slopes of dirt. He rolled over again, whispering over the creaking. Then I'll go next, and make it interesting for those who are calling. After pretending, Su Jing wrapped the covers tightly and closed his eyes. Big boss now too. Gotta hurry up and pay it off and get a nice house. Or at least a whole nice bed. Day after day crunching. I don't know how much nightlife I thought I had. LOL. He rolled over again and drifted off to sleep. Far away. More than 10 kilometers away. A black-faced strong man tattooed with a green dragon, white tiger, and vermilion sparrow king's 8 was currently kneeling humbly to the side, the right side of his face swollen to a great height. Across the room, in the couch, sat a man in a textured suit. Want money? Ask for a load of money. Collect the principal and apologize honestly, and this matter will be settled properly for me. Not yet relieved. The man raised his arm again. Do you know who's covering that Wanyuan mountain now? The sky's the limit. He looked down at his little brother holding his arm, and became even more enraged. How dare you block? The man who had been tugging at Su Jing's phone in the first place was now aggrieved and lowbrowed. Big brother, can you switch sides and fight not? It hurts too much over there. Oh. The elder brother laughed in anger and violently broke free. Then his hands fired in unison. Snap. Take care of it. If anyone comes after me, you're dead. Su Jing didn't know that his 800W interest had been wiped out. He was just sleeping quietly, dreaming under the moonlight. The dream was a scene from his previous life when he was leading a team to climb a strange mountain peak, hanging above the vertical cliff face, looking back over the abyss. They are a group of explorers, but all of them are just ants, tiny particles of nature. Such a dream. Su Jing did the whole night, walking around like a horse, reviewing many of the dangerous places he had been to and the wonders he had seen, so much so that when he woke up, he was still a bit frozen and slowed down, but soon he sat up from his bed, his laziness swept away, and sitting down at his desk he wrote a whole page of plans in one big hand. Action! Since June 5th, it has been strange in the scenic area of Wanyuan Mountain. First, the staff of the Green Cloud Acrobats who planted on time. They woke up 3 hours earlier than usual, hurriedly watered, then ran to the back of the mountain with a brain. Once disappeared, is until the tourists boarded the cottage did not appear. Then there was the Golden Sun Cabaret. The teachers, who are usually gentle and polite, suddenly seem to have lost their minds, and once the evening performance is over, they are completely gone. Usually at work, and also doing work and posting tasks, he would suddenly start giggling and then his body would twist around like he had a bug. Even stranger, even MS, Kaoru and MS, Su Wen, who have always been known for taking on special roles, have recently stopped bragging about not being allowed to have a good time. The eyes were filled with grief, and there was even a scene where Su Wen was seen applying for a replacement for the role of the sound lady. TSK. It's not right. Too wrong. Tian crossed her arms and leaned against the side of the crate in puzzlement. But then she turned to her beauty. After all, she has changed recently. For example, she changed jobs. Losing earrings and rings is nothing technical and not for her, as Ko always says, so he purposely switched her to pulling crates, moving props and racking lumber like that. Mr. Xiao Su spoke highly of her strong physique and healthy routine. Hey! She was very pleased. Ouch! She let out a false yell and fell to the ground with a thud, smashing the crate with a jolt. I can't push it anymore. Come on, kind tourists, help me. The mother bear cried out loudly, and the surrounding tourists looked at me, and hesitated again before trying to walk over. Not a sister. Are you sure? You can't even push the car. We are thin arms and legs. Can we manage to move it? As for the others, they had already begun to train on a regular basis. Fan Gui purposely warned everyone, don't ignore the power of the masses just because you're playing them. Ko always said that. They are for the show. Very important. All around Wanyuan Mountain, hot blood boiled and silent smoke spread. Anyone who wanted to prove that they were the indispensable mainstay of Wanyuan Mountain, and the master of the inciting mood was at that moment arranging his equipment, crossing the Peach Blossom Dock and standing at the foot of the left three peaks, looking upwards. If you want to remodel, you need to get the basics right. It's been a while since he's explored and he's a little excited about it. Chapter 137, The Way Up the Mountain. Twitter. Su Jing pushed aside the branches and walked forward with 1 foot deep. Everyone calls the left three peaks Dagaoshan. No other name, just know it's very high. From the time his parents took over the scenic area until he grew up, the mountain range had been minimally developed and remodeled. One reason is that the hills are steep and development would cost a lot of money. The other reason was that they had heard that there really wasn't much beauty here, at least nothing that would interest the couple. Su Jing stopped in his tracks, the memories in his head dissipating as he looked ahead. If I'm not mistaken, this is the plum garden that the system is talking about. These two bare crooked-necked trees, with even their green leaves growing sparsely, were miserable. The fact that the system still gives half a star is truly merciful. Perhaps it was because he'd spent so much time with Brother Unity that he was now much more demanding than before. This look of the attraction made him not even want to remodel. Simply replace it outright. He finished his review and continued on. Through the plum orchard is the path up the hill. The rain has dried up, but it's still a little hard to get down where the sun doesn't shine. The adventure experience from his previous life finally came in handy as he quickly surveyed the trail ahead, judging the most appropriate direction up the mountain. Such a trail, when finished, is a section of dirt and gravel road that begins to steepen. Although it was a bit more troublesome, this was still easy for Su Jing. It took him less than 20 minutes to climb up on his hands and knees, but his advance finally stopped when he came around a new bend and the mountains opened up. There's no way out. The man was half leaning against a tree, looking up at the mountains. I didn't realize that this mountain starts here and there's no way out. The lingering mountain wind was slightly cool, scrambling from the trees behind them to blow towards Su Jing. Passing through the silhouettes and converging in front of them, it turned into a whistling sword like chi. The line of sight drew up, and the man was at the edge of a hillside, with nothing but stubborn rocks ahead of him, and if he went upward, nothing but scaly cliffs, layers upon layers, attached to towering mountains. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Su Jing's eyes lingered on one rocky protrusion after another, gauging his chances of making it up there. He had just looked at the other two paths up the hill. One road is directly outside the cliff, and the other is a protruding boulder block tilted at more than 90 degrees. It's the only path that's still somewhat viable. Say it and do it. He put down his backpack and finally started to set up his gear. This body had only recently begun to exercise and was still far from the standards of his previous life, so he still needed to use a full set of climbing tools. The only thing that could help him at the moment was composure and experience. Just do it and be done with it. Brother Unicorn, protect me. Putting the words out of his mouth, Su Jing lifted his breath and went straight for the first climb of his new world. This rock face is not a good place to walk, and there seems to be a lot of places where you can step, but it's really all an illusion. A lot of points don't connect, the power doesn't come out correctly, and it's easy to slip. 30 minutes had passed and he was less than 1/3 of the way up. Phew, he looked up. The next resting spot was still some distance away and he would have to arrive in a hurry to get there. Kala, he buckled against the cliff face again, shaking his body slightly, and soon stepped onto a new jutting rock. Su Jing lowered his head, looking at the stones at the bottom of his feet before narrowing his eyes. This rock has been stepped on? Not only was it stepped on, but it was also a place that had been stepped on often, based on the sheen of the stone surface. This place, there's someone else besides them? The sound of wailing. The mountain wind struck again, blowing his form into a stumble, and Su Jing hurriedly collected his thoughts and continued upward. But this time, having found the first rocky road, the second, and the third and fourth, were easier to find. The experience of his predecessors had helped Su Jing a lot in the end, except for a couple of rocks that were so widely spaced that he wondered how the man got up and down. He relied on the path of those who had gone before him and soon reached the end. Bang! The man slumped to the floor, breathing heavily. Climb and minimize unnecessary breaks. Everyone understands the reasoning behind the one and done approach, but he didn't realize that this one path climbed so high in one breath. So tiring. He lifted his hand, feeling the faint cloud slip through his fingertips, and rolled over to look out. This mountain was indeed at a high elevation, and although he couldn't see several other mountain ranges from this angle, he could see the holy mountain clearly. Even the land of the thunderbolt at the top of the mountain, he could vaguely see the outline. But Su Jing raised his head upward. He only climbed less than half setting out at 6 a.m. It was now close to 10 a.m. Just half of the way up the mountain had already taken him more than 3 hours, and he was afraid that the back of the completed uphill road, which the tourists climbed, would only take more time. Of course, that was behind him, as Su Jing unclipped his equipment, then opened his backpack and pulled out his supplies to start eating. Gotta refuel to keep moving up. If you want to remodel and develop a mountain range, you should at least know what the terrain and the look of the place is really like first. Then it can be optimized and improved appropriately. Su Jing stopped chewing in his mouth and looked back. Above the platform, near the inside, an ape stood carefully at a distance, staring curiously at the food in his hand. Hey, there are monkeys in this place? Are they also monkeys of the great sage's tribe? He immediately turned on his beast language ability. Hello, I'm a human under the mountain. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? But he had clearly startled the other man with this sudden exchange. The ape squeaked a scream, his fur standing on end, and disappeared violently into the mountains behind him. TSK. I'm a little chicken, asterisk. Su Jing was a little amused, but did not care. The monkey is humane. It's hungry and will definitely come back. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the tan-colored figure tried to walk out from among the mountains again. You can talk? I want to make friends with you, so I'll talk a little. The little monkey cocked his head, skeptical. What did you eat? Su Jing directly extended his hand and handed out the buns. Split it in half. Obviously half wasn't enough. The monkey took it and finished it. His eyes brightened a few points, staring at the rest in Su Jing's hand. Obviously dumbfounded, but still holding back and sitting honestly in place. Su Jing chewed on his bread as he surveyed the opposite side of the room. It's not supposed to be the same breed as the great sage. It has white hairs at the ends of its slender limbs and playful flame-shaped white hairs on its monkey face near the edges of its ears. It's a girl. After seeing the other party's gender, Su Jing's eyes were a bit milder. It's just not the same as the kind of naughty boy like Deshang who burns chicken and meat sandwiches every day. And people eat a small bread peacefully and quietly without fighting. Here, have some more. Su Jing handed over another supply and quietly watched her finish it. Are you here by yourself? The ape blinked, understanding what he meant for a moment before taking a few steps back. I still have company. Does that mean there's a monkey colony on this mountain? Su Jing made a note of this focus, and when the time came to prepare for the transformation of the mountain range, he would have to pay more attention to not frighten them. After eating in 3 bites, he packed up his gear and trash, put his pack on his back, and looked over at the ape. I'm leaving. The ape didn't understand the bye-bye gesture. She just quietly watched the man's departing figure as he slowly disappeared into the jungle. Then, lifting his feet, he followed. Chapter 138. Above the Snow Falls. Su Jing, who was climbing the mountain in front of him, also slowly stopped and looked behind him with some surprise. "You're going to follow me?" The ape's eyes dodged, but did not deny it, and he followed him closely. "Ha ha, let's be together then." Not expecting to meet a new partner on the lonely rock climbing path, Su Jing smiled and continued upward. After traveling through a small section of pristine mountain forest, there are even steeper cliffs. There's no choice this time. It's the only way he can go if he wants to move up. The ape was not afraid of these rocks, and its small size coupled with its climbing ability made it a powerful aid for Su Jing to get up the mountain. After many simple exchanges, the other party quickly understood what kind of borrowed stone Su Jing needed. She jumped around on the cliff face, stepping here and there, then pointing it out to Su Jing. On top of that, the artificially stepped over rocks started to become more numerous, which made him even more curious. Are there really people living here? And frequent trips up and down the mountain? How come they never found out? The system came out in time to solve the puzzle. Areas that are less than 20% developed can't be biotracked. Once you've remodeled the place and brought it up to standard, you'll be able to tell if there's anyone here and where they live. Su Jing realized, but it's understandable that people live here. After all, this mountain range stretched out a long way, and it was not uncommon for there to be some kind of small village or cottage connected around it. Go on. One man and one monkey climbed quietly, and beyond the empty cliffs, there was only the faint sound of chiseling walls and monkey calls. This time, stopping and climbing, it took almost an hour and a half for the two of them to get over the big hill. Ooh, Su Jing froze, and Monkey observed curiously from the side. Sure enough, the high mountains produce a wondrous sight. If it's not beautiful enough, it must be because it's not tall enough. Wow! The morning clouds had thinned out and slowly dispersed. Above the mountainside, the sunlight broke through the fog and sprinkled down, illuminating the mountainside with a mixture of gold and green. This is actually a huge alpine meadow. The fine grasses up to calf-height thrive, with occasional yellow and white flowers in bloom, and the waves of turquoise rolling down the hillside are breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful. Steady. This meadow he didn't even have to remodel much. It was enough to make the tourists, tired and breathless as hell after climbing the dangerous peaks, lose their minds in beauty. Go! He greeted the apes, and the monkeys were so excited that they actually jumped right onto his shoulders and moved forward around Su Jing. Z, we've never been up here before. Z, it's a little cold here and the walls are long. Su Jing stroked the white hairs on her little head, flung away his hiking poles, and trickled forward on the turquoise waves. There are a few crooked neck trees here as well, but the mood is nothing like the foothills. A man and a monkey bypassed the tree and continued forward, only to retract violently back behind the tree after 2 steps. He peeked out from behind a tree. What's that? Bleating of the deer. A giant deer looked up from the meadow to the crooked tree in the distance. Yo-yo! It gave a cry, and several other deer raised their heads in turn and slowly gathered toward the crooked neck tree. There's no way to hide. Su Jing looked behind him and swallowed. Brother Unicorn, you'll protect me, right? A good man can't die from a few bumps. Go on. After getting a reply from the ruthless system, he could only grit his teeth and walk out. Dear timid, he intends not to use the beast language to communicate, in case the other party scared, rushed over to give himself a burst of berserk trampling will be finished. But unexpectedly, the deer looked at me, I looked at you, and lowered their heads again. It's human. Looks just like them. Don't bother. Go ahead and have your afternoon tea. Is it time for them to come down? Strange. Them? Su Jing took a few tentative steps, and when none of those giant deer had any intention of attacking, he took the ape with him and left at a quick pace across the meadow. It was now certain that there must be others in this mountain, and there seems to be more than one. The giants have seen it so many times they become accustomed to it. He looked up ahead, and beyond the dense forest, a rumbling sound came, but without needing to wonder what the voice was, he had seen the real thing. Boom! Waterfalls with great vapor and chill cascaded down from the high mountains ahead. Above the mountains, there are mountains. He finally saw this waterfall that was certified by the system. I didn't realize it was so big. And a man and a monkey raised their eyes in unison, the same disbelief in their eyes. In this 10,000 origin mountain, there was actually a real snow mountain. I don't know if the clouds at the top of the mountain blocked the cold air or if peak after peak was just too high. As the ice crystal white frost spread forward, it had turned into a patchy snowfield by the time it reached the waterfall, and the turquoise blue waterfall left behind, also spared into huge icicles and ice crystals on both sides. The real is so beautiful. Su Jing pulled out his book. The exhaled gas already slightly whitened. He hastened to record here. Just fixing the road up the hill would be enough even if nothing is remodeled in this one spot. Keep going up? Looking at the waterfall at the end of his sight, he had a feeling that if he went up there, he would meet the strangers. Of course, even if he couldn't see it, he'll have to head back when he gets up there. The way down was far more treacherous than the way up, and he had to try to get down there before dark or the danger would be greater. Go! Facing the gushing vapor, Su Jing put on his mask and began to look for a way up the waterfall. But obviously, the men had made the way for him. Between the ice rocks, Su Jing climbed upwards, finally spending another hour to reach the top of the waterfall. At this point in time it was 2 p.m. The sunlight was slightly slanting and warm, but it couldn't penetrate the chill of the place. He pulled out his cold-proof punching jacket from his system backpack and put it on, and immediately felt warmer. The ape stared at his large glasses and surveyed his surroundings curiously, clearly feeling some fear. However, it was still unwilling to leave, so Su Jing could only take her with him and move cautiously along the river. Wild pines littered the banks, and occasionally a few dead tree trunks could be seen lying across the ground, with the outlines of vague shoes visible on them. And through the cold mist, the currents converged, forming a pool of thin ice on a recessed bank. The pool was bordered by isolated wild trees with thinly fallen snow still hanging on them. The cold air mixed with the vapor formed a river mist that reverberated off the surface of the river, revealing a vague figure on the bank, dressed in plain hemp cotton clothes with a head hat. A bamboo pole of simple make is stationed in front of him, with a thin line hanging from the tip and dangling into the cold water. A peaceful place. Su Jing was amazed at the beauty of the solitary fishing in the cold river snow in front of him, but he also remembered the purpose of the trip. He slowly approached the river back and spoke tentatively. How are you? What does that? You do. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Su Jing wanted to violently punch himself in the head. You're freezing your ass off, aren't you? How can you say something so embarrassing? But fortunately, the angler didn't embarrass him. He turned slowly and stood up. The cocked hat prevented him from seeing his face, but he could make out his hands folded in front of his chest. The young monk, Ning Zhen, is here in enlightenment. He looked up, revealing bright, somewhat regal eyes. You're here. Chapter 139, The Broken Buddhist Temple. After he finished speaking, he stood up and gestured for Su Jing to follow. That, little master, you don't want your fishing rod? Monks are compassionate. The man turned back, the ring scar on his bald head vaguely visible as he moved. I'm not here to fish. What's that for? Su Jing craned his neck to look into the pool, and although the lake's surface was covered with thin ice, the fat swimming fish underwater remained cheerful. It's true that it's not like coming to fish. You don't even have to fish for this fish. You just catch it. The ape didn't skulk around anymore, as she climbed tightly onto Su Jing's shoulders and followed the two of them deeper into the wild pine forest. Since climbing up the waterfall, the temperature here has dropped dramatically, and the snow-covered mountains are seldom visited, so Su Jing stepped on the thick snow to make it creak. Ning Zhen turned back, glanced at Su Jing, and sighed lightly. You can step on my footprints. Schizo. It's okay, I kind of like the sound of it. It looks like he doesn't like it. Su Jing shrugged, finally returning to the flattened path. 10 minutes later, through the last piece of woodland, a building was finally revealed in front of Su Jing. Nice guy. He stood there, with the ape on top of him slipping off at some point, shrinking his little paws in an anxious manner and standing upright next to him. Temple of 10,000 Buddhas. Among them, the horizontal and vertical hooks underneath the word, Wan, are somewhat blurred, and the bai in the belly of, temple, is almost worn out. Where's the 10,000 Buddhas? Ning Zhen nodded gently at Su Jing. I'm going to ask the abbot to come out. Ha! No need. Su Jing looked at his watch and tried to say that he actually had to go, and if he didn't, he wouldn't make it. But Ning Zhen didn't give him a chance. He was light on his feet despite his heavy cotton coat, and in 3 or 2 strokes he was inside the broken temple. Not long after, several monks in tattered cotton clothes, flanked by an old monk in even tattered cotton clothes came out, with white eyebrows and long whiskers, and long, mimiki, smiling eyes. You're finally here. 1 by 2. As if they were waiting for him? Su Jing was confused. You know me? The old monk shook his head. Never. So you guys are waiting for me? It should be you. How was it determined? The old monk smiled slightly and twisted his head to rush to Ning Zhen, who also nodded before he spoke. My Buddha had sent down a decree recently that it would wait for a fated person. There are apes. Su Jing subconsciously locked eyes with the ape standing beside him. I don't think it's this ape. Is it? The old monk seemed amused as he cleared his throat. The Buddha said that he would come alone over mountains, climb peaks, and tread on snow. The living creatures will fear him and follow him. He is of an idle and easygoing nature and will help the incense of our Buddha to burn long. Nice guy. This is not Buddha. This is a prophet, isn't it? Su Jing lost his smile. But it sounds like it's him that's being talked about. And even the purpose is right. He didn't come here just to remodel the mountains. Even when he hadn't seen this 10,000 Buddha temple, he had already had this intention, not to mention seeing it at the moment. So, what if I, a man of destiny, came here for the purpose of tearing down the Buddhist temple and rebuilding it? My Buddha had it all planned out. And what if we change the name slightly as well? That is fate. So what if I have to let you guys go out and stay for a while, and then come back after the Buddhist temple is repaired? Little monk, that's a bit much, isn't it? The old monk's squinting eyes finally opened a bit, looking at Su Jing fixedly before he spoke after a long time. That can't be helped. Hey, seemingly, you're so sweet, saved him the boss's ass. 3. But when all was said and done, he was still curious about the group of monks. Why do you live here? Since when? Has this temple always been here? Why was it built here? And what was their source of livelihood? The group entered the broken temple. The temple was dilapidated, but not particularly leaky, just a little chilly. But once the coals were up, it was noticeably hotter. The old monk and Ming Zan sat with Su Jing, and the apes stayed off to the side to roast the fire, not running around or screaming. So that means you usually just walk down the mountain and ask for some food from the villagers below? The old monk added. We grow crops too, just not here. Su Jing staggered. They've been here longer than the original owner's parents have been buying land. Only they hadn't developed this place either. So the group of monks didn't know that this barren mountain already had an owner. He thought about it and didn't state it, but looked around curiously. So if you hadn't met me, would you have planned to stay here too? Although the incense here is meager. Since we are here, we must always make offerings to preach the Dharma and help the worlds. The old monk's sense of faith is strong. It's just a pity that there aren't many people to proclaim it in this barren mountain. It's fine to proclaim it, but aren't you called the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas? How do I see? Not a few Buddha statues? The old monk's squinty eyes curved up again. Buddha. In the heart. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Su Jing with an expression of uncertainty. The rest is up to you. Good. Su Jing understood. He builds the Buddhist temple, and naturally he finds the Buddha statue. Since Buddha left this to me, I can do it, ha. You guys don't have a problem with it when the time comes. Everything is as it should be. Su Jing nodded and looked at the time. Really gotta go. Under the mountain is the scenic spot I opened. There is a celebration in a few days. When, if it is convenient for you, you can come to see. He thought of those steep cliffs and tried to take his words back, but it was too late. But the old monk did not refuse. He smiled and nodded. Then thank you for your kind words. Shi-ho. It's getting late. Ming Zan, take the little monk down. Su Jing hastened to shirk. Down the mountain road so dangerous. How can he let these people accompany their own suffering? But Ming Zan was instructed to immediately lift his feet and walk out. Little master of the monastery, follow. Returning to the snowy waterfall, Su Jing stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down the mountain. The sun had already set, and in less than an hour, the sky would quickly darken. Pale clouds tumbled out, and he looked at the blurred foot-hopping river at the bottom of the cliff, hesitating. Brother Unity, what do you think if I drink that flesh invincibility potion and jump? The system voice was cool. Now is the time when there are a lot of tourists. You jump down. Smash dead people how to do? Even if you don't kill anyone. In case someone finds out. TSK, it might not be far from the operating table. Little monk, hurry up and keep up. It's getting late. I'll hurry to send you down. Ming Zhen's body was live, and he leapt down at the edge of the snowfall, his voice echoing through the pine forest. There's a late study when I get back later and I'm afraid I won't make it. Nice guy. Su Jing hurriedly followed. 2 hours later, in the plum garden at the foot of the left 3 mountain range, Su Jing leaned against a crooked-necked tree and craned his neck to wave at the departing Ming Zhen. So scary. Who says lightweights are acting? That bald kid jumped faster than a monkey on a cliff face that was almost 80 degrees inclined. While jumping, he was still in the mood to turn around and instruct him on which rock to step on. He's going crazy. Are all monks this good now? Better than even he, a former professional explorer? But, he narrowed his eyes. Akane mentioned it when she came down the mountain. There is a higher mountain to the south over the mountain of the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas. I've heard that there are even villagers living over there. But we haven't been there because it's too cold and distant. If you are interested, Little Master can go and take a look at. Su Jing flashed the scenic map in his mind. If he was going over the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas and continuing on, the peaks over there should be closer to the Immortal Lake campground. When he had time later, and was a little stronger and better equipped, he could try to get up the mountain from there and see what went on. Ming Zan lightly returned the way he came, and Su Jing rested from his spot for another half hour or so before slowing down. He stood up rubbing his sore thighs and looked to the side. Why aren't you leaving yet? The ape, from the beginning until now, has been following him around. Still hungry? Su Jing pulled out a few loaves of bread and 2 bananas and handed them to it. He took it and looked at it, then wolfed down the banana and returned the bun. I'd like to go out with you, okay? Su Jing took a quiet look at it. It said it had company before, so why didn't it go back? Did something happen? Thinking too much was not Su Jing's style. He crouched down and held out his arm, signaling it to come up. I have a friend who, like you, is on another mountain not far away. Would you like to go for a sneak around with me? Chapter 140, Meeting the Carp God. Taking the ape with him, Su Jing sneakily picked an unoccupied boat and sat on it. To say that's the only good thing about being an usher NPC in the park every day. Mixed it up everywhere. There's simply no such thing as an idiot employee who doesn't see eye to eye and rushes the boss. Going downstream, Su Jing had the boatman stop himself at another trail on the holy mountain, then quickly climbed up with the ape. He definitely couldn't take the monkey out of the park, and since she wanted to get out of there, the best place to do that was to bring it over to the great sage. After all, she was a little girl, and with her own instructions, the great sage shouldn't bully her, right? It was in the same general direction as he thought, with only minor deviations. The great sage was very curious about the new beauty. Perhaps it was because he had just come down from the snowy mountain. The biting air carried some fragrance of pine needles. Anyway, how he looked at the new beauty was very happy. Where did you get the big beautiful girl? Don't worry about that. Keep an eye on your clan. Don't bully her. They have a backer. The great sage twisted his head to look at the ape and asked again. What's her name? Su Jing stroked his chin, calling it not a bad taste, but it just felt appropriate. Just call her Kasumi. Row. De Sheng twisted his head and shouted over there. Kasumi, what do you want to eat? Thump. It was honored with a brain boom. And Su Jing rolled his eyes. It's Kasumi. What's with the little chin and the big chin? It's a mess. The ape looked around, pointed to himself, and quickly accepted his name among the peaches handed out by the great sage. Kasumi. It's pretty good. Same color as that monkey but red in the sky when the sun goes down. Su Jing left in peace. He estimated that with the lure of food, Xiaoxia should be well behaved and integrate into the new group. Of course, if it doesn't fit in, he'll send it back. Finishing his delivery mission, he finally returned home. After climbing all day, his body was sore and aching, making him not want to do anything right now, and he fell asleep with a hungry stomach. All of the attractions and employees within Wanyuan Mountain are well organized and ready for the festivities to come, and the outside rush for tickets has officially begun. Tickets for all 3 days of the festival are priced at $100 for a single day. As soon as 12 a.m. rolled around, links to ticket sales on all the major sites opened instantly. Yellow Software bears the brunt of this. Boss, the link crashed. Add the remaining 10 together. Boss, the regional section is blowing up and the servers are lagging. Boss, I need a few more hands on my side. Wheat Software pride of place. Quick, bring out the watchers. Add another module. Screen the scalpers. Don't get robbed. No more tickets? So soon? Yunong had the foresight to know that the official website of Wanyuan Mountain would definitely not be able to withstand the mad rush of all these tourists, so she had given away all the tickets long ago. Meanwhile, the Shanmeng Tour Group, which works closely with Wanyuan Mountain, managed to get 300 group tickets. Zhao Meng had basically never faced the ground with his nostrils for a whole week, and he majestically looked as if he was about to take off every day. The first wave of people who grabbed it have already started booking flights and high-speed hotels. Jitterbug's hot list is back to kill the Wanyuan Mountain tag. Pre-sale of tickets for the MT Wanyuan celebration. Below the post, in just 3 hours, there were already more than 2,000 comments. Knock knock happy, holy. I want to buy the day of the 15th. I'll give you 300. Super heavy duty tank. Send me a ticket for the 16th. Big guy. I'll do anything. I hate work. Who is it that grabbed the 3-day combo ticket? It's me. Food Nest. Light Road Man, upstairs. Big brother. I'll give you 1,000. Sell me. What are you buying? Is it a concert somewhere? Folk version of the Fall Mountain Village Institute. Comrades, I have a guess. Officially, they only said the show would last 3 days. They didn't say what would be performed for all 3 days. Did they? Thinking about your diode. What do you mean? It's possible to perform differently for 3 days? The god of. If it's really different, then I'd like to see it all 3 days. Anyway, from what they say, Wanyuan Mountain is huge. So even if you play normally it'll take about 2 days. The newcomer who came along below was confused. How big is the mountain? It takes 2-3 days to play? Wishkeeper's team saw fit to immediately pull these newcomers into the Wanyuan Mountain promotional video to see what's going on. Others proceeded to grab it. For Season's Milk Green, agree with the upstairs view. I also want to buy an extra day. At least buy 2 days of tickets. In case of duplicates. Just for fun. In case it's really different. Then my sister will make a lot of money. Carp God sits down with the first big fat carp. The locals are not afraid. I will leave in the wee hours of the morning to greet the gods of the lake. Nesting frenzy. Hey, we've got the fishing area permanently over here. and the show's right across the street from us. Dragon's Grand. Big pseudo-man. Just asking for a vote. The comments and pop-ups suddenly went quiet for a moment, and then it was just a bunch of amateurs and newbies blathering on and on with their questions. As for the others, Yellow Software, angling tickets suddenly sold out? Official public, the fishing area is sold out on 15/16/17, has organized the equipment. Intends in family and friends to have a dragon boat festival trip fishing guys. Wow. Lou a bad boy. Tickets sold out, you let Aber go where DLA. Su Jing did not know what the situation of the ticket. He woke up the next morning, refreshed, got in early in the morning and headed straight for the sacred mountain. Carp God. Su Jing plucked away the hanging vines and began calling out to the gods from a distance. Since it was not yet time for tourists to enter the park, there was nothing for everyone to do. In the clear carp pool, a small golden red, silver-flecked carp swam at speed, then leapt up with a flutter, took human form in the waves, and landed on the grass. Even after watching it many times, Su Jing was still shocked by the scene. This scene should never be shown to tourists. Otherwise there's really no way to explain it. Call me what? The young girl stretched and sat cross-legged in the grass, making tea to drink from the flower-dewed lotus heart. Su Jing blinked as he looked at the rolling, steaming tea. Do carp, drink hot water, become rolling fish. Thinking about what? Ahem. He shook his head hurriedly and sat down with an embarrassed smile. If she finds out, she's going to get smacked with a big fish tail. I came today to talk to you about something. Oh, the young girl leaned back against the cushions to one side, raising an eyebrow and smiling. It's the celebration on the lake in a week? She knows? Su Jing froze. What? So many people come to my place. I know about the celebration you're having every day even if I don't want to hear about it. Her voice seemed relaxed as she sipped her tea with downcast eyes. It's okay. I know I can't go. It's just as well I take it easy on those days. Chapter 141 Initial Test of Zimu Mirror. How could Su Jing not hear the loss in her tone? Although they are tool people, the system also gives them basic intelligence. Staying in one place for so long and not being able to go anywhere. If it were a real person, they would probably have gone crazy. Peach Blossom Nunnery Master is at least a later person. And Peach Blossom Place is big. Peach Blossom Nunnery also has everything. People stay in the old home. At least comfortable. Only the carp god at the very beginning, bound to such a small area that the bed was a broken cave. And bringing her a cassette oven to make tea would keep her happy for a long time. The more Su Jing thought about it, the more heartbreaking it became. And he couldn't wait to give himself a mouthful on the spot. It's so not human. What were you thinking again? Carp god sucked a mouthful of tea. Next to the Manhwa village staff sent up fruit offerings and pastries, smiled and waved his hand. That's soft? She actually knew her own identity, so she did not dare to ask for anything. Every day when she was in a good mood, teasing the small fish in the pool, and the tourists who came here, it was also quite interesting. Only occasionally, when the moon and stars are thin, when she sees birds of prey skimming over the carp pond, does she not stop thinking about, what will it be like out there? Aha! Something like this. Su Jing was also very busy, and she didn't want to trouble people, including today. She didn't want Su Jing to be upset. The young girl came over to me, but every time he comes, he brings a surprise or some interesting story thing. Tell me, what are you doing here today? Su Jing hemmed and hawed. It's a good thing he came prepared or he would have gotten himself all sad. Look at this. With a swish, he pulled out two things from behind his waist. Shine on the child mirror, and cell phones. The young girl's eyes widened as she pinched up a smaller piece of the mirror and fiddled with it in front of her. It's not very well photographed. Is it? Where did you get that from? Look, why are you still cursing while playing? Su Jing retrieved the mirrors and held one in each hand. This mirror, it's not simple. The smaller one on the left hand, the mother mirror, is for you. The bigger one on the right hand side is a sub-mirror, for finding a place to put it. The young girl changed her position and put her legs into the water of the pool, and the big fat carp immediately smelled the wind and swam over. For what? Su Jing pondered for a moment. Simply put, the mother mirror is placed in front of you and can shine you through. Then I place the sub-mirror in a position where you can project over the area illuminated by the sub-mirror. Projecting over. The carp god pondered the meaning of these words, and then violently shook. One pair of legs actually instantly transformed into a huge fishtail, heavily slapping on the water surface, smashing the big fat carp. Really? It was rare for Su Jing to see her so happy. She was happy so that he was sincerely happy as well. Seriously, he spoke immediately after. This mirror, however, can only be used for 3 hours a day, because there are other existences like you in the scenic area, so we'll discuss it together later. How about scheduling the time, can we? Su Jing was a little embarrassed, but the carp god's reaction was much happier than he had intended. Can you use it for 3 hours? That's great. With a swing of her tail, Su Jing's eyes blinked, and the mother mirror and cell phone were in her hands. No problem. We'll arrange the time when it's time. Let's experiment now? Looking at the carp god's lively appearance, Su Jing looked at his watch and revealed a smile as well. Okay, I'll leave my cell phone here with you. The sub-mirror needs to be on at the same time, and I'll call you when I get to the place. Without delay. After finishing his words, Su Jing immediately left the sacred mountain with Zi Jing. Since we're going out, why don't we take Carp God somewhere interesting? Half an hour later, footsteps crushed the branches of the trees as Su Jing traveled through the peach forest and arrived outside the Peach Blossom Nunnery's mansion. Perhaps sensing him coming, Su Jing hadn't stood for a while before he heard footsteps from afar. The green-shirted man with a sword in his hand smiled. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and Brother Su has lost some weight. Su Jing stood there with a small mirror, looking at the opposite side of the clear wind and bones of the ancient costume handsome. Inexplicably have a kind of. He looks like from where the hanging street skater feeling. Okay. He held up the mirror in his hand and began to explain the situation to the nun. The man across from him took a step back, frowning lightly. Can there be anything so marvelous in the world? The world is a big place. Su Jing hemmed and hawed. If you don't believe me, I can just come and show you. This time there was no room for the other side to believe it or not. He pulled out his cell phone and crackled it, then threw the sub-mirror in his hand directly into the peach forest. Wait, hey! Clamor! The fluttering peach blossom stopped the peach blossom nun's exclamation of surprise, and the sub-mirror vanished into mid-air, while the petals merged into a thin stream flying into mid-air, spinning and twisting. Surprisingly, it slowly converged into a flowery mirror. The petals that made up the mirror sank and floated, just standing upright in front of the two. The Anon rubbed his eyes as the Anon fixed his eyes and looked again. The nunnery is straight up weird. Su Jing was also seeing the activation of the Zimu mirror for the first time, and was holding his breath at this moment, staring with wide eyes that didn't dare to relax for a second. And just the next moment, a slender, rounded finger reached out of the petal mirror. Then came the arms, the delicate gold and red costume, the rounded shoulders, a dainty, soulful smiling face. It ends with a huge gold and red fishtail thrown out, but the moment the fishtail hit the ground, it quickly shrunk and transformed into human legs. Peach Blossom Nunnery Master just watched, his eyes glazed over, and after thinking for half a day, he finally stifled a sentence that he often heard from the tourists. Asterisk. Ignore the stunned long-haired man on the side, as well as Su Jing, whose face was full of surprise. The carp god jumped off the flower mirror and then immediately looked back. Is this the peach blossom forest? Is that why it's a mirror formed with peach blossoms? She tried to move behind the mirror, but found an invisible ripple blocking her. Well, it looks like she can only move within the confines of the mirror. She looked behind her and the huge Peach Blossom Nunnery stood there. I'll go inside. Peach Blossom Nunnery hurriedly picked up her sword and followed closely. Brother Su, I'll go along and take a look. This lady, wait for me. A man and a woman disappeared inside the Peach Blossom Nunnery, while Su Jing twisted his head to look at the flower mirror. This thing is so awesome, can you go within the scope of the photo? He thought so, but didn't wait more than a few minutes to see the carp god run out with his head hanging down. No, after the wall of illumination, the mirror can't shine. I can't go. But she followed it up with a smile. You turn the mirror upside down and punch it that way. What's the counter? Su Jing looked at the large flower mirror. A pair of hands clenched and clenched. Finally gathered the courage to go forward. Directly pushed the frame. The petals were flying, and the touch under his hands was as light as nothing, making him feel as if the mirror would shatter in the next second. But luckily nothing happened. The carp god followed the mirror into the peach forest and then with a yo-ho-ho, ran in barefoot. Brother Su? That young lady really has a bold nature. The nun looked at the other man's bare feet and looked away in some embarrassment, but then turned back after a moment's thought. But this mirror actually really has such a strange effect. Wonderful. He looked behind him at the Peach Blossom Nunnery, and then at the carp god who had already rushed out to scatter, and opened his mouth tentatively. The lady, where did she come from? If she can come, then can I get out too? Chapter 142, The Other Side of the Mountain. Of course he can. Su Jing had brought the carp god and Zimmer mirror over here today just to tell them that they could both go out and have some fun. Calling the carp god back, he and one man and one fish discussed a bit more about the next week's celebration before leaving with Ziggy Mirror. With the two toolmen settled, preparations for the celebration were in order. There's Jiang Tsong controlling the big picture, and all the veterans arranging the fine details. For the first time, Su Jing felt relaxed. That being the case, he decided to climb the mountain once more in the next few days. Be sure to have the left 3 mountain ranges roughly surveyed before the festivities arrive. When he said he would do it, this time, he who was ready to spend the night, emptied his system backpack and filled it with all kinds of hiking supplies except for the flesh invincibility potion. Then carrying a big bag, he set off to the foot of the Immortal Lake campground when the day had not yet dawned. This time, he was going to start from this side. The silhouettes disappeared into the ridge, and at the foot of the hill, within the fishing area, a few frantic rod-flinging anglers looked up and back. Uncle Jangwo? I seem to have blurred my eyes. Why do I feel that I just watched a figure go up the hill from the campsite? Uncle Jangwo was on his second visit, and this time he was more fully equipped and striving to catch a big fish. That should be right. I have good dynamic vision too, and I just saw someone coming up the hill. Really? The young lad craned his head in curiosity. Isn't the mountain range over there not open? Who can just go up there? The employees of the scenic spot? I don't know. But speaking of which, for the festivities in a while, you guys are planning to stay so. Oh, my friend was asking me if this angling ticket was transferable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hooked. Go for it. At the bottom of the hill, visitors to the campground slept peacefully, except for the fishing area, which was still lit with night lights. Su Jing also officially started his climbing journey. Unlike the mountain road over there, this side of the beginning is a complete ridge wild road. This kind of road does not have any tricky way, can only rely on their own to find the borrowing point to climb upwards. But as hard as this side is, well, at least there's no cliff path on the other side. This side is just climbable, but that side is straight up treacherous. The road is blocked. TSK. Su Jing gouged at the mountain rocks, gouging his hands full of dirt, and still had the heart to spit over there. It was almost noon the last time I climbed to the top, so I saw daylight straight away. But this time when he ascended the mountainside, the sun will still be out yet, so the mountains are filled with a light mist. The shadow of the trees will be illuminated as if nothing. Having seen more tourists trapped by the misty domain, Su Jing was now a bit terrified when he saw the gray mist. Brother Tuzi, is this fog okay? Climb your mountain properly. Stopped from rambling by the system, Su Jing surveyed his surroundings and decided to take a break by going up to the upper right platform first. This mountain is not so easy to climb, not to mention that if there is a thick fog, he cannot see the direction of the mountain. In case of going wrong is to climb in vain. It would be better to wait for the fog to dissipate a little. He snapped at the raised stone and planted his feet, ready to leap onto the platform, only to instantly shrink back just as he bared his head. Why is there someone up there? Could this be what Ming Zhen was talking about? There's a bunch more on the other side of the mountain. Pretty good arm strength for a little friend. I'm going to go now. Why don't you hang on a little longer? Su Jing hurriedly stomped up, then quickly closed in on the stone wall and surveyed the man in front of him. Drawstring cloth shoes, a short navy blue slouch coat, a white starched face, and a peaked beanie. Nice guy. This is a Taoist priest? He looked at the barren mountain. No wonder this mountain's parents didn't remodel. Not only is it big, but the people living in it are also mixed. He realized in his heart that this should be what Ming Zhen was talking about. Completely unafraid of having a stranger standing behind him, the Taoist priest took 2 steps forward and stood on the edge of the cliff looking down. You climbed up from here? That's awesome. I've been meditating here for so long, and you kids are the first to come up. Su Jing was even more confused. Does he know what's down there? Wait a minute. Then his array of dry and diverted, and rerouted and filled in the lake. He is not all sea. What? Eyes rolled back, definitely not thinking good thoughts. The Taoist's footsteps were light, and he stood in front of Su Jing, pinching his fingertips and giving a sharp nod. Then it dawned on me. I see. You own the piece. Calculated? Su Jing instantly felt his mouth go dry. Usually he was the one who lent his system to show off his supernormal capabilities, but as a result, he couldn't help but feel a hint of panic as he frequently faced metaphysics head-on in the past 2 days. I'm still a little bit good at trails. Let's go. You should be here for something. The Taoist priest took the lead and lifted up the thick hanging vines on the cliff wall, actually revealing a blackened cave entrance. Sparing Su Jing so many years of experience, he wouldn't have been able to spot the hole there if he hadn't taken the initiative to lift it. But the man had already dug in, so he quickly followed. What's going on here? He just wanted to come and examine the big mountain. How come the Buddhist path ran out? What about this mountain? Is it some kind of dragon's vein? Drilling into the cave, the strange stones are coiled, and the breeze in the cave is so strong that it is obvious that there is another mouth. Taoist, it's a bit dark here. Su Jing's voice echoed as the Taoist burrowed into the dimness ahead, followed by a sound of stone and iron clashing. And then, snap, the lights went on big time. In the middle of the cavernous path ahead, the Taoist priest is pedaling a 2/8 spar, patting the back of the dusty wooden planks, his bicycle light illuminating the path ahead. Come on, get in. The Taoist priest's car skills were quite bad, and with a person actually playing drift in the cave, he almost threw Su Jing down several times. Out of the cave is a thin curved bending slope. The dirt slope road was not very flat, and there were various rugged rocks standing on the side of the road, almost hitting Su Jing's feet several times. It was obvious that the uphill was tiring, and the more the dowser pedaled, the slower he got. Strange. Why are you pedaling so hard today? Is it because of the extra people? Su Jing clutched the corner of the other party's coat and swallowed the bitterness in his heart. It's not, big brother. It's pinching my foot. You can't pedal. So come on down and take a look. And your ing standing up and stomping? His toes hurt. Su Jing clutched his clothes without saying anything, but the next moment the car suddenly stopped. The Taoist turned around and grinned. Little friend, go down for a moment. You're here? Su Jing took a look at the surrounding deserted road and got off with a puzzled look on his face. Then he saw the Taoist priest step on his stirrups and walk away with a long, loud laugh. Bitter Taoist friends are not bitter. I'll go first. 5 kilometers up the mountain on the way. I'll wait for you at Chongqing. Hurry up. Can make it in time for breakfast. Chapter 143, Meeting the Little Taoist Temple for the first time. Phew. Phew. Su Jing's trekking poles were tossed aside, as was the bag full of supply tools. He sat on a boulder by the side of the road and looked at the ramshackle Taoist temple not far away, where the Taoist priest from a moment ago was sitting on the steps nibbling on an apple and waving at himself with a smile on his face. Good. Su Jing gasped and laughed. A man doesn't feel tired climbing a mountain in the morning mist, but being thrown off halfway up carrying an overweight pack up the mountain instead tires him out. Is this the first lesson in mindfulness? It looks like you still haven't realized it. He had rested enough, and only then did he pick up his backpack and walk up. Unlike the last time he was treated in the Buddhist monastery, no one came out to greet him, only the Taoist priest led him inside. Tired? The dowser smiled, smelling of shower gel. Su Jing was full of fake smiles. Not tired. Ha 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 ha. The man burst out laughing and walked inside with his hands behind his back. My name is Zhang Yingshun. Taoist name Zhenjunzi. He waved his hand. This is Chongqing, bearing the Zhengyi school of Taoism. My master's brothers and sisters have all gone out to travel in the clouds, and now I'm the only one in this temple. You relax and come with me. Su Jing scratched his head. Good road number. At a glance, he was a person with a firm moral heart. No wonder he had just thrown himself down so freely. He followed Zhenjunzi inside. This Taoist temple was far better than the Buddhist monastery on the other side of the mountain, probably because it is not in the snowy mountains. So the surrounding greenery. There is a small pond in front of the courtyard. The courtyard slate painted on the Tai Chi pattern, although some of the paint fell off, but can also be seen. The two walked into the side room and sat on the futon, and Zhenjunzi spoke directly. Did you remodel the lake at the bottom of the hill? Su Jing couldn't figure out what he meant, but this Taoist pinch was just too confusing, so he could only nod his head. Sort of. Well, mighty. Zhenjunzi nodded heavily, then came closer again, his eyes wide with curiosity. How? Do you believe me when I tell you? Believe it or not, you have to tell me. Zhenjunzi's expression was serious. If you don't tell me, I'm curious. You're called disturbing my Taoist mind. According to worldly rules, we have to drink a few cups and have a good chat. Do we still have to drink? If you're happy, do you still have to do a couple of fist fights? He didn't want to dwell on it. I don't know actually. It's just that one day it suddenly felt like something had changed in that lake over there, and then when I went to look at it again, that was it. You call that an explanation? Su Jing had already made option 2, and he didn't expect the Taoist to narrow his eyes and thought and nod his head. That's possible. He wasn't going to keep talking about it, either, and drove long into the topic. What have you come up here for this time? Su Jing didn't hide anything this time, and directly told him the purpose and what he was curious about. My parents bought this scenic area, in which this mountain is included. My next step is to remodel this mountain. 15 minutes later, the conversation between the two finally ended. Su Jing also finally determined that the eastern side of this mountain range under the mountain, inside and outside the scope of the scenic area, there are a lot of small villages. These villages stretched open, with a small country road, connected to the distant town of Hongba. That side does not belong to the scope of the Qingshan County. Normally for picking, it is Zhenjunzi who rides down the mountain on his 2/8 bar. As for what was taken in exchange for the money and food, that he, Su Jing, did not know. But, seeing as how they had run out and traveled in the clouds as a clan of masters and brothers, I guessed that their usual days were not particularly good either. Zhenjunzi frowned for a moment and thought, so you want us to move? I can tell you. No, I'm going to rebuild a Taoist temple for you. Su Jing's interruption caused Zhenjunzi's expression to spring to life. Chongqing had been here for nearly 100 years, and they weren't planning on moving. He had planned to have a good theory with Su Jing, and if he got through, then naturally everyone would be happy. But if we speak differently, then he, Zenjunzi also knows a little bit about boxing. Luckily, though, he didn't give himself a chance to reason. This young man came with a good heart. Good. Then it's a deal. He directly got up and wanted to leave, which confused Su Jing. Why? What are you doing? Zenjunzi twisted his head, his stance erect, standing as if relaxed, his brows showing joy. Pack your bags and go. How long will it take you to repair the Taoist temple? I'll go on a cloud trip and come back just in time to live in a new house. Nice guy. New house is out. Su Jing pursed his lips. Can he say that if it's really set in stone? He expects it to be almost done in a month or so. How long will it take the Taoist master to travel in the clouds? The opposite Taoist waved his hand, not caring in the slightest. Less than 2 or 3 months. More like a year or two. He finished, as if he suddenly remembered something. No. What's wrong with it? My master and the others should be coming back this month. And when they can't find the Taoist temple, they will definitely be angry. I can't go too far. That's not a thing. The construction thing? It didn't start so soon. If the Taoist master doesn't mind, I'll make a room for you in the scenic area in a few days, so you can go and live there for a while? Okay, then you'll be ready to call me when it starts, and I'll be down by then. Su Jing nodded with a smile as well. Then I'll go back up the mountain to look for the Taoist master when the time comes. Come up here for what? Zenjunzi squinted at him, shaking the black cube in his hand. Call my phone. He also has a cell phone. Su Jing lost his smile, amused by his own narrow-mindedness. Why are you laughing? This cell phone is the poor Taoist I got in exchange for punishing evil when I went down the mountain. Nah, I definitely didn't mean that. He hurriedly exchanged cell phone numbers and then picked up his bag and headed out the door. Taoist Zenjunzi, let's contact in a few days. He picked up his bag and prepared to go down the mountain the same way. But Zenjunzi pinched a trick behind him and then stopped him. Anything else? The Taoist priest smiled, then pointed his finger diagonally toward the distant peaks. Your path doesn't seem to be finished. Su Jing was puzzled. Ming Zhen's words about the side of the mountain, the inhabited village, he had already seen it. No, the purpose of your trip has not been accomplished. The place you are trying to find is still in the mountains. Both of them twisted their heads in unison and looked towards the higher peaks, which were so cloudy that at first glance it was impossible to tell that there was another peak. Only when you look closely can you see the snow-covered peaks behind the clouds. And, Su Jing looked at the time and then touched his stomach. Taoist, didn't you say you had breakfast? I'll eat it before I go. Su Jing finished his light breakfast, then continued over that peak. This trip was 2 long days. When Jiang Song saw his good friend again 3 days later, he almost didn't recognize the scruffy-faced, bearded friend. And his friend didn't have time to listen to his latest progress report, diving headlong into his house. I'm closed. See you day after tomorrow. Jiang Song was in a hurry. There are 5 more days until the festival. You must come out on time. We still have to rehearse. Chapter 144, Gold Medal Construction Team. The penultimate day of celebrations on the lake at 10A. Wan Yuan. Su Jing finished all the sketches and made a detailed list of the remodeling of each part. Then opened the system page. So far, he has succeeded in reaching his goal. Personal attributes. Scenic reputation value, 126-2704, value modified. Scenic spot praise number, 100021. Backpacks. Number of draws, 2. Waiting is rewarding. He finally got enough for 2 more draws. It's too hard. Su Jing clenched his fists and worshipped himself sincerely. It's got to be shipped. Smoke them all. The 7-colored light flickered madly, and finally slowly came to a stop as the carousel disappeared. 2 things floating in an ink-smudged interface. One was a ball of light wrapped in a bubble and the other was a ticket voucher. Su Jing first curiously clicked on the ticket. He had never seen a paper product rewarded. Second prize, 1 more draw. What's going on? Silence. It's Cambridge tonight. No, there's this thing about prizes? If the second prize is another drawing, is the third prize a thank you for your patronage? Are the first and grand prizes drawn more times? That's okay. He didn't waste any time and directly used the ticket. And with a flash of dazzling light, another thing surfaced on the interface. Come on, look what it is. Su Jing put all of the 2 light clusters into his backpack, and the information was immediately displayed. Light of fantasy, intermediate item of fantasy light made up of countless points of light, which can change shape and color according to the setting or demand. Can only be used 1 time per day with a maximum time limit of 30 minutes. Cannot be traded. Cannot leave the scenic area. And cannot be destroyed. Su Jing narrowed his eyes and thought carefully. This thing looks simple. Not much use. Seems to be the same as the original purchase of the props Firefly Glory. Not much difference. But upon closer contemplation, one can see how unusual this thing is coming. And the most important of these notes is that it does not limit the scope of use, suppressing the idea in his mind. Su Jing continued to tap on another light cluster. Ace Construction Team, the construction brigade produced by the system can construct independently, or assist in the system renovation, and can only construct one attraction at a time. If stacked with the system renovation behavior, the renovation and construction speed will be increased by 30%. Note, when the construction object is a building, there is a 50% chance that a special attribute will appear. What's this? A token that looked like a talisman appeared in his hand, and the electronic voice of the system sounded in surprise. Yoo-hoo, isn't this the good stuff from the master builder system next door? It's been added to the prize pool? What's this? Harm. You don't have to care what it is. It's a construction crew to help you speed up your remodeling. Good stuff. The system voice snickered vaguely. You can read this as a 24/7, unlimited, fully equipped army of super toolmen, constructed with their own shielding goodies. This is a great time to draw again. It's a huge profit. While Su Jing listened to his words with his left ear, his eyes carefully scanned the attribute information on it again before hesitating for a moment. Brother Tuzi? How come I don't seem to see a note that can only be used in scenic areas? Ha? No? The system's voice suddenly became louder, and then opened its mouth in silence for a long time. You wait here, probably didn't dock the world entrance in time. So there's a bug. I'll go to the top to fix it. About 1 to 2 days. The system voice gradually withdrew from his mind. You wait here, ha. Don't do anything, ha. Never do anything of your own, ha. Su Jing sat in place and blinked, then immediately began to pack his bags. Quick! Good chance! He rushed to use the public weapon for a little while Tadako wasn't at home. All packed up. Less than 2 suitcases. Su Jing threw the suitcase onto the old pickup truck and sat in the driver's seat to look distantly at the old dilapidated house in the distance. Ding! Determined to use the Ace Construction Team to remodel the host's home. Remodeling wishes have been received. Construction work has begun for a period of 7 days. Boom! As soon as the electronic voice fell, the house in front of them immediately split in pieces, and a huge bulldozer roared into existence, appearing out of nowhere and rushing out from behind the house. Then there were all sorts of rumbling trucks, excavators, loaders, etc., and a group of yellow beanie-wearing, human-looking workers entering the site in an orderly fashion. In less than 2 minutes, the old house that Su Jing had lived in for 2 months had already been leveled to the ground, and the group of workers and vehicles were moving quickly in front of his eyes with a swish as if they had been sped up by a factor of 2. My hair. He watched as construction crews appeared out of nowhere, and there were even a couple of white-hatted supervisory foreman-like men who got together to look at the construction plans and wave them around. Is it really shielded from the outside world? That's outrageous, isn't it? But Su Jing looked around and overhead again. His home is not near the road to the scenic spot, but a separate path. Plus this piece of land there are still a lot of vegetation rushing up to the sky should not be a problem. He will believe in the system for a time, having already seen what the Ace Construction Team was capable of. Su Jing drove his car near the fork in the road, taking charge of reconnaissance while organizing the next matter of transforming the left 3 mountain ranges. The 120W of prestige value modified, is actually gone pretty quickly when you really have to use it. However, his scenic spot could now be credited with more than 5,000 prestige values every day, and as the scenic spot got bigger and accommodated more tourists, as well as the publicity from the celebrations on the Duanwu Lake, the additional daily prestige values would increase later on, so it doesn't matter if you spend it in advance. It's where to spend it that's the problem. Although he had already promised the people from the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas and the Chongqing, he did not intend to repair that site first. Online so many people clamor Wanyuan Mountain no peaks, said that although there is the name of the mountain, but no mountain of reality, the holy mountain which kind of small short slopes, there is no meaning to climb. That's why he's going to pull up the Oddfellows climbing trail first this time. System, how much prestige value does it take to remodel the foot of the mountain to the top of this small hill? There was no one to reply to him, and it was only then that Su Jing remembered that Brother Unity had gone out on an errand, so he could only click into the page as he was told and click on the area he wanted to remodel. Remodeling cost, Grade A remodeling, cost 605, 850. 3 prestige values have been adjusted. Length of remodeling, 35 days. Where the did you get 0, 3? As an afterthought, he noticed the system's usual behavior of secretly erasing zeros for him. Oh, missing the first day of unicorn. But it is useless to say more. It takes so much money and time to do all the remodeling he wants to do, and it is hard for him to imagine how long it would take to do an S-class remodeling according to those ideas he has if he changed it to the back. And to that last step, the man leaned back on the steering wheel and looked away to the distant peaks of the Wanyuan Mountains, recalling the place where he had broken in on those 2 days. How much prestige value would that place cost if it were changed? Don't even think about it. He was about to click yes when his finger suddenly stopped again. The system doesn't say you can't remodel separately, does it? Brace yourself for the fact that the articulation position will just not be very good, but if he designs the interruptions in a clever place, he can try to avoid conflicts from occurring. He's too good. Su Jing clapped his hands together and immediately began to choose. Ding! Confirming the A-level remodeling of the foothills of the left 3 mountain range XXXX, which will cost 205. 662 prestige values have been adjusted, and take 15 days. The remodeling has begun. Please wait quietly for the remodeling to be completed. Ding! Confirming the A-level remodeling of the left 3 mountain ranges XXXXXXX, which will cost 330. 153 prestige values have been adjusted, and take 18 days. Remodeling begins. Ding! Confirming the A-level remodeling of the left 3 mountain ranges XXXXX, costing 152. 208 prestige values and taking 10 days. Remodeling begins. The 3 separate remodels have added up to 32. 5W, which is about 10k more expensive than the original price. But time, after all, is synchronized, and it is time that is priceless. Su Jing clicked confirm without hesitation. The prestige value bar drops instantly, returning to a number of 574. 681, the value has been adjusted. Su Jing pondered, planning to wait for a few days and fix the road down the mountain from Zhenjunzi. He wasn't like the monk over there. After all, he went up and down the mountain a lot, and that bike was probably at the age where it was almost in the ground and couldn't withstand that kind of bump. The remaining prestige value is not enough to upgrade both the Buddhist temple and the Taoist temple, and the other areas. He'll have to save up again. After all this, Su Jing started the car and drove towards the park. Let's stay at the Institute's hotel for the next few days, so that rehearsals and arrangements can be made more easily. Chapter 145 Rehearsals begin. The penultimate day of celebrations on the lake at Wanyuan Mountain. At dawn, the appropriate people had already gathered at the Lake of the Falling Immortals. Su Jing nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the hale and hearty employees in front of him despite their tired faces. Jiang Tsung smiled and stood next to him. Since yesterday, the official has issued a public number. These 3 days Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area needs to carry out the preparations for the lake celebration. So these 3 days cannot receive overnight guests. 8 p.m. Exactly on the night closed the park. Next to him, He Yunong added, at present, all the online tickets of the scenic area have been sold out, because the first round of ticket sales appeared to scalpers involved in the price increase. So the second round of the beginning of all need to be personally bound ID number and face verification success before you can buy, reducing a lot of bidding situations. Zhang Tsang's deputy also spoke up. The scenic fishing side gate and the road from the main gate to the north gate have all been repaired, and the county government has helped us plan 4 new parking lots, 2 at the north gate, 1 at the main gate, and 1 at the fishing side gate. And for the sake of passenger carrying issues, I've gotten the finance fire to branch out and acquire a couple of new boats that will carry a large number of passengers, which will make it a little easier when the time comes. Things are going pretty well. After a few people had finished the main situation, the core staff responsible for each board also stepped forward. First up is the core elder, Lu Qingyun. He's been in much better spirits lately, walking with a tiger's gusto, his body straightened out. Qingyun acrobatic troupe and Bright Moon Walled City employees Lu Qi, Sui Zeno, Zheng Qianyu and others have already practiced the movements and techniques that Xiao Suzong commanded, and are now waiting to get the props to perform the actual maneuvers as well as rehearsals. Ready for inspection. Nice guy. The old man could have gone into the army at 30 years younger. The voice shouted so loud it hurt his brain. Su Jing was a little curious. That thing, you guys practice too? Wang Hao stood out and hemmed and hawed. After all, San, Big Deer, and I all came from acrobatic classes. Our body flexibility and balance are still good, so we mastered it a bit faster. As for the newcomer Lu Qi, he stuck out his thumb and pushed out the slightly scrawny teenager standing beside him. Don't look like a skinny little body. I'm a smart and fast learner, plus I'm bold and careful, and I'm not afraid to play with fire for the first time. No problem. Su Jing nodded his head and looked to Lu Qingyun and Fang Gue, smiling again in affirmation. This performance is important, and it is also up to the 2 supervisors to keep an eye on it as they are able to carefully select the participating members and practice hard. Okay, Mr. Kim, where are you guys? Jinna's neck was straight and slender, her chin slightly raised, and she walked out with steady steps, a small smile on her serious face. The entire Golden Sun troupe, having fully digested the 3 dances, only the performance costumes remain to be obtained and are ready for venue rehearsals. Yo! Su Jing raised an eyebrow. Those 3 dances aren't easy. Are you guys so confident? Jinna looked around the crowd and just smiled and nodded, not speaking. Instead, Jiang Tsong stood next to Su Jing and secretly said, "Ms. Jinna and her troop are too hard-working. They get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, go to the back of the mountain to practice, and at night after the performance, they also immediately continue to practice." His voice held some admiration. "I heard that they slept only 3 hours a night for over 10 days straight. That hard?" Su Jing's chest was a bit stuffy, but then he exhaled his turbid breath and looked at the group of slender but upright men and women in front of him. Spell it right. They were now working hard, not only for Wanyuan Mountain, but also for themselves. In the future, if they want to leave this place, they themselves will give them these songs and dances as gifts. Think of it as a thank you from Wanyuan Mountain for their hard work. Ahem. What about all the costume props? His eyes were a little sore, and he hurriedly turned his head to the side of the crowd. The bearded uncle. The group of disciples behind him had plasters on their shoulders and wrists, but their expressions were relaxed and they looked pleasantly proud. General Manager Xiao Su. The props are 95% complete. There are some that need to be fine-tuned, and we'll be all finished by tomorrow. Perhaps it was because the two teams in front of them had already sworn to complete the task, and an inexplicable sense of team honor and competition was born in the uncle's heart. However, our props are always available for rehearsal use. Not bad. Very nice. Putting high-level skills on him and then sharing the low-level skills really saved him a lot of work. Together with Sun Huahua's side, he also went out to purchase some props. So now the props for the celebration on the lake were basically completed. And then there's the final thing. He looked to the front of the crowd, the burly man standing like a boulder. "Feng, what about your side? How's it going?" Feng Gue stepped forward. "I have arranged all the atmosphere group work you mentioned earlier and completed a pre-drill at night in the central plaza. Not much of a problem basically. Then there's the issue of moving, which you mentioned earlier, and we're going to do that in batches ahead of time to try not to disrupt the travelers' paths. There is also the food sale in the Mingyue walled city on that day. Auntie Luyan has researched new products of rice dumplings and osmanthus cakes, as well as a number of specialty snacks, and we have conducted a tasting session to pick out the ones that have received the highest number of votes, which will be sold on the third day of the celebration." Su Jing nodded, then glanced at Zhao Long, who stood like a javelin next to him. "Hard work everyone." The maintenance of order on that day relied not only on the team members of Brother Zhao Long, but every one of our staff members, who acted as guards, inspectors, guest maintenance and providing assistance at the necessary moment. I will set up 4 temporary service points by the Loxin Lake at that time, so if any first aid, help, and problems that can't be solved arise, please go to the service points immediately to solve them and reduce the impact. Brother Stewart stepped forward at the right time to raise his hand and nod at everyone. "Come to me with questions." "Of course, I hope there are no questions." After telling this, Su Jing clapped his hands. "As I said before, I'm in charge of the stage on Lake Falling Ferry, as well as some of the lake carriers, and I will be over here today to check for stage problems. So everyone can come and gather here after the show is over for the evening, once the tourists have left. Tonight, rehearsals begin." Everyone applauded excitedly and then dispersed in an orderly fashion. Only when everyone had left, and Zhao Long had led his team towards the dock and the institute side, barely visible, did Su Jing let out a long sigh of relief and called the construction team introduced by Wang Kai. "Hello, brother Ah, I have a batch of goods arrived, just in the location of the scenic fishing side door. Can you help me to transport them in? Over there?" He held up his cell phone with a puzzled look on his face. "What cargo?" "It's at the side door. Why don't you just bring it in? Why did you call them alone?" Su Jing smiled slightly. "Don't ask. Don't you have to turn around the system a few more times if you want to show up a little more reasonably?" He walked down the stone bridge to the center of the lake, looked at the circle of lotus leaves and flowers at the edge of the lake, thought for a moment, and sat down. Tap on the system arcade. With the experience of the last time, Su Jing had a long heart this time. The keywords and scope of the search are also much larger. Finally, after flipping through almost 100 pages, I found what I was looking for. Ding! Purchase XXXX*15. Spend 15,000 favorable comments. Ding! Purchase XXXX*1 and spend 3,000 favorable comments. Ding! Purchase fish attracting stones *10. Spend 1,000 favorable comments. Ding! Purchase special colorful rope *1W and spend 500 favorable comments. Ding! Ding! Chapter 146, The Arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival. The penultimate day of celebrations on the lake at Wanyuan Mountain. All of the staff stopped practicing and stood on a brand new stage, holding or wearing brand new props, and finally completed their first rehearsal. Everyone was sitting on the shore under the lights, soaked or crumpled, clinging to the shore, letting loose and laughing late into the night. The last day of the countdown to the celebration on the lake at Wanyuan Mountain. The staff concluded a short rehearsal exercise and completed the final details of error correction before leaving Loxin Lake. Su Jing, on the other hand, pulled out 2 large mirrors and threw one at the water surface of Loch Immortal Lake and the other at the pavilion in the lake. Yo, this place is interesting. Brother Su really has found a nice place. Under the tight arrangement, Wanyuan Mountain finally restored calm. The moon star is thin, can only vaguely between the mountains, foggy, a group of furry beings, in the mountains and rivers, wandering and jumping. The holiday season is upon us, and a week earlier, the major scenic spots are firing on all cylinders. The rich ones called in all sorts of celebrities to help out. Hundreds of netizens came out, and nearly 1,000 bloggers publicized the event. Those who do not have money, but also crazy, show all kinds of beauty of their own home. Good songs, good drama, good poetry, have been on the line. The beautiful editing videos are all over the big and small social networking sites. You come, you absolutely do not want to go. From small electronic billboards on cabs to huge posters in high-speed train stations. Weekend to Misty City. Weekend to Cloud City. Weekend to Qinling. A small weekend carries so much. Compared to these scenic spots, the publicity of Wanyuan Mountain can be described as tiny and hidden. Although D-province cultural tourism is very serious to carry. Yannan's director Shen also does not distinguish between black and white day supervision. But people themselves do not get on. They cannot do anything. Propaganda? Su Jing held the phone in one hand as he put on his shoes. Outside the window, there is the surface of Lake Lishan like a huge glass mirror, with a gentle breeze and swaying lotus flowers, which is breathtakingly beautiful. How else can I publicize it? My little place can only hold so many people, and now I'm afraid I won't be able to fit any more publicity before I stomp my mountain. That, I didn't get a ticket. Can give me only 6 tickets. What do you need all that for? Hey, a slightly lewd laugh came from the other side of the phone. I'm thinking of watching all 3 days. You who? Su Jing raised an eyebrow. Did he know the 3-day show was different? But before he could ask, it was all over there. Truth be told, I recently joined a group. It seems to be called What Wan Yuan Shan. Outsiders. They analyzed a wave of madness in there, and everyone thought it was possible that your boy would put on a different show for 3 days. Su Jing lost his smile. So sure? Isn't a normal scenic festival show the same every day? Harm. You are different. Shen Zhuang shivered over there and said vaguely, you kid ghost ideas too much. Think you cannot use ordinary people's thoughts to. Everyone thinks it is not right. Then certainly not right. Anyway, why don't you give me 6 tickets? I've got my work organized. Just one job for the next few days. Inspecting the operation of the new forest scenic spots and the performance of the festivals. Hanging up the phone, Su Jing turned to go out. The little old man's guess was right on the money. Since he wants to see it, let him see it. Let's see what kind of stuff their entire Wanyuan Mountain View, with its entire staff, has made. Gada. Scenic spot gates slowly pulled open. The doorway at a glance. Black pressure simply cannot be counted heads, twisted in unison, such as the wave scales of the general eyes of the people erupted into the essence of the light. June 15th, the first day of the Dragon Boat Festival vacation. Here we go. Charge. Punch what? Feng Chang pressed down on the excitedly writhing tourist's body, his face expressionless. His right hand raised the horn. Please enter the park after changing tickets in an orderly manner. Prohibit crowding and noise. No fighting. Violators will have their tickets refunded and be deprived of admission to the park. Boom. The crowd quickly converged and formed a well-organized 5-large line in the ticket hall. Zhao University craned his neck, broke his fingers, and yelled with excitement. Come on. A couple of little girls next to him looked into the rolling crowd with fear in their faces and internal cows. Zhao, big brother. What the hell are you burning? The main gate and the north gate, both of which are open at the same time, allow visitors to choose the order in which they want to visit the park and enter through different gates. Private cars and buses have blocked the road leading to Wanyuan Mountain. The governor stood on one side of the road and could already feel the heat coming on in mid-June. He wiped the beads of sweat from his head and sighed as he looked at the caravan that was too far away to see. He now felt that just repairing the road would not be enough for the amount of people that this scenic spot could bring in. Maybe should add a train high-speed rail or something like that to make it work. Su Jing didn't know how crowded it was outside. He just started his early morning rounds as usual. When he purchased the mall props that day, he inexplicably thought of the carp god and peach blossom nunnery's happy demeanor. So he directly gritted his teeth and purchased another mother mirror. Play it. Have fun. Only then can you work happily. All he had to do today was set everything up and wait for the night to come. All 3 days of the show were indeed different. But he is confident that the visitors will be satisfied with the daily performances. The line of sight was drawn high, overlooking the Wanyuan Mountain. The first visitors, already from the 2 gates in a row, diversions scattered into the park, and a large group entering through the main entrance was unusually conspicuous. Come, comrades, since it was still early in their arrival. The expressions of the people in this group were all fairly calm despite their excitement, and they followed the young girl who spoke to the side. Today is considered fateful. We, the members of Wanyuan Mountain Outsiders, have finally accomplished one of the largest face-offs ever. The people in the room either have the financial resources or the speed of their hands, to not have determination, to succeed in being selected as 1 in 30,000. Some of them, even, are honored 3-day ticket winners. The person who opened her mouth had a rousing voice and a swishing ponytail, pushing her glasses up as she spoke, the small book bag behind her swaying with the movement. It is the loyal fan of Wanyuan Mountain. Lord Ping Ping is also. The chubby little man next to him was clutching his cell phone, hemming and hawing, occasionally snapping a picture of the smiling tourists next to him. We're all old fans, so I won't say anything more. Pinky twisted her head and pointed deeper into the trail. There's definitely going to be some special events at Wanyuan Mountain today, so remember, as long as it's something officially produced, if you need to spend money on it and it's not too expensive, you must buy it. Everyone form their own teams. Those who don't have lodging go ahead and take care of it first. The Immortal Lake Campground is definitely tight on tents. First come, first served. All of us, we'll meet in front of the Institute at 5 p.m. No, 4:30 p.m. Make sure you find the best viewing spot. Chapter 147, The Bustle of Wanyuan Mountain. Sound of a crash. Uncle Shue's big boat went down the river. Today's weather was cloudy, and the occasional sunlight that leaked through the cracks of the clouds was projected on the river, like a sudden pool of gold. Fang Gue, who was standing at the entrance of Minggue's high village, looked out over the river from afar, took out his walkie-talkie, and said in a deep voice, "Coming." Boom! Like cold water dripping into a hot frying pan. The originally fairly calm Minghua walled city instantly boiled up, and when Ping Ping Zhushou and other partners disembarked from the boat and entered the cottage, they were instantly infected by the strong festive atmosphere. On both sides of the street, bouquets made of mugwort and flowers hang from the doors of houses. Brightly colored lights hang from the branches of the trees, swaying gently with the breeze. Unlike before, today's villagers of the bright moon-walled city seemed to have put on their best clothes. Everyone was bright and glowing, and went into the house to work on something inside and out. Pinky and her partner took the lead, observing as they walked deeper into the fortress. "Girl, do you want a small dumpling?" The older woman on the side of the road smiled kindly and asked, pointing to the small dumplings still steaming on the stall. Pinky stopped and looked over curiously. The dumplings were only 1/4 the size of what they normally eat, and about the size of a lantern. "Why so small?" The older woman replied with a smile. "It's celebration day, just in time for the Dragon Boat Festival, so everyone's making lots of goodies." She nudged her mouth, signaling the already gluttonous Zhushou to look to the side. "We thought we'd give our guests more of a taste of different cuisines, so we made them smaller, not tummy-busting, and they're only $2 a piece, cheap and sweet." Zhushou immediately paid out the money. "Auntie, are they sweet or savory dumplings?" "One for each of us." The older woman grinned. "Sweet and salty dumplings. Red dates stuffed with salted egg yolk." Carrying 2 small dumplings, the two of them continued to skulk around with one word. "Here they are." In the choice between offending salty dumplings and choosing to offend sweet dumplings, the choice was to offend everyone. What a outrageous filling. Buy it all. "Want to try it?" The two of them looked at each other and immediately decided to peel it off. It was only $2 anyway, so if it wasn't good, they would just throw it away. But once the dumplings were in their mouths, both of their eyes lit up. "Not bad. Stuffed to the gills. I don't particularly like it, but I can finish it." Street tourists have been joining the various tasting brigades. Food made small has this benefit. Even if you don't like it too much, it's just one bite, so you don't waste too much. Ping Ping didn't have much of an appetite as she looked around, then tugged Zhushou, who was choking on the cinnamon cake and couldn't speak, to the side. "I found what the First Lord Receiver prepared." "What?" Pim pointed to the street corner. Occasionally a few blocks away, on the corner of a street, sits a stall holder who doesn't talk. There is only one item for sale at the stall, ordinary-looking colorful rope. The selling price isn't cheap at $5 a strip. Nowadays, there are a lot of colorful cords out there, and for $10 you can have a lot of pretty little accessories to hang on them, with nice braided lines. What they are selling, however, is a very ordinary rope, so not many people have patronized it so far. Zhushou narrowed his eyes. He didn't understand it, but Ping Ping, as the only visitor who had collected all 12 flower god props so far, what was said must make sense. He immediately scurried up. "Uncle, how do you sell this?" $5 a piece. One person can only buy one. There you go. Pinky lifted her chin proudly behind her. "The restrictions are out. there must be a ghost. She immediately sends a text message to the group. Pinkie Pie has a strange, everyone. When you meet a colorful rope seller, you must buy it. It should be a special prop. The first big fat carp under the carp god, roger that. Eat my stick, ping received. People responded. And others who couldn't get tickets to come in were dumbfounded. Eat my 9527 stick. What? What colorful rope? Balls up. Tell me. I'm already going crazy with curiosity. Carp god's first berserker, man sitting at home. Heart had 1 yuan mountain. Ping Ping smiled and put away his cell phone. Over there Zhu Shou had already finished buying the rope, and the uncle was helping him tie it around his wrist. It's so easy to undo this thing. Just one tug on this clasp and it's open. He reminded Pinkie once more as he fastened it on her as well. One tug and it's open, huh? The two left in 3 steps, and the older man sat in place scratching his back. When will these tourists find out about this prop? Sold out can be no longer. A total of 1W colorful ropes were distributed. Minghua Zhai was allocated 6,000, Peach Blossom Ammunition 3,000, and Falling Immortal Lake 1,000. Sold out first and withdrawn first. He sighed as he looked at the densely packed rope on the table, and I don't know when it will sell out. However, he turned his head and thought, the Minghua cottage has such a large flow of people and it's so difficult to sell, so the Peach Blossom dockside must be even more difficult. Is it hard? Lu Qingyun stood in front of the Peach Blossom Nunnery's main gate, smiling from ear to ear. The Anon is happy, so today's questions will be harder and only one group of visitors will be received. He's going to get ready to bathe and dress for the spectacle of tonight's celebration on the lake, but the nunnery owner has instructed the people of the house to prepare some food for the guests, all made from local ingredients. Lu Qingyun pointed to several tables in the open space in front of the mansion's door, and in front of each table stood children with peach blossom faces. There's peach blossom stuffing, peach blossom cake, and peach blossom cake. Peach blossom brew is a low-proof wine, so we advise all visitors to drink it with caution. We have prepared small jugs for visitors to take away and drink during the ceremony tonight. Xin Zhuang in the crowd snapped his eyes wide open and clutched little Li's hand in excitement. There's wine! There's wine! Leader, you're here on an expedition. You can't drink during work. It was evening at the time of the festival. I'd be off work by then. I was drinking then. Xiaoli looked at the rogue Xin Zhuang and rolled his eyes. Xin Zhuang squinted his eyes and smiled with an I know you expression. I'll get you a pot too. Satisfied, little Li renewed his deference. Lu Qingyun also went on to speak above. In the meantime, our house has compiled some colorful ropes for guests to sell for the Dragon Boat Festival Day celebration. The amount of food and colorful ropes sold will be used to feed, clothe, and house the Peach Blossom ancestor for the celebration he is attending today. The old man raised his sleeve and half covered his face, as tears seemed to roll from his eyes. Guests, for today's celebration, all the capable people of the 1 Yuan Mountain will come to participate. You don't want to, either. Lord Peachy and lose his face, right? Nice guy, bye. Buy me crazy. Although this old slave's acting was really a bit disgusting, but for the sake of the poised Peach Blossom Nunnery, they must send him over in style. The tourists inexplicably developed a sense of mission in the Department of Nurture. As Yun Nu's words fell, everyone just squeezed like crazy. Give me 20 cakes to start with. I haven't had breakfast. Asterisk 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 off. Are you a pig? Such a big appetite. Then I'll have 10 pots of peach blossom brew. Buy everyone a drink. Colorful ropes for $5 a piece? Then give me a $100 one first. Not bad. Move no. You're done when you move up. Big brother. I'll take 2 jugs of wine. Give me 2 jugs left. Don't grab it, haha. Only 1 colorful rope per person, haha. Lu Qingyun carried his hands behind his back and smiled his old self. Make fun of. Can't sell them all? He didn't look at what Lu Qingyun, started out as. If you ask him, 3,000 bars is less. Just give him a piece of heaven and he'll sell 100 million. Chapter 148 Unusual Employees. And the picture turns to Loxin Lake. Early in the morning, Loxin Lake. Tourists have not yet arrived. Cold and quiet. Only the fishing area was buzzing with activity. Shenghan had a tiger's face as he looked at the group of tourists walking around next to him. Basically 4 or 5 people surrounding each angler. Brother, what is this? Big brother, you haven't caught any fish after all this time? What time did you get here? Big brother? How can you use a small fish as bait? It's so cruel, oh. Boring. I don't know which of the old thieves leaked out that the gang of tourists were so crazy about grabbing tickets that they now have more than 3 times as many regular tourists as anglers. Is this a fishing trip? This is for a fish fry, right? He jolted to his feet. No more fishing. Chenghan craned his head to see the crowd of ticket replacements crowding the visitor center over there. Packing up his things. What's Auburn doing? You're not fishing? A couple of anglers next to me craned their heads. a little annoyed but barely composed. No more fishing. If your mind is not still, you can't fish anymore. Changhan carried a small bucket of fishing rods towards the tent. Don't they all say that what a great celebration? And I can't fish anyway, so I'll go into the view today. Ugh, I'm going, really going. Why don't we go too? One person laughed, and the crowd behind them murmured. And then, one after another, they all stood up. Just look at it. For a while, the entire Wanyuan mountain was active. Outside the gate, tourists are still a steady stream of people into the e-ticket. People do not have to hurry a few points over, but did not buy a ticket to the door early in the morning to line up to grab a ticket. After all, if you come late, the number of people will reach the maximum and you won't be able to get in. But the tourists who are already inside are happy, and so are the staff. The employees of Peach Blossom Dock were making a fortune, while the people of the Qingyun acrobatic troupe were silently adjusting the final details in their minds. The various teachers at Golden Sun, while acting as NPCs, imagined their gorgeous dance costumes and laughed in a way that made the visitors' hearts skip a beat. Fang Gue, on the other hand, was inspecting the Bright Moon Cottage, firstly to check if there were any problems with the employees' work, but also to silently think about everyone's stations and actions in his mind. Following the Holy Mountain upwards, the two warrior elder brothers who were guarding the Holy Mountain road today were no longer serious, and were all wearing faint smiles. The tourists are happy too, not for anything else. Those who have been here before, and those who haven't, are catching a good time today. The carp god hummed and acted happy the whole time. The tourists didn't dare to disturb her, but at the same time they were so mesmerized that they were afraid of missing her knitted brows and smile. One of the men was half kneeling on one side of the grass, frantically taking pictures and chanting like a madman. Oh, my god, carp god is absolutely beautiful. Big fat carp die with no regrets. Damn big fat carp, don't rub it in. Let me oh-ho. Carp god sat in the cave, humming and making tea. Su Jing said, 3 hours tonight. She can also go to the falling immortal lake to watch the whole ceremony. The thought of seeing something new and exciting made even the big fat fish swimming around her feet look good to her. The teapot beside her gurgled with hot air. The young girl raised her hand and poured herself a cup of lotus tea, her mind flashing back to that day when she went to the Peach Blossom Dock. Those respectful servants in the Peach Blossom Nunnery's residence. Well, perhaps she should discuss this with Su Xiaojing and give her a whole serving of little girls and children or something as well. Well, at least hung a god name, day after day on their own bare hands to cook tea. Bare hands pull lotus root, is not a little too undignified, she thought prettily, raising her eyes to see a timid but snowy-eyed little girl on a stone bridge. The little girl had a double pill head, and one eye was rather widely spaced, kind of like a little catfish. It's pretty cute. You come here. The woman ringing the child followed the slender finger and looked over, only to pass out with excitement when she realized it was her own daughter she was talking about. Go! The carp god is calling you. She nudged her daughter, who twisted her little hand and hesitated for a few seconds before treading water. It was a warm summer day, and the water of the pool was not cold, so the little girl took a few steps to reach the carp god. The man taking pictures in the distance caught his breath, and all the tourists stopped moving instantly. Everyone had long since forgotten that the carp god was just an employee of the Holy Mountain, and instead really looked at her as a magical creature. At this point she took the initiative to interact with visitors, something that has never happened before since the park opened. Chopper, I don't count? Did you get that big slap in the face for nothing? In a silence, the young girl picked up the teacup beside her and handed it to the little girl. Here you go. Divine grace from heaven. Everyone could hardly suppress the excitement in their hearts, and one by one, they covered their mouths and exclaimed softly. The girl's mom was even more excited and rushed to greet the girl back. That's the cup the carp god used. Oh my god. If you take it out and sell it. But the next moment, her mom's wish was dashed. The girl stood by the carp god, her eyes clear. Lord Carp God said the tea is for me. I can't take the carp god Sama's cup away. The golden red tail flopped in the water, and the carp girl gave a small smile. Watch. Sometimes children are much simpler than adults think. The road up the hill continues. Today's butterfly fairy also seems a little different. She sat cross-legged on the edge of the platform on the mountainside, her white fringed dress sliding down and swaying slightly against the rocky edge. What's the butterfly fairy doing? Aren't you going to dance today? Oh, she's going to the festival tonight too. Could be thinking about festival-related matters? Ha 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 ha, probably thinking about how to fight. The tourists let out good-natured guffaws from below, and Ms. Kaoru was up there, the tips of her ears slightly red. That's right, it was the matter of how to fight that she was thinking about. Granted, these butterflies really listen to themselves and won't go west if you tell them to go east, but after all, it's a night of celebration, and the other staff will surely show their skills. She also had to find a way to make the performance even more shocking in order to do so. What to do? The crowd continued up the hill and reached the prayer cliffs. Desheng twisted his head, next to Kasumi, who was lying on her side with her legs crossed and nibbling on a peach. He stroked Kasumi's ear fur, then greeted the other monkeys of the pack as they went out to meet the guests. There's still a couple hours left. The boss had said that when the sun was almost down, they could get ready to leave and go to that lake for a good meal. I hear there's a special boat for them. Attempt to find an opportunity to speak. Desheng kicked the stick aside and nuzzled Kasumi, who was clunking and nibbling on a peach next to him. Work is not as good as a girl. That's what I call a cozy life. Kasumi, click 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 click, ouch, it smells so good. Click click click, haha. Tourists, it's just a matter of. Monkey is happy for once in a while, so let him be. But no matter what, today's Wanyuan Mountain was very different from previous days. And according to the words of the outside world, many employees were on strike today. But the tourists don't seem to be wussing out at all. With smiles on their faces, they quietly recorded this unusual, but more living scene. Chapter 149, preparations completed. The walled city is bustling with activity. The sacred mountain is peaceful, and the peach blossom dock is bursting with laughter. But over in the left 3 mountain ranges, it can be a bit unusual. Above the snowy waterfall, in the middle of the broken temple, Mingzan returned with a frown, nodding at the abbot as he put his palms together. There seems to be something unusual about the trail over at Lifeng. How? The land is soft and unpredictable. The trees shift, and the occasional air is dense and disorienting. Mingzhen's face was stoic. I was chanting the clear mind mantra all the way back and just barely found my way back. The old monk's squinting eyes widened slightly. It looks like that giver is starting to move. He walked into the house with a wave of his sleeve. That's just it. Don't go over there for a few days. Let's save some food and clothes for the next time he comes to see us. The broken Buddha temple went quiet, and not long after, the sound of chanting came faintly. They weren't having a very good time, but on the other side of the mountain, the Taoist priest Zhenjunzi was happy. He sat on the platform outside the cave, overlooking the mountain while moving his cell phone around to make a call. Hey, okay, can you hear me? Second senior brother, ah. You're the only one whose cell phone isn't in arrears. Master and the others are all out of service, ah. Ha, the signal is not good. Ah, hear clearly. When will you be back? What? Makujunzi's body almost twisted into a twist before settling there and wailing. You went far away? It's okay. You don't come back, alright. Master, they said when they contacted last month that they went backward? Well, then it's probably going to arrive in the next few days. No big deal. You'll know when you get back. Okay. My cell phone is running out of battery. I'm hanging up now. He snapped the phone dead, then looked at the only 10% of power left, thought about it, and hurriedly called Su Jing. Crooked? I'm going downhill here. You pick me up. Okay. I'll just sneak around your scenic spot. You don't have to worry about me. Can't tell fortunes. Harm. Xiao Dao, I have a license to practice. Rest assured. A celebration in the evening? No need. I'm not interested in those. Just find me a room to practice in the evening. Hanging up the phone, Zhenjunzi hemmed and hawed, peeled out his long-prepared luggage from behind the bushes, and climbed right off the edge of the platform. If that little friend can come up here, he can surely come down himself. Not long after, by the falling immortal lake, a strangely dressed man appeared. Tourists were looking sideways. Dogs get to come out and play too? A real Taoist priest or a fake Taoist priest? The scenic spot can let him in? Ugh, could it be a new NPC in the scene? The tourists woke up with a word, and everyone instantly swarmed together. Taoist master, are you the new NPC of Lake Falling Immortal? Dawn Guard, what do you usually do? Taoist priest, see if there's anything we can do to help you? Zhenjunzi narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The trail does know how to count a few trigrams. I'll do it. Count me in. How much? Is it a new mission? No? Zhenjunzi took 2 steps back and looked at the wolf-like tourists in front of him, confused. That's not right. This shouldn't be. He went down the mountain half a month ago to go to the town of Red Wave to help people divining, and was also pinched by a rotten vegetable leaf, and those people called him a liar to come. As a result, these people, are you that enthusiastic? The Taoist priest was in hot tears. I should have known. I should have come down earlier. Sifu brothers and sisters all together, which still need to go out to the clouds to eat a full meal, ah. But thinking about how the scenic area was still deserted when the master came down, McJunzi shook off the idea. Both come and go. It's okay to look at it. There's no hurry to take them one at a time. He put his hand out. Face reading, divination, fortune telling, naming. Anything for only $50. Child and old man. Zhenjunzi's expression was so serious that the tourists reacted to it only as an afterthought. So expensive? I'm going to be a real Taoist priest. Harm. Charlatan. Withdraw. Waste of time. I thought it was an NPC. Wanyuan Mountain is getting so big and powerful that Taoist priests are running in to tell fortunes. Everyone dispersed in a flurry, and Makujunzi stood in the middle in dismay. Not. He jerked his head around and yelled. You talk about the price. You talk about it. Maybe I'll go cheap. 30. Just 30. 20 would be fine. How about you give a $10 to me? 10 minutes later, Zenjunzi decided to give up on this business and go for a scenic stroll first. He got on the wooden boat leading to the bright moon-walled city and disappeared in a puff of smoke. And 20 minutes later, an old pickup truck slowed to a stop at the bottom of the hill. Su Jing waited for a dry mouth. Not? Where is the Taoist master? In a large scenic area, Zenjunzi ran away, and Su Jing couldn't find him at all. Call and shut down. He can only continue to prepare for the evening celebration. Have no time to sit in the Manhwa cottage, touching the hand of Lu Yun damsel, the side of the face, while eating rice dumplings of the Taoist priest. Gada! The sun is gradually setting and the sky is getting darker. It was 4 o'clock in a flash. At the Lake of the Fallen Immortals, people have begun to come on board, and the eyes of the tourists who came to or returned to Lake Falling Immortal shrank. You guys look in the middle of the lake. At some point, a dozen wooden boats appeared on the lake. Redwood construction, gauze curtains hanging lightly, the boat gold silk soft cushion, teapot burning incense. A look is incomparably comfortable. Zhao Lon looked at the tourists who gradually gathered around and nodded at the boatman. Everyone maintain order. The boatman, in turn, set the folding sign in motion. Painted boat on the lake, 80/place. Only 10 places for one boat. No time limit. The sign goes up, but tourists hesitate. Is the ceremony about to start and you're still playing this? It's a new program after all. Why don't you play for a while? But I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the festival later to take my place. I want to get on. It's been said that there's no time limit, so maybe I can be on the lake during the show later. Everyone had their own strife, but some people still paid out immediately. Just kidding. Whatever it is, buy it first. Can Wanyuan Mountain be any worse? Everyone got into the boats one after another. One boat was full. The boatman rowed away on his oars, and the other boat immediately took over. Pinky and the group also finally converged. The man who had just taken a picture of the carp god on the holy mountain was there at the moment. None other than the big fat carp of the group, who had bought tickets for 3 days in a row and was ready to be based here. There's a boat on the lake over there. Shall we go? Everyone looked at it and immediately started discussing it, based on the likelihood that the boat will be able to participate in the festivities, and the location of the viewpoints for viewing. Eventually a few people paired up to go on a boat ride. Shu Shou stood next to Ping Ping. Aren't we going? Pinky pursed her lips, shook her head, and whispered. The current conjecture, if correct, is that the painted boat is just a little closer when it comes to viewing the ceremony, but the view is the same. She looked overhead, but the painting boat has a wooden roof after all, which will block part of the view, and when the time comes, if there are fireworks or performances overhead, then you won't be able to see all of them instead. Zhu Shou suddenly realized and stuck out his thumb. Let's go take our places then. It's almost time. Several people quickly surged towards the lake, and on the other side, Xin Zhuang also arrived at the falling immortal lake with little Li in a hot hurry. Is there a need to be in such a hurry? Holy! Xiao Li's mouth is still stuffed with half a piece of cinnamon cake. Seeing the crow's feet in front of him, swallowed with difficulty. Hurry up! As time went on, the crowd grew larger and larger, and the Taoist priest, who had intended to pinch and find Su Jing's location, was inexplicably also treated as an employee, and was dragged by Dame Lu Yun, who moved to Falling Immortal Lake together with the employees. The sun, officially, has gone down. In the midst of the crowds, Ping Ping smiled triumphantly against the moonlight and bright yellow light, with the shimmering lake under her eyes. She has arrived at the best viewing position, waiting for the show to start any time. Chapter 150, the beginning of the festivities. Employees of Mingyu High have all arrived at the designated location. Green cloud acrobats, in position, golden sun dancers, ready to start the show. Su Jing listened to one answer after another over the intercom, then looked toward the lake pavilion. A total of 2 floors of the lake pavilion, all covered with light gauze curtains, the layout of the inside hidden, and inside the first floor, where everyone couldn't see, 2 huge, back-to-back wooden mirrors in the center, suspended in thin air. One side faces the wooden bridge and the other side faces the stone bridge. It's time for the 2 main characters. The sky was dark, 5:30 had passed, and in the midst of the clamoring crowd, a sudden leaf piped up. The tourists were instantly quiet. The boats on the lake also stopped. Everyone stuck their heads out the window and looked around to see where the noise was coming from. It started? No, the festivities did not begin, but the guests arrived. From below the foot of the mountain, in the midst of the darkness, the first small light was suddenly illuminated, followed by a second and a third. A small procession, coming from far and near, followed by a burst of piping and a flute. It's the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Someone had spotted the little wooden sedan chair in the distance. The nun is here. It was an afterthought for everyone to remember that there were guests at this celebration. The sedan chair bobbed lightly up and down until it reached the edge of the lake, and only then did everyone see what the opposite side looked like. For strong men carrying a bamboo would hard collapse, couch covered with luxurious soft cushions, a pink dress Peach Blossom Nunnery master, green silk half hanging, eyes smiling, fan against the chin, surveyed in front of the drop immortal lake. Master Peach Blossom is here. I've tried my best. That's it. The man's soft chant was as amplified as if it had reached the ears of every tourist across the lake. Then, he lightly leaped down from the litter, waved off the crowd, stepped on the water shadow and light, and walked towards the lake pavilion alone. A pink dress, face like a peach blossom, even if the bridge side of the lotus swaying with emotion, but not win half a point. Aha! Anan! Sis loves you. So handsome. I'm going to steal you home. And master, don't take the bridge. Fly over it with lightness. Pink clothes are the only ones that suit you. I'll work hard to earn money to buy you new clothes. Across the lake, there were cheers, and though he couldn't hear what they were shouting, he assumed they were honoring his own words. The man smiled slightly and made a bow to the other side of the lake before fanning out the light veil and stepping inside. While the Peach Blossom Nunnery master's figure disappeared, the tourists by the lake clamored. Because if the Peach Blossom anchor is here, can the next guest be far behind? Tourists in modern costumes stood by the lake and cheered along with the villagers of Manhwa in their bizarre costumes. To be honest, many of the employees of Manhwa Cottage had never been to Peach Blossom Dock and Falling Immortal Lake until now, and even more had never been up to Sacred Mountain. They have been listening to the legends and watching the excitement of the tourists, but not many of them have actually seen those immortals mentioned on the internet. The Peach Blossom nun who appeared just now was so handsome and dashing. Extraordinary temperament. I'm sure the next one out. Definitely not bad either. In the crowd, a few foreigners, either dark-skinned or blonde, stretched their necks in an effort to look forward. Oh, Eli, did you see that? Is that the one just now the peach man the internet was talking about? See, handsome indeed, but I don't like such men. They look too thin and unmanly. The black man who spoke was as tall and strong as a chimpanzee, and skimmed his lips. The internet is talking about how great this place is. So luckily a few of us got tickets so we could get some good shots of the real thing for everyone. The blonde woman next to her laughed as well. That's right, we've been traveling in China for the past few years, and we've seen all those well-known attractions. It's been a long time since a new good scenic spot has appeared. Chinese people just love to exaggerate the truth. What gods and fairies? If you ask me, it's all technology. It's all fake. Ha 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 ha. I think so too, Jones. Let's keep watching. A few people didn't say anything else, and on the other side of the line, a group of people got together and whispered, Captain Lin bought tickets for a few of us. Let's make sure we don't waste them. The woman at the head of the group had a gentle face and a pair of eyes that were glowing. The few men and women next to her words were not impressed. Sister, do we need to come see that golden sun? I've checked it out. It's just a county Thai dance troupe, and the biggest awards they've ever won aren't as valuable as one of our random performances. Right, senior sister? There's really no need for us to come here and watch. Even if we sent them a letter of exchange before, they actually dared to refuse? We shouldn't get involved with them anymore, right? Dragon Boat Festival Day. Our dance troupe originally had a program, and I don't know what you said to the teacher, but she actually sent out a few of our elite, so the performance effect can be good. The more the lead woman listened, the more her eyebrows furrowed. I've said it many times, the other kids in the troupe, now that they're skilled, have danced not much worse than you, so don't always look down on them. Second, don't underestimate the other party just because they are a county dance troupe. Masters come from the people, haven't you heard that saying? Thirdly, we came here not only to see their performance, but also to exchange ideas about that Nua dance. The teacher is very interested in that dance, and in that field. They are the seniors. You guys be humble. The woman sighed as she looked at the ostensibly lowered but still stubborn eyes of everyone. Never mind. Keep watching the show. The crowd was still boisterous and everyone kept scanning around in anticipation of who the next guest would be and where they would show up. But everyone, no matter how much they looked left and right, didn't see the second one show up again until, stick to a point. A crisp sound of water drops exploded in Lake Falling Ferry. The lake was silent, then faint ripples rippled out. Someone reacted and hurriedly looked at the lake, disbelief flashing in their eyes. It won't be. Yes, the calmness of the lake is broken by the current, and a bubbling stream of water suddenly rises from the surface of the lake directly in front of where the tourists are watching. And then, the more it gushed, the bigger it got. The more it gushed, the thicker it got. It finally turned into a huge column of water that shot up into the sky. Zenjunzi hid in the crowd, stunned. What's going on? Is modern technology so advanced? He was just about to tisk, when he stopped talking, his pupils instantly clenching. Above the rushing column of water, in the splash of water, golden and red rays of light flashed in the light of the lake and the lamps. A huge fishtail held a delicate young girl with short hair and thin ears as she slowly rose out. Yo! That young girl tilted her head and waved her white palm. Quite lively. The crowd calmed down for a second, then roared out screaming. Zenjunzi hid behind the people, dumbfounded, and couldn't go on with the trick in his hand halfway through the pinch. Master, you come back soon. It seems like a big demon has manifested itself? Chapter 151, the guests of honor take their places. It's his business to be shocked. It's the crowd's cheering that counts. In everyone's exclamation of surprise, in Shusho's camera lens, the water column slowly descending, carrying the young girl half-bodied not into the lake. And when she lightly point stone bridge jumped to the shore, the huge fishtail has been transformed into a dexterous legs, stepping on the lotus leaf molded shoes, lightly into the lake in the pavilion. The gauze curtains fell, and the two completely faded into the pavilion. Hello MS. Carp. The Peach Blossom Nunnery Master was smiling. He had not seen the scene outside just now, so he also did not yet know that the young girl in front of him was different from him. He was just excited to share. I just tried it, and I can go back into the mirror and pick up things, as long as it's within the mirror's range to illuminate. You can take it. Look. On the tabletop in front of him was a bamboo shao, a silver sword and several jugs of wine. That's all I just took. The young girl looked at him, leaned on her chin and thought for a moment, turned back and reached her hand into the mirror and gave it a dig, then grabbed out a big fat carp. Is this carp lady planning to roast it for dinner later? The carp god froze, then lost his smile. No. With a casual toss, she threw the big fat carp into lake falling immortal. Tell it to come and watch the festivities with me. MS. Carp is very interesting. The two were already chatting inside, and the tourists outside were still going wild. Zhu Shou, did you just shoot that? Pinky excitedly slapped Zhu Shou's fat, barely able to suppress her screams. The little fat man zoomed in on the photo carefully, with a hint of hesitation in the excitement on his face. I'm guessing the entrance show just now would have been in the form of an elevated stage plus fountain, ending with the carp god underwater quickly stripping the fishtail off and coming ashore. He squinted, almost burrowing into the camera, and muttered, strange, is the current too dense? Why can't I see where the lifting column is? Pinky doesn't care about the lifting column, just shoot it. Anyway, in her mind, the carp god was using the power of spells to repel water and rise out of thin air. If you don't believe me, go find the evidence. From her experience of touring the Wanyuan Mountains so many times, the NPCs here did things in drips and drabs, and anyway, she had never found a break yet. The crowd roared, and everyone, whether they knew each other or not, came together in a frenzy of discussion. Only the group of gringos were isolated because they didn't speak the language very well, but they have no time for that either. Jones, did you see that? Oh my god, I saw it. This must be a fake, right? Jesus, that fishtail is so real and they did a great job with the lift. I can't even tell where it is. Impossible. This level of performance is only possible over at the Holy Land Sea World to this extent. How could a tiny county in China possess such technology? The geezer questioned it, but the geezer was also a little excited. The first two came out and were truly stunning, and the next step was to see if their performances could match up. Everyone continued to watch with full attention again. The tourists on the boat were laughing with excitement. Cool. This is really good money to spend. Although the boatmen rowed their boat to a position at the edge of Falling Lake, they were still closer than the tourists on the shore. The carp god's appearance and costume change seemed to be close at hand. That huge splash of water rushing up to the sky simply washed over them. It is made even more sacred by the light on the lake. As soon as the boatman at the bow braced his pole, the boat came to a slow stop. Everyone stayed close to the shore, but suddenly realized that there was another painting boat coming from afar in the distance. TSK. How do you break formation? You're the only one who's late, okay? Everyone frowned and stared into the distance, only to stare in shock as they looked away, turning back and exclaiming in turn, holy, it's Monkey. Ha! The tourists on the shore originally didn't take a close look at this group of banknote-capable lucky ones on the painted boat, but after hearing the cries, they all looked over in unison as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really is the Monkey King. Ha 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 ha. The bright moon-walled city sent a special boat to pick them up. I died laughing. Ha ha ha, monkeys on a boat. It's so funny. The Holy Mountain does not treat every one of its people badly. Ha ha ha. Monkey, wait for me. I've saved up enough for 11 flowers. I'll send you up to the top of the mountain to watch the thunderbolt when the weather is good. Monkey dance one today, no? Good-natured cackling came from the group, who didn't care if it could understand or not. interacting frantically. In the painting boat, on top of the golden silk soft cushion, the great sage warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, although that soft jade only cared about clicking dry rice, but the great sage still felt incomparable happiness. Beside the small wood small soil 2 monkeys stood in the bow of the boat, put this boat helm probing to look out. The rest of the small monkeys are also curious to look around. The ones brought in today are intelligent, heartfelt monkeys. Boss Su Jing brought them out to play, so they definitely won't give him any trouble. The painted boat stopped right in the middle of a group of painted boats, and the tourists next door were beautiful again. Earned big money. See the festivities up close and have the opportunity to interact with the guests. Wonderful. After everyone was happy, someone finally looked at the time. It's already 6 o'clock. It is reasonable to say that the celebration has already started at 6 o'clock, but now the butterfly fairy has not yet come. Is it possible that the guests, as advertised, did not come on the same day? Su Jing stood at a temporary service point and leaned against the fence to look into the center of the lake. Begin. Woo! A horn from the deep mountains echoed from far and near, cascading over Lake Lixian. Instantly evokes memories for all visitors when they first enter the Wanyuan Mountains. On top of the dark ink-painted lake, several flat bamboo rafts sailed from far and near, head to tail, with a lone candlelight dangling from the front of the raft. Only when they got closer did everyone see that it wasn't a candlelight at all. Instead, a man in a tight black robe stood at the bow of the boat, holding a long rope with 2 lanterns falling from it. What's that? You haven't seen it? Everyone held their breath and clutched the fence tightly, trying to poke their heads forward to get a better look, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a human head on the outside of the pillar. Where did these people come from? The members of the Qing Yun acrobatic troupe, who had long been squatting and ready, immediately scurried out after the small boat on the lake reached its designated spot. Tie the rope, hang it from the post, and pull out the drum and drumsticks. Knock, 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 knock. A few heavy drums sounded in unison, immediately silencing the entire group of visitors. Some people excitedly pulled out their cell phones and took pictures with the drummer hanging out of the railing on the side. In the video, the drummers look solemn, staring into the distance, the wind blowing the tips of their hair, but also cannot blow their determined eyes. Moved a few leaves of rafts in the lake after arriving at the designated location. The men in the boat moved. Phew! The men walked to the middle of the raft and slowly, shaking the rope in their hands, the lanterns at either end swayed along with them. That's not a light, someone called out. From the iron cage at the end of the rope, sparks of fire surged and flew out like mist. That's charcoal in there. Chapter 152, the show begins. It's charcoal that burned up and fluttered out like sparkling meteors. Just charcoal flowers. The iron cages at both ends of the rope completely flew and spun up. Countless points of light appearing at first. Countless clusters of fire meteors, lighting up the surface of the calm falling immortal lake. Genre of folk dance with charcoal flowers. But that's not all. Wang Hao nodded as he glanced at San and Big Deer and the others in the distance. Release the rope. To the sound of more agitated drums, they finally slowly loosened the clenched, more rope in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the fire group accumulation skyrocketed. The sparks flying around converge into golden red clouds of smoke, floating overhead with the wind, leaving the visitors in awe. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Beacon meteor hammer. Ping ping pinched Ju Shou's mouth. Uncultured. But it was just the beginning. As the drums changed and the music started, everyone realized that the second-floor screen curtain of that pavilion in the lake was finally lifted. Inside was the complete orchestra in bizarre costumes and a pleasant demeanor. The older man playing the era half-squinted his eyes, lost in the music. The eyes of the woman carrying the horsehead violin snowed as she waited for her time to make her appearance. Uncle, who is pinching the oboe, has a relaxed expression and a confident smile on his lips. Inside, the blowing and singing came together. The performance on the lake was getting more and more agitated. The man on that lake even danced with that burning fire, spreading the starry sky to the earth. They seemed to be drawing some kind of pattern. Some tourists were so amazed that they noticed something different and pointed to the lake and shouted softly, "Can't quite see it. It looks like they're all drawing circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 circles? What kind of pattern is this drawing?" As the crowd sighed and wondered, Su Jing leaned against the railing, his eyes fixed on the pattern that was gradually taking shape. Homage. They don't get it. It's enough that he understands. National pride from the bottom of his heart makes him want to present this scene even in a different world. Think of it as him being homesick. Knock knock. The charcoal blossoms faded away, and the boatmen resumed their action, sailing to the center of the lake to the sound of the melodious piping. The big men hanging from the fence around the lake also stopped beating their drums and put their drumsticks away. It's over? The tourists gathered at the drummer's side to ask curious questions. but the drummer smiled crookedly and pulled out a fire discount from behind him. Brush! A circle of flames lit up in unison along the fence, then with a loud, point, sound, igniting the thin wires tied to the fence. Barely, the tourists took a step back in unison, only to realize that in the stillness and darkness of the night, these stone pillars were all tied with a barely visible, thin thread leading to the lake pavilion. At this time those thin threads were ignited, flashing with fine silver light, and scuttled toward the island in the center of the lake. One or two can't be seen, not even as good as the little fireworks children play with on New Year's Day. But when hundreds or thousands of silver lights converged together like waves on the pavilion in the lake, it was shocking enough. And when that silver light traveled up the pavilion, rushing and burning to the tip of the pavilion roof, everyone held their breath. When did a man stand there? Bang! The silver light exploded. The strong silver glow even brightened the entire lake, falling immortal for a moment. But Shinjuan lost his words and covered his mouth to murmur. I knew. This kid had something up his sleeve. What exploded over Lake Fuxian, above the spire of the lake pavilion, were not fireworks. Instead, two huge ones, fluttering, white butterfly wings. That late butterfly fairy was just standing at the top of the pavilion, squinting lightly as she looked away from all the tourists on the other side of the lake. Behind her, countless white butterflies floated in midair, forming for her butterfly wings like illusory ones, flapping slightly as the lake light rippled. Come out! My! Who was it that said butterfly fairies don't have wings? Watch it! What's that? The scene of fireworks transforming into butterflies was so stunning that visitors were quiet for quite some time before finally digesting the beauty. Ah! Butterfly fairy! I love you! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Phantom wings. Witness the ing miracle again. Martial soul true body. This is definitely the true body of the martial soul. The geezers were completely silent. Is that a drone? Not like that. Are you kidding me? Accept the facts. They swallowed hard and looked across the lake to the white-skirted woman, whose huge feathered wings, nearly 4 or 5 meters tall behind her, were still flapping slowly. This is outrageous. I'm going to be religious. The blonde woman believes in religion or not, no one cares. The other tourists just focus on crazy photos to record this moment. There are also people who have already directly opened the live broadcast. The crowd that just now, because of the charcoal flower dance, madly flooded into the live broadcasting room. And now it is expanded a few times. Zenjunzi was behind the crowd, his fingers frantically pinching, so fast that they almost formed stumps. It shouldn't be. I haven't heard of any aura revival, great power enlightenment or anything like that. What's going on with this show? And what about the butterflies? He thought to himself as Ms. Kaoru began her guest performance. Having seen the strange things that butterflies surrounded her, her mental capacity was now much stronger. She whispered softly, but it reached the ears of all the visitors in an instant. The orchestra on the second floor immediately followed and pulled up, with Xiao and Zhang symphonizing. The butterfly fairy leapt off the tip in the sight of 10,000 people and waved her arms and danced on the octagonal eaves at the top of the pavilion. The butterfly wings narrowed in a circle and transformed into a light veil as she danced, following her movements like a fluttering belt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Oh, holy, it's coming over. OMG. The white fluorescent butterflies from the pavilion in the center of the lake converge into a river floating, and then, accompanied by music and the dance of the butterfly fairy, violently rushed to the boat in the lake. Like starlight bursting before his eyes, a tourist stood at the bow of a boat and watched the silvery white river pass above his head, the touch of furry feathers even lingering on his fingertips. That silver white river fluttered and swept past the lake's painted boats before rising up into the sky and flying toward the tourists on the shore. Coming! Xu Shou held his breath, lifted up the camera, and together with millions of tourists, greeted the dreamlike fairy-given light veil. Tiny feathers swept past, silver white feather dust sprinkled down. That light veil like water like diffused through the crowd, and then dial cocoon to leave. Into smoke, into the fog, into the cloud, rushing into the mountains behind the crowd. Zenjunzi also stopped pinching and chanting. Master, there are too many oddities in this place. It's not something that a small path like his can handle, so why don't we wait for the master to come back, and then we can get it together. As for him, hey, he prettily watched the white butterfly disappear and pulled a handful of peanuts out of his pocket, chewing and crunching them. The tourists watched the swarm of butterflies disappear before turning back with a sigh of relief but renewed excitement. Without realizing it, in the middle of that lake, dozens of lotus platforms had appeared, cast in lapis lazuli with delicate and exquisite veins. It floats a centimeter underwater and is as stable as a rock. And above that lotus platform was a group of big men with bare shoulders and wearing strange shorts. On their faces, they wore what many tourists were familiar with. The Mingyue Zhai invitation masks, or green eyes and fangs, or red faces and white eyes, or hideous ghost faces. and in front of them, large drums set up in the water appeared with huge mallets, signaling that a different kind of performance was about to begin. The tourists were so dazzled that they could only grit their teeth in excitement as they continued to watch. Lu Qingyun stood at the service point, and after communicating with the departments, he rushed the intercom and opened his mouth. Begin! Knock knock knock. Chapter 153, The First Celebration. The trio of strings lilted and the drums went from small to large. Strong men wearing a variety of ghostly masks wriggled their bodies, their muscles appearing to be of great raw power in the light of the lake. The drums exploded, with a splash that splattered the drummer. But they didn't care in the slightest, looking at each other and laughing. Magnificent shout. Again. Bang, bang, bang. Seems to be infected. That the second floor of the lake pavilion also has more and more musical instruments to join in. Blowing, playing and playing is not lively. The heat of the festivities was instantly ignited. And that music and drumming reached a crescendo when it instantly closed. The entire falling immortal lake was incomparably silent, with only an ethereal male voice echoing from the lake. Bright Moon Cottage. To the spirits of Lake Fuxian. One dance. The drummers once again hammered the drums, then turned around violently and turned back. From the back of the lake center pavilion, a huge boat slowly came around the pavilion, but the boat was roofless, and there seemed to be some people standing on it, blending in with the dark lake surface and making it hard to see. Snap! The next moment the light flourished, actually cast from the side of the lake pavilion. The aperture hit the boat, and it was only then that the tourists got a good look at what the people on the boat actually looked like. Hiss! Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a row of people on that boat, dressed in white robes, with ornate makeup and hair, with different postures, all wearing masks like white-faced foxes. Reference to the part of the dance drama The Golden Bow. The mask's eyes are upturned. The upper and lower lids are dotted with gold and red oil paint, and the corners of the mouth are either upturned or downturned. Obviously it was just a mask, but the tourists were heartened to see a hint of winks to the sky. Coming! The leading woman of the dance troupe's eyes lit up and hurriedly greeted the siblings around her. Nuwa dance! Look! Everyone's eyes firmly stared at the boat above. Under the white robe, the body curves beautifully, exposed to the outside of the fingers of the bones of the slender, compiled into a flower not general, not a single movement, as if they were all dummies. But the next second, the lights changed slightly and those dummies moved. At first it was a small wiggle in the general direction of faint breathing. With the music lilting, it was as if they were infused with life force. Their muscles and bones flared, and their flickering and falling poses were instantly pulled up. Each of the white women made their own movements individually, yet they looked incredibly coordinated and unified. From the Bright Moon Cottage to the Drop Immortal Lake, their dance is no longer extreme to get harsh ghost, but like in and this lake communication general, becomes soft and gentle. Of course, this warmth is felt only by them. In the eyes of the tourists, the black surface of the lake, a group of white women, accompanied by a melodious tune dancing, even if they know that Nuwa dance is supposed to be so, but still got goosebumps. Is this the dance that communicates with ghosts and gods? The woman leading the dance troupe murmured, already infected by the atmosphere. But that dance was far more than that. Of course, and they grew whiter and whiter, their movements becoming more and more intense, until they were nailed violently in place when a heavy drum sounded, and from the darkness behind them, 3 men in red leapt up in a single bound. Ooh! The tourists rounded their eyes. The dress! The costumes of those 3 were as gorgeous as any tourists had ever seen in all the time they had been traveling. Red and black robes, sleeves draped with gold, red, black and purple and other countless strips of cloth. If you look carefully, you can see that the end of the cloth are embroidered with strange patterns. Not only that, but their clothes, as if they had turned auspiciousness into clouds, dyed them red and embroidered them, and like the feathers of birds and beasts, layered and adorned all over. High Priest dance. This should be the fancy dress that Bright Moon Walled City has specially prepared for the celebration, right? It should be. Never seen one so gorgeous. The clothes are so over the top that it doesn't even make the mask scary to me. The 3 top black and red demonic beasts exorcism. Fierce stride half crouched down, palms wide open, hand around sieve disc molded thing crazy shaking. Crisp bells cascaded from his palm, mingling with the music. One exorcism for 100 ghosts. A sudden female theater accent exploded across the lake, lifting everyone's spirits, and with a twist of the 3 reds, tilting their heads backwards and shaking their bodies, the female voice sounded again. One wish had 1,000 gods. The sound of the oboe exploded out of the flat lake and came straight at the crowd as the 3 redcoats leapt up violently, holding their masks and twisting their bodies frantically. Behind that mask, faces painted with oil paint loomed. Pinky was sharp-eyed, and even with the light, she quickly spotted something in the hand of the leader of the trio. He took a small torch? For what? After the mask, Wang Hao revealed a smile. Of course. Put. Boom. A bright fire dragon rushed out from the side of the red mask. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And the fire-breathing show. The tourists gasped in amazement. The firelight was overwhelming, instantly illuminating the entire boat, which allowed everyone to see those behind the red clothes, the white-clothed dancers hidden in the darkness. They moved too. With the sound of music, they restretched their stiff bodies and danced with the three reds to the sound of the sham. Secretive and gentle, vicious and enchanting, red-faced and white-faced, intersected into an unexpected nuwa dance too. And when the dance was over and the lights dimmed, the tourists finally exhaled a cloudy breath and felt their hearts in their throats slowly fall. It's too fast-paced. They didn't dare to turn their heads for a second, fearing that if they looked at this beauty in front of them for 1 second less, they wouldn't be able to see it next time. Wishguard clutched the camera. I want to go pee. Pinky shook her head. Hold it a little longer. I don't think it's over yet. She looked closely at the center of the lake, trying to find something in that darkness. With the Lord Receiver's temperament, this wave is coming back, and it's going to be a big one. Shusho pursed his lips and proceeded to hold it with a crying face. On the other side, Xin Zhuang and Shaoli were complacent. Ha 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 ha. That's right. This exorcising dance originated from our Yangon. Ecology? Ecology is certainly great. This is the cave of Castle Peak County. What gods and fairies harm? Xin Zhuang could not openly promote feudal superstition, so whoosh a moment to come close to the questioning tourists. Nostrils large and small, staring at each other's eyes tightly. Believe and there is. If you don't believe, you don't. The visitor weakly retracted and looked to one side at his girlfriend. That old man seems crazy. Xin Zhuang didn't bother with him. He just looked at the lake beautifully and waited for the next program. 3 days. The fact that Su Jing had really given him 6 tickets meant that, by default, he had agreed that all 3 days of the show would be different. Today's first day was like this. What's going to happen later? Could it get any better than this? Ah! A shriek broke the silence and the darkness. All the tourists jolted back to their senses and looked to the center of the lake in unison, only to see 1 or 2 tourists sticking out their heads between that painted boat, rushing to look in one direction. What did they see? But the people on the shore soon saw it. Above mid-air in the center of the lake, the 2 oilskin cloths were lifted, and in the faint light of the fire, the true face of the man was finally revealed. Boom boom boom. The sound of the water flowed from a small to a very large volume, and the dark figure, like a chivalrous man weaving in and out of the darkness of the night in a hood, rushed toward the crowd, holding a red-hot cage of fire at either end. Ah! The crowd panicked and even tried to back away. However, he saw that the person in midair twisted his body and just floated in midair. His hood was masked so that his face could not be seen, and his body was wrapped tightly in clothes, and under his red robe and black boots was a raging stream of water rushing toward the lake. Holy! A young man exclaimed in surprise. Flying man on water, and along with his voice, the red shadow with the stick briefly wandered around the lake embankment before stopping in the middle of the lake, half hidden in the darkness. Bright Moon Cottage redelivered. The low male voice resounded again in Lake Falling Immortal. Kettle Blessing. Chapter 154, The Beauty of the Flaming Kettle. Wang Hao's mouth, hidden under his hood, hooked his lips in a smile. He now feels like he. Awesome. Boom. A red shadow rushed up into the sky, holding the pole in both hands and shaking it hard, shouting in a deep voice. The pot of fire frightens the 4 seats, and the flaming breath lifts the mountains and rivers. One shake. Shake off the misery and injustice of this world. Wow. In the silence and darkness of the night, on the deep lake water, the spout of the fire kettle erupted with a large amount of starry fire, like scattered vermilion sand, spread all over the earth. Kettle show. Whoa. Oh my god. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the shore of the falling immortal lake, there was no need for the atmosphere group of the Bright Moon Cottage at all, and the tourists were already listening to the sound of frogs, compared to the charcoal flower dance at the beginning. If that one is a spirit of fire in the darkness of the night, spiritually jumping, that moment of performance is as atmospheric as a Nirvana phoenix. But that's not all. Wang Hao lowered his head and controlled the water jets under his feet, rushing upward diagonally and cascading thick clouds of starfire. 2 shakes. Shake off the diseases and evil spirits of this life. At the sound of his words, he turned and flew upwards once more, but this time, he spread his arms wide and raised the fire pot high above his head, like a phoenix bird hovering and flying into the clouds. 3 shakes. Shake the hearts clean of suspicion and delusion. The charcoal bursts and splits like cracking ice. Waves of fire churned and swirled in a Tai Chi vortex to accompany him as he rose into the air. His black robes were reddened by the firelight and his face was focused and holy. Fire raged behind him, and with his final fling, and smoke transformed into phantom wings, the boom unfolded. Super-like. Fire. Fire Phoenix. Jusho's camera shutter has been pressed rotten. From the beginning of this performance, he and Ping Ping have not said a word. A man and a woman, lying on their backs by the railing, their face muscles occasionally quivering with too much excitement, frantically recording the scene in their own way. Shen Zhuang clutched little Li's hand, and little Li clutched the hand of the unknown big brother next to him. So excited I can't even speak. How come? How do you act it out? How did you come up with that? Su Jing's status in his heart was once again wildly elevated. It's so shocking. That day to engage in the water dragon. Today to engage in the fire phoenix. What about other scenic spots in the future? You kid, ha 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 ha. Shen Zhuang's bull's eyes glared. Just don't let them live. As for the other group of crooked people? Oh, they couldn't speak for a long time before they could only call Jesus one way or the other. Mommy, is this also a show in China? How did China get such an awesome show? It is not to say that Shen Zhuang is after all an old leader. He saw the all-black head from a long distance away and instantly raised his guard. Patent application. We'll have to apply tomorrow. Fire and burglary against neighboring countries. Don't let someone steal it one day. There's no place to cry. As for Zhen Junzi, who was far away at the other end of the tourists group, he was staring wide-eyed and clear-eyed, peanut skin crumbs streaking and snapping and malfunctioning in his palms. Yes, that's awesome. What big demon or small demon? Get out of the way first. Su Xiaoyu had promised to help them repair the Taoist temple, so let's give him face first and not look for trouble. And when his master comes back later, they'll find out what's going on. If it is really a great demon, well, that's if they can beat it first. Evil demon. Beat it, chop it. Evil demon. Can't beat it, run. Good demon. Fight through, collect. Good demon. Can't beat it. Harm. We're all buddies. How inappropriate to hang on to the fight all day long. Taoism. Let it go. Zhen Junzi barked, looking at the fire phoenix that had returned to the earthly world and once again took the star-filled fire around a few times. That fire was monstrous. Gathered together are fireworks, spread out on earth. Beyond the starfire, tens of thousands of tourists excited exclamations, such as waves of iterative continuous, for this far from the city of the barren mountain, brought life. Fire removes evil spirits. Hundreds of peace. The sound was mellifluous and slowly disappeared into the night sky along with the dots of starbursts that had yet to disappear over the lake, and the tourists heard a familiar voice. A male voice with a chuckle echoed from the announcer at the lagoon. Dear guests from far away, Lake Lixian and the sacred mountain of Mingguezhai have received your sincere warmth. Ping Ping violently grabbed Zhu Shou's clothes. Here we go. She immediately tapped on the screen full of, tell us what happened, of the group chat and sent the message. Pimmy Yacht, props. The occasional person in the crowd of tourists looks down to check their cell phone, then looks up in surprise. So as a thank you for watching the ceremony, Falling Fairy Lake and the Holy Mountain Carp God, send you one last blessing. Please go to the railing by the lake for those who have purchased colorful ropes, and throw the colorful ropes into the lake in unison after I give the command. I'm going? Shu Shou immediately turned his head to look at Ping Ping. It was so true that she guessed right. This thing is a real prop. The crowd immediately clamored. A total of 1W colorful ropes had been prepared, and they weren't sold out today, but the tourists who had bought it were at that moment, as if they had won the jackpot, raising their hands high in the air and squeezing righteously into the front row. Shen Zhuang didn't buy it, but Li did. He hemmed and hawed, and with a shy old face, he arrived at the front row with Li, and after a noisy and crowded switching of positions, most of the tourists with colorful ropes arrived in the front row. They finally realized at this point why the rope seller had repeatedly told them how to untie it. Turns out it was all waiting for this one. Someone muttered surreptitiously, throwing so much rope into the water. Isn't this destroying the natural environment? TSK. A big brother in front of him put up his eyes and glared at him. What do you care? Shut up and play. What environment is not the environment? The scenic area let them do so. Play on the line. There were not a few who harbored such thoughts, but as soon as an unintelligible murmur on the radio ended, the word, release, came out, and they threw the rope into the water. They instantly didn't want to, because that colorful rope, when it meets water, it melts. In just a few breaths, it sinks out of sight. But, stick to a point. What's that? With the first cry of alarm, the first spot of light appeared in the deep waters of Lake Falling Immortal. Then the second, third, hundreds of points of light appeared, flickering and surfacing from underwater. The higher you float, the closer you are. The tourists realized that it wasn't a spot of light at all. Instead, it's a fish that emits a fine shimmering luminescence. Big fish, small fish, carp, grass carp, blackfish, catfish. They are all wearing a glowing coat. They swam happily towards the surface of the water. Pinky covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Are there colorful ropes, transformed into sacred fish? More and more people responded as well, and they screamed and pointed at the school of glowing fish, laughing in surprise. The anglers also covered their mouths in surprise at the school of fish, large and small, and laughed wildly. And they knew it. Wild lake walleye are plentiful. No more, but I didn't realize so much. Going to renew my 10-day fishing ticket again in a bit. Su Jing revealed a smile in the corner. The first reveal of Fantasy Light had given him such a big surprise. It was worthy of being the lucky carousel. There was no bad use for what was drawn. The crowd clamored as the swimming fish revealed themselves, followed by a swinging tail, and rushed in unison toward the lake pavilion. Like a fan, the gold and silver intertwined fish broke through the surface of the water, turning into rays of light that came towards the lake pavilion. And even the lake was stirred up, surging with tiny waves. What are they up to? The words fell, and the fish had already reached their destination. They traveled with the water, swinging their bodies hard, breaking free from the shackles of the lake and rushing into the sky in a brilliant curtain of fish. Holy! I was far away. I couldn't see it. It's okay. That school of fish descended from the air, dug into the water, then set off again from the center of the fan and swam rapidly toward the visitors on the shore. No, it can't be what I think it is. Shusho's fingertips trembled as he switched to video mode and laid it flat against his chest. I guess. Pinky's voice was eerily calm, and only if you listened carefully could you feel the madness underneath the calm. It should be. Boom! Huge waves of water crashed against the lake embankment, lapping up the sky, and that wave was followed by countless streams of swimming fish, weaving into an overwhelming curtain of light in front of them, straight to the clouds. Chapter 155, Haven't you seen enough? Come tomorrow. Crashing sound. The gold and silver fish light fell with fine water droplets, like a little curtain of rain in the afterglow of the setting sun. Swaying in the breeze, the scent of lotus and water vapor came to the surface, and seemed to be mixed with a hint of peach blossom brood lingering, so that visitors were dazzled and mesmerized. Xin Zhuang, who was pinching the wine pot, poured the last drop of peach blossom brew into his mouth, squinted his eyes and shook his head. The floral wine is slightly sweet and not too strong, yet he seemed to be drunk already. What's it called again? Li held him up, a little groggy himself. Such a show really appeared in their Yangon city. Yangon cultural tourism, this year will certainly be on fire. He's not the only one who thinks the same way. Wishguard took a long breath and looked at his camera. That's not a stampede of fish. That's a flow. It was hard for him to imagine how many likes a video like this would receive when it was posted. And he turned back and looked out over the crowd to the roadside, where above a utility pole, hidden by branches, a black video camera occasionally flashed red. And what a hotspot MT. Wanyuan will be when that video that takes in the entire view of the lake goes up. Fish curtains scattered, the lights dimmed, the lake pavilion veil swaying. Can only vaguely see the scenery inside? The carp god leaned back in his chair with his feet crossed. His large eyes narrowed in satisfaction as he ate the slices of marinated lotus root one by one. Next to the peach blossom nunnery master had drunk an unknown number of jugs of wine, and was humming with drunken eyes there. Can you still get out on your own? The man in pink flushed and waved his hand in a dashing manner. Where to? He laughed out loud, pointed to the mirror next to him, and climbed and tumbled in, his voice echoing through the kiosk. Time's up. I'm going home too. Today was very enjoyable. You and I will see you tomorrow. The carp god looked at it quietly for a moment and sked. So happy? Don't even want the sword or the fan. She finished with a small smile as well and stood up to lift the veil. Go home. The young girl squatted by the lake, her hand reaching into the falling immortal lake. It was immediately seen by the tourists. It's the carp god. Lord Carp God is there. This time the tourists who hadn't dispersed yet clamored again, wooing and wailing, and rushing to show her their affection. The surface of the pitch-black lake moved slightly, and within a short time, a speck of golden red light floated up from underneath the lake. The big fat carp that beckoned her to swing her body leapt with all its might and landed in her palm, causing another gasp of surprise. It's the big fat carp. The carp god himself brought it to Falling Immortal Lake to watch the celebration? Oh hoo! In the end it licked successfully. Damn it! Envy! So damn jealous. The carp god pinched the tail of the big fat carp and waved it around in his hand before raising his head and bending his eyes in a smile as brilliant as a starry river. See you tomorrow. With a wave of her hand, she dove behind the veil and disappeared. Jingle! The sound of two small mirrors falling to the ground was heard, and an employee who arrived a little later slowly pulled back the curtain in front of the tourists who were hesitant to disperse. The lake pavilion was empty, with only the crooked jugs of wine and snacks on the table to prove that someone had been here a while ago. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted once again in a shocking cheer. Another miracle. The peach blossom ancestor and the carp god, who hadn't come out the entire time they were in there, disappeared into thin air right in front of them. The carp god was a deity after all, and it was normal for him to know some spells, but did the peach blossom none? Also turn into peach blossom petals and fly away? Unbelievable. Jones covered his head and yelled, his eyes red and clutching the hand of his friend next to him. I understand that Mandarin. She said see you tomorrow. I'm coming back tomorrow. Jones, the leading geezer, had a complicated look on his face. Remember what they came for in the first place? It's to fight the fakes and experience. How can you still experience a fan? But the willingness of his fellow travelers to want to come tomorrow was too strong, and he and a few others exchanged glances. Yes, but there are no more tickets available online. So if we want to grab one for tomorrow, we'll have to come early or we'll definitely miss the line. No problem. I can get up and go at 5. Me too. The two bedwetters in the usual circle exploded into a high degree of unity at the moment, and thinking the same way. There are dance troupes farther apart. The few girls who had been high and mighty before had changed their attitudes at the moment. Well, it's true that it's not bad, but we can't just reject us. I admit, I spoke a little louder just now, but they weren't at fault at all. Do they still dance like this? Will it be different tomorrow? But even if we don't watch the dance, their performance is too great. Instead, I now feel fortunate that eldest sister brought us out. The lead woman smiled. Anyway, the teacher got us 2-day tickets, so we can stay here tonight and continue watching tomorrow. The nearly 3W crowd at the lake is extremely divergent at the moment. The ones who heckled around the lake and headed straight to the Fairy Lake campground were the most dashing and self-conscious tourists who came early in the morning and booked their tents. Those who walk around the lake slowly, or go to the restaurant to eat, and those who stay at the same place to chat with friends are the tourists who have checked in at the Lishan Lake Hotel, or the Mingyu High B&B. Only the tourists who only got 1-day tickets went to the boat with a pathetic, clenched hand and a reluctant step back. Fortunately, Jiang Tsong had prepared a big boat in advance, so it didn't take too much time to take the tourists away. As for Zhen Junzi, he slipped around and began to search for Su Jing. Master Dao's cell phone is out of battery, so we can only rely on manpower. If he couldn't, he would have to go to the staff. After all, the staff would always know where the boss was, right? At the visitor service point, Jiang Tsong leaned on the railing and looked at Su Jing, who was squinting and enjoying the lake breeze next to him. His eyes filled with sighs and admiration. Race? How do you come up with all this stuff? Su Jing shrugged. Don't think. He spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Take what's etched in your bones and just show it. Jiang Tsong seemed to understand, but just nodded his head. Not bad for a competition, brother. It's amazing how this great wisdom has been etched into the bones. Is this the latest fad of genius boasting? Why are you so smart? No, I'm just showing what's etched in my bones. Why are you so strong? No, I just have it etched in my bones. Let's just say you can learn by following brother competition. He hemmed and hawed and left of his own accord to begin communicating with the various departments dealing with the latter. It had to be said that the stage construction work that Su Jing had taken the initiative to wrap around his body was actually really doing so well, though they were all stunned at the time as they watched a huge painted boat being brought in through the angling side door. But when the actual rehearsal started, they realized how beautiful the picture would be, and you can continue to utilize it in the future. No less than Mr. Xiao Su. As for the other big guy, Jiang Tsong walked outside, his mind flashing back to the carriers the van had brought in, and sighed with an exclamation. Blessed are those who watch the festivities tomorrow. Behind him, Su Jing finally saw the Taoist priest waving in the distance and hurriedly greeted him. When the two met, Zhen Junzi looked him up and down, and said nothing but complimented him before asking him to lead the way to his lodging. Just kidding. Until master returns, he'll consider himself a tourist. Today's performance, apart from that big demon, also really made him feel a surprise that had been missing for a long time. This sense of human pleasure and anticipation filled his aurora and made him even more joyful. Practice, practice, practice. This earthly world helped him forward again. Taoist, I'd like to see what more interesting things can come out tomorrow. Chapter 156, The Second Celebration. The crowd moved slowly to the exit and were getting in their cars to leave the park. As the night wore on, not long after 2 a.m., headlights came on from the end of the country road and several cars pulled into the parking lot one after the other. People who got off the bus, carrying flashlights, walked to the ticket counter and were ready to take selfies to send to their friends when they mistakenly looked at a sea of heads in front of them. Confused, there was a good-natured cackle from across the room. Coming, nice spirit in line, but came a little late, haha. Ha ha ha. I came in at 12:30 and can you believe it? There are already 20 plus people in front of me. There's nothing I can do, brother. My son and wife are clamoring to see it again, so I'll have to bring them to the line in the middle of the night. The tourists who had sneaked up on us lost their smiles. Indeed, line it up. So many tickets are released in one day. You won't even see a fart if you come late. Ha 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 ha. Our fun now is counting heads and seeing how many can come by 5. Not to be taken lightly. We're not counting the North Gate, And from what my friend says, the North Gate is lined up a lot now too. The laughter faded in the night, and the group of foreigners was confused when they arrived at Wanyuan Mountain at 6 o'clock just after dawn. This crowded. Dude, have you seen Wanyuan Mountain at 6 a.m.? This is what the hell it looks like. It's scary. The lead man swallowed hard and looked to Jones, who was gawking. Are we still in line? There's an old Chinese saying. Jones took a step forward. Word for word. Call it all in. Row. Then platoon. To the roar of the crowd, Zhou University and a couple of frail little girls pulled open the doors to the ticket office. Zhou University did a double take and rolled up his sleeves again. Day 2. Action. Crowds once again surged into the park, and Wanyuan Mountain only just opened its doors to a horrifying one. 2W admissions. Zhou Xie, with his band of brothers, stood at the entrance of the park in a daze. He knows this place is on fire. But how did get so hot? Didn't we already perform once yesterday? Why are there so many people the next day? If he hadn't gotten an e-ticket for the second day, he was afraid he wouldn't have been able to snag an entry. Next to her, Zhao Yanyan greeted the two siblings as they walked forward. The young painter Mengqing finally finished all the preparations for the exhibition. Just yesterday, the exhibition opened and he only had time to come out today after receiving some guests on the first day. The group walked deeper into the park, and the road was filled with the sounds of jailbreaking's excited introductions. Sometimes the description is so detailed that even the tour guide next to me wonders if this is any of his peers coming out of the woodwork. That's right. Following them in was none other than Zhao Mang's tour group. The tickets that Su Jing had reserved for them were sold out early in the morning. If they still want the rest, they'll have to rely on their strength to grab them with nearly 1 million people. After watching the festivities yesterday, Zhao Mang dreamed all night. In his dream, he was running on a stone bridge, and a carp, glittering with colorful light, leapt out from under the lake and turned into a kuan, taking him to swim in the 9 heavens. TSK. He looked down. The Wanyuan Mountain had turned into unreadable dots, and only by looking closely could he see that the overlooking map of the Wanyuan Mountain looked like it had converged into some kind of pattern. That seemed to be the face of Su Jing. The dream sits here and wakes up. Zhao Mang shakes his head and clears his face, then raises the little red flag high to greet the crowd. There is no invocation ceremony in Mingyue Walled City today. Those who want to go to the holy mountain come with me. And those who want to go directly to Falling Immortal Lake go with him. Based on yesterday's experience, we'll meet at the lake after 4 p.m., or we won't get a good spot. He turned to leave, but seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, if you look at anything weird, NPC selling stuff, be sure to buy it. It's definitely not a loss, especially the colorful rope. Excited and clueless, the visitors dispersed to begin the day's journey through the park. As for Zhao Mang, he started looking for today's props, but to his disappointment, Su Jing had only prepared a prop performance for that day. The rest of the unsold rope has been recycled by the system, at the price of a jumping fracture. The indebted Denton's Tundra brother finally returns, and the electronic sound coolly grinds its way through the morning. I dragged my feet for so long, and you ended up fixing up a house? You're confused. You should fix all the roads on the periphery of the entire scenic area, or you fix a. Su Jing lost his smile and blocked the system voice. He's lived in that Thai house for so long. Make him comfortable. Fix all the roads? People's government is paying more attention here now, and I'm afraid it doesn't know it. Deep in the mountains and forests, he was still able to cover up and conceal himself with clouds or magnetic fields. Outside, he couldn't just brightly clunk out a bunch of workers without construction credentials out of thin air. Could he? It did drag on for a long time, though, and now, Gold Medal Construction has reinstated the original restriction of not being able to use it outside of the scenic area. But the construction that has already begun is not affected. He intends to send the Gold Medal construction team to the mountains as soon as the construction is finished. With it in place, the remodeling will go much faster over there. Su Jing took a deep breath and pumped his fists. Next, the next day's festivities. Time passed, and soon it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And once again a large group of people gathered at the Lake of the Fallen Immortals. Ping Ping and Zhu Shou scanned the circle and clearly saw several familiar faces. It looked like they weren't the only ones who bought multi-day tickets. The group arrived at the location early and indeed saw the boatman who sold tickets yesterday again. Uncle, do you still have tickets for today's boat? The boatman shook his head. We're not selling tickets for the painted boat today. We're selling the other one today. Seeming to want to keep some secrets, he turned and pulled the sign out in front of him. Boat ticket 50/person. Limited to 100 tickets. Children under the age of 14 and senior citizens over the age of 65 are not allowed to board the ship. To buy a ticket, you need to check your eligibility, scan the code and answer the questions, and only buy a ticket if the number of correct answers exceeds 70% within 3 minutes. Nice guy. This time Pim finally came to her senses. She said she'd been shopping all day and hadn't seen any special assignments. So here they are. She tugged on the chubby little man and immediately scanned the code. 3 minutes, 20 questions. It was all multiple choice fill in the blanks. But the time was pretty tight and there was no time for doujinshi or help to look up the answers. The reflection of Pinky's glasses reflected her satisfied smile. Here we go. Lord Receiver. This is a benefit for the loyal fans of MT. 1 yuan. Tickets aren't expensive, but they're hard to come by and limited. The most important. Why are our questions different? Holy, there are several colors on the carp god's tail. Who can tell this apart? The main entrance to the submerged ruins of Falling Fairy Lake can be seen in what corridor? My question is fairly simple. The butterfly fairy's favorite color. That must be white. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've never even eaten it. Who knows what Auntie Lu Yun's specialty dim sum is? Croon. Pinky puffed out her chest. Tens of billions of questions. The layers are endless. So what? She took a step forward. Not pretending. Showing her cards. Punching the boatman. He laughed. Have a ticket ready for me. Little girl. You should answer the questions successfully first. Pinky flipped her ponytail. This is too easy for me. Here is a loyal fan of Mount Wanyuan, the winner of the 12 Flower Gods prop, the chosen one who has seen all the gods and more than 3 times in the Hajj, the one who has the personal signature of the Lord Receiver, the one who has succeeded in all the activities. The older man gave her a look. Doesn't support multiple people answering questions at the same time, haha. Pinky froze for 3 seconds and then immediately turned her head and ran off to the side. Sure enough. Show for those who can read. The questions in the question bank is indeed a lot of questions, and a variety of endless. Even Tian, this vigorously villagers, has done several kinds of work such questions have emerged. But as hard as the questions were, they weren't too much of a problem for her. Ding! She tapped submit, and the passing beep sounded from her phone. Oh, my god, it's not bad. It sounded like the Lord Receiver himself had recorded it, and Pinky's ears instantly turned red, and she fell away when she got her ticket. It's so humiliating. Shusho heartily clicked submit as well. Perhaps it was luck that he got stuck right on the qualifying line and managed to buy a ticket for the boat. There was a small line written on the ship's ticket. Please arrive at Visitor Service Point 4 on the right side of the stone bridge at 8 p.m. and board the boat in order. Chapter 157, The River God Returns Gifts. The whole thing about answering questions to qualify for boat tickets distracted most of the tourists at once. At $50 a ticket it's not expensive, but it's not easy to succeed in this answer. Joe Breaker's band of brothers came together at this point with a derisive look on their faces. What's wrong, Pippi? Didn't you say you're a die-hard fan? Why don't you dare to answer the question? Who said they wouldn't dare? He stalked up. I was afraid that if I got the answer right, I'd be the only one on the boat, and I was afraid you'd be alone. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. Hare Jr. was relentless. You're alone because you're afraid a group of us will be lonely. Joe Broke rolled his eyes, swept the code stiffly, and clicked. The first question hit him right in the heart. What is the name of the first arrow thrown into the spout of the pot during the test of visiting the Peach Blossom Nunnery's Lord Dance of the Way? A. Leaning on the pole. B. Having a beginning. C. Penetrating the ear. D. Having an end. Pippi Joe's entire body stretched out at once. I don't know if it's because he's donated money, so the question bank favors him, and Joe Broke ended up really rubbing his nose in the qualifications for the tickets. If you won't go, then I will. It's all together at first anyway. So it's okay to end up going on the boat by yourself, right? No, and me. The little painter whispered next to him, holding up his cell phone and shaking it. The 15 correct pass qualifications were laid out above, and that ouch not bad yo voice of the usher echoed through the air. No way. More pairs than him? How is that possible? Hasn't that kid only been here once or twice? Meng Ching laughed a little embarrassed. Because of my admiration for the Peach Blossom Nunnery, I looked up a lot of tips about Peach Blossom Dock, and naturally, I learned about Wanyuan Mountain in passing. Nice guy. Now that's what I call a real dumb bird flying first. The two men collected their tickets and hurriedly led the group back to the lakeshore. Xin Zhuang also tried the game, although he came more often, but his mind was full of this program is good, that program is wonderful, and did not pay attention to so many details. In the end, he could only return to the edge of the lake embankment by grayly pulling little Li. Soon, under all the attention, the night of Wanyuan Mountain came. Several of the guests seemed to have been seated long ago, conversing faintly behind the drapes of the lake pavilion, and with a low horn, the lake rippled and shook as a low male voice came over the radio. One day of celebration. Salute to the river god for Manhwa Cottage. On the second day of the celebration, the river god returns the favor with a drop of lake. There was a clamor among the tourists. Someone was momentarily confused. Wait a minute? What 1 day and 2 days? Aren't the programs different on these days? Someone else, however, laughed out loud. I knew it. Luckily, I also bought a ticket today. No wonder yesterday was dominated by exorcism dances and rituals. So yesterday was the main event of Mingyue Zhai. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That fire kettle. I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. The fire kettle was fine. The 10,000 fish curtain at the end was truly insane. Ha ha ha. Looks like we all watched those shows yesterday. Ha ha ha. Let's grab tomorrow's tickets together tonight. Now it looks like tomorrow is definitely different too. The conversation was hot and the people who had just entered the park today were anxious. Wait a minute. What kettle of fire? What 10,000 fish curtain? What show? What are they missing? Big brother in the front row kindly turned around. Go look it up online in a few days. I guess we'll see it soon. When the tourists' voices subsided, the male voice on the radio came back on. Villagers of Myung Moon Village, roar. Hey! The crowd, either in twos and threes or in groups, men and women, young and old, raised their right hands and responded loudly. Then next, the river god's return gift. Is everyone at the lake ready? Knock. The sound of heavy drums sounded in unison, and the lights outside the pavilion in the center of the lake flourished, and on top of the slices of lotus platforms scattered around the pavilion, a big man straddled one of them, bare-chested and stout, with a black and red war dress underneath, and a lapis lazuli sword in his hand. He stood with his crown bound. It seems different from yesterday. The costumes and hair and stuff are different. Someone had a sudden flash of insight. It's an underwater relic under the lake. The river god returned the favor by substituting falling immortal lake. So today's style is most likely the style of that underwater relic. He stirred up 1,000 waves with one sound, and the people around him glowed with realization and rushed to explain to their companions. In the second floor of the lake pavilion, next to the huge leather drum, the man did not stop, still swinging the drumstick hard one by one. With a unison male-female indistinguishable chant, the burly man on the lotus platform stood up with his big horse and stood up, and steadied himself again in a deep horse stance, standing like a rock above the lake, and with the light spilling down, they violently raised the sword in front of them, their toes slicing through the water, stirring up tumbling white waves, and stabbing out with the sword. The blade of the sword was cold, contrasting with the majesty of the muscles. Hoo-ha! Heavy steps trampled on the lotus platform, stirring up scuffling water. This group of bare-chested, strong men presented a brave and robust war dance for all to enjoy, and once that war dance was over, the lights dimmed. The other instruments do not say anything, only the sound of the Guchina euphony. Change the tune. It is recommended here to turn on the music, Shui Lonin, to read 2 chapters in a row. The droning piano is mellow and carries a beam of light spilling out into the rushing crowd. The surrounding tourists looked back in shock, only to realize that behind them, at some point, a large area surrounded by a light veil had appeared. Wow! People subconsciously stepped back to save places for the next performance, and Zhao Long and the others even immediately stepped forward, politely inviting the tourists by the fence to the side as well. The lake breeze rushed in at once, carrying the light with it, and illuminating the gauze curtains with a golden color. Above the gauze curtain, reflecting the nicknamed figure, as if a slender woman was hiding in it, the tinkling of the zither sounded again, and the veil dropped with a clatter, then disappeared into the crowd. Wow! A group of women in brightly colored dresses with round or slanted cloud buns and smiling eyebrows, each holding a giant ball in a bamboo woven shell. Within the hollow core is a small red crossflower knot lamp, non-legacy rolling lantern dance, flexible scrolling in the frame with the slightest change in their movements. What a beautiful dress! Is this vintage clothing? Ah! I've heard that previous visitors to the underwater ruins have seen the former people dancing once, dressed much like this. Then, Lord River God, are you going to show us a dance from when the city of Rocky Mountain was once prosperous? He may have guessed right. The dancer at the head of the group swung his clothes lightly, and with a thrust of his chest, rolled the bamboo-woven lantern ball from his left hand down his shoulder to his right hand, jingling the bells. Her voice was crisp and clear, and it also initiated the change in all the light globes. This is Rolling Light's dance, and it's going to take this rolling lamp to start this night of prosperity. Stick to a point. The sound of loud water drops resounded throughout Lake Falling Immortal. With the previous experience, everyone immediately looked towards the lake. That lake was dark and rippled as if something unusual was coming out. Look there! He didn't need to be reminded of this. Everyone clearly saw the light rising from underwater. Unlike the 10,000 points of light on the first day, this time the glowing object was huge, with red lines showing faintly, and the momentum was ferocious. The water ladder has been set up. The lakeside dancers immediately changed shape and held the lanterns high above their heads. There were even a few women in colorful dresses, laughing, running to the railing and waving them down. Signal received. Wang Hao held his breath, gripped the thick wooden stick in his hand with force, and mounted the water ladder with one foot, and others, not far from him, followed, ready to float up. On drums as the music changes on the lake, the sound of the shao, in unison with the guqin. The lake, which was calm the previous second, surged in an instant, as the golden red light broke through the water, a large and a small tangle of fish lights. It just leapt right up onto the shore. Chapter 158, A Night of Fish and Dragon Dance. The sound of the phoenix shao is moving, and the light of the jade pot is turning. The two men were holding up a huge fish lamp, and as soon as it hit the ground, there were a few more people under the fish's belly. Together, let me help you. The villagers of the bright moon-walled city greeted them with smiles and topped off the fish lanterns. The lampshade seemed to be made of waterproof material, and after coming out of the water, he just shook a few times, and his body was dry and thorough. Golden red fish head, gleaming big eyes, fins high up, majestically fell in the crowd, staring at the rolling lights in front of him. The lead woman smiled playfully. Want? Then it's up to you. She ran forward with the flashy dancers behind her, either pinching or topping their rolling lamps, parting the crowd. The big, fat, quivering fish naturally wouldn't leave it alone. Held up by the people, as if pushed by stacked waves, and complying, they entered the flow of people. Ichthyosaur dance. Don't let them get away. Someone laughed and shouted. Come on, everyone give a hand and send the big fish over. Pust, puff, poof wow. More and more fish lights jumped ashore. Long-mouthed, short-mouthed, chubby, long and skinny. Big fish of all kinds roam into the crowd, and no one is annoyed, pushing to follow, taking advantage of the situation to push them along. And the dancers in front of them were dainty, jumping and giggling, walking through the crowd while deftly tossing balls into the air and exchanging them for delivery into their arms, showing off their marvelous dance moves. The hidden fishing guys in the crowd weren't hiding anymore, and laughing with excitement. They struggled from behind the crowd and gave the big fish skinned ass a good groping. Ha 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 ha, I'll fish you next time. Beautiful. Fish lanterns slide into the crowd and visitors spontaneously walk after them. Da, 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 da. As the boisterous crowd advances, one by one the lights come on. On the lake, by the railings, under the treetops, countless lanterns, small fish, and peace hanging sway with the lake breeze. Further on, standing by the river, men and women in antique costumes juggled with a fish-shaped windsock. Wang Hao held up his wooden stick and laughed at the two men behind him holding it. Let's play something awesome too. Roar! A long whistle rose up to the sky, and the big fish at the head was no longer bulky, but leaped out of the crowd, its body swaying from side to side, especially that one huge fishtail, fluttering more than just as if it was really swimming in the water. The tourists gasped and watched as the huge fish body fell toward them and twisted away with another deft twist, tumbling between the crowds, alive and well. It was a force to be reckoned with. Come and get me. The woman in front of her tossed the rolling lamp high into the air, and behind her a line of large fish, all raised their heads in unison. The tourists also got excited and once again gave a helping hand while taking pictures. Ha 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 ha, can't go back to the lake without grabbing the ball ha. Get over there. Rob her. That ball if you can't grab it. Dude's ball for you to play with. The lead walleye twisted its body as if displeased with the taunt. Wang Hao squinted his eyes and smiled when he saw that his receiving companion had reached the point. With three more big men not in the fish's belly, the wooden tube supporting the fish's belly instantly split in two. 6 big men, each with a wooden stick. The big fish that was at the head of the group was propped up even more majestically and full, and even its body had grown a few points. The employees of the surrounding Bright Moon Cottage made a wink and immediately asked the tourists under the fish's belly to move away. Come on, let's show them. He gritted his teeth and swung the fish head brace violently, laughing. What does it mean to be a real fish in dragon dance? Boom! The big fish became more agile as it shook around in the sea of people. The fish behind them followed suit and danced in unison. On, like a lion dance, he leaps up, stepping on the thighs of the brothers behind him, surging the fish's head high, Ichthyosaurus out of the sea, 100 folds, spinning, he pushed and twisted, and the huge fish head folded and turned with his movements. The brothers behind him immediately followed, and the big fish just screwed its way through the sea of people out of nowhere. The fish dragon swings its tail to drive away evil and shenanigans. Sink! The fish's head sank so hard that it nearly buried a group of large men in the ground, and it skidded against the ground for nearly 10 meters before it rolled over and lurched up. Obediently, throw that rolling ball that was once again thrown high into the air. A mouthful. Fish and dragons lurking, waiting to be shown. Grab it and be done with it. There was a huge cheer from the tourists. Ha 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 ha, it got it. So handsome brother. Wag your tail again. They applauded wildly, but were dumbfounded in unison. that the leader of the huge fish lamp, actually so articulated rolling lamp, a leap down, reintroduced into the lake, disappeared. The light was no longer there, and everyone realized that they had followed the fish lanterns to a position behind the lake pavilion. WOC, where did you bring your brother? When the fish lanterns disappeared, then the show was over, and everyone rushed to calm their excitement and walked back quickly, fearing that they would miss the next show. But, woo, the horn from the deep mountains sounded again, and the ancient and secretive sound provoked all the tourists to get goosebumps. We all looked in the direction of the sound, and there was no streetlight, and the darkness was like an abyss. And there, in the middle of the abyss, huge bright yellow eyes suddenly lit up. Those eyes drove the face forward, snaking, and swimming, until the entire head was revealed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The tourist nearly choked on his breath. Dragon boat can be played like this? Accompanied by a low horn, the delicate and huge dragon's head transformed into the bow of the ship, standing proudly above the huge raft. The dragon's eyes are wild and the dragon's whiskers are fluttering in a lifelike manner. But that's not what surprises tourists. What made them take a breath back was that after the raft carrying the dragon head lit up and floated out, it was the dragon bodies that lit up one after the other, bright yellow umbrella layers and layers, as if the dragon scales generally covered in the raft above. The umbrella under the bright yellow halo more show the true dragon majesty, Yanshua dragon boat, and that in the middle of each raft, propped up on small wooden chairs sat, obviously dressed the same as their tourists. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's beautiful. How did they get up there? Wouldn't you know it? Tickets for the boat are being bought over at the Institute since 4 o'clock. Yes, but you need to answer a question and pass it to buy it. And we all failed. The girl who spoke grabbed her boyfriend's sleeve with an envious look on her face. It's really beautiful up there. If I were up there, I'd definitely be able to take superb photos. Baby, it's not too late. When the man finished, the two of them hugged each other and started posing like crazy. The surrounding tourists left unhappy. Dog couple, may you have no place to stay tonight. The dragon boat finally had all of them out. 50 sections of bodies. One section could only seat 2 people, some of which actually had empty seats on them. This was to the chagrin of those who came late, and those who didn't answer the questions correctly. But everyone immediately calmed down and took pictures as they walked. They couldn't see such a beautiful view from the boat they were sitting on. McJunja strolled after the man. This dragon does. Okay. It has so much divinity. He shook his head. It's a shame he's never seen a real dragon. If he had, he'd surely know he's not even close to doing it. The mutterings on shore were naturally inaudible on board. Ping Ping leaned back in her chair, stretching herself to her heart's content. The melodious sound of the piper sounded in her ears, and as soon as she glanced back, she inadvertently met her eyes with the young girl in the pavilion in the center of the lake. Yo! Pinky sat up violently, then frantically slapped Jusho's fat. What the hell? Carp God! Jusho hurriedly raised his camera towards the lake pavilion. The power and memory displayed in the upper right corner of the screen warned him that he couldn't just shoot anymore. The carp god has locked eyes with me. Ha! Jusho sat back. His small eyes looked carefully at the white veil of the lake pavilion. Blinkered you. Maybe the carp god is greeting the river god. Pinky raised her eyes. TSK. What a greeting, she said to the river god. She even said yo to me. Jusho was even more unimpressed. How could it be possible for the carp god lord to take the initiative to open his mouth? Why can't you say hello? There's no chance people will want to say yo. Old man. The little fat man's flirtation turned into a scream, and in an instant, everyone on the ship gasped. Pinky immediately turned back, her pupils clenching. Fish. Really come to fish. Put. Puff. Several hundred meters long dragon boat. At this moment, there were actually countless fish jumping out of the water, struggling to jump over the dragon body. Is this fish leaping dragon gate? What else is there to leap the dragon gate for? Jusho finished screaming and immediately took out his camera to frantically shoot, all riding on other people's dragons. Ambition can be huge. Ha 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 ha. Beautiful. The dragon boat was bright enough to illuminate the surrounding area, and the frantically jumping fish were illuminated golden by the light. With the tinkling of the koto, a new one was actually played. Song of the Leaping Dragon Gate. McJunko poured the peanut into his mouth as soon as he could and clapped his hands together, already swinging. It's been a long time coming. Yesterday I watched Butterfly Phantom Wings, and today I watched Fish Leap Dragon Gate. No loss. It's really not a loss. Chapter 159, The Third Celebration. The second day of festivities ended with the dragon boats that meandered around the lake. The tourists left with a sigh of relief. Joe Breaking's friends were in place excitedly chatting about the beauty they had just seen while waiting for Joe Breaking to get off the boat. Yes, you guys. A man slammed Joe Pippi's shoulder and stuck out his thumb. Usually I hear you guys say how fun and interesting it is every day. But today I took a look. it really lives up to its name. Right, Josia laughed out loud, but it's a pity that I have to go on a dragon boat ride, resulting in only being able to watch those fish lanterns show off from afar. It's so cool. The little painter stood quietly beside him, a stark contrast to the chattering week break, eyes lighting up only at the words. That's right. The atmosphere when the crowd arched the fish lanterns together just now and swam was so exuberant that those who didn't know thought it was New Year's Eve in some small village. He thought about it and offered to speak. But everyone craned their heads and listened quietly to him. I heard them say that yesterday it was the Manhwa that offered a gift to the river god, and today it is the river god that returns the gift. So yesterday was the Nuwa dance of the gods mainly, while today is another dance in fish and dragons mainly. And what will it be at tomorrow's celebration? The more we all listened, the more we were overwhelmed. Yes, Wanyuan Mountain never plays false. He can prepare for 3 days of celebration. Then surely there are 3 days of performances for all 3 days. And what's the last day? They're not the only ones who think so. So do others. Tonight's campground at Fair Lake is fully occupied with all of the thousands of tents. Even the F section, where you bring your own tent to camp. Since the official opening of the fishing side gate, more and more tourists intending to camp here have started to come. Regulated campsites, pristine landscapes, and play like you've never seen it before. It's enough to attract tourists from the neighborhood. Even more outrageously, on the second night, when the tourists left the scenic gates in an orderly manner, they found them lit up. Starting outside the door of the empty ticket hall, 5 long lines had stretched into a long queue. It's not. They're crazy, aren't they? Not sleeping? Someone marveled and was about to turn back to their friend for approval when they realized that they had long since disappeared in a puff of smoke. What sleep? Once in 3 months the big celebration. Why don't you watch it? The roar vibrated, causing the tourists who were originally heading out to hesitate momentarily as well. Yeah, it's only celebrated once every 3 months, and every day is different. It's safe to say that if you miss it once, you may never see it again. Like people on the internet commented, this scenic spot has a guide is useless, because he will change every once in a while. Become mom does not recognize, can only play on their own strength. Are we doing anything tomorrow? Change your ticket for tomorrow. He's right. Come what may. It's too bad we don't see it. Definitely more interesting tomorrow. Must see. Go. Get in line. In time, more and more tourists were awakened by a yell and all joined the queue as quickly as if they were crazy. Von City keeps order during the day and manages this bunch of crazy people who don't sleep at night. Plus money. It has to be extra. Su Jing certainly knew about the long line outside, but there's no way. The venue for the event could only accommodate so many people, and there really wasn't a way for the scenic area to house everyone. If you can't get tickets online, you'll have to buy them offline. Queuing, too, is the normal thing to do. He could only try to keep everyone in order and safe, but it has to be said, they lined up correctly. Su Jing wore a smile on his face as he instructed the final notes with his employees. For tomorrow's dance, everyone must publicize it, be proactive and drive visitors to dance. Don't worry about the rest of the show. I'll take care of it. The Wanyuan Mountains slowly quieted down, and inside the Peach Blossom Nunnery with the nightlight on, the nunnery master was carefully polishing his sword. Mumbles, I hope tomorrow goes well. A dreamless night. Early the next morning, the line of successful tourists, rubbing the sore back body, yawning into the park, other prior to put down, immediately all rushed into the Wanyuan Mountain began to eat. Mrs. Lu Yun greeted the tourists who were already sitting on the street, and her family kept helping her to carry out the plates. Look how hungry the kids are. With a heartbroken look on her face, the older woman added a little more to each person's portion. And in the crowd, 2 men in suits were extremely conspicuous. Mr. Song, isn't it too obvious for us to come and dress like this? In the face of the little assistant's questioning, Song Jiming sucked in a mouthful of soy milk and laughed. It's just good to let people know. Last time after talking with that little Mr. Su, it feels good. Just grab the tickets for today's celebration. Let's come and hold the show. The assistant squinted at him. Is it just right? How does he see this guy furiously clicking the mouse in front of the computer for 3 days straight? He's gone to a lot of trouble. But that's not important. What's important is that the boss actually thought of him, and brought him in as well. Compared to others, the Dragon Boat Festival organized by their Pine Lake Park is simply ordinary. He won't even bother to go if you pay him. The two of them ate and drank enough to start skulking around the fortress. But before he could get very far, he was yanked over by an older woman. Ha ha ha, these two are guests, right? Look. With a wave of her hand, she pointed to the men, women, and children dancing along with the song next to her, with simple steps, flexible dance moves, and high waving arms, accompanied by music that was extremely cheerful. It's a dance made up by the one to celebrate the festivities and for everyone to dance and use to enliven the mind and body. That one? Song's eyes twittered around. Lord Receiver? The employees naturally knew what the tourists called Mr. Su, so they immediately nodded their heads. But Song pulls up some instant brainstorming. When the old boss is still so grounded, he personally teaches his staff to dance, and specifically says it's for a celebration. This dance is certainly unusual. Come on, dance with us, it's easy to learn. The older woman smiled brightly and walked to the back of the line to greet the two. The assistant didn't want to go, but she saw her high-strung boss take the initiative to walk over. Ignite fire. Just wore the suit, followed the music, and danced around with his hands. Nice guy. He immediately pulled out his cell phone, took a frantic picture, and passed it on to the small group. There's the embarrassing photo of the boss. As the two joined in, the number of tourists who had eaten their fill and started hanging out grew. The music for this dance was all over the Bright Moon Cottage, and wherever people went, they were pulled to dance a few times. It didn't take more than a few waves before everyone had learned the big difference. Ping Ping squinted her eyes and jumped while rushing at Zhu Shou. The dance must have worked too. I guess the Lord Receiver wanted to have a 10,000 person dance. Geez, Zhu Shou's small eyes lit up. That would be great. The larger the scale, the better the shots he could get with the camera he placed high in the distance. He's already looked at the memory cards from the last few days and what's on them is just blowing up. When he goes out and puts it in the hands of the team, don't even think about it. What a grand Awanyuan Mountain celebration promotional video they could really make. Are we still going at 4 o'clock tonight? Pinky narrowed her eyes. No, at 3 in the afternoon. Although the announcement said that the daily traffic limit is 3W people, but continued until today so far. The angling ticket and single multi-day ticket stacked up to more than 30,000 visitors. Definitely. And with today being the last day, good seats are definitely harder to come by too. Chapter 160, Sword Dance of the Nun. They both wanted pretty much the same thing. The number of people had indeed surpassed 30,000. So Su Jing simply shifted the main viewing area, moving the front viewpoint to near the angling side gate, in the middle of the corner of the two bridges. The lake is also large enough to accommodate more visitors while allowing for a more coherent show. Most importantly, this area of the lake embankment is a little closer to the center of the lake. All set? Jiang Tsong nodded. Already set up the netting on Lake Falling Ferry as you said, but that netting is really big. Does it need to be that big? Su Jing nodded. It has to be big. Big to commit. I've already gotten someone to install the equipment. It's about time. So you'll get Zhao Long to guide the tourists to gather. Okay. Sending Jiang Tsong away. Su Jing tapped on the system interface. There is only one purpose for arranging so many things. He was afraid that the props would be used so bizarrely that he would be caught and studied. Now that the landscape is making money, it's still not a problem to find a tech to block it within your means. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The time quickly reaches 4 in the afternoon. Su Jing hid at the visitor service point, watching people scramble inside with smiles on their faces, and couldn't help but smile as well. It is possible for so many people, who spend their rare vacations here, to leave satisfied. That's probably what being scenic is all about. He watched Zhu Shou and Ping Ping go in, watched Zhao Mang go in with his team squeezing at him, and watched Song Jiming, who he had only met once, go in with his friend. There was no way around it. It was just too conspicuous to have two men in suits and greasy hair popping out of a group of casual wear, and there were more people in the back. He also seems to have seen once the scenic spot just opened the door when the Smallin, to give their own donations to the great benefactor Joe broke a few people, as well as a while ago to take the old man and old woman to the Peach Blossom Nunnery Zhu Hong and Changhu 2 people. Su Jing looked down and lost his smile. I didn't expect to see so many old friends at this holiday celebration, but he was sure that tonight's performance would not fail to live up to their enthusiasm. The new viewing position surprised the visitors, but they were even more curious as to what the huge black netting that cut the lake across was. Good luck with the guard poking and prodding, Pinky. You're smart. Guess what that thing is for? Pinky shook her head. If it's underwater, it's probably netting fish. If it's smaller, it's more like a projection screen for a theater. But I can't think of anything this big. Projections? Zhu Shou muttered to himself, thought about it, and rushed into the crowd. Find your spot. I'll meet you later. He had to adjust the camera position in a hurry, preferably higher and farther away. Gotta be able to get that mesh range going for a shot to get it. The little fat man disappeared into the crowd and the tourists continued to move. Soon, the originally spacious lakeside walkway was once again overcrowded, except for a path that had been stopped in advance. A little bit of time passed, and the sky finally officially darkened under people's expectations. Finally, everyone slowly rose from their places, rubbed their butts, stretched, and got ready for the last day of the extravaganza. As with yesterday, several of the guests had, at some point, taken their places. The familiar voice of everyone finally came out over the lakeside radio. On the day of the celebration, a salute is given to the bright moon cottage. On the second day of the festival, it is the river god who returns the favor. And now that the festival is celebrated for 3 days, it's a celebration of all the mountains in all directions. Drums and jang sound instantly in unison. Behind the tourists in the alpine mountains and rocks, lit up a huge beam of lights, shining directly on the first floor of the lake pavilion. What do you mean? The tourists froze. Wanyuan Mountain celebration. But isn't that where the guest of honor stays? In everyone's confusion, the curtain of the lake pavilion slowly pulled open. A man wearing light pink clothes, vertical crown walked out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Peach Blossom Nunnery? How did he get out? Niani, the night is cool, go back and sit down. The pink-clad man eyed ahead and spoke softly. Today is the last day of the festival. So on behalf of the Peach Blossom Nunnery, I will send my blessings with a sword dance. The original Wanyuan Mountain Qiqing. Is that the congratulations of the various Wanyuan Mountain attractions? Bam! The sound of the piano resumed. He retreated on 1 foot, then turned and drew his fine soft silver sword. Clang of metals. With a beautiful sword flourish, the sound of the sword buzzed, causing all the tourists on the other side of the lake to stare in disbelief. To be honest, up to now, not all visitors who have been to the Peach Blossom Nunnery have been fortunate enough to have seen the nunnery's sword dance, and most of them have only had a one-sided acquaintance on the internet. I didn't expect that the nunnery master would actually dance with a sword to celebrate in person today. Snap! With 1 foot on the edge of the lake center pavilion, he unexpectedly leaped and rushed towards the middle of the lake. Coming! Wish show brightened up the lightness of the nunnery, only to see that his stance was as light as a swallow sparrow. His toes lightly tapped on the surface of the lake, and his entire body flipped upwards again. That sword light flickered and unexpectedly changed in an instant, unfolding a sword net. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew there must be a light skill. He must be at least at the 8th level of chi refining. No. Stop it. There really isn't a wigwam on him in my footage. Snap. That pink dress with beams of light, stepping through the lake water in succession, splashing and swarming with fish. He was like an immortal who had attained immortality and showed all his powers. Among the crowd, this time Zenjunzi squeezed a forward position and stared intently at the Peach Blossom Nunnery master. Has this kid really cultivated? He had been a teacher for many years, but he hadn't heard of a few people who could achieve this level. Ah, could this be a big demon too? Zenjunzi's brain buzzed, and Shanghu and Zhu Hong, who were a few meters away from him, crossed their arms and jumped in excitement. Here it comes! Here it comes! Will the Peach Blossom Nunnery write poems or paintings this time? Tourists look in the mood to run. Listen to that Guqin yo-yo. Zhang sound burst. Cannot wait to carry their own sword in Peach Blossom Nunnery dance on its own. But the figure on the lake finished its dance and did not put away its sword, but instead shot the silver sword out as soon as it was done. Clang! The thin sword just stabbed into the pavilion pillar and shivered on it. The nunnery owner, on the other hand, tapped his toes on the surface of the lake and leapt onto the stone bridge, standing on it and walking towards the pavilion in the lake, murmuring softly, "Bo-hoo, just a dance, not a poem." He flashed a smile and looked across the lake at the tourists. Because of this poem, someone beats me by 1,000,000 points. 10,000 points? Zhu Hong's pupils trembled madly, and then an unbelievable thought jumped up. The Peach Blossom Nunnery owner resides here, and his poetry, calligraphy and painting are already amazing. But if poetry is more than he is capable of, then he can only think of the character in the poem he once saw in the study. It happened that the voice of the nunnery master sounded at the same time. Though Brotherly has not arrived in person, the poem should come. Today I have the audacity to pretend to be Brotherly and recite a poem for you all. As he spoke, he removed his tunic, followed by his wet shoes and socks, and disappeared behind the white veil of the pavilion in the lake. But his voice did not stop. This poem was composed by Brotherly when he was out traveling in the clouds with emotion. The figure behind the drape stopped and lifted the white veil again. Ooh! Visitors' eyes light up. Peach Blossom Nunnery master changed his dress. A white robe and belt. Black hair was hidden by a small official hat. Black boots embroidered with gold silk cloud pattern. In his hand, he was carrying a porcelain white wine pot. Snap! The Peach Blossom Nunnery master leapt down once again and stood in the middle of the lake, on top of a stone platform. It dawned on some of the tourists that he should have stepped on top of these stone platforms as well with his floating on water just now. Su Jing stood in the corner with a smile on his lips. There was no such thing as a stone platform. They were all ordinary boulder slabs, and they could float stably on the surface of the water thanks to that balance stabilizer in his backpack. It can stabilize the selected area at a certain height and keep balance without shaking. TSK. I didn't realize that something that has never been used came in handy today, so it looks like I can get more of it in the future. The light source chased, and the nun stood quietly in the water with his hands hanging down after taking a large sip of wine with his eyes closed. until an unknown number of breaths later, his eyes snapped open. The whole thing changed instantly. Li Bai, the poetry immortal, send a poem, named, Shogun Wine. Chapter 161, The Poetry Fairy comes to congratulate. If you've seen 30,000 Leagues in Chang'an, you'll know it, but if you haven't, you can listen to the song Will Enter Wine, Lingzhenha, which references the footage of this segment. The ancient zither sounded, Anan, or Li Bai, standing on top of the lake, looking at the crowd. June don't see, the waters of the yellow river, from the sky, with a wave of his hand, the crystalline wine splashed away, run to the sea, no return. Seemingly slightly intoxicated, he wobbled on his feet and raised his hand again, his voice impassioned with the lilting strings. You don't see, the high hall and the bright mirror grieve for gray hair, toward the end of the day as green as snow. Zhu Shou got goosebumps, not daring to relax his chasing gaze for fear of missing a single moment. Not bad for an icon. The strength of this imitation, although they have not seen, but just listening to a sentence of the yellow river's water from the sky, they can already imagine the magnificent vicissitudes of that person. But with a twist of his body, the nun lifted the jug of wine and poured it down high, not knowing how many mouthfuls he had drunk, but half wet. But he smiled and wiped his mouth, not caring in the least, and then laughed. Life must be happy. Don't let the golden bottle be empty against the moon. Born to be useful. $1,000 scattered. He came barreling into the crowd with a jug of wine. Thump! 7 or 8 beams of headlights, lit up in unison from high above, illuminated the black veil behind him, bright as day. And he leapt high into the air as huge waves of water lashed out from behind him. Return the favor, the tourists exclaimed in unison before realizing that the huge water wave was actually a wave formed by light blue light. From the veil behind that bridge, the layers lit up as if swooping before them. Ah, the special effects were so real. I thought it was really water. Wow, that projection hits like it's real. Not only that curtain, but even the water, all seemed to be covered with a real halo of water waves. Tourists stood on top of the lake embankment, looking at the clouds and rivers spread out in front of them, only to feel that they could hardly breathe. The giant crane leapt out of the water violently, and the nunnery owner also ran quickly, exploding a bit of water as if he was swimming with the crane. He laughed loudly and took another sip. Then under the eyes of the crowd, he pointed his toes and actually flew up at the same time as the immortal crane. Asterisk 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 has. Don't be afraid. This time I see Wea. Holy, scared the out of me. I thought he became immortal in front of everyone. Su Jing also let out a long breath. He's got money now. The black veil is all added up. And of course he has to get some real tech in there. He just didn't expect that when he heard that he was asked to perform Li Bai's poem. The Peach Blossom Nun was not even afraid of Wea and agreed to do so in one breath. Extremely thin steel wires were girded in the belt, carrying the man along with countless points of light transformed into cranes, and together they flew up, cooking sheep and slaughtering cows and being happy. We'll drink 300 cups. The cranes lifted their wings and the men drank wine with great bravado, following that 10,000 foot waterfall and taking the sight of all the tourists with them. Blast off to the top. Yo! An ethereal chirp rang out, and the picture clamored for a change. Above that waterfall, it's actually straight out of the clouds, the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. Just this one. Not a single tourist spoke. Not a single tourist applauded. All of them, visitors and employees alike, had their pupils dilated, staring intently at the light in front of them. Immortal cranes flew, and among the countless points of light accompanying the Milky Way, the sound of the zither was melodious, and there was a Kuanping's long cry of concealment. High in the air, the man threw back his head and smiled, gulping down his drink. Senfucius, Dan Qiushen, will enter the wine. The cup will not stop. The Milky Way seemed to come to an end as the cranes disappeared, lowering the man onto the stone platform, where he ran forward with the bottle in his hand and his back to the tourists. Sing a song with the king, please, June. For me. Tilt your ears and listen. The palace is full of palaces. Infinity. A goddess wandered with divine light and pushed open the door to the temple for everyone. Inside the door, the light shone brightly. The sage immortals and gods, men and women, young and old, who were lined up in the temple, all smiled at him. Bells and drums are not expensive enough. I wish to be drunk for a long time and not want to wake up. He rushed straight to the huge immortal gods towering above him, not caring that the other was honorable, and held out his jug to clink glasses with them. Ding! All the sages of old are lonely. Only the drinkers have kept their names. He ran away with great strides, the stone platform hanging steadily at his feet, so that he had to be with countless sages. All raised their cups in celebration. The tinkling of the bells is unending, and the sound of the zither is long. Clouds and starlight swam behind him. The king of Chun used to feast at Pingle, and drank 10,000 cups of wine at will. Why does the master speak of little money? I must sell it to you. He laughed out loud and flipped up with another hard stomp. This time, not only did the river of stars follow, but there were also countless white butterflies that came from nowhere and flew around him. On top of that lake pavilion, the butterfly fairy sat there at some point, looking up with a face of admiration. 5 flower horses, 1,000 gold furs. Huey will come out to change the wine, and with it all the sorrows of the world. Selling with air. He waved his hands with those countless butterflies in starlight. Vanguard sorrow. Flying to the end of the Milky Way. The lights went out. The mesmerizing light of the river of stars has also disappeared. Fuxian Lake. Back into total darkness. Only the lake embankment. Tens of thousands of tourists frozen in the dim light. Pinky's fingers trembled slightly as she caught the dripping tears. How come? There was a slow, soft cry of sadness from the crowd, and if a camera swept by now, it would be possible to see rows and rows of tourists, not one of whom did not have red eyes. Xu Shou's heart was pounding, causing his hands to shake so much that he couldn't even hold the camera. Zhao Mang no longer had regard for his regiment, and the eagle-like man lowered his head. As for the two of them, Zhu Hong and Shang Hu, their hands had already been clasped white and old tears were streaming down their faces. Standing Lake is resigned to the fact. The nunnery master called him the poetry fairy, worthy of a poetry fairy. Your poetry world is already invincible with him. Zhu Hong wiped his tears woefully. It had been a long time since he had been in an impassioned mood like this. Even if he had once seen a water dragon transform into a form and encounter a thunderbolt, he was only excited and amazed. But today, hearing a poem of this level, coupled with dreamlike images, it really made him feel that the beauty of poetry can be beautiful. A poet like him, even if he went back to the past dynasties of China, he would surely be able to be canonized. A round of applause rose, and the tourists then slowed down a bit and applauded. The shouts of approval and vigorous clapping almost overturned this lake falling immortal. Inside the pavilion, the carp god revealed himself from behind the mirror, his eyes sighing. Cool. The peach blossom nun looked at the clothes that had spilled all over the floor. Then she smiled in embarrassment and hurriedly picked them up. Cool. He dug back into the mirror, clutching his clothes. I'll go back and clean up before I come back. I'll make the carp girl look at me funny. The silhouette disappeared, and only then did the young girl let out a long breath. She hadn't expected the poem, either, to shake her so much. Su Xiaojing, that's scenic spot manager. When it is not ordinary, what is that extraordinary administrator doing? He was holding his forehead and laughing bitterly. It's over. Play big time. He didn't expect that the scene created with the light of fantasy, coupled with Li Bai's poem, could create such a shocking scene. Nice guy. What's going on back there? It was kinda rocking a burning dragon. Now it's all screwed up and turned over. Chapter 162 10,000 people dancing wildly under the fire dragon. But thinking doesn't work. He looked down and rang the intercom. In 5 minutes, the nunnery will reappear to light the fire. So take your positions and get ready. Sure enough, amidst the clamor of the tourists, the nunnery owner changed back into his powdered clothes, tied his long hair, and resumed the image of the prodigal male. I'm not talented enough to recite Brother Li's poem well, so I've made everyone look at me funny. In response to him, there was a roaring thunderous applause, and he opened his mouth to applause. The Peach Blossom Nunnery is over, followed by the dedication of the Bright Moon Cottage, a performance offered as a thank you to the visitors, who banished the evil spirits from the walled city and reopened the sacred mountain that had been sealed for hundreds of years. With a slight smile, he pulled out the stick behind him and a match boomed to life. Then taking the stick with him, he walked to the edge of the stone bridge, and the faint light of the fire, illuminating a corner beside him, which seemed to be in the shape of some red and yellow scales. Burning Fire Dragon Show. Begin! Boom! A fire instantly lit up the flower fire. Then the entire stone bridge was lit up and everyone could see what was slowly undulating and running down the stone bridge towards the crowd. It's a living, breathing one. A dragon lantern that crackles and flashes with fireworks. Whoa! That dragon lamp quickly forward to the front of the tourists, before the leisurely sound of the ancient Chinese zither is no longer. Swana and Era played in unison. Seems to want to press the tourists in the heart of all kinds of thoughts. Fireworks and silver flowers. That burning dragon of fire burrowed into the reserved passageway, and the tourists who had previously been furthest in line to see the lake were now the closest ones instead. They held their heads high as they watched the spewing fireworks turn into a million stars, and close behind the fire dragon was a group of dancers with smiling faces, gaudy turbans tied around their heads, and bright red gowns underneath smocks with bells hanging from them. There are also male dancers in boots and pants, bare shoulders, with red ropes around their waists, who are holding hands and doing a lively dance. The more visitors look at it, the more familiar it becomes. Song Jiming, who had just slowed down, rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion, "Isn't this the dance we learned today at the Bright Moon Cottage?" No poking. It wasn't the assistant who answered him, but the villager's dame who had pulled him in at the beginning of the day. The older woman grinned at the simplicity of the smile, but her hand movements were not honest. A hand pulled Song Jiming over, tugging into the crowd of people dancing behind the dancers. What are you afraid of? Come on. Ha ha ha. Didn't we learn all that during the day? Dance with the fire dragon. It will ward off evil. Remove all difficulties. It burns away all the bad luck. Outdoor bungee jumping for 10,000 people. What are you waiting for? The staff finally came in useful as an ambience group, following the golden sun dancers and pulling in one smiling, shy-faced tourist after another. The crowd on the outside is getting smaller and smaller. The number of people waving torches and dancing behind the fire dragon grew. Even Zen Junzi, who didn't know who had wrapped a red cloth around his head, strangled his Taoist hat tightly inside, and couldn't even yank it off. Jump! I'll jump! McJunja covered her face and hid her smile as she danced helplessly along with the crowd. Finished. Ancestor Master. Disciples today is really helpless. If in the future someone wrongly accused disciples in jumping to the big god, hope that Ancestor Master enlightenment the Grandmaster probably can't control him anymore. McJunja had been overwhelmed by the crowd and danced along with the laughing tourists and villagers. President Zhaomang has been reformed and successfully operated a travel agency for more than a month. Is no longer a punk who is cursed by everyone. In addition to the occasional ugly is a little ugly by the little girl. More are praised for his work with real strength. He finally experienced what it means to be needed. The social big brother who has finally experienced what it is like to be needed. And his little brothers. Successful career change. At the moment and with the troop members. He laughed and joined in. As far as the eye can see, the whole Loxian Lake is overflowing with happy sparks. And the wild dance of 10,000 people has finally become a rare spectacle under the lens of Zhushou, non-profit organization. And it was only when the fire dragon burned out completely, jumped around the fishing area and disappeared into the darkness that the tourists finally calmed down. Ha 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 ha, do I dance well? Secretary Shen Zhuang, who hadn't shed tears for a long time, was first made to have a big snotty nose by a poem, and then was moved to red eyes by the hilarious atmosphere. Li handed over tissues and smiled sincerely. Good looking. Don't look at this old man's age, but his dancing is quite flavorful. I guess when he retires later, he should be able to become a square dance leader. The lake calmed down by the lake embankment, but the lake followed closely behind with no calm. Having just sent off the Peachtree show, we are now once again welcoming a new stage host. Puff! A big fish popped out of nowhere. Then came the second, and the third. The lake swirled, and even in the night sky, everyone could see the center of the lake, where more and more fish were gathering. Who else could have caused such a spectacle? The tourists stared wide-eyed at the burly man with the hammered drum standing up on the lotus platform behind them. With a sudden gush of huge water, the golden red fish tail jumped up high into the air, and the young girl opened her arms and laughed. Holy mountain dedication. Puff! She fell back into the lake and the drums quieted with her. But the next moment, the drums once again grew from small to large, from slow to urgent. With a heavy drum, the water breaks open, and once again the mouths of the tourists, who have already seen countless wonders, open wide. Holy! With that carp maiden breaking through the water were thousands of red and white carp. They release as if, almost forming a giant column of fish, rising to the highest point with white waves. Dang! With the sound of the drums, it blossomed and spread out like a fountain. Holy! Once again, the fishing guys were confused. Are there so many carp in this lake? Of course not. Su Jing watched the performance across the room with interest. That fish was made by the system he spent his prestige value to find, and it could only be used for one day today. But the carp god is in the end the heart. This human skills dazzle. Too handsome. The fish flowers spread out, and under the bright spotlights, their awesomeness was nothing less than the first day's fish screen. But, what will she do next? Su Jing was curious. The carp god had told herself that she was ready for 3 leaps. How else does she want to play? The little fat man clicked pictures with excitement. You can shoot this time, can't you? Dead camera. Take a snapshot. Without a word, Pinky pulled out the little book again. Hatch carp god for the 5th time. Fish god with 10,000 fish. Come and celebrate. Flop flop flop. The surface of the lake was calm again, but no one dared to underestimate the dark tides that lay beneath. Once again, the surface of the lake even wobbled as the fish gathered vaguely underwater. They're spinning at. Everyone looked out over the lake and the underwater fish were visibly spinning in circles. Faster and faster. Fast enough for the lake to stir and form a whirlpool. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone yelled. Coming. Put. Thousands of carp accompanied the carp god as he leapt out, like flowers, and flung themselves out wildly as they spun. A huge red and white vortex formed, into a giant fish flower. Holy, Zhu Shou muttered. Have these fish also become fertilized? It's hard to say, for the fish fell into the water again, this time leaping up violently and sitting on a stone platform at the water's edge, beaming at the visitors. And the third leap, she gently hooked her hand at the water and smiled daintily. Transform the dragon. Chapter 163, True Fish Dragon Dance. Boom! The fish broke the water, but this time the shape was different. It was either clustered together or spread out before, but this time, they came together, surprisingly, as if glued together to form a faucet. Fish tails twist and gather to form dragon horns. Fish heads come together to form a dragon's kiss. The golden fish is concealed, revealing only a round surface that transforms into a dragon's eye. The dragon's head broke through the water with a piece of its body, and then immediately disappeared into the water again. Then there are the clustered knuckle dragon bodies with fish scales vaguely formed into delicate dragon scales. Finally, tourists actually saw a hidden in the lake by the fish gathered into a long, churning dragon. Now, even Zenjunzi couldn't help but applaud. This big demon. There is mana she is really using She's just trying to keep the tourists happy. What's wrong with her? TSK. Zenjunzi was now trying to hide it from his master. It's a good fish. Let's not talk about whether we can take her or not. And even if we can, what are the tourists going to look at in the future? Look at them brown guys? He thought so. And everyone went crazy snapping pictures and marveling. Only a few tourists remembered the high leap of the fish they used to see at the carp pond on the day it rained. How do they remember? When the carp god wanted to lead the carp to leap the dragon gate? Then she is now turning the fish into a dragon form. Is she trying to provoke a little? Right and wrong. The carp god raised an eyebrow and looked to the sky. A small patch of thick clouds had gathered above him at some point. In the next second, a faint electric light flickered. Then huge electric lights lit up the air. Just for a moment, the entire lake of the falling fairies went dark. Ah! Holy! Lightning struck down. Holy! The battery's dead. Holy! My cell phone camera is off. Me too. It won't open. At this moment, the falling immortal lake was dark, and only the sound of fluttering in the lake continued. Jusho's cell phone camera also all black screen. And press again is only show the power drain only. He panicked a little, but a cool hand at his side gripped him. Then Pinky's voice rang in his ears. Don't panic. It's the dragon. Dragon? In an instant, that day at the top of the mountain, everyone's equipment malfunctioned and thunder struck down. The floating water dragon leaps to mind. It made Jusho instantly widen his eyes and stare straight at his left big brother in the darkness. Pinky doesn't know what the people around her are doing, but they must be doing something stupid. She stepped forward just slightly, staring intently at the lake. Absolutely. It's the dragon coming. She guessed right. In the next second, the zippy electric light flashed on the lake surface without touching a single drop of lake water. And under such blue and purple electric light, a huge water dragon slowly raised its head and surfaced. He turned his body from beside the ichthyosaur formed by the fish and looked at the carp god. The dragon's eyes were ancient and deep, but the carp god seemed to see a hint of disdain in his eyes. Generation Sacred Mountain comes to congratulate us. Why you? And not me? The carp god grunted back. Not satisfied? So you show a wave too? The water dragon made a snort and jumped above the electric lake with more showy skill than the ichthyosaur. More alive. More energetic. How can tourists remember about electronic devices now? Everyone is wide-eyed and open-mouthed, watching this water dragon from nowhere, together with the fish and dragons, come to a big show on the lake. This is as far as I can go with my AI raw maps. Yes, yes, yes. You're not letting people shoot again, are you? Xinzhuang slammed his fist hard. He just said this kid. This scenery. There's definitely some secret. With everyone's eyes following, that dragon's head was raised, and it suddenly drew away from the surface of the lake, and, with the fish hidden, straightened itself up and flew high into the air, and the lightning slowly dimmed and disappeared, and with a muffled clap of thunder, everyone looked to the sky, only to feel a tiny droplet of water fall on their face. It's raining. The sweltering summer night was cooled by the drizzle. The lights of Lakshan Lake came on one by one, and everyone's cell phones were finally able to be turned on, although there was only a sliver of electricity left, but it should be enough for everyone to get out of Wanyuan Mountain. It's a dragon turned into rain. Oh my god. Did you see it? I wasn't able to record it. Holy, we're seeing some kind of mountain myth or miracle, aren't we? OMG. I saw a real dragon. Zenjunzi, behind the crowd, wiped his face violently, looking at his hands, then at the sky, then at Su Jing, who was looking for a microphone in the distance. He miscalculated. This kid really has seen a dragon. Hello? The Lord Usher's voice resumed over the radio. I'm sorry for all the tourists. Just now Lakshan Lake had a power failure due to an unknown reason. The equipment failed, and our master control was also closed, but fortunately the show is basically done. It's drizzling. and the seasonal lake festival on MT. Wanyuan has officially ended. Please take your belongings with you and leave Loxian Lake in an orderly manner. There will be staff to clean up later. Xu Hong and Shang, who looked at each other and bared their teeth. This kid. Not a word about the dragon that just appeared. Ha! What the hell is going on? Did that lightning bolt suck the electricity out of all the electronic devices in Lake Loxinmun as soon as it appeared? Someone yells an encore at the empty lake and gets popped in the head by the person next to them. Still coming? I'll lose a cell of electricity later. I can't even go home. Stay at Wanyuanyama and Ryu. The ushers don't say. Then people don't talk about it. The variety of performances I saw today was just too jarring. From the first person who applauded, like a wave of applause, resounded through the lake of the fallen immortals, ringing in the Wanyuan mountains. The crowd moved slowly, and Zenjunzi was as fit as a fiddle, and behind him, he even used the stance that he had practiced for more than 10 years. Like a swimming fish, he quickly swam from the crowd until he stopped in front of Su Jing. Fellow Taoist Su. He didn't say any honorifics now, staring at the other man with snowy eyes. Tell me, what's wrong with that fish? And what about that dragon? He talks like AK, and he talks as fast as he can. And what about that butterfly? What about that lightweight? And what about that big carp demon? Oops, my ancestors. Su Jing covered the other man's mouth as he smiled at the strangely faced tourist next to him before dragging him off to the side. Brother, you rest first. Everyone is tired today. Can I explain to you tomorrow? Perhaps Su Jing's expression was too sincere. Or perhaps there were simply too many people around him. Zenjunzi thought for a moment and stood up straight, regaining his Taoist aura. Okay then, Trail, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Late night in Silent Castle County. An old Taoist priest appeared at the end of the country road. Ah. He took a deep breath of air and sighed contentedly. It's still the good air of my great green mountain. Keep walking. Walking and resting should get you to the bottom of the mountain in the morning. After traveling in the clouds for a year, it's finally time to go home. The old Taoist was quick on his feet, striding forward with his hands behind his back, his voice slowly fading into the wind. My little disciple doesn't know what he's doing in the view. Really looking forward to looking forward.